fired from my job in reality, but I can enter a game world in my sleep. When newbie gear, cheap gems, and magic pills from the game can be brought back to the real world, everything will change. A bottle of healing powder can save a billionaire's life. A game gem can be worth millions. From today onwards, I'm not just a hardcore player in the game, I'm going to become a god in reality. Where is this? Su Chen woke up in a daze, finding himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Surrounded by ancient-style wooden houses, the air was filled with the fragrance of the earth, as if he had stepped into ancient times. Did I transmigrate? He pinched his arm. The distinct pain told him it wasn't a dream. Just as he was bewildered, an old voice sounded beside him. Young man, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Su Chen turned to see an old man with a white beard and hair, with 3 large green characters floating above his head. Old village chief. This scene, this title. Su Chen instantly realized this was the Novice village from the online game he was once addicted to, Wulin Zhengba, martial arts hegemony. Old village chief, the earth dragons on Wulong Slope have been harassing the villagers recently. Can you go and kill them? The old village chief directly issued the familiar main quest from the game. No problem, leave it to me. Su Chen accepted with a wry smile. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. As a veteran player, his knowledge of the plot was his greatest cheat. He didn't rush to kill the dragons. Instead, he followed a familiar path to collect his starter gear and a set of healing powder from the tailor, blacksmith, and pharmacist. Then, he headed straight for the general store to trigger a hidden quest most novices didn't know about. Sir, lately, wild chickens have been pecking at my vegetable garden. Could you help me kill 10 of them and bring back their feathers? I want to make an ornament for my wife. Quest, the beauty of chickens. Accept? Of course. Su Chen accepted the quest, and the shopkeeper gave him a red bracelet as a reward in advance. Bracelet, strength +1, speed +1. Though the bonus was small, it was a significant boost in the early stages. Su Chen went to the outskirts of Wulong Slope and quickly found his targets. The chickens here were aggressive, pouncing on sight. Su Chen had no combat skills, just a simple exchange of blows. Relying on his health advantage, he spent considerable effort to gather 10 chicken feathers and 10 pieces of chicken meat. He returned to the general store to turn in the quest. Quest complete. Received 100 EXP, 10 copper coins, and 1 attribute pill. Su Chen smiled faintly. What he wanted was this, attribute pill. Attribute pill grants 1 free attribute point upon use, limited to 1 per level. This was a treasure only obtainable through hidden quests or by paying real money. A wave of fatigue hit him. Playing the game in person was far more tiring than sitting at a computer. Su Chen used his newly earned 10 copper coins to rent a room at the inn and fell asleep. When he woke up again, his surroundings had changed. A white ceiling, familiar modern decorations, he was back in his rented apartment. A dream? Su Chen shook his head. Then, he noticed a small backpack icon in the bottom right of his vision. With a thought, a virtual screen appeared before him. It was the game's equipment and inventory interface. Holy sh*T. Su Chen couldn't help but curse. He had brought the game panel into reality. He tried and found that real-world items couldn't be put into the inventory, but game items. He focused his mind on the healing powder, and in the next second, an antique porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He was ecstatic. He tried the attribute pill and the chicken meat next, but found he couldn't take them out. Can I only bring out one type of item at a time? Su Chen guessed. He checked the healing powder's description in reality. Can treat most external wounds, heal instantly, and replenish a small amount of vitality. The effect was unknown. He couldn't just cut himself to test it, could he? Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Standing outside was a stunningly beautiful woman in a professional OL suit. It was Su Chen's former boss, the company's CEO, Su Yutong. Why did you quit? Su Yutong frowned. She thought highly of Su Chen and was surprised to hear of his resignation. I was fired. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. A sharp glint flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Someone dared to fire an employee behind her back. She immediately extended an olive branch. No matter who fired you, I'm personally inviting you back. If you stay for a year, I'll promote you to manager. I'll think about it, Su Chen declined. His mind was currently consumed by the mysterious game world. Just then, Su Yutong's phone rang, and her face instantly turned pale. Hello? What's wrong with Dad? I'll be right there. Hanging up, she said anxiously, my dad's in the hospital. He has a wound that won't stop bleeding and he's unconscious from blood loss. I have to go now. A wound that won't stop bleeding? An idea struck Su Chen. This was the perfect opportunity to test his healing powder. I'll go with you, he offered. My family has a traditional hemostatic powder that might help. Fine, get in the car. Su Yutong was desperate and willing to try anything. The atmosphere in the VIP hospital room was grim. A middle-aged man on the bed had a foot-long wound on his chest that was continuously seeping blood. "Doctor, how is my father?" Su Yutong asked with a trembling voice. The attending physician, Du Feizhong, shook his head. "The situation is not optimistic. He won't last the night unless a miracle happens." Su Yutong's legs gave way, nearly collapsing. "Let me try." Su Chen stepped forward. "I have a hemostatic powder. Who are you? Do you have a medical license? If you kill him, will you take responsibility?" Du Feizhong sneered at Su Chen's shabby appearance, but Su Yutong clung to this last straw. "Su Chen, use it. I won't hold you responsible for any outcome." "No, Dr. Du firmly objected. "Using unapproved drugs in the hospital is against the rules. You can't save him, and you won't let us try to save him either?" Su Yutong exploded. Just as they were arguing, a white-haired old man walked in. "What's all the noise? This is a hospital." "Director, Dr. Du greeted respectfully. The newcomer was the hospital director, Chen. After understanding the situation, he examined the patient's wound, his brow furrowed. He had never seen a wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. He looked at Su Chen. "Young man, how confident are you in your powder? Is it dangerous?" 50% confidence. "It's excellent for stopping bleeding, and there should be no danger," Su Chen replied conservatively. Director Chen then did something that shocked everyone. He took a scalpel and made a cut on his own finger. "As a doctor, I can't let an unknown substance be used on a patient, so I'll test it myself first." Su Chen was impressed. He immediately poured some of the white powder from the healing flask onto the director's wound. A miracle happened. In just 2 seconds, the bleeding stopped, and the wound even began to scab over. Miracle medicine. This is a miracle medicine. Director Chen was ecstatic. "Quick, use it on the patient." With the director's approval, no one dared to object. Su Chen applied the powder to the wound. At first, the powder was soaked through by the blood, but he kept pouring until a layer of white powder covered the wound. The bleeding stopped. It worked. It really stopped. Both Director Chen and Dr. Du were dumbfounded. A hint of greed flashed in Dr. Du's eyes. "Young man, would you be willing to donate the formula to the medical association?" Director Chen asked excitedly. "I'm sorry, it's a family heirloom, and the formula is lost," Su Chen declined. Su Yutong stepped in to help him out and drove him home. "Thank you for saving my father," she said sincerely, offering him his job back again. Su Chen still declined, and they exchanged phone numbers. He now just wanted to figure out how to re-enter the game. He guessed that sleep was the key, but he couldn't fall asleep during the day. He found some melatonin pills and, after taking them, finally drifted off. Waking up, he was back in the game. It really works this way. Now that he knew how to enter and exit the game, Su Chen started thinking about how to make money. Selling medicine? The cost was too high, and he could only bring out one type of item at a time. He had an idea, but he needed capital. He needed 1,000 copper coins. He spent the next half-day frantically killing chickens. In the process, he leveled up to level 2, put all his attribute points into strength, and greatly increased his efficiency. Finally, he gathered enough chicken meat, sold it, and had exactly 1,000 copper coins. He rushed to the general store and bought what he had been eyeing, an emerald. In the game, it was just a cheap crafting material sold for 1,000 copper. But in the real world, if it was what its name suggested, he excitedly rented a room, fell asleep, and woke up back in reality. He successfully took out the emerald, which was the size of a goose egg, translucent green, and flawless. He went straight to the city's antique street. In a large shop called Jade Treasure Pavilion, he presented his gem. "Sir, do you buy jade here?" The young clerk glanced at the perfect emerald and lost interest. "Sir, stop joking. This is obviously glass. Take it home and play with it yourself," he said dismissively, not even bothering to take a closer look. "You haven't even looked at it. How can you say it's fake?" Su Chen protested. "I say it's fake, so it's fake. On this street, our Jade Treasure Pavilion is the authority," the clerk said arrogantly, even tossing the gem back at Su Chen. Su Chen scrambled to catch it, furious. "What's with your attitude? You bring a fake to try and scam us, and you expect a good attitude?" Their argument attracted a growing crowd, including a live streamer. "Fine, you wanna bet?" Su Chen's anger flared. "If I prove this is real, what will you do?" "If this is real, I'll kneel down and call you dad on the spot," the clerk said confidently. "And if it's fake, you do whatever I say." Just then, a respected old man known as Old Su came out of the crowd, offering to appraise the stone. Old Su took the emerald, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. After a long while, he shook his head. The clerk was overjoyed. "Ha! I told you it was fake. You lost the bet. now get out. The crowd jeered, and the streamer added fuel to the fire. Su Chen was stunned. Could it really be fake? When did I say it was fake? Old Su frowned. I shook my head because it's a pity this piece is too small. This jade is not only real, it's a rare treasure. This quality is seldom seen even among imperial green jade. The entire place fell silent, then erupted. I'll offer 10 million. I'll offer 11 million. Several shop owners started bidding, and the price instantly skyrocketed. Young man, this piece is worth at least 10 million, Old Su advised. Just then, a middle-aged man walked out from the back of Jade Treasure Pavilion. My Jade Treasure Pavilion offers 20 million. He was the owner, Dong Chimai. At this price, no one else could compete. Young friend, Dong Chimai smiled amiably at Su Chen. It seems no one can offer a higher price. When shall we make the transaction? Su Chen looked at him, then glanced at the pale-faced clerk beside him, and gave a cold smile. Who said I was going to sell it to you? The master didn't say a word, yet it seemed these people had already determined the distribution rights of the jade. What do you mean? Dong Chimai looked at Su Chen in confusion. Let's not talk about who the jadeite will be sold to first. This young man just made a bet with me, and the stakes haven't been fulfilled yet, Su Chen said, looking at the clerk from Yubaoxian. The young clerk's heart sank. He initially thought Su Chen might be blinded by money and forget about this matter, but unexpectedly, he brought it up again. Uncle, The young man looked at Dong Chimai awkwardly. This clerk was Dong Chimai's nephew, sent here to gain some experience. What bet? Dong Chimai frowned at his nephew. His nephew was always idle, and his father had worked hard to send him here for training, only for him to cause trouble again. He has to kneel and call you dad. We all heard it. Don't try to back out. The parties involved were too embarrassed to say it, but those watching the spectacle were eager to stir the pot. Dong Wang, are you trying to drive me crazy? If your father finds out, he'll break your legs when you get home. Dong Chimai immediately scolded Dong Wang, feeling frustrated. Gentlemen, I don't care about your family matters. I just want to hear him kneel and call dad now, Su Chen said, not wanting to waste time. He thought it would be better to go back and sleep or level up in the game. Dong Chimai said so much just to help his nephew out, but he didn't expect Su Chen to be so aggressive. As long as he fulfills the bet, I will sell this piece of jadeite. If you want the jadeite, hurry up and make him call you dad. Su Chen urged. You little brat. You made the bet yourself, so hurry up and do it. Dong Chimai scolded Dong Wang upon hearing Su Chen's words. Compared to the jadeite, his nephew was less important. Dong Wang gritted his teeth and, under his uncle's urging gaze, reluctantly knelt down. Dad. Dong Wang gritted his teeth and called out. Kneel. Su Chen said softly. Dong Wang, unwilling, lowered his head and knocked it on the ground. Dad. Get up. I don't have a son as big as you. Su Chen felt relieved, finally getting back at the grievances he had suffered earlier. Young friend, you see, the bet has been fulfilled. When are we trading this jadeite? Dong Chimai asked Su Chen with a smile. Did I say I would sell it to you? Su Chen replied, looking at Dong Chimai as if he were an idiot. Boss Jiang, 17 million, it's yours, Su Chen said to Jiang Hongwei. Jiang Hongwei had offered the highest bid after Dong Chimai, and Su Chen had a good impression of him. Jiang Hongwei was a bit confused. No, I bid 20 million. Did you not hear me clearly just now? Let me say it again. I bid 20 million, sell it to me. Dong Chimai thought Su Chen had made a mistake and repeated the price to him. I heard you clearly, 20 million, but I don't want to sell it to you. You Yubo Shen don't know the value of jade. I'm afraid it will gather dust in your hands. Su Chen glanced at Dong Chimai and said. Su Chen wasn't targeting the person, he was simply against this place. He looked down on anyone from Yubo Shen. Dong Chimai was somewhat angry. Is there really someone in this world who would turn down money? Young friend, are you sure? I can't come up with 20 million, Jiang Hongwei asked firmly. It's fine, I'm not short of a few million, Su Chen said generously. Was he really not short of a few million? Of course he was. But he wouldn't be in the future, so Su Chen considered it an advance expenditure. Alright then, I can't let you suffer too much, so I'll add another million, 18 million. Jiang Hongwei gritted his teeth and took out his savings. Su Chen didn't say anything, since the other party had raised the price. Could he refuse? Jiang Hongwei immediately transferred the money to Su Chen, and he quickly received the notification of the transaction. Looking at the balance in the text message, Su Chen felt dizzy. It was the first time in his life he had seen so much money. Young friend, here is my business card. If you have any matters regarding antiques and jade, feel free to come find me anytime. I still have some connections in our new city. Jiang Hongwei handed Su Chen a business card. Brother Jiang, no need to be polite. I don't have a business card either, just call me Su Chen. Su Chen replied as he took the card and introduced himself. Su Chen, if you have time, how about we grab a meal together? Jiang Hongwei smiled at Su Chen. No need, I have some matters to attend to. Let's do it another day. I'll treat you then. Su Chen politely declined. Su Chen recalled some things and needed to go home to verify them. Upon returning home, he immediately opened his backpack. He remembered that the recharge entrance for the game Wolin Zhanba was right in the backpack interface and the mall could also be accessed directly from there. With anticipation, Chen clicked on the backpack. The backpack had a total of 5 columns, each with 40 slots. The first 2 were free, while the last 3 required spending yuanbao to unlock. Besides these 5 backpack columns, there was also a column labeled yuanbao, which displayed the yuanbao quantity and the recharge entrance. Chen successfully clicked on the yuanbao column, which showed a quantity of 0, along with a recharge button and a mall button below. With excitement, Chen clicked on recharge. To his delight, the recharge interface actually appeared. Please select recharge amount. Chen directly entered 10,000. Since he had money now, he might as well recharge more. Ding! Recharge successful. 10,000 yuanbao credited. Chen quickly received a message that 10,000 yuan had been deducted from his bank account. Chen was taken aback. The normal game recharge ratio was 1 to 100, so 10,000 yuan should equal 100,000 yuanbao, but here it was 1:1. Chen didn't dwell on it. The most important thing was whether he could access the mall. If he could access the mall, that would be crucial. With anticipation, Chen clicked the mall button. A screen appeared before him, filled with a dazzling array of products, each radiating light. Chen was instantly thrilled. He was about to take off. As long as he could purchase items from the mall, he would level up faster, and various items could help him quickly increase his level. Triple experience potion, flying talisman. These are all very useful items. Chen looked through them one by one and finally found the item he desired the most. A tribute pill. Aside from hidden quests, this was an item that could only be obtained through spending money. Price, 999,999 yuanbao. Damn! Why did the price go up? Chen exclaimed in frustration upon seeing the price. The attribute pill, which used to cost only 1,000 yuanbao, had now skyrocketed to 100,000 yuanbao each. It was simply robbery. With this amount of money, he could only buy a little over 10 attribute pills. Chen clicked the recharge button again, this time choosing to recharge 12 million directly, 10 million for attribute pills, and 2 million for spending. That night, Chen fell asleep again and entered the game. It was still the familiar inn, and Chen immediately entered the game mall to purchase items. First, he bought the triple experience potion. Triple experience potion. After use, experience gain is tripled for 1 hour. Price, 998. Chen directly purchased 100 of them. Next was the flying talisman and guiding bee. Flying talisman can teleport directly to the quest pickup point, uses remaining 20/20ths. Price, 1998. He bought 10 flying talismans. Guiding bee can teleport directly to the quest target location, uses remaining 20/20ths. Price, 1998. Then came the super blood pool and super spirit pool. Super blood pool automatically restores full health after battle. 1000000/100000000 price. 39.99. Super spirit pool automatically restores full mana after battle. 1000000/100000000 using 1 directly. Chen's health and mana bars were enveloped in a layer of purple and blue. As long as Chen consumed health or mana, they would be fully restored after leaving combat. Although these items didn't enhance combat power, they made it much easier for Chen to level up without worrying about trivial matters. Chen headed straight to the blacksmith shop. Boss Li, why do you look so troubled? Is something wrong? Alas, recently, the wolf pack has been rampant on Wulong Slope and I can't get the materials to forge equipment. Blacksmith Li sighed. Is there anything I can help you with? Chen continued to ask. I need a lot of beast bones. Can you help me kill a few wild wolves to get some? Blacksmith Li said. Sure, leave it to me. Then I'll trouble you, young hero. Quest, collect beast bones 0/10. Chen immediately used the guiding bee. In a flash, Chen appeared near Wulong Slope. Indeed. Convenient, Chen remarked. This back and forth could waste a lot of Chen's time, but now he could just flash over, greatly improving efficiency. Chen scanned the area and spotted a wild wolf. Wild wolf level, 2 damage, 2 to 8 health. 50-50 in a one-on-one fight. Chen would definitely win. Chen currently had 36 health points, but his damage was high. With 11 points of strength plus weapon bonuses, he dealt about 10 points of damage per strike. He only needed 5 or 6 strikes to kill a wild wolf. Although the opponent's damage potential was also high, after accounting for defense reduction, it could only deal 4 or 5 points of damage to Chen at most, so he could easily trade blows with it. Chen walked up and entered combat, exchanging blows with the wolf. When Chen had only 6 health points left, the wild wolf finally died. A golden light rose, and Chen leveled up again. Using a triple experience potion made leveling up fast, it was as if he had killed 3 wild wolves at once, greatly increasing efficiency. As before, all attributes were added to strength. Chen's damage increased again, and he continued hunting wild wolves. This time, he killed them even faster, with the opponent dying while Chen still had over 10 health points left. After some time, Chen successfully collected 10 beast bones and his level also rose to level 4. Chen directly used a flying talisman and instantly returned to Blacksmith Li. Blacksmith Li showed no reaction to Su Chen's sudden appearance. Boss Li, I found the beast bones, Su Chen said, presenting the bones to Blacksmith Li. That's wonderful. Thank you, young hero. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you won't refuse it. Quest, collect beast bones completed, earn 100 coins, 1 iron sword. Long iron sword level, 5 damage, 6 to 11. It's still a white equipment but much stronger than level 1 gear. However, Su Chen's level wasn't high enough to use it yet. Su Chen left the blacksmith shop and went to another tailor shop. He accepted a similar quest, this time for beast hides, which Su Chen easily completed, earning the quest reward while also leveling up to level 5. Beast hide hat level, 5 defense, 7 beast hide armor level, 5 defense, 7 beast hide boots level, 5 defense, 6. After equipping this set of gear, Su Chen's strength increased significantly. Again, it's time to tackle the main quest. Su Chen felt ready to take on the main quest now, as he had basically completed all the beginner village tasks and there was nothing left worth exploring. Su Chen re-entered Wulong Slope, advancing deeper into it. When Su Chen reached the end of Wulong Slope, a loud rumble echoed and a gigantic lizard appeared behind him, blocking his way. Su Chen looked at the large lizard with a hint of unease, mainly because he wasn't sure if it was going to follow the plot like in the game or if he really had to kill the Earth Dragon. Indeed, this big lizard was the legendary Earth Dragon. The large lizard lunged at Su Chen, who stumbled back in terror, but behind him was a cliff, leaving him with no way to escape. Damn it! Get lost! Su Chen had no choice but to swing his long iron sword at the large lizard. He struck the lizard, but it also collided with Su Chen, causing him to fall and slide backward, nearly tumbling off the cliff. This encounter cost Su Chen half of his health. Crap, I can't win. Su Chen thought about running. This was nothing like the game. Where was the plot? Where was the rescue? He wanted to flee, but how could the large lizard allow that? With a flick of its tail, it sent Su Chen flying. His health dropped again, leaving him with just a sliver. It's over, I'm done for. This was Su Chen's current thought. I wonder if I can respawn. The lizard's tail came at him again, and Su Chen closed his eyes in despair. Beast, do not harm the innocent. A youthful and beautiful woman descended from the sky like a fairy, striking the lizard's tail back with a single palm. Are you okay? Long Dai asked Su Chen with concern. I'm fine, Su Chen exclaimed excitedly. Sure enough, there was a plot. The woman before him was named Long Dai, the heroine from Martial Arts Rivalry, who met the protagonist during the mission to hunt the Earth Dragon, and they would have many interactions afterward. It's good that you're fine. Beast, how dare you cause trouble here? Prepare to die. Long Dai shouted angrily, drawing a green sword to attack the large lizard. The lizard was no match for Long Dai, who swiftly dispatched it in just a few moves. Thank you, heroine, for saving my life. I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself, Su Chen said, cupping his fists in gratitude. His words were different from the plot, and he wanted to see Long Dai's reaction. What do you mean by offering yourself? Don't say such things, or I'll kill you, Long Dai replied, displeased. Ah, indeed, while the plot was the same, it seemed the people here had their own consciousness and thoughts, reacting differently based on the protagonist's dialogue. Heroine, may I ask for your esteemed name? Su Chen inquired, cupping his hands again. My name is Long Dai, she said graciously. Miss Long Dai, you saved my life and I have nothing to repay you with. How about I treat you to a meal? Sure. It's not often I get to go out. Is there anything good to eat here? Long Dai looked quite excited. Su Chen then took Long Dai to the inn in Qingfeng village. Boss, bring out the best dishes, Su Chen said generously. This was just a beginner's village, and the prices weren't high. Even the best dishes were only about 100 coins, which Su Chen could afford. Soon, the food was served. Wow, it smells so good, Long Dai exclaimed, sniffing the air dramatically. Haven't you had dishes like this before? Su Chen knew Long Dai's true identity, so he was surprised that such ordinary food could taste so good to her. I rarely eat out. My father doesn't let me go out. Su Chen suddenly understood. It was like someone used to gourmet food suddenly enjoying a meal from a street vendor. It wasn't that the food was exceptionally good, but rather that it felt fresh. I have to go, otherwise, my father will worry. Goodbye, Long Dai said after finishing her meal, and Su Chen knew this was part of the normal plot, so he didn't try to keep her. I should head back now. Boss, get me a room. Su Chen also felt it was about time to return to reality. After lying on the bed and waking up again, he found himself back in the real world. Su Chen hurriedly got up, excitedly opening his backpack. He already had many items in his bag, but what he looked forward to the most was the attribute pills. He immediately took out the attribute pills. 10 attribute pills appeared in Su Chen's hands. Do you know what the effect of the attribute pill is in reality? The attribute pill, after use, enhances physical fitness, but there isn't a detailed introduction, just that it improves physique without specifying how much. Su Chen didn't care much and directly ate one to try it out. It was a bit sour, a bit astringent, and had a bitter taste from the herbs. In short, it wasn't very tasty. After struggling to swallow the attribute pill, a warm energy surged wildly within Su Chen's body, as if that energy was transforming him. The energy crashing inside him became increasingly intense, and Su Chen felt like his body was about to explode. "I'm going to burst," Su Chen shouted, and with a loud bang, he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. It took a while for Su Chen to recover. Looking at his body, there were no abnormalities. He stood up and moved around, feeling that the minor ailments he used to have had disappeared, like the back pain from sitting too long was gone, and his slight nearsightedness had improved. He could now clearly see mosquitoes several meters away. Is this the effect of the attribute pill? Su Chen was very satisfied. This was just one pill. As long as he ate enough, wouldn't he be able to become an immortal? Of course, this was just Su Chen's speculation. Whether he could become an immortal was uncertain, but it would definitely make him stronger. Su Chen ate another one, and this time the reaction wasn't as strong as the last, and the enhancement wasn't as obvious as the first time, but he could still clearly feel his physique strengthening. The remaining 8 pills were also consumed by Su Chen one by one. Burp. Su Chen let out a satisfied burp. He was full. Su Chen clenched his fist. He wasn't sure how strong he was now, and he could only find out by trying. Off to the gym. Su Chen arrived at the gym outside the community. He had previously gotten a gym membership here, intending to come and work out after work, but he had only come 2 or 3 times before losing interest. Working so hard every day, who had the energy to hit the gym after work? Su Chen placed his gym card at the front desk and walked into the gym. There were quite a few handsome men and beautiful women in the gym, and of course there were also some who were genuinely there to work out and lose weight. Su Chen found a barbell. It was a 50-kilogram barbell, which was difficult for most people to lift. Su Chen grabbed the barbell and exerted a little force, lifting the 50-kilogram barbell effortlessly, hardly feeling its weight. Looking around, he found nothing heavier. How about I try lifting it? Su Chen glanced down at the barbell. Rubbing his hands together, he grabbed the barbell and lifted the 50-kilogram barbell with ease. Su Chen felt it wasn't difficult. He hadn't reached his limit yet. Wow! However, Su Chen's actions drew gasps from those around him. 50 kilograms wasn't difficult for professionals, but for an average person, it was quite a challenge, especially when lifted overhead. "Hey, you're so manly," a slender beauty threw a flirtatious glance at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. Everyone likes to be complimented. "Wow, you have such great strength. Can you teach me how to train?" The beauty approached Su Chen, asking closely. "Actually, it's very simple. Read more books, read the news, eat less junk food, and sleep more." "Hee, you're really funny," she giggled, covering her mouth. "By the way, could you do me a favor?" Su Chen suddenly brightened and asked. "What favor?" She looked at Su Chen curiously. "You sit on the barbell, and I'll see if I can lift you up," Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen just wanted to test his strength limit and understand his current power. The beauty was taken aback by Su Chen's request. "Are you kidding? Lifting a 50-kilogram barbell was one thing, but now he wanted her to sit on it and lift her too. It was simply outrageous. You should know that her weight was already over 50 kilograms, and with the weight of the barbell, it added up to 100 kilograms. The world weightlifting record was just over 100 kilograms, and she actually wanted to challenge lifting more than that? "I'm serious, don't worry, I won't let you fall," Su Chen immediately assured her. "Alright," the beauty said as she sat on the barbell, leaning against his chest. Su Chen exerted a slight force, and the barbell along with the beauty was lifted up by him. Once the barbell was suspended in the air, the beauty suddenly lost her sense of security and tightly grasped Su Chen's arm. It was then she realized that Su Chen's arm was as hard as iron, as if she was holding onto a steel rod. Su Chen only felt a slight heaviness now, but it wasn't at his limit yet. However, this was enough, and continuing would be somewhat unacceptable. "Thank you," Su Chen said as he lowered the barbell. "You're welcome. Here's my contact information. Call me when you have time." The beauty handed Su Chen a note before leaving. Su Chen shook his head and casually tossed the note away. Although he wasn't a bad person, he wasn't someone who would just accept anything. Getting sick would be troublesome. "Hello? Su Yutong? What's up?" Su Chen had just stepped out of the gym when he received a call from Su Yutong. "Well, it's like this. My dad has recovered, and he wants to see you," Su Yutong said somewhat shyly. The healing ointment was indeed powerful. In just 2 days, such a terrifying wound had almost healed, which piqued Su Dongxing's interest in his daughter's friend. "Ha? He wants to see me?" Su Chen was a bit confused. "Yeah, are you free tonight? I'll come pick you up," Su Yutong said softly. "I am free, but should I bring some gifts?" Su Chen hesitated to ask. After all, it seemed impolite to visit someone's home without bringing a gift. "No need, we have everything we need," Su Yutong declined. "Alright, I'll wait for you at home tonight." Around 6 in the evening, Su Yutong's car arrived downstairs at Su Chen's place. "Have you thought it over? Do you want to go back to work?" Su Yutong asked as soon as she saw Su Chen. Su Chen smiled wryly. "Forget it, I'm quite free right now, but if your company is short on funds, I could invest," Su Chen said with a smile. "Invest? Are you rich now?" Su Yutong didn't pay much attention to Su Chen's words. Her company was already on the right track in all aspects and wouldn't suddenly run out of money unless the entire funding chain broke, but by then, a little money wouldn't solve the problem. "I do have some money. I'm thinking of doing something, maybe investing a bit." Su Chen spoke the truth. Relying solely on selling gems wasn't a long-term solution. It would eventually be discovered by those with ulterior motives. Only by having his own business could he better consolidate funds, and with money he could recharge and buy more attribute pills. It seems you really don't plan to go back. That's fine. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know, Su Yutong said, realizing Su Chen had made up his mind and no longer mentioned returning to the company. Soon, they arrived at Su Yutong's home. Su Yutong's place was far superior to Su Chen's, a standalone villa with a garden. In the new city, where every inch of land was precious, such a large villa couldn't simply be bought with money. One needed a certain social status as well. Your house is quite big, huh? Su Chen remarked. Su Yutong shot him a glance. Stop joking, come in, she said as she opened the door and they walked inside. Mom and Dad, Su Chen is here. Su Yutong called out loudly as she entered, and Su Chen could even hear the echo. Little Su is here, come, sit down. Su Yutong's mother, Zhang Yue, was very warm towards Su Chen. She had met Su Chen at the hospital, so she recognized him immediately. Hello, Auntie, Su Chen smiled and nodded at Zhang Yue. What does your family do, Xiao Su? Zhang Yue asked Su Chen with a bright smile. Su Chen was taken aback, feeling that something was off. My parents are farmers, they farm at home, Su Chen replied honestly. Farmers, huh? Farmers are great. Without farmers, we wouldn't have anything to eat. You and Yutong chat for a bit, I'll go make you some food, Zhang Yue said with a smile. Your family still cooks for themselves? Su Chen asked Su Yutong curiously after Zhang Yue left. Aren't rich people supposed to hire maids or have professional chefs cook? We have a chef, but since you're here, my mom said she wants to cook herself. Su Yutong rolled her eyes at Su Chen and said, Yutong, has Su Chen arrived? Su Dongsheng was pushed over in a wheelchair by the maid. Hello, uncle. Su Chen stood up and politely greeted Su Dongsheng. You must be Xiao Su, you're really young and promising, Su Dongsheng said with a smile. The maid wisely pushed Su Dongsheng to the sofa. Uncle, is your injury feeling any better? Much better, thanks to your medicine, Su Dongsheng showed a grateful expression. Without Su Chen's medicine, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to sit here. Uncle, I didn't bring any gifts today. I don't have much of this medicine left, but I brought you a bottle. I hope you don't mind. Su Chen took out a bottle of wound medicine and handed it to Su Dongsheng. Su Chen thought for a long time before coming. It seemed impolite not to bring a gift, but he didn't know what to bring, so he decided to give the wound medicine as a gift. After all, Su Dongsheng had suffered such a serious injury, and since it couldn't heal or stop bleeding, this medicine might be useful for him. Ahaha, good. Su Dongsheng was very happy. He had experienced the miraculous effects of Su Chen's medicine himself, so receiving medicine from Su Chen naturally made him happy. I wonder what uncle does. How did you get such a serious injury? Su Chen asked curiously. He thought Su Dongsheng might be a member of some mysterious organization or perhaps a member of some secret military unit. In any case, he should be someone who often undertakes dangerous missions. Sigh. It's a long story. It's better if you don't know. It's not good for you. Su Dongsheng didn't want to tell Su Chen about his situation. Su Chen understood. After all, he was just an outsider, and some secret matters were inconvenient to share with outsiders. Some secret departments couldn't even tell their families. He's just an adventurer. Why make it so mysterious? Su Yutong couldn't help but reveal her father's identity, thinking that those who didn't know might think he was from some special department. Su Dongsheng felt a bit embarrassed. He wanted to maintain an air of mystery, but his daughter had just exposed him. So how did uncle get injured? Su Chen asked curiously. How could a member of an adventure team get such a strange injury? Actually, it was like this. Last time our adventure team went to Shenangjia, we encountered a monster there. A creature that looked like a tiger but was as strong as an ox, with wings on its back. While we were fleeing, I got scratched by this monster, and by the time we escaped, my wound just wouldn't stop bleeding, Su Dongsheng explained. Su Chen immediately understood. A creature resembling a tiger in shape like an ox, wasn't that just like the legendary fierce beast Chonchi? Stop chatting, it's time to eat. At that moment, Zhang Yue's dishes were ready. The few of them happily enjoyed a meal together. Yutong, take Xiao Su out for a walk. After finishing the meal, Zhang Yue urged the two to go out, creating some private space for them. Su Yutong had no choice but to take Su Chen for a stroll in the garden. Su Dongsheng looked at Zhang Yue with curiosity. Are you afraid your daughter won't get married? Su Dongsheng could see Zhang Yue's intentions. Wasn't she pushing her daughter into someone else's hands? What? He saved your life. Is it a disgrace for him to be your son-in-law? Zhang Yue shot a glance at Su Dongsheng. If it weren't for the fact that Su Dongsheng was injured, she would have been much less polite. That's not it. I'm quite satisfied with Su Chen. But it seems these two don't have that intention, do they? As someone who had been through it, Su Dongsheng could see the situation between the two at a glance. There was no love in their eyes. So, we create opportunities for them? Over time, feelings will develop. In the future, let our daughter take Su Chen home for dinner, got it? Alright, I understand, Su Dongsheng said helplessly. Su Chen and Su Yutong walked side by side in the garden, the night sky dotted with stars, a gentle breeze bringing a hint of coolness. Su Yutong tightened her clothes. Su Chen seemed a bit distracted, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Su Chen, they both said in unison, making the situation even more uncomfortable. You go first, Su Yutong said. Oh, I have something to do, so I'll head back first. Su Chen thought about getting into the game and didn't want to waste time outside. Alright, I'll drive you back, Su Yutong said, a bit disappointed. Afterward, Su Yutong drove Su Chen back home. After washing up, Su Chen lay on his bed and entered the game. As soon as he entered the game, he went to find the village chief. Hero, thank you for resolving the hidden dangers for Qingfeng village and eliminating the earth dragon. Here's your reward. Main quest completed, gain 2,000 experience points, and a jade pendant. Hero, with your skills, staying in Qingfeng village is a waste. Recently, various sects in Tianshin city are recruiting. You should go take a look, the old village chief said to Su Chen. Main quest, go to Tianshin city. Su Chen could finally go to Tianshin city, most of the game features were there, and he was finally leaving the novice village. Jade pendant level, 5 constitution plus 3 speed plus 3. The main quest reward was a piece of jewelry, which was quite good, increasing his attributes by 6 points. To reach Tianshin city he needed to travel along an official road, which was not peaceful. Bandits and wild beasts roamed freely, making it easy to encounter danger. Therefore, Su Chen had never considered leaving the novice village before reaching level 5, only after gaining the strength to protect himself did he dare to head to Tianshin city. Su Chen hired a carriage to Tianshin city. In the game, hiring a carriage to Tianshin city was just a cutscene, but here it was different. Su Chen needed to experience this process himself, so he had no idea what would happen. Su Chen thought about what he should do in the future. He had saved that 5 million as startup capital, and the first thing that came to his mind was the jewelry industry. He had resources, and the game provided top quality gems for him to process, plus there was Jiang Hongwei's connections that could help him enter the jewelry industry. Su Chen made up his mind to start with the jewelry industry. Stop! A loud shout came from outside the carriage, and the carriage immediately came to a halt. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave some money for the road. The other party recited the classic line of a highway robber. Su Chen shook his head, knowing it wouldn't be that easy to reach Tianshin city. In the middle of the road, a fat man with a broad axe blocked the way. Chang Yaoyin? Su Chen immediately recognized him. You know me? Chang Yaoyin looked at Su Chen in surprise. He didn't recall knowing him. Su Chen was bewildered, not expecting to encounter Chang Yaoyin here. Chang Yaoyin was a plot character in the game, an important figure who would meet the protagonist later, a bandit with a sense of justice. I've heard of the great name of Hero Chang. Seeing you today truly lives up to the reputation. Su Chen didn't care about anything else and first praised him with lines from the TV series. Really? Am I that famous now? Chang Yaoyin was instantly elated. It was the first time in years that a stranger recognized him. At that time, Chang Yaoyin's name was already well known to everyone, robbing the rich to help the poor, a thief with principles, a true hero. Chang Yaoyin was flattered by Su Chen's praise, feeling overjoyed and lost for words. By the way, little brother, what do you go by? Chang Yaoyin put away his axe and asked Su Chen with a smile. I am Su Chen, just came from Qingfeng village, and I am on my way to Tianshin city, Su Chen replied with a cupped fist. From Qingfeng village? I see, brother, let's go. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just mention my name, it will definitely work, Chang Yaoyin said. Immediately deciding not to rob him upon hearing he was from Qingfeng village, as the villagers there were known for their simplicity and hospitality, Chang Yaoyin only robbed those who were unkind to the rich. Thank you, brother Chang. Su Chen expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. What a relief, he had escaped a disaster. If he had crossed paths with Chang Yaoyin, it would have surely meant death. In the future, when brother Chang comes to Tianshin city, I will definitely treat you to a drink, Su Chen said courteously. Great. I'll be waiting for your feast, little brother. Chang Yaoyin, being a man of the Green Forest, was very straightforward and unreserved. After bidding farewell to Chang Yaoyin, Su Chen set off again towards Tianshin city. This time, he encountered no danger and arrived peacefully at the city gate. Halt! What is your business? The soldiers outside the city stopped Su Chen for a routine inspection. I come from Qingfeng village. Su Chen handed over the recommendation letter given to him by the old village chief for the soldiers to check. After confirming its authenticity, the soldiers let Su Chen in. Su Chen looked at the vast Tianshin city and felt a surge of excitement. This was the beginning of his rise. As for side quests and main quests, Su Chen paid them no mind and headed straight for the blacksmith shop. Boss, I want to enhance my equipment. Sure, which equipment do you want to enhance? As soon as the boss finished speaking, an enhancement interface appeared in front of Su Chen. In the game Wulin Zhanba, there are several methods to create equipment, and enhancement is divided into several types. The simplest method is enhancement, which requires black crystals. Each enhancement requires 5 black crystals. Su Chen had an abundance of black crystals which could be purchased infinitely from the shop, provided he had the money. Black crystal enhancement material price 499. Su Chen first bought 500, totaling 25 sets. He had 5 pieces of equipment in total, and enhancing once required 5 black crystals. After accounting for the black crystals, Consumed in failures, 500 was not too many. Su Chen immediately started enhancing the long iron sword. Although the long iron sword was only a white grade equipment, Su Chen had no higher grade equipment, so he had to make do. The first enhancement was 100% successful, but with each subsequent enhancement, the success rate decreased by 10%. By the time Su Chen enhanced it to +5, he had already consumed nearly 100 black crystals and failed over 10 times. It must be said that Su Chen was quite unlucky. Long iron sword +5 level, 5 damage, 6 to 11, +16, the damage had more than double and it was fixed damage. Enhancing to 5 was the maximum enhancement for black crystals. Further enhancement would require super black crystals, which Su Chen felt was unnecessary. He then began enhancing the other equipment, stopping only after all were enhanced to +5. Bracelet +5 level, 1 strength +1, +3, speed +1, +3. Jade pendant +5 level, 5 constitution +3, +7, speed +3, +7, animal skin hat level, 5 defense, 7, +13, animal skin clothes level, 5 defense, 7, +13, animal skin boots level, 5 defense, 6, +11, Su Chen's attributes had instantly increased significantly, especially his defense, which reached 57 points, making it difficult for ordinary people to break through. Su Chen checked the time, it was about time. After purchasing some emeralds, he found an inn to return to. Reality. Su Chen took the emeralds out of his backpack. A set of 20, these emeralds have been put away for now, they are not needed yet. Hello? Boss Jiang, Su Chen dialed Zhang Hongwei's number. It's me, Su Chen. Is brother Zhang free? I have something I'd like your help with. Sure, I'll be right over. Su Chen hung up and headed to the antique street. Little brother, is something wrong? Zhang Hongwei was already waiting in the shop and immediately asked with concern. Upon seeing Su Chen, nothing much, just wanted to ask you about the jewelry industry, Su Chen spoke directly. Are you looking to enter the jewelry business? Zhang Hongwei instantly understood Su Chen's intentions. Yeah, I'm a bit interested, Su Chen nodded. This industry isn't that easy to break into. The finished product market is dominated by those big companies. Smaller players can only do some processing work. It's not as simple as you think. Small businesses don't make money, and going big means you won't have enough high-quality raw materials to compete with those big companies. Zhang Hongwei advised Su Chen, not wanting him to end up in debt at such a young age. Starting a business isn't easy. What if I have raw materials? If I only focus on high-end products, is there a market? Su Chen had already thought through his path. Competing in the low-end market against established big companies would be futile, but targeting high-end consumers would be different. Hearing this, Zhang Hongwei was momentarily taken aback and looked at Su Chen intently. Su Chen's statement implied he had materials of the same grade as that emerald. If you have high-end goods, it can indeed open up the market, but you'll also need connections, Zhang Hongwei said. That's why I came to find you, brother Jiang, Su Chen replied with a smile. If you can really provide high-quality materials, I have skilled craftsmen here who won't waste the materials, Zhang Hongwei assured Su Chen. I currently have 5 million. I want to register a company, and the finished products must be sold under my company's name. If you're interested, you can invest, Su Chen naturally didn't want Zhang Hongwei to work for free. Alright, I'll also invest 5 million, just give me a 20% stake. Although both were investing the same amount, let's not forget that the raw materials were provided by Su Chen. Even with a 20% stake, Zhang Hongwei was still getting a good deal, as he was only providing the sculptor. Okay, I'll go register the company right now. Su Chen spent a day registering a company and renting an office floor. Currently, the office was empty, just a shell. Even the accountant for the registration was borrowed from Zhang Hongwei. Brother Jiang, here are 3 raw materials. Please have the craftsman make 3 finished products while I handle the company matters. Su Chen brought over 3 emeralds, each a treasure of the same grade as the last one. Zhang Hongwei looked at Su Chen in shock, not knowing where he had gotten so many exquisite pieces. Did he rob that old pit? In Myanmar? Su Chen held a recruitment fair. Moreover, he suddenly realized that as long as he didn't actively enter the game, he could sleep normally. For instance, after a tiring day yesterday, he went home without thinking about the game and fell asleep directly, sleeping until dawn without entering the game at all. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, having posted job listings on major recruitment websites yesterday, and today, over a dozen people had already applied. Soon, the first applicant arrived. Su Chen glanced at the resume submitted by the candidate. It was a recent college graduate with some part-time work experience. Hello, my name is Lu Chun. I just graduated this year, and before. Stop. Right there, Su Chen interrupted Lu Chun. Lu Chun immediately became a bit nervous. She had applied to many companies, all of which rejected her for lacking work experience. You're hired, come to work now and help me recruit people. Su Chen decided to hire Lu Chun on the spot. The main issue is that there are too few hands available now. If he has to recruit by himself, it would surely wear him out. Ha! Lu Chun couldn't quite believe it. Ha what? Come over and start working, Su Chen said, patting the chair next to him. Oh, facing her boss, Lu Chun didn't dare refuse and quickly got up to sit beside Su Chen, starting the recruitment process. It was Lu Chun's first time as an interviewer, and she wasn't used to many things, like not knowing what to ask the candidates or whether they were suitable for the company's positions. Boss, I've never been an interviewer before, Chen hesitated to say. It's fine, just look for candidates with similar abilities and you can hire them. The company needs people, Chen encouraged Chen, telling her not to be afraid. Chen nodded. With Chen's words, she felt more confident about the recruitment. Soon, the second candidate came in. What position are you applying for? Chen quickly got into character, skillfully taking on the role of interviewer. Although she had never been an interviewer, she had seen many interviews. In just this month, she had interviewed no less than 20 times and was very familiar with the process. Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed she had recruited a talent. The recruitment fair ended quickly, with most decisions made by Chen while Chen just watched from the side. When Chen asked questions, he only needed to decide whether to agree or not. A total of 10 people were hired, mostly from the media industry, with a few programmers as well. When they saw the company's environment, they were instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that it was particularly messy, but rather that the large company was completely empty. As you can see, our company has just been established. You are the first batch of employees. As long as you work hard, once the company gets off the ground, you will definitely reap the benefits, Chen said with a smile to everyone. This is what is known as painting a big pie. Almost every boss has said this, but how many are sincere and how many are just putting on a show is hard to tell. However, Chen was definitely sincere. Once the company was up and running, he would reward all these people without exception. Chen, from now on you will be the secretary. When I'm not around, you will manage the company, Chen said to Chen. Our company's main business is high-end jewelry. Your current tasks are marketing and creating our company's official website interface, Chen instructed everyone on their work. Yes, Chen felt a bit like she was dreaming. She had suddenly gone from a jobless graduate to the secretary of a company president, and the leap was quite large. After work in the afternoon, Chen walked home after dinner. On the way, he wondered if he should buy a car. But right now, Chen had no money. All his funds were invested in the company, and since the company hadn't yet gotten on track, he didn't have money to buy a car. On the road, Chen had a strange feeling, as if someone had been following him. The attribute pill enhanced not only Chen's physique but also his overall senses, so he trusted his instincts. As he turned a corner, he glanced back with his peripheral vision, and sure enough, there was a figure following him. Pretending not to notice, Chen continued walking forward. As he passed a corner, he jumped forcefully and flipped onto the wall beside him. Du Feizhong was off today while out for lunch. In the afternoon, he unexpectedly ran into that kid from last time. He felt a stir in his heart and quietly followed him, wanting to see where Chen lived and if there was a chance to steal that kid's formula. This kid didn't even have a car. He was walking such a long way back, which exhausted Du Feizhong. He spent all day in the hospital, and his physical condition wasn't great. Compared to the recently enhanced Chen, he was indeed much weaker, which left him quite worn out. Where did he go? Du Feizhong turned a corner and suddenly realized that Chen was nowhere to be seen. He quickened his pace, glancing at the intersections on either side, but still no sign of Chen. What are you looking for? Can I help you find it? Chen suddenly appeared behind Du Feizhong. Du Feizhong jumped at the sound of Chen's voice. I'm not looking for anything, just taking a casual look. What a coincidence, Du Feizhong said, feeling a bit guilty as he awkwardly kicked a pebble on the ground. It is quite a coincidence. I remember the hospital is in the south of the city, yet here we are in the north, Chen said pointedly. Why are you following me? Chen's expression turned cold as he suddenly asked. Who is following you? Can I just go for a walk? This is your home, right? Du Feizhong would never admit to following Chen. Haven't you ever been beaten up? It's pitch black here. I could kill you and no one would know. Du Feizhong immediately felt defiant. Although his physical condition wasn't great, he had long studied the human body's vital points. He had never fought before, but he was confident he could incapacitate someone in an instant. You're quite arrogant, huh? Go ahead, try to kill me, Du Feizhong scoffed. Chen chuckled lightly. He couldn't understand where Du Feizhong found the courage to say such things to him. Alright, I won't argue with you. Let's go, Chen said, not intending to confront Du Feizhong, just wanting to ask why he was being followed. Are you scared? Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. Give me the prescription, and I'll let you go today. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Seeing that Chen was afraid, Du Feizhong took the opportunity to threaten him. Chen was so angry he almost laughed, wondering where Du Feizhong got his courage. So you want the prescription? Why didn't you say so earlier? Come here, I'll give it to you. Lean in, and I'll tell you quietly. Chen waved at Du Feizhong. Du Feizhong was suddenly filled with joy, not expecting it to be so easy, and leaned in with his head tilted towards Chen. Slap! Chen delivered a hard slap to Du Feizhong's face, causing him to spin around several times on the spot. Dazed, Du Feizhong steadied himself, wiping his mouth, which was now bleeding. You! Du Feizhong angrily pointed at Chen, ready to say something. Slap! Chen slapped Du Feizhong's face again, sending him reeling back. You! Slap! You! Slap! After receiving several slaps, Du Feizhong finally quieted down, looking at Su Chen with a resentful expression. Are you being honest now? Su Chen asked Du Feizhong. Du Feizhong nodded with a pitiful look. Did your mom never hit you when you were a kid? How can you be so forgetful? She did, 3 times, but she didn't. Knock it out, Du Feizhong said resentfully. This guy seemed to have some serious issues. Don't bother me again, or I'll kill you, Su Chen warned Du Feizhong. Ding-a-ling. At that moment, Su Chen's phone rang. He looked and saw it was a call from Su Yutong. Hello, Yutong? Are you free? I want you to come drink with me. Su Yutong's voice sounded hoarse and heavy. What's wrong with you? Su Chen immediately sensed something was off with Su Yutong. I'm at the Paradise Bird Bar. Come over and drink with me. Su Yutong gave Su Chen an address and then hung up. Su Chen frowned. What was going on with Su Yutong? Why did she go to a bar? However, he couldn't just ignore her, so he took a taxi and headed to the Paradise Bird Bar. The Paradise Bird was the largest bar in the new city, where a single bottle of wine could cost over 10,000 yuan, far beyond what an average person could afford. Su Chen had never been there before. Upon entering the bar, the heavy metal music made Su Chen frown. It was just too loud. Sir, are you looking for a booth or the bar? The waitress asked Su Chen. Sorry, I'm looking for someone. Su Chen casually dismissed the waitress. The waitress shook her head. Another one who got cheated on. The waiter shook his head and said. Su Chen searched around and finally found Su Yutong at the bar. What's wrong with you? Drinking so much? Su Chen saw at least a dozen glasses in front of Su Yutong. Su Chen, do you think you have a jinx? Su Yutong said with a bitter smile upon seeing Su Chen. What exactly happened? Su Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. How did he get involved in this? My company is going bankrupt, Su Yutong said weakly. Ha? Su Chen was surprised. It had only been a few days. How could it be going bankrupt already? What happened? How can it be going bankrupt? What's going on with the company? Su Chen asked curiously. Since you left the company, I went back to investigate who made the decisions, and then I found out that your former department head was abusing power, colluding with outsiders to leak company secrets, and teaming up with rival companies against me. Many of the companies we were working with announced the suspension of their cooperation with Tongya Limited within just a few days. Many funding chains were cut off, and Tongya fell into a state of financial vacancy. In at most 3 days, I will have to declare bankruptcy unless I can find someone to finance us. At this point, Su Yutong couldn't help but take another sip from her glass. Su Chen snatched the glass from Su Yutong's hand, stopping her action. The company is in trouble, and you're just here drinking? Can drinking save the company? Su Chen, having come from Su Yutong's company, felt a bit reluctant to just watch it go bankrupt. What can I do? The bank is pressing for loan repayments, and other companies are also demanding payment at this time. I've contacted many of my previous friends and partners, but no one is willing to lend me money, and no one is willing to finance Tongya. Drinking helps me forget these worries. In this situation, not to mention Su Yutong, even seasoned business tycoons would find it hard to turn things around. It was clear she was being targeted, with all escape routes cut off. How much do you need? Su Chen asked. Su Yutong looked up at Su Chen. At least 150 million. Even if I sell my house, I can't gather enough. I'll help you, it's just 150 million. Su Chen decided to support Su Yutong. You? Su Yutong looked at Su Chen, completely disbelieving that he could come up with 150 million. After all, Su Chen's house was rented. How could he possibly have that much money? Yes, but I have a condition. You need to help me manage the company. Afterward, Su Chen wouldn't help Su Yutong without asking for something in return. His own company was in need of personnel, and Su Yutong was a good candidate. You still have a company? Su Yutong said in surprise. Don't worry about that. For now, just tell me if you agree. If you do, I'll help you get the money, Su Chen said. Okay, give me the money. Su Yutong nodded immediately, thinking Su Chen was joking and not expecting him to really come up with 150 million. No rush. Do you know if there are any auctions in Xinjiang in the next couple of days? Su Chen didn't have money now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have money in a few days. Auctions? No, Su Yutong thought for a moment and shook her head. Great, Su Chen had hoped to buy some gems at the auction, but it turned out there were none. Isn't the protagonist in novels supposed to get what they need? This script doesn't match. What do you need an auction for? Su Yutong asked curiously. I have a batch of jade that I want to sell. Su Chen had to reveal his plan. Jade? Is it a large quantity? Su Yutong thought for a moment. Since Su Chen dared to boast about helping her come up with 150 million, then this batch of jade must be considerable. Not a lot, but the quality is very good, Su Chen said. Well, I may not know anyone in the jade industry, but I know a place that can help you sell this jade. Not to mention 150 million, even 1.5 billion can be arranged, Su Yutong said. Where is this place? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. The next day, Su Chen and Su Yutong boarded a plane to Nanchang. Nanchang, located on the border and adjacent to Myanmar, is a major hub for the transportation of jade to the inland. The jade trading market in Myanmar sees a massive amount of jade transactions every day, shipping to all corners of the world. Don't even mention 150 million. The daily transaction volume exceeds that. Your jade won't make much of a splash there, so you can sell it with confidence, Su Yutong said to Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't help but admire her. After all, she was a business person. Even if she wasn't in this industry, she understood things that ordinary people didn't. After landing in Nanchang, they still needed to travel from there to Myanmar. Su Chen had brought out 2 egg-sized pink crystals from the game yesterday, along with 6 emeralds, which should be enough to gather 150 million. If it wasn't enough, he could always make another trip to the game. The two of them passed through security with their passports before entering Myanmar. Let's go find a place to stay first. Su Yutong skillfully searched for a few hotels. I'm sorry, but there's only one suite left, the front desk informed them. Su Yutong had initially wanted to book 2 rooms, but the front desk told them there was only 1 suite available. A suite is fine, she shrugged, not minding since a suite had more than 1 room anyway. After dropping off their luggage in the room, they headed to the jade trading market. Time was tight, and Su Chen and Su Yutong didn't have much time to waste. The trading market was indeed large. The entire street was filled with jade vendors, bustling with people, mostly locals and tourists, with many bargaining. Right on the street. Are we really going to find someone on the street like this? Su Chen looked at the locals shouting about their jewelry and stones, feeling he couldn't do that. I've already inquired. The high-grade jade and raw stones are inside. Follow me. Su Yutong was clearly well prepared and much more familiar with the situation than Su Chen, who was a novice. They navigated through the crowded street and arrived at a large courtyard where there were guards at the entrance. Halt! No entry for outsiders. Just as Su Chen was about to enter, he was stopped by 2 men outside. We're here to sell jade, Su Yutong stated their purpose. No entry without an invitation or a familiar introduction. The 2 men showed no intention of letting Su Chen in. Su Chen looked at Su Yutong, implying, didn't you inquire about this? Su Yutong felt a bit helpless. She had only found out about this place but didn't know they needed an invitation or a familiar introduction. Bro, here are the photos of our jade. Please report to your leader. Thank you for your trouble. Su Chen pulled out a photo and handed it to one of the men. The man glanced at the photo, and his expression changed instantly. Wait here, he said before going inside to report. Ha! Su Yutong was puzzled. Were people this easy to talk to now? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Easy to talk to? He had slipped several thousand yuan under the photo. Before long, the man returned. You can go in. He opened the door and let Su Chen and Su Yutong in. Just how good is your jade that it could make them make an exception for you? Su Yutong, not very knowledgeable about jade, was surprised that a single photo could get them in, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. You two need to have your items appraised before entering. They were led into a room where an elderly man was seated. Please take a look. Su Chen knew they had to have their jade authenticated before being allowed in, so he didn't say much. He took out a piece of jade but didn't reveal everything. That would be too intimidating and would inevitably attract unwanted attention. The elderly man's eyes lit up when he saw the jade in Su Chen's hand. A top-grade piece. Top grade. I haven't seen such exquisite imperial green in years, the old man exclaimed. With his keen eye, he immediately discerned the authenticity of the jadeite. It was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Can we go in now? Su Chen interrupted the other's excitement and asked. Oh, yes, go ahead. The old man came back to his senses and returned the jadeite to Su Chen. Although Su Chen's jadeite was of excellent quality, its small size was not enough to make him lose his composure. Su Chen exited through another door of the small room and suddenly the view opened up before him. Inside, the flowers and plants were fragrant and the environment was elegant, surrounded by pavilions on 3 sides, with a fountain garden in the center, a stark contrast to the outside. Welcome, guests. You can rest in the pavilion for now. Someone will notify you when the trading event begins, the attendant said to Su Chen and his companion. Su Chen and Su Yutong sat down at an empty table, and many others were waiting in the surrounding pavilions, mostly locals, with only a few Western faces. The demand for jadeite among Westerners was not high. They still preferred diamonds and crystals. Oh, isn't that Su Chen? What a coincidence. Su Chen turned around in surprise, wondering who recognized him. Dong Chimai? The person before him was indeed Dong Chimai, the owner of Yubo Xian on Antique Street. Dong Chimai had come to Myanmar this time to find a piece of jadeite that could match the top-grade one Su Chen had sold to Jiang Hongwei last time, otherwise he would surely lose at the next jade exchange event. Boss Dong? What are you doing here? Su Chen asked, puzzled. I was going to ask you the same thing. Are you here to buy jadeite? Dong Chimai was even more curious than Su Chen. Hadn't Su Chen just sold a top-grade jadeite? Why was he here to buy more? No, I'm here to sell some, Su Chen replied with a smile. What? You have more? Dong Chimai was shocked by Su Chen's words. Su Chen was here to sell jadeite again. How did he have so much? Moreover, it couldn't possibly be of the same quality as last time, could it? Yes, I've been a bit short on cash lately. Su Chen didn't hide anything. Dong Chimai was likely to be a potential client for him soon, so there was no need for secrecy. Welcome, everyone, to Myanmar. At that moment, a woman in a bright red chipo walked to the center of the garden, heavily made up, still exuding charm. The hem of her chipa was slit up to her hips, and she wore black stockings. The combination of black silk and chipa was simply stunning. Su Chen couldn't help but glance at her legs. Humph! A cold snort came from beside him. Su Chen turned to look at Su Yutong in confusion. What's wrong? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Is she really that pretty? With such heavy makeup? Su Yutong said arrogantly. The makeup isn't good, it's too heavy. She probably has 2 pounds of powder on her face. Su Chen's words finally brought a hint of joy to Su Yutong's expression. But her figure is nice. Su Chen's next comment made the smile that had just appeared on Su Yutong's face vanish instantly. Humph! Su Yutong was too lazy to argue with Su Chen, preferring to ignore the beautiful woman beside her and look at someone else. Su Chen, of course, didn't notice the change in Su Yutong's mood. His attention was entirely on the woman at the center of the garden, as her appearance signaled the start of the trading event. I believe everyone has been waiting eagerly, so we will now officially begin the trading event. The rules for this trading are free bidding. Anyone with treasures can come up and present them to me at any time, with free auctioning and bidding. The highest bidder wins, the woman in the cheapo said, turning in circles to address the crowd. Su Chen found this method quite novel. It was his first time seeing such an auction style. This method had its downsides, primarily that it offered no privacy protection for sellers. Soon, someone stepped up to present the first item for auction. The first item for auction is a window-opening raw stone, the size of a basketball. Looking out the window, the quality was excellent, and everyone was casually bidding without a reserve price, with each bid no less than 10,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, 650,000, 750,000. The price soared, with all the top figures in the industry present, well versed in jade and stone, knowing the price points like the back of their hands. The starting price for the raw stone was also high and basically known. As long as the price wasn't particularly high, there wouldn't be a loss. Soon, this raw stone was acquired by Dong Chimai for 1,200,000, a price that was already at the ceiling, but Dong Chimai was currently short on jade materials, so he had to buy at a high price. The next item for auction is a Myanmar No. 1 old pit raw stone, starting price 1 million, with each bid not less than 100,000. The second item was a jadeite raw stone, which Su Chen didn't understand, but others rushed forward to study it. The old pit stones had a very high green rate, and even those of slightly better quality could see a significant increase, so these bosses were very interested. Black skin, deep green, no mist, this raw stone performs very well. I bid 2 million. One of the older bosses was the first to place a bid. I bid 2,400,000, 2,500,000, 2,600,000. Everyone was bidding directly to their perceived price point. All present were experts, and there was no chance of picking up a bargain here. Whether they could secure it depended solely on their own skills. Soon, this raw stone was bought by a foreigner. I quite like gambling on stones. Thank you all for your support. The Western man stood up and nodded gentlemanly to those around him. The surrounding bosses had no choice. Although they liked it, they couldn't afford it. Su Chen couldn't wait any longer and directly walked up to hand a piece of jade to the woman in the cheapao. What is this? Ice-type imperial green, Su Chen said calmly. This. The woman in the cheapao was momentarily stunned by Su Chen's words. Make a bid. Su Chen disregarded her reaction and returned after handing it to her. This, well, the next item for auction, ice-type imperial green. The buyer said so. I don't know much about imperial green. Everyone can bid freely, those interested can come up to take a look, the woman in the cheapao said, as she wasn't familiar with imperial green, so she didn't dare to be certain. Moreover, ice-type imperial green? It had been years since one had come out. Su Chen casually took one out and claimed it was ice-type imperial green. Could she believe that? Whether it's ice-type or imperial green, I would believe either, but having both together is hard to believe. If you're joking, at least change the venue. Of course, some people didn't believe that what Su Chen brought out was ice-type imperial green. I bid 1 million. Dong Chimai felt a surge of excitement. While others might not believe it, he absolutely did it. Previously, Su Chen had taken out a piece of ice-type imperial green, and he didn't think this one was fake either. After Dong Chimai placed his bid, people around began to take notice. All present were sharp individuals, and no one would casually spend money on a fake. Wait, I want to take a look first. Someone started to show interest in this piece of jade. No, since no one is competing with me, shouldn't we start the bidding? Dong Chimai immediately became displeased. He still wanted to pick up a bargain. Sorry, there are no specific rules for this trading event. If anyone has objections, they can come up to inspect it any time. The cheapao woman patiently explained to Dong Chimai. Dong Chimai immediately felt deflated. He had hoped to snag a deal, but it seemed there was no chance. After these people carefully examined the jade, they realized that what the host said was true. It really was ice-type imperial green. I bid 10 million, 15 million, 16 million, 18 million, 20 million. This 20 million was bid by Dong Chimai. Last time he wanted to buy the jade in Su Chen's hands for 20 million, but Su Chen didn't sell it to him. This time, he was eager to see if anyone would compete with him. 21 million. However, none of those present were short on cash. 20 million was nothing, especially for the rare ice-type Imperial Green. 22 million. Dong Chimai was determined he had to secure this piece of jade. 23 million. 24 million. The price remained high, and in the end, Dong Chimai successfully acquired the jade for 27 million. Dong Chimai looked pained. Compared to Jiang Hongwei, he had spent nearly 10 million more. It was simply a huge loss. Su Chen was overjoyed. This brought in over 20 million, getting him very close to 150 million. Su Chen quickly went up again and brought out another piece of jade. The woman in the chi pao stared blankly at Su Chen. You have more? Yeah, let's keep going, Su Chen replied before heading back. The woman in the chi pao looked at the jade in her hand and could only helplessly speak up. The next auction item is still ice-type Imperial Green. The crowd immediately stirred. They had just missed one ice-type Imperial Green and didn't expect another. I bid 20 million. This time, they didn't even look and directly placed their bids, and the price quickly rose above 20 million. Ultimately, it was taken by the second highest bidder from earlier for 26 million. Then Su Chen happily trotted over to present another piece of jade. How many do you have? The woman in the chi pao looked exasperated. Why didn't he bring them all out at once? This is the last one, Su Chen smiled and said. The next auction item is still ice-type Imperial Green. The woman in the chi pao said wearily, almost numb. This time, the crowd's enthusiasm waned. One was a masterpiece. 2 were treasures, and 3 were starting to feel like cabbages. Who still had any interest? However, it was still ice-type Imperial Green, and its value remained, eventually selling for 22 million. The woman in the chi pao sighed in relief. Without Su Chen disrupting the auction, it could proceed normally. But then, in the blink of an eye, Su Chen was back again. What are you up to now? The woman in the chi pao was starting to fear Su Chen. Was there anything he couldn't bring out all at once? Didn't you say there were no more ice-type Imperial Greens? The woman in the chi pao said, speechless. The jade is gone, but I still have diamonds, Su Chen said, pulling out a diamond. A chicken egg-sized diamond, still in its carved form, oval-shaped with 76 facets, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight, and it was a pink diamond. When this diamond appeared, the locals didn't react much, but the few Westerners were indeed shocked. Diamonds were far more popular than jade in the West. I bid 100 million. A Westerner stood up and shouted. This person was a jeweler from a Western country, primarily dealing in diamonds. He could tell the authenticity and value of this diamond at a glance and unhesitatingly placed a high bid. The largest diamonds in the world are comparable to this one, and their grades might not even match this diamond. Those diamonds typically sell for over $100 million, and while this one might not be as large, it was still worth at least $100 or $200 million. The other Westerners, seeing him bid, immediately became interested. They naturally knew his identity, and any diamond that could pique his interest was undoubtedly priceless. Even a few domestic jewelers, who rarely dealt with diamonds, were tempted and rushed forward to examine the diamond's quality and authenticity. 200 million. Another Westerner placed a bid, directly raising the price by 100 million. The currency used here was not dollars but Chinese yuan. 300 million. The first bidder did not give up. The diamond's price was far from over. 400 million. This time, the bidder was a domestic jeweler. Mr. Liu, I brought $300 million today. Are you sure you want to compete with me? The Westerner reminded. Liu Wensher. Both were jewelers and considered rivals internationally. After hearing the other party's words, Liu Wensher showed no change in expression. Connor. You're joking. I only brought 400 million. If you have more money, I will naturally withdraw. Liu Wensher had no intention of being overly ambitious, but it was good to make the opponent spend a bit more. 450 million. Connor raised the bid by another 50 million. 500 million. A calm voice rang out, and everyone turned to look, their expressions changing instantly. Even Connor frowned and quietly sat down, no longer intending to compete. Su Chen was taken aback. The person making the bid seemed to have an unusual identity. The one bidding 500 million was a young man with a dark complexion, looking like he was from Myanmar, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in military attire. 500 million once, 500 million twice, 500 million 3 times. Sold. The woman in the chi pao quickly called out 3 times, and the diamond was successfully bought by the black-faced man in military uniform. Su Chen felt a bit unhappy. He thought the price could have gone higher, but with this person showing up, no one dared to bid anymore. Clearly an unfair competition. However, now in a foreign land, Su Chen didn't want to cause trouble. Anyway, the money was sufficient, and it was better to avoid conflict. During the rest of the auction, Su Chen did not participate again. When the trading session ended, he received the payment that belonged to him. After deducting the 10% commission from the exchange, Su Chen finally received 517,500,000. This money was enough to resolve the crisis of Su Yutong's company. The two left the exchange, and halfway, Su Chen frowned. He felt someone was following them from behind. Yutong, you go back first. I have something to take care of, Su Chen said. To Su Yutong, what are you going to do? Do you want to experience the local customs and culture? Su Yutong pouted and leaned closer to Su Chen's face, questioning him. What are you thinking? I really have something to do. You go back first, and I'll be there soon. After Su Chen's repeated persuasion, Su Yutong reluctantly left and returned to the hotel alone. After Su Yutong walked far away, Su Chen turned and took a different path. The tail behind hesitated for a moment in the direction of Su Chen and Su Yutong before choosing to follow Su Chen. After feeling that the other party was still following him, Su Chen decisively chose to walk towards a more secluded area. Unknowingly, Su Chen arrived at a ruin where the houses had just been demolished for reconstruction and the construction site hadn't started yet. There was no one around. Who are you? Why are you following me? With no place to hide, the person was naturally exposed in front of Su Chen. So I was discovered. I thought I was underestimated. The other party was not surprised at all, showing no panic at being found out. Who do you work for? Su Chen knew this person must have started following him from the exchange, but he couldn't be sure whose person it was. There were too many big shots present, and anyone could be a possibility. Young Master Li Biddy invites you to be his guest. He wants to discuss the diamond transaction with you. The other party did not hide it, clearly not afraid of Su Chen's retaliation. Li Biddy? Su Chen did not know who this Li Biddy was. Why don't you give me some information about your young master? I don't know any Li Biddy. Young Master Li Biddy is the one who bought your diamond. After the other party's reminder, Su Chen recalled who Li Biddy was, the black-faced man in military uniform. Su Chen had no good feelings towards him. If it weren't for him, the diamond could have sold for a higher price. Let's forget about the collaboration. I'm not interested in your young master. Su Chen immediately refused. You don't have a choice. Either you come back with me to see the young master, or I will force you to go back with me to see him. You choose one. The other party was clearly prepared for Su Chen's refusal. If Su Chen didn't go, he would just forcibly take him away. Su Chen smiled. He had just used a property pill to enhance his physique, and his strength and speed had obviously increased several times. Was he afraid of just one person? Then you can give it a try. Su Chen also wanted to test his own strength. Seeing Su Chen so resolute, the other party no longer held back, pulling out a baton from behind and swinging it hard, extending a metal rod over half a meter long. Su Chen's expression changed. If it was a fight, then fine, but why bring a weapon? The other party didn't waste words with Su Chen and charged straight in with a blow aimed at his head. Su Chen dodged, the baton slicing past him. He could even hear the whooshing sound of the baton cutting through the air, clearly indicating that the opponent had no intention of holding back. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen threw a punch at the opponent's chest. The other party quickly pulled back the baton to block in front of him, and Su Chen's punch landed on the baton. The man was immediately pushed back several steps by Su Chen's force. Looking at the baton in his hand, it was bent, directly twisted by Su Chen's punch. The man was astonished, completely not expecting Su Chen to have such strength. Su Chen continued to close in, not giving the opponent a chance to catch his breath. He threw another punch at the opponent, who dared not take it head-on and could only dodge as best as he could. But he was still hit by Su Chen's punch on the shoulder, feeling as if his shoulder had been struck by a giant hammer, his scapula cracking. Wait! The opponent quickly called for a stop. If this continued, he feared Su Chen would beat him to death. Li Biddy is the young master of the Wali group. I hope you consider this. Opposing the Wali group, you won't survive in Myanmar. He was no match for Su Chen, and could only pull out the big flag behind him to make Su Chen think twice. Wali? Su Chen's expression changed. He knew a bit about Wali, a notorious criminal organization in Myanmar, known for scams and extortion. Many people from his country had been deceived and were trapped in Myanmar, unable to return. Yes, you know what kind of power our Wali group holds. I hope you don't bite the hand that feeds you. He became a bit cocky seeing that Su Chen was aware of the Wali group. If it were another force, I might have gone along with you, but Wali? Screw you. Su Chen directly attacked, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at him. 15 minutes later, Su Chen looked down at the bruised and battered man lying at his feet, feeling much more relaxed. He couldn't do much against the powerful Wali group, but teaching this lackey a lesson was quite simple. Pa! Su Chen spat a thick phlegm onto the man's face and then strode away, leaving the lackey lying on the ground, moaning. Shortly after Su Chen left, the lackey took out his phone and dialed a number, informing the person on the other end of the phone about what had happened. Got it? Useless. Su Yutong was anxiously waiting for Su Chen at the hotel, and she finally felt relieved when he returned. This was abroad, not at home. If anything happened, it would be hard to deal with. Where have you been? You're so dirty, Su Yutong asked, puzzled by the dust on Su Chen's clothes. Su Chen patted the dust off his clothes. It was from the fight earlier. It's nothing, just a little personal matter. Su Chen didn't tell Su Yutong the truth to avoid worrying her. That night, Su Chen entered the game again. Now that he had enough money, it was time to find something to improve himself. First, Su Chen went to complete the main quest, finding the head of the Yongle escort agency. The letter of introduction from the old village chief was meant for Headley. Headley, this is the letter from our village. Chief. Su Chen handed the letter to Headley. Headley read it and nodded in satisfaction. You actually dealt with the Earth Dragon at Wulong Slope. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, Headley said with satisfaction. Our village chief mentioned that Headley has encountered some difficulties? Su Chen asked knowingly. Well, recently the bandits in the Willow Forest have been rampant, seriously affecting our escorting business. The government lacks manpower to deal with the bandits. If the young hero is willing, could you help us eliminate them? A hint of worry appeared on Headley's face, clearly troubled by the bandit issue. I will certainly do my part to help eliminate the bandits. Su Chen immediately agreed. Ding, the main quest to reach Tianshin City is completed, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding, new quest, eliminate bandits in the Willow Forest. Bandits 0/10. The bandit elimination quest is not urgent. The main quests in martial arts competition are generally simple, and the rewards are not high. The focus is still on daily quests, side quests, and dungeon tasks. So, Su Chen decided to tackle a dungeon to gather some equipment. Su Chen found the daily quest giver, Bubong Mang, under the city wall. Monsters often cause trouble along the official road. Would the young hero be willing to help? Of course, I'm willing. Ding. New quest, monsters causing trouble. Su Chen accepted a decent quest. The monster trouble is a dungeon task that does not affect the main storyline of the game and even differs from the game's setting. The main storyline is about the martial arts world, while this task involves monsters. He directly used the guiding bee to save himself the trouble of finding the target. In a flash, Su Chen appeared outside Tianshin City, on the official road. In front of him was a glowing vortex, the entrance to the dungeon. Su Chen stepped right in. Everything went dark and he found himself in a new world, where the environment was somewhat dim, filled with strange stones and bizarre rocks resembling clawing monsters. Su Chen's task was to eliminate the monsters here, about 20 in total, including a boss. Soon, Su Chen spotted two monsters, bipedal creatures standing upright, with sharp claws, hunched bodies, and spines covered in bone spikes. Their heads resembling wolves with sharp fangs. They had a pleasant name, Bone-Piercing Demon. Bone-Piercing Demon, ordinary monster, level 5. Health points, 200. With Su Chen's current damage, he could deal around 40 points of damage in one hit, needing about 5 strikes to take down one Bone-Piercing Demon. Su Chen approached with a sword strike, and a white -39 damage floated out from the top of the Bone-Piercing Demon's head. Su Chen's current attack couldn't deal penetrating damage yet. The Bone-Piercing Demon reacted and clawed at Su Chen, dealing a small -3 damage that floated out from Su Chen's head. With a defense of 57 points, Su Chen found it hard for ordinary monsters of the same level to inflict significant damage. Su Chen felt completely at ease. With damage below double digits, he could easily withstand it. After a while, the two bone-piercing demons lay at Su Chen's feet. Su Chen still had 2/3 of his health left, which instantly recovered due to the blood pool effect. Using this method, Su Chen continuously hunted down bone-piercing demons, quickly eliminating all of them except for the boss, and he successfully leveled up to level 6. He allocated all his attribute points to strength. Su Chen decided to go all out on a single path, adopting a brute force style. Bone-piercing Demon Leader, Boss, Level 5 Health 500 with this last boss remaining. Su Chen accepted this quest mainly because of it. Only boss level monsters have the chance to drop rare equipment. 500 health points is not much. Su Chen only needed a dozen attacks to defeat it, but he was unsure how much damage it could inflict. Su Chen currently had only 120 health points, and he could only afford to take a hit if it was below double digits. Let's do this. Su Chen encouraged himself. His plan was to take down this boss. He couldn't just give up when he was so close, right? Although it had been a long time and he couldn't remember clearly, he recalled that this boss was not difficult to defeat in the game, and even those with worse equipment than his had taken it down. Su Chen executed a jumping slash, striking the boss on the head, and a blood red -86 damage floated out. Su Chen had triggered a critical hit, doubling the damage. After taking damage, the boss moved, turning around to deliver an elbow strike that hit Su Chen. Su Chen didn't dodge and took the hit directly. -12. A chill ran through Su Chen's heart. He could only withstand 10 such attacks at most. Su Chen began to contemplate escape. Not knowing if he could be resurrected, he didn't want to take any risks. Whoosh! The boss turned around and swiped a claw at Su Chen. Su Chen instinctively crouched down to evade. Miss a word floated above Su Chen's head. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback. He actually missed? Suddenly, Su Chen realized this wasn't a real game. He could dodge. A surge of joy filled Su Chen. He had been calculating turn-based damage all along, completely unaware of this crucial point. Previously, when he fought other monsters, he had been going head-to-head, subconsciously ignoring this aspect. If that's the case, then he had a chance. Taking advantage of the boss's attack opening, Su Chen thrust his longsword upward from below, dealing another -42 damage. At that moment, the boss swiped at Su Chen again, and he rolled to the side to dodge. Sure enough, it missed again. Su Chen felt a wave of joy. It seemed that as long as he remained agile, the boss couldn't hit him. After a dozen strikes, Su Chen finally pierced the boss's neck with his last sword thrust, reducing its health to 0, completely defeated. Meanwhile, Su Chen still had nearly half of his health left. He hadn't dodged all the attacks, just a portion of them. Whoosh! A blue light appeared beside the boss, and it dropped loot. Su Chen hurriedly picked it up. Peacock Feather level 5 all attributes plus 5 special effect adds fire attribute damage when attacking. Su Chen was astonished. It was actually the early game artifact, the Peacock Feather, with a drop rate of only 1.5%. This was an accessory, and equipping it early on was almost equivalent to doubling his damage. Calling it an artifact was no exaggeration, even though it was just a blue item. Su Chen's heart stirred. He didn't plan to equip this item. He wanted to take it into reality. But first, he needed to enhance it and then refine it into a pink item. Refining into a pink item required blue or higher equipment, using pink crystals at the blacksmith to enhance it, which would add a pink attribute line. Before refining, Su Chen first enhanced the Peacock Feather to +5. Peacock Feather +5 level 5 all attributes plus 10 special effect adds 130% fire attribute damage when attacking. Only then did Su Chen place the enhanced Peacock Feather into the enhancement interface and added the pink crystal. Refining equipment only had one chance. The attributes were random, and it was possible for strength equipment to refine into mana attributes, which would render the equipment useless. A flash of white light, and the Peacock Feather transformed from blue to pink, with a pink attribute appearing. Divine Protection negates 1 lethal damage. Su Chen was instantly stunned. His luck today was incredible. Was it at the cost of his life? Su Chen hesitated to take it out. He wanted to use that attribute in the game. But in reality, Su Chen indeed needed equipment to enhance himself, especially after offending the Valley Group. Su Chen woke up, and the sky was already dimly bright. He couldn't wait to take the Peacock Feather out of his backpack. A light pink feather-shaped pendant appeared in Su Chen's hand. Peacock Feather grants the wearer fire control ability. Avoid lethal damage, 1 month. Cooldown after each trigger. Su Chen eagerly put it around his neck, and he immediately felt his strength increase a bit. The effects of the attribute boost should also be present, just not displayed. Su Chen extended his hand, and with a thought, a ball of flame ignited in his palm. The firelight illuminated Su Chen's face, and he showed an ecstatic expression. The feeling of having extraordinary power was so damn exhilarating. Ah! Suddenly, a scream from Su Yutong's room next door pierced through. Su Chen's expression changed, and he hurried over. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Su Yutong, unconscious, being carried by 2 people into the elevator. At the end of the corridor, one of the people also saw Su Chen and smiled at him. Su Chen quickly chased after them, but the elevator had already closed. He didn't have time to wait for the elevator and ran down the stairs instead. By the time he reached the first floor, the other party had already walked to the door and was about to get into a car. Su Chen desperately pursued, moving at high speed, but he was still too late. Su Yutong was lifted into the car, and the vehicle sped away. Su Chen anxiously flagged down a taxi by the roadside. Driver, catch up to the car in front. The border with Myanmar is adjacent to Huaxia, and most people can speak Chinese. Even if they can't, they can understand it. Okay, hold on tight. The driver smiled, shifted gears, and sped off. After a few minutes, the car in front stopped at the entrance of an abandoned factory. Thank you. Su Chen tossed some cash to the driver. Just 2 intersections and I'm all fired up, the driver said, somewhat indignantly. Su Chen looked at the abandoned factory ahead. Had they kidnapped Su Yutong and brought her here for him, or was it for her? He recalled the smile that person had shown him earlier. It was most likely directed at him. The only force he had conflicts with in Myanmar was the Wali group. Li Biddy. It was very likely this guy's doing. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. If it was indeed aimed at him, then Su Yutong probably wasn't in much danger now. Su Chen walked into the abandoned factory with a blank expression. As soon as he stepped inside, the large door behind him was closed by someone who had emerged from who knows where. Then, a group of people surrounded him, each holding a long gun. A young man walked out from the crowd. Su Chen recognized him. He was the one who had bought his diamond at the exchange. Su Chen, right? I invited you over, and you didn't give me face. Now you've come, haven't you? Li Biddy said with a light laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. What do you want? Where's my friend? Su Chen frowned and asked. Clap, clap. Li Biddy clapped his hands, and the crowd parted, revealing Su Yutong tied to a chair, still unconscious. I just want to talk to you about a partnership in the diamond business. There was no need for it to come to this. Li Biddy shrugged, feigning a helpless expression. I've already sold you the only diamond I had. How can we cooperate further? No. Li Biddy shook his finger. You have more diamonds. It's impossible for you to have just one. Just like your jade, you definitely don't have only one. Li Biddy was convinced that Su Chen had more than one diamond, and even if he guessed wrong, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Su Chen didn't expect that Li Biddy could guess he still had diamonds, but he would never admit it. Admitting it would only lead to more trouble. You're overthinking it. If I had so many diamonds, I would have gone to the auction house long ago. Why would I come here to sell them? It's not safe. Su Chen came up with an excuse. Li Biddy smiled. Precisely because you have many diamonds, you dare not go to the auction house. Only by cooperating with me can we negotiate a good price. Li Biddy was even more certain that Su Chen had more diamonds. The more Su Chen tried to deny it, the more it proved he was hiding something. I don't have diamonds, but I know the owner of a diamond mine in South Africa. I can help you make a connection. Su Chen could only find another way to divert Li Biddy's attention, hoping he wouldn't focus on him. Oh, I've heard of a few owners in South Africa. Which one? Li Biddy's eyes lit up as he asked Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly didn't know how to respond. If the other party recognized the name, he would be exposed. Walker Loud, Su Chen randomly made up a name. At this moment, he couldn't hesitate. Any hesitation would lead to suspicion. Walker Loud? Li Biddy lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Alright, you help me make the connection and I'll give you a 10% profit share. Li Biddy didn't suspect Su Chen at all. Li Biddy had no understanding of the diamond industry. He was just bluffing Su Chen earlier. Alright, can you let my friend go now? Su Chen immediately agreed. No rush, your sister-in-law is safe with me, you can rest assured. I won't let her lose a single hair. Since Brother Fan is on my turf, I will definitely treat him well. Come on, I'll take Brother Fan to experience the customs and culture of Myanmar. Li Biddy had no intention of letting Su Yutong go. As long as she was in his hands, he felt secure that Su Chen wouldn't escape. Su Chen glanced around at the heavily armed men and abandoned the idea of a forced breakout. Then I'll trouble you, brotherly, Su Chen said with a smile. He needed to lower the other party's guard first to have a chance to rescue Su Yutong. Ha, good brother. Li Biddy laughed heartily, putting his arm around Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen frowned slightly. Li Biddy had a rough demeanor. Such a person could be laughing and joking with you one moment and then slit your throat the next. I'll take you to see our place. You must have heard of the Wally Group, right? Li Biddy chatted enthusiastically with Su Chen in the car. I've heard a little. That's good to know. I'll take you to see the grandeur of Wally. Li Biddy's eyes sparkled with pride when he mentioned the Wally Group. Su Chen, however, was somewhat disinterested. He was there to rescue Su Yutong, but there was no opportunity at the moment. The car drove for a long time, heading north, and it took Su Chen over an hour to reach their destination. In front of Su Chen stood a massive hotel, backed by deep mountains towering over 10 stories high and stretching a kilometer wide. In front of the hotel was a garden and a square where armed personnel patrolled. The Wally Grand Hotel offered dozens of entertainment options, including accommodation, dining, casinos, and entertainment. This was the headquarters of the Wally Group, frequented by elites from various countries, either rich or powerful. It looked glamorous on the surface, but information leaked online revealed that beneath this glitz lay sordid dealings unknown to the public. You can settle in. First, once you help me contact the boss in South Africa, your sister-in-law, and the money will be handed over to you, Li Biddy said with a smile. On his turf, he wasn't worried about Su Chen causing any trouble. His subordinate said Su Chen had strong combat abilities, but what could even the strongest combat skills do against real guns? Su Chen was helplessly arranged by Li Biddy to settle in. He scanned the room and felt eyes watching him. There were cameras in the room. Su Chen's first task was to find Su Yutong's location, otherwise, it would be difficult to rescue her. He wanted to go out and take a look. Sorry, Mr. Su, young Master Li instructed us that if you have any requests, you can tell us and we will do our best to accommodate you. For now, you cannot go out alone. Please understand. The two guards outside politely stopped Su Chen. Now he couldn't even go out, and as for breaking through? A glance at the bulging shapes at the guards' waists immediately dispelled that thought. He could only wait. Li Biddy needed him to contact the diamond mine owner, so he wouldn't keep him waiting long, nor would he do anything to Su Yutong. At least not for now. Su Chen could only wait for Li Biddy to come find him. He probably wouldn't have to wait long. The temptation of the South African diamond mine was still quite significant. Sure enough, Su Chen didn't have to wait long. That evening, Li Biddy invited him to dinner. Brother Su, simple fare, I apologize for the lack of hospitality, please don't be polite, Li Biddy said as he brought Su Chen to the first-floor restaurant, where a large dining table was set for just the two of them, filled with delicacies. Abalone and shark fin were secondary. The main attractions were bear paws, tiger penises, and deer antlers, which were absolutely unavailable in the country. You call this simple fare? Brother Su, when can you take me to meet the boss of the diamond mine? Li Biddy asked Su Chen. That requires me to personally go to South Africa. Why don't you come with me, Brother Li? It would be a good opportunity to see the diamond mine scene. I fear young Master Li hasn't seen raw diamonds before, has he? Forget about going to South Africa. Why don't you just go by yourself, Brother Su? I'll wait here for the good news of your awakening. Li Biddy was no fool. He was a local here, but once they got to South Africa, it would be different. Letting Su Chen take the risk was much better than him going. Personally, I can go by myself, but I want to see my friend first. I need to confirm she's safe, Su Chen insisted. How could he save someone without seeing Su Yutong? Sure, after we finish eating, I'll take you to see her, Li Biddy readily agreed. It was just a meeting after all. Let's go now, I've finished eating, Su Chen said, though he hadn't eaten a bite. He had no appetite and was also worried that Li Biddy might tamper with the food. Alright, follow me. Li Biddy had no choice but to take Su Chen to see Su Yutong. Li Biddy wasn't worried about being deceived. He treated Su Yutong well, providing her with good food and drink, but she was not allowed to leave the presidential suite. Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen, Su Yutong rushed over, her face filled with fear. It's okay now. Su Chen gently patted her back, comforting her. Li Biddy wisely had his men step outside. I'll wait for you outside. Come find me when you're done. Li Biddy left the presidential suite with an expression that men understood. Li Biddy clearly misunderstood the relationship between Su Chen and Su Yutong, but this also provided Su Chen with an opportunity. Yutong, I'll find a way to get you out, but I need to take a nap first, Su Chen said seriously. Ha! Su Yutong's face turned red. Su Chen was still thinking about that at this moment. It was quite embarrassing. Pervert! Su Yutong muttered under her breath, looking down. What? You need to be quieter. I'm a bit scared, Su Yutong whispered, not knowing if they could escape, so she might as well indulge Su Chen. Alright, I'm going to sleep now, Su Chen said, lying down on the bed and closing his eyes. Su Yutong stared blankly at Su Chen, who had fallen asleep immediately. Humph! Su Yutong huffed in disappointment. In the game, Su Chen quickly opened his backpack to see what items could help them escape this place. Those equipment could enhance Su Chen's strength, but he couldn't fight 4 hands with just 2 fists, so he passed on that. The materials were useless, so he passed on those too. Only the items from the shop could be of use. Experience potions were useless. Flying talismans? Guiding bees? Only these 2 items caught Su Chen's attention. Both were teleportation items, one for returning to turn in a quest, and the other for going to the quest location to complete it. Suddenly, Su Chen had a flash of inspiration and remembered another item in the shop, the Bagua token. Su Chen eagerly opened the shop interface and found the Bagua token. Bagua token can teleport to fixed locations, 20/20ths. This item can directly teleport to several fixed locations, such as Tianshin City and Xingfeng Village, and will also unlock new maps and important places like Sex in the future. Moreover, it can store 3 coordinates, allowing teleportation to those points at any time, and one item can be used 20 times. He wondered what effect this item would have in reality. Su Chen felt excited. Perhaps this Bagua token could really help them escape. He immediately bought a Bagua token and placed it in his backpack. Item-type objects couldn't stack, so he could only take one out at a time. Su Chen lay down again, returning to reality. In reality, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Su Yutong, who was leaning on his face watching him, was startled. How did you wake up? Su Yutong's face turned red, looking nervous as if she had been caught doing something wrong. Su Chen had no time to respond to Su Yutong and eagerly took out the Bagua token. The Bagua token can teleport to any place the user has been, 20/20ths. Usage method. Think of a place you've been to and wave the Bagua token. Sure enough, the Bagua token indeed had a teleportation effect. Yutong, we have a way out, Su Chen said excitedly. What? Su Yutong was a bit confused, not understanding why Su Chen was acting so crazy after waking up. Was he still half asleep? Take this. Think about your home environment and wave it. You must think of a place you are familiar with, Su Chen said as he handed the Bagua talisman to Su Yutong. Su Yutong was a bit dazed, stiffly watching as Su Chen shoved the Bagua talisman into her hand. Think about the environment at home, wave it. Su Chen looked at Su Yutong with anticipation. Su Yutong was still a bit confused but did as Su Chen suggested. She thought about the swimming pool at home and waved the Bagua talisman in her hand. Whoosh! Su Yutong suddenly disappeared, and when her vision returned, she found herself in her backyard. Su Yutong was so scared that she sat down on the ground, the Bagua talisman falling from her hand. She looked at the Bagua talisman on the ground in shock, feeling a bit afraid. She had never had such a magical experience before, and for a moment she couldn't accept it. The worldview she had held for over 20 years suddenly collapsed at that moment, as if all the education she had received before was wrong. What is going on? Su Yutong realized that Su Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. Yutong, how did you get here? Zhang Yue came to the backyard and was very surprised to see Su Yutong. Wasn't Yutong supposed to be in Myanmar with Su Chen? How could she suddenly be back? According to the flight schedule, it shouldn't be possible to get home so quickly. Mom! Su Yutong rushed into Zhang Yue's arms, not daring to pick up the Bagua talisman on the ground, fearing that some thought in her mind would teleport her away again. What happened? Did Su Chen bully you? Zhang Yue patted Su Yutong's back, softly comforting her. No, Su Yutong shook her head, unsure how to explain to her mother. Maybe it was better to wait for Su Chen to come back and talk about it. Oh, Su Chen! Su Yutong suddenly realized that Su Chen was still in danger. He had given her such a magical item. What would happen to him? In Myanmar, after sending Su Yutong away, Su Chen knew he was about to face Li Biddy's wrath. Since there were cameras inside, they must have discovered Su Yutong's disappearance. Su Chen touched the peacock feather around his neck, preparing to fight his way out. Soon, a series of footsteps came from outside the door. Armed personnel from the Wali group had arrived, along with a frosty-faced Li Biddy. He had intended to watch a live broadcast through the surveillance, but who would have thought that Su Chen would just lie down and take a nap? Not only that, but he also somehow made Su Yutong disappear. Su Chen, you really have some skills. You managed to take someone away right under my nose. Li Biddy sneered at Su Chen inside the room. I treated you well and discussed cooperation with you, and you actually don't know what's good for you. Today, you won't walk out of this door alive. Li Biddy said coldly to the room. Su Chen looked at the layout of the room. Going out the front door was definitely not an option. There were at least dozens of fully armed personnel outside. If he went out, it would be like seeking death. The only way out was through the window. Su Chen looked. This was the 6th floor, and generally, anyone jumping down from here would either die or be severely injured. He noticed that there was a platform every 2 floors. If Su Chen could jump onto the platform each time, he could safely reach the ground. Bang! The door to the presidential suite had been opened, and a group of people began to pour in, each armed to the teeth. Su Chen didn't have time to think. He immediately jumped out of the window, landing on the platform, and almost slipped off. Fortunately, Su Chen grabbed the drainage pipe, avoiding a disastrous fall. After Li Biddy entered, he did not find Su Chen's figure and ordered his men to search every room, even checking the bathroom, but they found no trace of Su Chen. Young Master Li, he ran out the window. One person noticed the swaying curtain and spotted Su Chen's figure. Li Biddy immediately rushed to the window and saw Su Chen jumping down from the 2nd floor. Enraged, Li Biddy grabbed his rifle and began shooting downwards. Su Chen pressed tightly against the wall and ran forward. Even after a whole magazine of bullets, Li Biddy still couldn't hit him. Why aren't you chasing him? Li Biddy was furious. It was the first time in his life he had been toyed with like this. Bastard! In his anger, Li Biddy slammed the rifle down onto the ground. After escaping from the Wali Grand Hotel, Su Chen ran straight into the deep mountains behind the hotel. The pursuers behind him were relentless, and Su Chen couldn't afford to stop and rest. He could only keep running deeper into the woods. He didn't know how long he had been running, but he had lost all sense of direction, and the pursuers were nowhere to be seen. To be precise, he was lost. In the pitch-black night, Su Chen couldn't tell which way was which. He was surrounded by trees. He took out his phone, but there was no signal, and he couldn't even ask Su Yutong what was going on. Su Chen could only walk aimlessly forward, hoping to find a way out of the forest. Suddenly, Su Chen froze. What the hell am I thinking? I could just go into the game and get a Bagua talisman. Su Chen suddenly remembered that he could enter the game to retrieve a Bagua talisman to teleport away, instead of wasting time here. Just then, he also felt quite tired. After running so far, he was a bit exhausted. Su Chen found a tree branch, jumped up with force, and landed on it, gradually falling asleep against the branch. Upon entering the game, Su Chen immediately bought a Bagua talisman, then returned to the inn and back to reality. Taking the Bagua talisman out of his backpack, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. Li Xiao, we've lost track of him. On the other side, because Su Chen had entered the forest, the armed personnel of the Wali group had lost his trail. Useless! Li Biddy angrily slapped one of his subordinates away. Go get Wu Wei. Wu Wei was a sorcerer hired by the Wali group, very famous in Myanmar. Li Xiao, you called for me? Wu Wei, originally named Wei, with Wu not being a surname but a title. Wu Wei was a middle-aged man, looking somewhat frail, wearing a conical hat with a long beard that was braided together. His skin was dark and he wore a long black robe. Wu Wei, someone has escaped into these mountains. Please help me find out which direction he went, Li Biddy respectfully said to Wu Wei. No problem. Wu Wei nodded immediately. He extended his dark hand from his robe, holding a piece of talisman paper, and pressed it to Li Biddy's forehead. Recall what that person looks like, Wu Wei said, eyes closed, fingers forming strange shapes as he asked Li Biddy. Li Biddy immediately closed his eyes and recalled Su Chen's appearance. Wu Wei quickly saw where Su Chen was. He is somewhere in Huaxia, too far away. Uncertain, Wu Wei said, opening his eyes to Li Biddy. How is that possible? He just entered the forest. Li Biddy couldn't believe it, but he had seen Wu Wei's abilities and wouldn't doubt that Wu Wei was deceiving him. Back home, Su Chen hurried downstairs. He then took a taxi to Su Yutong's house. Xiao Su, where have you been? What happened to you? Zhang Yuwei asked curiously. Both her daughter and Su Chen looked a bit strange today. Su Chen, having traversed the forest for so long, was inevitably covered in dirt, especially his shoes, which were thick with mud. Mom, you should go rest. I need to talk to Su Chen, Su Yutong said, knowing that Su Chen would have a hard time explaining, and she spoke up to help him out. So strange, don't stay up too late. Get some rest, Zhang Yuwei said with a knowing expression, turning to go upstairs to rest. Dongsheng, Yutong and Xiao Su are downstairs, Zhang Yuwei said with a smile to Su Dongsheng. As she entered the bedroom. What does that kid want at this hour? Su Dongsheng frowned and said. Youth is certainly about love and romance, and they can run around just like you. Zhang Yuwei said discontentedly. Why are you dragging me into this when we're talking about kids? No way, I have to go down and see. I can't let that kid take advantage of Yutong, Su Dongsheng said anxiously. Come back. Do you want our daughter to never get married? If he takes advantage, so be it. I'm quite satisfied with Su Chen anyway, he even saved your life. I'm very pleased. With this son-in-law, Zhang Yue called out to Su Dongsheng, firmly preventing him from going down. Saving a life is one thing, but I can't just hand over my daughter, Su Dongsheng muttered quietly. However, with Zhang Yue blocking him, he didn't go down again. Su Chen, the thing you gave me is in the backyard. I didn't dare to touch it, Su Yutong said softly. Su Chen nodded and went to the backyard to pick up the Bagua token. Now that we have enough money, the bank opens tomorrow and I'll transfer the money to you. How's your company doing? Now. It's okay, it's getting back on track. There's a jade exhibition coming up, that's when we'll shine, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Yutong looked a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Don't think you can back out. We agreed you'd help me solve the company issues and you'd help me manage it, Su Chen said with a look that said she couldn't back out. Oh, don't worry, I'll take care of the company matters and then come to see you. Alright, you go rest, I'm heading back. Throughout their conversation, they never mentioned the Bagua token, and Su Yutong didn't ask who Su Chen really was, as if she was deliberately ignoring it. Back home, Su Chen entered the game again. Last time, a dungeon quest had given Su Chen a divine artifact. This time, he was going to tackle the main quest. The main quest was to eliminate bandits in the Willow Forest. Killing 10 bandits would complete the task. Su Chen immediately rushed to the Willow Forest. This part of the story took place right after the Tianlong dynasty had ended its war with a rival nation and bandits were rampant, with various outlaws flocking to the mountains. Because there were too many bandits and not enough officials, they issued a public quest to eliminate them. Su Chen directly used the guiding bee to teleport to the quest location. Without the guiding bee, he would have to take a carriage, wasting a lot of time in the process. In the game, the Willow Forest was filled with bandits just wandering around. One could see dozens of them. But here, it was different. Su Chen saw no one in sight. Bandits were people, and Su Chen needed to encounter them. He could only wander aimlessly in the Willow Forest, which was named for its abundance of willow trees. The long, dense willow branches hung down, blocking the sunlight from above. This environment was indeed a great place for bandits to ambush travelers. They could easily hide by lying down among the willows. Robbery. Just as Su Chen thought of this, a loud shout came from behind him. A burly man blocked Su Chen's path, while another appeared behind him. I'm a man, why call me big sister? Call me big brother instead. What big brother? Hand over everything valuable on you, the two bandits said in a gruff voice. Su Chen shook his head. These two had no sense of humor at all. No money, just a life, come and take it. Looking for death. The bandits, seeing Su Chen's defiance, shouted and charged at him. Su Chen jumped back to dodge their attack and countered with a sword strike. -38. A level 5 ordinary monster only had 200 health, and Su Chen's strike took away 1/5 of it. Another bandit rushed over. This time, Su Chen couldn't dodge and took a hit. -3. A single-digit damage appeared above Su Chen's head, clearly showing that ordinary monsters found it hard to break through Su Chen's defense. Su Chen struck again, targeting the first bandit, taking away another 40 health points, then retreated a few steps to avoid being flanked by both. As time went by, Su Chen would dodge when he could, and when he couldn't, he would take it head-on, first targeting one person. Soon, one of them was taken down by Su Chen. The other was even easier to deal with, and he was resolved without much effort. Wow! They dropped equipment. Su Chen was surprised to find that these two bandits had actually dropped a blue item. Blue items dropped by minor monsters were generally useless, mere trash gear. Only unidentified blue items dropped by boss-level monsters could yield exceptional quality. But blue items were still better than white ones. Bright silver boots level 5 speed plus 4 constitution plus 3. Indeed, it only had 2 ordinary attributes. But it was better than nothing, so he decided to take it back. After strengthening it, he could equip it. Su Chen was hunting bandits in the Willow Forest, and by the time the sky darkened, he had finally killed 10 bandits. He used a flight talisman to go directly to Captain Li. Captain Li, the bandits have been dealt with. Here are their heads. Su Chen handed over the quest item, the bandit skulls, to Captain Li. As expected, heroes emerge from youth. Here is your reward, please accept it. Ding! Bandit extermination quest completed. Gained refined bracelet plus 1,500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. The owner of Yong'an Trading has been troubled by some matters lately. Could you go and inquire about the situation? Captain Li said to Su Chen. Su Chen knew this was a procedural quest and he would need to run back and forth between the escort agency and Yong'an Trading several times to complete it. No problem. Su Chen accepted it directly. This was part of the main quest, and refusing would leave him without any tasks. After several trips using the guiding bee and flight talisman, Su Chen finally completed this procedural quest. Young hero, a shipment has arrived from Linan City, but I can't leave. Could you help me pick it up? The owner of Yong'an Trading said to Su Chen. No problem. Ding! New quest, retrieve goods. Su Chen glanced at the time. There wasn't enough time to do the quest, so he decided to strengthen his equipment first and then head back. The new equipment he obtained was the bright silver boots and the refined bracelet. Refined bracelet level 5 strength plus 4 speed plus 5. This was a blue item. Although not great, it was slightly better than white gear. He directly enhanced it to +5. The bright silver boots were also enhanced to +5. Now that he wasn't short on money, he focused on boosting his strength. Refined bracelet +5 level, 5 strength +4, +9, speed +5, +10, bright silver boots +5 level, 5 defense, 8, +14, speed +4, +9. Equipping these two items significantly boosted Su Chen's attributes. His total strength reached 44 points and his total speed reached 49 points, surprisingly surpassing his strength. However, Su Chen hadn't allocated the 4 free attribute points from leveling up yet. After putting all of them into strength, his strength attribute reached 48 points, matching his speed. His defense also increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 62 defense. After finishing all this, Su Chen recharged 100 million gold coins and purchased 100 attribute pills. What kind of transformation would he undergo after consuming these 100 pills? However, Su Chen could only carry out 20 at a time since the limit for a backpack slot was 20. But that was fine, 20 pills were equivalent to 20 attribute points in the game. Once back in reality, Su Chen eagerly took out the attribute pills. Looking at the 20 pills, his eyes sparkled. He took one out to Su Chen, finished the rest in batches, feeling his strength increasing, as if he had endless energy. His body felt more agile, and the abs he hadn't seen in a long time had returned. Su Chen casually grabbed a Red Bull bottle. The can is particularly tough, and most people can't even crush it with their feet. Su Chen only exerted a little force, and the bottle was crumpled in his hand. He was a bit dazed, he hadn't even tried hard. Approaching the wall, Su Chen clenched his fist and slammed it against the surface. Ouch, he cried out, hugging his hand and inhaling sharply. Looking at the back of his hand, he found no injury. Instead, he had created a dent in the wall. Damn! Before, he could believe he had strength, but now it seemed to exceed human limits. To dent a concrete wall and have his hand unscathed, was that something a normal person could do? Ding ding ding. At that moment, Su Chen's phone rang. Hello? Su Chen, are you busy right now? It was Su Yutong on the line. Not busy, why? Su Chen asked, puzzled. If you're not busy, come to the company. I'm waiting for you, Su Yutong said before hanging up. Su Chen was a bit confused but tidied up and headed to Su Yutong's company. Fangu, what brings you here? The receptionist, Xiaoli, was surprised to see Su Chen at the company. Rumors had spread that Su Chen had been fired and he hadn't been to work for several days, so it was unexpected for him to show up today. Just a little something. Is President Su in? Su Chen replied with a smile. Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's smile. After a few days, he seemed to have changed a lot. President Su is in the office. Do you have an appointment? Xiaoli, as the receptionist, still had to be diligent. Contact President Su, she knows I'm here, Su Chen said to Xiaoli. Oh, isn't this little Su? You've already been fired and you still have the nerve to come to the company? An untimely voice reached Su Chen's ears. A man in his 30s, with a round face and big ears, approached. Su Chen looked at him coldly. This man was his former department head, Deng Si. Manager Deng, Su Chen has an appointment with President Su, Xiaoli said to Deng Si. Su Chen had treated Xiaoli well when he was employed, so she stood up for him now. An appointment with President Su? He thinks he deserves that? Also, have you thought about what I said before? Tonya is struggling to survive. Don't hang yourself on a single tree, Deng Si whispered to Xiaoli. Xiaoli bit her lip, feeling very conflicted. She knew the company was struggling and facing bankruptcy risks. Deng Si had approached her, offering to help her switch to another company with a generous salary, provided she became his mistress. Of course, she refused, but Deng Si had sworn that Tonya would go bankrupt today, which left her in a dilemma. Xiaoli, have you reached President Su? Su Chen didn't want to get entangled with Deng Si. Someone would deal with him for his offenses. He just wanted to see Su Yutong as soon as possible to find out what she needed. Still pretending? Enough already. Su Yutong doesn't have time to meet with unimportant people right now. If you're going to show off, at least pick a better time, Deng Si mocked, looking at Su Chen. If you keep barking, I'll tear your mouth apart. Do you believe me? Su Chen turned his head and glared at Deng Si. You little brat, you dare to threaten me. Deng Si was immediately furious. When had Su Chen ever spoken to him like that while under his command? I mean what I say. If you bark at me again, I'll smash your mouth. You! Security! Get him out of here. Deng Si, seeing the threatening look in Su Chen's eyes, actually backed down and didn't dare to confront him directly, instead instructing the security to throw Su Chen out. Smack! Su Chen slapped Deng Si hard across the face without hesitation. Su Chen's dynamic vision was also enhanced, allowing him to clearly see a large white tooth flying out of Deng Si's fat mouth. At that moment, the security guard had just rushed over, barely managing to support the swaying Deng Si. You! How dare you hit me? This isn't over. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested, Deng Si said angrily after receiving a slap from Su Chen. But he no longer dared to get too close to Su Chen, fearing another hit. Call the police? Do you dare? Leaking company secrets is enough to be considered corporate crime, right? Su Chen teased. Those words made Deng Si's body tremble. How did Su Chen know about this? What nonsense are you talking about? I'll sue you for defamation. Deng Si pointed at Su Chen's nose, furious and embarrassed. Whether it's defamation or not, you should discuss it with the police. At that moment, Su Yutong walked out of the elevator. Su, President Su? Su Chen could still argue when it was just him, but he didn't dare to act recklessly now, especially with 2 police officers following Su Yutong. I have gathered evidence regarding your leaking of company secrets and colluding with other companies to harm our interests. Please go with these 2 police officers for an investigation, Su Yutong said to Deng Si. No, it's impossible. I haven't committed any crime. I haven't. Deng Si still couldn't believe that Su Yutong would find evidence. You are suspected of bribery and embezzlement of company property. Please come with us. The 2 police officers approached and politely explained Deng Si's situation, but Deng Si showed no intention of surrendering. The 2 officers had no choice but to forcibly take him away from the scene. President Su. No, I really didn't leak any company secrets. You must see through this. Did you call me here just to watch this show? Su Chen glanced at Deng Si being taken away and turned back to look at Su Yutong curiously. How is it? Satisfying? Su Yutong playfully winked at Su Chen. She knew that Su Chen had been dismissed by Deng Si without authorization and was originally prepared to deal with him. Who would have thought that the company would suddenly have problems, and upon investigation, it was related to Deng Si. Su Yutong was just using the funds injected by Su Chen to trap all the internal traders and rival companies, while also relieving Su Chen's grievances. Watching him being taken away feels pretty good, but was it really necessary for me to come all the way here? Su Chen said with a smile. No, come with me to the conference room, there's something important to discuss. Su Yutong indeed didn't bring Su Chen over for such a trivial matter. She had more important things to address. Little Li felt a magical sensation watching Su Chen and President Su walk so closely together. It felt like friends who often played together suddenly transformed into untouchable big shots. Su Chen followed Su Yutong into the conference room, which was now filled with people, most of whom he didn't recognize, while some familiar faces were the senior executives of Tongya Company. Let me introduce you. This is the mysterious major shareholder you are all curious about. Now, he is the largest shareholder of Tongya, and that batch of funds was injected by him. Su Yutong introduced Su Chen to everyone present. Su Chen was a bit dazed. How did he become a shareholder? President Su, don't joke around. I know this guy. Isn't he the little Su from the development department? How could he possibly be a shareholder? A young man in his 20s stood up, having recognized Su Chen. This person was Su Deming, the deputy general manager of Tongya Daily Chemicals, the person with the most power in the company besides Su Yutong. Su Chen was indeed an employee of Tongya before, but he was dismissed a few days ago. It was he who provided 150 million to help Tongya through its crisis. This 150 million, calculated at market value, represents 35% of our shares in Tongya, so now Su Chen is our largest shareholder. Upon hearing Su Yutong speak so solemnly about this matter, the shareholders sitting below immediately became restless. President Su, did you get the consent of us shareholders before bringing in this funding? A major shareholder with 10% of the shares stood up to question Su Yutong. Yes, we should have agreed before the investment, after all. We own a part of Tongya too. Exactly, Tongya is not a one-man show. Other shareholders echoed in agreement. I had approached you before, but you were unwilling to invest, weren't you? Now that I've found an investor, you feel like you're losing out? Su Yutong was somewhat amused by their anger. These people were unwilling to contribute yet expected to take money from the company. President Su, you can't say that. You know Tongya's situation. How can we dare to invest money? It's one thing to keep accounts straight, but now you're suddenly bringing in an outsider. How does that work? Su Yutong was so angry she didn't want to speak. It was simply because Su Chen received 35% of the shares for injecting 150 million. Those shares didn't just appear out of thin air. If Su Chen got 35% of the shares, then the shares held by these shareholders would shrink, and they felt they were losing out. Su Chen glanced around and realized that these people were all targeting Su Yutong, completely indifferent to Tongya's survival. Everyone, let me say this, my investment in Tongya is entirely out of respect for Su Yutong. Since you all don't welcome me, I can leave at any time. I will transfer the 150 million shares to you without any increase. What do you think? Su Chen said with a smile to the few people in the conference room. The shareholders below immediately fell silent. Tongya's situation was not good. It was being eyed by several large companies and could face bankruptcy at any moment. They couldn't even pull out in time, so how could they invest more money? I'll put it this way, within 3 days, if anyone wants to buy the shares I hold, feel free to contact President Su. I will sell them to you at the original price. After 3 days, don't bring it up again, or don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Su Chen slammed his hand on the conference table. Bang! A large chunk of the thick wooden tabletop was smashed off by Su Chen's strike, and wood shavings flew everywhere. The people below immediately fell silent, looking at Su Chen in shock and fear. Su Yutong beside him was also startled by Su Chen. She knew he was not an ordinary person, but she didn't expect him to be so assertive in front of so many people. Wasn't he afraid of being taken apart? Let's go. Su Chen pulled Su Yutong out of the conference room, leaving them to stare blankly. Are you really okay doing this? Su Yutong said with some concern. What? Su Chen asked in confusion, not understanding what Su Yutong meant. I mean your power, is it really okay to expose it like this? Su Yutong was worried, as there were rumors online that anyone with special abilities would definitely be taken apart for research. She was concerned that Su Chen would be exposed. It's fine, don't be misled by those online comments, Su. Chen gave Su Yutong a reassuring look. The strength Su Chen displayed was not particularly terrifying. There were many videos online of people breaking river stones, concrete, and rebar with their bare hands. He was just smashing a thicker piece of wood, which shouldn't attract the attention of the relevant authorities. By the way, how did you make me a shareholder? Su Chen asked. Su Yutong. He had no intention of taking shares for helping Su Yutong. He just wanted to bring her to his company so he wouldn't have to worry about company matters and could focus entirely on researching items in the game. Of course, I'll give you shares. If you don't want them, I'll slowly pay you back the money and then you can return the shares to me, Su Yutong said, not wanting to take advantage of Su Chen. 150 million is not a small amount. I originally planned to treat this money as your salary, but it seems I still have to pay you a salary. What a hassle, Su Chen said with a frown. Of course I want a salary. And I want you to pay me double, Su Yutong said, tilting her face proudly. Ha, even though we know each other, you can't treat me like a fool, can you? Why should I pay you double? What makes you more deserving than others? Of course I should get double, I'm managing 2 companies for you now. How exhausting, Su Yutong said, dissatisfied. Su Chen was taken aback. He realized that he was now the largest shareholder of Tongya Daily Chemicals and Su Yutong was indeed working for him. Su Chen had unexpectedly become the boss of his former boss. What a twist of fate. However, he felt quite aggrieved, being a boss yet still renting a place and having to take a taxi to go out. Who could he complain to? Yutong, I want to buy a house, Su Chen suddenly said to Su Yutong. Ha? Then go buy one. Why are you telling me? Su Yutong felt a bit strange. If he wanted to buy a house, just go ahead. Why tell her? Could it be? As she thought about it, Su Yutong's mind wandered. It's just that I've never bought a house before, so I wanted you to help me check it out. And by the way, buy a car, Su Chen explained. Oh, I see. There's a standalone villa for sale near my house. Do you want to go take a look? Su Yutong suddenly remembered that a neighbor of hers was going abroad and didn't plan to return, so they were selling the villa. Sure. Is it expensive? Su Chen didn't care about the location, he only cared about the price. It's okay, around 50 million, but it can probably be negotiated down to over 40 million. Su Yutong thought for a moment and said, that's fine, just a matter of dozens of attribute pills. Let's go take a look. The two of them left the company, and Su Yutong drove Su Chen to the villa area where he lived. Su Chen was not unfamiliar with this place, he had been here twice before. It's that one, do you see it? Su Yutong pointed to a villa right next to the Su family's backyard. So close to your house? Su Chen was a bit surprised. Isn't that better? You're all alone, you can come over to my house for meals anytime, Su Yutong said with a smile. That's true, Auntie's cooking is quite good. Su Chen recalled the meals made by Zhang Yue and suddenly felt a bit hungry. I'll go call someone. As they talked, they arrived in front of the villa. Su Yutong pressed the doorbell at the front gate. Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron came out. Who are you? Hello, I'm looking for Aunt Lu. My friend here wants to buy your villa, Su Yutong said politely. Oh, please wait a moment. The middle-aged woman was just the housekeeper, not the owner of the villa. Soon, another elegant woman came out, looking to be around 40 but with a great demeanor. Yutong, come in. Aunt Lu immediately recognized Su Yutong and quickly opened the door for the two to enter. Aunt Lu, Su Yutong called out with a smile, clearly familiar with her. Aunt Lu, Su Chen also called out, mimicking Su Yutong. Aunt Lu looked at Su Chen and then at Su Yutong, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Aunt Lu, my friend wants to buy your villa. Aren't you planning to settle abroad? I brought him to take a look. Su Yutong quickly explained her intentions. Yutong, you're so thoughtful. Your name is Su Chen, right? Aunt Lu asked, looking at Su Chen. Yes, Aunt Lu, Su Chen nodded. Considering Yutong's face, no matter how much you want, 42 million, including all the furniture. I won't take anything except my personal belongings. Aunt Lu offered Su Chen a fair price. 42 million is indeed quite reasonable. Just the renovations alone cost over $1 million, not to mention all the luxurious furniture, and it was arranged directly with the homeowner, without any middleman taking a cut. Alright, I'll just consider it a favor from Su Yutong. Su Chen nodded in agreement, having no objections to the price. Good, I'll have my lawyer draft a contract tomorrow, you can come by to sign it. Aunt Lu was also straightforward, planning to draft the contract without seeing the money first. Alright, I'll come back to find Aunt Lu tomorrow, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen and Su Yutong left Aunt Lu's house and headed straight to the 4S dealership. What kind of car do you want to buy? Su Yutong asked. Just something decent, it's only for getting around. Su Chen didn't have high demands for the car. As long as it could drive, that was enough since he didn't drive often. But it can't be too shabby. You're a boss now, and you need to have some face when you go out. This is the company's image, not just yours. Su Yutong disagreed, believing that since Su Chen wasn't short on money, the car shouldn't be subpar. Let's stop here, Su Yutong said, glancing at the nearby forest dealership and parking in a roadside spot. Su Chen looked up and saw a car dealership named War Chariot, without any brand indicated. Don't just stand there, come on. Su Yutong called to the still confused Su Chen. Su Chen hurried to catch up. He had never been here before and didn't even know there was such a dealership in the new city. Once inside, Su Chen was immediately amazed. It truly lived up to the name War Chariot. The showroom was filled with luxury sports cars, and there were even some custom models he had rarely seen, like extended Lincolns, Cadillacs, and customized Land Rovers. Hello, how can I assist you? A sales representative approached them enthusiastically shortly after they entered the showroom. Hello, my friend here needs a model that suits his temperament, Su Yutong said to the salesperson with great familiarity. Although it was only her second visit, she was much more accustomed to the place than Su Chen, who had never been there before. No problem. May I ask what style you prefer, sir? Sports car, business, or SUV? I'll just take a look at the SUVs. Su Chen wasn't very interested in sports cars. A few years ago, he might have chosen a sports car without a second thought, being young and eager to show off, but now he had no such thoughts. Alright, please follow me. The salesperson led the way, occasionally stopping to guide Su Chen. It had to be said that the training for employees here was quite thorough. This Cullinan is the only one in the entire city. Driving it out will definitely turn heads. Do you like it, sir? The salesperson brought Su Chen to a massive car, its design luxurious yet understated. Su Chen liked it, but felt it was missing something. How much is this one? Su Chen asked. He felt it wouldn't be cheap, clearly a luxury vehicle. This model is priced at 6.8 million. We can handle all the paperwork here, and it's the only one in the city, the salesperson informed Su Chen. Although he knew Su Chen might not necessarily buy this car. After all, those who could afford it weren't lacking in cars, and those who needed a car might not be willing to spend so much on one. Is it really that expensive? Su Chen didn't react much but did think it was pricey. Spending several million on a car was indeed extravagant. Let's look at some other options, Su Yutong said to the salesperson. Although she knew Su Chen wasn't short on money, she also felt that this car was too expensive. Then, sir, how about this Navigator one? It's also our best-selling model, and the price isn't too high. Just 1.8 million. The salesperson observed Su Chen's demeanor and, noticing he didn't seem like someone lacking money, led him to a more reasonably priced vehicle. Su Chen glanced at the Navigator one. It did look good, but his attention was quickly drawn to a car beside it, one with an exaggerated design and a fierce presence. Hello, how much is that car? Su Chen asked, pointing at the vehicle next to the Navigator. The salesperson's gaze followed Su Chen's finger, and his expression shifted immediately. Are you interested in this car, sir? The salesperson asked tentatively. Yes, how much is it? Su Chen nodded. He was indeed captivated by this car, especially the front design, which resembled a gaping monster, exuding a strong sense of pressure. This was the kind of car a man should drive. This model is a custom vehicle, the Curdy Monster, not for sale. If you really want to buy it, I can consult our boss. It's her car, the salesperson said, hesitant to make a decision. This car was specially customized for their boss from abroad, and it was quite expensive. Moreover, since their boss liked it, it might not necessarily be for sale. Sure, go ahead and ask. Price isn't an issue, Su Chen replied, having set his sights on this car. Spending a bit more money was no problem. Alright, please wait a moment, the salesperson said, inviting Su Chen and his companion to the lounge for tea while he went to consult the boss. Which car do you really like? Su Yutong asked, puzzled. Su Chen nodded. What's so great about that car? It looks terrifying. Su Yutong expressed her lack of understanding regarding Su Chen's taste. You don't get it. What men like, aside from beautiful women, are toys that match their temperament, hard, fierce, and full of wildness. Exactly, it has to be wild enough. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, a voice chimed in, picking up on his words. Su Chen turned to see a girl with floral tattoos, wearing denim shorts and a jacket over a tank top, walking over. Bro, your taste is just like mine. A real man should play with something wild. There are too many sissies among men these days. You really appeal to me, the tattooed girl said, admiring Su Chen. Her straightforwardness stunned both of them. Su Chen felt a bit at a loss, while Su Yutong seemed a bit jealous. May I ask who you are? Su Chen asked, somewhat confused. The lounge areas were all private, and generally, strangers wouldn't enter someone else's lounge unless they had made a mistake. Sorry, that's our boss. That Curdy Monster is her car. The salesperson finally rushed over, apologizing to Su Chen and Su Yutong. Su Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the owner of such a large car dealership to be a woman, and she looked quite young. Oh, hello, boss. Are you interested in selling that car? Su Chen asked the tattooed girl. She shook her head. Not for sale, unless what? Su Chen pressed. Unless you become my boyfriend, I could give it to you, the tattooed girl said with a smile. Hey, don't go too far. Su Yutong finally couldn't hold back and stood up. Oh, who is this? Your girlfriend? The tattooed girl feigned surprise at seeing Su Yutong and asked Su Chen. Su Chen felt awkward. How had they suddenly started arguing? Especially since he was caught in the middle. Ahem, well, I don't want the car anymore, Su Chen thought. It was no longer about the car, staying any longer might lead to chaos. Don't! Seriously, little brother, as long as you agree, I'll give you the car. Why not think it over? The tattooed girl waved the car keys in front of Su Chen. No thanks, since you don't want to sell, I'll stick with that Cullinan, Su Chen said. Although he liked the curdy monster, he chose the more expensive Cullinan to avoid a confrontation between the two. Forget it, I'll sell it to you, I don't drive it anyway, and it's a shame to let it sit. The tattooed girl suddenly changed her mind and decided to sell it to Su Chen. However, I don't have a bank card, you can only transfer via WeChat, the tattooed girl said helplessly. WeChat transfer? Su Chen looked confused. Several million, through WeChat transfer? Are you sure it can go through? Su Yutong quickly realized what the tattooed girl was up to. As a woman herself, how could she not understand the other's intentions? Alright, I'll transfer it to you. Under the temptation of the monster car, Su Chen agreed to the girl's request. Just as Su Yutong was about to say something, she suddenly chose to remain silent. Since Su Chen had agreed, what else could she say? You can't transfer that much at once. Su Chen soon discovered that WeChat transfers had limits, with a maximum of 200,000 per transaction. It's fine, just transfer it slowly, I'm not in a hurry. The tattooed girl successfully got Su Chen's WeChat and provocatively glanced at Su Yutong. Su Yutong was so angry she started stomping her feet. The car shop was quick. In less than an hour, all the paperwork was completed. Remember to call me, the tattooed girl gestured to Su Chen to call before he left. Su Yutong stood by silently, feeling a bit gloomy. Do you like that girl? Su Yutong suddenly asked Su Chen, who was experiencing his new car. Ha? Su Chen was a bit confused. Why was Su Yutong asking this all of a sudden? I don't even know her name, how could I like her? Su Chen replied honestly. Su Yutong clearly didn't believe him. Su Chen had said he liked wild girls, and that girl fit his aesthetic perfectly. She's very pretty and sexy, isn't she? Su Yutong asked seriously, looking at Su Chen. Su Chen recalled that the tattooed girl was indeed beautiful, and her outfit of shorts and a tank top was quite tempting for men. Yeah, indeed, Su Chen nodded without any desire to survive. Seeing Su Chen admit it, Su Yutong felt a bit disappointed. I'll help you manage the company well, President Su. Su Yutong's tone suddenly became unusually calm. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Why was Su Yutong suddenly calling him President Su? Don't worry, I'll pay your salary on time, little Su. Su Chen thought Su Yutong was joking and laughed. Su Yutong was instantly so angry she didn't want to talk. Sulking and ignoring Su Chen, Su Chen dropped Su Yutong off at the company and then drove his new car directly to the antique street. The head-turning rate on the way was indeed 100%. Everyone who saw Su Chen's car would look back for a second glance, regardless of whether they were male or female. This car was so rare, especially its design. It was too extravagant, too wild, simply the king of off-road vehicles. Soon, Su Chen arrived at Zhang Hongwei's shop. Bro, is this your car? Zhang Hongwei was surprised to see Su Chen get out of the monster car. Yeah, just picked it up. Want to give it a try? Su Chen said, tossing the keys to Zhang Hongwei. It would be a lie to say Zhang Hongwei didn't want to drive it. This car perfectly matched the aesthetic of men. Then I won't be polite, I'm going for a spin. Zhang Hongwei took the keys from Su Chen without hesitation and got in to experience the feeling of a luxury car. Zhang Hongwei carefully stroked the steering wheel in the car, his eyes shining as he examined the interior. Is your boss really that unambitious? Doesn't he have a car? Su Chen asked one of Zhang Hongwei's employees nearby. President Su, you can't blame our boss. This car is just too cool. I've never seen anything like it. The employee looked at the monster car with shining eyes. When Brother Zhang comes back, you should also hop in and experience it. Su Chen understood the other man's thoughts. Helping him fulfill his wish was no big deal, just a small effort. Forget it. I can't afford to pay for such an expensive car. Although he was tempted, he also knew that if he scratched or dented it, he might work his whole life and still not be able to pay it off. It's fine, I've got insurance, so if anything happens, it's on me, Su Chen reassured him, promising that he wouldn't have to pay for any damages. Ah, thank you, President Su. Did you strike it rich? How did you get such a nice car? Zhang Hongwei returned after a round and looked at Su Chen with eyes full of envy. Let's not talk about that. How's the carving coming along? Su Chen was there to check on the progress of the sculptures, as these pieces were going to be showcased at an exhibition, and he couldn't afford to be careless. It's almost done, 2 pieces are already carved, and it should all be finished by tomorrow at the latest, Zhang Hongwei replied to Su Chen. That's good to hear. I have an even larger piece of jade here, take a look at how to handle it, just in case. Su Chen took out a larger emerald, a super emerald he bought from the game store, bigger and of better quality than regular emeralds. Where on earth did you get so many top quality jade stones? Zhang Hongwei couldn't help but wonder if Su Chen had a jade mine. Don't worry about that, just focus on running our jade company. I'll provide the top quality jade materials, you just need to keep those sculptors around. Su Chen didn't elaborate much, sometimes it wasn't necessary to explain everything in detail. Rest assured, I'll handle the carving side of things, I guarantee there won't be any issues, Zhang Hongwei said confidently. Good, how many days until the exhibition? Have you registered our company? Su Chen nodded and continued to ask. 3 days left, and I've registered under the name Hongfan Jewelry. Hongfan Jewelry was the company jointly funded by Su Chen and Zhang Hongwei, combining one character from each of their names. That's great. Let me know before the exhibition, and if there's nothing else, I'll head out to check on the company. Su Chen suddenly remembered he hadn't been there since they established it and was curious about how it was doing. To be honest, Su Chen felt a bit worried. Here, these are the photos I had taken, take them and have them displayed on our company homepage for some promotion to create some buzz as we prepare to enter the jewelry industry. Zhang Hongwei had already taken photos of the 2 carved jade pieces. Su Chen took a look. One was a statue of the Sun Buddha and the other depicted a dragon and phoenix in flight. These 2 elements were deeply ingrained in Chinese culture, and the carving details were exquisite, worthy of a master sculptor. Both pieces were ornaments. The emerald Su Chen provided was not large enough for a bracelet and too big for a pendant, so they had to settle for making them into decorative pieces. Alright, I'm off, Su Chen said as he took the photos and headed to the company. Upon entering, he found only 10 people inside, all chatting quietly among themselves. Although they were talking, they hadn't left their workstations. Su Chen wasn't angry, the workload was light at the moment, and a little chatting was fine. He understood, having been a junior employee himself. He ignored them, and even though the employees shrank back a bit when they saw him, Su Chen didn't react and walked straight in. The room inside was the general manager's office, which was also Lu Chun's workspace. Su Chen pushed the door open, and Lu Chun was organizing some documents. Hearing the door open, she looked up and saw Su Chen. Boss, Lu Chun greeted him with a bow. It was quite a surprise for Lu Chun to see this hands-off manager at the company today. Have you finished the company's official website that I asked you to work on? Su Chen's only task for them was the official website, so he naturally inquired about the progress right away. It's all done, including the homepage, product pages, company information, and online consultation, Lu Chun replied to Su Chen, even preparing materials for him to review. There's no need for me to see it, just make sure it's done. This is our product photo. Have someone process it and put it on the homepage, and promote it online to create some buzz for our product, Su Chen instructed Lu Chun as he handed her the photo. Okay, Lu Chun replied, her face lighting up with joy. Ever since the website was completed, the company had been idle for several days, and now that there was work to do, Lu Chun felt happy. Doing nothing while receiving Su Chen's salary made her uncomfortable. Also, our product is about to hit the market. You should look for suitable storefronts to serve as our first physical store. Su Chen mentioned another matter to Lu Chun. Once the jade is launched, it won't be possible to sell it only online. The jade industry primarily relies on physical stores. Sure, I'll keep an eye out, Lu Chun nodded. One more thing, a general manager might come in a few days. Her name is Su Yutong. If she arrives, remember to welcome her. Su Chen informed Lu Chun about Su Yutong. Got it, Mr. Su, Lu Chun noted everything Su Chen said. This was the job of a secretary, to record and handle everything for the boss. Alright, you can get back to work, Su Chen said, having finished his instructions. He then sat down in the general manager's chair and relaxed. Before he knew it, Su Chen had fallen asleep. This time, he didn't actively enter the game, so he remained out of it. When he woke up, it was almost dark outside. Mr. Su, it's time to get off work. Are you leaving? Lu Chun asked with a smile as she was tidying up the desk and saw Su Chen waking up. Sorry, I fell asleep. Let's go, Su Chen said, stretching his limbs and getting ready to leave the company. Su Chen and Lu Chun exited the office together, and others were already leaving in sequence. Chun, let's go eat together after work. A man walked in and said to Lu Chun. The man was in his 20s, sporting a slick hairstyle, but combined with his slightly round face, he came off as greasy. I'm sorry, Su Chang, I've already made plans with someone, Lu Chun replied awkwardly. The greasy man named Su Chang frowned slightly and glanced at Su Chen beside Lu Chun. What future do you have in a small company like this? I've already talked to our supervisor and arranged for you to join our company as a sales intern for 3 months. After that, you can officially start and you'll also get commissions, Su Chang said. Though he was displeased with Su Chen, he didn't directly confront him but continued to pursue Lu Chun. Thank you for your concern, but I'm doing just fine here, Lu Chun said politely, though she found Su Chang somewhat annoying. She didn't want to show her displeasure, so she thanked him graciously. It's nothing, just a word from me. Once you're in the sales department, I'll have your back and no one will dare to bully you. Su Chang misinterpreted Lu Chun's words, thinking she was genuinely grateful. Lu Chun frowned, unsure how to respond to Su Chang. Excuse me, sir, are you an employee of our company? Su Chen had known from the moment Su Chang walked in that he wasn't an employee. He hadn't intended to interfere in Lu Chun's personal matters, but upon hearing Su Chang trying to poach her, he couldn't let that slide. Su Chen wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. His hearing was unusually sharp, and he could hear what the two were saying from a distance. Who are you? What does it have to do with you? Su Chang had long been annoyed with Su Chen, but out of respect for Lu Chun, he hadn't provoked him. Now that Su Chen had approached him, he immediately began to retaliate. I am the owner of this company. You entered without permission, and I have the right to suspect you of engaging in corporate espionage. Should I call the police to have a chat with you? Su Chen said with a cold smile. Su Chang immediately backed down. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm here to see my girlfriend. Are you going to restrict employees' personal lives too? Girlfriend? Is it her? Su Chen pointed at Lu Chun. Su Chang nodded. Are you his girlfriend? Su Chen asked Lu Chun. Su Chen wasn't trying to pry into someone else's private matters, but if she really was Su Chang's girlfriend, he would have to consider whether to replace Lu Chun. No one would be happy knowing that an important employee in their company had a boyfriend who was constantly trying to poach their staff. No, Lu Chun quickly shook her head. She had only met Su Chang a few times. They worked in the same building, but not even in the same company. How could she be his girlfriend? That's good, Su Chen nodded. From Lu Chun's eyes, he could tell that she wasn't familiar with Su Chang. We don't have the girlfriend you're looking for. I give you 3 seconds to leave, or I'll call the police. 1, 2. Fine, I'll go. Just wait. Su Chang knew that opposing Su Chen here wouldn't yield any benefits, so after dropping a harsh remark, he chose to leave. Thank you for helping me out, Lu Chun said to Su Chen. Don't mention it. I just don't want my employees to be poached, Su Chen shrugged. Don't think too highly of him. Su Chen could be unreasonable at times. It's so late, let me treat you to dinner? Lu Chun suggested after thinking for a moment. What kind of boss lets their employee treat them? I'll treat you. Come on, what do you want to eat? Su Chen shook his head and smiled. Isn't that inappropriate? You just helped me out, and now you want me to treat you to dinner. Lu Chun felt a bit embarrassed. So what? You've been managing the company for me these past few days. You've worked hard. Consider it a reward. How about hot pot? Su Chen decisively made the call, not allowing Lu Chun to refuse. Alright then, I'll go hail a cab. Lu Chun could only nod in agreement. Hail a cab? Do you look down on me as your boss? Come on, let's take my car. Su Chen had just gotten a car. Why would he let her take a cab? That would be pointless. Ha! Oh, Lu Chun then realized that Su Chen was a boss and having a car was normal. She had overlooked that earlier. President Su, is this your car? When Lu Chun saw the monster truck, she was genuinely startled. It was the first time she had seen such a large and intimidating vehicle. Yeah, get in, Su Chen said as he pulled out the keys, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. Lu Chun then belatedly took her seat in the passenger side. The two drove to Baida Plaza to eat the most famous hot pot there. They ended up spending over 1,000, most of which was eaten by Su Chen. Ever since he used the attribute pill to enhance his body, he found that his appetite had greatly increased. President Su, I didn't expect you to eat so much, Lu Chun said in surprise. After work, don't call me President Su, just call me by my name. If that's too formal, you can call me Brother Fan. Eating a lot is normal, I'm a man, Su Chen said nonchalantly. Okay, Brother Fan, Lu Chun smiled, her eyes slightly squinting like a crescent moon. Shall I take you home? Su Chen asked Lu Chun as they left Baida Plaza. No need, I can take a cab back. Lu Chun politely declined Su Chen's offer. Su Chen didn't insist, it wouldn't be good to push on such matters. Maybe the girl didn't want him to know her address? It's good for a girl to have such safety awareness when out and about. Alright, take care on the way back. After Lu Chun left, Su Chen also prepared to go home. Ding-a-ling. Su Chen's phone rang. He opened it to find a WeChat call. The caller was the tattooed girl from earlier. Su Chen looked puzzled. What did she want at this time? Hello? Hey, handsome, do you remember me? The tattooed girl said playfully on the other end. Of course I remember. Is there something you need? I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. I won't shortchange you. You're so cold, handsome. Do you really think I care that much about money? During the day, what I said still counts, as long as you agree to be my boyfriend. The car is yours, not a penny needed. I can even give you money. The tattooed girl tempted Su Chen. Su Chen immediately felt overwhelmed. This girl was too open. Who could handle that? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Su Chen didn't want to get too involved with this mysterious girl. She was young and could run such a large luxury car dealership. She was definitely not simple. Su Chen didn't think he had the charm to attract a beauty like her. Don't. Paradise Bird Bar, I'm waiting for you here, otherwise tomorrow your car will go boom. Explode, think about it, the tattooed girl said before hanging up the phone. Su Chen was stunned. He was a bit confused. Explode? Su Chen found it hard to believe her, but what if she was telling the truth? What if his car suddenly exploded while he was driving? Su Chen frowned, preparing to find her for clarification. Su Chen returned to the Paradise Bird Bar once again. Last time it was Su Yutong drinking here, and this time it was the tattooed girl. Is this place so popular with women? Su Chen scanned the area with extraordinary vision and quickly spotted the tattooed girl. She was currently dancing on stage, her sexy moves eliciting gasps from the crowd around her. Su Chen sat down at the bar, quietly waiting for her to finish. What? Would you like to drink, handsome? A sexy female bartender approached Su Chen and asked. There was more than one bartender in this bar, all handsome men and beautiful women. When a man came in, a beauty would greet him, and when a woman came in, a handsome guy would attend to her. Su Chen began to understand why this place was so popular. Just something to drink. Su Chen had no intention of drinking alcohol and ordered a soft drink. The bartender smiled slightly, said nothing, and prepared a special drink for Su Chen. 88, Su Chen pouted, a special drink costing 88 was practically robbery. He took out his phone and scanned the 88 yuan. While drinking his beverage, Su Chen watched the tattooed girl perform. Perhaps the tattooed girl's sexy dance attracted a few unruly youths. A bold blonde approached, wanting to touch the tattooed girl's body. Ah! A sudden scream came from the stage, and the blonde clutched his arm in pain, lying on the ground and howling. The blonde's entire arm had twisted into a pretzel shape. Everyone on stage was focused on the tattooed girl's dance and didn't notice how the blonde's arm had been broken. But Su Chen saw it clearly. With his extraordinary dynamic vision, he witnessed the entire process of the blonde's arm being twisted off. The culprit was none other than the tattooed girl. Just as the blonde was about to touch her, the tattooed girl suddenly reached out, twisting the blonde's arm at lightning speed. Under her immense strength, the blonde flipped in the air and fell to the ground, his arm completely contorted. Meanwhile, the tattooed girl continued dancing as if nothing had happened. Su Chen was somewhat shocked. At that moment, he understood that the tattooed girl was not an ordinary person, and there were definitely powers in this world that he was unaware of. What are you looking at, handsome? Soon, the tattooed girl walked off the stage with a smile and found Su Chen. What do you want? Su Chen said expressionlessly. Don't be so cold, I won't eat you, the tattooed girl said somewhat dissatisfied. Stop pretending, I saw it all. You did that to the blonde. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Su Chen felt that the tattooed girl was not just clinging to him because she liked him, there had to be another reason. Since you want to know who I am so much, I'll tell you. My name is Lin Yao, remember it? Lin Yao winked at Su Chen. 2 cups of fire-burning heart, Lin Yao said to the bartender. Su Chen frowned as he looked at Lin Yao. Soon, 2 special cocktails were prepared and placed in front of the two. The fiery drink, aptly named, has a very high alcohol content. Most people can't handle even a single glass. Don't frown, it doesn't look good, Lin Yao said, leaning down to gently stroke Su Chen's forehead. Whispering in his ear, drink this glass and I'll tell you anything you want to know. Su Chen glanced at Lin Yao, then at the bright, fiery drink in front of him. It's just a glass of alcohol, right? With his current physique, could he really not handle 1 glass? Without hesitation, Su Chen picked up the glass and downed it in one go. Refreshing. Lin Yao laughed, finishing her drink as well. Do you feel a bit warm? Lin Yao suddenly leaned in close to Su Chen's ear and whispered. Su Chen was taken aback, immediately feeling a strange sensation in his body, a warmth radiating from within, his temperature rising, rushing to his brain, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. What did you do? Su Chen suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. I didn't do anything, just added a little something to your drink, Lin Yao said with a smile. Su Chen froze, recalling Lin Yao's earlier action of leaning close to his ear, blocking his line of sight. She must have poisoned him then. Sleep now, and you'll know when you wake up, Lin Yao said with a smile. Su Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, as he slipped into unconsciousness, he chose to enter the game. When Su Chen woke up in the game, he was unaffected, but he needed to return to reality. Quickly, he hurriedly lay down on the bed, trying to fall asleep to return to reality, but this time he couldn't sleep, the option to rest simply didn't appear. Damn it! Su Chen couldn't help but curse. He had been set up, and the worst part was he didn't even know why or who was behind it. What grudge did they have against him? Now, Su Chen could only wait here for the rest option to appear so he could return to reality. But before that, he needed to think about what to take with him, something that could enhance his strength to deal with the crises he would face upon returning. First, attribute pills could definitely enhance his strength, but consuming them takes time, and Su Chen might not have that time, so that was a pass. Next was equipment. Currently, the gear he had removed included a level 1 bracelet and level 5 boots, neither of which had any special effects, so taking them wouldn't be very useful, another pass. That left him with items. The last time he took the Bagua token, it was practically a divine artifact, so Su Chen felt that items were the fastest way to boost his strength. Soon, his gaze fell on the blood pool. In the game, it added a blood pool bar, allowing the character to quickly recover health after leaving combat. But what would it do in reality? Would it turn him into a blood cow? Su Chen thought it was worth a try, perhaps it would have unexpected effects. He immediately purchased a super blood pool. After preparing everything, Su Chen waited for the rest option to appear. That was all he could do now. He figured that the reason he couldn't leave was likely because the effects of the drug in reality hadn't worn off yet, so he couldn't return. When the effects fated, the rest option would probably appear. After waiting for several hours, the rest option finally appeared before Su Chen. He immediately chose to rest, closed his eyes, and lay back on the bed. As soon as Su Chen returned to reality, a bucket of cold water splashed onto his face, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes wide in shock. At that moment, Su Chen found himself in a dimly lit basement, tied to a chair, and in front of him was a familiar face, Li Biddy. "It's you!" Su Chen finally realized who was behind this. It turned out Lin Yao was working for Li Biddy. However, Su Chen hadn't expected Li Biddy to act so quickly, coming all the way from Myanmar to deal with him in just 2 days. "How is it? Fun? I even sacrificed my beloved car to catch you. You really don't know when to quit daring to play tricks on me," Li Biddy said with a grim expression, holding a branding iron that was heating in the fire pit. In this basement, Li Biddy was not alone. Lin Yao was also there, looking like a little obedient cat, standing quietly behind him. There was also a middle-aged man in a black robe standing behind Li Biddy. Su Chen remained silent, seizing the opportunity to open his backpack and directly use the super blood pool from within. The super blood pool, once used, stored a large amount of vital energy in the body, consuming it to recover from injuries. Su Chen was immediately delighted. Although he didn't turn into a blood cow as he had imagined, this was equivalent to a super ability for rapid recovery. "South African diamond mine, boss? You really tricked me badly." After investigating Su Chen, Li Biddy realized that everything Su Chen said was a lie. He had never even been to South Africa. "What do you want?" Su Chen said calmly. "What do I want? I treated you well, fed you well, and you should repay me with your heart and soul, right?" Li Biddy said with a wicked smile. Su Chen knew what the Wali group was secretly doing. The heart and soul Li Biddy mentioned was literally about tearing out hearts and lungs. "With just the 3 of you, are you not afraid I'll run away?" Su Chen tried to ask. "Try running. I know you have special abilities, but this world is not just about you being different. You can see if you can escape," Li Biddy said, as he pulled out the glowing branding iron, the red-hot iron sparking. "For those who deceive me, I always like to leave a mark on them," Li Biddy said, extending the branding iron towards Su Chen's chest. Su Chen knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. Flames ignited on Su Chen's arm, and the ropes began to burn under the heat. With a strong pull, the ropes binding him were torn apart. Su Chen kicked Li Biddy's wrist, and the branding iron flew out of his hand. Seeing Su Chen break free, Li Biddy felt a pang of panic and hurriedly hid behind Wu Wei. "Wu Wei, kill him." At this moment, Li Biddy no longer wanted to take revenge himself. He wanted to eliminate the threat posed by Su Chen first. Wu Wei pulled out a 3-inch dagger from his robe, and the dagger flew into the air, controlled by just 2 fingers. Sword control? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He never expected that the legendary sword control technique was actually real. Wu Wei waved his hand, and the dagger shot towards Su Chen at high speed. At that moment, Su Chen's dodging ability, honed in the game, kicked in. He instinctively sidestepped and managed to evade the attack at such a close distance, the dagger embedding itself into the wall behind him. Wu Wei brought his fingers together and used his other hand to pull the dagger back, his brow slightly furrowing as the dagger trembled against the wall, difficult to extract. Su Chen knew his opportunity had come. It was time for him to counterattack. He dashed towards Wu Wei, raising his fist to smash into his face. Wu Wei was somewhat startled. His skills were decent, but in close combat, he was just like an ordinary person, and this punch would definitely be enough to knock him out. Just then, Lin Yao, who had been silent at the back, moved, instantly blocking in front of Wu Wei, delivering a punch that collided with Su Chen's fist. Su Chen took a step back, feeling the immense force coming from Lin Yao's hand. Lin Yao was also affected, being pushed back 3 steps, staring at Su Chen in shock. At that moment, Wu Wei's dagger was pulled from the wall, and he controlled it to attack Su Chen from behind. Su Chen sensed the impending danger from behind. Trusting his instincts, he quickly dodged to the side, but it was too late. He only managed to avoid a fatal blow, and the dagger plunged deep into his shoulder. Su Chen let out a muffled grunt. "Humph, fight me, and you'll die without even knowing how." Li Biddy jumped out again, mocking Su Chen. Su Chen had no intention of arguing with Li Biddy. He gripped the small sword on his shoulder and pulled it out forcefully, holding it tightly in his hand. He could see that this person named Wu Wei, although able to control the small sword to harm others, still had strength comparable to an ordinary person. As long as he held the small sword, the opponent would be unable to control it. Sure enough, after Su Chen grasped the small sword, Wu Wei's expression changed instantly. His only means of attack was restricted by Su Chen. "Thank you for the weapon," Su Chen said coldly to Wu Wei. Then he charged forward again. Lin Yao, being the only martial artist, had no choice but to bravely step forward to confront him. "Little brother, you should be gentle with the fairer sex," Lin Yao said to Su Chen with a playful pout. Su Chen remained expressionless, thrusting the small sword mercilessly towards Lin Yao's face. If Su Chen hit her, Lin Yao would either die or be severely disfigured. Lin Yao, startled, dodged aside. She knew Su Chen was strong and didn't dare to block with her hands. "Little brother, do you want my life?" Lin Yao was somewhat angry. Su Chen was being too ruthless. "You were the ones who wanted my life first," Su Chen retorted indifferently. Flames surged from his hands as he no longer held back, unleashing his fire control ability. Ability user. Lin Yao and Wu Wei exclaimed simultaneously. May I ask which faction you belong to? Wu Wei asked at this moment. As extraordinary individuals, they all had hidden sects. Although they served various factions in the secular world for survival, they needed to clarify their backgrounds when encountering peers to avoid harming their own. Which faction are you from? Su Chen countered. You ask me which faction I'm from? I'm from the Zhatian gang. Do you even know what that means? I hail from the Wizard Alliance, and this is a martial artist from the Assassin Alliance. May I ask where you are from? Wu Wei directly revealed his and Lin Yao's origins. What the hell? Are you still chatting for? Didn't I tell you to kill him? Li Biddy shouted angrily at Wu Wei. Kid, your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Where do you get the courage to command me? Wu Wei glared at Li Biddy with a grim expression, his cold gaze seeming ready to devour him at any moment. Li Biddy instinctively swallowed hard. He suddenly remembered that Wu Wei was a distinguished guest of the Valley Group, not one of his subordinates. I'm sorry, but please help me get rid of him. Li Biddy immediately lowered his stance and pleaded with Wu Wei. Wu Wei snorted coldly. Young friend, if the force behind you is allied with us, we can let today's matter go. I won't make things difficult for you, Wu Wei said to Su Chen with an air of superiority. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. The current situation clearly favored Su Chen, yet the other party still maintained this attitude. They truly had no self-awareness. Let it go just like that? You drugged and knocked me out, brought me here to torture me, and you think it's over just because you say so? Su Chen said with a cold smile. What do you want? We have already made concessions. Do you really want a fight to the death? Wu Wei frowned. Kill him, and I can pretend nothing happened. Su Chen looked at Li Biddy. Wu Wei glanced back at Li Biddy, pondering for a moment. Fine, go ahead, we won't stop you. Wu Wei's words left Li Biddy in disbelief. No, Wu Wei, what are you doing? My dad sent you to protect me, not to kill me. Li Biddy was somewhat scared. If Wu Wei and Lin Yao didn't stand by his side, he would definitely not survive against Su Chen. Wu Wei ignored Li Biddy. Go ahead, Wu Wei said to Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. I meant for you to kill him, otherwise, you all die together. Su Chen was stalling for time, noticing that the wound on his back was healing rapidly, and soon he felt that his shoulder was not in serious trouble anymore. Wu Wei frowned. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill Li Biddy. Killing an employer was a major taboo in the industry. Don't go too far. I've already made concessions. If it comes to a fight, the two of us together might not even be your match. Then let's give it a try. Su Chen was too lazy to waste words with him and immediately took the initiative. He lunged forward with a small sword aimed at Wu Wei. Wu Wei quickly stepped back and pulled out a talisman from his pocket, throwing a piece of it at Su Chen. Fire! With a light shout from Wu Wei, the talisman in front of Su Chen suddenly exploded, engulfing him in a ball of flames. Wu Wei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. These talismans were his last resort, each one requiring a tremendous amount of effort to make. He wouldn't have used them unless absolutely necessary, but it seemed the effect was excellent. A single fire talisman had taken care of Su Chen. In a corner, Li Biddy also let out a sigh of relief. With Su Chen dead, it seemed he had escaped a calamity. Ha! You ungrateful thing! Daring to oppose me, you really don't know how to live. Your woman is quite nice. Since you don't cherish her, I'll gladly take her for myself, Li Biddy said, looking at the flames surrounding Su Chen, convinced that there was no chance for Su Chen to survive. Thinking of Su Yutong, who had been with Su Chen earlier, he felt that the humiliation he suffered from Su Chen should be repaid through her. Today, if I don't strip you of your pants, I won't let you off the hook. A cold voice emerged from the flames. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Biddy's heart trembled and an inexplicable sense of fear rose within him. Wu Wei was also somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected Su Chen to survive his fire talisman. Lin Yao, who had been observing from the back, had a flickering gaze, lost in thought. Su Chen's figure emerged from the flames, and with a wave of his right hand, all the fire coalesced into a swirling ball in his palm. Su Chen's fire control ability was no simple matter. He had just discovered that the denser the flames, the more adept he became at controlling them. Your things, I'll return them to you. Su Chen directly threw the condensed fireball at Wu Wei. Wu Wei's eyes widened and a sense of crisis surged within him. The fireball exploded right in front of Wu Wei, instantly enveloping him just like his fire talisman had done. Ah! A wretched scream came from within the flames, and soon after, there was no more sound. At this moment, Li Biddy wanted to escape. His greatest support had been killed by Su Chen. If he didn't run now, when would he? Su Chen would never let him escape. A wall of flames sealed off the only exit. Li Biddy was immediately forced back by the fire, with no chance of fleeing. Brother! Big brother! Sir! I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please spare me. Li Biddy was so frightened that he fell to the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy from Su Chen. In the face of life, dignity had become worthless. It's too late. It was already too late when you came to Huaxia, Su Chen said softly. If Li Biddy had only caused trouble for him abroad, it would have been fine since he didn't travel much. But the fact that Li Biddy could find him domestically and accurately track his whereabouts made Su Chen wary. He wasn't afraid of trouble for himself, but what if it involved his friends and family? Su Chen couldn't take that risk, so the best solution was to eliminate future threats. Su Chen controlled the flames to engulf Li Biddy once more, who immediately let out a series of screams but soon fell silent. Su Chen wanted to deal with the remaining Lin Yao but suddenly realized that Li Yao had somehow slipped away while he was distracted by Li Biddy. Su Chen frowned and looked at the two charred corpses on the ground. Leaving them here would definitely be a hassle. Suppressing his disgust, Su Chen grabbed the two bodies and directly used the Bagua order to teleport them to Myanmar. He still remembered the environment of the forest he had entered last time. After casually tossing the two into the forest, he teleported back home. The beasts in the mountains would help him cover his tracks, and even if that basement were discovered, the police would have no evidence to suspect him. After all, he had never come out of there. If anyone were to be suspected, it would be Lin Yao, since she had exited the basement. After returning home, Su Chen found it hard to calm down. This was his first time killing someone in reality. Although he had seen many such scenes in the game, experiencing it in real life felt different. Su Chen did not log into the game. Today, he wanted to take a day off to adjust his emotions. The next day, he woke up to bright daylight outside. Su Chen glanced at his phone. It was already 11 o'clock, and there were several missed calls. Last night, to avoid being disturbed, Su Chen had set his phone to silent mode. Upon checking, all the calls were from Su Yutong. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened to Su Yutong? After yesterday's events, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. He quickly returned a call to Su Yutong. "Hello, Su Chen, why didn't you answer your phone?" Su Yutong's voice came through the line. Su Chen immediately felt relieved. "I didn't hear it, I had it on silent last night." "Is there something wrong?" "The shareholders of the company have agreed to let you buy in, but they have a condition. You need to buy all the remaining shares they hold," Su Yutong said, somewhat speechless. Who would agree to such a demand? Although Su Yutong was optimistic about her company, it was currently in a precarious situation with the stock price continuously falling. Asking Su Chen to buy their shares was simply a trap for him. "I see. I'll come over in a bit," Su Chen said after thinking for a moment. If he were to acquire all those shareholders' shares, he would truly be the owner of Tongya. "Okay, I'll wait for you," Su Yutong said before hanging up. She looked at the shareholders in the conference room below and sighed. These people were short-sighted. Although Tongya was currently being suppressed by several competitors, it was only temporary. As long as Tongya could endure this difficult period, it would usher in a new beginning. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the company. This time, Charlie greeted Su Chen with a smile and respect. "Hello, President Su." After yesterday's meeting, some employees at Tongya had learned that Su Chen had become a shareholder. "Where's President Su?" Su Chen asked Xiaoli. "President Su was in the conference room for a meeting," Xiaoli replied. Su Chen nodded and took the elevator to the conference room. Upon entering, he found the same few people inside. "You're just in time. If you give us the opportunity to buy back shares, we can also give you a chance to sell the shares to you. That way, the whole company will be yours," said the leading shareholder, who held 10% of the shares, directly addressing Su Chen. "Sure, I want your shares. Yutong, what is the current market value of Tongya shares?" Currently, Tongya's total market value is 480 million. The previous peak was 1.051 billion, but due to recent events, the stock market has dropped by over 50%, Su Yutong explained to Su Chen. "You hold a total of 35% of the shares. I will buy your shares for 168 million. Is there a problem?" Su Chen quickly calculated and arrived at the price. "Of course there's a problem. We want the peak price, which is the price when the market value was 1,350 million. We won't sell for a penny less," the person with the most shares expressed his dissatisfaction with Su Chen's offer, directly doubling the price. "Then there's nothing to discuss. Please leave, everyone. I've wasted my trip," Su Chen said. He was not a fool, not someone who would pay whatever they demanded. If there was no sincerity, they could leave quickly. "Little Su, don't be in such a hurry. Isn't business all about negotiation?" "We can discuss the price slowly," said a minor shareholder, who didn't hold many shares and was less aggressive. "I can only add another 10%, 180 million. If you're not willing, then each of you can go back home," Su Chen said, not having the time to dally with them. He slightly raised the price, and whether they agreed or not was up to them. He wouldn't spend another cent. "Isn't that a bit low?" The group hesitated. Compared to the previous price for Tongya, this was absolutely unacceptable, but the current situation of Tongya was not optimistic. The price might drop even further in the future, and there might not be anyone willing to take over. "Fine. I'll sell." A small shareholder with only 3% of the shares immediately made his decision and sold his shares to Su Chen. The other small shareholders also expressed their willingness to sell their shares. Su Chen then instructed Su Yutong to have someone draft a transfer contract. In the end, only the shareholder with 10% of the shares was still hesitating. "This is the share transfer contract. If everyone sees no issues, please sign it. I will transfer the money to your accounts, Su Chen. Had someone hand the contract to the shareholders. After the small shareholders looked it over and found no problems, they decisively signed their names. Uncle Su, what do you say? Su Yutong looked at the middle-aged man who was still hesitating. I still think the price is too low. I won't sign unless the price is raised. Su Chen sneered. Fine, then you can keep it. I hope you won't come looking for me later. The price might be even lower by then. The other party didn't expect Su Chen to be so firm. He snorted and turned to leave. Since Su Chen wanted Tongya's shares, he would definitely not let go of the 10% shares in his hands. He thought this was just a way to lower the price. Yutong, don't worry about the Tongya stock market issues for now. Let it drop, Su Chen said to Su Yutong. But if it keeps dropping, we'll lose a lot of shareholders, Su Yutong said hesitantly. It's fine, I'll cover the losses. Just do as I say, Su Chen assured her. Alright, with Su Chen's guarantee, she could only comply. After all, Su Chen was now the one in charge of Tongya. Since Su Yutong had to handle company affairs, Su Chen could only go to Aunt Lu's house alone to sign the contract. Currently, Su Chen's money was running low, with only a few tens of millions left, but it was still enough to buy a house. Once the exhibition was over and Hongfan jewelry gained a reputation, a large influx of funds would come in. Aunt Lu, Su Chen called out as he arrived at the villa. The contract is here, take a look. I've already packed up and I can move out soon, Aunt Lu said, taking out the prepared contract. Su Chen glanced at it, found no issues, signed the contract, and after transferring the property certificate, the villa was officially his. Su Chen transferred 42 million to Aunt Lu. Xiao Su, you can move in tomorrow. I'm flying abroad tonight. Here's the key to the villa, it's all yours now. Aunt Lu handed the villa key to Su Chen, completely severing her ties with the place. She didn't want to return to this sorrowful place again. After returning from the villa area, Su Chen began packing up his things at home, planning to move over tomorrow. That night, Su Chen entered the game again to continue advancing the plot. Main quest, pick up goods. Yongandang has a batch of goods about to arrive in Tianshin City, but the boss can't leave, so please act as the boss of Yongandang and go out of the city to pick up the goods. Su Chen headed straight to the outskirts of Tianshin City. Outside Tianshin City, a group of bodyguards sat dejectedly on the ground. Are you from the Qingyuan escort agency? I'm here to pick up Yongandang's goods, Su Chen asked the leading bodyguard. Although he knew what was going on, the procedure still had to be followed. Sigh. The bodyguard sighed. Our escort was robbed, and your goods are lost, the bodyguard said glumly. Losing a shipment not only means compensating the owner for all their losses, but it also signifies that their escort agency's reputation will be tarnished, and in the future, no one may dare to entrust them with their goods. This is why escort agencies go to great lengths to protect their shipments. Losing one means they could be out of a job. What happened? Who robbed you? That gang of robbers from the Lu Forest, led by a scar-faced man. They took advantage of our break to steal our goods. By the time we noticed, the cargo had already been cleared out. After a fight, we lost a few brothers, and although they lost some men too, we couldn't retrieve the goods, the head escort said. Frustrated. Just as they were nearing Tianshin City, they had let their guard down. Who would have thought they could be robbed right at the foot of the city? Where were you robbed? Are they still there? Su Chen asked. Are you planning to help us get our goods back? The head escort replied, surprised. Su Chen nodded. If possible, I will help you retrieve the goods. That's great. Thank you, young hero, for your assistance. New task, retrieve the goods. Help the people of Qingyuan Escort Agency recover the lost goods. After receiving the task prompt, Su Chen immediately set off for the task location, guided by a Li Biddy directly to the site. It was a bandit den located in the Lu Forest, not large, just a camp with a total of 10 people. Su Chen observed the situation in the camp from the shadows. Typically in games, at this point, a high-level character would lead the charge, going in for a massacre. But now, Su Chen had no high-level character to rely on. He could only depend on himself. During his first foray, he had taken them down one by one to complete the task. This time, he planned to do the same, opting for a stealthy approach. The first order of business was to deal with the two sentries, one standing at the entrance and the other on the lookout. The lookout could see the sentry at the entrance, so the one at the door had to remain undisturbed. He needed to take out the lookout first. Using the cover of the bushes, Su Chen climbed over the wall, avoiding the patrol's line of sight. As the patrolling bandit passed by, he slowly climbed up to the lookout. Once on the platform, the bandit was still unaware. Su Chen covered the bandit's mouth from behind and swiftly slashed his throat with a sword. The bandit struggled briefly before falling lifeless. This is another game mechanic from Wulin Zhanba, the instant kill condition. When in a concealed state or undetected, hitting an enemy's vital point can trigger an instant kill. Su Chen gently laid the body down and hid on the platform, waiting for the patrolling bandit to pass by again. After the patrol passed, Su Chen quickly descended from the platform and circled around to the back of the sentry to execute a stealth kill. Now, there were still 2 patrolling, 3 drinking, and 3 resting in the camp. Su Chen absolutely could not be discovered. If he was, the drinking and resting bandits would come over, and he would have to face an onslaught of 7 or 8 men. Su Chen remembered that the lost goods were in a certain warehouse. He wondered if he could retrieve the goods without being noticed. Previously, he had always gone for a strong assault and had never attempted this, but now it seemed feasible. However, he needed to take out the 2 patrolling bandits first, otherwise he wouldn't have a chance to reach the warehouse. The 2 patrolling bandits did not patrol together but rather staggered their rounds, which minimized blind spots. However, this also provided Su Chen with an opportunity. Standing on the wall, he leaped down as one of the patrolling bandits passed by, stabbing down from above. The bandit was instantly killed, but the attack made quite a noise. The other patrolling bandit glanced over in confusion. Because a building blocked the view, he didn't see anything and curiously approached. Su Chen quickly dragged the body into a nearby haystack, hiding himself within it as well. Another bandit walked over strangely and quickly noticed the pool of blood on the ground, instantly becoming alert. If this were a game, a question mark would surely appear above his head. Following the blood trail, he found the haystack and looked at it in confusion, bending down to reach for it. Su Chen gripped his sword tightly inside, and as the bandit pulled apart the hay, Su Chen swiftly thrust his sword into the bandit's heart. The long sword plunged directly into the bandit's heart, and he looked at Su Chen in shock before collapsing to the ground. Su Chen crawled out from the haystack and brushed off the grass from his body. At that moment, a bandit whistling came out of the room to relieve himself and immediately spotted Su Chen. Both of them froze for a moment. Su Chen and the bandit stared at each other, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. The bandit glanced at his brother lying in a pool of blood next to Su Chen, then looked back at Su Chen. Su Chen lowered his gaze to the corpse at his feet. "Do you believe me if I say I didn't do it? Enemy attack!" The bandit suddenly shouted loudly to alert his companions. Inside, seizing the opportunity, Su Chen charged forward to attack him. The few bandits in the room were jolted awake by their companion's shout, and the 2 bandits who had been drinking rushed out the door immediately. The 3 bandits resting on the bed groggily woke up and curiously walked towards the door. Su Chen endured the damage and quickly killed this bandit. At that moment, the 2 drinking bandits had just come out and, seeing Su Chen kill their brother, they furiously grabbed their weapons and launched an attack on him. Facing the 2 bandits, Su Chen felt confident. His speed attribute was high, making it easier to dodge their attacks. With this in mind, Su Chen chose to confront them instead of fleeing. He first dodged a slash, then turned his sword to attack the bandit's neck. Su Chen realized that this game world was somewhat different from a real game. While he couldn't trigger an instant kill by attacking vital points like in an assassination, he could still deal higher damage, with critical hits and lethal attacks at least increasing damage by half. -110. A blood-red number appeared above the bandit's head, and Su Chen's sword took away a large portion of the bandit's health. Su Chen felt a surge of joy and, taking advantage of the bandit's moment of vulnerability while he was retracting his long knife, he grabbed the bandit's hand holding the knife, preventing him from dodging, and thrust his sword into the bandit's heart. Relying on his high defense, Su Chen completely ignored the other bandits' attacks, enduring 2 hits. -90. The bandit's health hit 0, and Su Chen gained experience for the kill. He tossed the dead bandit aside and charged at the other bandit. The bandit slashed diagonally at Su Chen, who dodged the vital strike, moving his feet continuously to close the distance at the cost of his own injury. He thrust his sword into the bandit's heart once more in the same manner. -114. Su Chen stumbled, causing the bandit to fall backward, and taking advantage of the momentum, he drew his long sword and stabbed down into the fallen bandit's head. -86. Su Chen eliminated another bandit. He had only lost 20 health points, leaving him with 106. It seemed like a long time had passed, but all of this happened in the blink of an eye, taking no more than 10 seconds. By the time the 3 sleeping bandits emerged, 2 corpses already lay on the ground. Su Chen smiled. He suddenly realized that his high defense, reckless fighting style was more efficient. By this method, these 3 bandits were no match for him. Without a word, the 3 bandits charged at Su Chen, who smiled slightly and stepped forward to engage. 1 minute later, only Su Chen remained standing, while all the other bandits lay on the ground. Su Chen glanced at his health points, still at 40. Although he had only added 1 person, the difficulty had indeed increased exponentially. After disengaging from combat, Su Chen quickly restored his health to full. He checked the corpses, but none had dropped any equipment. Su Chen's peripheral vision caught something, and he suddenly froze. He saw that there was actually a chest in the room. This game does feature treasure chests, which usually appear in the wild, but encountering one is purely a matter of luck. They appear almost randomly, and the contents of the chests are not necessarily good. The drop rate is too low. Generally, in real games, no one goes specifically looking for treasure chests. With that time, it's better to find a team to kill a few bosses. But seeing a treasure chest here surprised Su Chen, as he couldn't find anyone else to help him. Anything could appear in the chest, with the highest probability being potions at 50%, followed by white Gear at 30%, blue gear at 10%, items at 6%, ordinary pets at 3%, and unidentified blue gear at 1%. The most valuable item is the unidentified blue gear. In the game Martial Arts Conquest, blue gear or higher does not drop directly. The most valuable is the unidentified blue gear. To obtain divine equipment, one must craft it themselves. Blue gear, also known as basic equipment, serves as the foundation for all gear, which is then enhanced based on blue gear. For example, Su Chen previously crafted pink gear using pink crystals, along with sets, attribute gear, red gear, etc. Unidentified blue gear is essential for farming high-quality basic equipment, as only unidentified blue gear can identify 3 or more attributes, otherwise, generally dropped. Blue gear has at most 2 attributes. So, what could be opened from this chest depended solely on Su Chen's luck. Whether he was an African or a European would be determined this time. What Su Chen wanted most were the last 2 pets and the unidentified blue gear. At the very least, he wanted an ordinary blue gear, as he was not lacking in white gear, potions, or items. Su Chen rubbed his hands together. Ah, heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, Holy Mother Mary, God bless. Su Chen blew on his hands and chanted as he opened the treasure chest. A beam of light shone from the chest, making it hard for Su Chen to open his eyes. When the light faded and Su Chen opened his eyes again, a white object appeared in the chest. Sure, the white object moved, suddenly raising its head and calling out to Su Chen. The little creature looked like a small bear, completely snow white, with only its 4 paws being black, resembling it was wearing gloves and socks. Its big eyes looked very cute, somewhat like a panda. What is this thing? Su Chen understood it was a pet, but he had never seen such a pet before. Iron-eating beast mutant. Su Chen was taken aback. It was actually a mutant pet. In the game Martial Arts Conquest, pets are categorized by levels, with the lowest being babies, which are very common pets, slightly stronger than wild monsters. Above that are mutants, and above them are divine beasts, which are the highest quality pets. However, mutant pets are not necessarily inferior to divine beasts. Some exceptionally gifted mutant pets can even be stronger than divine beasts. Su Chen had struck gold. This was definitely a stroke of luck, not at all bad. I need to give you a name. Let's call you Little White, Su Chen said as he picked the little creature up from the chest. Currently, Little White was still at level 1, with no combat power, but it did have a talent. Skill. Iron-eating, consuming equipment can enhance its own qualifications. When Su Chen saw this skill, he was momentarily stunned. This was a growth-type pet. Looking at Little White now felt like looking at a treasure. Although Little White's qualifications seemed average, as long as he had enough equipment for Little White to consume, it could grow to surpass the attributes of divine beasts. Ha ha ha, I've struck gold. After finding the treasure, Su Chen directly used a flying talisman to return. The goods have been retrieved for you, Su Chen said as he handed the cargo to the escort leader. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, young hero. This is your reward. I hope you won't refuse it, the escort leader said, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Mission completed, received 100 forged blade, experience 2000, ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Su Chen leveled up again. Early levels were still quite easy, and the main quest provided a good amount of experience. Su Chen allocated all his attributes to strength once more. 100 forged blade, blue, level, 10 damage, 20 to 30 strength plus 10 constitution plus 8 level 10. Weapon, which Su Chen currently had no use for, as he was only at level 8. Su Chen hurried back to Yong'an trading post. Boss, your goods are back, he said. Ding. Item retrieval mission completed, received bronze helmet, experience 2200, bronze helmet, blue, level, 10 defense, 15 constitution plus 10. This mission also rewarded a level 10 blue equipment, and Su Chen knew that consecutive missions would yield a full set of blue gear. With such martial skills, why not serve the country, young hero, the boss of Yong'an trading post said to Su Chen. I wish I could, but I just haven't had the opportunity, Su Chen sighed, following the plot's progression. There's no need for you to worry, young hero. Recently, bandits have been rampant, making life difficult for the common people. The government is currently recruiting heroes from all over to eliminate the bandits near Lu Shulin. Take this letter to Master Li, he will arrange a job for you. The boss of Yong'an trading post handed Su Chen a letter. Thank you, boss. I will surely repay you in the future. Su Chen accepted the envelope without hesitation. Su Chen didn't rush to report to the government office. Instead, he went out of the city to level up. Currently, Xiaobai was only level 1 and couldn't be of any help, so he decided to raise its level first. Before that, Su Chen fed Xiaobai the bracelet he had previously removed. Aptitude was a hidden attribute that couldn't be seen in the attribute interface, only at higher levels could one unlock the heavenly eye to see the aptitude attributes. However, Su Chen could guess Xiaobai's aptitude. Ordinary iron-eating beasts lean towards physical damage, meaning their strength aptitude was the highest, generally around 50 points, which meant that each point of strength increased damage by 0.5. Improving aptitude was essentially a way to increase damage. Su Chen first raised Xiaobai's level to 5, which didn't take much time. With triple experience activated, the experience surged rapidly. Xiaobai level, 5 health, 102 damage, 12 strength. 17 speed, 9 constitution, 17 intelligence, 9. The attributes didn't seem impressive compared to Su Chen's. They were a bit lacking, but it hadn't grown yet, and once it did, the attributes would be visible. To prevent Xiaobai from dying so easily, Su Chen added 2 points to constitution and 2 points to strength, allowing it to deal damage while also not being so easily defeated. After all, it couldn't dodge attacks like Su Chen. Xiaobai had to rely on its attributes to withstand them. Back in Tianshin City, Su Chen headed straight to the government office. He quickly found Master Li. Master Li, the boss of Yongnan Trading Post, recommended me to you. Here is his letter of recommendation, Su Chen said as he handed the envelope to Master Li. Master Li opened it and saw it was indeed the boss's handwriting. You're just in time. We are preparing to encircle the bandit den in Lu Shulin, and we are short on people. However, before that, I have something I want you to do, Master Li said as he put away the envelope. Please, Master, go ahead. Deliver this letter to General Wu. Master Li handed Su Chen another letter. Yes, I will deliver it. Su Chen accepted the envelope without any objections and headed to the barracks. General Wu was inside the camp directing the training. General Wu, Master Li asked me to bring you this letter, Su Chen said as he found General Wu and handed over the letter. General Wu glanced at it and then put it away. Go back and tell Master Li that I can't leave right now. Have him wait a bit longer, General Wu said with a frown. I don't know what troubles the general has. Can I help? Su Chen asked. Recently, we've added some new recruits to the barracks, and I need to procure supplies and settle them in before I can assist Master Li in hunting down the bandits. General Wu replied to Su Chen. What do you need to procure? I can help, Su Chen offered. You? That works. I've ordered 40 beds and 40 sets of military uniforms, and I need to pick them up from the general store and the tailor. Can you handle that? General Wu asked Su Chen. I can do it, leave it to me. Su Chen immediately agreed. Ding. New task. Procurement. Su Chen used items to fly back and forth twice, completing the task. Ding. Task completed, gained bronze armor, experience 2200. Very good. Go back and tell Master Li that I'm ready here and can assist him with the bandit extermination task at any time, General Li said to Su Chen with satisfaction. Su Chen hurried back to the yamen. Su Chen felt like he was about to run his legs off, especially since he couldn't use flying talismans or guiding bees when there were no tasks. If only he had set a few coordinates with the Bagwai talisman earlier. What a miscalculation. Well done. Go report to Captain Xing. We'll be heading out to deal with the bandits soon, so don't wander around too much in the meantime. Master Li nodded in approval. Ding. New task. Report. Su Chen took a deep breath. This continuous running task was finally coming to an end. Su Chen walked directly into the yamen and found Captain Xing. Master Li sent me to report to you. Good. Put on this set of constable clothes. Captain Xing handed Su Chen a uniform. This outfit was just a costume in the game, affecting only appearance and not attributes. Su Chen equipped the costume right away. Ding. Task completed. Gained riding boots. Experience 2200. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Riding boots, blue, level, 10 speed plus 10 strength plus 8. Su Chen leveled up again, reaching level 9, just a little short of being able to equip these items. This set was level 10 gear that Su Chen could craft into a full set, significantly boosting his strength. However, Su Chen was still only level 9 and needed one more level to use it. The next main quest would also only unlock after Su Chen reached level 10, so his primary task now was to level up. But now Su Chen needed to head back. He had spent enough time in the game. Su Chen returned to the inn, lay on the bed, and chose to rest, returning to reality. Su Chen opened his eyes. It was already bright outside, nearly 11 o'clock. He checked his phone and saw several missed calls. Su Chen wondered why people liked to call so early in the morning. Not everyone could wake up early, after all. This time, the missed call wasn't from Su Yutong but from Su Chen's high school classmate, Ruan Tiancheng. There were several WeChat messages from his friend. Ruan Tiancheng, why didn't you answer the phone? Ruan Tiancheng, there's a class reunion today, right in the new city. Are you coming? Ruan Tiancheng, waiting for your reply. Seeing this, Su Chen replied with a message. Su Chen, got it. Ruan Tiancheng. Ruan Tiancheng, so are you coming or not? Everyone is already at the restaurant. Ruan Tiancheng, location, Ruan Tiancheng, I've sent you the location, call me when you arrive. Su Chen looked at the messages and smiled wryly. He hadn't even been given time to refuse. His relationship with his high school classmates wasn't that close. He had focused entirely on studying back then and didn't have deep feelings. However, since they had invited him, it wouldn't be appropriate not to go. Su Chen tidied up and drove to the location Ruan Tiancheng sent him. Su Xiao, I've already notified Su Chen. I believe he will arrive soon, Ruan Tiancheng said with a smile to Su Xiaoqing. Why do we have to wait for Su Chen? I don't want to see him. A beautiful woman in a gown beside Su Xiaoqing complained, her entire back exposed. Justin, Su Chen is still our classmate, isn't he? How can we not wait for him? Besides, didn't you like him when you were in school? Don't you want to see him? Su Xiaoqing said, wrapping his arm around Lu Justin. Lu Justin frowned slightly. I'm yours now, so why are you talking about him? Lu Justin pouted, playfully hitting Su Xiaoqing's chest in annoyance. Ruan Tianchang watched the two of them flirt and felt a bit nauseous. If it weren't for Su Shaoqing's wealthy family, he wouldn't bother talking to these two lovebirds at all. Sister-in-law, Su Xiao is thinking of you. He wants you to know that your choice is the right one. I heard Su Chen just got fired from his company and is now unemployed, Ruan Tianchang said with a smile. Tianchang is right. When Su Chen arrives, you can vent your anger on him. I believe he won't dare to say anything, Su Shaoqing said dismissively. At this moment, other classmates began to arrive, and for the sake of his image, Su Shaoqing stopped discussing Su Chen. Su Xiao. Su Xiao is really hiding his talents, even the class flower has been won over by him. Only Su Xiao could win Lu Jiasen's favor. Who else in our class could catch the class flower's eye? Regardless of their familiarity, these classmates all flattered Su Shaoqing. The main reason was that Su Shaoqing's family was wealthy, and especially after graduation, their business had been booming, now becoming a leading enterprise in the new city. Su Shaoqing enjoyed the compliments around him, filled with confidence. Su Chen drove his monster truck and soon arrived at the location Ruan Tianchang had sent, the New Moon Hotel, a 5-star hotel where spending starts at least in the tens of thousands. Su Chen parked his car at the hotel entrance, and the doorman, seeing such an impressive luxury vehicle, immediately approached him. Sir, do you need valet parking? Su Chen handed over the keys without hesitation. Thanks. After getting out of the car, Su Chen called Ruan Tianchang. Hello, I'm here. Where are you? Room 888 on the 3rd floor. Su Chen hung up and walked upstairs. Arriving at room 888, it was already filled with people. Most of the classmates had arrived, except for those not in the new city. Sitting at the front was Su Shaoqing. Seeing who was next to Su Shaoqing, Su Chen was taken aback. Lu Jiasen, the class flower of their class, whom Su Chen had once liked. He also knew that Lu Jiasen had a crush on him back then. However, at that time, everyone was focused on their studies and neither had expressed their feelings. Su Chen is here. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Lu Jiasen, Su Shaoqing said, spotting Su Chen as he entered, smiling at him. Su Chen smiled slightly. He only responded lightly, showing no emotion. This made Su Shaoqing somewhat dissatisfied. He wanted to see Su Chen's disappointed and sad expression. Su Chen, don't you recognize her? She's our class flower, Lu Jiasen, who once liked you. Have you forgotten? Su Shaoqing continued. Su Shaoqing's words not only surprised Su Chen, but the surrounding classmates also held their breath. It was obvious to anyone that Su Shaoqing was targeting Su Chen, especially Lu Jiasen, whose expression darkened. She didn't expect Su Shaoqing to say such things in front of so many people. Thanks for taking over, Su Xiao. I'll drink to you. Su Chen smiled, raising a glass of water to Su Shaoqing and downing it in one go. Su Shaoqing's face suddenly changed. He never expected Su Chen would dare to speak to him like that. Su Chen, how can you talk like that? We're all classmates. How can you say that to Su Xiao? Ruan Tianchang stood up, dissatisfied, and said to Su Chen, "Oh, how should I say it then? Didn't he take over my role? I'm not wrong, am I?" Su Chen shrugged innocently. "We're all classmates, let's not make it so awkward. Let's eat first." The class monitor tried to mediate at that moment. At this moment, Su Shaoqing also stopped talking. Continuing would not benefit him. When all the dishes were served, Su Shaoqing quietly signaled to Lu Jiasen. "You go toast Su Chen," Su Shaoqing said to Lu Jiasen. Lu Jiasen frowned. "What are you up to again? Just go when I tell you to. Why so much nonsense?" Su Shaoqing said, dissatisfied. Lu Jiasen had no choice but to stand up and toast Su Chen. "Su Chen, I toast you," Lu Jiasen said with a smile. Su Chen was someone she had once liked, and that affection still lingered in her heart. "Toasting should be sincere. Go pour him a drink," Su Shaoqing said, looking at Lu Jiasen with displeasure. Lu Jiasen furrowed her brows and glanced at Su Shaoqing, unsure of what he was really planning. Under Su Shaoqing's oppressive presence, she walked over to Su Chen and poured the drink in front of him. "Su Chen, to our high school friendship, I toast you." "Sorry, I drove here, so I can't drink," Su Chen directly declined. No matter what Su Shaoqing was scheming, he wouldn't drink this cup. He still had to move later. "Su Chen, your sister-in-law is toasting you. Just drink it. Don't be such a killjoy," Ruan Tianchang said sarcastically from the side. "Alright then, I'll use tea instead of wine," Su Chen said, raising his cup of tea and downing it in one go. Lu Jiasen said nothing and drank the wine in her hand. Sister-in-law has a good capacity for alcohol. Unlike some people, who can't even give face for a drink, Ruan Tianchang continued his sarcastic remarks. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to him. There were no more than 5 people here he could actually talk to. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqing shot a glance at Ruan Tianchang. Ruan Tianchang immediately nodded in understanding. Just as Lu Jiasen finished her drink and was about to return, she suddenly felt a stumble under her feet. In her high heels, she lost her balance and started to fall. Su Chen, quick on his feet, instinctively grabbed Lu Jiasen's hand. Thank you," Lu Jiasen said, shaken, as she thanked Su Chen. If she had fallen, the least she would have done was sprain her ankle. Su Chen smiled, not taking it seriously. "Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Why are you getting handsy with Lu Jiasen? Su Xiao is still here." Ruan Tiancheng said discontentedly to Su Chen. I just saw she was about to fall and reached out to help. Is that wrong? If it weren't for his instinctive reaction, he wouldn't have wanted to help Lu Jiasen at all. Whether it's right or wrong, you should at least apologize to Su Xiao, Ruan Tiancheng continued. Su Chen looked at Ruan Tiancheng oddly. You keep calling him Su Xiao. Is he your father? Su Chen could see that Ruan Tiancheng and Su Xiaoqing had ulterior motives, and he couldn't indulge these two. What are you talking about? Su Xiao is the young master of Fengyun Group. Aren't you unemployed now? If you make Su Xiao happy, he might even give you a job. Don't be ungrateful, Ruan Tiancheng said angrily. Hey, don't say that, we're all classmates. It's fine. Su Chen, if you really have nowhere to go, you can come to my house and be a delivery guy. We need people right now. Su Xiaoqing raised his hand to signal Ruan Tiancheng to stop, smiling at Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Su Xiaoqing was indeed here to humiliate him, but today he would surely disappoint Su Xiaoqing. Exactly, a job is something Su Xiao can solve. With a word, Su Chen, you should apologize to Su Xiao. Other classmates took this opportunity to criticize Su Chen, hoping to gain Su Xiaoqing's favor. Su Xiaoqing immediately laughed. He didn't believe Su Chen could maintain his proud demeanor at this moment. Just as Su Chen was about to say something, the door was opened. A waiter walked in gently, holding a car key. Whose key is this that was just parked? Oh, it's mine, Su Chen raised his hand and said. He had actually forgotten to tell the doorman his room number earlier, and it seemed the other party had put in quite a bit of effort to find him, taking so long to come over. I'm sorry for the trouble, Su Chen said apologetically. He did feel a bit guilty for making them wait so long. It's nothing, the customer is king, the attendant replied without any anger, nodding before walking out. Wow, Su Chen, you really bought a car? His classmates were surprised to see that Su Chen actually had a car. Didn't they just say he had been fired? How could he afford a car? Yeah, just bought it. Su Chen didn't elaborate further. Su Xiaoqing frowned as he looked at the key in Su Chen's hand, feeling it was very familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. So what if you have a car? If you don't have a job, you probably won't even be able to afford gas, Ruan Tiancheng said sarcastically from the side. Su Chen, what kind of car is this? Su Xiaoqing felt that the key in Su Chen's hand was very familiar, but he couldn't remember, so he had to shamelessly ask Su Chen. Isn't Su Xiao well informed? Don't you recognize this car? Su Chen said with a smile. The Kurdi car was originally a custom-made vehicle, quite rare, especially since there were very few Kurdi monsters in the country. If Su Xiao doesn't recognize it, it must be some no-name brand, right? Did you buy it for a few tens of thousands? No, maybe a few thousand for a second-hand car? Ruan Tiancheng mocked. As soon as he said this, several classmates around them laughed along with Ruan Tiancheng. Su Chen shook his head. These people were really idle. Instead of mocking others, couldn't they do something productive with their time? If you guys have nothing to do, I'm leaving. Su Chen couldn't stand mingling with this group of idiots anymore. He might as well go back and move. I think it's because he feels embarrassed to stay here, Ruan Tiancheng sneered. Su Chen almost couldn't hold back and turned around to slap Ruan Tiancheng. What was this guy's problem? He hadn't provoked him at all. Su Chen shook his head and opened the door, preparing to leave. Su Chen? What are you doing here? Just as Su Chen opened the door, he ran into Su Yutong. Su Yutong was here to meet a client. Now that Tonya Daily Chemicals was on the decline, although Su Chen had told her not to interfere, she couldn't just watch Tonya Daily Chemicals disappear from the business landscape. I'm here for a classmate gathering. What about you? Su Chen asked curiously. I came to eat, Su Yutong lied, afraid that Su Chen would be angry if he found out she hadn't followed his advice. Since it's your classmates, should I go in for a drink? Su Yutong asked. No need. Su Chen hadn't finished his sentence when Su Xiaoqing behind him interrupted. Su Chen's friend, please come in, Su Xiaoqing warmly invited, especially when he saw how beautiful Su Yutong was, making him even more enthusiastic. At the same time, he felt a bit jealous, wondering why Su Chen had so many beautiful women around him. Su Yutong smiled and nodded at Su Xiaoqing. Su Chen helplessly shook his head and sat back down. Su Yutong then took the opportunity to sit next to Su Chen. Su Chen, who is this? Introduce us, a friendly classmate said with a smile. This is my. Su Chen paused here, unsure how to introduce Su Yutong. Was she his boss? Not anymore, it was the other way around now, with Su Chen being Su Yutong's boss. Employee didn't fit either, she was a president after all. My friend, Su Yutong. Su Chen could only introduce her this way. Su Yutong shot him a glance upon hearing the introduction. She had wanted to give Su Chen some face, but it seemed he didn't appreciate it. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. Let me toast to you, Su Yutong said generously, raising the glass in front of Su Chen and downing it in one go. This glass of wine was poured by Lu Jiasen, and Su Chen hadn't even taken a sip yet. Su Yutong just downed it. Refreshing. Unlike some people who hesitate even when drinking, Ruan Tiancheng continued with a sarcastic tone. Su Xiaoqing smiled slightly when he saw Su Yutong drinking. My name is Su Xiaoqing, my family is in the transportation industry, and my dad is the chairman of Fengyun Company. Nice to meet you, Su Xiaoqing said, raising his glass to introduce himself to Su Yutong. Su Yutong nodded slightly, having no intention of drinking with Su Xiaoqing. Su Yutong was toasting them out of respect for Su Chen. If Su Xiaoqing wanted to return the toast, he could drink on his own. Su Xiaoqing didn't have that much clout to make Su Yutong accompany him for a drink. Su Xiaoqing felt a bit awkward, holding the glass in his hand, unsure whether to put it down or not. Su Xiao, let me drink with you. Ruan Tianshang, with sharp eyes, quickly noticed Su Xiaoqing's awkwardness and rushed to help him out. Su Xiaoqing, feeling displeased, drank the wine and then glared at Su Chen. Su Chen touched his face, wondering how he had offended Su Xiaoqing again. Su Xiao, is the job search for Su Chen still valid? The class monitor, being a nice guy, started worrying about Su Chen's job search, completely oblivious to the sparks flying between Su Chen and Su Xiaoqing. That depends on how Su Chen performs. Jobs are hard to find these days, especially during graduation season. There are more fresh graduates than positions available. How could they hire someone who just got fired? Su Xiaoqing said sarcastically. Su Yutong looked at Su Chen with confusion. Why are you still looking for a job? If you're really bored, why not come work at the company? Isn't that better than going outside? Su Yutong looked at Su Chen curiously. No, I didn't intend to look for a job, Su Chen said helplessly to Su Yutong. Thanks for the class monitor's kindness. But I don't need to look for a job, so don't worry about it. Besides, even if I were looking for a job, I wouldn't want to be a courier. Su Chen shook his head. A courier? Did your classmate find you a courier job? It seems your friendship isn't very friendly. Su Yutong quickly caught on to the underlying issue. Perhaps this class reunion wasn't very friendly to Su Chen. As long as you see through it, don't cause any trouble, Su Chen said with a bitter smile. Our Fengyun company is a leading enterprise in the new city. Being a courier at my place would be quite an achievement, Su Xiaoqing said mockingly. Then I won't bother you, Yutong, let's go. Su Chen looked at Su Xiaoqing as if he were an idiot and pulled Su Yutong away. If it weren't for Su Yutong's sudden appearance, he would have left long ago. Stop. If you dare to leave, I'll make sure you can't survive in the new city, believe it or not. Su Xiaoqing immediately tore off the facade and threatened Su Chen. You can leave, but your friend has to stay. Su Xiaoqing greedily glanced at Su Yutong. Compared to Su Yutong, Lu Jiasun was like a weed by the roadside. Wait, did you just want me to stay? Su Yutong turned around and asked coldly. Of course, it's just for a drink here. Su Xiaoqing changed his expression and smiled. At Su Yutong, I just heard you say your family is Fengyun Company, right? Is it a transportation company? Su Yutong continued to ask. Yes, have you heard of it? Su Xiaoqing proudly raised his head. I've heard of it, but what do you mean by leading enterprise in the new city? Are you bragging? If you said it was the leader in the transportation industry in the new city, I might believe you, but a leading enterprise? Do you deserve that? Su Yutong said with a cold smile. Fengyun Transportation, right? Our company seems to have a partnership with that transportation company. I'll have the sales department terminate all cooperation with Fengyun Company. We can't afford to associate with a leading enterprise, Su Yutong said sarcastically, glancing at Su Chen for confirmation. Su Chen showed no reaction, which was taken as agreement. Soon, Su Yutong dialed a number. Terminate all cooperation with Fengyun Transportation. Why? Just say their son offended our major shareholder. After giving the order, Su Yutong hung up the phone. Su Xiaoqing, feeling anxious, was initially a bit guilty, but seeing Su Yutong hang up so hastily, he couldn't help but scoff. At this point, he was still trying to act tough. Although his family is not a leading enterprise, they are still a significant player in the new city's transportation industry. They can't be compared to big companies, but no one dares to underestimate them in the transportation sector. No one leaves without my permission. Today, come in, Su Xiaoqing shouted, and the bodyguards outside the door walked in. These two bodyguards were hired by Su Xiaoqing on his own, without his father's knowledge. They were just a group of small-time thugs from the streets, given a stable income, and with daily food, drink, and entertainment, they followed Su Xiaoqing loyally. The two young men in suits immediately blocked the door with ill intentions. Su Yutong, seeing this, was a bit scared and hid behind Su Chen. With Su Chen around, she felt a sense of security. You don't know what's good for you, Su Chen. I've long found you displeasing. I give you a chance to apologize, yet you repeatedly refuse to show me respect. Don't blame me for being rude, Su Xiaoqing said, with a twisted expression. Looks like I didn't beat you into submission back in school. Su Chen squinted at Su Xiaoqing. The grudge between Su Chen and Su Xiaoqing stemmed from their school days when Lu Jiasun liked Su Chen and had subtly expressed her feelings more than once, often bringing him breakfast. This made Su Xiaoqing, who also liked Lu Jiasun, very jealous. One day after school, Su Xiaoqing, relying on his family's wealth, hired some thugs to block Su Chen. That day, Su Chen was beaten, and when he got home, he didn't tell his parents, only saying he had fallen accidentally. The next day, Su Chen arrived at school and without saying a word, grabbed Su Xiaoqing's head and slammed it onto the desk. That morning, Su Chen left Su Xiaoqing with a bleeding head, and as a result, Su Chen received a major demerit from the school and had to call his parents. When he got home, he explained everything to them, and his parents did not blame him. His father even thought Su Chen was right, while only his mother expressed some concern. From then on, Su Xiaoqing didn't dare to lift his head when he saw Su Chen. Until graduation, Su Chen never regretted it. That was the best day of his life. Hold him down for me. I want to kill him. Su Xiaoqing, as if poked in a sore spot, pointed at Su Chen with a twisted expression and ordered his subordinates. Su Chen pulled Su Yutong behind him, standing protectively in front of her, and looked at the two eager young men across from him. Slap! Slap! Su Chen's two big slaps landed on the faces of the two young men. The two were caught off guard, bewildered by the sudden blows. Angered, they twisted their necks and raised their fists to retaliate. You bastard! Slap! Slap! Another two slaps. You! Slap! Slap! I! Slap! Slap! After receiving 3 consecutive slaps, the two immediately lost their tempers and dared not speak. Slap! Slap! Big brother, I didn't say anything, one of the young men said aggrievely. He hadn't spoken at all, it was the other young man who had been talking. But every time, Su Chen hit both of them. Seeing your getup annoys me. How old are you? Are you an adult now, out here causing trouble? Su Chen said coldly. The two dared not respond. Seeing them behave, Su Chen finally turned back to glance at Su Xiaoqing indifferently. Su Xiaoqing was instantly frightened. He vividly remembered that look from Su Chen, the same expression he had when he beat him to a pulp back then, as if he had no emotions at all. Ding-a-ling! At that moment, Su Xiaoqing's phone rang. Su Xiaoqing's spirit jolted, but under Su Chen's gaze, he didn't dare to move. Answer it, Su Chen said softly. Su Chen guessed who was calling. You bastard! Who the hell did you offend? Su Qinghai, upon answering the phone, immediately scolded his son. He had just received a call that Tongya Daily Chemicals, with whom they had a partnership, suddenly terminated their contract, which surprised him. After inquiring through connections, he was told that his son had offended the major shareholder of Tongya. This made Su Qinghai very angry. Although Tongya's situation was not optimistic, he had heard that a major shareholder had recently injected a large amount of funds, and it was only a matter of time before Tongya recovered. Losing such a major client would cost them at least 30% of their profits. I didn't offend anyone, did I? Su Xiaoqing said innocently. You little brat. Still dare to argue. Just wait until I break your legs. No, you come back right now. The more Su Qinghai spoke, the itchier his hands felt. He didn't want to wait even a moment, he just wanted to hit someone. Dad, what exactly is going on? What did I do wrong? Su Xiaoqing said, feeling wronged. You actually offended the major shareholder of Tongya Daily Chemicals and you don't even know it? You little brat. What use are you? To the orphanage. Send you to the orphanage. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Xiaoqing was suddenly jolted. He recalled the scene of Su Yutong calling just now. Terminate all cooperation with Feng Yun. Transportation. Why? Just say his son offended our major shareholder. Su Xiaoqing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He never expected that Su Yutong's calm words were actually true. I'm sorry, Su Yutong. No, President Su. I didn't recognize the Great Mountain, and I hope you can forgive me for my earlier offense. Please don't terminate our cooperation. This drink is my apology. After saying this, Su Xiaoqing gritted his teeth and downed the wine from the vessel in front of him in one go. Cough. Su Xiaoqing choked because he drank too quickly. I hope you won't mind what happened before, Su Yutong said helplessly, glancing at Su Chen. She wanted to stand up for Su Chen, but how to decide still depended on Su Chen's wishes. Let's go, I'm still waiting to move back. Su Chen directly ignored Su Xiaoqing and said to Su Yutong. Su Yutong immediately understood. Su Xiaoqing was a bit dazed, looking at Su Chen and then at Su Yutong, and suddenly realized Su Chen was Su Yutong's kept man. Su Chen, for the sake of our schoolmates, please ask your sister-in-law not to terminate our cooperation. Su Xiaoqing suppressed his anger and said to Su Chen in a low voice. Su Chen wanted to ignore Su Xiaoqing, but unexpectedly, Su Xiaoqing ran over and blocked their way. Get out of the way, or I won't be polite. Do you want to end up like them? Su Chen pointed at the two nervous young men huddled in a corner. Su Xiaoqing immediately shrank back, feeling a bit scared. Su Chen had left too many shadows in Su Xiaoqing's mind. He really didn't dare to confront Su Chen face to face. Su Chen, I'm really begging you, otherwise I'll be beaten to death by my dad. When I go back. Su Xiaoqing took a step back and continued. Su Yutong couldn't stand it anymore. Don't bother. The major shareholder I mentioned earlier is not me, but him, Su Yutong said, wanting to get rid of Su Xiaoqing's entanglement as soon as possible. Su Xiaoqing was suddenly jolted, as if struck by lightning, and his worldview seemed to collapse. He never expected that Su Chen would be a shareholder of Tongya. The classmate he once looked down upon had suddenly become a major shareholder of a listed company? Not to mention Su Xiaoqing, other classmates were also quite shocked upon hearing this news, and many regretted it, like Ruan Tianchang. Ruan Tianchang was the one who had been closest to Su Chen among those present, otherwise, Su Xiaoqing wouldn't have asked him to contact Su Chen. But for the sake of money, he chose to stand on the opposite side of Su Chen. If he had chosen to stand with Su Chen, wouldn't he be very close to him now? A major shareholder of a listed company could easily arrange a good position for him, right? Ruan Tiancheng felt a wave of regret. Lu Jiasin also regretted it. Like Ruan Tiancheng, she chose to accept Su Shaoqing's pursuit after entering society. If she had insisted on pursuing Su Chen, would she be standing with him now? Taking advantage of Su Shaoqing's days, Su Chen and Su Yutong quickly left. Look, that's Su Chen's car. Someone saw Su Chen driving the car out through the window. A powerful and imposing off-road vehicle appeared before everyone. I remember this is the custom model that just launched, the Curdy Monster, right? Someone who knew a lot about cars immediately recognized the origin of Su Chen's vehicle. Su Shaoqing finally understood why the key in Su Chen's hand looked somewhat familiar. He had seen that monster when he went to War Chariot to look at cars before, but at that time he had no money and the owner wouldn't sell it, so he only glanced at it a few times. To let the owner of War Chariot reluctantly part with the monster, the person must have an extraordinary status in the new city. Has Su Chen already reached such a position? It's over. He would definitely be beaten to death when he goes back. Su Chen drove around and headed to the snack street. He hadn't touched his chopsticks at the hotel earlier and he was still hungry now. What are you doing here? Su Yutong asked curiously. I'm hungry, getting something to eat. Do you want some? Su Chen replied. No, you eat. Su Yutong shook her head. She hadn't been to the snack street much. The only time she came was when her cousin brought her, which was several years ago. Boss, half a pound of pig ears and half a pound of pig snouts, Su Chen said as he arrived at a meat stall. Do you have any shame? The boss asked Su Chen. Su Chen looked bewildered. I have no grievances or grudges with you. Why are you cursing at me? Su Chen was somewhat dissatisfied. He had come all this way to eat, and the first thing he encountered was being scolded. I meant to ask if you have any shame. This pig face meat. The boss realized he had misspoken and pointed to the pig face meat on the stall. Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the boss with resentment. Although it was a misunderstanding, he still felt the boss was doing it on purpose. No, and also get some peanuts. Su Chen ordered 3 dishes and then went to buy 2 baked pancakes nearby, sitting at an outside table to eat. Su Yutong sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand, watching Su Chen. Su Chen devoured the pancakes and braised meat, stuffing his mouth with the cut pig ears and snouts. Seeing Su Chen eat so deliciously, Su Yutong felt a bit hungry too. She quietly reached out to pinch the pig ears on the table. Su Chen's chopsticks tapped on the back of Su Yutong's hand. Su Yutong immediately withdrew her hand in pain, looking at Su Chen with a wronged expression. What's wrong? Can't I eat a piece of meat? It's unsanitary to use your hands. Use chopsticks, Su Chen said, helping Su Yutong open a pair of disposable chopsticks. Su Yutong immediately smiled and picked up a piece of pig ear with the chopsticks. After chewing a few times, her eyes lit up. Wow, this is so delicious. Su Yutong didn't expect a regular roadside stall to taste this good. Delicious things aren't necessarily found in fancy restaurants. Elegant art isn't always in grand halls. Even small places can have things that surprise you, Su Chen said with a smile. He often came to this shop when he was working before. The prices were reasonable, the ingredients were clean, and the taste was good. If you like it, I'll take you to another night market for barbecue another day, Su Chen said to Su Yutong. Really? Then I'll be waiting, Su Yutong said excitedly. Really, are you free this afternoon? Su Chen suddenly asked. Nothing planned? What do you want to do? Su Yutong asked nervously. Su Chen wouldn't want to go on a date with me, would he? Wow, I'm a bit nervous. What should I do? Su Yutong struggled. Internally, should she agree or not? Then if you have nothing to do, come help me move. I'm quite tired doing it alone, Su Chen continued. Su Yutong was instantly speechless, immediately shaking off the infatuated thoughts that had just crossed her mind. No, no, no. Who would want to go on a date with him? In the afternoon, Su Yutong was still dragged by Su Chen to do labor. The two of them worked hard all afternoon before finishing moving Su Chen's things. Su Chen and Su Yutong lay down on the bed, both exhausted. Although it was mainly Su Chen who did the moving, Su Yutong was also tired from running back and forth to help. Su Chen turned to face Su Yutong, who also turned at that moment. Their eyes met, and an ambiguous atmosphere began to rise between them. Su Chen's heavy breathing brushed against Su Yutong's face, making her feel a bit shy, and her cheeks instantly flushed. In Su Chen's eyes, Su Yutong's slightly reddened face looked like an enticing apple, and he couldn't help but lean in a little closer. Seeing Su Chen approach, Su Yutong suddenly felt nervous, her eyes narrowing slightly, and her lips parting just a bit, as if waiting for something. You have some eye boogers on your face. Su Chen's words instantly shattered the mood. Su Yutong's eyes flew open in surprise, and she angrily sat up, rushing to the mirror to check if she really had eye boogers. Coward! Su Yutong scolded Su Chen angrily, not looking back as she headed home. The two were now separated by a wall. Su Yutong could reach home with just a turn, and Su Chen didn't need to see her off. You delayed my game time. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. He still needed to level up to 10 today and then exchange for new equipment to complete quests. After entering the game, Su Chen went straight to find Bubong Mang. Bubong Mang had daily quests, and the rewards were much faster than normal monster kills for leveling up. He estimated that just 2 quests would get him to level 10 if he were to grind monsters. He didn't know how long it would take. This time, Su Chen accepted the daily running quest. The running quest offered a lot of experience and wasn't difficult. He just needed to run to several locations, with only one battle at the final stage. Ding! Daily quest, bully quest. 1/5 Go find the innkeeper to understand the situation. Su Chen knew this part of the plot. A bully often came to the inn to dine and dash, frequently harassing and threatening the innkeeper, even forbidding him from reporting to the authorities. He wanted someone to report on his behalf, but after several failed attempts, he encountered the bully again, and the protagonist heroically intervened, defeating the bully and completing the quest. Skipping ahead, Su Chen quickly completed the first 4 tasks using a flying talisman and guiding bee and returned to the inn. A bully with a full beard appeared in the inn. "Get the food out here quickly. So slow, are you looking to die?" the bully shouted angrily at the waiter. The waiter dared not retort, only nodding reluctantly as he went to the kitchen to give orders. Su Chen knew it was his turn to step in. "Hey, you're the bully causing trouble recently, right?" Su Chen said. "Who are you?" "Mind your own business," the bully growled at Su Chen. "I'm your grandpa," Su Chen replied, with a smile. Through multiple experiments, Su Chen found that NPCs in this game world had a certain level of self-awareness as long as it didn't affect the plot. This meant that NPCs might not follow the original storyline, but they would never act outside of it. So, Su Chen just needed to provoke him into action. Without worrying about what to say, he could just insult him to anger him. If he followed the plot, there would be a lot of unnecessary dialogue. Looking to die, the bully immediately exploded in rage, flipping a table and throwing it at Su Chen. According to the game's mechanics, Su Chen had to defeat the bully for him to flee, thus completing the quest. But did he really have to kill the bully? If he died, could he still get up like in the game? Su Chen felt uncertain. To be safe, Su Chen quickly consumed 9 attribute pills, 1 for each level, as he could only eat 9 at the moment. 9 pills meant 9 free attribute points, all added to strength. Su Chen's damage had increased again. A sword strike could deal 78 to 83 points of damage, and his unarmed damage was as high as 55 points. Seeing the bully unarmed, Su Chen also put away his weapon to avoid accidentally killing him. The bully threw a punch at Su Chen, who easily dodged and took the opportunity to deliver an uppercut. "Take that!" Su Chen's fist connected with the bully's chin, sending his teeth flying. "Ah, do Jen!" Su Chen kicked the bully in the stomach again. The daily task wasn't difficult, and the opponent's strength level was low, so Su Chen easily won. The bully lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered. "Hero, please stop. I won't dare again. If I see you eating a free meal again, I'll beat you every time." Su Chen concluded with a line from the script. The bully repeatedly agreed and fled in a panic. "Thank you, young hero. May I know your name?" the innkeeper asked Su Chen. "No need to be polite. I was sent by Bu Bangmang from the east of the city. If you want to thank someone, thank him," Su Chen replied, stating Bu Bangmang's name as requested. "So it's Bu Bangmang, thank you very much." The innkeeper sincerely expressed his gratitude. After leaving the inn, Su Chen went directly to Bu Bangmang to submit the task. "Well done, here's your reward." Ding! Task completed, experience plus 5,000. Completing one task gave Su Chen 5,000 experience, almost leveling him up. "Do you need any more help?" Su Chen asked Bu Bangmang again. He could do daily tasks twice a day, which was just enough for him to level up. After some time, Su Chen successfully reached level 10. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Main quest, eliminate bandits. Report to the Yamen and ask Captain Xing about the bandit elimination plan. Main quest, apprenticeship by Yue Villa, is recruiting disciples. Please go check it out. The 2 main quests, eliminating bandits is the conclusion of the level 10 main quest, while apprenticeship is the beginning of the level 20 main quest. Before that, Su Chen needed to craft a set of level 10 equipment. Set refinement. Place 4 pieces of equipment into the refinement slot, then add 4 super purple crystals and 20 purple crystals. After refinement, he would obtain the set attributes. Su Chen had already prepared the items: the 100 forged blade, bronze helmet, bronze armor, and riding boots. The 4 blue items from the quest were just right for making a set. Su Chen placed the 4 pieces of equipment inside, then added the purple crystals and super purple crystals. These materials were worth tens of thousands in real money. Su Chen pressed the refinement button directly. A flash of purple light passed. The 4 pieces of equipment were successfully refined. As for the attributes, it would depend on Su Chen's luck. Set attributes: 1/1, all attributes plus 2 2/2, damage increased by 35%. 4/4, attacks have a flash effect with a 10% chance to blind the enemy. The 3 attributes looked pretty good. Next was enhancement. This time Su Chen wouldn't limit himself to just +5. He aimed for at least +8, as he didn't plan to change equipment before level 20. Su Chen numbly clicked the enhancement button and the ingots disappeared like flowing water. He had to admit, Su Chen felt a pang of regret. After all, this was real money converted at a 1-to-1 ratio. Damn, the failure rate after +5 is really high. Su Chen couldn't help but complain. After spending over 100,000 ingots, Su Chen finally enhanced all the equipment to +8. 100 Forged Blade +8, set, level, 10 damage, 20 to 30 +256, Strength +10, +36, Constitution +8 +30, Bronze Helmet +8, set, level, 10 Defense, 15, +60, Constitution +10, +36, Bronze Armor +8, set, level, 10 Defense, 18, +72, Constitution +10, +36, Riding Boots, set, level, 10 Defense, 15, +60, Speed +10, +36, Strength +8, +30. Set attributes, 1/1, all attributes +2 and 2/2, damage increased by 35% 4/4, attacks have a flash effect with a 10% chance to blind the enemy. After equipping this set of gear, Su Chen's attributes skyrocketed. The failure rate increased significantly after enhancing more than 5 times, but with each level gained, the attribute increase was exponential, and Su Chen's attributes instantly broke the 100 mark. With strength and physique exceeding 150 and speed reaching over 80, the damage has directly increased to over 350. Coupled with the 35% boost from the set attributes, Su Chen can now deal at least 400 damage with a single strike. Previously, he only needed 2 hits to take down a level 5 boss, and sometimes even 1 hit could finish it off. His defense has also risen to 245 points, making it impossible for low-level monsters below level 10 to inflict any damage on him. His health has increased to nearly 1,000 points. I must say, using high-enhanced equipment at a low level is truly exhilarating. Most of these attributes come from the equipment. Just considering damage, the weapon alone provides over 270 points, while his bare-handed damage hasn't even broken 100. With this gear, Su Chen's safety is greatly assured. Suppressing bandits? Su Chen feels he could single-handedly storm their hideout. After equipping himself, Su Chen went to the yamen to find Captain Xing. Captain Xing, how is the preparation for the bandit suppression going? The advisor and General Wu have gathered. Before we act, we need to scout the bandit hideout. Are you willing to accompany me? Captain Xing said to Su Chen. I am willing to go. Main quest, suppress bandits. Accompany Captain Xing to scout the enemy details near the bandit hideout. The quest updates, and Su Chen, along with Captain Xing, heads to the bandit hideout in the Willow Forest. This time, Su Chen cannot use the guiding bee or flying talisman. This part of the game is also a plot point. The scene shifts, and the protagonist appears outside the bandit hideout in the Willow Forest with Captain Xing. However, Su Chen needs to walk there. Fortunately, Captain Xing has a mount and the two ride a horse, quickly heading to their destination. The bandit hideout in the Willow Forest is on a hill where a peach blossom village blooms with peach flowers. This is the stronghold of the bandits in the Willow Forest. You go check if there are any defenses in Peach Blossom Village. If there are no issues, fire the signal flare. I will report back to the advisor and we will take Peach Blossom Village in one fell swoop, Captain Xing instructed Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Captain Xing with a speechless expression. When playing the game, he didn't feel this part of the plot was significant, but now that he's experiencing it firsthand, it feels like the protagonist is being sold out by Captain Xing. Why doesn't he go himself? Su Chen felt helpless. After all, this is the plot. Su Chen infiltrated Peach Blossom Village alone. Inside Peach Blossom Village, people were coming and going. He could see dozens of individuals, each with a knife at their waist, and there were so many rooms. There must be at least 100 people in this stronghold. Su Chen's mind raced. What would happen if he single-handedly stormed Peach Blossom Village? Would the NPCs be surprised? Su Chen thought it was worth a try. He released Xiaobai and made it enter a hidden state, a mode designed for players to facilitate stealth kills, preventing pets from running around and alerting enemies. In this state, the pet wouldn't attack enemies, and enemies wouldn't attack it. The only use was to gain experience. After Xiaobai entered the hidden state, it became semi-transparent, invisible to anyone except Su Chen. Once set up, Su Chen slowly infiltrated Peach Blossom Village. First, there were the 2 guards at the entrance. This was a crucial checkpoint. Facing 2 people at once, if he didn't achieve a one-hit kill, he would attract all the bandits. Su Chen looked around. Only the bushes could provide cover, but he could only take out 1 person. He assessed his damage and made a plan. Hiding behind a rock at the entrance, Su Chen picked up a small stone and threw it into the bushes. One of the guards, hearing the noise, turned his head curiously toward the source of the sound. Old 4, did you hear something? The guard asked another bandit. What sound could there be? You must have misheard. The other bandit replied nonchalantly. The bandit who noticed the noise frowned, recalling what the boss had said. Keep your eyes peeled. If something happens because of someone's negligence, I'll have them torn apart. He felt he hadn't misheard. There had indeed been a commotion over there just now. You stay here, I'll go take a look, he said to Lao Si, feeling uneasy. Following the sound, he slowly walked into the grass, carefully parting the foliage with the knife in his hand, but found nothing. Su Chen then tossed a small stone to create some noise. On his side, the bandit was startled. This time he hadn't misheard. There was definitely a sound. He cautiously moved behind a rock only to find nothing there, not even a mouse. Just as he was about to head back, a shadow enveloped him and Su Chen descended from above, delivering a fatal blow. After swiftly dispatching him, Su Chen crouched low and approached another bandit from the grass. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Lao Si called out, puzzled after noticing that Lao San hadn't returned for a long time. But no one responded, which made him feel something was off, so he grabbed his knife and walked towards Su Chen. "Third brother, are you okay?" Lao Si asked cautiously as he approached. Su Chen lay on the ground, not daring to move. The grass was low, and any movement would surely give him away. Suddenly, Lao Si felt something soft underfoot and looked down to see a person lying sideways on the ground. Su Chen smiled at him. "Hi." Taking advantage of the moment when the other was caught off guard, he swung his knife towards the bandit's neck. Su Chen's movements were quick, and the blade successfully struck a vital point, immediately displaying a red number. -911. Lao Si was killed in an instant. Su Chen smiled. High attack power was great. Even if he made a mistake, he could still take down the enemy without alerting others, allowing for a higher margin of error. After dealing with the two guards at the entrance, Su Chen changed into their clothes. He suddenly realized that these bandits' outfits were also considered fashionable, so he wanted to see if wearing a bandit's clothes would help him go unnoticed. Such a mechanic didn't exist in previous games. After putting on the bandit's clothes, he looked just like one of them, but his face was too handsome, not at all like a bandit, more like a reader who was too good-looking. After resolving the two most difficult guards, the rest became much easier. He could hide and pick off the stragglers. But the good times didn't last long. After Su Chen had killed over 20, one bandit discovered a body. "Not good. We have an enemy attack." The bandit who found the body shouted loudly. Su Chen felt helpless. Taohua village was just this big, and no matter how well he hid the bodies, he would eventually give himself away. "Where's the enemy attack?" The bandit leader gathered all the bandits in the village square. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. "Boss, I found a brother's body here. Someone must have infiltrated our village," the bandit who discovered the body stepped forward to say. The leader frowned upon seeing the body. After surveying the area, he realized that quite a few brothers were missing. "Search for him. He must still be on the mountain," the leader shouted angrily. "Yes." The bandits all responded in unison, and Su Chen was among them. Dressed in a bandit's outfit, he truly went unnoticed. Hiding among the bandits, Su Chen pretended to search for the intruder. "Hey, brother, find anything?" Su Chen searched alone, afraid of being discovered, but someone still came to interrupt him. "Ahem." Su Chen cleared his throat to disguise his voice. "I just saw a shadow run past over there." Su Chen pointed to a corner. "Over there? I'll go take a look," the bandit said without suspicion, following Su Chen towards the corner. Su Chen trailed behind the bandit, quietly scanning the surroundings, and upon seeing no one, he revealed a wicked smile. Drawing his knife, he aimed for the bandit's vital points. "Hazage." Su Chen straightened his appearance and calmly walked out from the corner. Half an hour later, the bandits gathered again in the square, but this time there were fewer of them, with only about 40 left. "What's going on? Where are the others?" the leader asked angrily. It was bad enough that he couldn't find anyone after searching, but now there were even fewer people, which only fueled his rage. "Boss, I think it's a bit strange. We've turned the mountain upside down and still haven't found anyone. Could it be that the mountain is haunted?" One of the bandits approached the leader, looking guilty. "Haunted my ass. If we can't find anyone on the mountain, then they must be hiding among you. Show me everyone around you. Are there any unfamiliar faces?" The leader kicked one of his underlings aside and addressed the remaining men. Su Chen was taken aback. This bandit leader actually had some brains. "Hey brother, turn around for a second. You look a bit unfamiliar." One of the bandits next to Su Chen suddenly began to suspect him, having felt that Su Chen looked strange. Su Chen knew he couldn't escape, so he turned around and flashed a big white smile. "Boss, I don't know him." The other bandit shouted loudly to the leader after realizing Su Chen was a stranger. "If you don't know him, then you don't know him. Why are you shouting so loudly?" Su Chen immediately slashed at him and turned to run, firing a signal flare to notify Captain Xing catch him. The bandit leader ordered his men to pursue Su Chen as soon as he spotted him. Su Chen ran for his life. He didn't want to be surrounded by so many people. "Stop chasing. I don't have any cough syrup." Captain Xing saw the signal flare and immediately headed to the location where the clerk and General Wu were waiting. If Su Chen were here, he would definitely complain. Why not inform the clerk about the signal flare's purpose directly instead of having to relay it through Captain Xing? "Alright, everyone, head up the mountain to eliminate the bandits." General Wu immediately ordered the operation to begin. Over 100 people surged up the mountain. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still running for his life, but he wasn't just running aimlessly, he was heading down the mountain to shorten the distance for the clerk and the others to provide support. "Shoot arrows." The bandit leader ordered his men to shoot arrows when he realized they couldn't catch up to Su Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air towards Su Chen. Su Chen was startled. There were too many arrows, and he couldn't dodge them. -2 -3 -2 -4 -5. In no time, Su Chen's back was filled with arrows, looking like a porcupine. The key was that this porcupine was still running at an incredible speed, making the sight quite comical. Fortunately, Su Chen had high defense and health, otherwise, this barrage would have sent him back home for sure. Wait! The bandit leader suddenly sensed something was off. He quieted everyone down and felt the ground. The small stones on the ground were subtly vibrating. Not good. A large group of people is coming up the mountain. Quickly return to the stronghold for defense. The bandit leader immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly ordered his men to retreat, abandoning the pursuit of Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly noticed that the pursuers behind him had disappeared, feeling a bit puzzled. His confusion quickly vanished. A large group of people suddenly appeared around the corner of the mountain, running up, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It turned out reinforcements had arrived. Little brother, what's this? Clerk, Li asked, looking at the arrows stuck in Su Chen's back with some confusion. Don't talk, hurry up the mountain, or they'll get away. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. The bandits hadn't even returned to their stronghold when they were caught up by the pursuing force behind them. Shoot arrows. General Wu commanded the archers to attack the bandits. The bandit leader had no choice but to stop and counterattack. He couldn't leave his back exposed to the enemy. After several rounds of volleys, the bandits suffered heavy casualties. There was still a gap between the bandits and the regular army. Cease fire. Advance. After the remaining scattered bandits were few, General Wu ordered to stop shooting. After the number of people decreased, the effectiveness of archery was greatly diminished. The remaining bandits were already terrified from the killings, scrambling up the mountain in a panic. These bandits were remnants of a defeated army, and soon they were all captured alive, with only the bandit leader managing to escape. Everyone, spread out and search. We must capture the bandit leader, dead or alive. Commander Wu ordered the soldiers. Su Chen immediately perked up. This was his territory. The normal game plot involved Su Chen firing a signal flare, the main force encircling the bandits, the leader escaping, and during the search, the protagonist encountering and killing the leader alone. Su Chen ran towards the back mountain, which was the escape route of the bandit leader. However, when Su Chen arrived at the back mountain, he found no sign of the leader, which puzzled him. Could it be that his series of actions had affected the plot development? Just as Su Chen was in doubt, he suddenly heard a noise. It came from a haystack. Su Chen walked over curiously, and with his previous experience of assassination, he didn't get too close. Hey, come out, or I'll chop you up. Su Chen warned towards the haystack. A rustling sound came from inside, and the bandit leader crawled out. It's you! The bandit leader glared at Su Chen in anger. This was the guy who had invaded his stronghold, killed his brothers, and caused the complete destruction of his Peach Blossom village. I'll kill you. You're not very honorable, are you? Su Chen jumped back to dodge the bandit leader's sneak attack. You little brat. Come here and let me kill you. The bandit leader angrily pointed his knife at Su Chen. Are you out of your mind? Who the hell would voluntarily come over for you to chop? Su Chen looked at the bandit leader as if he were an idiot. Stop talking. Nonsense, watch the knife. Without further ado, the bandit leader swung his knife at Su Chen's head. Get the hell out of here. Su Chen raised his knife to clash with the bandit leaders. With a clang, the bandit leader's knife was knocked aside. Surprisingly, he was weaker than Su Chen. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. The bandit leader was supposed to be a boss character, yet his current strength was comparable to a boss of the same level. The +8 set was indeed impressive. The bandit leader was also somewhat shocked. This young man was actually stronger than him. Could he be a disciple from some prestigious family? Who are you? The bandit leader asked, a bit nervously. If Su Chen was a disciple of a sect or a noble family, he really wouldn't dare to offend him. I'm your grandpa. Without saying another word, Su Chen swung his knife at the bandit leader's head. The bandit leader struggled to defend himself, as Su Chen's strength was overwhelming. Su Chen didn't use any fancy moves, he just charged and struck down with force. He even bent the blade of the knife in the bandit leader's hand. Bang! Su Chen struck down again, and the bandit leader's knife instantly broke with a sound. With another strike, this time the bandit leader had nothing left to block with. Su Chen's knife struck the bandit leader's face, instantly covering it in blood, but a boss was still a boss. Su Chen's strike didn't kill him. Ah! The bandit leader cried out in pain, covering his face. Su Chen frowned. He suddenly realized that the bandit leader's reaction was too realistic, completely different from the humanoid monsters he had fought before, just like in real life. Su Chen paused. What's your name? Su Chen asked the bandit leader. I'm Su Dalei. I'll screw your grandpa. Su Dalei shouted in fury. Su Chen was taken aback again. There was no Su Dalei in the plot of Martial Arts World. What was going on? Had the NPC gained self-awareness? Su Dalei's eyes flickered. Knowing he was no match for Su Chen, he took the opportunity while Su Chen was distracted and ran away. By the time Su Chen reacted, Su Dalei had already vanished without a trace. Su Chen didn't care about Su Dalei. What mattered to him was the self-awareness of the NPCs. With a heavy heart, he returned to the main force. Although the bandit leader had escaped, the bandit extermination was still considered a complete success. This time the bandit extermination was a complete success. Everyone has worked hard, Li Biddy said with a smile. Ding! Main quest, bandit extermination completed, received. Recommendation letter, 7,000 experience. Xiao Su. You played a significant role in this bandit extermination mission, and you should be rewarded. However, you are still young, and a monetary reward would be too mundane for you. I have a recommendation letter here, granting you a chance to apprentice at Baiyue Mountain Villa. You can give it a try. Li Biddy said to Su Chen. Su Chen wanted to say he needed a monetary reward, please just throw money at him. However, he only thought about it. Without this recommendation letter, he wouldn't even be able to progress in the storyline. Su Chen returned to Tianshin City and came back to reality from the inn. He took out the prepared items from his backpack. Then he called Su Yutong. Are you at the company? Yes, what's up? Su Yutong asked, a bit confused. Wait for me at the company, I have something for you, Su Chen said. He hung up the phone and drove to Tongya Daily Chemicals. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Su Yutong asked curiously when Su Chen arrived at the company. Here, take this and analyze its components in the lab to see if you can replicate it. Su Chen handed Su Yutong a jar of elixir. This elixir was brought out from the game, called Muscle Growth and Bone Transformation Pill. Su Chen had tried it. It was far more miraculous than any wound healing medicine. He believed that even if it couldn't be fully replicated, even a 1% effect would absolutely crush the scar removal products on the market. This was Su Chen's idea to save Tongya Daily Chemicals, using the miraculous product's effect to rescue the struggling company. What is this? Su Yutong asked curiously. Just take it for analysis and see if you can replicate the components to produce an outstanding new product. Su Chen didn't explain much as it was hard to clarify. Alright, Su Yutong recalled the hemostatic medicine Su Chen had previously brought out and immediately understood it might also be a remarkably effective traditional Chinese medicine. My mom wants you to come to my house for dinner tonight, Su Yutong said a bit shyly to Su Chen. Ha? Oh, I see. Su Chen was surprised for a moment. I haven't seen uncle in a long time. How is he? Su Chen remembered he hadn't seen Su Dongxing for a while. The last time he went to his house, he didn't see him. My dad is much better thanks to your medicine, Su Yutong said with a smile. Ding ding ding. Su Chen's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from Lu Chen. Mr. Su, the product you had us promote has shown remarkable results, and now many people are asking when our product will be launched, Lu Chen reported to Su Chen. Since they promoted the product online with the photos Su Chen brought last time, many people had been inquiring about the launch date, and many had already started making reservations. Reply to them that currently there are only 2 gemstone level pieces and they will be launched after the New City Jade exhibition ends, and there will be surprises for everyone, Su Chen told Lu Chen. Okay, Lu Chen replied. After reminding Lu Chen of some matters, Su Chen hung up the phone. Thinking of the exhibition, Su Chen called Jiang Hongwei. Hey, bro, I was just about to call you. That piece of jade has been completed and tomorrow is the jade exhibition, don't forget, Jiang Hongwei reminded Su Chen with concern. Young people always love to sleep in, and he was worried Su Chen might not wake up in time. Don't worry, I got it, Su Chen assured him confidently. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen suddenly realized he had nothing to do. Finally having some free time, Su Chen found himself a bit at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Yao. After she escaped last time, he hadn't paid her any attention. He still had Lin Yao's WeChat. With that thought, Su Chen picked up his phone and sent Lin Yao a WeChat message. Su, where are you? Is it convenient to meet? In a private gym, Lin Yao was momentarily stunned when she received a WeChat message from Su Chen, pondering for a long time whether or not to reply. She and Su Chen should be considered enemies because of Li Biddy, and she had even kidnapped Su Chen. She didn't believe he would easily let her off. Su, I have no ill intentions towards you. As long as you're not wholeheartedly standing with Li Biddy, I won't do anything to you. Su Chen sent another message. Not do anything to you? I won't let you off easily. Don't let me find out where you are. Lin Yao thought for a long time and finally replied to Su Chen. Lin, I belong to the Assassin Alliance and my relationship with Li Biddy is purely contractual. Dealing with you is just a matter of payment. I hope you don't mind. Su, smile, no. Can you tell me where you are? I still haven't settled the remaining payment for the car I bought from you. Lin Yao looked at the message Su Chen sent. I can't believe you. You scoundrel. She knew Su Chen had ulterior motives. He was trying to find out her location, clearly wanting revenge. No way. Lin, I've delivered the car to you. As I said before, if you become my boyfriend, I can give you the car. Heart gesture. Su, sure, you'll be my girlfriend from now on. Let's have dinner together tonight just as a date. I've reserved a table here. Su, location. Lin Yao looked at the location Su Chen sent. It was in the middle of nowhere, clearly a setup to kill her. Lin, I'm not feeling well lately, my period just started, let's postpone it. Su, tell your period to go away. I want to see you today, not waiting a moment longer. Lin Yao looked at Su Chen's reply and immediately lost the desire to respond, tossing her phone aside. What's going on? I took a task from the dark web with a handsome reward, and seeing Su Chen's message was from New City, I thought I could make some extra cash. Who knew Su Chen was such a tough nut? Now I didn't earn any extra cash and got myself into trouble. Sigh. Lin Yao sighed. She didn't even dare to go to her car shop now, fearing Su Chen would be waiting for her there. Su Chen looked at the unresponsive WeChat and immediately realized it was impossible to lure Lin Yao out. What a waste of effort, wasting my fingers. Su Chen lay on the sofa and unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already after work. Let's go, my mom has finished cooking, Su Yutong said when she saw Su Chen awake, putting down the documents in her hand. Su Yutong had already finished work but didn't disturb Su Chen since he was sleeping, and took the opportunity to organize a few recent documents. Oh, let's go. Su Chen rubbed his eyes. He had slept so deeply that he could hardly tell if it was morning or evening. Little Su is here, come sit down, the food will be ready soon. Just sit here and wait a bit. As soon as Su Chen arrived at the Su family home, Zhang Yue greeted him warmly. Hello, auntie. Where's uncle? He's in the study. Do you need to find him for something? I have a few things I want to ask. Uncle. Su Chen nodded. He's in the study, you can go. Don't chat for too long, dinner will be ready soon, Zhang Yue instructed Su Chen, pointing in the direction of the study. Su Chen went to the study, where Su Dongsheng was reading and didn't notice Su Chen's arrival. Uncle, Su Chen called out. Only then did Su Dongsheng emerge from the sea of knowledge. Oh, little Su is here, come sit down. Uncle, what are you reading? Su Chen asked curiously. Nothing much, just some geography books. Uncle, actually, I have some things I want to ask you, Su Chen said directly. What do you want to ask? Go ahead, Su Dongsheng said, looking at Su Chen with curiosity. I previously encountered two people who claim to be from the Assassin Alliance and the Wizard Alliance. I wonder if Uncle has heard of them? Su Chen asked Su Dongsheng. Su Chen felt that Su Dongsheng was definitely more than just a member of an exploration team. He must know some things that ordinary people didn't. Assassin Alliance? Which alliance? How did you provoke them? Su Dongsheng frowned and asked. Indeed, Su Dongsheng knew some secrets. Last time I offended a local power in Myanmar, they tracked me to the mainland, and the ones who attacked were from the Assassin Alliance and the Which Alliance? Su Chen did not hide anything and honestly explained the situation to Su Dongsheng. You drove them away? Su Dongsheng looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen nodded and said no more. The Assassin Alliance and the Witch Alliance are both foreign forces, or more accurately, international forces. The Assassin Alliance is similar to a killer organization with members spread across the globe, taking on tasks only on exclusive dark web platforms, and members do not know each other. The Witch Alliance, on the other hand, is a supernatural force in Southeast Asia composed entirely of witches or sorcerers with special abilities, Su Dongsheng explained to Su Chen. Do witches and sorcerers really exist in this world? Although Su Chen had prepared himself mentally beforehand, he was still somewhat surprised. You didn't know? Su Dongsheng looked at Su Chen suspiciously. He thought that since Su Chen could produce a miraculous hemostatic medicine, he must be extraordinary, either a descendant of an ancient martial arts family or a disciple of a master in ancient martial arts. The fact that Su Chen did not know about the existence of witches astonished Su Dongsheng. I don't know. Uncle, can you tell me about it? Su Chen understood the benefits of asking questions without shame. If you were just an ordinary person, it would be better not to know. It wouldn't do you any good. Su Dongsheng shook his head and said. If Su Chen were in this circle, he could have shared, but since Su Chen was not, he could not tell him. Uncle, although I am not familiar with various forces, I am not an ordinary person. I have a master who taught me some things and then left. The medicine that helped you stop the bleeding was actually given to me by my master, so I don't really know what powers others have or how many major forces there are. Su Chen could only lie, hoping to get Su Dongsheng to tell him the details. You have a master? What is his name? Su Dongsheng asked suspiciously. I don't know his name, but he calls himself Xiao Yao. Su Chen said without blinking. The name Xiao Yao sounded like that of a carefree person, and Su Chen was not afraid of being exposed. It was too coincidental for there to actually be someone named Xiao Yao, right? Xiao Yao? Su Dongsheng murmured a few words, not recalling any hermit or master in Huaxia named Xiao Yao. If you don't believe me, uncle, look. Su Chen, seeing that Su Dongsheng was still skeptical, picked up a metal ornament from his desk and twisted it hard, turning it into a twisted shape. Su Dongsheng. Su Dongsheng looked at Su Chen with a speechless expression. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Why are you messing with my ornament? It's very expensive. Alright, I believe you. Su Dongsheng quickly stopped Su Chen. If he didn't speak, Su Chen would have dismantled his study. There are many extraordinary systems in the world. First, let's talk about our domestic situation. The domestic cultivation system is primarily based on ancient martial arts, with supernatural abilities being secondary. There aren't many supernatural beings in the country, most of those discovered have been recruited into national departments, while there are many ancient martial artists. Some have entered the world from prominent ancient martial families, while others remain hidden in various ancient martial sections. In short, it's quite difficult to encounter them now, and there's no need for you to provoke them. Next, let's discuss foreign forces. First, regarding the two forces you mentioned earlier, the Assassin Alliance has a diverse membership, and their recruitment standards are unknown. In any case, they can be found everywhere, both domestically and internationally, and they are hard to guard against. It's possible that an ordinary friend of yours is one of their members. They hide very well. As for the Wizard Alliance, it is a force composed entirely of wizards and sorcerers, with most members located in Southeast Asia. They rarely enter the country because there are people here who do not want them to come in. Once discovered, they cannot return. In addition, there is the Supernatural Alliance, which, like the Wizard Alliance, is made up entirely of supernatural beings, and Dracula's Castle, a vampire family. There is also the Church of Light, a force opposed to vampires. Su Yutong briefly explains several well-known forces, both domestic and foreign, to Su Chen. Su Chen was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that not everything written in novels was fabricated, some actually existed. Stop chatting, it's time to eat. At that moment, Zhang Yue shouted from the study. Su Chen had to give up. He still wanted to hear more about the forces in the country. Let's talk about it another day. Let's go eat first, Su Yutong said with a smile. The group enjoyed a pleasant meal, and seeing the harmonious atmosphere of the Su Yutong family, Su Chen suddenly felt a bit homesick. Now that he had money, should he bring his parents over? That night, when he returned home, Su Chen called the family phone. Hello, Mom. Son, what made you think of calling home? Su Chen's mother, Lu Jia, said happily. Mom, are you all doing well at home? Pretty good. Our clothing store has been doing well these past few days. Your dad just went to restock. Are you not doing well outside? Running low on money? I'll send you some later. Lu Jia immediately thought her son might be suffering outside. No, I'm doing great now. I've started making money, and have already bought a house in the new city. I'm thinking of bringing you over to enjoy life together, Su Chen said, feeling a bit choked up. He suddenly realized he hadn't spent enough time with his parents growing up. You bought a house? Do you have enough money? If not, don't use loans recklessly. If you want to buy a house, our family still has some savings, enough for a small apartment. Using loans means you'll have to pay back a lot each month, which is not only stressful but also not cost-effective, Lu Jia advised as soon as she heard Su Chen was buying a house. Okay, I understand. Mom, I'll come back to see you. In a couple of days, Su Chen planned to return to his hometown after finishing his busy schedule. If his parents were willing to come, he would bring them over. If they felt fine at home, he would leave them some money to ease their burdens. Alright, call me when you get home, and I'll have your dad drive to pick you up. By the way, the girl from the Lu family next door has also come back. You two should meet, Lu Jia said with a smile. Okay, got it. Su Chen felt a bit exasperated. Every time he went home, his mother introduced him to potential partners, as if she feared he wouldn't find a wife. After hanging up, Su Chen lay on his bed and slowly entered the game. Once in the game, Su Chen headed towards the main quest location. The new map, Moon Viewing Mountain. The first sect of the Tianlong dynasty, the Baihui Mountain Villa, is located on Moon Viewing Mountain, 100 miles north of the Tianshin sect. 100 miles and in-game cutscene would pass in an instant, but if one were to actually take a carriage, it would take at least a day. However, Su Chen had the Bagui token, and as long as the map was open, he could fly directly to important locations like this. Su Chen chose Moon Viewing Mountain and used the Bagui token to fly over. In a flash, Su Chen found himself at the foot of Wanyue Mountain. Due to the presence of Baihui Villa, a bustling market had formed at the base of the mountain, rivaling even Tianshin City. Su Chen's sudden appearance on the street did not cause a stir, as if he had always been there. Wanyue Mountain, besides being as lively as Tianshin City, felt more down-to-earth, with vendors calling out their wares lining the streets. Candied hawthorn, baked cakes, sugar piles. Come get a stick of candied hawthorn. Su Chen had never enjoyed food in the game before. The last time he treated Long Dai to a meal, he merely watched her eat. Alright, here's a stick for you, the vendor said, handing a skewer to Su Chen. He paid the vendor a coin. Taking a bite, he found it sweet and tangy, quite delicious. As he munched on the candied hawthorn, he walked up the mountain, where a line had already formed halfway up. It was the time for Baihui Villa to recruit disciples, and many had come seeking to join. This was something that happened in a blink in the game, but now he had to truly stand in line. Bored, Su Chen stood behind the others and yawned as he looked at the long queue ahead. He glanced at Xiao Bai's attributes. After a killing spree during the bandit extermination, Xiao Bai's level had risen to 8, but the attributes were still not viewable. Iron-eating beast mutant, Xiao Bai, level, 8 health, 169 of 169. Physical damage, 20 magical damage, 5 strength, 26 speed, 12 constitution, 26 intelligence, 12. The quality affects the attribute conversion ratio. If the quality is poor, Xiao Bai's damage won't increase. For instance, strength affects physical damage, and currently, Xiaobai only had 20 physical damage, meaning his strength quality was around 0.77. The constitution was 6.5. This highlights the importance of quality. As long as the quality improves, even a slight increase in attributes can make a big difference. Just then, Su Chen remembered he still had the equipment he had swapped out earlier, so he fed it all to Xiaobai. Xiaobai's damage immediately rose to 23, and health reached 182, a small boost. After a good half an hour, it was finally Su Chen's turn. Hello, here's my recommendation letter. Su Chen handed the letter to the recruitment examiner. The examiner glanced at the cover and casually set it aside. Age? Su Chen suddenly felt emo. What age was he in the game? Was it the same as in reality? 24? Examiner, what's the age limit? Su Chen asked. Before the coming of age, the examiner replied, looking at Su Chen. Coming of age meant 20, so before that meant not exceeding 20. Then 18, Su Chen thought, regardless of anything else, he couldn't skip the task. Falsifying age will result in losing your cultivation name, the examiner said, directly writing it down for Su Chen, not caring whether Su Chen was lying about his age, as it could be detected anyway. Su Chen didn't care. Could the main quest really be blocked by age? Take this token and go up. Next. After recording, the examiner handed Su Chen a wooden token and motioned for the next person to come up. Confused, Su Chen took the token and continued up the mountain. Wanyua Mountain was very high, known for its name, meaning one could see the moon more clearly here. Could it be shorter? Others, like Su Chen, walked up the mountain with blank expressions, only a few looking experienced and leisurely making their way up. Bro, what's going on? Do we just go up the mountain and pass? Su Chen asked a young man with a confident smile. Of course not, there are tests and assessments up there. To check quality and assess the basics, the young man replied. Tests? Assessments? These two were not part of the original game plot. How do you know so much? Su Chen asked curiously. From his expression, it was clear that many people, like Su Chen, were puzzled. How did this person know the process so well? Well, I came here last year, but I almost failed. I'm back this year, and I'm definitely going to enter the Baiwei Villa, the young man said confidently. Su Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Then congratulations in advance, brother. Su Chen cupped his fists in greeting. My name is Xiao Yan, and what do you go by? Xiao Yan asked kindly. Xiao Yan? Su Chen was taken aback. Do you have the burning decision? What burning decision? Xiao Yan looked confused, not understanding what Su Chen was talking about. It's nothing, my name is Su Chen. Su Chen set aside his chaotic thoughts and spoke to Xiao Yan. Brother Su, how have you prepared this time? Are you confident about entering Baiwei Villa? Xiao Yan asked quietly. Prepared? I haven't prepared much. What about you, brother Xiao? After a year, you must be well prepared, right? Su Chen shook his head. Not at all. Xiao Yan humbly waved his hand. I just worked hard for a whole year, that's all. Although Xiao Yan was modest in words, the upward curve of his lips betrayed him. At this moment, Xiao Yan was overjoyed. He had prepared for an entire year to join Baiwei Villa. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, brother Xiao, Su Chen said, cupping his fists again. Brother Xiao, we've arrived. As they spoke, they had unknowingly reached the mountaintop. At this moment, the summit was crowded with people. However, after the journey, the line was not long. The throngs were those who had already completed the tests or had been eliminated. Brother Su, please go ahead. Xiao Yan gestured for Su Chen to proceed. Thank you, brother Xiao. Su Chen was not polite and walked directly in front of Xiao Yan to begin the test. Place your hand on the stone bell to test your martial arts talent, the examiner instructed. Su Chen, not understanding, could only follow the examiner's words and placed his hand on the enormous stone bell in front of him. The stone bell was over 2 people tall, entirely carved from stone, seamlessly integrated, and he had no idea how it was done. Su Chen's hand rested on the bell for a long time without any reaction. Examiner, is there something wrong with my operation? Su Chen asked curiously. Su Chen, martial arts talent, none, eliminated. The examiner did not respond to Su Chen's question but directly announced the result. Ha, that can't be right. Su Chen was a bit dazed. He had come to complete the main quest, and just like that, he was eliminated? Su Chen glanced again at the main quest on the task panel. It was correct, join Baiwei Villa. How is this different from the script? Examiner, I'm here to join Baiwei Villa. I even have a recommendation. Letter from Master Li. Su Chen shouted loudly. The people around him turned to look, sneering at Su Chen's words. Brother Su, stop talking. Everyone who can get here has a recommendation letter. It's nothing to boast about, Xiao Yan whispered to Su Chen. He felt embarrassed for Su Chen. What? Su Chen was stunned. This was completely different from the plot. Ever since he leveled up to 10, it seemed like this game had become a real world, no longer just following the plot. Just like now, the main quest was actually stuck. Get out of the way. Don't delay our testing. Su Chen was ruthlessly pushed aside by the people. behind him, and his wooden token was taken by the examiner, which meant he was eliminated and could not proceed to the next round. Damn! Su Chen sat down, irritably, watching the mountain gate that was so close yet so far. Sigh. Su Chen sighed. What to do now? The main quest was stuck, let alone what would happen next. What are you doing here? A voice that Su Chen found somewhat familiar suddenly reached his ears. He looked up and was instantly filled with joy. Long Dai. The person who came was none other than the heroine, the saintess of Bayue Villa. Shu. Long Dai put her index finger to her lips, urging Su Chen to be quieter. Don't let anyone hear you. If my dad finds out I sneaked out again, he'll definitely kill me, Long Dai whispered. Oh, got it, Su Chen quickly lowered his voice. Are you here to sign up? Long Dai asked Su Chen. Yeah, but I got eliminated. Su Chen pretended to look dejected as he spoke. Why? Long Dai asked, puzzled. They said I had no talent and eliminated me, Su Chen replied honestly. I see. Just wait a moment. Your name is Su Chen, right? Long Dai asked. Su Chen nodded. Long Dai dashed over to the testing official, and under the official's forlorn expression, she rummaged through the desk, making a mess, and finally picked up a wooden plaque, leaving with satisfaction. Here, take this. You passed the test, go for the assessment. Long Dai handed the plaque to Su Chen, grinning. Su Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, some people were easier to deal with, and the identity of the saintess was not given for nothing. Thank you. Su Chen expressed his gratitude to Long Dai. He took the wooden plaque and headed to the assessment location. Although Su Chen took the back door, he couldn't skip the assessment. If Long Dai could bring someone directly into Bayue Villa, the official wouldn't be so lenient with her. Because even if they bypassed the test for Long Dai's sake, if the strength wasn't up to par, they still couldn't enter the villa, so the official just turned a blind eye. The assessment was divided into 4 categories: speed, strength, physique, and written test. Passing any 2 categories would allow one to join Bayue Villa. Su Chen immediately understood that these 4 assessments corresponded to the 4 basic attributes. He wasn't sure if he could pass. His highest attributes were strength and physique, with speed being secondary. The 4 assessments were held in 4 different areas, and he could choose any assessment content. Passing. One would get a stamp on his wooden plaque, and at least 2 stamps were required to be considered qualified. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to choose the strength assessment, which had the least number of people. Official, how is the assessment conducted? Su Chen asked the official. Use all your strength to smash this stone tablet, the official replied. Su Chen looked at the abrupt stone tablet on the platform. It was black and inscribed with lines of inscriptions that were special symbols he couldn't understand. Su Chen raised his right hand and, using all his strength, punched the stone tablet hard. The inscriptions on the tablet began to glow, lighting up line by line from the bottom, as if charging like a battery. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, 4 lines. The light kept rising, quickly surpassing a person's height, reaching 10 lines, which surprised the official. 11, 12, 13, 14, until the 15th line of light finally stopped, resting at 15 lines. Su Chen thought for a moment. All his attributes combined reached a strength of 159 points, meaning this line of inscriptions represented 10 points of strength attribute. Su Chen. Strength score, excellent. The official looked deeply at Su Chen and stamped an excellent mark on his plaque. He was the first this year to achieve an excellent score. Su Chen walked down under the envious gazes of everyone and returned to the speed assessment location. He wanted to see if his guess was correct, whether it corresponded to the attribute points. Official, how do you play this? Su Chen excitedly approached the official. Play? The official was somewhat displeased by Su Chen's words. Did he come here to play in such a strict assessment area? No, I mean, how is the assessment conducted here? Su Chen quickly corrected himself. It's simple. The inscriptions on this stone tablet will keep flashing. When you see the light, you press it and it will naturally measure your score. The official patiently explained. Alright, bring it on. Su Chen nodded, indicating he was ready. It seemed that the assessment here not only tested speed but also reaction ability. The stone tablet was also black, but it was not as large as the previous one, about the size of a small stone table, easily embraced by a normal person with outstretched arms. The examiner inputted his vital energy, and the tablet began to operate. Suddenly, an inscription lit up, and Su Chen immediately pressed it. As soon as his hand pressed down, the light disappeared. After waiting for a while, the light appeared again. This time 2 lights appeared consecutively, and Su Chen easily handled it. After waiting a bit longer, the light appeared again, this time 4 lights in a row, and Su Chen continued. Each time he finished, there would be a gap, and when the light appeared again, it would be double the amount from the last time. The first few times were relatively easy for Su Chen, but when it came to the 7th time, with 64 lights, he almost couldn't keep up. The 8th time was even more thrilling. Su Chen's hand was about to break from the effort, 128 lights. By the 9th time, Su Chen simply couldn't hold on anymore and made a mistake halfway through. Su Chen, speed assessment, pass. However, Su Chen's score was still a passing one. After stepping down from the platform, Su Chen looked at the physical assessment area, where the Examiner was striking the candidates with a ruler, and he shook his head. Forget it, I've already passed, Su Chen decisively abandoned the idea of taking the physical assessment. Su brother, don't be discouraged. Look, I also failed last year. Failure is the mother of success. Just prepare well and come back next year, Xiaoyan said as he approached Su Chen to offer encouragement. There was something he didn't say. Without talent, preparation would be in vain. Did you pass your assessment? Su Chen asked curiously. Last year, Xiaoyan was eliminated during the assessment. Of course, both speed and strength were good, Xiaoyan said, shaking the wooden plaque in his hand. Oh, then congratulations. Hey, wasn't your wooden plaque taken by the examiner? Xiaoyan suddenly noticed that Su Chen still had a wooden plaque hanging at his waist and said in surprise. Oh, I picked this one up, Su Chen replied with a smile. He didn't want others to know he had taken a shortcut. Alright, I'm going in now. Take care, Su brother. Hope to see you again. Xiaoyan bid farewell to Su Chen as he needed to enter the manor to wait for his assignment. Su Chen saw that it was about time and followed the crowd into the manor. In the central square of Baihui Manor, the square was filled with newly passed candidates, at least a few hundred of them. In the square, dozens of seniors stood in mid-air, with Long Dai, the saintess, among them. Now announcing the apprentice assignment list. Ma Jialiang, Outer Courtroom 4. Zheng Hanyan, Inner Courtroom 2. Zi Shuang, Inner Courtroom 4. Each person whose name was called reacted with either excitement or disappointment. Those entering the inner court were exceptionally thrilled, while those entering the outer court were quite disappointed. Xiaoyan, Inner Courtroom 4. Upon hearing that he was assigned to the inner court, Xiaoyan was instantly excited, not expecting to enter the inner court with just 2 good scores. Su Chen, Inner Courtroom 3. Xiaoyan was taken aback, almost thinking he had misheard. Su Chen? Wasn't he eliminated? Could it be a namesake? Xiaoyan felt a bit puzzled. Although Su Chen didn't know the difference between the inner and outer courts, he could tell from others' reactions that the inner court was definitely better than the outer court. When Long Dai heard that Su Chen was assigned to the inner court, a smile appeared on her face. Wow! The saintess smiled. Someone noticed Long Dai's unusual reaction and gasped in surprise. As the saying goes, a smile from Chen Jiao brings forth 100 charms. As the female protagonist of the game, Long Dai's looks were quite striking, and her smile immediately drew exclamations from the male disciples. AWSL, my heart belongs to Dai Dai, one male disciple said dramatically, clutching his chest. Oh, are you disgusting or what? The female disciple next to him immediately felt nauseated and quickly moved away from him. Silence, the manor master on the stage called out lightly, and the scene instantly quieted down. Go find the owners of each room to claim their supplies, the master said before waving his hand and leaving only a few room owners waiting in place, each with a sign in front indicating their room. Su Chen was in room 3 of the inner courtyard, right next to room 4. When Xiaoyan came to collect supplies, he quickly spotted Su Chen. Su Chen, why are you still here? Xiaoyan looked at Su Chen in confusion. Su Chen urged Xiaoyan to lower his voice, not wanting to expose his backdoor entry. We'll talk later, let's get the supplies first, Su Chen said, asking Xiaoyan to wait. After collecting the supplies, Su Chen was assigned to room 8 of courtyard 3. The conditions in the inner courtyard were good. Each disciple had their own private room. Although they were in the same courtyard, there was privacy, unlike the outer courtyard where they lived in large dormitories. This also made it convenient for Su Chen, as he wouldn't be discovered sleeping after returning to reality. Su brother, how did you get in? And to the inner courtyard? Xiaoyan couldn't help but come over out of curiosity. It's a long story. Do you believe me if I say the examiner's clock was broken? Su Chen tried to ask. Xiaoyan had a look that said, do you think I believe that? Alright, I took a backdoor route. I have acquaintances at Baihui Villa, but I did pass the assessment fairly and squarely, Su Chen hurriedly explained. Xiaoyan didn't pay much attention to the latter part of Su Chen's words. You have someone at Baihui Villa? Who? How powerful are they? Can they help me? Xiaoyan asked excitedly, his eyes lighting up. I don't think so, I'm not that close to her, Su Chen immediately refused. He and Long Dai were merely acquaintances, how could she help Xiaoyan? Well, brothers don't eat for free. Here, a little something for the senior. Xiaoyan quietly slipped something to Su Chen. Su Chen took it out and was immediately shocked. Wuyan Stone. The Wuyan Stone, also known as a skill stone, can enhance a skill when used by players. It is extremely difficult to obtain, only dropping from special quests or major bosses. In reality, a single Wuyan stone can be sold for an astronomical price, with the highest transaction reaching 1,800,000, and it's hard to find a market for it. You're bribing someone with this? Su Chen looked at Xiaoyan in disbelief. I don't have much else on me, so I thought I'd make do with this. The senior should like it, Xiaoyan said awkwardly. What do you mean should like it? They would absolutely love it. What exactly does Xiaoyan do to casually pull out a Wuyan stone? However, Su Chen wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Could he really let a skill stone slip away? Alright, I'll give it a try. If he doesn't like it, I won't be blamed, Su Chen agreed, mainly for the Wuyan stone, which was something that was hard to come by. As for helping Xiaoyan, Su Chen could do that too. It was just about covering someone at Baiwei Villa, and he could manage that as long as Xiaoyan didn't provoke the senior brothers. By the way, my master asked me to go to the scripture pavilion to claim my techniques. Have you done that? Xiaoyan asked Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. He had just put his things in the bedroom when Xiaoyan found him, and he hadn't had the chance to go to the scripture pavilion yet. That's perfect, let's go together. I tell you, even though we can only learn the first level of techniques as newcomers, there are good and bad techniques within that level. Following me, you'll definitely find good techniques, so don't worry. Xiaoyan patted his chest and assured Su Chen that he would find good techniques. Su Chen smiled. He knew much more about the martial arts of the Baiwei Villa than Xiaoyan did. Techniques, like attributes, are divided into 4 categories: attack, speed, defense, and magic. Su Chen was certainly focused on attack types since he was currently following a strong attack route. Although magic types are very powerful in the later stages, they are not effective in the early stages. The two of them made their way to the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion is a tower with 9 floors, each containing various techniques. As the number 1 sect of the Tianlong dynasty, Baiwei Villa has the largest collection of techniques in the world, and you can find techniques of any level here. However, each floor has its restrictions. In the game, there are level restrictions. Before level 20, you can only learn skills from the first floor, and before level 30, you can access the second floor, and so on. Of course, learning skills isn't just a matter of picking and choosing. Disciples need to complete sect tasks to earn contribution points, which are then used to learn skills. New disciples have 1 free opportunity to select a technique. Su brother, let me tell you, when choosing a technique, go for the ones that are worn out. The cleaner they look, the worse they are. That means no one wants them. Those that are worn out indicate that many people have practiced them, which means the technique is definitely good. Xiaoyan explained his tips to Su Chen like someone with experience. Su Chen felt there was some truth to that. However, he already knew what he wanted, so he didn't need Xiaoyan's reminder. Got it, I'll take a look first, Su Chen nodded and said to Xiaoyan. Currently, there were quite a few people in the scripture pavilion, most of whom were new disciples there to select techniques. This scripture pavilion is large, so there's no need to worry about a lack of techniques. The techniques displayed are all originals. After remembering the names, you can go directly to the counter to receive a copy, and they won't let you take the original. After parting ways with Su Chen, Xiaoyan went off to find a suitable technique based on his theory, while Su Chen, although knowing what he wanted, didn't know where to find it and could only search blindly. However, Su Chen had a target, and searching one by one was quick. It didn't take long for him to find the skill he wanted. I want the technique number 138, breaking through thousands of armies, Su Chen said at the counter. The clerk turned around and searched the bookshelf behind him for a while before finding the book Su Chen wanted. Breaking through thousands of armies type, strong attack type of forward horizontal slash. Attack that increases physical attack by 50% when used, and during the skill activation, the user is in an invulnerable state and cannot be interrupted. What Su Chen was interested in was the skill's invulnerable state, not to mention the 50% physical attack bonus. Su brother, what did you choose? Xiaoyan quickly selected his technique as well. An attack type technique, and you? Speed type. I saw that technique was all worn out, and even a few pages at the back were missing. I just knew this technique was definitely extraordinary, so I took it. Su Chen glanced at the name of the technique Xiaoyan chose. Swift Wind Phantom. The name sounds impressive, but Su Chen knew this skill seemed to only increase movement speed, which wasn't very useful. Alright, I'm going back to cultivate, don't disturb me. Su Chen looked at the sky. It was getting late, and it was time to return to reality, using cultivation as an excuse to head back to his bedroom. Back in the bedroom, Su Chen directly learned the skill without needing to cultivate. Then he lay on the bed and chose to rest. The next moment, Su Chen found himself back on his bed in reality. The sun had just begun to rise. Su Chen realized that the game and reality were exactly opposite. It was night in the game and daytime in reality. Today was the day of the exhibition, so Su Chen hurriedly got up to wash up. Ding-a-ling! Just as Su Chen finished tidying up his personal hygiene, Zhang Hongwei's call came in. I'm coming, I'll be right there, Su Chen said while walking downstairs, still on the phone. Driving straight to the venue, Su Chen headed for the exhibition. This exhibition invited jade merchants and enthusiasts from New City, and Su Chen and his partner were there to showcase their jade products. Since their company had just been established and wasn't well known, they initially got a corner spot, but later, thanks to Zhang Hongwei's connections, they were moved to a better location near the center. Su Chen had no choice. Their company lacked strength, and the larger manufacturers weren't willing to give them prime spots. Zhang Hongwei had already set up their works, which included 3 pieces, 2 that had been promoted online, the Buddha and the Dragon and Phoenix, along with a pair of bracelets. The remaining glass display contained some lower-grade jade pendants, which Zhang Hongwei had brought from his store to fill the space. The main attractions were the 3 pieces mentioned above. You finally made it. Come over quickly, Zhang Hongwei said anxiously as Su Chen arrived at their exhibition booth with the entry badge. What's wrong? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Our works have a problem, Jiang Hongwei said, his face pale. What happened? Su Chen was taken aback. How could there be a problem with the works at this time? Look, Jiang Hongwei pulled Su Chen to the counter and handed him a bracelet to inspect. Inside the green and translucent bracelet there was a noticeable chip. How could it be damaged? Su Chen asked, confused. He was confident in the quality of the items in the game. Such flaws were impossible. I don't know, it was fine just a moment ago. I went to the restroom, and when I came back the bracelet looked like this. Jiang Hongwei felt guilty towards Su Chen, who had trusted him with such fine jade. Has anyone been to our booth before this? Su Chen asked, frowning. If it wasn't a flaw in the jade itself, it had to be caused by someone. No, our booth is too far back. No one has come by yet, Jiang Hongwei said without thinking. That's strange, Su Chen pondered. Could someone have tampered with it while Jiang Hongwei was in the restroom? Wait, someone did come by. Jiang Hongwei suddenly remembered that Dong Chimai, the owner of the nearby Yubao Pavilion, had come over to chat with him before returning. Dong Chimai came by earlier and chatted with me, but he didn't touch the counter, Jiang Hongwei told Su Chen. Dong Chimai. Su Chen immediately understood. It was Dong Chimai's doing. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Su Chen needed to find something to replace the bracelet for the exhibition. Brother, can crystal items be considered jade? Can they participate in this exhibition? Su Chen asked Jiang Hongwei. Yes, but diamonds can't, only rare crystals can participate. Regular crystals won't do, as the focus is mainly on domestic jade, Jiang Hongwei explained. Okay, I understand, Su Chen felt reassured. The actual selection process would take some time, and he wasn't in a hurry. He reassured Jiang Hongwei and then headed to the Yubao Pavilion's booth next door. Hey, Su, what brings you here? Dong Chimai greeted Su Chen with a smile. Ever since returning from Myanmar, Dong Chimai no longer underestimated Su Chen. He didn't know how many top-quality jade Su Chen had. As a businessman, he definitely couldn't afford to offend someone like him. It was best to win him over. Dong, your booth looks great. You have such a fine piece here? Su Chen glanced around and immediately noticed a striking jade ornament prominently displayed at Dong Chimai's booth. This piece must have been made from the emerald that Dong Chimai had bought from him. Isn't this just borrowing the light from Brother Su? If Brother Su has nothing on, why not sit down for some tea? Dong Chimai invited Su Chen. No need for tea, I'm just here to say that if things get shady, I'm in it to the end, Su Chen replied softly. Dong Chimai's expression froze. What is Brother Su talking about? I don't understand at all, Dong Chimai feigned confusion. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately understood. It was definitely Dong Chimai's doing. Su Chen returned to his own booth. Contact the organizers and ask if there are any surveillance cameras in the venue and tell them what happened, Su Chen thought. He couldn't do anything to Dong Chimai since he had no evidence, so he could only let Jiang Hongwei contact the organizers. Yeah, I've already told them, they'll be here soon. Without affecting the progress of the exhibition, the organizers came to Su Chen's booth to understand the situation, took photos for evidence, and waited for the police to investigate after the exhibition ended. Hello everyone, I've come to the Jade exhibition in New City today to show you what gem-level jade looks like, Lu Xiaoxiao said while live streaming, addressing the audience on the other side of the screen. There were many such streamers in the venue, but most were peers in the jade industry, using live streaming to promote their own products. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was different. She was an outdoor streamer who occasionally played games. Who did Xiaoxiao steal the invitation from to get in? What do you mean steal? Our Xiaoxiao walked in openly, okay? Can an exhibition really not let people in? The people upstairs must not know what a jade exhibition is. The invited guests are all from the jade industry. Without an invitation, you can't even enter the main gate. Everyone, stop arguing. I have an invitation, and I came in through proper channels, so don't worry. Let me take you to see the jade. Lu Xiaoxiao ignored the bickering in the comments and walked ahead, occasionally glancing at the booths beside her. Look at this, ice-type jadeite, very rare, Lu Xiaoxiao said. Although she wasn't particularly fond of jade, she had learned quite a bit from her family, and she could talk about any piece she picked up. The booths at the front of the exhibition were all good items. Ice types were quite common, and there were even some imperial greens. However, this didn't attract Lu Xiaoxiao much. In New City, these were very rare treasures, but having seen so many, she no longer felt they were anything special. Alright, we've reached the end, there's nothing more to see. Lu Xiaoxiao realized she was almost at the end. She knew that the quality of jade decreased further back in the exhibition, so she lost interest in the booths behind. Xiaoxiao, there's a handsome guy over there, I bet you won't dare to go flirt with him. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced around after seeing this comment and then spotted Su Chen sitting at a booth. Hey, don't talk nonsense, Xiaoxiao is mine. Go. Eat shit, yours? You should take a look in the mirror and see what you look like. I did, and I'm very handsome, so what? Xiaoxiao, if you can get that handsome guy's WeChat to share with the sisters, I'll send you 10 big rockets. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. 10 big rockets? That meant her pocket money was secured. Wait, don't you know my title is social terrorist Lu Xiaoxiao? Lu Xiaoxiao immediately walked over to Su Chen. Su Chen saw someone approaching and stood up with a smile to greet her. Hello, see if there's anything you like. The jade here is quite nice. How much is it? Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't just ask for his WeChat right away, so she started with a topic to chat about. Which one are you interested in? Su Chen asked. Lu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. The booths here were basically all for selection, so the best jade would definitely not be for sale. How much for these two? Lu Xiaoxiao immediately recognized the two best pieces of jade among them, namely the Great Sun Tathagata and the Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony. These two pieces of jadeite were of exceptional quality, and Lu Xiaoxiao felt they were the best she had seen at this exhibition, likely not for sale. These two are priced at 25 million each. Which one do you want? Su Chen said with a smile. She didn't expect the sales to start so quickly. Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Did he mean, for sale? Aren't you going to submit such exquisite jade for evaluation? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. We have other pieces for evaluation. If you like these two, I can sell them to you, Su Chen replied. He was in need of money, so how could he not sell? How about this, let's add each other on WeChat first, and after the exhibition ends, I'll contact you. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly changed the subject, seizing the opportunity to ask for Su Chen's WeChat ID. Alright, Su Chen took out his phone, and they added each other as friends. Goodbye, Lu Xiaoxiao waved to Su Chen and left. From the heart, from the heart, from the heart. A wave of from the heart floated across the screen. This isn't being cowardly. This is a strategic retreat. Regardless, I got his WeChat, and I'm willing to take my losses. 10 big rockets, hurry up. Lu Xiaoxiao refused to admit she was being cowardly, mainly because Su Chen really was selling those two pieces of jade. Could he really have better ones? But Grandpa said that this exhibition would at most feature emeralds, and they wouldn't be very large. That was already the highest standard, right? A flurry of rockets floated across the screen, with special effects flying everywhere. Thanks to the infatuated little deer for the 10 big rockets. Thank you, sister dear, Lu Xiaoxiao said with a beaming smile as she saw the rockets on the screen. Don't forget to give me his WeChat, or I want a refund. Okay, I'll send it to you after the broadcast ends, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately promised. The exhibition concluded, and it was time for the final evaluation. During the evaluation phase, participants needed to submit their works to the organizers, who would display them together for multiple experts to appreciate, ultimately selecting the gem-level works of the exhibition. The winner could represent the new city at the provincial exhibition. Su Chen took the Great Sun Tathagata and the Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony to the stage. Next to him, Dong Chimai smiled. He had gone to see Jiang Hongwei just in case, and to his surprise, they had even better jade, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. It was all because of Su Chen that he had fallen to the point of fearing Jiang Hongwei. He had been confident about this exhibition, but Su Chen's sudden emergence had ruined his plans. However, he was glad he had gone to Myanmar and obtained a piece of jade of the same quality from Su Chen, which boosted his confidence. With the master-level sculptor he had raised at home, he was sure he could win first place. But he didn't expect Su Chen to have even better quality jade, which made him extremely angry. After all his hard work, he was still outclassed by Su Chen. Filled with resentment, Dong Chimai had a devious thought when Jiang Hongwei went to the restroom. Seeing no one around, he used a carving knife from his shop to damage the pair of jade bracelets. Now that the bracelets were gone, the victory would surely belong to him. Su Chen glanced at Dong Chimai and shook his head with a smile. Some people still didn't realize what they were about to face, and they were still laughing. There are a total of 15 entries for this exhibition. Now, let's invite teacher Su Fangyuan and 4 experts from the Archaeology Department of Southeast University to the stage for appraisal, the host said, looking at the script with the microphone in hand. Then, several older experts came to the stage. One of them was someone Su Chen recognized, the elder Su who had helped him authenticate the emerald's authenticity. The entries were placed on pillars about half a person high for observation. Dong Chimai's work was positioned near the front, and the expert's attention was immediately drawn to it. Such quality, such craftsmanship, simply perfect. That's right, the jade is flawless, exquisitely crafted, truly a rare gem, old Su nodded and said. Dong Chimai immediately revealed a confident smile. Hearing old Su's words, he knew there was no suspense left. Dong Chimai provocatively glanced at Jiang Hongwei, who wore a worried expression. Although they both had emeralds, Jiang Hongwei knew he was still at a disadvantage compared to Dong Chimai. He lacked the confidence that Dong Chimai had, and his sculptors were not as skilled as Dong Chimai's. Was he really going to lose? Jiang Hongwei felt very uncertain. He glanced at Su Chen, who, at that moment, had a blank expression, showing no signs of worry. Sigh. Jiang Hongwei sighed. Perhaps Su Chen simply didn't see the problem and was completely unconcerned, unaware of the gap between the sculptors. Although Dong Chimai's work had caused quite a stir, old Su and the others, being well-versed, merely took a few more glances before moving on. As Su Fangyuan and the others moved in to take a look, Jiang Hongwei's heart was in his throat. Their works were about to be presented. What's this? Old Su suddenly paused at the last piece. Whose work is this? Old Su asked, pointing at the final square column. It's from Hongfan Jewelry, the host replied after a glance. Hongfan Jewelry? I've never heard of it. Is anyone from Hongfan Jewelry here? Old Su looked down at the audience. Dong Chimai felt a jolt in his heart. He had a bad feeling. Su Chen raised his hand. Old Su, it's mine and Boss Zhang's, Su Chen said with a smile. Oh, so it's you. No wonder. Old Su was no longer surprised when he saw that it was Su Chen's work. Such a large amethyst, I wonder where you got it from. Bringing out a world-class treasure like this, aren't you just bullying a child? When Old Su saw the amethyst, he realized that the selection was no longer necessary. All the jade stones present were utterly inferior compared to this amethyst, a complete dimensionality reduction attack. There's no choice, the previous entries were tampered with and destroyed, so I had to do this, Su Chen said with a smile. Dong Chimai stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Amethyst? Dong Chimai couldn't believe it. Previously, Su Chen had brought out a diamond the size of an egg in Myanmar, and now he had an amethyst this large. Did his family own a mine? Old Su, do you think Hongfan Jewelry can win the gemstone title this time? Su Chen asked Old Su. Of course, the gemstone title for this new city exhibition goes to Hongfan Jewelry for the amethyst, Old Su declared. Su Chen hadn't named the piece when he submitted it, so he had to refer to it as the amethyst. Su Chen immediately broke into a smile. From then on, Hongfan would no longer be an unknown entity in the jewelry industry. Dong Chimai slumped to the ground as if his soul had left him. After preparing for so long and spending countless funds, he had ultimately been overshadowed by Su Chen. All his efforts were in vain. Boss Dong, don't be too sad. There's something coming that will make you even sadder. Su Chen walked over and said to Dong Chimai with a smile. What do you mean? Dong Chimai's face had darkened, and he said coldly, that pair of jade bracelets, I plan to price them at 38 million each. They were made as a pair, so I'm selling them to you together for a total of 76 million. Hand over the money, Su Chen said, extending his hand to Dong Chimai. With a smile. What are you talking about? Why should I buy your bracelets? Why? Don't you know what you've done? Or do you want to wait for the police to arrive before we talk? Su Chen said with a cold smile. Humph. I don't know what you're talking about. Dong Chimai snorted coldly and began instructing his people to pack up the booth. Wanting to leave quickly, he felt a bit uneasy. Seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Just in time. The police are here. Su Chen smiled slightly as two uniformed police officers walked in from outside the venue. Dong Chimai was startled and lowered his head, wanting to leave through the back door. As long as he could get away now, he could smooth things over later and they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Boss Dong, where are you going? Su Chen grabbed Dong Chimai. Trying to run in front of him was truly a sign of someone who had never been beaten. Let go of me, or I won't be polite. Dong Chimai threatened Su Chen with a grim face. Then don't be polite, I can't stand it when others are polite with me, Su Chen replied with a cold smile. You! Dong Chimai struggled to break free from Su Chen's grip but suddenly found that Su Chen's hand was like a vice, tightly holding him, and he couldn't escape at all. Stop! What are you two doing? At that moment, the police arrived in front of the two, seeing them as if they were about to fight and immediately shouted, Officer, I'm the owner of the jade, and he's the suspect. I've already caught him for you, Su Chen said to the two. You are Su Chen? Su Chen nodded. Take him back. Ha? Su Chen looked confused. Wait, what did I do wrong? Su Chen was puzzled about why he was being taken. We're just taking you to understand some things. Don't worry, the officer reassured Su Chen. With no choice, Su Chen had to follow the officer. On the way, Su Chen wondered what they wanted to ask him. After thinking it over, he could only think of one thing that might have led to the police summoning him. The last time he was kidnapped, the situation in the basement was discovered. It was very likely because of this, as Su Chen couldn't think of any other reason he would be called to the police station. Su Chen, right? Su Chen was brought to the office. Since he wasn't a suspect, they wouldn't let him into the interrogation room, while Dong Chimai was taken to the interrogation room. Yes, did I do something wrong? Su Chen asked in confusion. No, just a few simple questions. Come have some tea. Don't be nervous, Captain Li Dawei said with a smile, handing Su Chen a cup of tea. Did you go to the bin district a couple of days ago? Li Dawei asked Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. No, I've been busy with company matters. I just started a company with a friend and have been swamped. How could I have gone that far? A few nights ago, you went to the Paradise Bird Bar, right? Li Dawei nodded and asked in a different way. Yes, I went to the bar once. What's the matter? Su Chen asked, puzzled. But he already understood in his heart that it was indeed about the incident with Li Biddy. You know this person, right? Li Dawei took out a photo, and there was Lin Yao's figure. I know her. I bought my car from her shop. Su Chen nodded. On the day you went to the Paradise Bird Bar, she helped you out, then got into a car. That night in the Bin district, there was a serious fire in a basement, and human remains were found inside. This woman had come out of that basement. Do you know anything about it? Li Dawei continued to ask. No, I was drunk that day, and when I woke up, I was at home. I don't know what happened that day, Su Chen directly denied it. Anyway, there was no evidence, so they couldn't do anything to him. Okay, I understand. If you remember anything, come find me right away. Li Dawei didn't make things difficult for Su Chen and let him go. Then what about my jade case? Don't worry, the evidence is conclusive and the surveillance footage is clear. He won't escape compensation. Li Dawei knew what Su Chen was asking about and said with a smile, "That's good, thank you." Su Chen nodded to Li Dawei and then left the police station. After Su Chen left, Li Dawei put away his smile. "Captain, keep an eye on this Su Chen, he has issues." After returning, Su Chen also felt something was off. This police officer was starting to suspect him. If he kept asking questions, Su Chen wouldn't be so worried. But he only asked a few simple questions and brought him all the way to the police station just to ask these? This officer definitely had doubts about him, but without evidence, he couldn't take action. However, Su Chen wasn't worried. They hadn't even found a body, so they couldn't file a case. Even if Su Chen admitted to doing it, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. "Hey, Su Chen, Su Hongguang is willing to sell his shares." Su Yutong suddenly called him. Su Hongguang was the shareholder holding 10% of the shares. "Okay, I'll head over right away." Su Chen smiled slightly, knowing the other party wouldn't wait long. If someone invested money in a fund and saw it continuously dropping, they would definitely feel anxious. It wouldn't be long before they thought about cashing out. Turning it into real money would feel much better. No one wants to see their money dwindle away. Su Chen arrived at Tongya Company, and Su Hongguang no longer had his previous arrogance. He now looked dejected. "Uncle Su, have you come to a conclusion?" Su Chen asked. "Yes, I've thought it through. I need money now, 50 million, and I'll give you the shares," Su Hongsheng said, looking down. "Alright, but I can't give you that much right now. You'll have to wait." Su Chen was indeed short on cash and couldn't come up with 50 million. "You can't do this, President Su. I'll lower it a bit more, 45 million, no, just 40 million will do." Su Hongguang seemed quite anxious, fearing Su Chen would go back on his word. "If you really need the money, why not lower it a bit more? I really don't have that much right now." Su Chen was intrigued by the possibility of Su lowering the price. "How much do you have? Let's hear it." Su Hongguang was too tired to argue with Su Chen and tried to find out how much he could offer. I only have 20 million right now." Su Chen felt embarrassed saying it. 20 million for 10% of the shares? The current market value was definitely more than 20 million. 20 million, okay. Su Hongguang thought for a moment and surprisingly agreed. Su Chen was taken aback. Such terms could be accepted? Was something going on? "Alright, Yutong, go have someone draft the contract." Su Chen didn't care what trouble Su Hongguang was in. He didn't buy when he had the chance to get 50 million, so who could he blame? The contract was quickly prepared, and Su Hongguang swiftly signed his name. Su Chen transferred 20 million to him. Su Chen looked at the contract in his hand. There were no issues at all. "Alright, now I'm happy. All the hard work I've put into my business is now yours," Su Yutong said somewhat resentfully. Now her shares were only 30%, not even half of Su Chen's. "Did I ask you to analyze the elixirs in the lab?" Su Chen asked Su Yutong. "The lab said it would take some time. They have some leads, but synthesizing certain elements is a bit difficult." Su Yutong became serious when discussing the matter. "That's good. Get the results as soon as possible. Only new products can revive Tongya." Su Yutong nodded. If it weren't for Su Chen's financial injection during this time, Tongya would have probably declared bankruptcy long ago. Su Chen was right. They indeed needed a new product to break into the market. Don't just focus on this side of things. Pay some attention to Hongfan jewelry as well. The exhibition is over, and Hongfan Jewelry's reputation has risen. They're just waiting for you to take control, Su Chen said helplessly. He had too few people he could rely on. Lu Chun was still too young to take charge, and Zhang Hongwei could manage the store but was clueless about managing a company, just like Su Chen. Only Su Yutong was talented in this area. "Am I a cow? Aren't you afraid of working me to death? Can't you find a professional manager?" The busy period finally made Su Yutong unable to hold back her complaints about Su Chen. Su Chen was instantly at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a bit excessive to have Su Yutong running around on both sides. "How about this, you help recruit 2 professional managers, just focus on the big picture, and take it easy. I need to go back to my hometown for a while, so I'll leave the company matters to you," Su Chen said before quickly making his escape. "You!" Su Yutong glared at Su Chen's departing figure, stamping her foot angrily as if her foot was on Su Chen himself. Back home, Su Chen lay on his bed and re-entered the game. Currently, Su Chen had completed his main storyline quest and received some experience rewards. The next quest was Main Quest Registration, to complete the sect tasks and gain enough contribution points to become a sect elite and participate in the martial arts conference. The next task required Su Chen to accumulate enough contribution points before reaching level 30. Su Chen could only go do quests. Before that, he happened to use the martial essence stone he had obtained from Xiaoyan. In the game Martial Arts Domination, skill upgrades were quite difficult, but the skills would undergo a qualitative change after leveling up. Su Chen currently only had one skill, breaking through thousands, which, although a basic skill, he did not hesitate to upgrade, as improving strength was the key. With enhanced strength, everything else would follow. Su Chen focused his thoughts, and the martial essence stone transformed into white light, surging into his body. At the same time, the skill also underwent a change. Breaking through thousands type. Strong attack, a forward horizontal slash attack that increases physical attack by 80% when used. During the skill activation, the user is in an invulnerable state which cannot be interrupted. The invulnerable state lasts for 1 second. Physical attack increased from 50% to 80%, which was quite good. The main point was that the invulnerable state lasted for 1 second. This 1 second did not mean the invulnerable state lasted only 1 second, rather, there was an additional second of invulnerability after the skill ended. Don't underestimate that 1 second, it could play a significant role. Within 1 second after the skill ended, any action by Su Chen would not be interrupted, even if the opponent had a silence skill. Su Chen could use that 1 second to execute the next skill, achieving a combo effect. Su Chen left the room, preparing to find the owner of the third house to take on a quest. Brother Su, help! As soon as Su Chen opened the door, Xiao Yan rushed over with a terrified expression. What's wrong? Su Chen was bewildered. It was early in the morning. Why was Xiao Yan so flustered? Xiao Yan turned back 3 times as he ran to Su Chen. Brother Su, hurry and find a senior for help. Someone wants to kill me. Xiao Yan looked back in fear. Su Chen was first puzzled about who the senior was, but then realized that Xiao Yan thought he had backing, believing that the senior who was helping him was from the Baiyu villa. Run? I see you trying to run. Before Su Chen could explain, 2 people walked in through the front door. Senior brother, we must teach him a good lesson today for daring to offend me, said a somewhat immature-looking boy with a fierce expression. The other, a refined young man, glanced at Xiao Yan indifferently. Gushiti is the grandson of the third elder. You really are blind. Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being blind, the refined young man said lightly. Brother Su, hurry and find a senior. He is Li Qiusheng. From the second house, we are no match for him. Hurry. Xiao Yan could only place his hopes on Su Chen, hoping that the gift from yesterday would be appreciated by the senior. Su Chen looked at the 3 and immediately understood the situation. That immature boy was the grandson of the third elder whom Xiao Yan had offended, and the young man was Li Qiusheng, the grandson who had come to seek revenge for Xiao Yan. Su Chen glanced at the strength of the 2. Li Qiusheng was level 19, while the boy was only level 9. The boy could be ignored, but Li Qiusheng was a bit tricky. Su Chen looked at his own +8 equipment and thought that fighting at a higher level should be fine, right? Su Chen was not too sure. But Xiao Yan's martial essence stone had already been used by him, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. You two, this is the third house, not a place for you to run wild. Su Chen had no choice but to find an excuse to block the 2. Who the hell are you? Get lost, the young man retorted rudely at Su Chen. With his grandfather around, there were very few disciples at Baiyu Mountain Villa that he couldn't offend, and the few he couldn't afford to offend, he knew personally. Su Chen was not one of them, so he naturally didn't give him a good face. I am Zhao Zicheng from Longshan. If you want to touch my brother, you have to get past me first. Su Chen stepped forward, taking a stance. The young man was indeed taken aback by Su Chen's action. You want to meddle in others' business? Li Qiusheng frowned slightly. He was always cautious in his actions, and after agreeing to help Gu Feihong, he specifically investigated Xiao Yan's background, discovering that he was a new disciple with little strength and influence, which was why he agreed to help him. Who was this suddenly appearing Zhao Zicheng? Li Qiusheng couldn't make up his mind. Xiao Yan is my brother, how can I just watch him die? Su Chen said indignantly. Fine, then I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me, I won't interfere in this matter, Li Qiusheng said, not daring to offend easily before determining Su Chen's identity. But he also couldn't just leave, that would be losing face. He could only resolve it through a contest, so even if he won, the other side would have no excuse to block him. If he lost, it would mean that this Zhao Zicheng was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Alright, then let's do it. Su Chen smiled slightly. This was the best outcome, allowing him to duel with Li Qiusheng, which gave him a better chance of winning. Li Qiusheng immediately fought Su Chen barehanded in the courtyard. Su Chen took out his 100-forged knife. Li Qiusheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Why are you still using a knife? Li Qiusheng looked confused. What? Is that not allowed? I'm used to using a knife, and my martial arts are based on the knife. Are you expecting me to fight you hand to hand? Su Chen said matter-of-factly. Li Qiusheng was silent for a long time. Su Chen made a lot of sense, but he didn't want to fight Su Chen with real weapons. Brother Zhao, we are all disciples of Baiyu Mountain Villa. There's no need for fighting. Is there any misunderstanding that can't be resolved? I think the grievances between junior brother Gu and this brother should be settled by them. Farewell. After saying this, Li Qiusheng turned to leave. He was here to help, not to fight to the death in a place without seniors present. He didn't want to lose his life. Hey, senior brotherly? Gu Feihong looked bewildered as he watched Li Qiuxing leave without a hint of hesitation. This left Gu Feihong in the courtyard. Su Chen and Xiao Yan immediately surrounded him with malicious intent. "Junior brother, you came all this way to see your senior brother. Did you bring any gifts?" Su Chen asked, with a mischievous smile. "Junior brother, do you still have your martial essence stone?" Xiao Yan also asked with a grin. Su Chen was taken aback, looking at Xiao Yan speechlessly. Xiao Yan suddenly looked embarrassed. Let's talk about it later, I won't forget." Xiao Yan could only promise Su Chen to give him some later. Gu Feihong stepped back in fear, bumping into Xiao Yan, who was blocking his way. "Big brother, I really don't have any martial essence stones left. You've taken them all," Gu Feihong said with a bitter face. "Is that so? Then let me check, and don't lie," Xiao Yan said with a mischievous smile, extending his hand towards Gu Feihong. Under Su Chen's strange gaze, Xiao Yan skillfully rummaged through Gu Feihong's pockets, pulling out rare treasures one by one. "Alright, you can go now." Xiao Yan turned Gu Feihong's pockets inside out and then let him leave satisfied. "What were you doing before? Were you high up on that mountain?" "No more talking, brother, let's split the loot, cough. I mean, let's divide the spoils," Xiao Yan excitedly said to Su Chen without caring about much else. Su Chen looked at Xiao Yan with a strange expression. This guy was too skilled at this. How long did it take to train to be this proficient at robbing others? "What are you dawdling for? Do you want it or not?" Xiao Yan said unhappily when he saw Su Chen not moving. "Yes." Su Chen immediately sat over, and the two sat in place to divide the spoils. "By the way, can you change everything for me into Wuyan stones? I don't want any of this. If you want it, I can give you a bit more," Su Chen said, looking at the various crystals and enhancement materials in his hands, feeling a bit speechless. He certainly didn't like these things at all. "You only want Wuyan stones?" Xiao Yan asked, stunned. Su Chen nodded. "Alright, I'll keep some, and the rest I'll give to you." Xiao Yan gathered everything back and then pulled out 3 Wuyan stones from his pocket. "These 3 are for you. I kept 3 for myself, which is enough for my recent needs." Xiao Yan had snatched a total of 7 Wuyan stones from Gu Feihong, had given 1 to Su Chen earlier, and now had 6 left, splitting them evenly with Su Chen. But this time he didn't give Su Chen anything else. "Thank you." Su Chen was immediately delighted. Wuyan stones were rare treasures that were hard to buy. "By the way, you need to let the senior take care of things, otherwise we will definitely run into trouble sooner or later," Xiao Yan said to Su Chen. The reason he pulled Su Chen into this was because of the backing behind him. If I say I have no backing, will you hit me?" Su Chen said awkwardly. "Don't joke around," Xiao Yan chuckled. Then he looked closely at Su Chen and saw that he wasn't joking at all. Xiao Yan suddenly felt emo. "Damn, do you know I offended the third elder?" Xiao Yan shook Su Chen's shoulders desperately, feeling like he could strangle him. "It's not like I offended him. What does it have to do with me?" Su Chen said quietly. You offended him today too. We're in the same boat now. Do you think you can run away?" Xiao Yan scoffed. "That's true, so what should we do?" Su Chen asked nonchalantly. "What to do? You really have no backing?" Xiao Yan was still hoping for Su Chen's backing. "No, I can't say I have none. It's just a regular friend who might not necessarily help me." Su Chen thought of Long Dai, and according to the plot, her bond with the protagonist hadn't even started yet. "So that means you do have someone?" Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. "Don't get your hopes up. She won't help us." Su Chen quickly tried to dispel Xiao Yan's thoughts. "That's not it. Whether she helps or not doesn't matter. As long as you have this friend, we don't need her help," Xiao Yan said with a smile. Su Chen was a bit confused, looking at Xiao Yan with a puzzled expression. Xiao Yan whispered a few words in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen's eyes suddenly widened. "You really are a genius." Su Chen had to admit that Xiao Yan was indeed talented in some aspects. Su Chen also had to go do his tasks, but instead he took Xiao Yan to find Long Dai. "Stop. Holy Maiden's Palace, no. Entry for unauthorized personnel." Su Chen was stopped by 2 guys outside before he even got to see Long Dai. "Senior brother, hello. Please help me pass a message. Just say Su Chen is looking for her," Su Chen said humbly. He couldn't be so proud when he needed something from someone. "Senior brother, please help." Xiao Yan quietly slipped some treasures he had snatched from Gu Feihong into the hands of the two. The two's expressions changed slightly and they discreetly accepted the items. Wait, the two's attitudes immediately improved, and after a brief instruction, they went in to report. "Do you two know the Holy Maiden?" Another senior brother, who was free, chatted with the two. "Yes, my brother here has some connections with the Holy Maiden. He just arrived at Baiwa Mountain Villa and came to pay a visit." Xiao Yan immediately introduced Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen could only laugh awkwardly on the side. Xiao Yan's words sounded too much like bragging. It was as if he was saying Long Dai would only marry him. "The Holy Maiden has asked you to come in." Soon the senior brother returned and let the two in. Su Chen. Long Dai was very surprised to see Su Chen, but when she saw Xiao Yan beside him, she calmed down. "Come and sit down," Long Dai said, leading the two into the pavilion in the backyard garden. Once they sat down, the air immediately fell silent. Su Chen had been dragged here by Xiao Yan. In truth, he didn't have such a deep relationship with Long Dai and didn't know what to say. Did you come here for something? Long Dai asked, seeing that the two had been silent for a while and decided to take the initiative. Xiao Yan quietly tugged at Su Chen under the table, urging him to follow the plan. It's nothing much, I just arrived and I'm not very familiar with the place. I saw that the market down the mountain is quite lively. Could you take me to have a look? Su Chen said, forcing himself to speak. Long Dai's eyes lit up instantly. But my father doesn't let me go out freely. If you come with me, it will definitely cause trouble, Long Dai said, though she longed for freedom. She also knew it would bring trouble to Su Chen. No worries, I'll help you cover for it. You can wear my clothes. To go out, Xiao Yan interjected, showing his role at that moment. Long Dai stared blankly at Xiao Yan. Who is he? Oh, he's my friend, named Xiao Yan, Su Chen introduced. Oh, thank you. Long Dai immediately smiled brightly and thanked Xiao Yan. You're welcome. Xiao Yan winked at Su Chen. The plan was successful and now it was up to Su Chen. The two returned to the room. Xiao Yan took off his clothes, and after Long Dai changed into them, they confidently walked out of the Saintess's palace. They left the Baiwe mountain villa without any hindrance, and Long Dai immediately bounced around joyfully like a caged bird set free. The air outside is really wonderful. Long Dai was very happy. Su Chen, come on, I'll take you to eat the best beef noodles down the mountain. Once outside Baiwe mountain villa, Long Dai seemed like a different person, becoming exceptionally cheerful and lively. Su Chen helplessly followed Long Dai forward. Along the way, they played and saw many things. Although Long Dai had seen them all before, she was still full of curiosity. Isn't that the Saintess? As the market at the foot of Baiwe Mountain, it naturally had disciples from Baiwe Mountain Villa, and soon someone recognized Long Dai, who was disguised as a boy. It seems like it. Who is the person next to her? When they saw Su Chen beside Long Dai, they were a bit puzzled. Let's go report to the senior brother. The two decided to return and report the matter to their senior brother. Su Chen smiled slightly as he watched the two disciples of Baiwe Mountain Villa pass by him. It must be said that although Xiao Yan's method was common, it was indeed effective. Long Dai, let's go eat. We're both hungry, Su Chen said, patting his stomach. He hadn't eaten a single bite since morning, so of course he was hungry. Alright then, let's go eat beef noodles. Long Dai seemed to be particularly fixated on this bowl of beef noodles for some reason. Su Chen and Long Dai arrived at a small restaurant. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, with extra meat. Long Dai skillfully sat down at a small square table outside and said to the boss, okay. The boss replied without looking up, continuing to cook the noodles. This restaurant was not large, with small square tables filling the room, already occupied by people, and there were also similar small tables outside, set up at the restaurant's entrance. Despite its small size, the business was excellent. How did you find this place? Su Chen asked curiously. This restaurant was not on the main road but in an alley, making it hard for ordinary people to find. Every time I sneak out, I have to avoid the senior brothers, so I don't take the main road and always look for shortcuts, and that's how I discovered this place. Don't be fooled by its size. The boss's skills are really good, Long Dai explained. The boss worked quickly and efficiently, and soon their noodles were ready. Your noodles. A woman brought the noodles to them. The woman was the wife of the restaurant owner, and they relied on this restaurant for their livelihood. Try it, it's really delicious. Long Dai looked at Su Chen expectantly. Su Chen picked up a chopstick of noodles and took a taste. The chewy noodles wrapped in the fragrant broth burst with their unique flavor in his mouth, while the aroma of the rich beef soup stimulated Su Chen's taste buds. Delicious, Su Chen exclaimed, astonished. He never expected that a simple bowl of beef noodles could be this tasty. Isn't it? Their beef noodles are the most authentic. I've been to so many places and haven't found any better than theirs, someone said. As the saying goes, in every profession, there are masters. The owner had run the restaurant for half a lifetime, and his skill in making beef noodles had reached perfection. Most importantly, he used real ingredients. The broth was made from simmered beef bones, and the beef was the tender meat from the bones, rich in flavor. After finishing a bowl of beef noodles, Su Chen leaned back in his chair, satisfied. It had been a long time since he had eaten such delicious noodles. Senior brother, where are they? The 2 disciples from the Baiwe villa who had encountered Su Chen earlier approached with a young man in plain clothes. Long Fei Bai looked at Long Dai, who was disguised as a boy, laughing and chatting with Su Chen, and his anger flared up. Xiao Dai, why did you sneak out again? If you want to play, just tell me, and I'll take you out, Long Fei Bai said, restoring his gentle demeanor as he walked over to Long Dai. Long Dai glanced up at Long Fei Bai. No need to trouble yourself, are you here to drag me back? Long Dai said coldly. Xiao Dai, how can you say that? I just happened to pass by and saw you, so I came to check on you, Long Fei Bai replied with a smile. Long Dai looked at the 2 young men behind Long Fei Bai. If she remembered correctly, she had encountered these 2 on the street before. What a coincidence! Just as she ran into them, Long Fei Bai brought them along for a chance encounter? Junior sister, who is this? Long Fei Bai asked, feigning surprise as if he had just noticed Su Chen. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Did he need to be any more obvious? None of your business, don't disturb me if there's nothing else, Long Dai said, not having a good impression of Long Fei Bai. To be precise, she disliked him. Every time she sneaked out, it was Long Fei Bai who reported her, thinking she didn't know. Her father had told her long ago. Junior sister, you mustn't be deceived by bad people outside. Some people just see you as innocent and kind, specifically targeting girls like you, Long Fei Bai said with concern. I didn't want to bother with you, but who are you talking about? Who are you? Insinuating? I'm just speaking the truth. What? Did I hit a nerve? Long Fei Bai sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Su Chen, as if looking at him was an insult. If you're so good at talking, why not go do stand-up comedy? Long Fei Bai frowned. He didn't know what Su Chen meant by stand-up comedy. Nonsense. Junior sister, come back with me. The master must be worried, Long Fei Bai said, not wanting to argue with Su Chen, smiling at Long Dai. Long Dai hesitated, looking at Su Chen and then at Long Fei Bai. All right, she finally decided to go back with Long Fei Bai for Su Chen's safety. Otherwise, with Long Fei Bai's personality, he would definitely hold a grudge against Su Chen and bring unnecessary trouble to him. Su Chen frowned. According to Xiaoyan's plan, the situation needed to escalate, but it wasn't big enough yet, and this place was remote with few people, not a suitable location. Seeing that Long Dai agreed, Long Fei Bai provocatively glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen was speechless. Was it really necessary? Su Chen, I'm heading back. Be careful, Long Dai reminded Su Chen before leaving. Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine, Su Chen nodded. Su Chen watched as Long Dai followed Long Fei Bai away, quietly trailing behind them. When Long Fei Bai and the others exited the alley and reached the main road, Su Chen suddenly rushed forward. He drew out the Baiduan knife. Da! Su Chen struck Long Fei Bai on the head with the back of the knife. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, and Long Fei Bai was rendered unable to see anything in the strong glare. The 10% chance of the blinding effect had triggered. Long Dai, run! Su Chen pulled Long Dai and ran. Wasn't it supposed to be a big deal that he and Long Dai were getting to know each other? A new disciple beating up a senior brother in public and eloping with the saintess, wasn't that big enough? Su Chen was determined. Wasn't it just about making a scene? If Long Dai was willing, he wouldn't mind making her pregnant. Long Dai looked at Su Chen in surprise, feeling a thrill and excitement inside. It was such a wonderful feeling. Su Chen quickly became troubled. Where should he take Long Dai? I'll take you to a place. Long Dai grasped Su Chen's hand and pulled him forward. The two of them bypassed the market and took a small path from the foot of the mountain to the back of Wanyue Mountain. What is this place? Su Chen gazed in astonishment at the suddenly open environment. It was a cliff from which one could clearly see the beautiful scenery of the mountains and forests behind Wanyue Mountain. I discovered this by accident. Isn't it beautiful? Long Dai said proudly. This was a place Long Dai had found while sneaking out one time. She had been discovered before she even descended the mountain, and to avoid being caught, she hid everywhere until she stumbled upon this place through the small path. I named it the stargazing platform. It's even more beautiful to watch the stars here at night, Long Dai said as she sat cross-legged. Stargazing platform? This completely exceeded Su Chen's understanding. He had never encountered this plot during his gaming sessions, let alone this place. Su Chen, why did you hit Long Shixiang? Long Dai suddenly turned to Su Chen and asked. Su Chen was instantly embarrassed by the question. How should he respond? To create rumors with you? No way. Long Dai probably didn't even know what rumors were. Because I found him unpleasant and wanted to vent my frustration, Su Chen casually made up an excuse. Oh, I also find him unpleasant. Well done. Although it wasn't the answer Long Dai had in mind, she was still very happy feeling that Su Chen shared her thoughts. Bastard. You think I can't find you just because you ran here? Long Fei Bai approached, clutching his bleeding head. How did you find this place? Long Dai frowned and asked. You two dog men and women. How dare you meet here in secret? Don't you know the saintess cannot have relations with men? Long Fei Bai shouted angrily at Long Dai. Long Fei Bai liked Long Dai. Although he knew the saintess couldn't have relations with men, he still harbored a glimmer of hope that maybe Long Dai would be willing to marry him against all odds. Even if they couldn't get married, having Long Dai's body would not be in vain for all he had given. But Su Chen's appearance had left him in despair. Long Dai treated Su Chen completely differently from other men, which ignited his fury. After all these years of effort, Long Dai had never even glanced at him. What charm did this suddenly appearing man possess? Long Fei Bai's words made Long Dai's brows furrow tightly. Long Fei Bai, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Long Dai was angry. While she could handle such words herself, they were extremely dangerous for Su Chen and could very well lead to a fatal disaster. At that moment, Su Chen also realized that the saintess could not have relations with men, because in the game's ending, Long Dai ended up with the protagonist. Su Chen had directly ignored this rule. This was bad. Su Chen felt as if the Sky had fallen. The previous series of actions, combined with Xiaoyan's publicity, were very unfavorable for him. I've sacrificed so much for you, and you don't even look at me. What makes this man so worthy of your protection? Long Fei Bai was even more heartbroken. My relationship with Su Chen is none of your business. And don't think I don't know about your dirty deeds. Do you think my dislike for you is baseless? It's simply because I know your true nature and find you disgusting, Long Dai said coldly. Su Chen's heart sank. Aren't you afraid he might kill you to silence you for exposing his wounds like that? Sure enough, when Long Fei Bai heard Long Dai's words, his body trembled, and his gaze turned icy. So you know everything. Tell me, what do you know about me? Long Fei Bai said indifferently. Don't think I don't know about the women you keep at the foot of the mountain, how you bully the weak, forcibly take women, and even the children who haven't come of age, you don't spare them either. And I can hardly bring myself to say more. Long Dai said, feeling embarrassed to continue, as Long Fei Bai's actions were simply unacceptable. It seems you know quite a bit, then there's no other choice. Today, I'll take you down too. Long Fei Bai's eyes filled with murderous intent as he suddenly lunged at the two. Be careful. Su Chen, who had been on guard against Long Fei Bai, immediately warned Long Dai. Long Fei Bai was level 28, Long Dai was level 25, and Su Chen was just a level 10 small fry. This was not his fight. Thanks to Su Chen's warning, Long Dai quickly reacted and blocked Long Fei Bai's attack. Long Fei Bai, what do you want? Long Dai asked with a frown. What do I want? Since you know so much, how can I let you go back? Long Fei Bai did not hide his intentions, showing no restraint in his murderous intent towards Long Dai. I've been craving you for so long, and today I can finally have my wish fulfilled. Although it's just a corpse, you'll still have warmth for a while after you die, so it won't matter, Long Fei Bai said, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Disgusting, Long Dai coldly shouted, pushing Long Fei Bai back with her sword. Su Chen, help me. Long Dai knew she was no match for Long Fei Bai alone and called for Su Chen's assistance. Su Chen was reluctant to jump in, he was only level 10, and if he accidentally died, he didn't know if he could be revived. He didn't dare risk his life. Damn it, I'm going for it. Breaking through the thousands, Su Chen shouted, using the skill he had just learned. If Long Dai died, he wouldn't survive either, so he had to give it a shot. Long Fei Bai raised his sword to defend. With Su Chen's skill boost and his plus 8 gear, he only managed to push Long Fei Bai back a step. But that was enough to surprise Long Fei Bai. A mere novice disciple had the strength to repel him? Long Dai's attack followed closely, her sword aimed directly at Long Fei Bai's vital point. Bitch, you dare to try to kill me? Golden body. Long Fei Bai, seeing Long Dai show him no mercy, was instantly filled with rage and unleashed his most powerful moves. A layer of golden light enveloped Long Fei Bai, and when Long Dai's sword made contact with the golden light, it rebounded with force, knocking her sword away. Golden body technique? You stole a technique from a sect. Long Dai immediately recognized the origin of Long Fei Bai's move. The golden body technique was a secret not to be passed on, only taught to direct disciples. Each sect leader had one such technique, given only to those with exceptional talent. Long Fei Bai's act of stealing the technique had already violated the rules of the Baiwei Villa, which could lead to the revocation of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect. If he won't teach me, then of course I have to steal it, Long Fei Bai said matter-of-factly. Su Chen looked enviously at Long Fei Bai using the golden body technique. It was the most powerful physical technique capable of significantly enhancing defense. Shameless scoundrel. Long Dai was at a loss for words at Long Fei Bai's shamelessness. Breaking through the golden body defense was no easy task, and while the two were entangled, Su Chen quietly used a martial essence stone to upgrade his skill. He consumed another martial essence stone to upgrade. Breaking through the thousands, enhancing the skill once more. Breaking through the thousands type, strong attack type A horizontal slash attack that increases physical attack by 120% when used, and during the skill activation, the user is in an invulnerable state that cannot be interrupted. The invulnerable state lasts for 3 seconds. There were no substantial changes, it wasn't enough. He upgraded again, this time the cost doubled, requiring 2 martial essence stones for the enhancement. Force breaking 10,000. Army's max type, strong attack, a forward horizontal slash attack that increases physical attack by 180% when used, entering a state of invincibility that cannot be interrupted. The invincibility lasts for 5 seconds. Ignores defense. In addition to increasing damage, there's an extra attribute, ignores defense. This is exactly what Su Chen wanted. Little brat, take my blade. Su Chen charged at Long Fei Bai and unleashed his skill. Seeing Su Chen's attack coming, Long Fei Bai, confident in his golden body, didn't even try to dodge. Directly ignoring Su Chen's assault, the blade sliced through Long Fei Bai's body, and instead of being deflected by the golden body, as expected, Su Chen's blade easily sank into his chest. -1704. A blood-red number appeared above Long Fei Bai's head. With the skill Bonus, weapon bonus, and critical hit. It directly dealt over 1000 damage, almost reaching 2000. A level 10 boss. Only had about 2000 health. Long Fei Bai looked at the blade embedded in his chest in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Su Chen had broken through his golden body's defense. Without Long Fei Bai's support, his golden body dimmed. Long Dai's eyes lit up. Knowing this was the best opportunity, without hesitation, she swung her sword across Long Fei Bai's neck. Instantly, blood gushed forth, and their combined attack caused Long Fei Bai's health to drop to 0 in an instant. Long Fei Bai fell, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Long Dai stared at Long Fei Bai, who lay in a pool of blood, somewhat dazed. "Stop dawdling, help me throw him off." Su Chen called to Long Dai, lifting Long Fei Bai's corpse toward the cliff's edge. "Oh." Long Dai, still in a daze, followed Su Chen's lead and tossed Long Fei Bai's body off the cliff. After disposing of the body, the two sat on the ground, slightly raising their heads to look at the sky. In that moment, both fell silent. "Are you scared?" Sitting side by side on the ground, Su Chen asked Long Dai. He now realized that this place was no longer just a game. The NPCs had become flesh and blood, more real, transforming into a special world. "A little scared," Long Dai admitted. After all, she was a girl, although she was from the martial world and might not be new to killing. The one who died was her fellow disciple, which would surely touch her heart. "It's fine, if you don't kill him. He'll kill you. Don't feel guilty," Su Chen reassured Long Dai. Long Dai nodded gently, leaning a bit closer to Su Chen, as if seeking comfort. Seeing this, Su Chen gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Long Dai didn't resist, quietly resting her head on Su Chen's shoulder. Unknowingly, the sky darkened, and neither of them realized how much time they had spent together. "It's dark now. The night sky is beautiful." Long Dai remained unaffected, seriously gazing at the Milky Way above. Su Chen had to admit, the night here was truly beautiful. It would be hard to see such a stunning galaxy in reality. "We should head back," Su Chen reminded. In the game, night had fallen, while in reality, it was daytime. Su Chen still needed to go home today. Let's go," Long Dai finally relented, and the two quietly returned to Bayou Villa, where Long Dai went to the Saintess's chamber to switch out Xiao Yan. "Why didn't you two just stay outside overnight? Do you know how I managed to get through this? I almost exposed myself when it was time to eat." Xiao Yan emerged with a belly full of complaints, immediately scolding Su Chen. All right, you've worked hard. Hurry back to sleep." Su Chen soothed Xiao Yan's emotions. After a lot of effort, Su Chen finally managed to calm Xiao Yan down and send her back to sleep. Lying in bed, Su Chen chose to return to reality. Opening his eyes, the outside was already bright with daylight. Su Chen drove to buy some things and called Su Yutong, asking her to help look after Hongfan jewelry, which was now ready for sale. They were offering all products, except for high-end jewelry, at a 20% discount for a week. Su Chen hung up the phone amidst Su Yutong's complaints. Su Chen's home was in the new city, but not in the city itself. It was in a small county under the jurisdiction of the new city. His family came from a rural background and owned a few acres of land. A few years ago, his parents used their remaining savings to open a clothing store, and the business was barely making ends meet, but it was better than working for someone else, and life was manageable. Su Chen quickly arrived at the clothing store in the county. The store was called Fanjie Clothing, and both his father, Su Fangtian, and mother, Lu Jia, were there. "Mom, I'm back," Su Chen said as he got out of the car and walked into the store, addressing Lu Jia, who was still busy. "Xiao Fan, why didn't you give me a heads up? You just came back out of the blue." Lu Jia was surprised. Although she knew Su Chen might return soon, she didn't know which day it would be. She had even told him to call her before coming back so that his dad could pick him up. Who would have thought Su Chen would return without a word? "Was the trip okay? Are you hungry?" Lu Jia asked, taking the bag from Su Chen's hands with concern. "No, is the store busy? I can help." Su Chen looked around the store and saw that there weren't many customers. His dad was just organizing inventory in the warehouse. "Not busy, the season is about to change, and business has been slow lately. Fang Tian, stop tidying up, our son is back. Let's buy some groceries and go home. We're not working today." Lu Jia shouted towards the warehouse door. She was happy that her son was back, so missing a day of work was no big deal. "What?" Su Fangtian poked his head out from inside and was momentarily stunned when he saw Su Chen. "Oh, when did Xiao Fan come back?" "Dad, I just got home." "Stop tidying up, go drive, we're going home," Lu Jia urged. Su Fangtian. "Mom, don't let my dad drive, let him take my car." "I drove back," Su Chen said to both of them. It was better not to have anyone in the small truck at home, it wasn't safe. "All right, I'll have your dad lock up," Lu Jia said. After closing the store, the three of them walked to Su Chen's car. "Whose car is this? Don't break it, we can't afford to pay for it. It's better to drive our own car," Lu Jia said when she saw the monster truck, thinking Su Chen had borrowed it from a colleague. Although she didn't know much about cars, she could tell this one was quite valuable, so it was better to drive less. "It's fine, Mom, I bought it. Don't worry." Su Chen opened the car door and let his parents in. You bought it? Where did you get so much money? Lu Jia asked, puzzled. Last time Su Chen mentioned buying a house, she found it strange. He had only been working outside for a few years, and now he wanted to buy a house. Where did he get that much money? I opened a company with friends in the new city, doing jewelry business. We've made quite a bit recently. Buying a car and a house is just a small part of it. If you ask me, you shouldn't keep the clothing store open. Come to the new city and enjoy life with me. Su Chen had to tell the truth, but he framed the source of the money as coming from the company. Just because you're making money doesn't mean you should spend it extravagantly. That's such a waste, Lu Jia advised Su Chen. She didn't care how much money he was making, she just wanted her son to be well while he was away. Enough talk, let's head home, Su Chen said as he took his parents back to the village. The villagers pointed and commented on Su Chen's car, and he certainly made his parents proud. They were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Xiaofan, I heard from the neighbor's kid that your car is worth millions. Is that true? Su Fangtian asked his son with some concern. He was afraid that if his son had money, he might go astray. The Su family had never had any wicked people, and they didn't want their son to engage in illegal activities. Don't listen to him, it's not that expensive, Su Chen replied, which was indeed the truth. He still hadn't paid Lin Yao the money he owed her, and Lin Yao didn't dare to ask him for it. Xiaofan, Lu Jie's daughter is at home, you should take something and go see her. Uncle Lu, Lu Jie said, pulling out the wine she bought for her dad and giving Su Chen a knowing look. Su Fangtian, behind Lu Jie, wore a bitter expression, clearly reluctant but too afraid to say anything. Mom, is it really necessary? Su Chen said somewhat unwillingly. If it were just to visit Uncle Lu, it wouldn't be a problem, but it was obvious that his mom's intention was for him to meet the girl, which made Su Chen feel a bit resistant. What do you mean unnecessary? Hurry up and go, Lu Jia said, suddenly angry. Su Chen shrank his head and obediently went to Uncle Lu's house in the neighboring village. Uncle Lu, I'm here to see you, Su Chen said as he arrived at Lu Jianjun's home in Lu family village. Lu Jianjun had known Su Chen's parents since they were young, and Su Chen had known his daughter Lu Qing since they were kids, but he hadn't seen Lu Qing in years and had almost forgotten what she looked like. Xiaofan is here, come in quickly. Clearly, Lu Jia had informed Lu Jianjun in advance, so he wasn't surprised by Su Chen's arrival. Xiaofan has grown so big. I remember the last time I saw you, you were just a child, Lu Jianjun said with a sigh. At their age, the older they got, the faster time seemed to pass. In the blink of an eye, the kids were already at the age to start families. Uncle, isn't that just growing up? Why bring something when you just come over? Uncle Lu said with a smile as he took the bags from Su Chen's hands. Ching, your brother Xiaofan is here, Lu Jianjun shouted into the house. Got it, a lazy voice came from the bedroom. Soon, a girl with messy hair and a lackluster expression walked out of the bedroom. In her lazy demeanor, Su Chen could see a hint of the same. Brother Xiaofan? The girl, 2 years younger than Su Chen, looked at him with a mix of familiarity and strangeness, tilting her head and appearing a bit shy. The childhood bond they once had was gone, not because their feelings had changed, but because they had both grown up. Ching, Su Chen smiled and simply called out to Lu Qing. Lu Qing smiled back, suddenly realizing she was barefaced. Oh no! Lu Qing exclaimed and ran back to her room. Ching has gotten used to being lazy at home. Don't mind her, Lu Jianjun said to Su Chen. Lu Jia wanted to matchmake these two kids, but Lu Jianjun originally intended to decline. He hoped his daughter would find her own happiness, unlike him, Sai. Seeing that his daughter seemed to have some interest in Su Chen, he decided not to interfere in their matters. Soon, Lu Qing came out again after tidying up the made-up. Lu Qing was a sight to behold. The previous laziness had vanished, and her dewy face made one want to pinch it. With her neat short hair, oval face, and light pink makeup, she looked stunning, even changing into a JK outfit. Brother Xiaofan, what have you been up to lately? Lu Qing asked, breaking the awkward silence after not seeing each other for years. I've been starting a business. With friends, I set up a company, Su Chen said without hiding anything. He wasn't trying to show off, it was for his parents. He had the ability and money, and it didn't matter what the village thought of him, it was mainly to give his parents face, so they could hold their heads high wherever they went. Brother Xiaofan has started a company? That's amazing. Lu Qing was a bit surprised. Just 2 years ago, she had inquired about Su Chen when he was still an intern about to graduate from university, and she didn't expect him to become a boss in such a short time. It's nothing, just a small company, not worth mentioning, Su Chen said modestly. Does Brother Xiaofan know anyone in the new city? Like, do you know Yan Wenchuan? Lu Qing suddenly asked Su Chen. Seeing how well Su Chen was doing now, it seemed she wanted to ask him about Yan Wenchuan. Yan Wenchuan? I don't know him. Why? Su Chen asked curiously. He wondered why Lu Qing suddenly brought up this person. It's nothing, just asking. Lu Qing's expression suddenly turned a bit dejected. What's wrong? Isn't he your boyfriend? Su Chen asked half-jokingly. Absolutely not. Lu Qing stood up excitedly, as if Someone had stepped on her tail. If he were my boyfriend, I'd rather be dead. Lu Qing, hands on her hips and pouting, got angry. Just at the mention of Yan Wenchuan. So who exactly is Yan Wenchuan? Su Chen asked gossipingly, knowing Lu Qing wouldn't mention a stranger for no reason. He's a friend of my best friend. I came back because I didn't want to see him, Lu Qing said, her tone somewhat gloomy. What happened? Su Chen sensed something was off. Lu Qing's emotions seemed strange. I feel so awful. Lu Qing suddenly started to weaken, her head swaying oddly, scratching at her body. Take me back to my room, Lu Qing said to Su Chen as if pleading. At that moment, Lu Jianjun was not around, and Su Chen frowned, supporting Lu Qing as they walked into her bedroom. As soon as Lu Qing entered the room, she excitedly flung herself onto the bed, rummaging for something, and finally found a small packet of white powder under her pillow. Su Chen's expression froze and he immediately realized what it was, snatching the white powder from Lu Qing's hand. You're doing drugs. Su Chen stared wide-eyed at Lu Qing. Give it back to me, Lu Qing shouted excitedly at Su Chen. With one hand, Su Chen pinned Lu Qing down on the bed, holding the white powder, and a flame erupted, tightly enveloping the powder. Under the scorching fire, the powder quickly turned to ashes, and under Su Chen's deliberate control, not even a wisp of white smoke remained. It was completely burned away. Seeing the white powder gone from Su Chen's hand, Lu Qing immediately struggled in excitement, but against Su Chen's immense strength it was utterly ineffective. Ah! Lu Qing screamed continuously, feeling as if countless ants were crawling on her body, reaching out to scratch. Seeing this, Su Chen tightly held Lu Qing's hands, rendering her completely immobile. Su Chen, what are you doing? At that moment, Lu Jianjun heard the commotion and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Chen pinning his daughter down on the bed while Lu Qing was crying and wailing beneath him. Uncle Lu, let me explain, Su Chen tried to clarify. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Lu Jianjun was furious and punched Su Chen in the face, feeling as if he had hit a block of foam brick very hard. Because of that punch, Su Chen released Lu Qing and moved a bit away from Lu Jianjun. He understood Lu Jianjun's feelings at that moment. He could let this punch go, but he didn't want to keep getting hit, so distancing himself from Lu Jianjun was the best choice. Xing. Lu Jianjun hurried to check on Lu Qing. But Lu Qing was just scratching her body, her limbs contorted, as if no position felt comfortable to her. What did you do to her? Bastard! Lu Jianjun glared at Su Chen, thinking it was his doing. She was doing drugs. I just found out and stopped her before you came in. Su Chen finally had time to explain. What? Lu Jianjun felt a jolt in his heart. He had been wondering why Qing had been acting strangely these past few days, staying in her room all day, listless. He thought she was just tired from working in the city and needed a few days to rest, so he hadn't paid much attention. I might be able to save her, but it will take time. You need to keep her from scratching herself. Su Chen thought that perhaps only items from the game could save Lu Qing at this moment. Oh. Lu Jianjun seemed a bit lost upon hearing the news about his daughter doing drugs, but he chose to trust Su Chen. Lu Jianjun went over to restrain Lu Qing, preventing her from scratching her body. What do we do now? Lu Jianjun asked Su Chen. Wait for me, Su Chen said as he walked out of the bedroom, lying on the bed and preparing to sleep, but he just couldn't fall asleep. Uncle Lu, do you have any sleeping pills? Helpless, Su Chen could only turn to Lu Jianjun for help. After taking the sleeping pills, Su Chen soon fell asleep. Upon entering the game, Su Chen immediately used the Bagua token to arrive at Tianshin City and headed to the pharmacy. Boss, open up. Help. Since the game started to change, these shops had also begun to feel real, closing their doors at night. Who is it? It's the middle of the night, the pharmacy clerk grumbled as he rubbed his eyes and opened the door. Buddy, I need medicine. Save a life. Come in, the clerk said. Even though he was reluctant, he couldn't delay someone in need of help and turned to let Su Chen in. What medicine do you need? What are the symptoms? The clerk asked. A friend of mine took a kind of poison that causes hallucinations, mental excitement, and even madness, followed by addiction symptoms. When the addiction strikes, it feels like 1,000 ants are biting. Is there an antidote for this poison? After describing the symptoms of the addiction, Su Chen asked. Poppy? The clerk immediately thought of this herb. Excessive use of poppy can lead to such symptoms. Yes, that's about right. It's extracted from this stuff. Su Chen nodded immediately. Tianwen detox pill. Take one when the symptoms occur, and after taking it 10 times, it can be completely cured. This condition was not a problem in the game, and the clerk directly handed Su Chen a jar of pills. Thank you. Su Chen paid and used the Bagua token to return to his bedroom. Lying on the bed, he chose to return to reality. Su Chen woke up feeling a bit dizzy. The effect of the sleeping pills hadn't worn off yet, and he was still feeling the effects. Uncle Lu, give her one. Su Chen rushed to Lu Qing's bedroom and handed the pill to Lu Jianjun. At this moment, Lu Qing was a bit calmer, but her condition was not good. Her face was pale, weak, and her eyes were bloodshot. Lu Jianjun took the pill from Su Chen's hand, placed it in Lu Qing's mouth, and helped her swallow it with water. Xiao Fan, what is this? After feeding Lu Qing the pill, Lu Jianjun finally had the chance to ask Su Chen. An old Chinese doctor gave it to me. It calms the mind and detoxifies. I hope it helps Lu Qing. Su Chen didn't tell the truth, just made up a casual excuse. After taking the Tianwen detox pill, Lu Qing's complexion indeed improved a bit, and she quickly regained her senses. Seeing her father and Su Chen in her bedroom, Lu Qing immediately lowered her head in guilt, not daring to look at them. Qing, what happened? Lu Jianjun asked Lu Qing with a stern face. He couldn't believe his daughter was using drugs. If it weren't for Su Chen discovering it, he would have been kept in the dark. Lu Qing cried as she recounted her ordeal. It turned out that at a party, Lu Qing met a man who was her best friend's boyfriend, and they became familiar over time. After a dinner with her friends suggested going to KTV to sing. Lu Qing initially wanted to refuse, but after her friend's enthusiastic persuasion, she went along. Her friend's boyfriend was also there, and that day she only drank a beverage with no alcohol involved. However, she felt even more excited than if she had been drinking. The next morning, she realized something was wrong. She confronted her friend, who revealed everything to her. That night, the drink she had contained poison, and if she wanted more of that drink, she had to go buy it from her boyfriend. Lu Qing couldn't hold on that night. Under the torment of addiction, her friend brought her exactly what she needed. From then on, Lu Qing became addicted. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't control herself. When all her savings were about to be spent, Lu Qing used her last money to buy her final dose, then returned to her hometown, planning to use it all before committing suicide. Her best friend's boyfriend is the Yan Wenxuan that Lu Qing asked Su Chen about before. She wants to take revenge before she dies, because recently she hasn't been able to find Yan Wenxuan and her best friend. What are you planning to do? Do you still want to use? Su Chen asked Lu Qing expressionlessly. Lu Qing shook her head. Take me to a detox center. Lu Qing had already made up her mind. Alright, I'll come pick you up tomorrow and take you to the detox center. Keep this pill. If your cravings hit again before tomorrow, take it, Su Chen said, nodding at Lu Qing. Thank you, Xiaofan go, Lu Qing said, looking down and expressing her gratitude, but she didn't dare to look Su Chen in the eye. She felt unworthy to meet Xiaofan Ji's gaze in her current state. Xiaofan, I'm sorry for putting you through this today, Lu Jianjun sighed as he patted Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen was helping his daughter with detox, and he had even punched Su Chen, which made him feel a bit guilty. It's fine, Lu Shu, I'll head back now, Su Chen said with a smile. That punch from Lu Jianjun didn't even hurt much. Son, how was it? When Su Chen returned home, Lu Jia eagerly asked him. It was okay, Lu Shu is a pretty good guy. Su Chen scratched his head and replied. What do you mean by Lu Shu? Are you planning to marry him? I meant to ask how his daughter is doing, Lu Jia said irritably. She's alright. Su Chen didn't mention Lu Qing's situation. In the village, good news might go unnoticed, but if something bad happened in a family, it would definitely spread throughout the village in an instant. Su Chen didn't want Lu Qing to be pointed at and talked about. That's good, I'll talk to old Lu another day and set up your marriage first, Lu Jia said, instantly satisfied. Ha? No way, let's wait a bit, Lu Qing and I don't have any feelings yet. What if we're not compatible? Su Chen immediately refused. That's why we should set the engagement first. If you two have any conflicts, I can go to old Lu's house to mediate. Lu Jia thought it through, even considering the possibility of them arguing. Mom, it's really unnecessary. Your son is quite charming. I'm not worried about not finding a wife. Su Chen was speechless at his mom. Was he really that unappealing? Why was she so eager to find him a wife? What does it matter to me whether you marry or not? I just want to hold my grandchild. Enough nonsense. Let's eat, Lu Jia said discontentedly, scolding Su Chen a few times and telling him to go eat. Su Chen. They say the happiest person when a son returns home is the mother. A week later, the one who dislikes him the most is also the mother. He had only been back for a day, and it felt like his mom was already starting to find him annoying. Today, Su Chen didn't go off to do anything chaotic. Instead, he focused on completing tasks for his sect to earn contribution points. The sect tasks involved helping the authorities capture wanted criminals, clearing out nearby bandits, and dealing with monsters that harmed people in surrounding villages. The difficulty wasn't high, it was mainly about the quantity. After a busy day, Su Chen earned 1,000 contribution points. However, he successfully leveled up. His experience was already close to leveling up, and he reached level 11 after completing just one task. Su Chen level 11. Health, 930 damage, 358 strength, 164 speed, 88 constitution, 155 intelligence, 17 skill, breakthrough thousands max. This is currently Su Chen's status. The damage is the base damage, not including percentage bonuses. The next day, Su Chen chose to return. There were still many things to do in the new city, and he couldn't be away for too long. He took Lu Qing with him. Did you take the pill I gave you yesterday? On the way, Su Chen asked Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked down and gently shook her head. Her cravings hadn't hit last night. Take these pills, take one when the cravings hit. After you've taken 10, your addiction will be cured. Su Chen poured out 9 pills from the medicine bottle and handed them to Lu Qing. Lu Qing took them, somewhat puzzled. Aren't we going to the detox center? At that moment, he realized they were not heading towards the rehabilitation center. We're not going there. If you take these pills as I say, you can overcome your addiction, but remember, I will only help you this once. If you dare to use drugs again, I won't save you, Su Chen warned Lu Qing. He knew that the rehabilitation center was tough and might not help Lu Qing kick the habit. Having met her, Su Chen intended to lend her a hand, but only this once. If Lu Qing dared to relapse, he would not tolerate it. Okay, but does this really work? Lu Qing expressed her doubts. If quitting was that easy, there wouldn't be so many families destroyed by addiction. Don't you know if it works? Didn't you take it yesterday? Su Chen said. Lu Qing thought for a moment. When she had cravings yesterday, taking the pill didn't feel special, but indeed, she didn't have those thoughts at that time. Where are we going now? Lu Qing asked, puzzled. Since they weren't going to the rehabilitation center, where was Su Chen taking her? To my house, Su Chen replied. Ha! Lu Qing was a bit dazed. But I'm not ready yet. Lu Qing hesitated. Ready for what? There's everything there, you don't need to prepare much. This made Lu Qing feel even more awkward. She didn't know how to refuse Su Chen. Su Chen, although you've helped me, we're moving too fast, Lu Qing said, her face slightly flushed. What are you talking about? Su Chen had no other intentions, he just meant for Lu Qing to stay in the rental apartment he used to live in, since it was empty anyway, and he still had 6 months of rent left. I'm taking you to the rental apartment I used to live in. I don't live there anymore, and you probably have no place to stay in the new city, right? Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Qing suddenly realized she had misunderstood, feeling a bit embarrassed. You can stay here for now. If you need anything, just call me. By the way, don't call at night, I won't answer, Su Chen instructed Lu Qing after bringing her to the old rental apartment, adding one last note. He would be entering the game at night and wouldn't hear his phone ring. Okay, Lu Qing nodded. She didn't want to trouble Su Chen any further, he had already helped her so much. Alright, then I'll head back. Su Chen said his goodbyes to Lu Qing and drove back to the company. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Company employees greeted Su Chen as they saw him. There were now a few unfamiliar faces in the company, probably new hires by Su Yutong, as it was a busy time for Hongfan Jewelry. Su Chen walked straight into the general manager's office, pushed the door open, and inside sat a woman with a sharp bob haircut dressed in a fitted blazer, exuding the aura of a strong woman. Why didn't you knock? The strong woman frowned, clearly displeased with Su Chen. Oh, I'm sorry. Su Chen turned around to close the door and knocked. Is it okay now? Su Chen looked back at her and asked. The strong woman was somewhat speechless. You were told to knock, and you do it again, why not just go outside and knock? What does it mean to close the door and knock from inside? Alright, what do you want? The strong woman, not wanting to argue, inquired. Nothing much, just came to see who you are, Su Chen asked curiously. I'm your new general manager. My name is Dongfang Tingyin. My information will be sent to your phones later, Dongfang Tingyin said. Oh, then it's nothing. You can get back to work, Su Chen said, relieved to learn she was the new general manager. He hadn't expected Su Yutong to act so quickly, finding a professional manager in just one day. Wait, who are you again? Su Chen was about to leave, but Dongfang Tingyin couldn't let him go so easily. He barged into the general manager's office, said a few strange things, and was just going to walk out. I'm also from the company, I won't disturb your work, Su Chen casually explained, intending to leave. Stop. I suspect your intentions are not pure. Explain yourself clearly, or I'll take you to the police station. Dongfang Tingyin insisted on not letting Su Chen leave, simply because Su Chen's background was unclear. Actually, I'm your boss. My surname is Su. Su Chen had no choice but to explain. Boss? Someone like you is a boss? Dongfang Tingyin was somewhat skeptical, mainly because Su Chen's attire had never changed. Even now that he had money, he still wore those ordinary brands and never donned designer labels. Doesn't it look like it? Su Chen said, raising his hand in confusion. If you cut your hair and changed into a decent suit, you might actually look a bit like a boss, Dongfang Tingyin scoffed as she looked at Su Chen's outfit. Alright, you're right. I'll be on my way, and if there's anything, just find Su Yutong, Su Chen casually said, disregarding the other person's obstruction and left directly. Dongfang Tingyin initially wanted to have someone stop Su Chen, but upon hearing him mention Su Yutong's name, she hesitated. Could it be true? Dongfang Tingyin immediately called Su Yutong to confirm. Yutong, is the Su Chen you mentioned the one with long hair, dressed in cheap clothes, and tall and thin? Dongfang Tingyin asked Su Yutong once the call connected. Yes, have you seen him? Su Yutong nodded on the other end of the line. Ah. Dongfang Tingyin suddenly wore a bitter smile. She had offended her boss on her first day at work, which was truly ridiculous. What's wrong? Did Su Chen treat you poorly? I can help you teach him a lesson. Su Yutong asked curiously. No, forget it, I'll handle it myself. Dongfang Tingyin thought it was better to resolve it on her own and not trouble Yutong. cousin, Su Chen is a really nice person. Don't bully him, Su Yutong advised. Got it, he is indeed easy to get along with, it's just my issue. I'll hang up now, Dongfang. Tingyin realized that Su Chen was easygoing. He wasn't even angry despite her putting him in a difficult position. Dongfang Tingyin was Su Yutong's cousin. Su Yutong's mother was Dongfang Tingyian's aunt. When Su Yutong learned that Su Chen wanted her to find a professional manager to run the company, she thought of her cousin. Dongfang Tingyin graduated from the European School of Business Administration and had served as a general manager in several companies after graduation, boasting rich management experience and solid professional skills. Remembering that her cousin had to give up her career to return to the family due to family disputes, and knowing that she was not employed by any company now, she decided to give her a call. To her surprise, her cousin agreed without a second thought and even took a flight to the new city that very night. Hongfan Jewelry had now gotten on the right track, opening several physical stores in the new city, and online sales were also going smoothly. Many who knew about the Jade exhibition were placing orders with Hongfan. The new products from Tongya Daily Chemicals were also taking shape, just starting the project for production, and it was believed they would hit the market soon. Everything was on the right track, and Su Chen felt a wave of relief, no longer needing to run around everywhere. After returning home, Su Chen entered the game. Right now, Su Chen only had 1,000 contribution points, which was still far from enough. To gain more contribution points, he needed to experience major events in the sect. There were activities in the game for players to earn contribution points, but there were no such activities here. He could only save little by little or wait for major sect events to occur. Su Chen continued to monotonously complete sect tasks. Just as he was doing his tasks, a group of disciples found him. Su Chen, the master wants to see you, the leading senior brother said to Su Chen with a blank expression. Su Chen was taken aback. He immediately realized it might be about the matter with the saintess. In the past few days, the news about him and Long Dai had spread like wildfire in the Baiue villa. Although not many people knew who Su Chen was, it didn't stop them from gossiping. Soon, Su Chen's information was dug up. He was just a newly admitted inner court disciple. Several senior brothers, may I ask why the master is looking for me? Su Chen pretended to ask in confusion. You'll know when you get there, said a few people as they stepped forward, looking as if they would forcibly take Su Chen away if he didn't comply. Alright, lead the way. Su Chen realized he had no choice but to leave it to fate. Inside the main hall of Baiue Villa, the master Long Tingfei and several elders were present. Is the matter of the saintess true? What do the elders think? Long Tingfei asked the crowd with a neutral expression. The disciples in the villa are buzzing about it. It can't be baseless. I believe there must be some truth to it. The third elder felt the matter was real, mainly because his grandson had also been bullied by this Su Chen, and he wanted to find a reason to deal with Su Chen. Otherwise, if he acted rashly, he would be labeled as bullying a junior. I think we should investigate thoroughly before making a decision. If we wrong him, it will discourage the disciples under our banner. The second elder held an opposing view. In that case, bring Su Chen up, Long Tingfei said softly to the outside. Then Su Chen walked in. Is it Su Chen? Yes, Su Chen replied. He looked up at the master seated at the head. A middle-aged man with a stern face and a calm expression. What do you have to say about the rumors of your involvement with the saintess? Long Tingfei asked Su Chen. If it were true, I would certainly be so happy I couldn't sleep, but it's just a rumor. I hope the master can see clearly, Su Chen responded. Kid, watch your words. How can a mere newly admitted disciple like you casually fabricate stories about the saintess? The third elder snorted in reprimand. Su Chen's words indeed carried a disrespectful tone towards the saintess. But it was the truth. Very few male disciples in Baiue Villa dared to speak out like Su Chen did. Master, I did know the saintess before, but it was only an acquaintance. In Qingfeng village, the saintess saved my life, and to express my gratitude, I treated her to a meal, that's all, Su Chen explained. Someone saw you and the saintess coming down the mountain together the other day. What do you have to say about that? Long Tingfei continued to question. The day before yesterday, I happened to run into the saintess. She recognized me, and being a righteous person, she invited me down the mountain for a meal as a show of hospitality, and then we returned. Su Chen had already thought of how to explain this before coming, and it all lined up. Is that really the case? It is indeed. Good, let the saintess come. Over, Long Tingfei said without saying much more to Su Chen, directly calling for Long Dai to come. Soon, Long Dai in a green outfit arrived at the hall. Dyer, do you know him? Long Tingfei asked Long Dai. Long Dai glanced at Su Chen, her expression calm. I know him. How do you know him? Long Tingfei continued to ask. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This was going to the root of the matter. Fortunately, she was honest and spoke the truth. Near a village, he was attacked by an earth dragon, and I saved him, Long Dai said truthfully. Long Tingfei nodded. This was similar to what Su Chen had said. Then why did you come down the mountain the other day? What did you do? Long Tingfei continued to question. Long Dai hesitated and glanced at Su Chen. At that time, we went down the mountain to eat beef noodles. And then? Long Tingfei subtly looked at Su Chen and continued to ask. Then we came back. Did you encounter anyone during that time? Long Tingfei said with implication. Su Chen and Long Dai both felt a shiver in their hearts. Could Long Fei Bai's death be discovered? No, Long Dai shook her head. She would absolutely not admit to killing a fellow disciple without evidence. Alright, bring them up. Long Tingfei nodded, his expression calm, making it hard to tell what he was thinking at that moment. Soon, 2 more disciples were brought up, and Su Chen was immediately shaken upon seeing them. They were the 2 little brothers of Long Fei Bai. Long Dai's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. Have you encountered them before? Have you seen them? No, Su Chen and Long Dai answered together, but their answers were different. This immediately piqued the interest of several elders. Su Chen and Long Dai exchanged a glance, both surprised by the other's response. Su Chen answered no, while Long Dai answered yes, leading to a moment of suppressed suspicion. Why did you both go out together, yet one of you has seen them and the other has not? Replying to the master, the disciple has just entered the sect and is not familiar with the senior brothers inside. That day at the market, I saw many senior brothers, but I don't know if they were these 2, Su Chen explained. I recognized them, so I remember, Long Dai added in explanation. Although this explanation was somewhat forced, it was still acceptable. Have you 2 encountered the saintess and the others? Long Tingfei did not dwell on this matter but instead asked about the other 2. We encountered them. At that time, we were at the foot of the mountain and saw the saintess with him, so we went to inform senior brother Fei Bai, the 2 answered nervously. And then? Long Tingfei wanted to know what happened next. Then senior brother Fei Bai brought us to find the saintess. During that time, there was a quarrel with him, and in the end, the saintess left with us. However, as we were leaving, senior brother Fei Bai was ambushed by him, hit in the head, and then he ran off with the saintess. The 2 revealed everything they knew. Is what they said true? Long Tingfei asked Su Chen. Yes, at that time I didn't know who senior brother Fei Bai was. I was afraid he would harm the saintess, but my strength was low, and I didn't dare to confront him directly. However, for the safety of the saintess, I still ambushed him from behind, thus saving the saintess and bringing her back to the manor. Su Chen quickly organized his thoughts and replied. Then, what about Long Fei Bai? Long Tingfei asked coldly, looking at Su Chen. Long Fei Bai had not been seen for a day, and these 4 were the last people to have seen him. As Long Fei Bai's adoptive father, Long Tingfei had the right to find out his whereabouts. I don't know. After we fought with senior brother Fei Bai, we ran away and didn't know what happened to him. He's not hurt, is he? Su Chen asked, appearing anxious and concerned about Long Fei Bai's injuries. I returned with Su Chen. The last time we saw Long Fei Bai was when Su Chen fought him. As for senior brother Fei Bai's disappearance, you should ask them. Long Dai also realized that the main reason for this inquiry was not the rumors outside but rather Long Fei Bai's disappearance, so she conveniently shifted the blame onto the other 2. Master, it has nothing to do with us. You must see clearly. Master, I think we should wait until we find Long Fei Bai before discussing this. Perhaps Long Fei Bai just left alone. After all, so far, no body has been found. The Grand Elder stepped forward to ease the stalemate. Long Tingfei took a deep breath and calmed down. The Grand Elder was right. Now that Long Fei Bai was missing without a trace, no one knew what he was doing, and they couldn't wrongfully accuse innocent people. Let's leave it at that. For today. Everyone, please disperse. Long Tingfei waved his hand. With Long Fei Bai's life and death unknown and no evidence proving he was killed, the matter was dropped. The 2 disciples left the hall in a flurry, as if granted a great pardon. Su Chen and Long Dai calmly bowed and bid farewell. Su Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he needed to hurry and level up. The plot was now out of control, and no one knew what would happen next. Su Chen needed to have the strength to protect himself. So, he began to work hard on completing tasks and accumulating contribution points. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, there was not much happening in reality, and Su Chen spent most of his time in the game. His contribution points had already reached 10,000. His level had risen to 18. He also replaced 2 pieces of jewelry. Su Chen level, 18 attack power, 391 health, 1164/1164 mana, 3535 strength, 229 speed, 110 constitution, 194 intelligence, 69 defense, 245. The 2 new pieces of equipment were Warm Jade Bracelet +8, pink, level, 10 speed +11, +29, intelligence +12, +33, pink attribute, adds 5% burn damage. Ice Jade +8, pink, level, 10 strength +11, +32, constitution +11, +31, pink attribute, 3% chance to freeze the enemy. Both pieces of equipment were transformed into pink gear by Su Chen. The improvement wasn't significant, but it was better than nothing. Additionally, Xiaobai had also leveled up to 15. Xiaobai level, 15 damage, 59 health, 450 to 450 mana, 13 strength, 45 speed, 19 constitution, 45 intelligence, 19 currently. Xiaobai's improvement was still not enough, mainly because Su Chen didn't have enough equipment to feed him. However, he could still manage to be of some help now. With over 400 health, he wouldn't be one-shot by anyone. Having gathered 10,000 contribution points, Su Chen immediately headed to the scripture pavilion. Senior brother, I want to exchange for the techniques on the second floor. Su Chen's purpose for coming was the martial arts techniques on the second floor. There was nothing suitable for him on the first floor, and the improvements were minimal. The senior brother in charge of the scripture pavilion was taken aback when he checked Su Chen's contribution points. A disciple who had just entered for less than half a month actually had 10,000 contribution points. Junior brother, how did you do it? Teach me, please? The senior brother asked Su Chen with a flattering expression. In Baiwa Mountain Villa, no disciple would dare to say they lacked contribution points. Even the saintess had limited contribution points. Without contribution points, nothing could be learned. I just completed the tasks assigned, Su Chen said with a grin. He had done more than just a few. Most people would waste a lot of time traveling while doing tasks, but Su Chen didn't have to. He could teleport directly, which greatly reduced time consumption. While others completed 1 or 2 tasks a day, Su Chen managed at least 10, creating a significant gap. Forget it, go up and choose. Come back to find me when you're done. The senior brother didn't press further and handed Su Chen a wooden token. With the token, Su Chen went up to the second floor. The guards on the second floor wouldn't stop him. With the token in hand, Su Chen had already decided what he wanted and immediately began searching for his target. After flipping through for a while, he found the skill he wanted. Thunder Strike type, strong. Attack lightning attribute attack, slashing forward to unleash a sword aura, blade light, dealing 180% physical damage and inflicting a paralysis effect. Another strong attack type. Su Chen chose it because it was considered a semi-control skill, as the paralysis effect could at least immobilize the opponent for 1 second. This skill cost 8,000 contribution points, and Su Chen's week of accumulated points was instantly depleted. With only 2,000 contribution points left, Su Chen exchanged for a skill from the first floor, spending 2,000, leaving him with nothing. Meteor Rush type. Speed increases movement speed by 60% and attack speed by 30%. The improvement wasn't significant, but Su Chen wasn't using this skill in the game. He wanted to bring it into reality. What would the skills look like outside? Items from the game always undergo slight changes when brought into reality. For example, the attribute pills were very effective at first, but now Su Chen has consumed 100 of them, and their effects are diminishing, almost to the point of being ineffective. However, Su Chen's physique is undoubtedly among the best in humanity, at least compared to ordinary people. He has yet to encounter those ancient martial artists, so he doesn't know what they are like. Back in reality, Su Chen took out the skill book. A yellow-covered booklet appeared in his hand. Meteor Chasing the Moon is a body technique that allows one to leap dozens of meters after mastering it. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Did this thing really work in reality? This made him feel both melancholic and joyful. Joyful because he could learn legendary martial arts, but melancholic because he had to learn it himself. I wonder if I can learn it directly like in the game. With a trial-and-error attitude, Su Chen tapped the yellow booklet. The booklet instantly transformed into light points and merged into Su Chen's body. It actually worked. Su Chen felt a wealth of information flooding into his mind. This was not just a skill like in the game, it was an entire technique filled with extensive text and images, along with annotations that Su Chen could understand. Whoa! After a long while, Su Chen finally digested the information in his mind. It actually requires true chi to assist in its use. The technique couldn't be used directly, it required true chi within the body to activate it. Su Chen felt a bit speechless. Without true chi, he can only unleash 1/10 of the technique's power, relying solely on its skills. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Su Chen's phone rang. It was Lu Qing calling. Xiao Fangu, can you come to the Paradise Bird Bar to save me? Lu Qing's voice was laced with tears. This made Su Chen's expression change. What happened? I was tricked by my friend to come to the bar, and now they won't let me leave. Su Chen knew who the friend Lu Qing was talking about, the woman who had tricked her into doing drugs. I'll be there right away. Su Chen immediately rushed to the Paradise Bird Bar. It was still daytime. He couldn't understand why Lu Qing would be in a bar, which should have been closed by now. Not thinking too much, Su Chen drove to the Paradise Bird Bar. This was his third visit, and each time it was because of a woman. Damn. Su Chen arrived at the bar's entrance, which was already closed, but several luxury cars were parked outside. Without a second thought, he kicked the door open and walked in. The bar was dimly lit, as the lights were off. However, the area facing the stage was lit up, where a group of men and women were partying and drinking. A few girls were dancing on the stage. Lu Qing was curled up in a corner of the sofa, shivering. Xiao Qinger, don't be afraid, come. Take a puff. Today it's on me, Yan Wenxuan said, approaching Lu Qing with a water bottle-like device. This made Lu Qing even more frightened. She tried to back away and felt her pocket. If Yan Wenxuan came any closer, she was ready to fight back. Stop pretending to be innocent, you've done it before. Yan Wenxuan's face turned cold when Lu Qing refused to cooperate. Hey, don't be so aggressive, you're scaring her. A young man beside Yan Wenxuan, holding two women, said flirtatiously to Lu Qing, I'm very interested in you. It's fine if you don't smoke, come to my room later. Did you hear that, you filthy bitch? Dong Xiao taking a liking to you is your fortune. Yan Wenxuan said rudely to Lu Qing. Yan Gu, you scared my friend. A woman with a curvy figure sat on Yan Wenchuan's lap, teasingly saying with a pout. Filthy bitch. Yan Wenchuan slapped the woman's thigh and directly leaned in to kiss her, starting a fight right in front of everyone. Lu Qing turned her head to the side, not daring to look in that direction. Chen slowly walked in through the door. The chaotic sounds inside had made it so that no one noticed when he kicked the door open. Chen walked over and pulled Lu Qing behind him for protection. His sudden appearance immediately drew the attention of others, who all stopped what they were doing. Of course, this did not include Yan Wenchuan, who was already high and still laboring diligently. Friend, if you're here to have fun, you're always welcome. What does this mean? Gong Xiao was displeased to see Su Qing shielding Lu Qing behind him. She was his prey, and someone had interfered. This person would either die or leave a hand behind to appease his anger. Who is Yan Wenchuan? Since Su Chen was here, he planned to help Lu Qing eliminate the hidden danger once and for all. Yan Wenchuan, still busy with his work, didn't hear Su Chen's words. He was on the verge of ecstasy, at the peak of excitement. My friend is busy. What do you want with him? Gong Xiao glanced at Yan Wenchuan, clearly indicating that Yan Wenchuan was too occupied to pay attention to Su Chen, so he asked on Yan Wenchuan's behalf. Su Chen immediately realized who Yan Wenchuan was upon seeing the other's gaze. Suddenly, Su Chen moved, rushing over at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and kicked Yan Wenchuan, who flew out as if hit by a car, taking the woman beneath him down with him in a messy tumble. Gong Xiao's expression tightened. He hadn't expected the other party to be a martial artist. Brother, may I ask which family you come from? Gong Xiao's attitude towards Su Chen changed instantly. Although he still didn't take it too seriously, he was now looking at him properly, as Su Chen was someone from his world. As for the woman on the ground and Yan Wenchuan, who had been kicked away, no one cared anymore. And who are you? Su Chen looked at him and asked in return. I am Gong Wentao, the second son of the Gong family in the capital. Gong Wentao introduced himself with a cupped fist, as was the custom in their circle. When meeting in the secular world, they would introduce themselves to avoid mistakenly harming their own. I am Su Chen, a disciple of the Su family, Su Chen replied in kind, cupping his fist. Su family? Gong Wentao frowned and thought there was no ancient martial arts family with the surname Su in the capital. Could it be a family from another city? Not in the Magic City either, but in Jin City. Gong Wentao suddenly remembered that there was a Su family in Jin City, but they hadn't been involved in the family disputes for a long time. So it's a member of the Su family. I've long admired you, Gong Wentao said with a smile directed at Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback. He casually mentioned a Su family, and there really was one? Nice to meet you. I've finished my business, so you can continue, Su Chen said, not wanting to get entangled with him any longer. He just wanted to take Lu Qing home. Don't be in such a hurry, brother Su. Don't you want to play for a while? Gong Wentao warmly invited Su Chen. No, I'm not interested. He certainly didn't want to end up like Yan Wenchuan had just now, like some kind of livestock. Hold on, brother Su, if you don't like it, I can have them withdraw. I just want to know if you're here representing the Su family or yourself. Gong Wentao didn't want Su Chen to leave just like that. He wanted to gather more information about the Su family from him. Is there a difference between representing oneself and representing the Su family? Su Chen stopped in his tracks, asking with interest. Hearing Gong Wentao's words, it seemed he was here on behalf of his family. Was there something in the new city attracting these ancient martial arts families? Of course. If you're representing yourself, I won't say much. It's all based on ability. But if Brother Su is representing the Su family, then I must report to my family. The return of the Su family to the martial world is a major event that cannot be without some formality, Gong Wentao said with a smile. Su Chen's expression shifted. From Gong Wentao's words, he could tell that the Su family he was pretending to be from hadn't been involved in the martial world for a long time. Now, because of his impersonation, Gong Wentao mistakenly believed that the Su family was about to re-enter the scene. I only represent myself. As for whether the Su family will make a comeback, you can just ask them. There's no need to fish for information from me, Su Chen said coldly, trying to maintain an image of a taciturn and aloof expert, not wanting to give anything away. Brother Su, you're being too serious. Since you only represent yourself, I have gathered some like-minded individuals here. Are you interested? Gong Wentao asked, trying to placate Su Chen. Gong Wentao's words revealed quite a bit of information. First, he had come for a specific matter or item, indicating he had a purpose. Secondly, to achieve this purpose, there was a certain level of danger involved. He couldn't manage it alone, hence the gathering of some like-minded individuals. Does young Master Gong have confidence? Su Chen's question was well placed, revealing no information. Regardless of the situation, Su Chen's question was perfectly valid. Confidence is hard to say. The more hands we have, the greater our chances, right? Relying solely on you, Brother Su, I'm afraid we wouldn't get anything. Gong Wentao shook his head and said, seemingly certain that Su Chen wouldn't refuse. Alright, I'll join. Send me the information. Su Chen added Gong Wentao on WeChat for future contact. Brother Su, take care. Gong Wentao smiled and waved at Su Chen, exuding warmth. Young Master Gong, who is he? After Su Chen left, a nearby lackey finally dared to ask. Someone you can't afford to mess with, Gong Wentao replied softly. The Su family's people have appeared. Do those hidden families need to show themselves too? Gong Wentao suddenly realized that the ancient martial arts world was about to become turbulent. Young Master Gong, what about Yan Wenchuan? One of his subordinates glanced at the still unconscious Yan Wenchuan and asked Gong Wentao. Throw him out, it's embarrassing. Gong Wentao looked at Yan Wenchuan with disgust. If it weren't for the need for money in the secular world and needing these businessmen's help, he wouldn't want to associate with such people. A poisoner who harms others and himself. After Su Chen left, he took Lu Qing back home. Why did you get involved with them again? Su Chen asked Lu Qing with a not-so-pleasant expression. I just wanted revenge. Lu Qing said softly. She only wanted to get back at Yan Wenchuan, but who knew there would be so many people there, and she didn't dare to act. Su Chen examined Lu Qing's body and noticed her right pocket was bulging. He reached in and pulled out a spring knife. This was what Lu Qing had intended to use against Yan Wenchuan, but she hadn't gotten the chance. You know, if they had found this, what would have happened to you? Su Chen said expressionlessly. I don't know, Lu Qing stammered. She knew she had acted impulsively and shouldn't have gone after Yan Wenchuan. If something like this happens again, call me in advance, Su Chen said softly. Are you going with me? Lu Qing looked at Su Chen with some emotion, surprised that Xiao Fangu cared so much about her. I'm just going to collect your body, Su Chen said coldly. If it weren't for they need to explain to Uncle Lu, do you think I want to go save you? Su Chen said indignantly. He could be at home playing games, why risk going out to save Lu Qing? It was because she was someone he had brought out, and if something happened, how would he explain it to Uncle Lu? I'm sorry, I won't do it again, Lu Qing said softly. Next time? Ha! Once you're completely better, come home. Don't come here causing me trouble. Su Chen was already dealing with enough, and Lu Qing was adding to his troubles, which made him very angry. Lu Qing looked a bit wronged, her eyes misty as she gazed at Su Chen. Don't look at me like that, I won't fall for it, Su Chen said, his tone softening. Xiao Fan good, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Qing suddenly changed her expression and asked Su Chen brightly. No, why? Su Chen was completely bewildered. Lu Qing's transformation was too sudden, especially since just a moment ago she looked like she was about to cry. So, will you be my boyfriend? Lu Qing asked expectantly. Impossible. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Su Chen immediately rejected her. When Lu Qing asked this question, the first thing that came to Su Chen's mind was Su Yutong. But, Auntie has already come to my house to propose, Lu Qing said with a wronged expression. What? Su Chen couldn't believe that his mom actually went through with it without even informing him. He couldn't care less about Lu Qing at that moment and immediately called his mom. Mom, what have you done? Why didn't you tell me you were proposing? Su Chen asked his mom. What should I tell you? You kids don't need to worry about it. Your marriage has been discussed and agreed upon by me and your Uncle Lu. After a while, we'll set a date for the banquet and finalize the marriage, Lu Jie said with a smile. What marriage? I have no intention of marrying Lu Qing. Su Chen knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He had to make things clear with his mom, or it would lead to big trouble. What's wrong with you? Lu Qing is perfectly fine. What's the matter with you? Do you want to back out after pulling up your pants? Lu Jia immediately became unhappy and scolded Su Chen over the phone. What backing out after pulling up my pants? I have nothing with her, okay? Can you stop worrying? Don't think I don't know. Lu Qing is already living with you, and you still want to argue? Enough of the nonsense. I've decided on Lu Qing as my daughter-in-law, and no one can change that. After saying this, Lu Jia hung up the phone. Su Chen was left speechless. What is going on here? Su Chen felt very helpless. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to explain things clearly to his mom, preferably with Lu Qing present. He needed to clarify the situation regarding the ancient martial arts family. In New City, the only person he knew related to ancient martial arts was Su Yutong's father, Su Dongsheng. Su Dongsheng? Could it be that they are the real Su family? Su Chen suddenly realized that Su Yutong's dad also had the surname Su. Could it be such a coincidence? The family he casually made up was actually right beside him? Su Chen went to Su Yutong's house alone and rang the doorbell. Little Su? What brings you here? The one who opened the door was Zhang Yue, who looked quite surprised to see Su Chen, especially since he was alone and her daughter was not there. Auntie, I'm looking for Uncle Su. Is he home? Su Chen asked. Yes, come in, Zhang Yue said, letting Su Chen in. Dongsheng, little Su is looking for you, come out. Zhang Yue called towards the study. Soon, Su Dongsheng came out from the study upon hearing the voice. Su Dongsheng was completely recovered now, with no impact on his movements. Little Su is here, come over and talk. Su Dongsheng seemed to guess why Su Chen had come and invited him to the study. Su Chen walked over and sat down opposite Su Dongsheng. Su Dongsheng poured a cup of tea for Su Chen. Su Chen brought his index and middle fingers together, bent them, and lightly tapped the table twice to show his gratitude. You came here for the ancient martial arts world, right? Before Su Chen could say anything, Su Dongsheng had already guessed it. Su Chen nodded. Yes, I met someone from the Gong family in the capital today, and it seems that many people from the ancient martial arts world have come to New City. Do you know why? Su Chen asked. The ancient inheritance has appeared in the world. The hidden families and sects can't sit still anymore and want to get a share of the pie. They all came for the ancient inheritance, Su Dongxing explained. Ancient inheritance? What is that? Su Chen asked, puzzled. The ancient inheritance is a cultivation method passed down by ancient people. Even older than ancient martial arts, with a history of at least 1,000 years, and its power is unmatched by ancient martial arts. So they all came to New City, and the ancient inheritance is in New City? Su Chen continued to ask. No, the ancient inheritance is not in the New City. They are just here to compete for the qualification to enter the land of inheritance, Su Dongxing said, taking a sip of tea. Continuing to enlighten Su Chen. Qualification? Are you saying that entering the land of inheritance is restricted? Su Chen realized the meaning behind Su Dongxing's words. Su Dongxing nodded, indicating that Su Chen was correct. Yes, there are restrictions on entering the land of inheritance. It can only accommodate 20 people at a time, and their age cannot exceed 30. Once this limit is surpassed, either you can't enter, or if you force your way in, the land of inheritance will collapse, Su Dongxing explained. To prevent unnecessary casualties, several top ancient martial families and sects in the ancient martial world are holding a martial arts competition in the New City. Any martial artist from the ancient martial world can participate, competing to select 20 individuals under 30 to enter the land of inheritance. After explaining, Su Dongxing looked at Su Chen. Are you interested? Since the last time Su Chen broke his ornament, he knew Su Chen had decent strength. With just this power, he could reach the hidden origin realm. The ancient martial realm is divided into 9 stages, from high to low: Tianshu realm, Tianshin realm, Tianji realm, Tianquan realm, Yuhong realm, Kaiyang realm, Yebwang realm, Dongming realm, and hidden origin realm. Below these 9 stages, they are all referred to as out of the mainstream. I am a bit interested. I just want to see what the ancient martial world is really like, Su Chen admitted, not hiding his genuine curiosity about the ancient martial world, seizing this opportunity to learn more. It's fine to see, but don't get carried away. There are many ancient martial experts. Your strength is decent, but compared to those geniuses, you are still too weak, especially since you have no backing. If you offend someone, no one will support you, Su Dongxing advised Su Chen, worried that Su Chen's youthful exuberance might lead him to offend the young masters of ancient martial families. They are not as easy to deal with as ordinary people. Offending them could lead to broken limbs or worse. I understand, Uncle Su. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much about the ancient martial world? Su Chen asked curiously. He had been wondering about this for a long time but had never had the chance to ask. Just an ordinary person, don't pay too much attention to it, Su Dongxing waved his hand, clearly not wanting to explain further. Then, Uncle Su, have you heard of the Su family? Su Chen asked, cautiously. Upon hearing the name Su family, Su Dongxing's body trembled and his expression changed noticeably. Where did you hear about the Su family? Have you met any members of the Su family? Su Dongxing asked Su Chen with a blank expression. No, it was that person from the Gong family I met today. He mistook me for someone from the Jin City Su family. Su Chen lied, concealing his pretense of being a member of the Su family, mainly fearing that Su Dongxing would be angry. If he were truly a member of the Su family, he would surely be upset about Su Chen impersonating them. Alright, I see. Is there anything else? Su Dongxing's mood seemed a bit low, and he didn't want to talk much with Su Chen anymore. This was a hint to leave. Nothing else, you can get back to your work. Su Chen immediately took his leave. Su Dongxing watched Su Chen's departing figure, lost in thought. Perhaps it's time for the Su family to re-emerge, Su Dongxing muttered to himself, then dialed a phone number. Su Dongxing, regarding the competition for inheritance slots, the Su family will participate as well, Su Dongxing said into the phone. As Su Chen walked out of the Su family, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Su Chen? I'm Dongfang Tingyin. I'm sorry about last time. Do you have time to come to the company? Dongfang Tingyin said somewhat awkwardly on the other end of the line. It was her first time speaking so humbly to a man. Sure, I'll be there right away. Su Chen thought something must have happened at the company and agreed without hesitation. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the company. Manager Dongfang, what happened at the company? Su Chen rushed into the office, anxiously asking. Nothing's wrong, everything is normal at the company, Dongfang Tingyin said as she saw Su Chen rush in. This time, she didn't blame him and shook her head to indicate that there was no issue. Then why did you call me here? Su Chen looked at Dongfang Tingyin in confusion. I felt embarrassed about last time. Please don't take it to heart. Dongfang Tingyin admitted, feeling a bit ashamed for not recognizing her boss as an employee. Oh, it's fine, just manage the company well, Su Chen said nonchalantly. It was understandable that she didn't recognize him, it was excusable. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving, Su Chen said, seeing that Dongfang Tingyin had no other matters to discuss and not intending to linger. Wait, can you accompany me to a place? Dongfang Tingyin suddenly asked. What for? Su Chen asked cautiously. It's just a gathering. I don't really want to go, but I can't refuse, so I thought I'd ask you to come with me. Dongfang Tingyin said honestly. She really didn't know any males in the new city and could only turn to her boss for help. It's just a gathering, why do you need me? To be honest, Su Chen was somewhat reluctant. It was obvious she wanted to use him as a shield and he didn't want to be that scapegoat. As a boss, shouldn't you show some consideration for your subordinates? If I'm in a bad mood, I won't have the energy to manage the company, and if the company doesn't do well, it's your money that suffers, right? Are you sure you won't come with me? Dongfang Tingyin said to Su Chen with interest. Su Chen was speechless. This person was actually threatening him with the company? Fine, he would go. Alright, you're right. It is indeed important to show consideration for subordinates, Su Chen compromised. The key was that Dongfang Tingyin truly held the company's lifeline. Right now, Hongfan Jewelry was in a growth phase, and if Dongfang Tingyin pulled any tricks, it would be Su Chen's money that would be lost. For the sake of a little money, Su Chen could only endure it. I'm not saying this, but as a boss, you're not dressed better than me. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the company? Dongfang Tingyin glanced at Su Chen with a hint of disdain. Su Chen looked down at himself. He didn't feel anything was wrong. He had always dressed like this, and it wasn't dirty. Su Chen hadn't had a haircut in at least a month, and his clothes were quite old, though clean. They did give off a somewhat unrefined vibe. Let's go, come with me to the mall, Dongfang Tingyin said as she drove her McLaren towards the largest mall in the new city. What kind of gathering is this? Are you afraid I'll embarrass you? Su Chen said, feeling speechless. For this gathering, Dongfang Tingyin was actually spending money to buy him clothes? Stop talking nonsense, just go in and pick an outfit, Dongfang Tingyin urged as they entered an international brand store. This one will do. Su Chen casually picked a black suit. Sir, you have great taste. This is our store's latest product. Just released. Let me get it in your size. The sales assistant enthusiastically offered her service. The outfit Su Chen chose would earn her several hundred in commission, enough to cover her daily wage. Soon, Su Chen changed into the suit in the fitting room, and the sales assistant's eye for style was indeed spot on. It fit him perfectly. The black suit, paired with a light blue shirt underneath, showcased Su Chen's physique completely. Although he wasn't very muscular, the effects of the attribute pill made his muscle lines quite apparent, giving him a slim appearance in clothes but a more toned look without them. Without a tie, Su Chen felt uncomfortable, mainly because he associated wearing a tie with selling houses at the sales office. Alright, let's check out, Su Chen said as he walked directly to the counter. Sir, that will be 188,000 yuan, the cashier said. Manager Dongfang, please pay, Su Chen said to Dongfang Tingyin. Although he thought it was quite expensive, it wasn't his money, so it didn't matter. What? I have to pay? You're making me spend money on clothes? Dongfang Tingyin said in disbelief, pointing at herself, unable to believe that Su Chen, with a temperature of 36 degrees, could say such cold words. It was you who asked me to buy clothes. If you don't spend, who will? Hurry up or I won't buy anything. Maybe I'll find someone else to accompany you. I'm not serving you anymore. Dongfang Tingyin was just not paying the bill, and he was too lazy to attend her gathering. Fine, I'll pay. Dongfang Tingyin gritted her teeth and said. Now it was Su Chen's turn to threaten her. Swipe the card. Dongfang Tingyin took out a golden bank card from her bag and handed it to the clerk. The clerk looked at the two of them with curiosity. So this handsome guy was the sugar baby of this beautiful woman? But to live off someone to this extent was truly the king of sugar babies, daring to talk back to the boss. Under the envious gaze of the clerk, Su Chen left the clothing store. Where to next? Su Chen asked Dongfang Tingyin coldly. Heavenly Bird Bar. What? Su Chen looked at Dongfang Tingyin in disbelief. Was he not done with the Heavenly Bird Bar? Why was it always the Heavenly Bird Bar whenever something came up? What's wrong? Dongfang Tingyin looked at Su Chen curiously. Do you women always go to bars when something happens? Su Chen asked out of curiosity. No, I rarely go to bars. Why do you ask that? Dongfang Tingyin replied. Puzzled. Nothing. Su Chen shook his head and said no more. It must be a coincidence. How strange. Dongfang Tingyin shot Su Chen a glance and muttered. The two quickly arrived at the bar, which was still closed, but one door was open, the one that Su Chen had kicked in. Hey, was this door hit by a car? Dongfang Tingyin looked curiously at the damaged door and walked straight in. Come in. Dongfang Tingyin urged Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head and followed her inside. He had just been here at noon, and now he was back. Inside the bar, the revelers were gone, leaving only a few young people sitting on the sofa, looking serious. Brother Su? Gong Wentao was among them and was quite surprised to see Su Chen. You know each other? Dongfang Tingyin looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. She didn't expect Su Chen to know Gong Wentao. He didn't seem like a good person. We know each other. Of course, they knew each other, they had just met at noon. Besides Gong Wentao, there were several other people present, but only three were sitting, Gong Wentao and two other young men. The other two men looked at Su Chen curiously, seemingly very interested. Speak up, what do you want with me? Dongfang Tingyin asked the group, coldly. These were all young masters from the capital. She didn't know why they had come to the new city. She didn't want to get too entangled with them, so she invited Su Chen to act as a shield. She thought That as a local, Su Chen wouldn't know Gong Wentao, and even if something happened, it wouldn't affect Su Chen, as these people had little influence in the new city. But now it seemed that Su Chen knew them. They were all in the same boat. Don't be so cold, today is serious business. Aren't you engaged? We won't bother you anymore. Who would dare to compete with Su Xiao for a woman? Gong Wentao waved his hand at Dongfang Tingyin, urging her to sit down. Let me introduce you, Su Chen from the Su family, this is Yi Xingchen from the Yi family in the capital, and this is Yang Jin from the Yang family. Since you know me, I won't introduce myself. Gong Wentao introduced the people present to Su Chen. The one wearing glasses was Yang Jin, looking indifferent, while Yi Xingchen had a cocky expression. Su family? Dongfang Tingyin looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. How could she not know if Su Chen was from the Su family? How did he become a member of the Su family? I originally planned to introduce Su Chen to everyone later, but since we're all here today, let's officially discuss the competition for the quota. Gong Wentao had come to the new city for the quota of the inheritance site, and their goals were all the same. Relying solely on our individual strength to secure a spot is somewhat difficult, so I would like to collaborate with all of you to at least secure one spot. As for who ultimately gets the spot, we can discuss that later. Regardless of who it goes to, we will have to compensate everyone present. Gong Wentao introduced the competition without reservation. Everyone present were martial artists, so there was no need to hide anything. Of course, cooperation is fine, but does he deserve it? Yi Xingchen said coldly, casting a very unfriendly glance at Su Chen. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Was he being looked down upon? Are you the one who decides who deserves it? Why does it matter to me? Xingchen, stop it. I've seen Su Chen's strength. It's enough to join us. Gong Wentao stepped in as a mediator. I don't believe it. Unless we fight a match, Yi Xingchen said expressionlessly, not convinced of Su Chen's abilities. You can fight later. What about cooperation? Have you even considered my opinion? I'm not interested in the place of inheritance. You can play by yourselves. Dongfang Tingyin interrupted their conversation. After saying that, she stood up to leave, having no interest in the place of inheritance, as someone from her family would fight on their behalf, so she didn't need to step in. Hey, Tingyin! Gong Wentao called out, wanting Dongfang Tingyin to come back, but she left without looking back. Su Chen, however, did not leave. He was quite interested in the place of inheritance. Brother Su, don't mind Xingchen, that's just his personality, Gong Wentao explained to Su Chen, trying to resolve the conflict between Su Chen and Yi Xingchen. I understand. It's just that he doesn't recognize my strength, right? Name a place, and we can compete tomorrow. Su Chen nodded, realizing that he needed to settle things with Yi Xingchen if he wanted to join this group. Only Gong Wentao spoke up for Su Chen, while Yang Jin remained silent, smiling as he looked at Su Chen, not revealing what he was thinking. Alright, Li Wu Association. See you tomorrow at noon. Yi Xingchen told Su Chen a location before getting up to leave. Yang Jin smiled and followed him out. Su Chen saw that there was nothing more to discuss and also left. Gong Wentao watched the people leave in an instant, shaking his head helplessly. He had invited them to discuss cooperation for securing spots, and they hadn't even gotten to the main topic before everyone left. What kind of situation was this? After returning home, Su Chen began to think of ways to enhance his strength. He suggested the competition for tomorrow because he was worried about his own inadequacies. That night, Su Chen did nothing else, going in and out of the game, nearly losing sleep over it. Su Chen brought out many items from the game. First were attribute pills. He brought out dozens of them. Next were items. He took out everything he could manage, storing them in a safe at home for later study. Then there was equipment. Su Chen found several white-grade items and enhanced them to +8. They didn't add any attributes, but their defense was decent. However, once he brought them out into reality, they changed. Bronze helmet protects the head, incredibly hard. Bronze armor protects the body, incredibly hard. Boots protects the feet, incredibly hard. From the descriptions, they seemed useless, and after trying them on, they still seemed useless. It seems I can only pin my hopes on the attribute pills, Su Chen sighed, realizing that the white-grade items were indeed of no use. Selling them for scrap metal would feel like a loss. He casually tossed them into a corner. Su Chen began to consume pills again. By now, he had eaten nearly 100 attribute pills, and the effects were gradually diminishing. He didn't know how many he would need to reach a bottleneck. Su Chen stuffed a dozen pills into his mouth. After so many times, he still couldn't get used to the taste, which was both astringent and bitter. The medicinal power transformed into a warm current flowing through his limbs and enhancing his body's various functions. A wave of warmth surged from Su Chen's dantian. Damn! I need to fart. Again! Su Chen, recalling his previous experience, thought he was about to pass gas again. Suddenly, Su Chen felt something was off. This warm current was not flowing in his dantian, and his sensations became increasingly clear. He could feel that this warm current contained a tremendous amount of energy, and he could even control its movement within his body. True Qi. Su Chen suddenly recalled the description of true Qi recorded in the cultivation method. He had actually generated true Qi within him. Was it because he had consumed too many attribute pills? Su Chen stuffed another retribute pill into his mouth, and after swallowing it, the medicinal power digested. This time, his physical body did not increase further. Instead, the true qi within him became more abundant and larger. Su Chen immediately understood that his body had now reached its limit, and true qi was the product of breaking through that limit. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He had been worried about how to use his cultivation method without true qi, but now he had it, and he didn't need to cultivate. Just popping pills would make his true qi grow stronger. Su Chen consumed all the remaining attribute pills, and his true qi grew from the size of a soybean to that of an egg. I wonder how powerful it is. To test the power of his true qi, Su Chen stepped outside onto the main road. He mobilized his true qi to use meteor chasing the moon. Whoosh! Su Chen shot out like an arrow, his speed astonishing. He covered 100 meters in just 2 or 3 seconds. Su Chen swung his fist again. The speed was so fast that he could see after images, and even a sonic boom echoed with a crackling sound. With true qi, Su Chen felt fully confident about today's competition and drove to the Li Wu Martial Arts Hall, as mentioned by Yi Xingchen yesterday. The Li Wu Martial Arts Hall was a martial arts venue, and the hall master was a servant of the Yi family, just like Gong Wentao. Although these ancient martial arts families were not involved in the secular world, they had cooperative relationships with some merchants. For instance, the Li Wu Martial Arts Hall belonged to the Yi family, and the Paradise Bird Bar belonged to the Gong family. In any case, they wouldn't worry about money outside, as someone would take care of their expenses. Brother Su, you finally made it. Gong Wentao greeted Su Chen warmly. He wanted to continue discussing the matters they hadn't finished yesterday after the competition. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the show-off Yi Xingchen said, looking down at Su Chen from the ring. Waiting is fine, but you didn't say what time. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. Yesterday, Yi Xingchen only mentioned noon but didn't specify the hour. Arriving at 11 still counted as noon, right? It wasn't even noon yet. Less nonsense, get up here. Yi Xingchen was too lazy to argue with Su Chen. It wasn't easy for a family that hadn't been in the martial world for years to re-enter. Today, he would let Su Chen see the gap between them. Young people are so impatient, Su Chen said as he slowly walked up to the ring. This ring was different from a boxing ring. It was larger and had no barriers. It wasn't high. An average person could jump up easily. After Su Chen stepped onto the ring, Yi Xingchen sneered at him. Ha, today I'll let you see if you have the qualifications to join us. As soon as Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he charged at Su Chen with incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. However, to Su Chen, Yi Xingchen's speed seemed as slow as a turtle's crawl. Su Chen easily dodged. Too slow. Let me show you what speed really is. Yi Xingchen only saw a blur before Su Chen vanished. What? Yi Xingchen was shocked, completely unaware of how Su Chen had disappeared. I'm right behind you, Su. Chen's voice came from behind Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen immediately realized something was wrong. He hadn't expected Su Chen to be this fast. Iron cloth shirt. Yi Xingchen quickly used his horizontal training technique. Although he wasn't proficient in it, there was no way to dodge now. Su Chen's fist struck Yi Xingchen's back, feeling as if he had hit a rock. Yi Xingchen stumbled forward a few steps, completely unharmed. Su Chen was also somewhat surprised. Yi Xingchen's defense was unexpectedly strong. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Xingchen's defense was strong, he had simply used true energy, consuming a large amount to enhance the defense of his iron cloth shirt. Su Chen's punch had drained most of his true energy, and even so, he had nearly been injured. You, surnamed Su, have angered me, Yi Xingchen said with a dark expression. According to their previous agreement, they had already tested Su Chen's strength and found it sufficient for him to join them. However, at this moment, Yi Xingchen no longer cared about anything else. He felt utterly humiliated and had to regain his face by trampling Su Chen underfoot. Wow, you have quite the temper, getting angry so quickly? Su Chen teased. Yi Xingchen channeled his remaining true energy into his fists, and a pair of flaming fists appeared. This was the Yi family's ultimate skill, the fire fist. The focus of the Yi family's techniques was not on defense or speed, but on lethality. Oh wow, a fiery monkey. Su Chen looked at Yi Xingchen's blazing fists with a strange expression. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Playing with fire? You, Su Gu, are the ancestor. Yi Xingchen charged at Su Chen again, the flames on his fists growing more intense, almost enveloping him as he approached. Fire fist. Yi Xingchen roared, smashing his fiery fists down towards Su Chen. Su Chen stood still, seemingly stunned as Yi Xingchen's fire fist struck him. Su brother, get out of the way. Gong Wentao shouted from below. He feared that Su Chen would be killed by Yi Xingchen. What if the Su family came looking for trouble? Even though the Su family hadn't been active in the martial world for many years, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. The Gong family couldn't compare to a prominent family like the Yi family. If the Su family held a grudge, the Gong family would definitely be unable to protect him. The flames instantly engulfed Su Chen, completely surrounding him. It's over. Gong Wentao felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Xingchen was too ruthless. He needed to think of a way to distance himself from Yi Xingchen to avoid being implicated. Yi Xingchen, You're being too ruthless. Gong Wentao shouted angrily at Yi Xingchen. If they killed a member of the Su family, everyone present would be implicated. This is the consequence of angering me, Yi Xingchen said coldly, not caring whether Su Chen lived or died, nor fearing retaliation from the Su family. Compared to the Yi family, the Su family was nothing. You. Gong Wentao felt utterly helpless against Yi Xingchen. Thanks to my old buddy for the fire. Fist, a voice suddenly came from within the flames, startling both Yi Xingchen and Gong Wentao. Su brother, it's great that you're okay. Gong Wentao exclaimed in surprise. If Su Chen was fine, he didn't have to worry about the Su family causing trouble. Su Chen walked out from the flames, extending his hand as the fire behind him gathered in his palm, forming a concentrated fireball. Here you go. Su Chen waved his hand, throwing the fireball at Yi Xingchen. Shocked that Su Chen was unharmed, Yi Xingchen did not dodge as the fireball flew towards him. The Yi family trained their fire fist using a special method to develop fire resistance, so Yi Xingchen thought little of this small fireball. He extended his right hand, intending to catch the fireball. However, as soon as Yi Xingchen made contact with the fireball, his brows furrowed, sensing something was off. A burning sensation coursed through his hand, a feeling he had never experienced before. The temperature exceeded that of ordinary flames. Ah! Yi Xingchen let out a startled cry, quickly retracting his right hand. Boom! At that moment, the fireball suddenly exploded, and the terrifying heat instantly enveloped Yi Xingchen's arm. Ah! Yi Xingchen screamed. In agony, rolling out of the flames, his clothes ignited, desperately rolling on the ground to extinguish the fire on his body. Help! Gong Wentao shouted urgently to the people in the hall. If something happened to Yi Xingchen, it would be more serious than the Su family. Soon, the staff brought fire extinguishers to put out the flames on Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, covered in dry powder, clutched her arms in pain. My hand! Her right arm was severely burned, red and festering. Quick, take me to the hospital. The burn on Yi Xingchen's arm was too serious. She needed to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Before leaving, Gong Wentao glanced at Su Chen. You've caused trouble. The Yu family is not someone you can provoke, Gong Wentao said coldly. To Su Chen. Su Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Yi Xingchen could kill him, but he couldn't injure her? Then I'll just wait for the Yu family's revenge. Su Chen was also temperamental. Why could you hit me, but I couldn't hit you? If they wanted revenge, let them come. He wasn't made of clay. However, before that, he needed to prepare. When he entered the game at night, he would be in an unconscious state. If someone took advantage of that, it would be over. He had to ensure his safety at night. Su Chen thought about hiring bodyguards, but who would be willing to be a bodyguard for a martial arts master? Otherwise, he could only look for something in the game that could save his life. Suddenly, Su Chen remembered there was something that could keep him safe at night, which could be bought in the mall. Su Chen hurried home, lay down in bed, and after entering the game, he rushed straight to the mall. Pet capsule. Can store pets in capsules for trading. Price, $99.98. This thing was previously used by players who farmed gold, capturing pets and cultivating high quality ones for sale, so Su Chen had never thought about it before. Now, Xiaobai was already level 15, but its quality was still too low to be of much use. It would be better to bring it into reality as a bodyguard. However, with his current strength, it was also just for show. He needed to find a way to improve its power first. To enhance quality, one needed to consume equipment. Even consuming white equipment required a lot of money, but Su Chen didn't have that much. He had plenty of ingots, but they didn't circulate with the game's currency. Purchasing equipment had to be done with in-game money. However, the game had become more realistic now. He wondered if he could borrow from someone. Su Chen immediately found Xiao Yan. What are you doing so early? At this time, it was still not fully bright. Su Chen had entered the game before dark. Do you have any money? What for? Xiao Yan immediately looked at Su Chen warily. I need money to buy some equipment. Lend me some, Su Chen said honestly. Buying equipment? Do you need to spend money for that? Xiao Yan said as if it were obvious. Ha? Su Chen was confused. Don't you spend money to buy equipment? After thinking about it, given Xiao Yan's personality, it was indeed possible he wouldn't spend money. Are you stupid? There are so many bandits in the world now. Just find a bandit den and raid it. Aren't there plenty of equipment in their warehouses? Why waste money? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow at Su Chen. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Wow, what you said makes so much sense. Alright, then you come with me. Su Chen immediately pulled Xiao Yan along. Hey, I'm only responsible for strategizing, not for charging into battle. Xiao Yan immediately wanted to refuse. A bandit den? How easy could it be to raid one? Stop talking nonsense. Come with me. The idea was Xiao Yan's, and Su Chen couldn't feel at ease without bringing him along. Under Su Chen's insistence, Xiao Yan had no choice but to follow him. When doing tasks before, Su Chen had figured out the nearby bandits. The one with the fewest members recently was Tian Zhai, with a total of 28 people, all at a low level, around level 15, and the leader was a level 15 boss. Are we really going to kill our way in? Xiao Yan said hesitantly. He was still a bit uneasy. Although he had speed-type skills and could escape quickly, if surrounded by bandits, no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to run away. Slip in quietly, take out a few before dawn. If we get discovered, you can hang on to them and run. I'll take them out one by one. Su Chen had already planned. If a direct confrontation occurred, he would let the fast-footed Xiao Yan use his speed to draw away some of the bandits, and he would handle the rest, then go help Xiao Yan deal with the remaining bandits. Are you sure you can do this? Xiao Yan was still worried, fearing that Su Chen's strength might not be enough. After all, Su Chen was just a novice disciple. His strength couldn't have improved that quickly, right? Don't worry. I can definitely do it, Su Chen replied confidently. His strength was at least level 20 now, thanks to the significant boost from his equipment. Alright, just be careful, Xiao Yan nodded, and the two split up to infiltrate Tianyo village. Their separate actions would be more efficient. Tianyo village, being a small mountain stronghold, wasn't heavily guarded. There weren't many people to begin with, and if there were a few more patrolling, they wouldn't need to sleep. Only 2 or 3 were on patrol or standing guard outside, and Su Chen and Xiao Yan easily dealt with them. Su Chen pointed to a large room. This was the bandits' dormitory, a big communal bed where all the small fry lived. Xiao Yan made a throat-cutting gesture to Su Chen, indicating to sneak in and assassinate quietly. Su Chen nodded. The two carefully entered the room, where the sounds of snoring filled the air, mixed with an unpleasant smell of sweat. After all, they were bandits, and it wasn't convenient to bathe in the mountains, so the odor was quite normal. In the darkness, 2 figures moved within the room, knives in hand, slitting the throats of the sleeping men one by one. The room quickly filled with the stench of blood. The heavy smell seemed to awaken one of the bandits, who frowned and opened his eyes, groggily spotting 2 sneaky figures. What are you doing? Because it was too dark, he thought Su Chen and Xiao Yan were companions, and he asked curiously. At that moment, Xiao Yan was covering one person's mouth with one hand while holding a knife in the other, having just killed a bandit. The waking bandit immediately sensed something was wrong. Ambush! He shouted loudly to wake the others for a counterattack. The other bandits instantly became alert upon hearing the noise. However, only 4 or 5 managed to get up, and they were all unarmed. Hey-ya, hey-ya, hey-ya. Xiao Yan laughed maniacally as he approached with his knife. Facing unarmed enemies, wasn't this the perfect time for him to show off? Charge out. Call the boss. The few bandits' eyes sharpened, deciding to fight to the death, shouting desperately, hoping their boss in another room could hear them and come to their rescue. Who's making such a racket? A rough voice came from another room. It was the bandit boss. This is your responsibility. Su Chen patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and took the initiative to find the bandit boss. The bandit boss was a boss and would drop equipment. Ha! Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. Without Su Chen, he felt uncertain. Brothers, let's charge together. Seeing that only Xiao Yan was left, the 4 bandits felt a glimmer of hope for a counterattack and shouted as they charged at Xiao Yan. Damn! Don't come over here! Xiao Yan turned and ran. He wasn't sure he could take them on, but he could definitely outrun them. In another room, Su Chen found the bandit boss. The bandit boss had a full beard, a strong physique, and a rugged appearance, wearing a horned hat. Where did this kid come from, daring to invade my Tianyo village? The boss growled at Su Chen. I am Su Chen, here to take your life. Without further ado, Su Chen launched an attack. With a force that could break through 1,000 armies, he unleashed a skill right away. Tianyo was immediately struck by Su Chen, and a number appeared above his head. -740 Su Chen dealt over 700 damage with one skill, and Tianyo's health dropped by almost half in an instant. Kid, you're seeking death. Tianyo swung his wolf-tooth club back at Su Chen, aiming to smash it down on his head. Su Chen immediately dodged. The wolf-fang club grazed past his hair. He quickly stepped back. If that hit him, his head would surely burst open. Thunderous might. Su Chen hurriedly unleashed his newly learned skill. A blade of light slashed out, carrying purple lightning that struck the Tianyo. Over 700 damage floated up, and the Tianyo stood rigidly in place, its body flickering, with electricity falling into a paralyzed state. A great opportunity. The Tianyo had little health left, and taking advantage of this moment, Su Chen rushed forward and struck down on its head. -850. A critical hit. The Tianyo's life was instantly reduced to 0. A faint blue light flashed, and a piece of equipment dropped to the ground. Jackpot. Su Chen picked it up and took a look. It was an accessory. Phantom Spirit Ring, blue, level 10 unidentified. An unidentified piece of equipment, a rare find. This was the first time Su Chen had obtained an unidentified item. Only unidentified equipment had the chance to have more than 3 attributes. If it had 6 attributes, it would be truly exceptional. Identification required an identification scroll, which he needed to buy at the general store in town. For now, Su Chen couldn't see its properties. Su Chen, help me. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Yan's voice behind him. Su Chen turned around to see Xiao Yan still being chased by 4 bandits. Su Chen was speechless. He was holding a knife. Couldn't he just turn around and fight them off? Su Chen immediately went to help Xiao Yan deal with the 4 bandits behind him. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. After killing the 4 bandits, Su Chen's experience bar, which was already nearly full, filled up completely, and he leveled up to level 19. The two then arrived at the Tianyo village's warehouse filled with the items they had stolen, mostly gold and silver, along with quite a few weapons and armor, about 40 sets, all white gear. If it had been before, Su Chen wouldn't have been able to take anything from this warehouse, but now this world was no longer just a game, it was closer to reality, so Su Chen could take the items from the warehouse. Wow! We hit the jackpot! Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, drawn to the gold and silver treasures. I'll take 30% of the money, but I want all the equipment, okay? Su Chen negotiated with Xiao Yan. Sure. Xiao Yan had no objections. Since Su Chen had dealt with the main fighting force, he didn't mind if Su Chen took a bit more. Su Chen immediately fed the equipment to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's qualifications significantly improved. Xiao Bai level, 15 damage, 113 health, 900 over 900 mana, 29 strength, 45 speed, 19 constitution, 45 intelligence, 19 at this rate. If they cleared out a few more bandit dens, Xiao Bai's attributes would be impressive. Now Xiao Bai was no longer weak, especially with health nearing 1,000. Xiao Yan, let's move on to the next one, Su Chen said to Xiao Yan. Ha? More? Xiao Yan looked at Su Chen in surprise. Was he planning a rebellion with so much equipment? I have urgent matters, no time for chatter, let's go, Su Chen said, pulling Xiao Yan towards the next bandit den. As it was already bright out, the two spent more time this time, and after accounting for travel time, it was almost dark. By the time they finished collecting their spoils, we won't make it back in time, let's find a place to stay in Tianshin City, Xiao Yan said, glancing at the sky. Su Chen nodded in agreement. He had just divided a good amount of money and wanted to exchange it all for equipment to feed Xiao Bai. They reached Tianshin City before dark, where Xiao Yan found an inn to stay, while Su Chen went to the general store and the blacksmith. He bought an identification scroll from the general store. He immediately used it on the Phantom Spirit Ring. Phantom Spirit Ring, blue, level, 15 strength plus 15 intelligence plus 15 increases true damage by 10%. Phantom Spirit attacks carry the Phantom Spirit effect, dealing 80% damage. For attributes, not bad, especially the last two attributes, True Damage and Phantom Spirit. True Damage speaks for itself, while Phantom Spirit can cause multiple hits, effectively doubling Su Chen's output. And that's not all. Su Chen plans to refine this equipment into a pink tier, which will add another pink attribute. Soon, the refinement was complete, and the equipment gained an additional attribute. Mist. There is a 30% chance to release mist upon attack, reducing enemy visibility within the mist, which does not affect the user. Another limiting attribute, but Su Chen was quite satisfied. Then, he spent all his remaining money at the blacksmith to buy white gear, feeding it all to Little White. Little White instantly became powerful. Little White level, 16 damage, 183 health, 1680 mana, 50 strength, 48 speed, 20 constitution, 48 intelligence. 20 Little White leveled up again, with damage nearing 200 and health surpassing 1500, even higher than Su Chen's current stats. Su Chen was immediately pleased. Little White's attributes were truly impressive now. Su Chen returned to the inn, entering and exiting the game twice, bringing Little White and the Phantom Spirit Ring into reality. That's right, Su Chen not only brought out Little White, but also the Phantom Spirit Ring. The main reason was that such equipment would definitely still exist in the game, and Su Chen faced no real danger in the game, but now in reality he might have to deal with the Yi family's targeting, so he needed to enhance his strength, and this equipment was perfect for that. First, he released Little White from the pet capsule. A large white bear appeared on Su Chen's bed, entirely white except for its 4 black paws, resembling it was wearing black gloves. As soon as Little White came out, it affectionately rubbed against Su Chen. Little White, you absolutely cannot step out of this yard without my permission, understand? Su Chen instructed Little White. After all, with the appearance of a panda, if someone discovered it, he could be charged with the crime of raising a national treasure. Little White seemed to understand Su Chen's words, nodding clumsily. Su Chen felt relieved. Next was the Phantom Spirit Ring. He wondered what changes it would bring in reality. The Phantom Spirit Ring strengthens the wearer's physique, sharpens their senses, and grants them phantom abilities and mist creation abilities. After putting it on, Su Chen immediately gained 2 supernatural powers, and enhanced his constitution a bit. He first tried the Phantom ability. After using it, any attack and movement left behind a shadow that was a step slower. The shadow's attack had real damage, meaning when Su Chen threw a punch, the shadow would follow up with another punch, effectively doubling Su Chen's damage. Then came the mist creation ability. Su Chen could create thick mist anywhere at any time, and his vision would not be affected within the mist. Su Chen was overjoyed. This significantly boosted his combat capabilities. He wore it on his wrist. It looked like a colorful jade bracelet, and aside from its eye-catching color, there was nothing particularly special about it. Su Chen, did you injure Yi Xingchen? Dongfang Tingyin was quite surprised when she received this news. It's known that Yi Xingchen's strength is above average among the young people in the capital, and no one expected Su Chen could injure him, especially with severe burns. Yi Xingchen practiced the fire fist, which means his resistance to heat is not something ordinary people can compare to. Yeah, it was just a normal match. Who told him to go all out? Su Chen admitted immediately there was nothing to hide. If the Yi family gives you trouble, call me, Dongfang Tingyin said after thinking for a moment. Alright, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. He was confident in dealing with the Yi family now, with 3 supernatural powers plus his own strength. Even 10 more like Yi Xingchen wouldn't be his match. Just as Su Chen hung up the phone, another call came in from Su Yutong. What's wrong, Yutong? Su Chen answered immediately. My dad wants you to come to my house. There's someone I want to introduce you to, Su Yutong said to Su Chen. Ha? Who is it? Su Chen asked curiously. You'll know when you get here, Su Yutong said, not elaborating. Over the phone, urging Su Chen to hurry. Su Chen had no choice but to hang up and head towards the Su family home. The 2 houses were only 100 meters apart, and Su Chen arrived shortly. Who is it? Why so mysterious? Su Yutong opened the door, and Su Chen asked with curiosity. Su Yutong didn't answer him. Dad, Su Chen is here. My dad is inside. You'll find out when you go in, Su Yutong teased Su Chen. Su Chen walked into the living room, puzzled, where 2 people were sitting on the sofa. One was Su Dongsheng, and the other was a young man unfamiliar to Su Chen. You must be Su Chen? Su Dongsheng didn't say much. Instead, it was the young man who spoke to Su Chen. Who are you? Su Chen looked at him in confusion. This is Yutong's cousin, Su Bei, Su Dongsheng introduced. Oh, hello, nice to meet you, Su Chen said, slightly surprised. About the Su family you asked about last time. Yes, we are indeed from the Su family in Jincheng, Su Dongsheng said, this time not hiding anything from Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't too surprised, he had guessed it before. Regarding the competition for the quota of the inheritance site, the Su family will also participate, and Su Bei is the person sent by the family to compete for the quota, a Dongming realm warrior, Su Dongsheng explained to Su Chen. Dongming realm? Su Chen was a bit surprised. It was the first time he had heard of a warrior's realm. You don't know about warrior realms? Su Dongsheng also seemed surprised. Su Chen nodded. Your master is really irresponsible. He didn't even tell you about the realms. Su Dongsheng complained about Su Chen's non-existent master. The warrior realms are divided into 9 levels from Haidalao, Tianshu realm, Tianshin realm, Tianji realm, Tianquan realm, Yuhuang realm, Kaiyang realm, Yaguang realm, Dongming realm, and Yin Yuan realm. Any warrior outside of these is considered a low-level warrior. As for the quota competition, I know there are at least 10 Dongming realm experts participating. The reason for introducing you to Su Bei today is to hope you can help each other during the competition and strive to secure a quota. Su Dongsheng took the opportunity to reveal the purpose of calling Su Chen over today. Got it, but I don't know when and where this competition will take place? Su Chen nodded and continued to ask. It won't be long, just wait for my notification. This competition is organized by several top families, and the location and time haven't been announced yet. It shouldn't be too long, probably within the next week. People from various families have already arrived, Su Dongsheng explained to Su Chen. Also, don't tell Yutong about the ancient martial arts world. I don't want her to get involved in family disputes, Su Dongsheng advised Su Chen. He had withdrawn from the martial world 20 years ago, and Su Yutong didn't know she was a member of the Su family. Even this cousin, Su Bei, had only met her a few times. Understood, uncle. Su Chen nodded to show he understood. Third uncle, I heard Su Chen offended the Yi family, and it's still under our Su family's name. Is that okay? Su Bei was somewhat unfriendly towards Su Chen, only because he had received news that Su Chen had severely injured Yi Xingchen, the second son of the Yi family, and offended them. The Yi family would definitely not let it go, especially since it involved the Su family. It's fine. When has our Su family ever feared the Yi family? Su Dongsheng was unconcerned. During the peak of the Su family's power, the Yi family was merely a second-rate family. However, the Su family hadn't been active for a long time, and some people had forgotten their strength. Su Bei was still a bit worried, but the clan leader had instructed him to listen to third uncle in the new city. Since third uncle didn't seem to care, what else could he say? Su Chen left the Su family and soon received a call from Gong Wentao. Someone from the Yi family is here, specifically looking for you. You should come. Gong Wentao's voice sounded cold, lacking the previous warmth he had shown towards Su Chen. The anger of the Yi family had to be borne by someone, and if Su Chen didn't come, it might just fall on him. Gong Wentao, where are they? Su Chen thought for a moment and asked. There was no way to avoid it, so he might as well confront them head-on. If he scared them off, perhaps they wouldn't come looking for trouble. Still at the Li Wu Club. After hanging up, Su Chen drove to the Li Wu Club. At the entrance of the Su family, Su Bei watched as Su Chen drove away, pondering for a moment before following him in his car. At the Li Wu Club, a group of people sat inside, while Gong Wentao stood by, waiting. Leading the group was a young man slightly older than Gong Wentao, who bore some resemblance to Yi Xingchen. Gong Wentao, Xingchen was injured this time, and you share some responsibility. Yes, Brother Yi is right. Gong Wentao dared not retort and could only nod in agreement. However, he felt indignant. Yi Xingchen had insisted on causing trouble for Su Chen, and now that he was injured, he was blaming him? He hadn't even been able to stop it. When is that Su Chen coming? Although he said Gong Wentao was responsible, he didn't mean to blame him. The main responsibility still lay with Su Chen from the Su family. He's already on his way and will be here soon, Gong Wentao replied. Soon, Su Chen appeared at the entrance of the Li Wu Club, walking in and surveying the crowd inside. He directly ignored the club staff and looked at the few people sitting next to Gong Wentao. I'm here, what do you want to say? Su Chen asked Gong Wentao. Gong Wentao remained silent, respectfully stepping back behind the Yi family members. Clearly, Su Chen's arrival was a relief for him. Whatever anger the Yi family had would only be directed at Su Chen from now on. You are Su Chen? The young man in charge looked up at Su Chen, sitting calmly. Yes, and you are? Su Chen readily acknowledged. But I don't remember anyone named Su Chen in the Su family. Who exactly are you? Why did you hurt my brother? The young man glared at Su Chen with hostility. He had some knowledge of the Su family, although they had been less involved in the world in recent years. He had some impression of the younger generation, and there was no one named Su Chen. He is indeed a member of my Su family. What? Does young Master Yi have any doubts? At this moment, Su Bei walked in from the entrance to vouch for Su Chen's identity. Su Bei? The young man clearly recognized Su Bei. Yi Xingyun, your brother's injury was due to his own lack of skill. Are you here to settle scores after the fact? The Yi family is quite imposing, isn't it? If you can't win, you go find your elders to settle it. That's quite something, Su Bei said, clapping and sneering. Don't put words in my mouth. I don't care if he's a member of your Su family. Today he must give me an explanation, or he won't be leaving here. Yi Xingyun didn't bother arguing with Su Bei. He was determined to make Su Chen explain himself here. Su Bei wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Su Chen raising his hand. What kind of explanation do you want? Su Chen asked Yi Xingyun. After all, Su Bei was a member of the Su family. This was his personal grudge with the Yi family, and he didn't need Su Bei to step in. He could handle it himself. You injured my brother's hand, so I want your hand in return. Leave your hand behind, and I'll let you go. Yi Xingyun made it clear he wanted revenge for Yi Xingchen, demanding a hand from Su Chen, which Su Chen would never agree to. If you want my hand, it depends on whether you can take it, Su Chen said with a cold smile. Since the other party had made it clear they were looking for trouble, there was no need for him to be polite. Ha! You've got guts. Get over there and take his hand off. Yi Xingyun ordered the few Yi family members beside him, clearly not intending to do it himself. Su Bei frowned. Yi Xingyun, isn't it a bit disgraceful to bully the weak with numbers? Yi Xingyun actually disregarded martial ethics, sending 4 of his subordinates to surround Su Chen alone, which made Su Bei unable to bear it any longer. If you think it's unfair, you can join in too, right? I'm not stopping you, Yi Xingyun said with a light smile. Su Bei frowned slightly, contemplating whether to help Su Chen, but facing 4 opponents of the same level, he was also at a disadvantage. Su Chen, are you confident? Su Bei asked, unsure of Su Chen's strength. If he wasn't confident, he would have called for help. As long as his third uncle arrived, these people would just be clowns. Brother Bei, don't worry, I can handle it myself. Su Chen declined Su Bei's assistance. With the enhancement from the illusion spirit ring and his 2 abilities, he felt he had a certain level of confidence against these people. Are you sure you don't need help? Su Bei still felt uneasy about Su Chen facing them alone. After all, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands, especially when the opponent had 4 people. No need, I'll ask for your help when I can't handle it, Su Chen said calmly, looking at the 4 people approaching him without any intention of asking Su Bei for help. Su Bei shook his head. After all, he was young and impetuous. Su Chen had never encountered a master before and thought he was strong, which made it normal for him to underestimate his opponents. Su Bei didn't help but quietly send a text message to Su Dongxing. The 4 slowly surrounded Su Chen in the middle to prevent him from escaping. Fog creation. Su Chen immediately used his fog creation ability, dense fog spreading outward from him, quickly filling the entire venue with visibility reduced to less than 3 meters. Be careful. His ability is strange, Yi Xingyun warned his subordinates. Hearing Yi Xingyun's warning, the 4 wanted to regroup to avoid being ambushed by Su Chen, taking them out one by one. But how could Su Chen give them that opportunity? He charged towards one of them in an instant, throwing a punch. By the time that person noticed Su Chen, it was too late. He could only raise his arm to shield his chest. Su Chen's punch struck his arm, and he felt an immense force. Just one punch made his arm ache. Before he could react, a shadow appeared behind Su Chen, and another punch landed on his arm. Su Chen's punch had already pushed him to his limit, and this one directly broke through his defense, sending him flying. Yi Xingyun and Su Bei saw a figure suddenly fly out from the dense fog, and upon closer inspection, it was a member of the Yi family. Useless. Yi Xingyun couldn't help But curse at his subordinates, in just a short while, one had been defeated by Su Chen, which was like a slap in the face to the Yi family. Then one after another, figures flew out from the fog, all of them no match for Su Chen. Su Chen's current strength was estimated to be at the Enlightenment realm, but with various ability enhancements and equipment boosts, his power was not something an ordinary Enlightenment realm could compare to. Useless. Useless. Yi Xingyun was extremely angry. The four of them couldn't even handle one person, not even touching the hem of his clothes. Utterly useless. So, is our grudge settled now? Su Chen waved his hand, and the fog in the venue instantly dissipated. He looked at Yi Xingyun and asked calmly, "Humph, you think you can just leave after hitting my people? Come and take your life." Yi Xingyun had no intention of letting Su Chen go. If his subordinates couldn't handle it, he would take matters into his own hands. He was close to the Radiant Realm in strength, and he didn't believe Su Chen had the power of the Radiant Realm. What a hassle. Su Chen raised his fist and charged towards Yi Xingyun. Boom! The two fists collided with a muffled sound, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Su Chen took a step back. He had actually lost in strength to Yi Xingyun. But it wasn't over yet. Just as Su Chen was retreating, a shadow struck Yi Xingyun's fist with another punch. Yi Xingyun let out a muffled grunt and immediately took 3 steps back. Although Su Chen lost in the exchange, he won in overall strength. What a strange technique. What kind of move are you using? Yi Xingyun mistook Su Chen's abilities for ancient martial arts. Without form or style, Su Chen couldn't even come up with a name for it, so he simply chose not to say anything. Humph. Pretending to be impressive, then. Let you taste the Yi family's fiery fist. Yi Xingyun said coldly, flames suddenly igniting around him. Compared to Yi Xingyun's fiery fist was much stronger. Gong Wentao, who had been quietly observing, furrowed his brow, hesitating whether to remind Yi Xingyun that Yi Xingyun had suffered severe burns after using this move against Su Chen. Raging dragon emerges from the sea. Yi Xingyun's fiery fist was different from Yi Xingyun's. While Yi Xingyun could only use flames for attack, Yi Xingyun had a technique that transformed the flames into a fire dragon, charging towards Su Chen with its dragon head leading the way. Playing with fire again, Su Chen didn't even want to comment anymore. Did Yi Xingyun also tell Yi Xingyun that fire was useless against him? Su Chen raised his hand to block, and the fire dragon came to an abrupt halt, obediently stopping in front of him. No matter how hard Yi Xingyun tried, the fire dragon couldn't move an inch. With a wave of his hands, the fire dragon broke free from Yi Xingyun's control, twisting in front of Su Chen and transforming into a massive fireball. Your brother was severely injured by his own flames. Do you want to experience that too? Su Chen asked Yi Xingyun indifferently. Yi Xingyun was already stunned by Su Chen's abilities. Who are you? Yi Xingyun couldn't believe it. How could one person possess multiple extraordinary abilities while also practicing ancient martial arts? What kind of talent could master such different cultivation systems? Ordinary person, Su Chen replied flatly. Your flames, I'll return them to you. Su Chen directly threw the fireball back at Yi Xingyun. This fireball was even more powerful than the one Yi Xingyun had used. If it hit Yi Xingyun, he would be injured even more severely than Yi Xingyun. Stop! Just as Yi Xingyun's legs weakened in fear, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, effortlessly grasping the fireball Su Chen had thrown. With a clenched fist, the fireball was instantly extinguished. Second uncle. Yi Xingyun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer, his second uncle, Yi Xinyan. Second elder, the other Yi family members greeted Yi Xinyan respectfully. Yi Xinyan's status in the Yi family was second only to the family head. Useless, you can't even handle a kid. Yi Xinyan expressed his dissatisfaction with Yi Xingyun and the Yi family members. Just a kid in the Enlightenment realm, and they still needed him to step in personally. Second uncle, you are right, it's just that this person has strange methods, and I couldn't subdue him immediately. Yi Xinyan said, cupping his hands in apology, clearly trying to make excuses for himself, as he was no match for Su Chen. Kid, after injuring my Yi family members consecutively, even if the King of Heaven comes today, he won't be able to save you. Yi Xinyan said coldly to Su Chen. Ha! So you've sent the old to deal with the young? Your Yi family really has no shame, Su Chen mocked. What did you say? Yi Xinyan was instantly furious. How dare a junior insult the Yi family like that? Kid, do you want to die? Yi Xinyan was about to take action against Su Chen. Su Chen is right, your Yi family really has no shame. You, an old man, dare to bully a junior. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? At that moment, Su Dongxing walked in from outside, mocking them. His words were filled with insults towards the Yi family and Yi Xinyan. Su Dongsheng. Yi Xinyan was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Su Dongxing here. Wasn't it said that Su Dongxing had severed ties with the Su family 20 years ago? Why was he still speaking up for them? Su Dongsheng, this is a matter between me and this kid, it has nothing to do with you. You'd better not interfere, Yi Xinyan warned, looking at Su Dongsheng with caution. Su Chen is a member of my Su family, do you think I should interfere? Su Dongsheng stepped in front of Su Chen, shielding him. Now, if Yi Xinyan wanted to attack Su Chen, he would have to get his consent first. Yi Zhenyan was taken aback. Su Dongxing's words revealed several pieces of information at once. First, it shattered the rumors of Su Dongxing's break with the Su family. Second, Su Dongxing was here for the Su Chen, who was a member of the Su family. Third, the appearance of the Su family in the new city was clearly also related to the place of inheritance, since he is one of your Su family, and he injured Xingshan. How will your Su family explain this to my Yi family? Since there was no way to deal with Su Chen right now, Yi Zhenyan decided to elevate the matter to a family feud, using family power to pressure Su Dongxing. Explain? Should I go to the convenience store and buy you a roll? Either get lost or I'll beat you into submission, and then you can leave. Su Dongxing and Su Hao showed no respect to Yi Zhenyan, their words dripping with humiliation. Yi Zhenyan was furious but felt powerless against Su Dongxing. Su Dongxing was known as the fierce dragon of Jincheng. Back in the day, having fought his way from Jincheng to Beijing, no family heir from that time had escaped being beaten by Su Dongxing, including Yi Zhenyan. The Su family's reputation was built on Su Dongxing's strength. Therefore, Yi Zhenyan couldn't gauge Su Dongxing's current power and wondered if he had improved over the years. What do you mean, you? Get lost. Su Dongxing scolded Yi Zhenyan without a hint of respect. Yi Zhenyan was so angry that he nearly stumbled and fell, but he didn't dare to make a move. Su Dongxing's past achievements were too intimidating, and it was likely that very few peers would dare to challenge him now. Coward. Before Yi Zhenyan left, Su Dongxing mocked him. Yi Zhenyan was so furious that he almost collapsed, but didn't dare to retaliate, knowing how fearsome Su Dongxing had been back in the day. Uncle San is awesome. Su Bei walked over with admiration on his face. He had only heard about his uncle's legendary deeds as a child and had never seen him in action. Although he hadn't fought today, just his presence had scared the enemy away. That was what they called dominance. Why didn't you say anything if you had a problem, Xiao Su? What if something happened to you? Su Dongxing reproached Su Chen, who had encountered such a situation without giving him a heads up. If it weren't for Su Bei sending him a message, Su Chen might have been beaten to death by that old man Yi Zhenyan today. I didn't expect the Yi family to be so shameless as to even invite the elders, Su Chen said helplessly. If it had just been a fight among peers, he wouldn't have been afraid at all, but the gap in strength with the older generation was too vast. Su Chen wasn't a match for them yet. He needed to work hard to earn money. As long as he had enough attribute pills, his true energy could grow rapidly. Alright, remember to call me if anything happens in the future. Don't try to be brave, Su Dongxing advised Su Chen. Today, Su Chen had thoroughly witnessed a different side of Su Dongxing. Today, he was domineering and powerful, completely unlike the gentle and refined husband and father he had known before. Okay, I will, Su Chen nodded in response. Why not let Su Bei follow you? It would be easier to handle things if something comes up. Xiao Bei's strength is quite good, Su Dongxing suggested. No thanks, Uncle San. We don't even know who would protect whom. Su Chen is much stronger than I am, Su Bei said, having witnessed Su Chen's strength today and feeling embarrassed to compare himself. Oh, you're that strong, huh? Su Dongxing raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Chen with interest. You have no idea. Just now, Su Chen single-handedly dealt with 4 martial artists at the Dongming realm. In an instant, all 4 were sent flying by him. When Yi Xingyun attacked, he almost took him out too. If Yi Zhenyan hadn't arrived in time to block the attack for Yi Xingyun would probably be lying in the hospital like his brother right now, Su Bei said, slightly exaggerating. I didn't see it coming. You really have my style from back in the day. Su Dongxing was immediately very pleased with Su Chen. Back then, for Zhang Yue, he had gone to the capital alone, fighting from East City to West City, and no one among the younger generation was his match. Everyone had to call him Brother Dongwen. They saw him. Su Chen now had quite a bit of his former charisma. Uncle, you're overpraising me. I'm still far from being like you back then. Didn't you see that old man from the Yi family didn't dare to say a word in front of you? Su Chen humbly replied. His strength was indeed lacking. If he were strong enough, even if Su Dongxing weren't there today, he would still be safe and sound. Stop flattering each other. Come on, your aunt has made dinner. Let's go back and eat. Su Dongxing interrupted the atmosphere of mutual compliments. The 3 returned to the Su family just in time for dinner. What were you 3 doing? Su Yutong asked with a puzzled expression. Earlier, this cousin seemed to have some issues with Su Chen, but after Dad and the others returned together, his attitude changed completely. Su Chen and Su Bei were very respectful towards Dad, and Su Bei and Su Chen were chatting and laughing, with no awkwardness at all. It was really strange. Stop asking nonsense, just eat. Zhang Yue was very clear about her husband's matters. Back then, it was because Su Dongxing went to the capital alone to challenge many talented heirs from prominent families for her that she followed him without hesitation, leaving her family to become an ordinary person, no longer involved in the affairs of the world. Now that Su Chen and Su Dongxing were in the same circle, it was better for her daughter to know less. Can't I even ask? Su Yutong pouted, unhappy. She felt like everyone was deliberately hiding things from her. What was it that she couldn't know? Men have their own matters. What are you, a little girl, asking about? You can't even keep your mouth shut. During dinner, Zhang Yue said as she placed a piece of braised pork into Su Yutong's bowl. Got it, I won't ask anymore. Su Yutong pretended to compromise, but she was planning something else in her heart. She had to find a chance to ask Su Chen what they were hiding from her. After dinner, Su Chen went home to sleep. Xiaobai was at home, eagerly waiting for food, and as soon as it saw Su Chen, it pounced on him like it had seen meat. Damn, I forgot about you. Su Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. He had actually forgotten to leave food for Xiaobai. Walking into the kitchen, Su Chen was stunned. The pots, pans, and appliances in the kitchen were all chewed up and in disarray. He had forgotten that Xiaobai's original name was Iron-Eating Beast, and its food was metal. Xiaobai, can't you let me have some peace of mind? Su Chen was somewhat speechless. The whole kitchen would have to be renovated again. You can't eat these things anymore, understand? I will prepare food for you, Su Chen warned Xiaobai. At this rate, no matter how much money he had, it wouldn't be enough for Xiaobai's reckless eating. A few pieces of equipment he had taken out from the game were still in the corner, just right for Xiaobai's dinner today. Tomorrow, he would take out some more from the game or find a steel factory to buy some iron to see if Xiaobai would eat it. I'm going to sleep now, you protect me. If any bad guys come in, just hit them, okay? Su Chen instructed Xiaobai before going to bed. Xiaobai nodded, understanding. Only then did Su Chen feel at ease and lie down to sleep. After Su Chen fell asleep, Xiaobai sat by the bed, gnawing on a bronze armor, making crisp, crunching sounds. In the dead of night, a figure in black stealthily entered Su Chen's villa. While searching, he found Su Chen's bedroom and felt fortunate that the door was not closed, saving him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He crouched at the doorway and saw Su Chen lying on the bed. Just as he was about to approach and eliminate Su Chen, a crunching sound made him stop in his tracks. Is there someone else in this room? The figure in black thought to himself. Following the source of the sound, he saw a large white bear sitting on the ground with its back to him, as if it were gnawing on something. What the hell? Where did this bear come from? The man in black was very surprised. How could a bear appear in such a desolate place, especially a white one? Crack! A crisp sound startled the man in black, and he glanced nervously at Su Chen, who was sleeping like a dead pig, showing no signs of waking up. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped this bear wouldn't disturb him. He could finish up quickly. The man in black took out a dagger and quietly approached Su Chen's bedside. He only needed one stab to end Su Chen's life without needing to worry about the white bear. The little white bear, who was gnawing on a bronze armor, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the man in black, who was stealthily approaching Su Chen. Seeing the little bear looking at him, the man in black immediately made a shushing gesture, unsure if the white bear could understand. Moreover, this white bear looked a bit like a panda, didn't it? The little bear was momentarily stunned. Remembering what its master had said before, to hit any bad guys that came in, it wondered if this man was a bad guy. The little bear crawled closer to the man in black, wanting to see if he was indeed a bad guy. The man in black was startled, thinking the white bear was going to attack him, and he instinctively lunged forward with the dagger towards the little bear. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out as the dagger grazed the little bear, producing a shower of sparks, but the little bear was completely unharmed, not even a single hair was cut. The little bear had mutated after coming out of the game. It fed on metal and had very high defense, making it impervious to ordinary blades. Realizing it was being attacked, the little bear immediately understood that this was a bad guy. Roar! Bam! The little bear let out an angry roar and slapped the man's face. The man in black was sent flying, knocked out cold in an instant. The strength of a bear is not something an ordinary person can withstand. The fact that he wasn't killed by that slap was a stroke of luck. The little bear looked at the man in black lying unconscious on the ground, poked him a bit, and, finding no response, returned to Su Chen's bedside to continue gnawing on the bronze armor. In the game, Su Chen was unaware of what was happening outside. At that moment, he was hurrying back to the Baiyu villa with Xiaoyan. The journey was not short, and at their speed, it would take at least half a day. Xiaoyan, you go back by yourself. I won't go with you. I have some things to take care of. Su Chen suddenly remembered something. Following Xiaoyan back would be too much of a waste of time. It would be better to farm some level 20 equipment and then teleport back in the evening. What is it? Do you need my help? Xiaoyan asked kindly. Having known Su Chen for a long time, they had developed a brotherly bond, and Xiaoyan was more than willing to help. No need, it's not a big deal. Su Chen shook his head, declining Xiaoyan's kindness. Alright, be careful. Xiaoyan had no choice but to set off alone. On the way back to Baiyu villa, Su Chen then retraced his steps to find Bubong Meng to accept a dungeon quest. Dungeons were the tasks with the highest equipment drop rates, and if one wanted to farm equipment, they almost always had to run dungeons. Su Chen found Bubong Meng and directly accepted the dungeon quest. Now that Su Chen was already level 19, he was definitely going to take on a level 20 dungeon. Dungeon quest: Fire Cloud Cave, please. Proceed to the Fire Cloud Cave to eliminate the monster Fire Cloud real person within. Su Chen teleported directly to the quest location, which was still a light curtain. He stepped into it and arrived in another space facing an entrance with the words Fire Cloud Cave written above. Chen knew this dungeon had no minor monsters, only 2 elite monsters and 1 boss. This dungeon was the preferred place for many players to farm equipment at their level cap, as both the boss and elite monsters had a chance to drop gear and the absence of pesky minor monsters made it the best spot for farming equipment. Chen entered the Fire Cloud Cave, which was quite deep, and before long he encountered the 2 elite monsters. 2 monsters with chicken heads. Chicken essence level, 20 health, 2500/2500. The 2 chicken essences had the same attributes, and Chen couldn't help but want to complain about the name. He wondered if the game developers did it on purpose. As soon as the 2 monsters spotted Chen, they charged at him. Chen noticed that the game world was gradually becoming more real, but the dungeon remained unchanged, just like the game. Thunderous strike. Chen immediately unleashed a blade of energy, hitting both chicken essences and putting them into a paralyzed state. He quickly rushed forward and struck one of the chicken essences on the head. Its health dropped by more than half. With 1 skill and a critical hit, the damage exceeded 1500. At that moment, the chicken essence recovered from its paralysis. The instant it woke up, it swiped at Chen, who narrowly dodged. Taking advantage of its attack gap, Chen slashed down again, causing the chicken essence to lose a significant amount of health. With 1 more hit, he could take it down. The chicken essence swiped at Chen again, but this time he didn't dodge and took the hit. Minus 256/200 damage wasn't much to Chen, and with his final strike, he took down that chicken essence. The chicken essence fell to the ground, dead, but nothing dropped. The other chicken essence also left a claw mark on Chen, dealing him over 200 damage again. Breaking the army. Chen used a skill and clashed with the chicken essence. Its attack didn't interrupt his skill, but he managed to knock the chicken essence to the ground with a single slash. Seizing the opportunity while the chicken essence was down and unable to counterattack, Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes. The chicken essence's health plummeted, reaching 0 before it could stand up. A blue light flashed, and an item appeared beneath the chicken essence. Qinghong Sword, blue, level, 20 unidentified. Another unidentified item, and Chen was overjoyed. As expected, this was the dungeon with the highest drop rate for level 20, an elite monster could drop an unidentified item. After defeating the 2 elite monsters, Chen's health was instantly restored to full with the help of the blood pool, bringing him back to peak condition. This is the benefit of spending money. Without the blood pool, Chen would have to use potions to recover slowly, which would waste a lot of time. Once fully restored, Chen headed deeper in search of Fire Cloud Real Person. Not long after, he reached the end and encountered Fire Cloud Real Person. A humanoid monster with a disgusting tumor on its chin appeared before Chen. Having experienced the storyline, Chen knew that this Fire Cloud Real Person was actually a fire chicken essence, its true form being a turkey. Upon spotting Chen, Fire Cloud Real Person attacked without hesitation. With arms wide open, flames suddenly erupted around, and a layer of fire enveloped Fire Cloud Real Person. Chen's health began to decrease at a rate of 1 point per second. At this pace, if Fire Cloud Real Person did nothing, Chen would be dead in 20 minutes. Therefore, he had to defeat the opponent within that time. Fire Cloud Real Person, boss, level 20. Health 5000. With 5000 health points, Chen would need to land about 10 strikes. Although it seemed easy, he also had to dodge multiple attacks during the process, as his current defense couldn't ignore the damage from a level 20 boss. Fire Cloud Real Person spread its arms, floating in midair, and instantly charged towards Chen, raising its right hand to grab him. Breaking the army. Chen chose to withstand the attack with his skill. Fire Cloud Real Person's hand grasped him, but due to the skill's invulnerability effect, it didn't interrupt his skill, allowing Chen to deliver a slash to Fire Cloud Real Person's head. Minus 1810. A red damage number floated up. The skill combined with the critical hit doubled the damage, allowing Chen to deal 1800 damage in one blow. This is not over yet. Immediately, taking advantage of the berserk body still being active, Chen unleashed another skill, targeting the opponent's head once more. Thunderous strike. Minus 1810. Another damage of 1800, and the Fire Cloud Real Person fell into a brief paralysis. Chen struck again, aiming for the same spot. Minus 1040. The Fire Cloud Real Person's health had plummeted under Chen's continuous assault, leaving him with less than 400 health. Chen had only been hit once by the Fire Cloud Real Person, losing over 400 health. As the Fire Cloud Real Person recovered from the paralysis, flames began to gather around him, indicating that his health had dropped below 10%, and he was about to unleash a finishing move. Chen wouldn't give him that chance. He slashed down, and the Fire Cloud Real Person's health instantly hit 0. Another flash of blue light appeared, and Chen received a new item. Evil Repelling Jade, blue, level, 20 intelligence plus 22 strength plus 20 defense increased by 15%. Although it wasn't an unidentified blue item, it had 3 attributes, which was already the limit for a regular blue item, so it was quite good. After completing the quest, Chen returned to Bangmang to submit the task and gain experience, then took on the quest again. By the end of the day, Su Chen had completed 10 dungeon tasks, leveling up to level 21, and had gathered a full set of decent blue gear. After spending money to identify everything, Su Chen turned them into attribute gear, opting not to make a set, realizing that sets weren't cost-effective. It was better to focus on attribute gear. For insurance, avoiding the gamble of attribute quality. Lion's helmet physical, plus 8 level, 20 strength plus 22, plus 64, speed plus 20, plus 60, defense plus 30, plus 88, defense. Increased by 30% physical attack plus 60 bright silver lion armor physical, plus 8 level, 20 constitution plus 22, plus 64, strength plus 20, plus 60, all attributes plus 10, plus 30. Defense plus 30, plus 88 physical attack plus 60 swallow feather boots physical, plus 8 level, 20 speed plus 20, plus 60, intelligence plus 20, plus 60, strength plus 20, plus 60, speed increased by 50% while running physical attack plus 60 Qinghong sword physical, plus 8 level, 20 damage, 65 to 80 plus 520, speed plus 20 plus 60, strength plus 22 plus 64 fire attribute. Attack, adds 30% fire attribute damage, has a chance to trigger bleeding when dealing damage. Physical attack plus 60 evil repelling jade pink plus 8 level, 20. Intelligence plus 22, plus 64, strength plus 20, plus 60, defense increased by 15% increases attribute damage by 30%. 7 colored ring pink plus 8 level, 20 speed plus 20, plus 60, strength plus 20, plus 60, all attributes plus 12, plus 34, immunity to 25% fire damage after equipping this set of level 20 gear. Su Chen's health didn't change much, but his damage skyrocketed, going from less than 400 to a direct rise to 862. Considering the fire attribute damage from the weapon, it broke 1,000. His defense also increased to nearly 500 points. It was incredible. Su Chen estimated that he could take down the fire cloud real person with just 2 skills now. Su Chen still had plenty of gear left. He planned to use what he could and give the rest to Xiao Bai. He could keep the forged blade, it might come in handy later, along with the warm jade bracelet and the ice jade, 1 pendant and 1 bracelet. Su Chen wasn't sure how many accessories he could carry in reality, so he decided to take them out first. As for the armor and such, he wouldn't need them. Wearing them in reality would make him look insane, and there was no way to hide them. Better to feed them to Xiao Bai. Upon returning to reality, Su Chen immediately noticed the figure in black lying on the ground. He glanced at Xiao Bai, who looked back at him with an innocent expression. Su Chen sighed, stepped forward to check the man's breath, and found he was still alive. Before the man woke up, Su Chen tied him up with rope. A basin of cold water splashed down, and the man in black immediately regained consciousness. "Who sent you?" Su Chen asked him. The man in black glanced at Su Chen, then at the little white dog behind him. Looking somewhat alarmed, the man in black remained silent. "Actually, even if you don't say, I can guess it was the Yi family who sent you," Su Chen thought to himself, already suspecting that someone from the Yi family had come to kill him. The man in black raised an eyebrow. "That's your guess. I never said anything," he replied. If he revealed that the Yi family hadn't sent him back, he could very well be executed for betraying them. But since it was Su Chen's guess, that was no longer his concern. "Heh, you're quite clever," Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Although he hadn't explicitly stated that the Yi family sent him, that statement confirmed his acknowledgement. He then called Su Dongxing. "Hello, Uncle Su, the Yi family sent an assassin to infiltrate my room last night, and I caught him. What do you think we should do?" Su Chen asked Su Dongxing. Although he had killed before, the situation was different now, so it was better to leave the decision to Su Dongxing. "Wait for me." Su Dongxing quickly arrived at Su Chen's house. Before this, Su Chen had already hidden the little white dog. It was better for fewer people to know about its existence. "It's him." Su Chen pointed to the man in black tied to the chair and said to Su Dongxing, Leave it to me." Su Dongxing said nothing more and directly took the man in black away. After leaving Su Chen's place, Su Dongxing took the anxious man in black straight to the Yi family's residence in the new city. Upon arriving at the Yi family, Su Dongxing threw the man in black into the main living room. "Give me an explanation." Su Dongxing coldly addressed the Yi family members present. Yi Xingyan, who was among them, turned pale upon seeing the man in black. "What do you mean by this?" He forced himself to stand up and ask Su Dongxing. "Don't play dumb. Is the Yi family just a coward that dares to act but not to take responsibility?" Su Dongxing said coldly, glaring at Yi Xingyan. "Su Dongsheng, don't speak nonsense. You barged into my Yi family. Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the Su and Yi families?" Yi Xingyan replied coldly. "Kid, who sent you? To kill Su Chen?" Su Dongxing looked down at the man in black lying on the ground and asked. The man in black glanced at Su Dongsheng, then at Yi Xingyan. Yi Xingyan's gaze turned icy, causing the man in black to shiver. "And no one sent me. I wanted to kill him myself," the man in black said, lowering his head. Su Dongxing wasn't surprised. If the man in black had directly admitted it, he would have found that strange. "You heard that? This has nothing to do with our Yi family. Out of respect for the Su family, I won't hold you accountable for trespassing into the Yi family's residence today, Yi Jinyan said. Softly. He wanted to quickly send Su Dongsheng, the Grim Reaper, away. As long as Su Dongsheng was in the Yi family for even a minute, he wouldn't feel at ease. Who would have thought that this waste could actually get caught while trying to kill someone? No rush, since you're not from the Yi family, I'll handle it myself. I can only kill you now, Su Dongsheng said, casting a cold glance at the man in black, his eyes filled with murderous intent, making the man in black feel a chill run down his spine. Su Dongsheng struck out with his palm, a surge of true energy shot from his hand, directly hitting the man in black's calf, which exploded like it had been bombed. Ah! The man in black let out a piercing scream. Oh, sorry, I missed. I promise the next strike will hit your head, ensuring you die without any pain, Su Dongsheng said somewhat apologetically to the man in black. Second elder, save me. The man in black immediately cried out to Yi Jinyan in fear. He was afraid of dying, but he was even more afraid of dying a miserable death. Su Dongsheng's methods were far more brutal than those of the second elder. TSK. It seems this really does involve your Yi family. How do you explain that, elder? Second? Su Dongsheng clicked his tongue, shaking his head as he looked pointedly at Yi Jinyan, curious to see how he would wriggle out of this one. This person dares to slander my Yi family, seeking death. Yi Jinyan's eyes hardened as he stepped forward and shattered the black-clad man's heart with a single palm strike. The black-clad man stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open in death. Yi Jinyan was indeed ruthless. To avoid implicating the Yi family, he dealt harshly with his own kin. Since you've already cleaned up your house, let's call it a day. But if there's a next time, I will definitely not let it go. Su Dongsheng couldn't push Yi Jinyan too hard, as forcing him into a corner would do them no good either. Yi Jinyan watched Su Dongsheng leave. The reason he was so brutal with his own family was because of Su Dongsheng's strength. His vital energy was at least at the Kaiyang realm. Such power was beyond his ability to contend with. Even his brother would likely only be evenly matched with Su Dongsheng. It seemed that with Su Chen under Su Dongsheng's protection, there was no way to deal with him for now. Su Chen left the equipment he brought from the game for Xiao Bai as rations, while he drove to the steel market. He bought various mainstream models of steel available in the market, and to his surprise, he ended up with a small truckload of steel. Fortunately, the owner was enthusiastic and delivered the goods to Su Chen's door. It couldn't be said that the owner was just being friendly. Su Chen had spent tens of thousands. He purchased all kinds of commonly found steel, including precious high-carbon steel, gear steel, spring steel, and more. He gathered so much steel to see if Xiao Bai would eat these materials in reality. Su Chen had the driver unload the steel in the yard, and it wasn't until late at night when everything was quiet that he let Xiao Bai out. Xiao Bai looked at the mountain of various metals without much reaction. He circled around the pile of steel, sniffed at it, and then began scratching through the pile with his claws. Soon, he dug out a steel plate and hugged it, crunching away at it. Su Chen took a look. It was a tungsten plate, priced at several hundred per pound, and he immediately felt emo. Xiao Bai, you really know how to eat. This was the most expensive type of steel among all that Su Chen had bought, costing hundreds per kilogram, and Xiao Bai needed to eat several pounds a day, which would amount to several thousand at the very least. His money was truly not enough. However, having found a source of food for Xiao Bai, he no longer needed to worry. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, Su Chen's phone rang. He saw it was a call from Su Yutong. It was already 6 or 7 in the evening. Why was she calling? Su Chen was puzzled. Su Yutong knew he wouldn't answer calls at night. No matter how important the call was, he wouldn't pick up, and Su Yutong had come to accept this as his habit. If there was nothing urgent, she wouldn't call him at this time. Hello? What's up? Su Chen answered the call. Wait a moment, my cousin Tingyin and I are going out to eat. Are you coming? Su Yutong asked Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a moment. He needed a large amount of funds, not only to buy food for Xiao Bai but also to purchase attribute pills to enhance his strength. It was a good opportunity to ask how much money the two of them could come up with from their company. Su Chen arrived at Su Yutong's house, drove her to pick up Dongfang Tingyin at her apartment. Su Chen, what are you hiding from me? On the way, Su Yutong sat in the passenger seat, eyeing Su Chen suspiciously. I'm not hiding anything from you. Why do you ask? Su Chen replied, puzzled. In fact, Su Yutong knew the most about Su Chen's secrets, for instance, those props of his, besides Su Chen. The only other person who had used them was Su Yutong. Then why are you and my dad in Su Bei acting all mysterious? My mom is helping you cover up. You must be hiding something from me. Speak, otherwise I'll have Tingyin beat you up later. She's really something, Su Yutong threatened Su Chen. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Didn't he know what Dongfang Tingyin was like? Perhaps he had only shown a bit of his martial prowess in front of Su Yutong, but if he truly revealed everything, it would definitely leave her jaw on the floor. Actually, it's nothing much. Do you remember what we went through in Myanmar? Su Chen thought for a moment and said. He had promised Su Dongsheng not to tell Su Yutong about the ancient martial artists, so he planned to explain in another way. Su Yutong nodded, but experience was still fresh in her memory. It wasn't just because they had escaped with their lives, but also because of the incredible power Su Chen had displayed in front of her. Actually, there are superpowered individuals in this world, and I am one of them. Your dad knows I'm a superpowered individual, so he didn't want me to get involved with you, which is why he didn't tell you, Su Chen said. He had previously shown extraordinary power in front of Su Yutong, so explaining it this way would make it easier for her to accept. Oh, so that's what it is. I guessed it a long time ago, Su Yutong said, feeling a bit bored. If a secret that everyone else knew was something you already knew, then when you learned the truth, it would feel like nothing special. Alright, we've arrived. Su Chen didn't delve deeper into the matter with Su Yutong to avoid revealing any flaws, and just then they reached the entrance of the Confronting community. I'll call her. Su Yutong indeed didn't ask Su Chen any more questions about superpowered individuals and instead called Confronting. Soon, Confronting walked out of the community, got into the car, and the three of them headed to a barbecue place. These three boss-level figures surprisingly didn't go to a high-end hotel but instead came to a small barbecue joint. This is a place we used to eat it often, but it changed owners later. The taste is different now, but it's still pretty good, Su Yutong explained to Su Chen. When Confronting was in Xinjiang, Su Yutong and she often came here to eat, but so much time had passed that the owner had long since changed. However, they had gotten used to it. Even if the taste was a bit off, they were still willing to come here to eat. Yeah, it's not bad, Su Chen said, taking a bite of the lamb skewer, which was tender and delicious, with a good taste and texture. Yutong, how much money can the company come up with right now? Su Chen asked Su Yutong. The lab just developed a new product and the factory is processing it, so we can't come up with too much funding. Do you need money? Su Yutong explained. The situation at Tongya Daily Chemicals was special. It hadn't started to explode yet, and Su Chen understood. If you need money, Hongfan Jewelry can come up with around 50 million without affecting cash flow, Dongfang said from the side. Hongfan Jewelry had been developing well recently, and under Dongfang Tingjian's leadership, it was progressing smoothly and was preparing to expand the market and launch television ads. Alright, whatever amount you can come up with without affecting the company's operations, just transfer it to my card. I have an urgent need, Su Chen nodded. 50 million would be enough for him for 2 days. Xiaobai wouldn't need much, mainly it was the attribute pills, which were too expensive, 1 million each. So 50 million would only buy 50 of them. I'll try to transfer 10 million from Tongya to you. If that's not enough, I'll think of another way, Su Yutong said seriously, thinking Su Chen must be in some trouble, otherwise he wouldn't need so much money. Ha, bragging without looking at the situation. 50 million? You guys together wouldn't even have 5,000 to burn. An untimely voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Su Chen turned around to see a group of shirtless men sitting at a table behind them, looking at Su Chen and the others with mocking expressions, occasionally bursting into laughter. What are you looking at? One of the burly fat men glared at Su Chen and said, What's your problem? It's nothing, big brother. I'm just checking if my dog has run away. The leash is outside, but it seems to have escaped and is biting people everywhere. I can't keep this dog. I'll send it to the slaughterhouse tomorrow, Su Chen said apologetically to the group. The others thought Su Chen was backing down, but the more they listened, the more they felt something was off. Are you calling me names? The fat man suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and pointed at Su Chen angrily. Our dog is quite clever, Su Chen said with a smile to Su Yutong. Su Yutong almost burst out laughing. Su Chen's words were too sharp, a roundabout way of insulting someone. You're looking for death. The fat man was enraged by Su Chen's words and stood up, ready to come over and hit him. The surrounding customers immediately stood up, in fright, moving far away, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Just as Su Chen was about to rise and teach these thugs a lesson, Dongfang stopped him. I'll handle this, Dongfang said, feeling a bit down these days due to family matters, and decided to take it out on these guys. Su Chen didn't insist. He knew Dongfang was a martial artist and didn't need to worry about her safety. Dongfang stood up and flexed her fingers. Little girl, don't seek death, get lost. The fat man was somewhat gentlemanly and didn't plan to hit Dongfang, but she was no lady. Dongfang threw a punch that landed squarely on the fat man's nose, causing blood to gush out immediately. The fat man touched his nose, saw the blood on his hand, and became furious. Kill them for me. The fat man commanded his lackeys to attack. The few shirtless lackeys rushed forward. Humph. Dongfang scoffed disdainfully. She grabbed one person's fist and twisted it hard. Due to the joint issue, the man cried out in pain as he turned sideways, and Dongfang kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. The remaining few were no match for her. Dongfang charged in, combining punches and kicks, and soon all of them were on the ground, unable to get up. The fat man's legs trembled. He hadn't expected this woman to be so powerful. I'm sorry. The fat man's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground, begging Dongfang for mercy. Get lost. Dongfang coldly snorted. The fat man felt as if he had received a great reprieve, immediately scrambling to his feet and running away, leaving his fallen lackeys behind. Such a buzzkill. Dongfang was still not satisfied. Su Chen, let's find a place to spar. Dongfang Tingyin suddenly said. Ah? Su Chen looked at Dongfang Tingyin as if she were crazy. Was she out of her mind? What do you mean ah? I'm serious. I don't know your strength, so let's have a spar. Otherwise, I'll ruin your company tomorrow. Dongfang Tingyin said softly. Su Chen looked at Su Yutong with a face full of disbelief. Look at the manager you found for me. Is this really a manager? It's like inviting an ancestor. Su Yutong stuck out her tongue apologetically. Alright, where to? Su Chen had no choice but to compromise. Having just eaten, he considered it a post-meal workout. Boss, check please. Su Chen called the boss over to settle the bill and also compensated for the damage caused during the fight. Su Chen accompanied Dongfang Tingyin to a spot under a bridge where it was sparsely populated and spacious, a good place for a duel. Unlike the Yi family, who had a venue, they could only spar here. The two stood facing each other, with Su Yutong watching from a distance. The competition is about to start. Today will serve as a test of your strength, Dongfang Tingyin said. Although she didn't plan to participate in the competition, she was aware of the related news and thought it would be a good opportunity to see if Su Chen had any hope of securing a spot in the competition. If not, it would be better to withdraw early to avoid embarrassment later. Come on, Su. Chen beckoned to Dongfang Tingyin with a finger. He wasn't very clear on the main strength of this competition and wondered if he could learn anything through Dongfang Tingyin. In an instant, Dongfang Tingyin charged towards Su Chen, using her palm like a knife, striking at him with her blade techniques. So fast. Su Chen was secretly astonished by Dongfang Tingyi's speed. Even he might not be able to keep up, and he had the enhancement of martial arts techniques. No wonder Gong Wentao wanted to recruit Dongfang Tingyin. Her strength was indeed formidable. Su Chen quickly dodged backward to avoid her palm strike. He had no formal techniques. All his combat methods came from his experience fighting monsters in the game, so he was relying on instinct to battle. Dongfang Tingyin. When Dongfang Tingyi's palm struck Su Chen's shoulder, he found that fighting her solely with his martial artist level was indeed not enough. Dongfang Tingyin frowned slightly, feeling as if she had struck a rock. Su Chen's body was so hard. The physique Su Chen gained from consuming attribute pills was comprehensive, enhancing his strength, speed, and physical defense. A normal martial artist at the same level would probably be howling in pain after taking a palm strike from Dongfang Tingyin. However, Su Chen not only remained unscathed but also seized the opportunity while she was momentarily distracted to counterattack, throwing a punch at her shoulder. Both of them deliberately avoided targeting vital points, only attacking non-lethal areas like the shoulders. Dongfang Tingyin let out a muffled grunt and immediately stepped back several paces, feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder. Dongfang Tingyin was fast and powerful, but there was one thing she lacked: defense. While others could withstand 3 punches from a martial artist of the same level without issue, she could only endure 2. No more, no more. Dongfang Tingyin waved her hand to stop. She hit Su Chen, and he was fine. When he hit her, she felt pain. What was the point of continuing? Su Chen shook his head regretfully. He wasn't done having fun yet. So impressive. Although neither of them was fully satisfied, Su Yutong was thrilled, watching the two exchange rapid punches and kicks, which left her dazzled. Cousin, can you teach me? Su Yutong pouted at Dongfang Tingyin. She suddenly thought that being skilled in martial arts was so cool. Her cousin's moves were just too stylish. No way, the martial arts of my sect cannot be taught to outsiders, Dongfang Tingyin flatly refused. It wasn't that she didn't want to teach, but her aunt forbade it. Both her aunt and uncle were unwilling to let Su Yutong step into the world of ancient martial arts, so they had been concealing family matters from her. For this reason, her aunt and uncle hadn't returned to the family for 20 years. Moreover, when explaining her martial arts to Su Yutong, she only mentioned that she had a master without revealing any family secrets. Alright then, Su Yutong turned to Su Chen, thinking that if her cousin wouldn't teach her, surely Su Chen would. I forgot I still need to collect my clothes at home. I have to go back now. Su Chen suddenly pretended to be deaf and dumb, escaping the scene like the wind. Su Chen! Su Yutong shouted angrily at him from behind. In the next 2 days, Su Chen focused on completing sect tasks in the game to accumulate contribution points, and then he bought attribute points to bring into reality. During these 2 days, Su Chen had already brought out 40 attribute pills, but he hadn't had the chance to consume them yet. Su Chen, the competition for slots has begun, Su Dongsheng informed Su Chen of the significant news. The competition had finally started. Su Chen consumed all the attribute pills he had saved over the past 2 days in one go, and the true chi in his dantian swelled from the size of an egg to that of a fist. Although the change wasn't drastic, Su Chen could feel that he was significantly stronger than before. Where is the venue? Su Chen went to Su Yutong's house and asked Su Bei and Su Dongsheng. At the top of Tianping Mountain. I'll go with you, let's go. Su Dongsheng planned to accompany the two to Taiping Mountain. Although he wasn't participating in the competition, he felt uneasy without anyone following them. What if Su Chen and the others were bullied? The 3 of them drove to the foot of Taiping Mountain. The mountain road above was impassable by car, so they would have to walk up from here, but this posed no difficulty for Marshall. artists. They parked the car and started walking up the mountain, but they had not gone far when they saw a horizontal line drawn on the path with an old man standing in front of it. Please stop, gentlemen, the old man blocked their way. Are you here to participate in the contest? He asked the three of them. Indeed, but what does this mean? Su Dongsheng looked at the old man in confusion. Crossing this line means the contest officially begins. I kindly ask the elder to rest aside for a moment and wait for the contest to conclude, the old man said to Su Dongsheng. Clearly, among the three, Su Dongsheng did not look like a young man, and this statement was directed at him. May I ask what the rules of the contest are? Su Chen had listened for a while but still could not figure out what kind of contest this was. It officially begins after you ascend the mountain. During this time, you can choose to give up. If you give up, someone will take you down the mountain. The contest ends when only 20 people remain on the mountain, the old man explained to Su Chen. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This rule was quite cruel. The rules only included the conditions of giving up or winning, meaning that during the contest any means were permitted. You could team up with others to eliminate competitors or hide until the end. Who the hell made these rules? Su Dongsheng couldn't help but curse. This rule was ridiculous and utterly unfair. The rule maker is none other than myself. Do you have any objections? The old man looked at Su Dongsheng with a stern expression, a fierce aura emanating from him that made Su Dongsheng feel slightly breathless. May I ask who you are, senior? Su Dongsheng immediately asked seriously. I am an old man from the Qingyan sword sect, known in the martial world as the sword slave. Hearing the term sword slave, Su Dongsheng's spirit jolted. I did not know it was the sword slave senior. I hope you can forgive my offense, Su Dongsheng said, cupping his hands in respect to the old man. No harm done. You must be Su Dongsheng, right? With the title of Mad Dragon, a bit of arrogance is understandable. The old man did not hold a grudge against Su Dongsheng. Third uncle, who is this? Su Bei asked Su Dongsheng in confusion about who the sword slave was. The sword slave has been renowned for 40 years, with sword techniques that are extraordinary. By middle age, he had already mastered the essence of sword intent, and in recent years he has even used his body as a sword, refining his physique with sword intent. His strength is terrifying, Su Dongsheng explained to the two, thinking it best to clarify the strength of such a senior to avoid any potential conflict. Su Chen and Su Bei were immediately astonished. Wasn't this old man's strength invincible in the world? To use one's body as a sword and refine one's physique with sword intent, could an ordinary person even conceive of that? You two should hurry up the mountain. I'll wait for you here, Su Dongsheng said to them. Crossing the horizontal line on the mountain path meant they had officially entered the contest. After the two ascended the mountain, they did not find anyone else, but that did not mean there was no one on the mountain. Others were either hiding at this moment or lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps waiting for their prey to appear. Those participating in this contest were either scions of noble families or disciples of sects, with friction between families and rivalries between sections. What should we do? Su Bei asked Su Chen. Let's find a place to hide and conserve our strength for now. Su Chen also felt that this was not the time to compete. It would be best to wait until most people had been eliminated before coming out. But where can we hide? Su Bei looked around the bare mountaintop and said, aside from some bushes, there were hardly any trees on this mountain. Su Chen wanted to say, I could actually go home and sleep, but you can't. I'm here because of you. Forget it, let's just sit here. Su Chen was too lazy to hide and decided to stay on the mountaintop, waiting for others to arrive. It's not that Su Chen is arrogant, it's just that he can ensure he is always in peak condition. Previously, Su Chen had used the mana pool, which in reality allows him to quickly replenish his true energy after leaving a fight. So Su Chen isn't worried. As long as he has time, he can take on all the competitors one by one. Just sitting here? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Su Bei said, sitting next to Su Chen. If young people aren't arrogant, what are they? Su Bei was taken aback and then laughed. Su Chen was right. Back in the day, his third uncle earned the title of Mad Dragon for the same reason. If they aren't arrogant, can they still be called young? Su Bei felt justified sitting on the mountaintop with Su Chen, chatting occasionally while waiting for someone to come up. The sect masters, observing from the shadows, became interested in the actions of the two. These two kids are quite interesting, said a Taoist in a green robe with a wooden hairpin, intrigued by them. While others were hiding and looking for opportunities, these two were sitting openly on the mountaintop, truly youthful and vigorous. I heard these two are from the Su family in Jin City. The Su family has been hidden for so many years, and their sudden appearance is because of the ancient inheritance? What does it matter why? Our goal is the ancient inheritance. Right now, no one knows the truth about it except us. Can this Su family really turn the tide? Another old man with a small mustache said with a sneer. It's better to be cautious. If something unexpected happens, all our efforts will be in vain. The Taoist remained prudent, allowing no room for error. While the old men were discussing, a young man climbed to the mountaintop. Su Chen was taken aback. It was an old acquaintance. It was Yi Xingyun from the Yi family. But Yi Xingyun didn't come alone. He was followed by Gong Wentao and Yang Zhen, who had previously tried to win over Su Chen but chose to collaborate with Yi Xingyun instead. Yi Xingyun was visibly startled upon seeing Su Chen and Su Bei. "Hi," Su Chen smiled and waved at them. Yi Xingyun looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant, as he had to admit he was no match for Su Chen. Gong Wentao was also somewhat worried. Although he had no conflict with Su Chen, the clash between Yi Xingyun and Su Chen was significant, and who knew if Su Chen would take it out on him. "Brother Su," Gong Wentao called out to Su Chen, signaling friendliness, hoping that if a fight broke out later, Su Chen would spare him for their previous connection. "What do you want?" Yi Xingyun was very cautious towards Su Chen. "Don't be so tense. If you give up, I can't do anything to you," Su Chen said calmly. Yi Xingyun's heart sank. The implication of Su Chen's words was clearly pressuring him to withdraw from the competition. "Su Chen, don't go too far. There are 20 spots. I might not even affect your spot. Besides, there are 3 of us, and you only have 2. If it comes to a real fight, you might not be our match," Yi Xingyun said uncertainly. "Since that's the case, let's give it a try." Su Chen seized the moment when there were fewer people to eliminate Yi Xingyun as a threat. Su Chen stood up, and Su Bei followed suit, walking towards the 3. Su Bei was now following Su Chen's lead. Whatever Su Chen wanted to do, he would do it, as Su Chen's strength was undeniable. "Brother Su, we aren't with him, don't misunderstand," Gong Wentao immediately distanced himself from Yi Xingyun to avoid being implicated. Yang Zhen had never seen Su Chen's strength, but he was smart. Seeing Gong Wentao willing to offend Yi Xingyun rather than stand against Su Chen, he quickly understood that Su Chen's strength was definitely overwhelming. So he wisely chose to remain silent and stand with Gong Wentao. "You guys?" Yi Xingyun was furious, his beard bristling in anger at these 2 fence-sitters. "Then why aren't you leaving? If there's nothing going on, don't come up to the mountaintop," Su Chen said to Gong Wentao, showing no intention of making things difficult for him. Gong Wentao and Yang Zhen were merely hidden origin realm martial artists, posing no threat. Su Chen was not afraid of what kind of storm they could stir up. "Leave a way out for future encounters, don't go too far," Yi Xingyun said cautiously, looking at Su Chen, instinctively taking a step back, feeling somewhat intimidated in front of him. He still vividly remembered the terrifying flames that had erupted from Su Chen's hands that day. "I've given you face, as long as you choose to give up, you can leave," Su Chen shrugged, making it clear. Why did it seem like he was being unreasonable? Yi Xingyun's face turned ashen. He absolutely refused to let him leave like this. "You 2 ganging up on me is a bit too much, isn't it?" Yi Xingyun changed his approach, starting to accuse Su Chen of bullying him with numbers. "Ha!" Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. When Gong Wentao and the others were here, why didn't he mention bullying with numbers? If we're talking about shamelessness, your Yi family is truly shameless. "I'm done talking, you have 3 seconds to decide." Su Chen was no longer interested in entangling with Yi Xingyun. Either give up quickly or he would take action. 3, 2. Yi Xingyun furrowed his brows tightly, feeling utterly helpless. He definitely couldn't win against Su Chen and the other 2. Just as he was about to announce his surrender, a mocking voice came from behind him. "What's wrong, young master? Yi, have you become so cowardly after just a few days?" Yi Xingyun's heart leaped with joy upon hearing that voice. "Su Tianming, you finally arrived." The newcomer was a young man about Yi Xingyun's age, with a handsome appearance and tall stature, easily fitting the young fresh meat category in the entertainment industry. "Aren't you going to introduce these 2 esteemed guests? Even our young master Yi seems at a loss." Su Tianming walked over and asked Yi Xingyun. "Su Xiao, they are from the Su family," Yi Xingyun said, as if he had found a strong ally. "So it's the Su family, I've long heard of you," Su Tianming said to Su Chen. And the others with a sudden realization. "Who are you?" Su Chen looked at Su Tianming with curiosity, unsure of who the sudden newcomer was. "Oh, I'm from the Su family in the capital, Su Tianming." Su Tianming introduced himself with a smile. In the past few days, Su Dongsheng had thoroughly briefed Su Chen on the family power dynamics. The Su family in the capital was a top-tier ancient martial arts family. If the Yi family was a first-class family, then the Su family was a top family, the largest force in the ancient martial arts world in the capital. Among the 4 great families of the capital, the Su family was one of them, alongside the Zhang family, the Dongfang family, and the Nangong family. "Su Xiao, it seems that this Su Chen has a connection with Dongfang Tingyin." Yi Xingyun's eyes turned, recalling what Gong Wentao had told him about Su Chen, and suddenly came up with a plan, whispering to Su Tianming. Su Tianming's expression turned cold. "Do you know Dongfang Tingyin?" Su Tianming asked Su Chen. With a blank expression, Su Chen frowned, unsure why Su Tianming suddenly brought up Dongfang Tingyin, but he couldn't discern Su Tianming's thoughts, not even sensing whether he was happy or angry. "I know her, what's it to you?" Su Chen nodded, admitting it without hesitation. "What is your relationship with her?" Su Tianming continued to ask. "What does that have to do with you?" Su Chen was becoming impatient. Su Tianming's attitude was quite displeasing to him. Why should he answer him? "Su Xiao, Gong Wentao, said that when they invited Confronting, she brought this Su Chen along, and at that time, they didn't know he was from the Su family. I think their relationship must be quite deep. Yi Xingyun continued to stoke the fire beside Su Tianming. Sure. Enough. Su Tianming's expression grew even colder. Do you know my relationship with Confronting? Su Tianming asked Su Chen. Indifferently. How would I know? Are you her husband? Su Chen replied with a smile. You're right, I am her husband. To Su Chen's astonishment, Su Tianming actually confirmed it right after his joke. She got married? No way, she never mentioned it. Su Chen had a face full of question marks. When did Confronting get married? She didn't seem like someone who had ever been married. I am her fiancé. She ran away from the capital a while ago and came to the new city. Turns out she was looking for you. I thought she didn't want to marry me because she was keeping a little white face. Su Tianming's tone grew colder and darker, as if he was suppressing the anger within him. Su Chen instantly understood. He seemed to recall Gong Wentao and the others mentioning that Confronting had a fiancé with the surname Su. Oh, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with Confronting. I'm just her boss, Su Chen quickly explained, not wanting to be misunderstood as someone else's lover. Boss? Are you kidding me? Su Tianming could hardly believe Su Chen's words. How could the eldest daughter of one of the 4 great families in the capital, with a fortune at her disposal, choose to work for someone? No one would believe that. Su Tianming immediately erupted, exuding a chilling aura as he charged towards Su Chen. With each step Su Tianming took, a layer of frost covered the ground, and a faint coldness radiated from him, his hands becoming crystal clear, resembling ice. Ice palm. Su Chen never expected this guy would attack so suddenly. He quickly retreated, enveloping himself in a thick mist that rapidly shrouded the surrounding area, covering the entire mountaintop in fog. Su Tianming was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Su Chen was also an ability user. Indeed, his ice powers were classified as an ability, and when combined with the Su family's inherited technique, Ice Palm, it was a perfect match, greatly enhancing its power. The combination propelled him to become the top young figure among the 4 great families in the capital. Ability users can unleash strength beyond their realm when paired with corresponding techniques, and Su Tianming was one such example. Although he was only at the enlightenment stage, he could exert power close to the radiant stage. Running and hiding is no skill. Come out. Su Tianming warily scanned his surroundings, knowing that in this environment, it was easy to be ambushed. Suddenly, he sensed a presence approaching from his right. Su Chen charged at Su Tianming, engulfed in a large ball of flames. Su Tianming quickly reacted, releasing a surge of cold air from his palm to meet the incoming flames. The clash of ice and fire surprisingly cancelled each other out, leaving a large amount of steam rising from the point of impact. Having failed with his attack, Su Chen immediately rolled back and disappeared into the mist. This Su Tianming was indeed difficult to deal with. Not only was he vigilant, but his strength was also on par with Su Chen's. Without using his trump card, it wouldn't be easy for Su Chen to win. However, Su Chen still held the advantage. Su Tianming's vision was restricted, while he remained unaffected. If I can't kill you, then I'll just annoy you to death. Su Chen thought of a mischievous idea and let out a series of strange laughs. Hey, Begu! Su Chen found Su Bei, who was also trapped in the mist. Su Chen, your mist ability has gotten stronger, Su Bei said enviously. Last time, Su Chen's ability could only cover an area the size of a ring, but now it nearly enveloped the entire mountaintop. He hadn't paid attention and ended up trapped inside. Take these stones and throw them in that direction. Su Chen gathered a pile of stones and tossed them at Su Bei's feet, pointing him towards Su Tianming's position. Ha! Su Bei was a bit confused, not understanding what this meant. What's over there? Su Tianming? Su Bei quickly realized Su Chen's intention. Don't worry about it, just throw when I say throw, and stop when I say stop. Su Chen didn't explain much, wanting to ensure Su Tianming didn't escape the mist. Su Bei listened to Su Chen without asking further questions, picked up the stones on the ground, and began throwing them in the direction Su Chen indicated. He didn't care what it was, he just aimed in that general direction to throw the stones. He couldn't see, so hitting the target perfectly was impossible. Su Tianming, who was on high alert, suddenly heard a whistling sound and his heart skipped a beat. He turned around just in time to see a stone was past him. He warily watched the direction from which the stone had come. Whoosh! Another stone flew in, and with a gentle flick of his right hand, Su Tianming easily deflected it. Su Chen, stop with these useless tricks. This little stunt can't touch me. If you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one. Su Tianming shouted loudly towards the direction of the flying stones, but there was no response. Su Xiao, why don't we just leave? Yi Xingyun, not far away, was starting to lose patience. Seeing that Su Tianming couldn't handle Su Chen, he immediately began to backtrack. If you want to leave, then hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb me. Although Su Tianming was at a disadvantage, he had no intention of retreating. He wouldn't rest until Su Chen was dead. He wouldn't bear the Su surname otherwise. Yi Xingyun decided to ignore Su Tianming and, using his limited vision, began to feel his way out of the thick fog, quickly making his way down the mountain. Su Chen saw Yi Xingyun leave, but with Su Tianming behind him, he couldn't stop him and could only let him go, planning to deal with Su Tianming first. On Su Bei's side, stones were still being thrown, and Su Tianming kept dodging. "Are you done yet?" Su Tianming shouted angrily. Su Chen's stones couldn't hurt him, but they were annoying. Su Chen was waiting for him to break his composure. The moment Su Tianming got angry, Su Chen gathered his energy and used the technique meteor chasing the moon, launching himself at Su Tianming like an arrow released from a bow, his arms protecting his front to prevent injury. By the time Su Tianming noticed Su Chen, it was too late. He couldn't even dodge, let alone raise his hands to defend himself, and was directly knocked away by Su Chen. Su Tianming felt as if he had been hit by a large truck. His chest felt heavy, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. He fell in a parabolic arc off the mountainside, rolling down the slope. Su Chen also felt a bit uncomfortable. Colliding with someone at full speed took a toll on his body, and his arms felt like they might break. If he weren't stronger than other warriors of the same level, he probably wouldn't fare much better than Su Tianming. Ha! Where is he? By the time Su Chen reacted, Su Tianming was already nowhere to be seen. He looked in the direction Su Tianming had flown off, his body jolting as he hurried to the edge of the slope to look down. With such a steep incline, there was no sign of Su Tianming. "I hope he's okay," Su Chen silently prayed for Su Tianming. With no one else on the mountain, Su Chen reached out to disperse the fog. "Ha! Is it over?" Su Bei, noticing that Su Chen had cleared the fog and that Su Tianming and Yi Xingyun were gone, looked at Su Chen with confusion. "It's over. Let's take a break." Su Chen waved his hand at Su Bei. After just a moment of recovery, the vital energy he had consumed earlier returned to its peak state. It must be said that the magic pool was truly impressive, even more useful than the blood pool. Su Tianming rolled down the mountain and came to a stop at a raised round stone halfway down. Struggling, he got up from the ground. It had to be said that Su Tianming was quite lucky he hadn't died from the fall. "Su Chen!" Su Tianming spat out Su Chen's name with resentment. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. He swore he wouldn't be human if he didn't take revenge. "Am I so unlucky that I run into someone while taking a piss?" A voice reached Su Tianming's ears, and he turned to see a young man supporting his second brother while urinating, looking at him. The other person was dressed in a Taoist robe. Clearly not a scion of a prominent family, but rather a disciple from a hidden sect. "May I ask who you are?" Su Tianming, facing someone from a sect, was no longer so arrogant. The interactions between sects and prominent families were rare, and Su Tianming was unfamiliar with the major sects, unsure of where the other person came from or whether he could afford to offend him. He had never doubted his own strength, but he was afraid of encountering a force even more powerful than the Su family. "I am from Baiyun Temple, Woyun," the young man said as he pulled up his pants and fastened his belt, politely cupping his hands in salute to Su Tianming. "I am Su Tianming." Su Tianming returned the gesture in kind. He had heard of Baiyun Temple, a sect in a semi-reclusive state, with few disciples but considerable strength. At most, there were only 4 peers, each an elite. Su Chen hadn't rested long when another group of people arrived at the mountaintop. Each of them wore long robes, and none were dressed in modern attire. It was clear they were disciples of a sect. This group consisted of 2 men and 2 women, with a woman leading them. However, it seemed that this group of sect disciples had no intention of clashing with Su Chen. They found a place to sit down and rest, just like Su Chen and his companion. "Sister Xuelan, that person seems to be looking at us," the small girl between the 2 women said, shaking the arm of the leading woman and glancing in Su Chen's direction. "So what if he is? Aren't you looking at him too? Don't be meddlesome, just focus on getting back to your best state." Hu Xuelan merely glanced at Su Chen and continued to sit there, recovering her energy. Oh, the little girl immediately felt that Sister Xuelan was right and began to rest quietly to regain her strength. "Su Chen, this group of people looks tough. Are you confident?" Su Bei sensed that this group was formidable and spoke to Su Chen with some concern. "I don't know. Anyway, they don't seem to have any intention of making a move. There are 20 spots, so we might not even have to confront them." "Don't worry," Su Chen reassured Su Bei. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the mountaintop. Naturally, there were those who were hostile or even resentful towards each other, but they did not make a move, all staying quietly to one side as if waiting for something. Among them were also Yi Xingyun, who had just left, and Su Tianming. However, Su Tianming, injured, seemed to have somehow mingled with those sect disciples. It was unclear what news Su Tianming had received, but even upon seeing Su Chen, he did not come looking for trouble right away, instead waiting, like everyone else, for something. Su Chen counted carefully. There were actually more than 30 people gathered at the mountaintop. This was not even all the participants, as some had chosen to give up, like Gong Wentao and Yangshan. The 2 did not appear at the mountaintop. Perhaps they encountered others and were eliminated after leaving, or maybe they were hiding. However, Among these 30 or so people, at least a dozen would need to be eliminated to conclude this contest. Su Chen frowned. This situation was not simple, especially since everyone present could potentially be an enemy. Not only did he have to deal with his opponents, but he also had to be wary of the strangers around him. Everyone is here. At that moment, a figure slowly walked up to the mountaintop. Before the person appeared, their voice had already reached everyone. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned to look, and a refined young man in white approached, resembling a wealthy young master stepping out of a television drama. Elegant and courteous. Young Master Long. Almost everyone humbly saluted and greeted young Master Long, including Su Tianming. No need for formalities, we are all friends. Young Master Long waved his hand gently, and everyone felt an unknown force lifting them up. Su Chen was taken aback. He had just felt a force touch his body. Young Master Long, we have all gathered here on your account. If you have something to say, please go ahead. A sect disciple stepped forward and said, it's nothing major. We are all here for the spots in the land of inheritance. There are only 20 spots in total, and the number is limited. At least half of the people present will be eliminated, so I want to clarify here. I want half of the spots. Young Master Long's words immediately caused an uproar among those present. Half, in other words, are these people going to fight for the remaining 10 spots? More than half of them will be eliminated. How can that be acceptable? Young Master Long, we respect your surname, but this is not your one-man show. Asking us to give up half of the spots is too much, don't you think? At this moment, a young man in black stepped forward, somewhat indignant. You make a valid point. Young Master Long smiled, extending his right hand and giving a light flick. A beam of white light swiftly entered the body of the young man in black. Boom! Before the young man could react, he was instantly blown apart into a mist of blood. You make a valid point, but I don't like it. Young Master Long's actions stunned everyone, who now looked at him warily. The strength he displayed had already surpassed most of those present, which made them uneasy. It is indeed excessive for me to want all 10 spots, but I am not alone, I have companions. My friends, come out. If you still think it's unfair, we can compete fairly, young Master Long said calmly. Wu Yun. After young Master Long called out the name, the Taoist who had coincidentally met Su Tianming stepped forward. Jiodi. Another young man stepped out. Li Jun. As young Master Long called out names one by one, those hidden in the crowd began to emerge. And Su Tianming. Young Master Long called out the last name, and Su Tianming smiled as he walked out from the crowd. Together with young Master Long, there were exactly 10 people. So, do you have any objections? Young Master Long asked the remaining people. Wu Yun, isn't that a disciple of Baiyun Temple? The only disciple from that group of freaks sent to compete for spots is actually with young Master Long? And that Li Jun seems to be a descendant of the Jiuli clan. Jodi comes from an assassin organization. Offend him, and you won't sleep peacefully at night. And that Su Tianming, he's hailed as the #1 genius among the aristocratic families who can deal with such a combination. The remaining people immediately began to discuss, astonished by the strength of young Master Long's team. With such power, even if they all teamed up, they might not be their match. We can only accept the people young Master Long has chosen. Hu Shuelan shook her head with a bitter smile. With such a lineup, they could even flatten Taiping Mountain. Sister Shuelan, don't be sad. You were originally one of the spots, but I encountered better candidates along the way, so I had to give up on you. However, I know with your strength, even if you don't join us, you can easily secure a spot, young Master Long said with a smile. Then I'll take your good words to heart. Hu Shuelan had no choice but to strive for the last 10 spots. Everyone, goodbye. I'll be waiting for you below. Young Master Long had no intention of staying to watch the excitement. He left the mountaintop with the 9 people he had chosen, heading down the mountain. Until they decided on the final 10 candidates, the competition would naturally come to an end. Su Tianming shot a resentful glance at Su Chen. Su Chen, I hope you don't die here. Su Tianming loudly warned in Su Chen's direction. Young Master Long turned back to glance at Su Tianming, then looked at Su Chen, who was being glared at by Su Tianming, memorizing Su Chen's appearance. Before turning to leave, Su Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Su Tianming's shout had drawn everyone's attention to him. Hu Shuelan also looked deeply at Su Chen. She remembered him as the person Xiao Lan had mentioned was always watching them. Su Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. If it were a 1 against 20, he could just clock out early. What's there to fight about? Everyone, let's discuss how we should compete for the remaining spots, Su Chen said. He could only shift their attention to the spots, diverting it away from himself. Now we have 24 people, and there are 10 spots left. What do you think? Everyone's attention was focused on the remaining spots, filled with vigilance against potential sneak attacks. I think we can do it this way. Since there are more than 10 people who need to be eliminated to avoid unnecessary casualties, let's challenge each other. The challenged cannot refuse. How about that? A disciple from the sect stepped forward and spoke. I agree with senior brother Qi Xiong's proposal. I have no objections either. The disciples from the sect expressed their agreement one after another. Qi Xiong's lips curled into a smile. Among the remaining disciples, except for those taken away by young Master Long, Qi Xiong had the highest prestige, and many had no objections to his words. Although Su Chen felt that this method was somewhat unfair, it was better than a chaotic battle, so he did not voice his opposition. Since no one objects, I'll go first, Qi Xiong said, stepping forward to test the waters. I don't have any enemies, so if anyone wants to challenge me, come on up. Qi Xiong did not challenge anyone but invited others to challenge him. He was clever. At the beginning, everyone was very cautious, and without understanding each other's strengths, they wouldn't easily make a move. Qi Xiong was taking advantage of this psychology. He might even secure a spot without fighting. The crowd exchanged glances, looking at each other, but no one stepped up to challenge Qi Xiong. No one wants to challenge me? If that's the case, then I'll be the only one with a spot? Qi Xiong confirmed again, and upon realizing that indeed no one challenged him, he burst into laughter. In that case, let's continue. Who's next? Qi Xiong returned to the crowd and said. Yi Xingyun in the crowd felt a stir in his heart and also recognized the issue. When there were still many spots available, people would automatically calculate the probabilities in their minds. The more spots left, the higher the probability and the lighter their hearts. The fewer spots there were, the more tense and urgent they became. Now was the easiest time for someone to pick up a spot. After realizing this, Yi Xingyun stepped forward, choosing to stand out. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? Yi Xingyun softly asked as he walked out of the crowd. The remaining disciples were not familiar with Yi Xingyun, so they hesitated and did not immediately step up to challenge him. A smile crept onto Yi Xingyun's lips. He was right, it was indeed easy to pick up a spot at the beginning. I'll do it. A voice suddenly made Yi Xingyun's expression change. How could I forget he was still here? The speaker was, of course, Su Chen. He would never miss the chance to teach Yi Xingyun a lesson. Yi Xingyun's expression was as if he had eaten something foul, but he could not refuse. The people around were very interested. This was the first challenge, and they wanted to carefully observe the strength of both parties before deciding whom to challenge later. This time, can you still run away? Su Chen said to Yi Xingyun with a smile. Su Chen, can we end our feud here? We don't have a life and death grudge, do we? Yi Xingyun faltered, feeling a bit scared about facing Su Chen. Indeed, we don't have a life and death grudge, so why did you try to kill me last time? Su Chen looked at Yi Xingyun with a cold smile. One sentence to end it? He had to teach him a lesson to vent his frustration. Su Chen suddenly erupted, thick fog covering most of the mountaintop, enveloping both Yi Xingyun and him. The surrounding people were instantly bewildered. How could they see anything now? Once enveloped by the thick fog, Yi Xingyun immediately became tense, cautiously surveying his surroundings to prevent a sudden attack from Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly appeared from his side, throwing a punch at him. Yi Xingyun hurriedly countered with a punch. The two fists collided, and Yi Xingyun felt as if his arm was about to break, stumbling back 3 steps. This time, Su Chen didn't even use his illusionary abilities. Previously, Su Chen had to rely on his illusionary powers to defeat Yi Xingyun, but now he had pushed him back using pure physical strength, clearly indicating that Su Chen's strength had increased significantly. Yi Xingyun also felt a sense of shock. Su Chen's strength had indeed improved. Su Chen didn't give Yi Xingyun a chance to catch his breath, stepping forward and using his illusion ability to strike Yi Xingyun's chest with another punch. Yi Xingyun was instantly sent flying out of the thick fog by Su Chen's double attack, landing on the ground and spitting out blood uncontrollably. With a wave of his hand, the thick fog immediately dissipated. The people around looked at Yi Xingyun, then at Su Chen. Was it over in just a few seconds? The key was that they still didn't know what had happened in the fog. This made it difficult for them to make a decision. I want to challenge him, a disciple from a sect stepped forward, pointing at Yi Xingyun. The challenge match proposed by Qi Xiong had no rules, and it didn't say that one couldn't challenge a defeated opponent, nor did it state that losing would completely forfeit one's right to compete for a spot. Don't forget, the real rule was that the competition would only end when there were 20 people left on the mountain. As long as one didn't come down, there was still a chance. Taking advantage of his weakness, it was better to eliminate someone who posed no threat first. Fewer competitors meant a better chance. Yi Xingyun looked at the challenger and thought, you're even more shameless than I am. I give up. Yi Xingyun knew that he no longer had the strength to compete for a spot and decisively chose to forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky, landing and swiftly escorting Yi Xingyun down the mountain. It seemed that the entire competition was under someone else's surveillance. Everything they did couldn't escape the eyes of those big shots. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Su Chen had just warmed up and wasn't ready to stop. He looked around and asked the crowd. The people around hesitated a bit. Su Chen had just defeated someone. And although they didn't know what kind of battle had occurred between the two, Su Chen had beaten Yi Xingyun in just a few seconds, so his strength was certainly impressive. Therefore, they had no intention of challenging Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen's ability was quite tricky, directly blocking one's line of sight. How could one fight against that? Seeing that no one was challenging him, Su Chen returned to his seat, somewhat disappointed. Awesome! Su Bei gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Stay low-key, Su Chen waved his hand. By the way, what are you going to do? Su Chen looked at Su Bei. Su Bei's strength was about the same as Yi Xingyun's. Overall, he was decent, but compared to the sect disciples present, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. What can I do? Just wait and see. What if others don't challenge me because of you? Then I would be riding on your coattails, getting a free ride, Su Bei said with a smile. He had decided to take it easy. With Su Chen around, the Su family had already secured a spot, so it didn't matter whether he got one or not. This competition was said to be for the ancient inheritance spots. But in reality, many families wanted to use this opportunity to prove their strength. Now that the Su family had proven themselves, it didn't matter whether he could secure a spot or not. Sister Xuelan, should we go up too? Xiaolan couldn't help but want to showcase her strength, but she knew her abilities were only average among these people, making it difficult to secure a spot. However, Sister Xuelan was amazing. If she went up, she could definitely sweep everyone present except for the unknown strength of Su Chen. Xiaolan glanced at Su Chen, who was sitting and talking with Su Bei, feeling a bit uncertain. Su Chen noticed Xiaolan's gaze, turned to look at her, and smiled while nodding. Xiaolan's face immediately flushed red, feeling a bit shy. Sister, he smiled at me, Xiaolan said dreamily to Hu Xuelan. Hu Xuelan gave Xiaolan a light tap on the head. Xiaolan immediately pouted, looking at Sister Xuelan with a wronged expression. Watch fewer romance novels, you'd be better off spending that time practicing, Hu Xuelan said helplessly to Xiaolan. Got it, Xiaolan replied, feeling aggrieved. But he really is very handsome, just like the protagonist described in the novels. Xiaolan peeked at Su Chen with sparkling eyes. Su Chen was indeed very handsome, especially after consuming a large amount of attribute pills. It was hard to tell if the attribute pills had beautifying effects, but Su Chen's skin appeared even more delicate, making him look like he had been enhanced by a beauty filter. Hu Xuelan felt it was time for her to make her presence known. After stepping forward, she asked if anyone wanted to challenge her, just like Qi Xiong did. I'll do it. I'll do it. However, what caught Hu Xuelan off guard was that several people rushed forward, eager to challenge her. This left her puzzled. Why were they treating her differently when they were all human? Su Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter at this scene. Who told you to be so beautiful? This isn't a challenge, they just want to take advantage of you. Hu Xuelan was momentarily at a loss, unsure of whose challenge to accept among so many people. I was here first. Get lost. Who said you were first? I clearly said it first. Junior sister, pick me. I'm easy to beat. Why are you fighting? I want to challenge you. Who's afraid of who? Come on. These people actually started fighting over Hu Xuelan's appearance. What began as a challenge turned into a chaotic brawl, and Hu Xuelan found herself merely a spectator. The battle was intense, and Hu Xuelan couldn't bear to watch. Are you a monkey stealing peaches? Which sect are you from? Don't you feel ashamed for your sect? How can you be any better? Can you put down the sand in your hands while saying that? This group fought with everything they had, using all sorts of dirty tricks. Su Chen watched with great interest. Hey, this is good, I just learned a new move. Wow, that low kick is a bit excessive. Su Bei looked at Su Chen in disbelief. With such strong abilities, why was he interested in these underhanded tactics? In the end, very few of those who could still stand remained, each one had bruises on their faces, and some were even clutching their groins, howling in pain. Junior sister, challenge me. I can win. The only young man who still looked somewhat clean excitedly said to Hu Xuelan. Alright, Hu Xuelan reluctantly agreed. Since he managed to stand out among so many, he must have decent strength and would be a suitable opponent. The young man was thrilled. In the sect, everyone was a big man, and staying inside for years made it hard to come down the mountain. This time, he had come down with a mission, and he couldn't miss the chance to meet a beautiful junior sister. Even if he couldn't get too close, he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Junior sister, here I come. The young man grinned wickedly as he lunged at Hu Xuelan. Hu Xuelan frowned and delivered a high kick directly to his chin, sending a splash of bright red liquid arcing through the air. The young man fell to the ground and lay still. Those who had just been clamoring to challenge Hu Xuelan immediately shivered and scattered, no longer mentioning the idea of challenging her. Hu Xuelan returned, feeling helpless. She hadn't expected this person to be so weak. It turned out she just needed to kick him once to finish it. As more people began to challenge, the number of those eliminated increased. Some realized they didn't have the strength to continue after one battle and chose to give up. Others, after losing, wanted to stay and wait for another opportunity, only to be challenged again without a moment's rest, ultimately facing elimination, and even injuries occurred. As time went on, the competition grew fiercer, as everyone knew that those who remained had considerable strength. Su Chen looked around, only 14 people were left at the mountaintop, among them Qi Xiong, who had not been challenged, and the same went for Su Chen and Hu Xuelan. Besides Hu Xuelan, her few senior brothers and sisters were also present. Su Chen was here, and so was Su Bei. It was unclear whether it was because of Su Chen, but no one had challenged Su Bei yet. By now, the remaining people had begun to stalemate. with no one willing to take the initiative to challenge, fearing they would be left out. Xuelan, junior sister, you have the most people. Why not send someone out to make a statement? Chi Xiong said, looking at Hu Xuelan. Among those present, Hu Xuelan's group had the most members, all 4 from one sect were there. It wasn't that they were particularly strong, it was just that no one dared to challenge them out of respect for Hu Xuelan, but this was not the time for favors. If you can't stand it, just come up and challenge. No one is stopping you, Hu Xuelan said to Qi Xiong with a blank expression. Qi Xiong's words were merely for others to hear, hoping they would take the lead to break the deadlock. Su Chen glanced at Su Bei and the little blue beside Hu Xuelan. Right now, only the 2 of them had not accepted challenges from others. Everyone else had fought at least once. That brother over there, what do you say? Qi Xiong turned his gaze to Su Chen. Besides Hu Xuelan, Su Chen was also among the largest groups. Everyone else was fighting solo, while these 2 had a team. You all can do as you please. I want 2 spots, Su Chen said, holding up 2 fingers. One for Su Bei and one for himself. It was clear he needed 2 spots. Qi Xiong's expression changed. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so bold. At this moment, brother, that's not right, is it? If you take 2 spots, what about the rest? Qi Xiong said, somewhat awkwardly. Su Chen asking for 2 spots at this moment was equivalent to directly offending everyone present. I want to as well. Before Su Chen could speak, Hu Xuelan also raised her hand. Su Chen looked at Hu Xuelan in surprise, as if to say, why are you copying me? Qi Xiong immediately fell silent, becoming quiet. It was like everyone was dividing a cake, and Su Chen and Hu Xuelan had just taken half of it away while the others hadn't even had a bite. Don't go too far. Finally, someone couldn't hold back. The actions of these 2 were simply shitting on everyone's heads, treating them like air. Whether you like it or not, I've decided on these 2 spots. If you're not satisfied, step up, Su Chen said with a light smile. Su Chen had his reasons for doing this. After observing for some time, he found that the strength of the people present was not high, at least not comparable to Su Tianming, and there was also some gap compared to Yi Xingyun. He didn't take anyone except Qi Xiong and Hu Xuelan. Seriously, if he didn't secure a spot for Su Bei, it would be unreasonable. Su Chen's words were incredibly arrogant, and the people around him immediately looked at him with hostility. Humph. Qi Xiong let out a cold snort, very dissatisfied with Su Chen's performance, feeling that Su Chen had stolen his thunder. Everything was progressing in the direction he was leading, and Su Chen's sudden excessive demand had taken all the spotlight away from him. What? You're not satisfied? Come and compete. Su Chen's ears were sharp, and he immediately heard Qi Xiong's discontent, looking at him with a mocking expression. This put Qi Xiong in a difficult position. If he didn't accept Su Chen's challenge, wouldn't that mean he was backing down? But Su Chen's strength was still a mystery, especially since among those taken by young Master Long, there seemed to be someone who had a grudge against Su Chen, clearly not simple to be valued by young Master Long's senior brother Qi Xiong. Teach him a lesson. Seeing him so arrogant makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, what is he? Daring to ask for 2 spots? Senior brother Qi Xiong didn't even dare to ask for 2 spots. What gives him the right? If it weren't for my legs being cramped, I would have gone to take him down this morning. Damn. Several people around expressed their dissatisfaction with Su Chen while urging Qi Xiong to teach Su Chen a lesson. Qi Xiong's face darkened. Those who had made it this far were no fools. Each of them was as cunning as a monkey, and they intended to use him as a stepping stone. They dared not challenge Su Chen themselves, so they seized the opportunity to have Qi Xiong test Su Chen's strength. If Su Chen proved strong enough, even if he wanted 2 spots, they wouldn't object. But if Su Chen was lacking, then they wouldn't hold back. If both were to suffer injuries, that would suit their intentions perfectly. Eliminating the strongest contenders would give them a greater chance. Qi Xiong's expression was grim. He hadn't expected that in trying to use others, he would end up being used himself. But now he was already on the path, and there was no turning back. So he could only brace himself and go for it. Seeing Qi Xiong step up, Su Chen smiled slightly. Aren't you going to use your mist ability? Qi Xiong, having seen Su Chen use his fog-creating ability before, frowned when he noticed Su Chen wasn't using it. No need, let them watch. Su Chen shook his head. This time, he didn't plan to use his fog ability. He wanted these people to see his strength and be deterred from challenging him, which would save him a lot of trouble. However, Qi Xiong interpreted this as Su Chen looking down on him, thinking that he didn't even need to use his abilities to fight him. Underestimating me will come at a cost, Qi Xiong said with a dark expression, then charged at Su Chen like lightning, his finger pointed like a sword, stabbing towards him. Su Chen could feel the sharp momentum coming from Qi Xiong's finger, as if it were a sharp sword. Su Chen clenched his fist to counter, landing a punch on Qi Xiong's finger. Blood flowed from Su Chen's hand as the fierce sword energy pierced through his finger. Qi Xiong smiled slightly at having injured Su Chen with his first strike, but the next moment, his smile faded. He felt a surge of power from Su Chen's fist impacting his finger. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and Qi Xiong's finger twisted grotesquely, the force breaking it instantly. Su Chen retracted his fist and glanced at the wound on the back of his hand, which healed almost instantly, due to the blood pool's effect. Ah! Chi Xiong cried out in pain, his finger now bent irregularly against the back of his hand. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his finger and forcefully straightened it back. Cold sweat broke out on Chi Xiong's forehead from the pain. Su Chen secretly gave Chi Xiong a thumbs up. One had to admit, Chi Xiong was truly ruthless, especially towards himself. Come again. Chi Xiong was clearly not satisfied, believing he had suffered due to his lack of understanding of Su Chen. Little did he know, Su Chen knew nothing about Chi Xiong either. I'll give you what you want. Su Chen activated his technique, charging towards Chi Xiong with lightning speed, his right fist gathering a ball of flame, accompanied by a layer of shadow. Chi Xiong wanted Su Chen to face him head-on, right? Su Chen obliged. He used meteor chasing the moon combined with his fire ability and illusion ability. Was that enough to face him? Chi Xiong stared blankly at the rapidly approaching, imposing Su Chen. The power in his right fist was terrifying. Boom! Chi Xiong didn't have time to react before Su Chen was in front of him, landing a punch to his abdomen. The searing flames exploded against Chi Xiong's stomach, the immense energy sending him flying, his abdomen torn and tattered, the soft armor inside shredded, and his belly charred black from the intense heat. If one listened closely, they could hear that the explosion was actually two sounds, too close together for an average person to distinguish. Chi Xiong fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground, unresponsive. A middle-aged man emerged from somewhere, checked on Chi Xiong's condition, and took him away. After Chi Xiong was taken away, the remaining people instinctively swallowed hard as they looked at Su Chen. Hu Xuelan also stared at Su Chen in shock. Hadn't Su Chen's displayed strength already surpassed that of the Enlightenment realm? The armored Chi Xiong was knocked senseless by Su Chen's single move. Was this really someone on their level? Why didn't young Master Long take him away too? The others immediately abandoned the thought of challenging Su Chen. Does anyone have any objections? Su Chen asked as he scanned the room. Everyone fell silent, no one daring to speak. No objections, then I'll reserve these 2 spots. Su Chen smiled and returned to Su Bei's side. Su Bei stared blankly at Su Chen. Bro, you're my brother now. I'll be relying on you to look out for me from now on. Su Bei immediately acknowledged Su Chen as his big brother. When else would he cling to such a strong support? Get lost. I brought you the spots. Don't forget to treat me to a meal afterward. Su Chen chuckled as he pushed Su Bei aside. He wasn't into that. Sister Xuelan, he's so strong. Xiaolan exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth, looking at Su Chen with admiration. He was the strongest peer she had encountered so far. He is indeed strong. Hu Xuelan did not refute this time. Su Chen's performance exceeded her expectations, perhaps aside from young Master Long, there really was no one stronger than Su Chen among their peers. Hu Xuelan glanced at Su Chen a couple more times before stepping forward alone. Now it's my turn. I want 2 spots. Does anyone have any objections? Hu Xuelan asked, mimicking Su Chen's expressionless scan of the room. This time, everyone fell silent again. With Su Chen setting the precedent, they began to feel a sense of awe towards Hu Xuelan as well. Who knew if Hu Xuelan was like Su Chen? Moreover, Hu Xuelan was the one young Master Long had specifically wanted to take away. It was just that new candidates had emerged in the meantime, otherwise, Hu Xuelan would have already secured her spots. Junior sister, we're just sparring, can we not go too hard? Eventually, someone stepped forward. These 2 spots couldn't just be given away without clarity, they at least needed to know if Hu Xuelan had the strength to claim them. Hu Xuelan remained silent, her expression unchanged as she looked at him. This made him break out in a cold sweat, the pressure was making him a bit nervous. I am Yin Feiyong, please give me your guidance. Yin Feiyong forced himself to bow to Hu Xuelan. Hu Xuelan returned the gesture. This was the rule of the martial world. Since the other party had introduced themselves, they had to reciprocate. I apologize. Yin Feiyong warned, suddenly bursting forth with astonishing speed towards Hu Xuelan. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This person's speed was surprisingly close to his own, considering Su Chen was using the meteor chasing the moon technique. Hu Xuelan frowned slightly. Yin Feiyong's speed was proving to be somewhat tricky for her. Stop. Hu Xuelan clenched her fists and pressed down sharply. The ground seemed to be impacted by something, and the area within a 10-meter radius around Hu Xuelan sank about 10 centimeters. Yin Feiyong, in mid-sprint, felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him, nearly causing him to fall. Heaviness. Yin Feiyong managed to say with difficulty. The sudden increase in gravity caused him to decelerate. Instantly, unable to maintain his previous speed. Aside from his speed, he had no other outstanding qualities. This match was already decided, he had lost. Hu Xuelan was also an ability user. And her power was gravity. She could control gravity up to 10 times its normal strength within a range of 10 meters, but that was already quite formidable. Combined with ancient martial arts, it was practically a guaranteed kill. Under such circumstances, anyone approaching her would face restrictions. I concede, Yin Feiyong admitted outright, wanting to conserve some strength for the remaining spots later. Hu Xuelan released Yin Feiyong, and he finally gasped for breath. The feeling of doubled gravity had made it difficult for him to breathe. Is there anyone else? Hu Xuelan scanned the surroundings again. This time, silence reigned once more. They seem to have figured it out. Without some real strength, no one would dare to shout for 2 spots. If they want to give it to them, so be it. After all, there are still 6 left. Just as Chi Xion left, another spot opened up. Hu Shuelan also happily returned to her team. Next came the fierce and tragic battles among the remaining people. Because their strengths were comparable, the fights were extremely grueling. Often, just as one battle ended, another challenge would arise. The next moment, leading to many injuries, serious wounds, and even deaths. After some time, the brutal fighting finally came to an end. Only 10 people remained on the scene: Su Chen, Su Bei, Hu Shuelan, and Xiaolan, along with Yin Feiyang and 5 unimportant bystanders. 10 spots were just right. Congratulations, you have qualified to enter the ancient heritage land. An old man suddenly descended from the sky and stood before everyone. He waved his hand, and 10 beams of light shot into the hands of all present. A week from now, someone will take you to the ancient heritage secret realm. Bring the token. We recognize the token, not the person, the old man said before turning and walking down the mountain, his seemingly slow pace disappearing in just a few blinks. Su Chen looked at the token in his hand, a black iron token with the character on one side and on the other, nothing particularly special about it. Hello. As Su Chen was about to leave, Hu Shuelan and Xiaolan approached him. Hello. Su Chen was a bit dazed but still greeted them. He didn't know why Hu Shuelan was looking for him. Are you interested in collaborating? Hu Shuelan cut to the chase, stating her purpose directly. Not knowing what the situation in the ancient heritage land was like, even young Master Long had chosen 10 of the strongest people as partners, so Hu Shuelan had to be cautious. If she was looking for someone to collaborate with, Su Chen was undoubtedly the best choice. He was the strongest person aside from young Master Long's group, and he had a companion, which meant finding him was like finding 2 people. Plus, she had Xiaolan, making it 4 people in total. Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? Su Chen was very interested. He was curious about the ancient heritage but had no idea what the heritage land was like or if these sect disciples knew anything about it. Once we reach the heritage land, we help each other, deal with enemies together, and discuss how to take treasures when we find them, Hu Shuelan sincerely explained, even considering how to distribute the treasures. Sounds good, we can talk more about it later. Su Chen didn't agree immediately. He felt that collaborating with strangers was something to be discussed further. Hu Shuelan didn't press the issue, just watching as Su Chen and his companion left. Wow, so handsome. Xiaolan gazed dreamily at Su Chen's back. Stop daydreaming, let's go back. Hu Shuelan couldn't help but give her junior sister a light smack on the head, pulling her back to reality. So annoying. Xiaolan pouted in anger, then left Taiping Mountain with her senior sister. After Su Chen and Su Bei descended the mountain, they found Su Dongsheng. You two are pretty impressive. You both got spots? Su Dongsheng said, slightly surprised. Just average, third in the world, Su Bei replied with a grin. Cut the nonsense. How could you get a spot on your own? What exactly happened? Su Dongsheng challenged Su Bei. Su Bei helplessly revealed the truth. Su Chen? Su Dongsheng looked Su Chen up and down, as if trying to see what made him different from ordinary people. I was wrong when I said you were comparable to me when I was young. Su Dongsheng shook his head. I wasn't as freakish as you when I was young. How did you cultivate? What is your master's background? Su Dongsheng said in astonishment. To exert the strength of the Yao Guang realm at the Dongming realm was completely impossible. Even with the enhancement of supernatural abilities, it's still impossible. The gap between them cannot be bridged by just one ability. I don't know either. He taught me some things and then left, Su Chen said, pretending to be shy as he ruffled his hair. In my opinion, your master must be a big shot. The name he told you is likely fake. Let me help you investigate. Maybe we can find some clues, Su Dongsheng said, intrigued by Su Chen's master, using the excuse of helping Su Chen to look for him to dig into this so-called carefree person. Su Chen wanted to stop Su Dongsheng, but after thinking it over, this carefree persona was something he made up. What could Su Dongsheng possibly find out? He decided to let it be. When he got home, it was already dark. Su Chen logged into the game and completed another day of sect tasks. The next day, he opened his eyes to find it was already 9 in the morning. This was the earliest he had ever gotten up. Fan Gu. Su Chen suddenly heard someone calling him from outside the door. Looking out the window, he saw it was Su Bei. What are you doing up so early? Su Chen asked, puzzled. 9 o'clock was indeed early for him. Usually, he would still be in the game at this time. I'm treating you to a meal. Hurry up or it'll just be lunch, Su Bei urged Su Chen. As soon as Su Chen heard about the meal, he quickly changed his clothes. Where are you guys going? Su Yutong had come over at some point, and as soon as Su Chen opened the door, he saw her standing outside, looking rather unhappy. We're going to eat. What's wrong? Su Chen asked, confused about why Su Yutong was angry. You didn't invite me to eat. You two are getting closer and closer, and you've been hiding it from me lately. Tell me, do you like men? Su Yutong questioned Su Chen angrily. Come on, I'm a straight man, normal orientation. Su Chen hurriedly explained, thinking that there was no misunderstanding worse than that regarding his sexual orientation. He was pure steel straight. The kind that even a wrench couldn't bend. Then why didn't you invite me to eat? Su Yutong actually wanted to say, "You've had so many chances, yet you don't cherish them, and you still say your orientation is normal," but the words got stuck in her throat. "It's just a meal, let's go. Su-bae is treating." Su-chin thought it was no big deal just because of this. The three of them went to the snack street and enjoyed the famous soup dumplings of the new city together. By the way, what's Confronting up to? Su-chen suddenly remembered Su Tianming, whom he encountered during the competition, Confronting's fiancée. It seemed their relationship wasn't great. He wondered if Su Tianming had found Confronting. "Let me ask, Su," Yutong said as she dialed Confronting's number. After a long ring, someone finally picked up. "Yutong, what's up?" Confronting asked Su Yutong. "Nothing much, are you free later? Let's have a meal together," Su Yutong said, already knowing that Su-bae had lost a bet and was treating Su-chen to a meal, so how could she miss out on this big opportunity? In front of Su Yutong, they said this while concealing the matters of the ancient martial world. Confronting was silent for a moment. "Okay, I'll come over later." "Yay!" After hanging up, Su Yutong made a victory gesture and provocatively looked at Su-bae. Since Su-bae was treating, Su Yutong didn't hold back at all, even spending over 100 on breakfast. By noon, the three of them picked up Confronting. She seemed to be in low spirits, as if she had something on her mind. "Cousin, what's wrong?" Su Yutong, being a girl, quickly noticed Confronting's unusual behavior. "It's nothing," Confronting forced a smile, clearly not intending to share with the others. She obviously didn't look like someone who was fine. "If there's something bothering you, just say it, maybe we can help." "3 cobblers can match a zhuge liang," Su-chen joked, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Confronting had concerns that everyone could see, but they might be personal matters that were inconvenient to share. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Confronting finally revealed a genuine smile. "Waiter, let's order." Chen called the waiter over, ready to place the order. "Cucumber salad, peanuts, cold mixed vegetables, and this, that should be enough." Su-chen casually ordered a few inexpensive dishes from the menu. "Fangu, you don't need to save money for me, just order freely," Su-bae generously said to Su-chen, who had only ordered a few dishes, not even any meat. "I want everything except these," Su-chen told the waiter. Then he turned to Su-bae. "What did you just say?" Su-chen looked at Su-bae in confusion. Su-bae's expression froze instantly. He was better at being a dog. "And your drinks are cheap. Go next door and bring me a bottle of 82 Lafite. I don't care if it's real, I just want the expensive one," Su-chen continued to the waiter. The waiter looked at Su-chen in a daze, forgetting to take his order. He had truly never encountered a customer like Su-chen before. "And this Buddha jumps over the wall. Make sure to boil the soup dry. I don't like drinking soup." Su-chen pointed to the Buddha jumps over the wall on the menu. "Sir, we've never done that before," the waiter said, somewhat awkwardly. "That's because I haven't. Come, if I had, you would have done it this way from the start." "Alright, I'm satisfied with these, you two can see what you want to eat." Su-chen happily handed the menu to Su Yutong and the others. Su-bae had a face full of black lines. He regretted inviting Su-chen to dinner. Even Su Yutong looked a bit awkwardly at Su-chen. "You've ordered everything on the menu, what else can we order?" "You've ordered enough for us, let's leave it at that." Su Yutong refused to order, directly closing the menu. "Us? I ordered for myself, aren't you hungry?" Su-chen said, puzzled. "Is it really necessary to order this much for one meal? Can you finish all this?" Su-bae couldn't hold back any longer. Su-chen was clearly taking advantage of him. "Is it too much?" Chen looked at Su-bae in confusion. He didn't think it was too much at all. Ever since taking the attribute pill, Su-chen's appetite had grown larger. Although it seemed like a lot, the portions here were small, each dish only a small plate, so Su-chen was confident he could finish it all. "Not too much, just enough to stuff a pig," Su Yutong said, speechless. She also felt that Su-chen was being a bit excessive. What if all this food went to waste? If you're not hungry, then don't order. Anyway, what I ordered is for myself." Su-chen was too lazy to explain. "Fine. If you can't finish it today, you have to take it home with you," Su-bae said fiercely. Wasn't Su-chen trying to take advantage of him? In the end, who was taking advantage of whom? The three of them didn't order anything. They wanted to see how Su-chen would eat all this food. Su-chen helplessly returned the menu to the waiter. "Just these, hurry up and bring the food." Before long, the dishes started coming out. Su-chen looked at the exquisite food in front of him, his fingers itching. These were all delicious and rare ingredients, not only looking good, but, most importantly, expensive. "I won't hold back." Su-chen rubbed his hands together. "Hurry up, I want to see how you finish all this," Su-bae sneered, waiting to see Su-chen's joke. There were over 20 dishes on the table, along with 2 large bowls of nourishing soup. Even if Su-chen opened his stomach, he couldn't fit all this food. Under the teasing gazes of the three, Su-chen began his performance. Their expressions shifted from sneering to serious, and finally to shock. Su-chen actually finished all the dishes. The 2 large bowls of nourishing soup were left with only a bit at the bottom, and all the other plates were completely clean, showing no trace of what had been served before. Su Yutong looked down at Su-chen's slightly protruding belly, curious about where all the food had gone. "Fangu, tell me the truth, are you the reincarnation of a glutton?" Su-bae asked with a numb expression. "Get lost. You're the glutton." Su Chen laughed and scolded. I just have a bigger appetite, that's all. Is that all? Su Bei glanced at the more than 20 empty plates on the table, his mouth twitching slightly. Su Chen had redefined what a little meant. Come on, let's go for a walk and digest. We have another meal tonight, and Su Bei is treating today. Su Chen patted his belly and said to Su Bei. Su Chen's mouth twitched as he went to settle the bill. Looking at the half-meter-long receipt, Su Bei felt like crying. This meal had cost him 13,800. How could he not feel heartbroken? The key was that he still had to treat dinner tonight. He somewhat regretted his decision to treat Su Chen to a day's worth of meals. Su Bei, are we going to Huabin Building or Jiulong Jai tonight? Su Chen pondered what to eat for dinner, mainly because the place had to be upscale, otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to Su Bei for this meal. Sorry, I need to take a call. Su Bei pretended to answer the phone, passing by Su Chen and completely ignoring what he had said. Hello? Old Li? Really, is it that urgent? I'll be right over. Su Bei held the phone to his ear and apologetically said to Su Chen, sorry, my friend is in a hurry and needs me for something urgent, so I have to go. After saying that, Su Bei ran off as if escaping. Su Chen looked in the direction Su Bei had left, somewhat speechless. Did he hold the phone the wrong way? Su Chen confirmed with Su Yutong. Su Yutong nodded, indicating that Su Chen wasn't mistaken. Damn, is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a meal? Su Chen said discontentedly. Was their friendship not worth more than a meal? Su Yutong looked at Su Chen. Speechlessly, was that even just a meal? Who could eat over 10,000 in one sitting? I'm heading back too, there's still work at the company, Dongfang Tingyin called out before leaving. Su Chen and Su Yutong watched Dongfang Tingyin leave. She seemed completely out of sorts today, and it appeared her mind was heavy with worries. Yutong, can you check on her and see if you can help? Su Chen felt it was inappropriate to ask directly, so he could only let Su Yutong inquire about what had happened with Dongfang Tingyin. I know, I'll ask her, she said, not needing Su Chen to tell her to find out what was going on with her cousin. With nothing else to do, Su Chen returned home and logged back into the game to complete his sect tasks. His main quest required him to accumulate a contribution value of 100,000 to trigger the next part. Without that, he couldn't sign up for the martial arts conference. He was still far from reaching 100,000 contribution points. After more than a day, Su Chen woke up again. His contribution value was only a few thousand points, but his level had increased by 1, reaching level 26. I'm so hungry, Su Chen rubbed his belly. He hadn't eaten anything since returning yesterday, spending all his time in the game, and now he felt exceptionally hungry upon waking. Dingling. Su Chen's phone rang. Hello? It was Dongfang Tingyin calling. Are you free? Dongfang Tingyian's tone was somewhat hesitant. Yeah, what's up? I'm waiting for you at the company. Dongfang Tingyin didn't mention what it was about, just telling Su Chen to come to the company. Su Chen hung up the phone in confusion. Since he had nothing else to do, he washed up and drove to the company. Hongfan was now fully on track, with all departments working in an orderly manner. President Su, several old employees greeted him upon seeing Su Chen. These old employees were hired by Su Chen and Lu Chun together, so he had a deep impression of them. Thinking of this, Su Chen remembered his promise to them. It was time for Dongfang Tingyin to promote these few people. Manager Dongfang, what did you need to see me about? Su Chen pushed the door open and walked into the office, where Dongfang Tingyin was sitting at her desk, lost in thought. Su Chen's voice suddenly startled Dongfang Tingyin awake. You're here, please sit down, Dongfang Tingyin said to Su Chen. Su Chen unceremoniously sat on the office sofa, but he quickly realized that this was his company. Why should he be polite? Dongfang Tingyin also walked over from the desk and sat down across from Su Chen. What did you want to see me about? Su Chen asked again. Dongfang Tingyin hesitated a bit. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Su Chen thought it was the first time he had seen Dongfang Tingyin so hesitant. Wasn't she always decisive in her work? What was going on today? Can you accompany me back home? Dongfang Tingyin finally expressed her thoughts. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback. No way. No way. What was Dongfang Tingyin planning? Was she going to meet the parents directly? Saying she was decisive in her work, this was too decisive. No, that might not be good. We've only just met, Su Chen said, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, he needed to give her some time, at least to get to know each other better, right? What are you talking about? Dongfang Tingyin looked puzzled. I haven't even gotten to the main point yet, and you're overthinking it here. My family has arranged a fiancé for me, and I don't want to go back. They are forcing me to return, and if I don't, someone will come to New City soon, which might implicate your company. Do you still want me to help you manage the company? Dongfang Tingyin continued to share her recent worries. Su Chen understood a bit. Dongfang Tingyian's fiancé was Su Tianming, whom he had just met. Of course I want you to. Dongfang Tingyin managed the company well, and Su Chen naturally didn't want to change people at this time. Then it's settled. Pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me. Once we get there, you don't need to ask too much. I'll handle everything. After we return, I'll continue to help you manage the company. Dongfang Tingyin finally mustered the courage to propose her idea. Why choose me? Su Chen asked curiously. Dongfang Tingyin didn't only know him, why did she have to pick him? I don't have any suitable candidates left. Besides you, everyone I know is from ancient martial arts families or they are not familiar with me and not from the ancient martial arts world. You are the most suitable, you don't belong to any family and you have considerable strength. If trouble arises, you can handle it yourself. Dongfang Tingyin explained her reason for choosing Su Chen. How long will it take? Su Chen asked. They were supposed to go to the place of inheritance in a few days. He couldn't delay that. If you agree, we can leave today, and we'll be back in 3 days at most. Dongfang Tingyin seemed to have planned it out and quickly answered Su Chen's question. Su Chen was silent for a moment. Does Yutong know? Su Chen asked Dongfang Tingyin. Dongfang Tingyin was taken aback. I can tell her. Clearly, she hadn't informed Su Yutong before. Let her know, Su Chen said to Dongfang Tingyin. Dongfang Tingyin looked at Su Chen, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. Then she dialed Su Yutong's number and explained that Su Chen would pretend to be her boyfriend. Let him go, use him, we're all sisters, Su Yutong said generously to Dongfang Tingyin. Su Chen's face darkened. Hey, I'm right here. Su Chen couldn't help but speak into the phone. Ah? Su Yutong was startled to hear Su Chen's voice and quickly hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Su Chen felt speechless. She agreed. Can you accompany me back? Henpecked? Husband? Dongfang Tingyin teased Su Chen. What henpecked husband? I'll sue you for defamation. Su Chen jumped up, absolutely refusing to admit he was henpecked, especially since he and Su Yutong hadn't officially declared their relationship yet. Are we leaving now? Yeah, I've already bought the plane tickets, Dongfang Tingyin said, shaking her phone. In the gaps of Su Chen's speech, she had already booked a flight to the capital online, which would take just 2 hours to reach. Let's go, the plane takes off in half an hour. Dongfang Tingyin didn't give Su Chen a chance to hesitate, booking the nearest flight. So urgent? I haven't even packed my luggage. Su Chen hesitated a bit. What do you need luggage for a 3-day trip? Dongfang Tingyin directly pulled Su Chen downstairs. Then I can at least grab a change of clothes, right? Buy them when we get there. Dongfang Tingyin was determined not to give Su Chen a chance to refuse and insisted on leaving immediately. Su Chen, with a troubled expression, was dragged out of the company by Dongfang Tingyin. Luchun, the company is in your hands for the next few days. Dongfang Tingyin had already arranged all the major affairs within the company, and Luchun just needed to manage the details a bit. There was no need to worry about any issues arising. Once the two left, discussions began in the company. Wasn't Su always taken away by the manager just now? Of course, I saw Su Chen looking troubled. I didn't expect Su to be so submissive. Looks like Su and the manager are a couple. How did we not notice before? Of course, Su has money and looks, and manager Dongfang is capable, plus her looks are better than first line stars. If I were him, I would pursue manager Dongfang too. They are such a good match, perfectly illustrating what a talented man and a beautiful woman are. What are you all doing? Chatting during work hours? Luchun walked out of the office, frowning at the crowd leaning against the window. The gossiping employees immediately scattered, returning to their workstations. Su Chen was reluctantly pulled onto the plane by Dongfang Tingyin, and once they were here, he realized he couldn't even think about going back. You didn't even give me time to change my underwear. You're too anxious, Su Chen muttered to the side. What are you muttering about? Am I the one who's anxious? If we wait any longer, the plane will take off. Dongfang Tingyin denied being anxious. Ha! Su Chen sneered. Inwardly, wasn't it you who booked the ticket? If you weren't anxious, why book such a close flight? I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when we land. Dongfang Tingyin reclined her seat, closed her eyes, and covered herself with a blanket, preparing to rest for a while. Su Chen also wanted to rest for a bit. Excuse me, could you switch seats with me? A middle-aged man, looking quite presentable, approached Su Chen. Politely. Why should I switch with you? Su Chen was puzzled. He was sitting comfortably, so why should he switch seats? It was absurd. I don't really like window seats, so could we switch? The middle-aged man pointed to his seat, which was by the window, with an empty seat next to it. Su Chen frowned. Was this guy looking for trouble? There was an empty seat right next to him. Why did he want to switch? Su Chen turned to look at the middle-aged man, who quickly shifted his gaze, looking expectantly at Su Chen. Following his gaze, Su Chen saw that he was looking at Dongfang Tingyin. Goodness, this wasn't about not liking the window seat, this was about liking the beautiful woman. I can switch seats, but it can't be without any benefits, right? Su Chen decided to teach him a lesson. Understood, understood, the middle-aged man nodded in comprehension, pulling out his wallet and taking out several large bills. Thanks, brother, just a little token of appreciation, the middle-aged man said, handing the money to Su Chen. That thick stack of cash must be worth several thousand. However, Su Chen did not take it. Do you think someone who can afford first class would lack a few thousand? Su Chen looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Su Chen was right. First class was indeed filled with social elites, and no one would lack that little money. So what do you mean? I see your watch is quite nice, Su Chen said, glancing at the Patek Philippe watch on the middle-aged man's wrist. The man hesitated. This watch was something he had brought back from abroad, hard to find in the country, worth hundreds of thousands. Then he greedily looked at Dongfang Tingyin. Such a stunning beauty was indeed rare. In his years of navigating the dating scene, he had hardly seen a few like her, and it would be a pity to miss out on this opportunity. It's just a few 100,000, right? Compared to a stunning beauty, it's worth it. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and took off the watch. Since you like it, brother, I'll give it to you, he said, reluctantly handing the watch to Su Chen while trying to appear magnanimous. Thank you, big brother, Su Chen said without hesitation, accepting the watch. It was just what he needed to adorn his wrist, and the best part was that it was free. So, brother, your seat? The middle-aged man asked expectantly. Oh, that would naturally be yours, Su Chen replied with a smile, then stood up from his seat. The middle-aged man looked delighted. He had finally secured it. As long as he could connect with this stunning beauty, with his experience in the dating scene, he was sure he could win her over. The man instantly fell into a wonderful fantasy. Tingyin, wake up, we're changing seats. This big brother doesn't like the window seat, so we'll give it to him, Su Chen called to Dongfang Tingyin. Dongfang. Tingyin woke up groggily, looking at Su Chen with confusion. Why are we suddenly changing seats, she asked, puzzled. This big brother kindly gave me a watch, so I'm switching seats with him. Come on, let's sit. In the back, Su Chen said, waving the watch on his wrist. Dongfang Tingyin looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the middle-aged man. Is this guy an idiot? Does he really need to give away a watch worth hundreds of thousands just to change seats? The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had a dark expression. He felt like he had been played. The plane is about to land. Please remain seated. And do not move around, the flight attendant's voice came over the intercom. The plane was about to land, and everyone had to stay seated. The middle-aged man didn't even get a chance to vent his frustration at Su Chen. After the plane landed, Su Chen and Dongfang Tingyin quickly left. The middle-aged man couldn't find Su Chen, and he had given away a watch for nothing, which made him very angry. Don't let me find out who you are. But Su Chen and Dongfang Tingyin had already gotten into a car heading to her home. Who else is in your family? Do I need to bring gifts? What hobbies does your dad have? Would giving your mom cosmetics seem tacky? Su Chen felt increasingly nervous as they got closer to Dongfang's house. It felt like the first time a couple meets each other's parents, filled with anxiety about how to greet them. I've prepared everything for you, you don't need to worry. My dad doesn't have many hobbies, just likes to drink. As for my mom, if you have time, you can choose to take her shopping, Dongfang Tingyin explained to Su Chen. Just hearing her speak made him even more anxious. Do you have any siblings besides you? Have you bought them gifts? Su Chen asked again. Yes, but they are all cousins, not close, so you don't need to bring gifts, Dongfang Tingyin continued to clarify for Su Chen. What about your grandfather? Your grandmother? Su Chen asked again, as if he wanted to clarify the entire family tree of Dongfang. Tingyin, why are you acting like a woman, so fussy? It's not like I'm sending you to the gallows. Dongfang Tingyin felt that Su Chen's reaction was a bit excessive. Was it really necessary? Su Chen immediately fell silent, thinking that Dongfang Tingyin had no life experience and cursed her to embarrass herself when meeting her parents in the future. Soon, the car stopped outside a courtyard. This was the ancestral home of the Dongfang family. Your family is really well off, Su Chen said sincerely. Having such a large Sihiyuan in the capital is simply shocking. An ordinary person probably wouldn't even dare to think about it. Come in, Dongfang Tingyin directly pushed the door open, her home never bothering to close the door. Miss is back. As soon as the door was open, an ant sweeping the floor was taken aback. Upon seeing Dongfang Tingyin, Miss, you go back to your room first, I'll go inform the master right away. The ant looked very happy and excitedly ran off to announce that Dongfang Tingyin had returned. Dongfang Tingyin shook her head, surveying the surroundings that felt both familiar and strange. This home was her childhood, bringing her joy as well as sorrow. Miss, the master is waiting for you in the living room. He wants you to go there now. Just as Dongfang Tingyin and Su Chen returned to their bedroom, the ant rushed over to tell Dongfang Tingyin. Got it, Aunt Wu, I'll go over right away. Dongfang Tingyin nodded to indicate she understood. She then set down her luggage and took out the gifts she had prepared in advance. Here, take this, it's all for you. Dongfang Tingyin stuffed Su Chen with more than 10 gift bags filled with various items, some for Dongfang Tingyian's mother and some for her father. Su Chen looked speechlessly at the bags in his hands. Fortunately, he was strong, or an ordinary person would have been crushed by the weight. Dad, Mom, Dongfang Tingyin and Su Chen entered the living room, and Dongfang Tingyin smiled as she called out to a man and a woman in the room. Hello, uncle and aunt, Su Chen nervously followed Dongfang Tingyian's lead. The smiling face of Dongfang Shu suddenly changed. Who is he? Dongfang Shu asked his daughter with a cold expression. My boyfriend, Su Chen, Dongfang Tingyin said generously. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Shu's expression turned not just cold but very angry. Do you know you have a marriage contract? And now you bring back a man. What will others think of our Dongfang family? Dongfang Shu angrily pointed at Dongfang Tingyin and shouted. Dongfang Tingyin sneered. The one who agreed to the marriage contract was you. When did you ever ask for my opinion? Dongfang Tingyin met her father's gaze without flinching. Dongfang Shu was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring. You two stop arguing. Our daughter has come back with great difficulty. What are you doing? Zhang Yusin angrily said to Dongfang Shu. Dongfang Shu immediately quieted down, just staring angrily at Dongfang Tingyin. Su Chen, right? Come sit down. What a good young man, Zhang Yusin said, looking at Su Chen with satisfaction. Aunt, this is a gift I brought for you. Su Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as they entered, Dongfang Tingyin started arguing with her dad, and Su Chen was quite nervous on the side. With Zhang Yusin mediating, Su Chen took the opportunity to present the gifts he was holding. Little Su was thoughtful. Aunt Wu, have someone take these things down, Zhang Yusin said to Aunt Wu outside the door. Zhang Yusin was quite satisfied with Su Chen, mainly because she trusted her daughter's judgment. She also didn't like the fiancé Dongfang Shu had arranged for her daughter. Aunt, I heard Tingyin say, you like shopping. When you have time, I'll accompany you and help carry your bags. Su Chen seized the opportunity and started to appeal to Zhang Yusin's interests. That sounds great. I was just worried about not having anyone to go shopping with. Zhang Yusin's eyes lit up and she secretly glared at Dongfang Shu, clearly dissatisfied with him. Ahem. Dongfang Shu pretended not to see Zhang Yusin's gaze and cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. He really had no time to accompany Zhang Yusin. Now you suddenly bring back a boyfriend. How am I supposed to explain this to the Su family? Dongfang Shu was still in a phase of anger, expressing his dissatisfaction to Dongfang Tingyin. I didn't ask you to come back just to slap my face. Dongfang Shu was very unhappy. He had urged Dongfang Tingyin to return to settle the marriage, not to come back and embarrass him. Anyway, I will never marry Su Tianming. If you want to marry him, go ahead. Oriental Tingyian's attitude was very clear. She was unwilling to acknowledge this marriage. You are really being unreasonable. Oriental Shu found himself at a loss with Oriental Tingyin. Su Chen, is it? Unable to resolve the issue with his daughter, he turned his attention to Su Chen. Yes, uncle, you say. Su Chen nodded, all ears. Do you know the situation of our Oriental family? In our country, we value matching social status. Not everyone has the chance to fly up the branches and become a phoenix, Oriental Shu said pointedly to Su Chen. What you said is right, uncle, but I like Tingyin, and that's enough. Tingyin likes me too. If mutual affection isn't considered a match in social status, then what is? At this moment, Su Chen was not intimidated at all. Since Oriental Shu was already hinting at something, why should he hold back? Ha! Young man, you should know that some people are simply not in the same world as you. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to enter his circle. Why waste your time? Oriental Shu sneered, looking down on the naive Su Chen. When you say not in the same world, are you referring to the ancient martial arts world? Su Chen understood Oriental Shu's meaning. If he were an ordinary person, then indeed he would never come into contact with the ancient martial arts world in his lifetime. You know about the ancient martial arts world. Oriental Shu was surprised that an ordinary person actually knew about it. However, he quickly assumed that Oriental Tingyin must have told Su Chen. Tingyin, how could you reveal matters of the ancient martial arts world to an ordinary person? It was a tacit agreement among all martial artists to keep the ancient martial arts world hidden. From ordinary people, no one would voluntarily disclose such details. But Oriental Tingyin had broken the rules, and if other martial artists found out, they would definitely pursue Oriental Tingyin and Su Chen. Who said he is an ordinary person? Did I ever say that? Oriental Tingyin chuckled lightly. She knew her father would make things difficult for Su Chen because of his identity as a martial artist, so she sought out someone special like Su Chen. Oriental Shu looked at Su Chen in surprise. He didn't expect this kid to actually be a martial artist. So what if he is a martial artist? There are still differences among martial artists. Not everyone can climb the big tree of the Oriental family. Oriental Shu's words had a hint of self-praise, but it was indeed the truth. In the capital, the Oriental family could be said to be the pinnacle for martial artists, one of the four great families which carried significant weight. I am not talented. I just recently obtained a spot in the inheritance land and have fought with Su Tianming, knocking him off a cliff with one punch, Su Chen said without modesty, deliberately mentioning Su Tianming. The implication was that he knew about the engagement between Oriental Tingyin and Su Tianming, and that Su Tianming was no match for him. What? Oriental Shu was taken aback. If Su Chen's words were true, then wasn't Su Chen stronger than Su Tianming? How could that be possible? Su Tianming was the most talented young person in nearly 100 years. Was Su Chen even stronger than him? That talent would be comparable to the true disciples of top sects, boasting without fear of your tongue slipping. Tianming is equivalent to the strength of the Yaoguang realm. How could you possibly defeat him? Oriental Shu was somewhat skeptical, as Su Chen had no proof, and no one could verify that he had ever defeated Su Tianming. Oriental Tingyin was also surprised, having never heard Su Chen mention this before. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. I have no need to lie to you, Su Chen said calmly. Su Chen's composure left Oriental Shu uncertain about the truth of his words. Dad, Su Chen is my boyfriend, not your prisoner. Is it really necessary to interrogate him like this? Oriental Tingyin felt she couldn't let her father continue questioning. Regardless of whether Su Chen was telling the truth or not, the more they talked, the more mistakes could happen, and they shouldn't expose anything. Exactly, they just got off the plane, and you won't even let them rest. I'll have Sister Wu prepare a guest room. You two should go rest first, Zhang Yusen said, expressing her dissatisfaction with Oriental Shu. No need, Mom, he lives with me. Dongfang Tingyin directly rejected her mother's gesture, pulling Su Chen away. This left the surprised parents in the living room. What did she just say? Living together. Dongfang Shu's voice instantly rose several degrees. It seems so. Zhang Yusen also seemed a bit taken aback. Did her daughter act so quickly? Are they really cohabiting? The reason Dongfang Tingyin said this was to let her parents know that she and Su Chen had already crossed the line and no one could stop her from breaking off the engagement. Even more confused was Su Chen, who had no idea there was a sleepover involved. Sister, sleeping comes at a different price. You can't just take advantage of me, Su Chen said with a shy expression. Get lost. Dongfang Tingyin almost couldn't help but slap Su Chen's face. What a rogue, thinking of such good things. So how are we going to sleep at night? This was Su Chen's biggest concern. There was only one bed in the room and he didn't want to sleep on the floor. Dongfang Tingyin was silent for a long time. Let's sleep on the bed. Anyway, my bed is quite big. 1/2 each and no one is allowed to cross the line, or you'll be a beast. Dongfang Tingyin said fiercely to Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly remembered a story about beasts and those worse than beasts. He then looked at Dongfang Tingyin strangely. Don't think nonsense. Dongfang Tingyin quickly realized her words were problematic and immediately hit Su Chen. If you don't want to think about it, then don't hit me, Su Chen said, somewhat speechless, rubbing the spot where Dongfang Tingyin had hit him. That night, when it was time to sleep, I sleep pretty soundly. So don't talk to me, Su Chen reminded Dongfang Tingyin in advance to avoid her worrying when he entered the game. Got it, but don't use that as an excuse to cross the line, Dongfang Tingyin warned Su Chen, using the blanket to draw a line between them. Su Chen nodded and quickly fell asleep on the bed. To fall asleep quickly, Su Chen had developed a method: close his eyes, adjust his breathing, relax his body, and focus his attention on his feet, and soon he would be asleep. Su Chen, are you asleep? Dongfang Tingyin was sleeping on the same bed with a male for the first time, feeling uncomfortable and unable to sleep. She softly asked Su Chen. But Su Chen had already entered the game and couldn't hear Dongfang Tingyin speaking at all. Su Chen? Dongfang Tingyin turned to face Su Chen's direction and then realized he was already asleep. He really fell asleep fast, Dongfang Tingyin muttered in dissatisfaction. With such a beautiful woman beside him, Su Chen could fall asleep so quickly. It was somewhat disrespectful to her. Dongfang Tingyin had a mischievous thought and reached out her small hand to touch Su Chen's face, but he showed no reaction. She pinched Su Chen's nose, still no response. Sleeping so soundly? Dongfang Tingyin, not believing it, sat up and looked down at Su Chen. She held Su Chen's face and shook it. Su Chen still didn't react. She slapped him twice, and still no response. Dongfang Tingyin was shocked. This wasn't just sleeping soundly, he was completely out. If it weren't for Su Chen's steady breathing and the warmth of his body, she would have thought he was dead. Humph. Worse than a beast. Dongfang Tingyin recalled the story about living together and teased Su Chen, then smiled and lay down beside him to sleep. The next morning, after a day of completing tasks in the game, Su Chen opened his eyes and suddenly felt a weight on him. Looking down, he saw Dongfang Tingyin half lying on him, her thin sleepwear barely concealing her figure. Dongfang Tingyin let out a soft moan as she woke up, hearing such an enticing sound up close. Su Chen felt his body tremble. Who could stand this? Su Chen? Dongfang Tingyin groggily opened her eyes and was a bit confused when she saw Su Chen for the first time. Ah! The next moment, she let out a piercing scream. What are you doing in my bed? Dongfang Tingyin said in terror. Maybe you should think about what happened yesterday. Su Chen replied, speechless. Dongfang Tingyin carefully recalled the events and then remembered the sequence of events. Her face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then how did you end up on my side, beast? Dongfang Tingyin refused to admit she was wrong and immediately accused Su Chen of crossing the line. Do you want to take a closer look? You're the one lying on top of me, and it's you who crossed the line, Su Chen said, even more speechless. Indeed, women are unreasonable creatures, and strong women are no exception. Dongfang Tingyin looked down and realized she had indeed crossed the line. Humph, you're worse than a beast. Su Chen's temples throbbed. He really wanted to teach Dongfang Tingyin a lesson right then and there, to show her whether he was truly a beast or not. Tingyin, are you awake? At that end, thank you, Dad, for understanding, Dongfang Tingyin said. Happily. She was not only glad to be free from the engagement but, more importantly, she didn't have to confront her father. From childhood to now, her father had always loved her. It was just that the engagement had made Dongfang Tingyin very unhappy, and Dongfang Shu was too stubborn, which led to her running away from home and bringing Su Chen back to confront him. Su Chen, let's go. Dongfang Tingyin eagerly pulled Su Chen away from the Dongfang residence. Where are we going? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Dongfang Tingyin was in a rush and Su Chen couldn't quite understand what she was planning to do next. To the Su family? To cancel the engagement. Cancel the engagement? Su Chen suddenly felt that this scenario was somewhat familiar. The protagonist falls from grace, the fiancé comes to break off the engagement, and in a fit of anger, the protagonist declares that one should not underestimate the youth in poverty. Am I becoming the villain? Su Chen looked at Dongfang Tingyin with a strange expression. How do you plan to cancel the engagement? Just going to the Su family alone? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to come back? Su Chen would never do something so foolish as to head into someone else's territory unprepared, not even knowing how he might end up. Don't worry, I have a plan. Dongfang Tingyin gave Su Chen a reassuring look. Su Chen was still uneasy. What could she have prepared that would make one of the four great families in the capital, the Su family, compromise? Soon, the two of them arrived at the Su family. Unlike the Dongfang residence, the Su family was a magnificent manor, built in European style. Private property, no entry. The guard immediately stopped them, not allowing them to step into the manor, not even letting them linger at the entrance. I am Dongfang Tingyin, the eldest daughter of the Dongfang family, Dongfang. Tingyin said to him. As a guard of one of the four great families, he naturally knew of their existence and looked at Dongfang Tingyin. Please wait a moment, the guard politely informed them before returning indoors to report via intercom. Soon, the guard reappeared. The master has asked you to go to the reception room, please follow me. The guard gestured for them to proceed and led the way. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. The world of the wealthy was indeed different. Even a guard could be trained to be so gentlemanly. The master is inside. The guard brought them to the reception room and then stood outside, waiting. Dongfang Tingyin didn't hold back and walked straight in, with Su Chen following closely behind. Dongfang niece, it's been a while since you last visited your uncle, a middle-aged man in the reception room, somewhat resembling Su Tianming, was none other than the head of the Su family, Su Pengcheng. Upon seeing Dongfang Tingyin, Su Pengcheng burst into hearty laughter, appearing exceptionally pleased. Uncle Su, you're joking, this is my first time meeting you. Dongfang Tingyin didn't give Su Pengcheng any face, directly exposing his flattery, which made Su Pengcheng feel a bit awkward. That's true, but I've heard your name quite a bit from your father. Su Pengcheng quickly regained his composure, as expected of the head of the Su family. I'm here to see Uncle Su about something, so let's skip the pleasantries. Dongfang Tingyin was too lazy to be courteous and stated her purpose directly. Oh, if you have something to say, just say it. For Tianming's sake, I won't ignore it, Su Pengcheng said with a smile. Uncle, I'm here to cancel the engagement. Dongfang Tingyian's words instantly wiped the smile off Su Pengcheng's face. Niece, you can't be joking about this. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Can you say again what you're here for? Su Pengcheng's lips twitched, a cold smile forced onto his face as he confirmed with Dongfang Tingyin. Cancel the engagement. Dongfang Tingyin met Su Pengcheng's gaze and repeated herself. Su Pengcheng fell silent for a moment, his expression growing darker. Niece, even if you want to cancel the engagement, it should be your father who comes. Is this your father's intention? Su Pengcheng said with a cold face. Dongfang Tingyian's act of coming to cancel the engagement was simply a slap in the face to the Su family. How could Su Pengcheng possibly react positively? No, my marriage is something I alone can decide. My dad has no say in it. Dongfang Tingyin declared that she was here to call off the engagement on her own behalf. Ha! Su Pengcheng immediately laughed, realizing it was just a little girl's naive fantasy about love. Niece, feelings can be cultivated. Do you know how much loss your cancellation of the engagement will cause the Su and Dongfang families? I don't know, and I don't want to know. If you insist on forcing me to marry Su Tianming, I guarantee he will be a eunuch by the next day. Dongfang Tingyin suddenly said coldly. Su Pengcheng was taken aback. Su Chen was also surprised. He had no doubt that Dongfang Tingyin was not joking. She could definitely do it. Also, I have a boyfriend, Dongfang Tingyin said as she pulled Su Chen over, leaning against him. I will absolutely make Su Tianming wear a green hat. Even if you kill him, I will find a second, third, and fourth boyfriend, and I will guarantee that on the very first day of our marriage, Su Tianming will wear a green hat. Dongfang Tingyian's madness had completely shattered Su Chen's worldview. Is this what she meant by being prepared? Isn't this just digging a pit for me? Su Chen screamed inwardly. Dongfang Tingyin had completely put him in the spotlight, and he would be the first to bear the wrath of the Su family. Niece, do you even know what you're saying? Do you think this will make me agree to the cancellation? Dongfang Tingyin clearly underestimated Su Pengcheng. In wealthy families, few people value love and kinship. Sometimes, even a biological father can sacrifice for the family. So what does a son's happiness matter? Wearing a green hat is nothing. His son could find any woman, and with Dongfang Tingyin, it was merely a facade of marriage. Of course not. Do you know what I was doing before I came home? Dongfang Tingyin seemed to have known that this wouldn't yield any results, instead smiling as she asked Su Pengcheng. Su Pengcheng frowned. I heard that the Su family is quite special among the four major families. The other families focus on ancient martial arts and do business with well-known merchants, where merchants provide funding and ancient martial families offer protection. but only your Su family manages the company directly, and many of the company's legal entities are your family's direct descendants. I assume you wouldn't want to see your family's company go bankrupt, would you? Dongfang Tingyin confidently explained to the puzzled Su Pengcheng. To call off the engagement she had been preparing in secret for a long time, this was merely the trigger. What exactly do you mean? Su Pengcheng frowned, somewhat confused by Dongfang Tingyian's words. Call and ask if the companies under the Su family are having problems. This is just an appetizer for you, Dongfang Tingyin said. Su Pengcheng, half convinced, dialed a number. The company isn't having any issues, right? As soon as Su Pengcheng spoke, the other side hesitated. Su Pengcheng's expression darkened. What exactly happened? Speak. The person on the other end, unable to hide the truth, had no choice but to reveal the company's situation. Several companies we cooperate with have suddenly delayed payments, and we found numerous violations in substandard materials in many projects we are responsible for. Not only are they not paying, but they are also demanding compensation. Su Pengcheng's heart sank. There was no need to ask about other companies. In this situation, it was clear that someone was instigating this, as long-term partners would not suddenly make an issue out of minor product defects. Niece, what a clever tactic. Su Pengcheng sincerely praised Dongfang Tingyin. Dongfang Tingyin smiled slightly. The connections she had built over the years as a professional manager were not something ordinary people could compare to. Under her operation, she had found acquaintances in several companies that collaborated with the Su family. And with her promises, these people were willing to help her. Now was the time to reel them in. Uncle Su, as long as you agree to the annulment, your company will be fine, I assure you, Dongfang Tingyin said confidently. Su Pengcheng immediately fell into deep thought. Should he choose a person or his company? This was actually an easy choice. I agree to the annulment, but I have a request, Su Pengcheng said, without much hesitation, opting for the latter. Please, Uncle Su, go ahead, Dongfang Tingyin replied. I want him to stay. Su Pengcheng pointed at Su Chen. He was very angry right now and needed an outlet. He couldn't take it out on Dongfang Tingyin, no matter how furious he was, otherwise it would mean declaring war on the Dongfang family. But if he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't feel comfortable, and Su Chen was just the right target. After all, he was currently Dongfang Tingyian's boyfriend. Dongfang Tingyin was taken aback, glancing back at Su Chen, implying, why don't you just endure a bit? Su Chen's expression changed instantly. Sister, we can't joke about this. Uncle Su, I'm afraid I can't agree, you should come up with another request. Dongfang Tingyin certainly wouldn't give up on Su Chen, she was just joking with him earlier. I have no other requests, just keep him here, and I won't bring up the marriage again. Su Pengcheng believed that Su Chen was merely Dongfang Tingyian's boyfriend, someone she could replace at any time, and there was no need to give up her hard-won freedom for a man. Then forget it, Uncle Su, you should hurry and deal with the company's issues. Dongfang Tingyin absolutely would not give up on Su Chen, even if it meant falling out with Su Pengcheng. Su Pengcheng frowned again. Was she really going to oppose the Su family for a man? You better think this through. Even if the company is gone, the impact on our Su family won't be significant. It's just a few companies lost. But today, you have completely offended me. Even your father won't be able to protect you. Su Pengcheng said coldly, the threat clear in his tone. I can consider other requests, but not this one. He is my man. Dongfang Tingyin said coldly. You. Su Pengcheng was at a loss with the unyielding Dongfang Tingyin. Did he really have to compromise with a junior for the sake of the company? Su Chen was moved by Dongfang Tingyian's words. At that moment, she was so manly. Wait, why did it feel off? Sir, the young master has returned. At that moment, the doorman came in to report to Su Pengcheng. Let him come in. Su Pengcheng's face lit up, quickly asking someone to call Su Tianming over. Dongfang Tingyin frowned. Why was Su Tianming back at this time? My son is the #1 genius in the capital. I hope you won't regret it after meeting him, Su Pengcheng said with a cold smile. In his mind, Su Tianming was an extraordinary talent rarely seen in 100 years, unmatched by anyone. Soon after, Su Tianming appeared in the reception room. Upon seeing Su Chen and Dongfang Tingyin, Su Tianming was momentarily stunned, then looked at Su Chen with a face full of anger. How dare you come to my house? Su Tianming was completely furious. It was one thing for Su Chen to flirt with his fiancée, but to come to his home and provoke him was simply intolerable. Tianming, do you know him? Su Pengcheng initially thought Su Chen was just Dongfang Tingyian's pretty boy, not worth mentioning, but he didn't expect his son to actually know him. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Su Tianming gritted his teeth, feeling bitter that the only time he had been humiliated was by a nobody, and he had to take revenge. Su Xiao, do we have such a deep grudge? Su Chen said helplessly. His conflict with Su Tianming was merely a battle over a competition, where he had knocked him off a cliff with a punch. Tianming, since you're back, you can take charge. They are here to annul the engagement today. What do you mean? Su Pengcheng decided to hand the decision-making power to his son, letting him decide whether to agree to the annulment. Annul the engagement? Impossible. Su Tianming was certainly Unwilling, how could Confronting just let it go without even having touched her hand? He was not satisfied. Are you sure? Your family's company is now in my hands, Confronting said coldly. Su Tianming looked at his father in confusion, and only after receiving a confirming nod from him did he believe it. That won't do. You can't just call off the engagement like that. What do you take the Su family for? To his surprise, Su Tianming still disagreed. What do you want? Even if we don't call off the engagement, I won't marry you. Confronting frowned slightly. She was so close to success, and Su Tianming's sudden appearance had disrupted her plans. If you want to break off the engagement, then unless. Su Tianming pointed at Su Chen. You want him to stay too? Confronting looked at Su Tianming with a strange expression. What was going on with these two? They both wanted Su Chen to stay. Was Su Chen really that charming to men? I want to have another match with him. Su Tianming was simply unwilling to accept. Su Chen, wanting to defeat him again and regain his face. If he wins, you can leave, and I won't bring up the marriage again. If he loses, not only do you have to marry me, but I also want him to crawl out of the Su family on his knees. Su Tianming wanted not just revenge but also to humiliate the two of them. Confronting frowned at Su Chen. This was her matter, and she couldn't drag Su Chen into it. No way. Confronting immediately refused, absolutely unwilling to risk Su Chen. It's fine, I agree. Su Chen indeed accepted. Su Chen, you. Confronting looked at Su Chen in surprise. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Su Chen gave Confronting a reassuring look. Su Chen, you don't have to take risks for me, Confronting said seriously to Su Chen. She didn't want Su Chen to take risks for her. With Su Tianming's strength, it would be very difficult for Su Chen to win. Don't worry, your brother Fan's strength will definitely open your eyes. Su Chen was very confident. Confronting wanted to dissuade him further, but Su Chen's confident smile gave her a sense of reassurance. Maybe Su Chen really could do it? Alright, let's go to the backyard. Su Tianming revealed a triumphant smile upon seeing Su Chen. Agree. The Su family's backyard had a martial arts training ground, and the Dongfang family had a similar place. After all, they were an ancient martial arts family, and a training ground was essential. At that moment, there were quite a few Su family disciples practicing inside the training ground, and the arrival of Su Pengcheng and Su Tianming immediately made them stop their movements. Head of the family, young master. You all stop for now. Tianming needs the training ground, Su Pengcheng said to the instructor. The instructor nodded and dismissed the students on the spot. Su Chen, losing to you last time was purely an accident. Today, you won't be so lucky. Su Tianming had long wanted to take revenge on Su Chen, but he had promised young Master Long not to cause trouble during the competition, otherwise, he wouldn't have held back at the top of Taiping Mountain. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Do you remember this move? Su Chen waved his hand, and thick fog instantly filled the entire area, enveloping Su Tianming as well. Humph. Su Tianming snorted coldly. That move is useless against me now. Su Tianming had suffered losses because of Su Chen's fog-creating ability, so he had naturally learned how to counter it afterward. 2. Counter your ability. I specifically learned the hard eye technique. Although I'm just a beginner, it's enough to deal with you. Su Tianming had sought young Master Long to teach him perception techniques. And after mastering the hard eye, he could sense every blade of grass and tree around him even with his eyes closed, which was very impressive. No matter from which direction Su Chen attacked Su Tianming, he could easily detect Su Chen's position and defend effortlessly. Su Chen knew that Su Tianming was not lying. He had indeed found a way to counter the fog-creating ability. Su Chen simply decided to dispel the fog. With a wave of his hand, the fog instantly vanished. Su Tianming immediately sneered. In his view, aside from the tricky fog-creating ability, Su Chen's true strength was not as formidable as his own. The last time he had been knocked off the cliff was merely due to a superiority in abilities. Now that the ability was useless, he wanted to see what other tricks Su Chen had. Ice Palm. Su Tianming sneered. Using his renowned skill, Ice Palm, to attack Su Chen. Flames surged from Su Chen's hands as he countered Su Tianming's assault. The same thing happened again. The flames and cold air intertwined instantly, creating a large amount of steam at their point of contact. However, this time neither of them retreated, as if they were testing each other's strength, and Su Chen's fist met Su Tianming's palm. Their arms turned bright red from the steam's heat, but neither made a sound, enduring the pain in silence. Su Tianming felt a tremendous force hit him, startling him. Before he could fully process his surprise, another surge of power from Su Chen's fist sent him staggering back several steps. What kind of move is that? Su Tianming looked at Su Chen in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could use dual strength. At this moment, both of their arms were burned by the steam. Su Tianming's arm was bright red, with signs of blisters forming. Meanwhile, Su Chen's arm quickly returned to normal, showing no signs of being burned. Want to learn? I won't teach you, Su Chen scoffed. Su Tianming's expression darkened. You're asking for it. Die. Su Tianming shouted angrily, and the temperature around them dropped several degrees instantly. Frost spread out from Su Tianming, freezing the ground into a sheet of ice. Su Pengcheng, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. 1,000 miles of ice, my son. Tianming has never been defeated with this martial skill. Once this move is unleashed, the opponent will surely become an ice sculpture, Su Pengcheng said confidently, already marking Su Chen for death in his mind. Su Chen frowned. The changes happening were not just on the ground, but also with Su Tianming. Su Tianming had transformed into something akin to an ice sculpture, his entire being crystalline and transparent, as if carved from a block of ice, yet he could move freely without any hindrance. The ice spread to Su Chen's feet and he could feel the temperature plummeting as if it had dropped to below -10 degrees in an instant. Boom! Flames erupted fiercely from Su Chen's body, using this method to dispel the cold. You are dead! Su Tianming's appearance had changed and even his voice had become much colder and more ruthless. Surrounded by flames, Su Chen contemplated his countermeasures. Clearly, Su Tianming's next move would be extraordinary and he was unsure if he could withstand it. Su Chen glanced at his game backpack. He hadn't used the items he had taken out last night and today yet. Aside from everyday items, there weren't many useful things in the backpack. There were a few pills and junk equipment from the sect mission rewards over the past few days, as well as some subpar blue gear left over from previous equipment farming. These blue items only increased basic attribute values and had no special properties, so they probably wouldn't be very useful. However, Su Chen spotted a pill that might help him. He immediately took it out, not even looking at it, and popped it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it down. Die! Su Tianming shouted coldly, and suddenly heavy snow began to fall around them as he charged towards Su Chen, enveloped in a chilling aura. Ice palm, extreme cold storm. Su Tianming barely managed to unleash the Su family's ultimate skill using his ability. Gathering immense cold energy in his palm, he rushed in front of Su Chen and struck out, unleashing a pale blue extreme cold storm that instantly engulfed Su Chen. Su Chen! Dongfang Tingyin let out a heart-wrenching scream. She sensed the power of Su Tianming's move, knowing that Su Chen absolutely could not withstand it. Su Tianming, I'll fight you to the end. Dongfang Tingyian's eyes reddened as she charged towards Su Tianming, pulling out a sword from somewhere, its sharp aura aimed directly at Su Tianming's vital points. Oriental niece, the battle isn't over. Yet, isn't it inappropriate for you to disturb them? However, Su Pengcheng did indeed block Dongfang Tingyian's path, gently waving his hand and sending her flying back several dozen meters. Dongfang Tingyin steadied herself, looking at the two with a face full of anger. Oriental niece, if he loses, you'll be my daughter-in-law, so let's not ruin the family harmony, Su Pengcheng said with a smile to Dongfang Tingyin. Old man, who wants to marry your son? Dongfang Tingyin shouted angrily, and surprisingly charged forward again, her long sword gleaming coldly, showing no signs of weakness in front of Su Pengcheng. You're asking for it. Even if your father comes today, I will teach you a lesson. Su Pengcheng was angry. Dongfang Tingyin was repeatedly courting death, and how could he hold back? Even if Dongfang Shu came, he wouldn't let this little girl off easily. Tingyin, don't be impulsive. Su Chen's voice came through the storm. Dongfang Tingyin was momentarily stunned, halting her advance. Su Chen! Her voice was filled with surprise. Su Chen emerged from the storm, his body covered in ice crystals and wounds from ice blades. However, these superficial injuries quickly healed under the influence of the blood pool. Overall, Su Tianming's extreme cold storm hadn't caused Su Chen much harm. Impossible. Su Tianming's voice was filled with disbelief. The extreme cold storm was a genuine full-force strike that had reached the Yao Guang realm. How could Su Chen possibly be unscathed? Next, it should be my turn, Su Chen said expressionlessly as he looked at Su Tianming, extending his hand to throw out several fireballs, igniting everything flammable around him. Weapon racks, wooden stakes, and dummies were all set ablaze by Su Chen. Kid, what are you trying to do? Do you want to burn down my Su family? Su Pengcheng said in a muffled voice. Just burning a few wooden stakes, is that being so stingy? Su Chen ignored Su Pengcheng. His flame ability grew stronger in areas with more fire elements. Su Chen was just modifying the environment to enhance his skill's power. Su Tianming, it's only polite to return a favor. If you can catch this move, I'll admit defeat, Su Chen said to Su Tianming. Su Tianming snorted coldly. With you? I can catch 10 moves. Su Tianming was very arrogant, completely dismissing Su Chen. Then watch closely. Su Chen gathered his true energy, channeling it all into his flame ability, and a fireball with a 2-meter diameter appeared in front of him, the scorching flames almost overwhelming even Su Chen, the user. Meteor rushing to the moon. Su Chen used the last bit of true energy to execute his speed technique, charging towards Su Tianming. With the large fireball in his arms at an incredible speed, Su Tianming frowned slightly. He could feel the terrifying power emanating from the fireball in front of Su Chen, but he felt he could withstand it. Ha! Su Tianming stood his ground, not dodging, condensing a thick ice shield in front of him to prepare for Su Chen's strike. It wasn't that he was foolish and wouldn't dodge, he had already boasted earlier. And if he dodged now, wouldn't that mean he was afraid of Su Chen? Su Tianming would never back down against Su Chen. Moreover, he believed he could block Su Chen's attack. Boom! The fireball collided with the ice shield, which emitted sizzling sounds and a large amount of steam rose up. Crack! Crack! The ice shield made a sound of being unable to bear the weight under the impact of the fireball, cracks spreading across the entire shield. Crack! The ice shield finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered, the fireball crashing into Su Tianming. But the ice shield had absorbed a significant amount of the fireball's energy, leaving Su Tianming able to withstand the remaining energy with his body. A large amount of cold air rose from Su Tianming to counter the high temperature of Su Chen's fireball. The remaining power of the fireball struck Su Tianming, causing him to involuntarily take 3 steps back. Su Chen's full-force attack was indeed not easy to withstand. Ha! Su Tianming roared, exerting all his strength to counteract the remaining force of the fireball. However, the temperature of the fireball suddenly surged again and an unknown energy surged forth, instantly engulfing Su Tianming in a black shadow. The high temperature continuously scorched Su Tianming's body. Ah! Su Tianming let out a piercing scream from within the fireball. Tianming! Su Pengcheng exclaimed, rushing onto the battlefield and diving into the fireball to pull Su Tianming out. At that moment, Su Tianming was already charred black by the flames, his clothes in tatters, melted and stuck to his skin. Tianming! Su Pengcheng looked at his son's condition, his voice hoarse with pain. Dongfang Tingjian's heart sank. This was no longer about breaking off the engagement. With Su Chen having beaten Su Tianming to this state, it was likely that they would find it difficult to leave now. Su Chen! I want you to pay with your life. Su Chen! Run! Dongfang Tingyin shouted at Su Chen while drawing her sword to confront Su Pengcheng. Su Chen had no backing. Su Pengcheng would definitely dare to kill him, but he might not dare to kill her because the Dongfang family was behind her. Su Chen did not expect his attack to be so powerful, had increasing the damage by 33% made such a difference? The pill Su Chen took was called the Sanjiu Spirit Pill, and its attributes in the game were: Sanjiu Spirit Pill increases all attribute resistances by 33%, increases defense by 33%, increases damage by 33%, lasting for 99 seconds. This was also a divine pill in the game. Su Chen had only obtained one after completing so many sect tasks, and he didn't even know what effect it had in reality since he had already consumed the only one he had. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Su Pengcheng would never let Su Chen go easily. Facing the obstructing Dongfang Tingyin, Su Pengcheng struck her away with a palm. Dongfang Tingyin flew out, crashing against the wall before stopping. Poof! Dongfang Tingyin spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Pengcheng showed no mercy. He was now consumed by rage and cared nothing for the consequences. His peak strength in the Yaoguan realm severely injured Dongfang Tingyin. Die for me! After knocking Dongfang Tingyin back, Su Pengcheng charged directly at Su Chen, his intent clearly to take Su Chen's life. Su Chen frowned slightly and used the little true energy he had just recovered to perform the meteor chase, retreating rapidly. However, Su Chen's strength was still far from reaching the Yaoguan realm, and even with the enhancement of his techniques, he was quickly caught up by Su Pengcheng. Su Pengcheng struck Su Chen's back with a palm, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his injuries even worse than Dongfang Tingjian's. You dog couple! Die! Su Pengcheng stood in front of Su Chen, raising his hand without a word, ready to strike him down. Brother Pengcheng, isn't it a bit excessive to bully 2 juniors? A voice suddenly appeared, causing Su Pengcheng's hand to freeze in midair. Dongfang Shu, this brat injured my son. Are you going to stop me from taking revenge? The person who suddenly appeared was Dongfang Tingjian's father, Dongfang Shu. Brother Pengcheng, I remember it was just 2 juniors sparring normally. Injuries are inevitable in a spar. Are you going to break the rules? Dongfang Shu said with a smile. It turned out that Dongfang Shu had been watching all along. Since Su Chen and the others entered the Su family, he had been secretly observing them, fearing that his daughter would suffer losses in the Su family. Su Pengcheng immediately fell silent. With such a big hat placed on him, if he dared to say otherwise, he would become a thorn in the eyes of other families the next day, and from then on, there would probably only be the 3 major families left. The 4 major families in the capital had long been eyeing each other with hostility, but they had never found an excuse. If he broke the rules, it would just give them a reason to trouble the Su family. So my son is hurt like this and we just let it go? Su Pengcheng was still unwilling to accept it. Naturally, it can't just be let go, but as an elder, how can one lay hands on a junior? It would be beneath our dignity. I will teach those 2 a lesson when I return, and I will definitely give Brother Pengcheng a satisfactory result. Dongfang Shu vowed to Su Pengcheng. Su Pengcheng's face was cold. How could he not know Dongfang Shu's intentions? Take them back? Would he have the heart to punish his own family's children? Brother Pengcheng, there's no need to see me off. Let's part ways here. I will go back and teach those 2 a lesson, so I won't disturb you any longer, Dongfang Shu said, cupping his hands to Su Pengcheng. 2 bastards. Hurry up and come home with me. Always causing trouble. Just wait until I get back to teach you a lesson. Dongfang Shu scolded Dongfang Tingyin and Su Chen with an angry expression. Dongfang Tingyin hurriedly helped Su Chen up and followed her father away. Su Pengcheng gritted his teeth behind them, but he had no way to retaliate. If he tore his face with Dongfang Shu, the Su family would definitely be the one to suffer. In the end, and this loss he could only swallow down himself. Uncle, thank you, Su Chen said, clutching his chest. Under the influence of the blood pool, he was no longer significantly hindered, and he sincerely thanked Dongfang Shu. Humph, is this your so-called plan? Dongfang Shu ignored Su Chen and instead looked coldly at Dongfang Tingyin. Dongfang Tingyin also knew she was wrong, as her lack of consideration had almost cost Su Chen his life. Actually, if Su Tianming hadn't suddenly appeared, we would have succeeded. Su Chen couldn't help but speak up for Dongfang Tingyin, mainly because Su Tianming's appearance had disrupted her plans. Success my foot. You two go back and recuperate. I'll handle the matter of the annulment, Dongfang Shu said coldly to Su Chen. Dad, do you agree to the annulment? Dongfang Tingyin was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise. I didn't say I agree, I just can't stand that Su Tianming kid. How does he deserve my daughter? Dongfang Tingyin would never admit that she had softened her heart. In fact, Dongfang Shu had followed her for two reasons. One was to worry about his daughter's safety, and the other was to see if Su Chen truly had the strength to defeat Su Tianming. The facts proved that Su Chen was not lying. This was also why he was willing to step forward to rescue Su Chen. A young genius even more powerful than Su Tianming might gain some benefits from the ancient inheritance, which would be a good thing for the Dongfang family. Moreover, from his daughter's perspective, Su Chen came from a respectable background and had no ancient martial arts forces behind him. Having such a genius as a son-in-law would be quite good. Dongfang Tingyin smiled. She wanted to annul the engagement, but more than that, she wanted her family's understanding. Her father's understanding made her happier than successfully annulling the engagement. In fact, Dongfang Shu was truly at a loss. His daughter was already living with Su Chen. What else could he do? If Su Chen has time, bring your parents to the capital, and we can have a meal together, Dongfang Shu said to Su Chen. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback, somewhat caught off guard. Ahem! Dongfang Tingyin coughed twice to remind Su Chen of their current relationship. Oh, definitely. I'll talk to my parents about this as soon as I get back. Su Chen came to his senses and nodded in agreement. Good, you two should go back and rest. Dongfang Shu waved his hand, letting them return to rest. He still needed to consider how to bring up the annulment with the Su family. With his daughter's company as leverage, the annulment should actually be quite easy. However, now that Su Tianming had been severely injured by Su Chen, he didn't know if Su Pengcheng would still be willing to annul the engagement. If he wasn't willing, the Dongfang family would likely have to pay quite a price. This is a healing medicine, take it first and you'll feel better soon, Su Chen said. Although both he and Dongfang Tingyin were injured, Su Chen could recover from even the heaviest wounds given time, but Dongfang Tingyin needed proper rest to help her recover faster. Su Chen brought out some healing medicine from the game. Thank you, Dongfang Tingyin said shyly as she lay in bed, accepting the pill from Su Chen's hand. Su Chen personally lifted a cup of water to help her swallow the medicine. After taking the pill, Dongfang Tingyin felt much better. Looking at Su Chen's profile, she became a bit entranced. After the experiences of the past 2 days, Su Chen's figure had already been etched into her heart. Is there something on my face? Su Chen turned around to see Dongfang Tingyin staring intently at his face, and he asked, puzzled. And no. Dongfang Tingyin was startled, her face turning slightly red, and she became a bit nervous. Su Chen felt a bit confused. Here, have an apple. Su Chen offered her a peeled apple. Although Dongfang Tingyin had taken Su Chen's medicine, she still needed a few days of rest to fully recover. Su Chen stayed at the Dongfang family for another 2 days, but due to the matter of the ancient inheritance, he had to return to New City. Uncle, the ancient inheritance is about to open, I should go back, Su Chen said as he bid farewell to Dongfang Shu and the others. This is the sword cultivation method of the Dongfang family, I hope it helps you, Dongfang Shu said. The sword cultivation method was one of the Dongfang family's unique skills, though it wasn't considered rare among their techniques. To ensure that this son-in-law could return alive, Dongfang Shu made an exception and gifted it to Su Chen. Thank you, uncle, Su Chen said as he accepted the technique from Dongfang Shu, expressing his gratitude. After saying goodbye, Su Chen boarded a plane back to New City that very day. Not long after returning, Su Chen received news about the ancient inheritance. An old man in a Taoist robe found Su Chen. Tomorrow, Huyue Mountain will enter the ancient inheritance site, the old man informed Su Chen before leaving. Su Chen had prepared some items beforehand. He definitely needed to bring weapons. He took out a weapon he had recently acquired and transformed it into a pink version. Golden back blade, pink, +8 level, 20 damage, 60 to 78, +500, speed +20, +60, constitution +20, +60, attribute damage increased by 30%. In reality, it was a large golden-backed knife with some subtle changes from the game, including faint red patterns on the blade. Besides this knife, Su Chen also obtained a skill book. Basic sword technique mastery. When using a sword, damage is increased by 50%. This was a passive skill, a first-level skill book, not expensive, but Su Chen wanted to see if there would be any changes when he took it out. Basic sword technique used the basic 13 forms of sword techniques. After the basic sword technique mastery came into reality, the 2 characters for mastery disappeared, leaving only the 4 characters for basic sword technique on the cover. Su Chen slapped it hard and learned it. A flood of information surged into Su Chen's mind, all about the basic moves of sword techniques: slash, chop, lift, hack, thrust, intercept, push, stab, slide, stir, burst, point, and draw. It seemed simple, but all sword techniques evolved from these 13 basic moves. This technique indeed greatly enhanced Su Chen's understanding of swordsmanship and also increased his practical skills, which would be very helpful to him both in reality and in the game. Huyue Mountain, located in the eastern part of New City, belongs to the Taiping Mountain Range and is a primitive forest rarely entered by people. Even adventure enthusiasts are reluctant to venture into Huyue Mountain, as the mortality rate for those who go deep into it is as high as 90%, with only a very few able to walk out alive. Of course, this refers to the survival rate of ordinary people. For ancient martial artists, the difficulty of survival is not as great, but it is still very dangerous. Just like Su Dongsheng, who was injured last time in the Taiping Mountains, attacked by a beast that resembled the legendary Tianshi. The winners of the quota competition had all gathered here, but one person was missing. Su Tianming was not present. Young Master Long frowned slightly. Can anyone tell me where Su Tianming has gone? The 10 people he had painstakingly gathered, and someone actually dared to stand him up? A few exchanged glances, but no one knew where Su Tianming had gone. However, young Master Long needed to gather 10 people, one less would not do. He scanned the surroundings and fixed his gaze on Hu Shuelan. She was his initial choice, and if Su Tianming did not show up, she would take that spot. Now that Su Tianming was absent, she was just right to fill in. Junior sister Shuelan, come over here, young master. Long confidently invited Hu Shuelan. Though he called it an invitation, there was no hint of politeness in his tone, it sounded more like a command. Sorry, young Master Long, I already have a partner, Hu Shuelan replied apologetically. She glanced at Su Chen and Su Bei. Her partners were naturally Su Chen and Su Bei. Young Master Long followed Hu Shuelan's gaze to Su Chen. He remembered Su Chen as the one who seemed to have a grudge against Su Tianming. Do you know why Su Tianming didn't come? Young Master Long asked Su Chen. He got injured and is resting at home, Su Chen said, having nothing to hide, and immediately told young Master Long. Young Master Long was taken aback. He was injured? He knew that Su Tianming and Su Chen had a grudge, and since Su Chen knew Su Tianming was hurt, it was very likely that Su Chen was the one who did it. Yes, are you going to take revenge for him? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Su Tianming and the other party were in cahoots, so Su Chen was not surprised at the thought of avenging Su Tianming. To his surprise, young Master Long shook his head. No, his injury only shows that he is outmatched. However, I would like to invite you to join my team. Are you interested? Young Master Long had his sights set on Su Chen. Since Su Chen could injure Su Tianming, his strength must be above Su Tianming's, which fit his requirements perfectly. Sorry, I already have a team, Su Chen said with a smile. Since Hu Shuelan could refuse the invitation for him, he couldn't be a fence-sitter either. Young Master Long did not insist, since the two were unwilling, he could only randomly find someone else. Scanning the crowd, under the expectant gazes of everyone, young Master Long casually picked someone who looked agreeable to join his team. Su Chen, keep an eye on my junior sister when we reach the place of inheritance, Hu Shuelan said as she approached Su Chen and the others. The shy Xiaolan looked at Su Chen with a blushing face. Okay, let's look out for each other. Su Chen nodded and smiled at Xiaolan. Wow, he smiled at me. Xiaolan was overjoyed. Su Chen's smile felt like a breath of spring to her. Hu Shuelan looked at her junior sister speechlessly. This infatuated girl. Is everyone here? It seems like one person is missing, but it doesn't matter. After all, you might not all make it out safely anyway. Perhaps he made the right decision, said the old man who called himself the sword slave. After checking the number of people and finding one missing, he didn't pay much attention. The place of inheritance is fraught with danger. It's not too late to regret now, but once you enter, it will be too late to change your mind, the sword slave advised everyone present. No one wavered, they all represented their families or sects, and even if they felt uneasy, they would not choose to retreat. Very well, then let's set off. The sword slave led the way deeper into the Taiping Mountains. The group moved forward, going deeper and deeper, almost losing their sense of direction, and after half a day, they still had not reached their destination. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was a practitioner of ancient martial arts, they probably would have given up long ago. Alright, we've arrived. Finally, everyone stopped in front of a cave which was completely sealed by a stone slab, but it was clear that there was an opening behind it. Behind this stone slab is the passage to the land of inheritance. From here on, you will need to act on your own. No one knows what awaits you in the land of inheritance. Any danger you encounter will be up to you to handle, and what you ultimately gain will also depend on your own efforts. You might return empty-handed, or you might die there. This is your last chance to reconsider. Once you enter this cave, there will be no turning back. The sword servant once again reminded everyone as if the land of inheritance were a hellish nightmare, not wanting anyone to enter. However, no one hesitated, all wore determined expressions. Sigh. The sword servant sighed, raised his hand, and slapped the stone slab, which smoothly slid aside, revealing the opening behind it. The opening was tall enough for an adult to walk upright inside. After opening the entrance, the sword servant no longer intervened, stepping aside to wait at the cave's mouth, just like he had done at Taiping Mountain. Young Master Long was the first to enter the cave. It was quite dark inside, and the further they went, the darker it became. However, everyone had brought outdoor survival tools, including glow sticks, to illuminate their surroundings. As they walked, there was suddenly some movement in the cave, as if a creature was circling around them. Young Master Long immediately signaled for everyone to be quiet. Shoo! Once everyone stopped, the cave fell silent, with only their breathing audible. Young Master Long, did we hear wrong? Someone asked, puzzled. You said we, but if one person hears wrong, that's one thing. Can everyone be mistaken? Young Master Long didn't even look at the person, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The person felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, it was impossible for everyone to be wrong. Everyone became alert. God, Li, Jun, clear the path in front. Su Chen, you stay alert in the back. Young Master Long issued commands as if he were the leader. Su, Chen and Hu Shualan were the largest team after Young Master Long's group, so placing them at the back for support was no problem, and they had no objections. Su Chen had no objections either, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Su Chen and Hu Shualan were at the back, with Su Bei and Xiaolan behind them, while the others remained vigilant on both sides, and Young Master Long's group forged ahead. Be careful, Xiaolan suddenly shouted, pointing behind them. Su Chen was startled, he hadn't seen anything. However, Hu Shualan reacted immediately, her sword pointing towards the back, ready to attack at any moment. Su Chen didn't doubt her, drawing his golden-backed knife and keeping a wary eye behind. Xiaolan's shout caught the attention of the others, who turned to look but saw nothing, only darkness. Little sister, stop shouting, there's nothing back there, someone said discontentedly to Xiaolan. Just as he finished speaking, a white figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. It was a tiger with wings. Su Chen was shocked instantly, recalling the monster mentioned by Su Dongsheng Qiangqi. It had wings and was as large as a cow, resembling a tiger very closely. Get out of the way! Su Chen shouted to Hu Shualan, quickly rolling aside to dodge. A monster of that size could not be stopped by just Hu Shualan and him. Upon realizing what Qiangqi was, Hu Shualan also abandoned the idea of blocking and hurriedly dodged. The two, being the closest, had a very awkward escape. At Xiaolan's warning, Su Bei was already prepared and quickly moved aside. Qiangqi glided over the heads of the four, but those behind them were not so lucky. A hapless soul didn't manage to dodge in time and was directly pounced on by Qiangqi, which bit through his neck in one swift motion, tearing him into pieces and swallowing the flesh in a few chews. The moment the others came into contact with it, one person was already dead. Everyone, get back, follow me. Young Master Long's cold gaze locked onto Qiangqi, leading his teammates into battle without a hint of fear. With a sword in hand, young Master Long moved with ethereal grace, reaching Qiangqi in just a few steps. Meanwhile, God vanished in a flash, disappearing from sight. Li Jun ignited his own vital energy, his aura surging, and his strong body seemed to elevate several levels. Wu Yun employed sword techniques, coordinating with Young Master Long. Su Chen finally understood why Young Master Long had chosen his teammates. Each of them had their unique strengths, and their combined fighting power was definitely not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Roar! Qiangqi let out a fierce roar at Young Master Long and the others, its gaping maw exuding a strong, foul odor. Su Chen nearly gagged from the stench, it was quite pungent. Qiangqi swiped its massive claw towards Young Master Long. Although Young Master Long was powerful, this was the same monster that had previously injured Su Dongsheng, and he couldn't possibly withstand Qiangqi's strike alone. At that moment, Li Jun dashed in between Qiangqi and Young Master Long, swinging his large blade, infused with blood energy, to slash at the creature's claw. Remarkably, Li Jun managed to block Qiangqi's attack with his blade. Young Master Long leaped into the air, aiming for Qiangqi's head. Qiangqi opened its massive mouth, trying to stop Young Master Long. Wu Yun, coordinating with Young Master Long, let go of his long sword, which instantly plunged into one of Qiangqi's eyes. Qiangqi howled in pain, its attack interrupted, creating an opportunity for Young Master Long. Qiangqi shook its head violently, attempting to throw off Young Master Long. Suddenly, the previously vanished God reappeared in front of Qiangqi, her dagger plunging directly into the other uninjured eye. Qiangqi instantly became blind, losing its sight and unable to detect Young Master Long's position, only able to emit furious, pained roars. Young Master Long smoothly positioned himself above Qiangqi, his long sword enveloped in a layer of purple light. And with a single strike, the sword pierced into Qiangqi's nape. Though he didn't sever Qiangqi's head, he did break its spine, causing Qiangqi to collapse instantly, convulsing on the ground and bleeding profusely until it soon breathed its last. All of This transpired in the blink of an eye. The group's cooperation was seamless, and everyone was preparing for young Master Long's final strike, hoping he could successfully ascend to Tianshin's head and sever its spine with one blow. Su Chen watched in shock, glancing at Hu Shuelan. This team was clearly here to dominate. Could his hastily assembled group really compete for the inheritance against such a team? It wasn't that Su Chen lacked confidence. He was absolutely confident in one-on-one combat, but the only tricky part was young Master Long. However, facing a well-coordinated team, it wasn't just a matter of having a few more people to close the gap. Nevertheless, Su Chen still had a backup plan. He wasn't without the strength to compete with them. There should only be this one monster guarding the cave. Let's go, young Master Long said calmly as he sheathed his sword. Wu Yun stepped forward to retrieve his long sword, while Jiu Di gestured, and the dagger returned to her hand. The others looked on in shock at young Master Long and his group, filled with even greater awe. It turned out that he was not only named Long but also possessed matching strength. They continued forward, and soon they reached the end of the cave, where there was a stone chamber. The chamber was carved very smoothly on all sides, covered with countless inscriptions, and in the center was a chessboard. Is this the place of inheritance? They looked around the stone chamber with curiosity. The inscriptions on the walls seemed unremarkable, as if they recorded someone's life, without a name, only the deeds of that person during their lifetime. This person was well versed in military strategy and Taoism, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, and had many disciples, each of whom was a renowned strategist in history. The inscriptions were quite obscure, not mentioning any names at all, making it difficult to ascertain who was being recorded. This chessboard. Young Master Long was very interested in the chessboard in the middle. The pieces were already set up, representing a game that had been played halfway. It seems that to uncover the secret here, we need to finish this game, but who knows go? Su Chen asked, looking at the board. Su Chen recognized the chessboard and the pieces, but he couldn't understand them when combined. I can, too. Everyone raised their hands, claiming they could play, except for Su Chen. Su Chen, please don't remind me constantly that I'm useless. I'll do it, young Master Long said confidently as he took a seat at the white pieces, as the next move required placing a white piece. Xiaolan, go take a look, Hu Shuelan said to Xiaolan. Su Chen looked at Xiaolan curiously. He had found it strange when Xiaolan had previously warned everyone ahead of time, as if she possessed extraordinary abilities. Hey, what's up with Xiaolan? How can she see the danger of Tianchi in advance? Su Chen asked Hu Shuelan quietly, filled with curiosity. Hu Shuelan glanced at Su Chen. Xiaolan has a special ability to sense danger before it arrives. Hu Shuelan did not hide Xiaolan's ability from Su Chen. As teammates, it was better to be honest. Xiaolan followed Hu Shuelan's instructions and stood next to young Master Long, watching the chessboard in front of him. Young Master Long raised his hand and placed a piece. The white piece landed, creating ripples on the board. The opposing black piece floated up automatically and landed on the board. Young Master Long frowned, clearly startled by the opponent's move. He began to hesitate. Although Su Chen did not understand Go, he could tell from young Master Long's expression that they were definitely at a disadvantage. 12 at 7, Xiaolan suddenly spoke up. Young Master Long frowned, then looked at the position of 12 at 7, and his eyes lit up. He looked at Xiaolan in surprise. You play very well? Xiaolan shook her head. Not really, I can't beat my senior sister. Then how do you know that placing a piece here can break the opponent's trap? Young Master Long asked, puzzled. He was aware of Hu Shuelan's skills, which were somewhat inferior to his own. I don't know. I just know that placing it here poses no danger, while other places give me a feeling of falling into an abyss, Xiaolan explained. Young Master Long immediately began to value Xiaolan more. I'll make the move, if you sense danger, remind me, young Master Long said seriously, recognizing Xiaolan's uniqueness. Xiaolan nodded. Young Master Long placed a piece at 12 at 7, and the black piece also landed again without hesitation. The game continued, with young Master Long mostly relying on his own abilities to play, only receiving reminders from Xiaolan at critical moments. Time passed little by little, and the pieces on the board increased. Finally, a white piece was placed, and the board was completely filled. White had 180 pieces, black had 181 pieces, and white still lost. Young Master Long sighed. He had tried his best. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the walls began to move, converging on the wall directly opposite the entrance, forming a curtain-like door. Young Master Long was taken aback. Didn't he lose? He looked at Xiao Lan with confusion. I don't feel any danger. Xiao Lan shook her head and said, maybe the requirement to clear the level isn't to win. The master here is too skilled at chess. Perhaps just being able to draw with him would earn the master's recognition, Su Chen speculated. Young Master Long immediately found this quite reasonable. Without Xiao Lan's assistance, he would never have been able to win. The opponent's chess skills were too profound. Even achieving a draw seemed impossible. Perhaps in the opponent's mind, being able to play 180 moves was already meeting his expectations. Let's go. The real place of inheritance might be inside, young master. Long said, looking at the water curtain door that had appeared on the wall. Su Chen quietly walked over to Xiaolan. Is there danger inside? Su Chen quietly confirmed with Xiaolan. With such a danger detector, he couldn't afford to waste it. Xiaolan sensed carefully and shook her head. Su Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Without danger, he felt at ease. They took the same positions as before, with young Master Long leading the way, Su Chen and the others bringing up the rear, while others entered one by one in the middle, until it was finally Su Chen's turn. Suddenly, Xiaolan grabbed Su Chen's arm. There's danger, Xiaolan suddenly said to Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback. There was no danger just a moment ago, and now there was? But he chose to trust Xiaolan. Are the people inside planning to turn against us? Or has something happened inside? Hu Xuelan naturally had complete faith in Xiaolan and began to ponder the current situation inside. I think it's very likely that someone who went in first is planning to deal with us. Su Chen believed that the people inside wanted to kill them. There was no danger before, but now that someone had entered, danger had arisen. It was definitely related to those people. What should we do? Su Bei asked Su Chen. What else can we do? Just wait. There was no other way now. They could only wait here, believing that the people inside definitely couldn't hold out for long, while they could leave at any time from the outside. At worst, they would forgo the inheritance. After all, life was the most important. Hu Xuelan nodded in agreement with Su Chen's thoughts. The four waited outside, occasionally letting Xiaolan sense if there was any danger inside. After half an hour passed like this, it's safe, Xiaolan sensed again, and there was no longer a feeling of danger inside. The three of them perked up immediately. He had said that the other side couldn't outlast them, and they had left. After just half an hour, Su Chen confidently passed through the water curtain, and in a flash, he found himself in a beautiful valley, with Hu Xuelan and Su Bei appearing behind him shortly after. Su Chen turned back to take a look. The water curtain had disappeared after he entered, making it impossible to return. No wonder they hadn't gone in earlier, and no one had gone out to look for them. The air here was fresh, and the environment was beautiful, simply a paradise on earth. Su Chen, come look. Just as Su Chen was marveling at the surroundings, Su Bei suddenly pointed at a ravine and shouted to Su Chen. Curiously, they walked over to where Su Bei was. When they saw the scene in the ravine, a chill ran through them. In the ravine lay several corpses, apart from young Master Long's people. Everyone else was here, not a single one missing. At this point, Su Chen could confirm that the earlier danger had come from young Master Long and his group. They had actually killed everyone as soon as they arrived here. Hu Xuelan was also somewhat shocked. Among those present, she knew young Master Long the best. In her mind, young Master Long was a cultured and powerful person, strong in means but not one to indiscriminately kill the innocent. This situation forced her to re-evaluate young Master Long. What exactly is young Master Long's background? Su Chen asked Hu Xuelan. He had wanted to ask for a long time but had never had the chance. Young Master Long, true name unknown, comes from an ancient family, the Long family. The Long family rarely appears in public, but their traces can be found in every era. Almost every member of the Long family is a genius among geniuses, which is why everyone respects those with the surname Long. Hu Xuelan slowly recounted the origins of young Master Long, the Long family. Su Chen never expected that a mysterious Long family would pop up. What if there is no Long family at all, and others are just using the Long family as a cover to deceive you? Su Chen suddenly had a wild thought and joked. Hu Xuelan was taken aback. Su Chen's words were not without reason. Throughout history, the Long family had never been seen as a family. There was always only one person appearing in the public eye. Although they were indeed talented, it was not impossible that others were pretending to be members of the Long family to show off. What you said makes sense. Hu Xuelan even felt that Su Chen's reasoning was quite valid, and it was time to discuss this matter with her master when she returned. Su Chen? Su Chen looked confused, thinking, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. What should we do now? Should we follow them or take another route? Su Bei asked Su Chen. Let's follow them. Since they dare to come in and kill, this young Master Long must know something about this place. Following them will save us a lot of effort. Su Chen thought for a moment and said. The four of them followed in the footsteps of young Master Long. The area was overgrown with weeds, completely a remote and uninhabited deep mountain forest. The traces left by young Master Long and his group were very obvious, and Su Chen and the others could tell which direction they had gone by following these traces. Along the way, they saw some fighting scenes. A massive creature lay dead on the ground. It was a large black bear, about twice the size of a normal black bear, but its head had been severed by a single sword strike. Su Chen glanced at the wound and knew it was done by young Master Long and his group. The technique was the same as when they killed the Tianchi in the cave, blocking all the black bear's attacks, with the final sword strike being fatal. There may be other dangers here, so be careful. Xiaolan, pay attention to the surroundings. Su Chen said upon seeing the large black bear, realizing that there were other creatures here that could pose a threat at any moment. Su Chen discovered that this small world was vast. After walking for so long, they had not found any borders, and young Master Long's footprints continued to delve deeper. Along the way, Su Chen and the others found many animal corpses, each one different from those outside. They were either much larger or had bizarre shapes. For example, they had just encountered a creature resembling a deer, with a body like a horse, a deer's head, and particularly large antlers. Wait for me a moment, I need to relieve myself. Su Bei suddenly felt the urge and said to the three. Go ahead. Su Chen waved his hand, and they could take a break here. Su Bei whistled. As he walked to a nearby rock wall to urinate, if it weren't for the two girls in the group, he wouldn't have needed to go so far. Su Bei was taken aback as he looked at the rock wall beside him. Pulling aside some weeds, and a smooth hole appeared before his eyes, clearly not naturally formed. Come here. I found a cave. Su Bei shouted to Su Chen and the others. Su Chen immediately rushed over upon hearing Su Bei's call. What's wrong? Su Chen asked Su Bei curiously. Look, Su Bei pointed at the hole he had discovered. Su Chen followed his hand and saw that it was indeed an artificially dug cave. At this moment, Hu Shualan and Xiaolan also arrived. Xiaolan, is there any danger inside? Su Chen asked Xiaolan. Xiaolan sensed carefully and shook her head. No. Su Chen immediately felt relieved. Having Xiaolan around was indeed very helpful. She was like a disaster-avoiding artifact. Su Chen and Su Bei cleared the weeds at the cave entrance, revealing an opening large enough for a person to enter. This place shouldn't be the final inheritance site, right? Su Chen said softly. If it were, then young Master Long and the others would have traveled so far for nothing, missing this place entirely. We'll know once we go in. Didn't Xiaolan say there was no danger? Let's just go in, Su Bei said, increasingly relying on Xiaolan's abilities and having complete faith in her. Hu Shualan nodded. Then let's go in and take a look. Seeing that they all wanted to enter, Su Chen had no objections. He took out a flashlight, illuminating the path as they stepped into the dark cave. The cave was quite dim, but not damp. It wasn't deep, and they soon reached the end. Inside the cave, there were stone beds, stone tables, and stone stools, suggesting that someone had lived there, along with some household items. Someone used to live here, Hu Shualan said, shining the flashlight around the environment. Su Chen, come look. Su Bei had made another discovery. Su Chen walked over to see Su Bei had found a large number of bamboo slips behind a stone table, recording text on bamboo. Slips was common in the era before paper was invented, specifically before the Western Han Dynasty, meaning the owner here was from before that time. What does it say? Let's take a look, Su Bei said, opening a bamboo slip, but he was immediately overwhelmed, unable to recognize a single character. You take a look. Su Bei handed the bamboo slip directly to Su Chen, feeling it was less embarrassing to admit he couldn't read it. Su Chen glanced at the content, closed it blandly, and handed it to Hu Shualan. You take a look. Su Bei immediately chuckled at Su Chen. It turned out he wasn't the only one who couldn't read it. Su Chen couldn't either, which made him feel much better. This is the Great Seal script, the writing used before the unification of the Qin dynasty. Hu Shualan recognized the characters. Su Chen and Su Bei instantly became interested. What does it say? It talks about the art of warfare, Hu Shualan replied. Aside from military strategy, there were no other records. What about the others? There were still many bamboo slips under the table, some of which were worn and illegible. Hu Shualan picked up other bamboo slips to examine. This one is about the art of power, this one is about the art of strategy, this one is about the art of nurturing people. The contents of these bamboo slips varied, and Hu Shualan inferred the main information from their general meanings. Power? Strategy? The owner here can't be Giguzi, can he? Su Chen recalled a legendary figure from ancient times, Giguzi, the founder of the school of strategy, whose disciples were all renowned figures, and he himself was a legend. If this really was Giguzi's residence, then these bamboo slips are incredibly valuable. Su Chen instantly realized the importance of these slips. What should we do? Hu Shualan asked Su Chen, looking at the bamboo slips scattered on the ground. Let's take them. It would be best if we can bring them out, Su Chen said seriously. Knowing these slips had immense value for historical research, the three nodded, using cloth strips to bind the bamboo slips together, carrying them on their backs. Each of the four carried some, and they managed to take all the bamboo slips with them. Aside from these slips, there was nothing else of use in the cave. Let's go. Su Chen glanced back at the cave, bowing slightly as a gesture of respect to the ancients. The four continued forward, quickening their pace. They had already spent quite a bit of time here, and if they didn't hurry, they might not catch up with young Master Long and the others. On the way, the number of corpses they encountered decreased, and soon they came across the first body. It was that guy who had temporarily joined young Master Long's team. His chest was caved in as if struck by something's claws, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, and his death was quite gruesome. The monsters they encountered seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. We need to be careful now. Previously, with Long Gongzi clearing the way for them, they hadn't faced much danger, but now that the monsters were becoming more powerful, Su Chen and the others had to be cautious. Xiao Lan nodded solemnly. The group continued to follow the traces ahead, but they were now more vigilant, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Something's up, Xiao Lan suddenly called out. Her ability only allowed her to sense impending danger. She couldn't identify the source of the threat, so after feeling something was off, she could only warn them without being able to prevent it. Su Chen and the others immediately became alert. Roar! A beastly roar echoed from the forest. The four quickly huddled together, watching the direction of the sound with caution. A creature that resembled both a lion and a tiger emerged, its fierce gaze fixed on Su Chen and the others, as if it were ready to pounce on them. Xiao Lan, stay back, Su Chen instructed. Aside. From her special ability to sense danger, Xiao Lan wasn't strong in combat, and even if she participated, she wouldn't be of much help. Xiao Lan obediently hid behind. Hu Shualan, use gravity to control its movements. Su Bei, provide support. Su Chen quickly laid out the attack plan. The two nodded, and the three charged forward simultaneously. The lion-tiger beast let out a roar in response to the human provocation and lunged at the trio. As the lion-tiger beast entered Hu Shualan's range, she immediately increased the gravity around it. The sudden immense pressure caught the beast off guard, slamming it to the ground, making it tumble awkwardly. Su Chen couldn't miss this opportunity. The golden-backed knife appeared in his hand as he rushed a few steps forward and swung the knife at the beast's head. The lion-tiger beast struggled to rise, slightly adapting to the gravity, and faced Su Chen's incoming strike with its claws. Su Chen's knife struck the beast's claws, slicing through its flesh, but then got stuck in its bone. The lion-tiger beast let out a roar, clearly feeling the pain. But it wasn't over yet. A shadow flickered across Su Chen's knife as his illusion ability activated, applying a second layer of power to the golden-backed knife. With a swift motion, Su Chen cleanly severed the lion-tiger beast's claws. Roar! This time, the lion-tiger beast's cry was even more tragic. Su Chen landed a hit and immediately retreated, creating distance. In its fury, the lion-tiger beast lunged at Su Chen recklessly, but Su Chen had retreated in time, causing the beast to miss its target. Su Bei! Su Chen shouted to Su Bei. Su Bei instantly understood Su Chen's intention and nodded at him. He charged at the lion-tiger beast from the side. Facing Su Bei's approach, the lion-tiger beast stood on its remaining 3 legs and quickly turned to face him. Su Bei, however, did not engage the beast head-on. He was there to attract its attention with his speed, while the main attack was still Su Chen's. Su Chen's knife ignited in flames as he swung it fiercely at the lion-tiger beast's waist. At that moment, the beast was distracted by Su Bei and couldn't turn in time to defend against Su Chen's strike. Su Chen's knife struck the beast's waist with tremendous force, embedding itself deep into its flesh, the scorching flames even producing a burnt smell. The golden-backed knife not only enhanced Su Chen's strength but also amplified his fire ability, and this strike severely injured the lion-tiger beast. The illusion ability activated again, causing the flames and the power of the golden-backed knife to churn within the beast's abdomen. The lion-tiger beast let out a gasp and spewed a mouthful of blood, indicating that Su Chen had injured its internal organs. Su Chen did not withdraw the knife. Instead, he took the opportunity to twist the blade and made a swift horizontal cut, creating a massive wound from the beast's chest to its abdomen. No matter how tenacious the lion-tiger beast was, being eviscerated by Su Chen left it powerless to recover. The lion-tiger beast fell down unwillingly. Su Chen shook off the blood on his knife and put the golden-backed knife away again. The basic knife techniques indeed made Su Chen more adept at using the knife, and his combat power had improved significantly. Brother Fan is awesome. Su Bei habitually flattered Su Chen. Good teamwork, Su Chen smiled and said to Su Bei and Hu Shuelan. This was the first time the three of them had collaborated in battle, and the results were quite good. Each had played their part. Especially Su Bei, who had spent a long time with Su Chen, could understand what Su Chen meant with just a glance. You seem to have gotten stronger again? Hu Shuelan said seriously as she looked at Su Chen. Last time, Su Chen's strength wasn't this formidable. Most of the fighting relied on abilities. Now, Su Chen was already impressive just with his knife techniques. Perhaps Su Chen was simply a knife practitioner. Hu Shuelan could only comfort herself this way. If she knew that Su Chen hadn't understood any knife techniques just a day ago, it would probably scare her to death. The four continued forward and soon arrived in front of a grand hall where the traces of young Master Long and the others disappeared. They should be right here. Should we go in? Hu Shuelan said, looking at the magnificent hall before them. We've come this far, we can't just not go in. Besides, how do we get out if we don't? Su Chen said softly. They hadn't even found the exit yet. Were they supposed to wait here for the new year? Xiaolan, sense if there's any danger inside, Su Chen asked Xiaolan. Xiaolan closed her eyes and felt carefully, then shook her head. No danger. The three immediately felt relieved. They couldn't be careless now that they had come this far. "I'll go in first," Su-chan said, taking the lead and stepping into the hall. The door to the hall was half open, and Su-chan gently pushed it, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to enter. Upon entering the hall, it resembled a large auditorium for imparting teachings, with a main seat at the front and stone platforms below. The stone platforms had slight depressions, as if worn down by years of sitting, likely the marks left by people meditating for long periods. However, there were no traces of young Master Long and the others in the hall. "Where are they?" Su-chan said, puzzled. "Maybe they're in another place. There might be other rooms," Hu Shualan said. The few of them searched around the hall but found nothing. "Su-chan, there's a door here," Su-bei said, making a new discovery. Su-bei was practically a human detector, always the one to find new clues. Behind the main seat there was indeed a door, leading to the back of the hall. Behind the hall was a staircase leading up the mountain, the steps stretching endlessly, seemingly connecting to the sky. "Wow!" Everyone expressed their shock. This was too amazing. A mountain this high could only be rivaled by the Himalayas in reality, and the key question was, who built the staircase up such a high mountain? That was incredible. "Are those figures them?" Su-bei pointed at a few silhouettes on the staircase. There were indeed a few figures standing on the steps, but they were too far away to see clearly, making it impossible to confirm if they were young Master Long and his group. "They're probably them. Let's follow." Su-chan stepped onto the stairs without any hesitation. The moment Su-chan stepped onto the stairs, he felt something strange, as if something was pressing down on him, causing a slight sinking sensation in his body, though it wasn't very noticeable. Could it be a misperception? Su-chan was a bit confused but didn't pay much attention to it. The others also climbed the stairs, heading up towards the mountain whose peak was out of sight. "I can't go on, I'm so tired," Xiao Lan exclaimed after climbing over 100 steps, unable to bear it any longer. Su-chan was a bit confused. He did feel somewhat tired, but it shouldn't be too the point of being unable to continue now, right? They had only come this far. Although Xiao Lan's strength wasn't high, she was still a martial artist at the Enlightenment realm. Surely she wouldn't be exhausted just from climbing a few flights of stairs. "How about you take a break first and we'll go up a bit?" Su-chan suggested. Xiao Lan nodded. She really couldn't climb any further. Su-chan helplessly continued to ascend, climbing another 100 steps, and this time it was Su-bei who called out that he was tired. Su-bei was a bit out of breath. "I can't go on either, you guys go ahead." Su-bei was so exhausted that he was sweating profusely. Su-chan also felt a bit tired, sensing some fatigue, and Hu Shualan felt the same way. Something's not right. Su-chan suddenly realized that the situation was a bit off. It was one thing for Xiao Lan to be unable to hold on, but Su-bei was a peak martial artist at the Enlightenment realm. How could he not manage after just 200 steps? There must be something wrong with these stairs. Su-chan looked up at Long Gongzi and his group. They were now close enough to see clearly. The people above weren't standing still, they were moving very slowly, struggling to step onto each stair. It seemed that the problem was definitely with these stairs. "These stairs are strange. It feels like every step we take makes our bodies heavier. The added weight is just small enough that we don't notice it." Su-chan quickly identified the issue. "What should we do?" Hu Shualan frowned and asked. Su-chan glanced at Long Gongzi and the others above. They don't have any other options. They'd probably have to endure the pressure and keep going up. There's no chance for shortcuts, Su-chan said heavily. If even Long Gongzi, who seemed to know some information, couldn't find a way to cheat, then they certainly wouldn't be able to find a way to do so. "Su-bei, you rest here for a bit, we'll continue going up." Su-chan guessed that this might be a trial of the inheritance, testing whether they were qualified to receive it. Hu Shualan nodded and continued to climb up with Su-chan, taking one step at a time, feeling more and more fatigued and heavy as they went higher, as if their legs were about to give out. Before long, the two of them caught up with one of the people above. Su-chan didn't have much impression of this person. Their strength wasn't particularly outstanding in Long Gongzi's group. The person was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su-chan and Hu Shualan, a glint of cold light flashing in their eyes. Long Gongzi had previously ordered that if they encountered Su-chan and the others, they should be killed on sight. Su-chan smiled at the other person. "Tired?" Su-chan greeted them as if they were old acquaintances. The other person was taken aback and instinctively replied to Su-chan. "Tired? If you're tired, just rest properly. Don't think about unnecessary things, don't lose your life," Su-chan said, then strode up, directly surpassing several steps ahead of the other person. Meanwhile, the other person was still struggling with the stairs in front of them, watching Su-chan ascend the stairs. With ease left the other person a bit dazed, so strong. Su-chan stood up straight, turning his back to the other person, breathing heavily. Showing off was really exhausting. After reaching this point, Hu Shualan was also starting to struggle, feeling particularly heavy and at her limit. "I say, can't your gravity ability lighten the load?" Su-chan recalled Hu Shualan's ability. If she could reduce gravity, they wouldn't have to work so hard. But he was disappointed. Hu Shualan shook her head. If she could lighten gravity, she would have used her ability to cheat long ago. How could she have waited until now? That was it. Su Chen estimated that he could only hold on for another 100 steps at most before reaching his limit, and there were still several people ahead on the next 100 steps. Long Gongzi had gone the farthest and was currently at the front, followed by Li Jun, then Wu Yun, and Jiu Di was closely behind, while the rest hadn't surpassed the previous 100 steps. Su Chen looked down for a moment. He had already climbed nearly 400 steps, which meant that Long Gongzi and the others had ascended over 500 steps. The 9 sisters above glanced down and, upon seeing that Su Chen and his companion had also made it up, exchanged glances with the few people below. The individuals in front of Su Chen immediately nodded and directly gave up climbing the stairs, standing side by side to block Su Chen's path. Clearly, they had no intention of letting Su Chen and his companion pass. Su Chen, don't worry, just go up. Hu Shualan had reached her limit and could not ascend any further, but she could provide an opportunity for Su Chen. This place was practically her home ground. These few people were no match for her. Su Chen looked at Hu Shualan in confusion, not understanding why she was so confident. Hu Shualan smiled slightly. Everyone, get down! Hu Shualan shouted angrily, and gravity was suddenly applied to the people blocking Su Chen's way. These individuals immediately felt their legs weaken and fell awkwardly onto the steps, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, unable to even lift their hands. Wow! Awesome! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Hu Shualan's gravity, combined with the strange abilities of these steps, significantly enhanced her power, making it so that with just one move these people couldn't stand up. Go ahead, don't worry about me, Hu Shualan said to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. Indeed, there was no need to worry about Hu Shualan. In this environment, who could move under her gravity? They all had to obediently lie down. Su Chen continued to climb higher, sneering as he passed by those individuals. A bunch of trash. Su Chen's words clearly reached everyone's ears, and the few people turned red with anger, but they couldn't even stand up, let alone cause trouble for Su Chen. The higher Su Chen climbed, the heavier his body felt. By the time he reached the 500th level, every step felt like carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Not far from Su Chen was the killer organization's 9 sisters. Seeing Su Chen had made it this far, the 9 sisters frowned slightly. Hi, Su Chen smiled and greeted her. Humph. The 9 sisters snorted coldly. If she could lift her legs right now, she would have already attacked Su Chen. Don't be so cold. Tell me, did you go through all this trouble just to escort Long Gongzi to obtain the inheritance? Su Chen curiously asked the 9 sisters. Their actions seemed to benefit only Long Gongzi. They weren't from the Long family, so why help him like this? The 9 sisters couldn't be bothered to respond to Su Chen and turned her head away, refusing to engage. I have a question for you. Do you know a woman named Lin Yao? Su Chen asked the 9 sisters. Since they were both part of the killer organization, he wondered if there was any connection between the 9 sisters and Lin Yao. The 9 sisters were taken aback. You know Lin Yao? Seeing the 9 sisters' reaction, Su Chen immediately understood that she did know Lin Yao. Yeah, I know her quite well. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Learning about Lin Yao's whereabouts from the 9 sisters made the trip worthwhile. What is your relationship with her? Boyfriend? The 9 sisters coldly asked Su Chen, knowing what kind of person Lin Yao was. What do you think our relationship should be? Su Chen countered with a smile. The 9 sisters' expression turned cold, and she looked at Su Chen with a murderous intent. You better not have any relationship with her, otherwise, I'll kill you, the 9 sisters warned Su Chen in a chilling tone. Oh, go ahead and try to kill me. You act like you're so powerful, but you still can't move, can you? Su Chen provocatively looked at the 9 sisters, who were now in a dilemma and still threatening him. I will definitely kill you when I get the chance. The 9 sisters indeed had no way to deal with Su Chen right now. In a place like this, fighting was restricted, and all she could do was threaten him verbally. Then I'll be waiting to see. If you run into Lin Yao, please tell her I miss her. Bye. Su Chen waved at the 9 sisters and continued to climb upward with difficulty. After climbing a few more steps, Su Chen finally reached his limit and could move no further. In front of him was Wu Yun, also immobilized by pressure, standing on the steps with his sword sheath. This couldn't go on. He had to think of a way, or he wouldn't be able to ascend at all. He was still less than halfway there. Su Chen could only bring out one of his trump cards. He had prepared extensively for this inheritance site. Su Chen took out a bottle of elixir from his pocket and poured out a pill. The Yang enhancement pill. Don't get it wrong, it's not that kind of enhancement. Here, it refers to boosting Yang energy. The Yang enhancement pill temporarily increases the true energy reserves for a short time. In the game, it boosts all attributes by 30% for 30 seconds. Su Chen hadn't used it in reality yet, but it couldn't be any worse. After all, it cost him half of his savings in the game to buy this bottle of elixir. Su Chen quickly placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it with saliva. As the pill entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into a pure energy that circulated within Su Chen's body before flowing into his dantian, causing the true energy in his dantian to swell more than double. Su Chen felt his body swell slightly, as if there was a lot of power with no outlet. I can't take it anymore. Su Chen just wanted to move and release the energy within him. He lifted his leg and started to run upward, sprinting wildly, almost instantly surpassing Wu Yun, then dashing past Li Jun, charging towards the front where Long Gongzi was. What the hell? Did he take some kind of stimulant? Wu Yun was a bit dazed. He only felt a gust of wind pass by him, and Su Chen was already ahead. Li Jun saw Su Chen instantly overtake him, and his face turned red from holding his breath, nearly choking to death. Where did this beast come from? So fierce. Li Jun, unwilling to back down, ignited his blood energy, trying to catch up with Su Chen. A surge of blood energy flared up around him like flames, and his momentum instantly surged. He lifted his leg to chase after Su Chen, but after just a few steps, his blood energy dissipated and his breath instantly wilted, collapsing onto the steps. This was already the fourth time he had used the blood ignition technique. His internal blood energy was nearly burned dry and he had reached his limit. Li Jun lay weakly on the steps, his face somewhat pale, a side effect of the massive blood consumption. Looking at Su Chen ahead, he felt a sense of unwillingness. Was he really going to fall here? He was even outdone by an unknown kid. Li Jun, do you want to catch up to him? At this moment, Wu Yun caught up, having temporarily boosted his strength by some means, barely reaching Li Jun's vicinity. Of course I want to. Li Jun certainly wanted to catch up to Su Chen. He could admit he was inferior to Long Gongzi, but he couldn't accept losing to a nameless nobody. I'll help you, but after catching up to him, kill him. It's Jodi's order, Wu Yun said to Li Jun. Alright. I promise he won't see the sun tomorrow. Li Jun immediately agreed to Wu Yun. After receiving Li Jun's promise, Wu Yun drew his long sword and slashed his palm, blood flowing down immediately. Wu Yun used his blood to draw a formation on the steps. All soldiers, take your positions. Return to origin formation. Wu Yun chanted incantations, forming hand seals, and the formation on the ground suddenly lit up, gathering a large amount of energy. Then, Wu Yun flicked his long sword, and the energy surged into Li Jun's body. Li Jun felt as if he had taken a stimulant, instantly revitalized. Su Chen, stop right there. Li Jun, feeling the energy surging within him, shouted as he chased after Su Chen. Su Chen turned around and was immediately startled. Li Jun was charging at him with bloodshot eyes. Did he have a grudge against Li Jun? What was he trying to do? Not only did Li Jun quickly reach Su Chen, but he had also drawn his large knife, clearly intending to attack Su Chen. Su Chen could only draw his golden-backed knife to counter, as he couldn't leave his back exposed to the enemy. The two swords clashed together, and Su Chen, holding the advantage from above, used his illusionary abilities to push Li Jun back, nearly sending him tumbling down the stairs. Su Chen's current true energy reserves were equivalent to the Yao Guang realm, and combined with his own physical strength, even Li Jun, who had been empowered by the Wu Yun formation, was no match for Su Chen without using the blood-burning technique. With one strike, Su Chen sent Li Jun retreating and turned to continue climbing the stairs, but it wasn't long before the effects of the young enhancement pill wore off. Su Chen felt a sudden heaviness, as if he could no longer lift his legs. However, he noticed that even though the effects had ended, his true energy was still stronger than before. Under the pressure of the stairs, a portion of the young enhancement pill's effects had been permanently retained in Su Chen's dantian. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. This was a special kind of cultivation. He still had 19 yang enhancement pills left, and at this rate, his true energy realm might directly enter the Yaoguang realm. Without any hesitation, Su Chen swallowed another yang enhancement pill. The energy from the pill flowed into his dantian, and in this special high-pressure environment of the stairs, the energy was highly compressed, merging into Su Chen's true energy, with part of it transforming into true energy for his complete use. Su Chen suddenly felt a pang of regret. If Hu Shualan were here, her gravity enhancement would have accelerated the transformation even more. But looking up, Su Chen realized that the higher he climbed, the greater the pressure, which meant more transformation, right? With this thought, Su Chen quickly ascended further. Behind him, Li Jun, who had just managed to get up, wanted to rise and chase after Su Chen, but the energy in his body was instantly depleted, leaving him unable to move. Damn! Li Jun felt a bit frustrated. He had failed to kill Su Chen with one strike. He had been careless and should have used the blood-burning technique. Wu Yun, seeing Li Jun's failure, sighed. Their efforts here were over, and now they could only watch what would happen with young Master Long. Su Chen quickly caught up with young Master Long. Young Master Long was quite surprised to see Su Chen, and when he noticed Su Chen running up without any obstacles, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Su Chen had no time to care about others, relying on the effects of the yang enhancement pill. He climbed as hard as he could, taking another pill as soon as the effects wore off. The higher he climbed, the more beneficial it was for him, as the energy in his body returned faster. Young Master Long, seeing Su Chen surpass him, felt quite dissatisfied, gritted his teeth, and directly used a secret technique. 3 Yuan aeration technique. This was a secret art that could instantly elevate one's realm, allowing the practitioner to temporarily rise by a small realm. Young Master Long, already at the peak of the Yaoguang realm, instantly ascended to the Kaiyang realm, feeling a wave of relief as the surrounding pressure no longer affected him. With a light chuckle, young Master Long lifted his leg and chased after Su Chen. Su Chen was moving very quickly, taking a young enhancement pill every 100 steps, and the environment at the mountain peak was already in sight. Behind him, young Master Long quickly caught up, revealing a cruel smile as he looked at Su Chen ahead. Su Chen also sensed the movement behind him. Engaging in battle with young Master Long would waste a lot of time, costing him a significant amount of energy for transforming true energy. Su Chen frowned and reached into his pocket to pull out a palm-sized capsule. At this moment he could only use his last trump card. Go, Pikachu! Su Chen threw the capsule towards young Master Long, and it exploded in mid-air, revealing a chubby white figure. Xiaobai! Stop him! This figure was indeed Xiaobai. Su Chen had brought Xiaobai along in a pet capsule for safety, just in case. Xiaobai's strength is quite formidable. Su Chen had specifically tested it before. Xiaobai's defense in reality is exceptionally high, even Su Dongxing finds it difficult to inflict damage on him, at most causing Xiaobai some pain. Just after emerging from the capsule, Xiaobai was still a bit confused about the situation, but upon Su Chen's reminder, he immediately understood his task. His small eyes were fixed intently on young Master Long. Get lost. Young Master Long completely disregarded the albino giant panda in front of him, his feet moving continuously as he drew his sword and lunged at Xiaobai's vital points, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Xiaobai stood there in a daze, not even dodging. Young Master Long's sword struck Xiaobai's neck, instantly creating a shower of sparks and a sound like metal clashing, yet Xiaobai remained unscathed. Roar! Xiaobai let out a furious roar. Although he wasn't injured, he still felt the pain. Young Master Long was taken aback, completely unprepared for the panda's unexpectedly high defense. Over there, Su Chen, seeing that Xiaobai had taken young Master Long's attack without any harm, let out a sigh of relief. He confidently ran towards the mountain peak. When he reached the last step, he stopped. Here, without taking the vitality pills, he could hardly move, as if a mountain were pressing down on him. Su Chen took out all the remaining vitality pills and swallowed them one by one. Here, the speed and quality of energy conversion into true qi were faster and higher. If the amount of true qi converted from energy before was 1/10, now it was 1/2, the effect had multiplied several times. As Su Chen continuously consumed the vitality pills, the true qi within him grew stronger and stronger, quickly entering the Yaoguang realm. If he had enough pills, entering the Kaiyang realm would just be a matter of time, but Su Chen hadn't brought that many. After converting all the pills, Su Chen stepped onto the final step, and the pressure on him instantly vanished, making him feel light as a feather. He felt as if he could fly. After Su Chen reached the mountain peak, the pressure on everyone below also disappeared. In an instant, but a gentle force sent everyone below the 500 steps down the mountain. Su Chen looked down. Xiaobai was still entangled with young Master Long. Xiaobai, come back. Su Chen hurriedly called Xiaobai back. He couldn't let Xiaobai face so many enemies alone. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Xiaobai immediately abandoned young Master Long and ran to Su Chen's side. Young Master Long hurriedly chased up the mountain. He had made so many preparations for the inheritance, he absolutely could not let Su Chen get ahead. Su Chen had no intention of fighting young Master Long. He took Xiaobai and entered a small wooden house at the mountain peak. This place had not been visited for who knows how long, yet the wooden house remained clean and tidy, without a speck of dust. The facilities inside the wooden house were just a normal ancient living environment: a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, a dining table, nothing else. At this moment, young Master Long also arrived and exchanged a glance with Su Chen. There's nothing here. Su Chen had no intention of fighting young Master Long. Instead, he spoke softly to him. Young Master Long looked around, frowned, and began searching every corner of the room. After he had rummaged through all the places, he exclaimed, "Impossible! Impossible!" Upon discovering that there was truly no inheritance in the room, young Master Long became increasingly frantic, unable to believe that no inheritance existed. You took it. It must be you. Young Master Long pointed his finger at Su Chen, accusing him of taking the inheritance. What are you carrying on your back? Young Master Long noticed the bamboo slips on Su Chen's back as if he had found his target. It has nothing to do with the inheritance, it's just some ancient texts, Su Chen replied softly. Impossible. Give it to me. Young Master Long, not believing Su Chen, insisted that he hand over the bamboo slips. At this moment, Li Jun and Wu Yun also arrived. Where's the inheritance? The two of them rushed in, immediately asking young Master Long about the inheritance. It's on him. Young Master Long pointed at Su Chen. Su Chen frowned. What was going on? Suddenly being blamed? Hand over the inheritance, or don't blame us for being rude. Li Jun warned Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly laughed. Xiaobai, get ready for battle. These people had been blinded by the temptation of the inheritance. No matter what he said, they wouldn't believe him. The only outcome was a fight. Young Master Long drew his sword, standing against Su Chen, while Li Jun and Wu Yun also prepared to attack Su Chen. Xiaobai, go! Su Chen used his fog-creating ability to completely envelop the small wooden house in thick mist, limiting the opponent's visibility, allowing Xiaobai to assist Li Jun and Wu Yun while he chose to deal with young Master Long. The thick fog was of little use to young Master Long. He had trained his mind's eye, and the mist had little effect on him. He could easily sense Su Chen's every move. Su Chen charged in front of young Master Long, their knife and sword clashing, sparks flying from the impact. They both retreated 3 or 4 steps, the initial clash ending in a draw. However, young Master Long was quite surprised. He never expected Su Chen to be able to match him. Su Chen stepped forward again, turning and slashing horizontally at young Master Long, applying his illusionary ability to the blade. Young Master Long raised his sword to block. The blade of young Master Long bent slightly, using his sword to block a large, sweeping knife. Indeed had no advantage and could even lead to injuring oneself. However, Su Chen soon felt a force blocking the momentum of his knife. When the second wave of power from Su Chen's golden-backed knife erupted, young Master Long only took a small step back, and the golden-backed knife surprisingly left no mark on young Master Long's sword. Su Chen was taken aback. You have abilities too? He suddenly realized that young Master Long was an ancient martial artist with special powers. Oomph. Now that you've discovered it, I won't hide it anymore. Young Master Long snorted coldly, no longer deliberately concealing his abilities, and directly used his powers to attack Su Chen. Su Chen felt as if he had been struck by an invisible fist, instantly suffering a heavy blow, flying backward and crashing through the wooden house's window, landing on the open ground at the mountaintop outside. The next moment, young Master Long chased out from the wooden house. You overestimate yourself. Young Master Long looked at Su Chen on the ground, sneering disdainfully. Bang! Bang! The wooden house echoed with 2 loud crashes as 2 figures burst through the wooden house from inside. The 2 who flew out were Li Jun and Wu Yun. The silly Xiaobai then wobbled out from inside the wooden house. The wooden house, unable to bear the weight, finally collapsed. With Xiaobai's defensive power, he could directly ignore the attacks from these 2. They were naturally no match for Xiaobai. Taking advantage of young Master Long's moment of distraction, Su Chen threw out several fireballs, igniting the surrounding flammable materials, including the collapsed wooden house. Only in places rich in fire elements would his flame ability be enhanced. Sensing Su Chen's actions, young Master Long immediately turned around. A dying struggle. Young Master Long snorted coldly and reached out. Su Chen felt as if he was being controlled by something. His body uncontrollably lifted, the force concentrating on his neck, choking him as he floated in midair. Telekinesis. Su Chen finally understood what young Master Long's ability was. It was indeed telekinesis. Just when Su Chen felt helpless, a faint voice reached everyone's ears. An old man with 4 bumps on his forehead walked over from somewhere. Young Master Long's eyes shifted quickly, contemplating the identity of the newcomer. I am Long Jianchuan, honored to meet you, senior. Young Master Long reacted quickly. Anyone appearing here must be related to the inheritance. Who burned my house? The old man did not pay attention to Long Jianchuan, but instead was concerned about who had set fire to his house. It was him. Long Jianchuan immediately pointed at Su Chen to report. Whoever burned my house must rebuild it for me. Everyone else, get out. With a wave of his hand, everyone except Su Chen was instantly lifted by a force and, in the blink of an eye, found themselves at the foot of the mountain. Young Master Long was a bit dazed. When he tried to go back up the mountain, he found that the steps were no longer just a matter of pressure, but an invisible barrier was blocking their way. Senior, I have come to seek your guidance and learn from you. Please let me go up, senior. Young Master Long shouted as he pounded on the barrier. However, there was no response from the mountain at all. The senior must be testing me. Young Master Long thought to himself. He immediately knelt at the foot of the mountain. Senior, if you do not accept me as your disciple, I will not get up. Young Master Long's gaze was firm, looking as if he would not rise unless accepted as a disciple. The others were somewhat confused, completely unaware of what was happening. Even Li Jun and Wu Yun had just been knocked down by Xiaobai and were sent to the foot of the mountain, not understanding the situation at all. Hu Shuilan and Xiaolan found the chubby, round Xiaobai very likable but did not dare to approach. Xiaobai slowly crawled in front of the 2, sniffed with its nose, caught the scent of Su Chen, and affectionately rubbed against them. This guy must be Su Chen's pet. Su Bei thought he had been to Su Chen's house a few times and knew he had a pet, but had never seen it, as Su Chen never let him. It was probably this fellow. Come here, let me pet you. Su Bei waved at Xiaobai, wanting to touch the cute creature. Roar! Xiaobai let out an angry roar at Su Bei, completely refusing to let him get close. Damn! What a lecherous guy! Su Bei was speechless. This fellow actually treated him differently. At the top of the mountain, Su Chen looked at the old man in front of him with some vigilance. Could it be that he really wanted him to build a house here? Did you burn this house? The old man squinted at Su Chen and asked. Su Chen nodded. It was indeed him who had burned the house, and there was nothing to deny. Senior, I did burn your house, it was indeed my fault. If you want me to compensate, I will try my best to restore it, Su Chen said helplessly. He couldn't just refuse to take responsibility, especially since the other party was so strong. If he didn't acknowledge it, the consequences could be even worse. The old man said nothing, just waved his hand gently towards the wooden house behind him, and the flames were instantly extinguished. With another wave, the wooden house quickly returned to its original state as if time had reversed. This is just an illusion, not a physical entity. You don't need to compensate, the old man said to Su Chen. Then why did you keep me here? Su Chen was taken aback. If he didn't need to compensate for the house, then there must be something else going on? This old man wouldn't have some special preference, would he? Su Chen suddenly felt a chill. Don't you want the inheritance? The old man countered. Inheritance? May I ask who you are, senior? Su Chen certainly wanted the inheritance, but he wouldn't easily trust a suddenly appearing old man. I am the old man Wang Su. The old man stroked his beard and said. Su Chen's spirit jolted. Damn, it really is him. He recalled the legendary figure from thousands of years ago. I wonder why you chose me, senior. Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. With so many people, why did he choose him to receive the inheritance? The earlier situation seemed more suitable for Long Jianchuan. After all, at that time he was at a disadvantage, and looking at it, Long Jianchuan seemed a bit stronger. Because you passed my test. You are the first to ascend the steps, and also, you are clean enough, the old man continued. Clean? Su Chen was somewhat confused. Did the inheritance require a bath before it could be passed on? What I mean by clean is that you haven't learned any major cultivation techniques, and your understanding of martial arts is like a blank sheet of paper, making it easier to paint, the old man explained to Su Chen. Su Chen immediately understood. His true energy was entirely derived from consuming attribute pills, and he had never practiced any cultivation techniques. The only two techniques he had were skill-based and did not affect his true energy at all. So what should I do? Su Chen asked, a bit expectantly. The old man tilted his head and squinted at the sky. Heaven? Heaven? Su Chen looked up at the empty sky. Was he supposed to fly up there? Before Su Chen could speak, the old man waved his hand, and a rope descended vertically from the sky, right in front of Su Chen. Am I supposed to climb up with this rope? Su Chen found it hard to believe. This was much higher than the mountain. It truly seemed to connect with the sky, and he couldn't see the end at all. The old man said nothing, just quietly waited for Su Chen. Su Chen hesitated for a long time. Up I go. Su Chen thought, if he really couldn't do it, he could always use the Bagua talisman to teleport away. Who was afraid of whom? Su Chen grabbed the rope and started climbing. At first, it wasn't difficult. With Su Chen's strength, climbing the rope was easy. He immediately felt it was much simpler, quickening his pace, alternating hands, and swiftly ascending. The old man smiled when he saw Su Chen climbing and then vanished from sight. It was hard to tell how long had passed. When Su Chen looked up, it was still boundless, and looking down, he could no longer see the ground. Now he was in a dilemma. Going up was hard, and going down was hard too. He also felt his arms starting to ache. Su Chen wrapped his feet around the rope and rested for a while before continuing to climb. He absolutely wouldn't give up until he reached his limit. After resting for a bit, Su Chen continued to climb, but after an unknown amount of time, a fierce wind began to blow, shaking the rope and significantly increasing the difficulty of his ascent. He didn't know how long he had been climbing when a torrential rain began to pour from the sky, drenching Su Chen to the point where he could barely open his eyes. Then thunder started to rumble, the deafening sound nearly making Su Chen go deaf, and at one point he was almost struck by lightning. Fierce winds, torrential rain, and thunder. Su Chen had no idea how long he had been on the rope. It felt as if he had experienced a century. His lips were cracked, and he was drenched in sweat under the blazing sun above. After enduring the storm, he was suddenly met with the scorching sun. Su Chen felt a bit like giving up, but he was somewhat unwilling. He had come this far, and he might have already passed the halfway point. To give up now would be too much of a loss. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen persisted. At the very least, he wanted to see what was above. With this belief, Su Chen gathered his spirits once more. He faced blizzards, extreme cold, sandstorms, and many other harsh environments, but none of them broke him. His unwillingness to yield kept him going. Who knew why there was a sandstorm so high up in the sky? He no longer had the energy to ponder such things. Su Chen looked up again. It was still boundless above, and he didn't know what he was holding on for after such a long time. Damn it! That old man isn't even here. Damn! Su Chen had lost all respect for the old man, filled with resentment. Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't get up there. Su Chen felt a surge of defiance rise within him. After persisting for so long, he couldn't just give up without seeing anything. Relying on his willpower, Su Chen climbed upward once more, until he was utterly exhausted, his hands bloodied and on the verge of fainting. Su Chen finally saw hope. A white light appeared at the very top of the rope. Su Chen's eyes lit up. After holding on for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The so-called running to death while looking at the mountain. Although the white light seemed very close. Su Chen always felt that the distance had never shortened, remaining far away from him. This can't be the old man's trick again, right? Don't mess with me. Su Chen felt a mix of frustration and despair. This old man was truly inhuman. It was like a beautiful woman stripping off her clothes, letting you see but not allowing you to get close, and then dancing right in front of you. Su Chen swore that when he saw the old man, he would definitely pull out all his beard. Although Su Chen cursed the old man countless times in his heart, he still had to accept reality and continue climbing upwards. After Su Chen's persistence, he finally reached the endpoint. The bright light was an opening in the clouds, and the rope descended from this opening. After climbing up from the opening, Su Chen finally found the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet. When Su Chen saw the environment above the clouds, he was momentarily stunned, a bit dazed. Congratulations on successfully reaching the other shore. The old man suddenly appeared, smiling, and congratulating Su Chen. I congratulate your grandpa. Upon seeing the old man, Su Chen rushed forward in one swift motion, grabbing his neck and tugging at the beard on his chin. If I don't pull out your beard today, I won't let you off. Hey, don't pull, the old man cried out in pain. You better explain to me why I'm still on the mountain. Su Chen shouted angrily at the old man. Passing through the clouds should have led him to the mountain peak. He was still at the previous mountaintop. Su Chen was all too familiar with this environment. Don't get excited. Listen to me, the old man tried to calm Su Chen's emotions. After venting his feelings, Su Chen finally let him go. Speak, Su Chen said to the old man without courtesy. If the other party couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, the old man's beard would definitely not leave here intact. This is actually still a test for you, the old man said, catching his breath. You can test your mother. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. The test is over, it's over. The old man quickly changed his tune. He nervously touched his beard. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his beard would have been in serious trouble. Here's the thing, there are 3 tests in total. And you've passed them all, the old man explained to Su Chen. 3? Didn't I only pass 2? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Actually, the cave you passed through the first time was the first layer of the test. It tested whether your thoughts were detailed enough, the old man explained to Su Chen. The second test was to assess your strength, to see if you were qualified to receive the inheritance. The test you just went through was to test your perseverance, whether you have the spirit of resilience. In summary, you've passed all of them, the old man said, stroking his beard with satisfaction. He felt a bit guilty inside. In fact, the third test had not been experienced yet. That cave was just an accident, a place he had lived in long ago. Fearing that Su Chen might really pull out his beard in anger, he had no choice but to cancel the last test. I see, you've been monitoring us from the very beginning. So what exactly is the inheritance? Hand it over to me, Su Chen said, extending his hand towards the old man. Follow me. The old man waved his hand, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The wooden house and the surrounding plants began to dissipate like a burning painting. What you just experienced was merely an illusion. This place is the same. The true inheritance has always been right in front of you, the old man said, and a new scene appeared before his eyes. They were still at the mountaintop, but there were no plants or wooden houses around. Instead, there stood a desolate, solitary grave. In front of the grave was a simple wooden tablet with the words Gue Gu inscribed on it. I have taught countless disciples in my life, yet in the end, I am buried here alone. The art of strategy one created throughout my life has not been passed down, and my heart is filled with regret. My final wish is to wait here for a fated person to bring the art of strategy back to the world. The old man said solemnly. What do you mean by that? Su Chen's expression shifted, looking at the old man with curiosity. I am now just a thought, like the illusion you just experienced. Once I fulfill my wish, I will naturally dissipate into the heavens and the earth, the old man said with a sense of openness. Then doesn't that mean you are dead? Su Chen fell silent. If the price of obtaining the inheritance was someone else's life, he would rather not have it. The old man shook his head. You could say I have long been dead. The reason I exist is because of the obsession in my heart. If I cannot pass on the inheritance to a fated person, that is the true suffering. But, in that moment, all of Su Chen's previous resentment towards the old man had vanished. What is your name? The old man asked Su Chen. I am Su Chen, your junior, Su Chen replied immediately. Su Chen, good. Are you willing to call me master? The old man asked. With anticipation. Disciple Su Chen pays respects to master. Without any hesitation, Su Chen knelt down and bowed his head to the old man. Good. The old man was very pleased. After thousands of years, he finally heard someone call him that again. Disciple, come closer, the old man said to Su Chen. Su Chen obediently moved closer, extending his head. The old man reached out and lightly tapped Su Chen's forehead. Su Chen felt a cool sensation on his forehead, and a flood of information surged into his mind, allowing him to quickly comprehend it as if he had received a divine revelation. The master imparted to him a technique called Art of Strategy, which included not only martial arts but also body techniques, various attack methods, and secret arts. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and the old man had already vanished without a trace. Su Chen was startled. "Master," he shouted loudly into the surroundings. But there was no response at all. "Master!" Su Chen shouted again, yet still no one acknowledged him. For some reason, Su Chen felt a bit of soreness in his eyes. Although the old man had tricked him earlier, knowing that he had waited here for thousands of years suddenly made him feel that the old man was somewhat lonely and pitiable. Su Chen knelt down again in front of the grave and bowed 3 times for his master. From now on, he, Su Chen, had a master, and his master was known as Gigu. After cleaning the grave for his master on the mountain, Su Chen finally descended. At the foot of the mountain, Su Bei and the others were protected by Xiao Bai, facing a group led by Li Jun. They couldn't go up and find Su Chen for revenge, so they turned their attention to the 3 companions of Su Chen. Fortunately, with Xiao Bai guarding them, Su Bei and the others were safe for the time being. Meanwhile, Long Jianchuan was still kneeling at the foot of the mountain, gazing up the slope. At that moment, a figure walked down the steps. Long Jianchuan's heart leaped with joy. "Master! Master!" he shouted at the figure. Su Chen on the steps was taken aback. When did he get a cheap disciple? The others were also drawn to Long Jianchuan's voice, and upon seeing someone coming down from the mountain, they were filled with excitement. But as the figure drew closer, their expressions gradually turned strange. When Su Chen finally walked down, everyone looked as if they had eaten something unpleasant. "Who just called me master? My great disciple?" Su Chen asked them with a smile from behind the barrier. Long Jianchuan immediately made a disgusted face, angrily punching the barrier. "Come out if you dare." The barrier prevented Long Jianchuan from reaching Su Chen. "I won't go out, come and bite me." Su Chen cheekily made a face at him. Long Jianchuan was so furious he felt like he could rush in and tear Su Chen apart. "We can't do anything to you, but what about your companions?" Zhou Di coldly glanced at Hu Shualan and the others, threatening Su Chen. Long Jianchuan was taken aback and immediately burst into laughter. "Su Chen, I advise you to come out, otherwise, I won't be polite to your friends," Long Jianchuan said to Su Chen with a sneer. "I advise you not to do that." Su Chen's expression changed as he warned Long Jianchuan. "Then let's see if you can stop me." Long Jianchuan smiled, turning to attack Hu Shualan and the others. Xiao Bai was the first to step up. Only Xiao Bai had the strength to withstand Long Jianchuan. Zhou Di also sneered and flashed towards the 3, attacking them. Li Jun and Wu Yun hesitated. After all, both of their sects were righteous, and their previous opposition to Su Chen was purely for profit. In this situation, it felt like bullying the weak, which made them somewhat ashamed. Su Chen frowned. He formed a hand seal and tapped a few times in front of the barrier, which instantly disappeared. Su Chen stepped out from within. Li Jun and Wu Yun, who were hesitating, were taken aback. Su Chen ignored the 2, since they hadn't attacked, he would let them off the hook. "Stop!" Su Chen shouted at Long Jianchuan and the others. Long Jianchuan immediately halted, turning to look back. "You really obtained the inheritance. If Su Chen hadn't received the inheritance, how could he have broken the barrier here?" Long Jianchuan gritted his teeth in anger. He had prepared for so long, spending a great deal to invite the strongest individuals for the inheritance, only to be outmaneuvered by the suddenly appearing Su Chen. "Do you want it? Come and take it." Su Chen beckoned to Long Jianchuan. Faced with Su Chen's provocation, Long Jianchuan could no longer hold back and was about to use his powers to control Su Chen. Su Chen took out several gemstones, tossing them in sequence at various positions, instantly setting up a formation. Long Jianchuan's powers became ineffective within this formation. How is this possible? Long Jianchuan's abilities vanished and he was instantly filled with terror. Su Chen looked at Long Jianchuan with a smile. The formation he set up was a nullification array recorded in the art of Zonghun. Within this array, any extraordinary power could not be used, and Su Chen was no exception. All abilities were nullified. The gemstones he tossed were all brought out from the game. The materials for setting up a nullification array were various gemstones and jades, which were as common as cabbages in the game, easily purchasable in bulk from the shop. "I can still kill you without powers." Long Jianchuan regained his composure, looking at Su Chen with murderous intent. "Then come," Su Chen said indifferently. "The dragon soars in the sky." Long Jianchuan drew his sword and leaped up, using his strongest attack. In midair, Long Jianchuan's sword lunged at Su Chen, as if a dragon's shadow coiled around the sword. Flashy tricks. Horizontal style. Su Chen simply slashed down, striking at the weakest point in Long Jianchuan's attack. Clang! Long Jianchuan was sent flying by Su Chen's strike, and the sword in his hand was actually cleaved in two. Zhou Di, who had intended to sneak attack Su Chen, immediately halted upon seeing this and abandoned her plan. Su Chen had become too strong. Long Jianchuan could hardly believe he had lost, and so thoroughly at that. "I don't believe it." Long Jianchuan could not accept reality, roaring as his momentum suddenly surged. 3 Yuan aeration technique. Long Jianchuan's realm directly broke through the Yaoguang realm and entered the Kai Yan realm. His right hand clenched, and the broken sword flew directly into his hand. Su Chen slashed in midair, sending his sword chi flying towards him. Su Chen frowned slightly. Horizontal style. Su Chen's golden-backed Knife slashed horizontally, meeting the incoming sword chi. Boom! The sword chi exploded right in front of Su Chen, creating a loud noise and blasting a deep pit at his location, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Ha ha ha! I told you, even without powers, I can still kill you, because my surname is Long. Long Jinchuan burst into wild laughter, convinced that no one in this world could be more talented than him. Impossible. Jody secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that young Master Long was indeed a cut above the rest. Hu Shuelan and Xiaolan were somewhat stunned. However, Su Bei showed little emotion. It should be fine. Didn't they say that smoke doesn't harm? Hu Shuelan glanced at Su Bei. You're quite optimistic, Xiaolan. Can you sense if Su Chen is alive? Although Su Bei believed in Su Chen, he still felt a bit uneasy and asked Xiaolan. Xiaolan shook her head. I can only foresee danger. I can't sense life signs. Su Bei felt a bit disappointed, but he trusted Su Chen. There had been times before when Su Chen had faced similar situations and emerged unscathed. Soon, the smoke cleared, revealing a sizable deep pit on the ground, with no trace of Su Chen to be found. Su Bei's heart sank. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. Su Chen couldn't have died so easily. This is the consequence of opposing me. It's a pity for the inheritance, Long Jinchuan scoffed, dismissing Su Chen and looking towards the mountain peak, wondering if the inheritance was still there. I leave for just a moment, and you gain such confidence? Su Chen's voice suddenly appeared. He had reappeared in the deep pit without Su Bei realizing when. How are you still alive? Long Jinchuan exclaimed, as if he had seen a ghost. He had clearly blown Su Chen to smithereens just moments ago. How could he suddenly reappear? Is this what you mean? Su Chen waved an 8 trigrams token lightly in his hand, appearing atop the mountain, then waved again and returned. He had merely used the 8 trigrams token to teleport away. Prior to this, he had already left a coordinate at the mountain peak, and in the emergency situation, he had quickly left another coordinate and teleported back to the peak, thus avoiding the explosive force of the sword energy. Watching Su Chen suddenly disappear and then reappear, Long Jinchuan felt a chill in his heart. Teleportation. Just how many powers does this Su Chen have? Fire, fog creation, and now teleportation. I've taken 2 of your moves, now it's my turn, right? Su Chen looked coldly at Long Jinchuan. Su Bei, lend me your knife, Su Chen said to Su Bei. Seeing that Su Chen was still alive, Su Bei immediately felt relieved and without hesitation tossed the knife in his hand to Su Chen. Su Chen caught the knife thrown by Su Bei, wielding a large knife in each hand. As long as you can take this move, I'll let you go, Su Chen said, raising the knife in his right hand vertically and placing the knife in his left hand horizontally in front of him. A sense of crisis surged in Long Jinchuan's heart, as if Su Chen's next move could threaten him. Impossible. No one is my match. I am invincible. Long Jinchuan refused to believe that Su Chen could pose a threat to him. It must have been an illusion. Cross slash. Su Chen's figure instantly vanished and a cross-shaped blade of light flashed by, with Su Chen appearing behind Long Jinchuan. Long Jinchuan held a broken sword horizontally in front of him, still maintaining a defensive posture. Impossible. Su Chen sheathed his dual knives, and from behind Long Jinchuan, a blood streak split open from the top of his head, and he slowly split in half, the horizontal blade cutting him in 2, a cross-shaped gash directly severing Long Jinchuan into 4 pieces, his innards and blood spilling everywhere. The cross slash is not a name. From the techniques of the horizontal and vertical arts, many moves do not have names, only the techniques are recorded in Su Chen's mind, and he named the cross slash based on how the technique manifested. Everyone present was instantly stunned, especially Li Jun, Wu Yun, and Jiu Di, who were in awe of young Master Long, now killed by a single move from Su Chen. Li Jun felt a sense of relief, thankful that he hadn't had any major conflicts with Su Chen. Wu Yun felt the same way. Only Jiu Di showed some evasiveness in her gaze. After all, he had said he would kill Su Chen. Jiu Di? Su Chen suddenly called out her name. This made Jiu Di's body tremble. Su Chen, we have no grievances or grudges, there's no need to go to such extremes, right? Jiu Di immediately looked at Su Chen with some wariness, fearing he might suddenly strike. He felt completely uncertain inside. Tell me, where is Lin Yao? Su Chen wasn't looking to cause trouble for Jiu Di. He just wanted to inquire about Lin Yao's whereabouts. Lin Yao had betrayed him once, and this grudge could not go unpunished. Jiu Di hesitated, reluctant to reveal Lin Yao's location to Su Chen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. 3. Without further ado, he began the countdown. She runs a car dealership called Battle Car in the capital. Jiu Di quickly sold out Lin Yao, revealing her whereabouts before Su Chen could even count to 2. Very good, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. There was nothing left to cling to in this place, it was time to leave and let his master rest here. Su Chen fiddled with the ground, using gemstones to set up a formation. A curtain of water appeared before everyone, which was the exit from this place. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, Xiaolan suddenly grabbed him and shook her head. There's danger, Xiaolan whispered to Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback. You all go first, Su Chen said to Li Jun and the others. Li Jun and Wu Yun exchanged glances and could only step into the water curtain to leave. Now, Su Chen was the one in charge here. Who could argue with the strongest? As one by one they stepped into the water curtain, only Su Chen, Su Bei, and the sisters, Hu Shuelan, remained in this world. Did you sense danger? Su Chen finally confirmed with Xiaolan at this moment. Yes, a very strong sense of crisis, stronger than ever before, Xiaolan nodded. Su Chen frowned, a crisis stronger than ever. Before, what had happened outside? He didn't understand, but since Xiaolan had sensed danger, they couldn't recklessly go in. So how do we leave? Hu Shuelan asked with a frown. Now that Su Chen had obtained the inheritance, the method of leaving was also opened by him. Everything depended on Su Chen's arrangements. I have a way to leave. Do you remember the environment at the top of Taiping Mountain? Su Chen asked the three of them. The three nodded. I remember. Good. Su Chen took out 3 Bagua tokens from his pocket, which he had prepared in advance just in case they needed to escape, having prepared 4 since there were 4 of them. Hold this, think of the environment at the top of Taiping Mountain, and wave it, and you will be teleported to the place you envision. Su Chen explained how to use the Bagua token to the 3. The 3 looked at the Bagua tokens in their hands with curiosity, not feeling too surprised that Su Chen had such a magical item, thinking it was something he obtained along with the inheritance. Remember how to use it. Gather at Taiping Mountain. I'll go first, Su Chen said to the 3, leading by example as he waved the Bagua token and instantly disappeared before their eyes. Watching Su Chen vanish, the 3 immediately felt restless. I'll go first. Su Bei stepped forward, willing to be the first guinea pig. Su Bei closed her eyes and waved the Bagua token, instantly disappearing from her spot. Hu Shuelan and Xiaolan followed suit, closing their eyes and waving the Bagua token in their hands, feeling their bodies sway, experiencing a moment of weightlessness, and then feeling their feet on solid ground as they slowly opened their eyes, indeed appearing on Taiping Mountain. Alright, there's no danger now, right? Su Chen asked Xiaolan when he saw everyone had arrived. Xiaolan gently shook her head. The sense of crisis had vanished after arriving here. That's good, you two should return to the sect as well. Don't go out for now, we don't know where the crisis is coming from. Until we figure it out, it's best to stay put in the sect. With the sect's protection, they shouldn't be able to do anything to you, Su Chen advised to Shuelan and Xiaolan. Take these 2 pills, they can help you enhance your strength. Su Chen handed them 2 attribute pills. He had been consuming them one by one, but they no longer had any effect on him, so he hadn't touched the remaining ones. Hu Shuelan and Xiaolan didn't gain anything from the inheritance site this time, and his teammates, Su Chen had the right to compensate them a bit. Thank you, Hu Shuelan said without hesitation. Since Su Chen had obtained the inheritance, these pills were nothing to him, and the 2 accepted them without guilt. Then we'll take our leave and head home. Su Chen bid farewell to them, patting Su Bei on the shoulder. With a wave of the Bagua talisman, he instantly vanished from the mountaintop. Su Bei followed suit, waving the Bagua talisman to teleport home. On the other side, outside the stone chamber of the inheritance site, Li Jun and Wu Yun's group were surrounded by a bunch of old men. The leader was an old man with a dark face. Where's the inheritance? Who got it? The dark-faced old man asked the group. They exchanged glances. These old men were notorious figures in the martial world, some of whom had even caused trouble at their sect. The dark-faced old man was particularly infamous, known as Black Wu Chang, who was ruthless, and anyone who offended him ended up dead. It was taken by Su Chen, and he hasn't come out yet, they replied, not daring to resist in front of such a terrifying figure. Su Chen? The old men immediately looked curiously at the water curtain. Time passed second by second, and their patience quickly wore thin. No one emerged from the water curtain. You dare to play me for a fool? Black Wu Chang's face darkened further as he approached the group in anger. Senior, we truly aren't lying, it was really taken by Su Chen, but we don't know why he hasn't come out, one of them stammered. Bang! Black Wu Chang struck down, and the one who spoke immediately exploded, blood and flesh splattering onto the others. Speak! Where is the inheritance? Black Wu Chang said coldly. Senior, I am a level 1 assassin from the Assassin Alliance, jade. We can't all be lying to you, everything we said is the truth. It was indeed taken by Su Chen from the Su family, and young Master Long died at his hands. Jode, a member of the assassin organization, stood up to explain, knowing that he was dealing with the notorious Black Wu Chang. This time, Black Wu Chang believed him to some extent. It was indeed unlikely that everyone was lying. Why hasn't he come out? Can he really live in there? Black Wu Chang said with a cold expression. Perhaps he left from another exit. This returning passage was opened by Su Chen. Maybe there are other ways to leave the inheritance site that we just don't know about, Jode speculated. Black Wu Chang fell into deep thought. Jode had a point. Since that person obtained the inheritance, there was a good chance that there were other ways to leave the inheritance site. For now, I will believe you. Old Poison, Black Wu Chang temporarily chose to trust Jode, but he couldn't let them leave so easily. Big brother, an old man with a face full of bumps approached. Give them the 5 poisons pill, so they don't expose our whereabouts, Black Wu Chang instructed Old Poison. Old Poison smiled, pulled out a few pills emitting a foul odor from his pocket, and forcibly stuffed them into their mouths. What you just ate is called the 5 poisons pill, personally refined by Old Poison. Without an antidote within a month, It will burn your 5 organs, cause bleeding from your 7 orifices, and ultimately turn you into a puddle of goo. For this month, behave yourselves and don't mention our news to anyone. Also, help me find that Su Chen and bring him to me. Yu Chang coldly surveyed everyone present, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The crowd, having swallowed the 5 poisons pill, dared not voice their anger and could only obediently follow the arrangements of these old fellows. Su Chen returned home. Just as he was about to lie down and rest for a while, Su Bei's large face suddenly appeared in front of him. You scared the hell out of me. Why aren't you at your own house? Su Chen nearly jumped up in fright, pointing at Su Bei, this fool, and cursing him out. I was just testing if it works, Su Bei said awkwardly. Get lost, get lost. Su Chen waved his hand in annoyance, trying to shoo Su Bei away. Don't use it recklessly, you can only use it 20 times. In total, Su Chen had to remind Su Bei, otherwise, this guy would definitely use up the quota of the Bagua order in no time. Oh, is that so? Then I'll just walk back, Su Bei said. With such a magical item, he wouldn't want to waste it if there was a limit on its usage. Wait, I'll go with you, Su Chen suddenly called out to Su Bei. Facing unknown dangers, he needed a large amount of wealth to buy attribute pills to enhance his strength. He needed money, and it was time to discuss entering the pharmaceutical industry with Su Yutong. When did you guys come back? Su Chen arrived at the Su family home, and it was not Su Yutong who opened the door, but Su Dongshang. He was quite surprised to see both Su Chen and Su Bei. He hadn't heard any news from the inheritance site, so how did Su Chen and Su Bei return? Just got home, uncle, where's Yutong? Su Chen asked Su Dongshang. She went to the company. Is there something urgent? Su Dongshang asked, a bit puzzled. Seeing Su Chen rush to find his daughter right after arriving home. It's nothing major, just some company matters, Su Chen replied honestly. Isn't the company doing well? Did something happen? Although Su Dongshang never inquired about his daughter's company, he knew it had been improving recently, and his daughter had even been busy, so there shouldn't be any problems. It's just that I need money, so I wanted to discuss with Yutong if I could take some from the company. Su Chen stated his intentions. Short on cash? How much do you need? Uncle will give it to you. Su Dongshang thought it was no big deal. The company had just started to improve, and he had some savings, so he could let Su Chen use it. After all, they were family. But I need quite a bit. You might not have that much, uncle. Su Chen hesitated. Oh, it's just money. I have plenty. Just tell me how much you need, Su Dongshang said nonchalantly. He thought, how much could Su Chen possibly need? At his age, it was probably just for a new car. About $1 billion, Su Chen said helplessly, seeing how persistent Su Dongshang was. Su Dongshang, I feel like you're playing me, but I have no evidence. What do you need so much money for? Are you going to war? Su Dongshang couldn't help but ask, looking speechless at Su Chen. I need to cultivate, and it requires a lot of resources, which cost money, Su Chen said shyly. But he was speaking the truth. Spending money on attribute pills was also a form of cultivation resource. Well, I've saved 50 million in my lifetime. Take it and use it, Su Dongshang said, pained, as he took out a card from under the lampshade in the bedroom and handed it to Su Chen. This was clearly his secret stash. Third uncle, I'm also short on cash. Give me some too. Su Bei, who was nearby, immediately became envious and shamelessly said to Su Dongshang, get lost. Su Dongshang bluntly told Su Bei to scram. Su Chen was alone, without a background or resources, which was normal, but Su Bei was a key disciple of the Su family. He didn't need cultivation resources, so why did he need money? Who exactly is your real nephew? Su Bei muttered sourly. Thank you, uncle, I'll head back now, Su Chen said, taking the bank card from Su Dongshang without hesitation. However, Su Dongshang held on tightly, and Su Chen couldn't pull it away immediately. Su Chen pulled hard and finally yanked the bank card from Su Dongshang's hand, slipping it into his pocket under Su Dongshang's pained gaze. Back home, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. The technique of traversing and merging had a method of meditation that allowed one to quickly enter deep sleep, providing a restorative effect. Su Chen closed his eyes and soon fell asleep, entering the game. Su Chen entered the game not for any other reason but to purchase attribute pills. Having just received 50 million, he had to spend it. He bought all the money's worth of attribute pills, totaling 50. Using meditation, Su Chen went in and out of the game 3 times, bringing all 50 attribute pills back. I wonder what effect the attribute pills will have when combined with the cultivation method of traversing and merging. The purpose of obtaining the attribute pills was to test the cultivation effects of the traversing and merging technique. Pure cultivation was still too slow, and he had to rely on taking pills. As soon as an attribute pill was swallowed, it instantly transformed into energy and flowed into Su Chen's dantian, merging with his true qi. Su Chen immediately operated his true qi according to the method of traversing and merging, allowing the true qi to fully integrate with the energy and rotate within his body. Gradually, as the technique operated, all the energy naturally transformed into true qi without any loss, and during the process, it absorbed quite a bit of the world's spiritual energy, converting it into true qi. This effect was much faster than simply consuming attribute pills, and as the technique operated, his true qi was also undergoing a transformation. beginning to shift towards the traversing chi recorded in the technique. The traversing chi encompasses all things possessing the might to traverse the world. Its power is far greater than that of ordinary true chi. Su Chen did not continue to consume attribute pills but instead focused on operating his true chi, converting it into traversing chi first. The true chi, which had already reached the size of a soccer ball, was continuously compressed and gathered under Su Chen's technique, ultimately shrinking to the size of an egg. Although the total amount of true chi had changed, its power had indeed increased significantly. The same amount of true chi used in techniques exhibited different levels of power. At this point, Su Chen's true chi had turned purple, which is the appearance of traversing chi. After fully converting to traversing chi, Su Chen officially began his cultivation, consuming attribute pills to transform the energy into traversing chi. During this cultivation, Su Chen lost track of time. He simply refined one pill and swallowed another. After finishing all 50 pills, the traversing chi within him had returned to the size of a soccer ball. If he could triple the amount of true chi, he would be able to enter the Kaiyang realm. Su Chen glanced at his phone. It had already been 3 days since he started cultivating, and he couldn't believe how much time had passed. Time truly flows like water. Su Chen looked at his phone again and saw several missed calls. To avoid being disturbed while cultivating, he had turned on silent mode. Upon checking, there were 10 missed calls, 9 of which were from Su Yutong, so he had to call her back. "Where have you been? You don't answer calls or reply to WeChat." As soon as Su Chen answered the call, Su Yutong's deafening roar came through the line. Su Chen squinted and held the phone a bit farther from his ear. "What's the matter?" Su Chen waited for Su Yutong to calm down before asking. "Aren't you short on money? Come to the company." Su Yutong had learned from her father that Su Chen was in need of money again, so she specifically sought him out. Who knew this guy would be like? He had vanished, with calls not going through, no replies on WeChat, and the door locked at home. If it weren't for her father insisting that Su Chen was fine, she would have reported him missing. Isn't the company just starting to pick up?" Su Chen asked in confusion. After hearing from Su Dongsheng that the company was in a growth phase, Su Chen had given up on borrowing money from Su Yutong. It was better to find a way on his own, even if it meant going out to sell gemstones. "Yes, the company is making money. Do you want to come to the company and see our new hot-selling products?" Su Yutong's tone was filled with confidence. Su Chen was immediately curious. Does this mean new products have been launched? It seems the sales are quite good. "Sure, I'll go right away." Su Chen also wanted to see just how well the new products were selling to make Su Yutong so happy. Arriving at Tongya Daily Chemicals, the employees were working diligently, very busy, and Su Chen's arrival didn't even attract anyone's attention. "How's the advertising campaign going in the marketing department?" Su Yutong was also busy, pulling her secretary to inquire about the advertising. "We've already contacted the TV station and they've recommended a few spokespersons. Do you want to take a look?" Su Chen watched Su Yutong with great interest. The Su Yutong who was commanding the company was completely different from her usual self, exuding the aura of someone in power, strong and confident. I'll go check it out later." Su Yutong nodded, just about to leave when she noticed Su Chen looking at her with great enthusiasm. "What are you looking at?" Su Yutong pouted. Su Chen had suddenly disappeared for a few days, and it had worn her out. The company was so busy, and that rascal was nowhere to be seen. Su Chen chuckled silently. He suddenly realized that Su Yutong was a very cute person. She was a strong and confident female CEO at work, but at home, she was a caring and mischievous little sister next door. "I'm admiring the heroic figure of my CEO commanding the company," Su Chen joked. "Stop being silly, I'm heading to the TV station now. Do you want to come? There are beautiful women there," Su Yutong said playfully, winking at Su Chen. Sure, Su Chen had no reason to refuse. He had come to find Su Yutong, so naturally, he would go wherever she went. "Then let's go." The two went downstairs and drove to the TV station. On the way, Su Yutong introduced Su Chen to the recent developments in the company. "Our new product became a hit as soon as it was launched. Production can't keep up with sales now. You must have made a lot of money recently." The product had already been fully developed in the lab, and the results were even better than expected, not only effective for scar removal but also for beauty enhancement, making it very popular among the public. Although Su Yutong set a high price, it didn't hinder it from becoming a blockbuster in the cosmetics industry. "Aren't you short on money? The company can spare quite a bit now. How much do you need?" Su Yutong was very concerned after hearing from her dad that Su Chen was short on cash. "No need, the company has just gotten on track. Let's keep it here for now. If I have spare money, I can start a pharmaceutical company again. I still have quite a few miraculous pills. Let the lab analyze the ingredients and see if they can be produced. As long as it has 1/10 or even 1/100th of the effect, it can crush similar products on the market," Su Chen said to Su Yutong. He had planned this from the beginning. He still didn't intend to take money from the company. Keeping the money in the company would allow it to generate more money, and as for the money he needed, he would find a way himself. "You have quite the ambition, huh? Jewelry, cosmetics, and now you want to venture into the medical field. Are you trying to establish the Su Chen group? Su Yutong was surprised by Su Chen's thoughts. It was indeed a big leap for him. Su Chen had grown from a small employee to the CEO of 2 companies in less than half a year, which felt somewhat dreamlike to her. No, I just feel it's a waste not to utilize these resources. Su Chen's thoughts were simple. He could bring out so many miraculous items from the game, not using them would be a waste. Moreover, producing those miraculous pills would benefit all of humanity. And Su Chen had no reason not to do it. Alright, give me the items another day and I'll have the lab start analyzing the ingredients. Su Yutong nodded. Are we going to advertise on TV? Su Chen changed the subject, curiously asking Su Yutong. Well, our products are selling very well, but only within a small circle, so our recognition isn't high. We must expand our sales range, and advertising is the best way. Su Yutong nodded. Right now, we're just selecting a spokesperson. It's still early for the launch. Su Yutong continued. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the new city TV station. Oh, Su Zong, please sit down, the station director Lu Ruoxin warmly welcomed Su Yutong. Now, Tonghua Daily Chemicals was dominating the competition in New City with its new products, and its stock market value was skyrocketing, having long emerged from its previous shadows. It was even qualified to be selected as one of the top 10 enterprises in New City. How could such a big boss not make Lu Ruoxin enthusiastic? Su Yutong smiled at Lu Ruoxin and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Lu Ruoxin was a typical middle-aged man, with a potbelly and a receding hairline. His suit looked a bit tight on him. Su Chen sat idly beside Su Yutong. Lu Ruoxin frowned and glanced at Su Chen. How could this secretary be so oblivious, sitting at the same level as their boss? Lu Ruoxin took Su Chen as Su Yutong's male secretary. Su Zong, we have recommended a few candidates for the spokesperson for you to consider, Lu Ruoxin said, handing a document to Su Yutong. It contained information about several celebrities, including their height, weight, and representative works. These are all third-rate actors. What I need are top-tier, even first-rate stars. This doesn't meet my requirements. Su Yutong frowned after reading it. She was looking to break into the national market, and these people's fame was completely inadequate. It's not easy to find top-tier stars. They also need to consider the product. Your company is quite famous in New City, but on a national scale, it's really just a small company, and they look down on us, Lu Ruoxin said helplessly. It wasn't that he couldn't find famous stars, it was just that no one was willing to take the job. We need someone who is well-known nationwide. The price isn't an issue. Can you help contact a few more? Su Yutong was dissatisfied. With these candidates, none met her expectations. Alright, I'll help you reach out now, Lu Ruoxin said, his brows furrowed. Okay, then I'm sorry to trouble you, director. Su Yutong said apologetically. Lu Ruoxin said nothing more and turned to make calls elsewhere. Soon, Lu Ruoxin returned. I found 2 people. I don't know if they meet your requirements. Lu Ruoxin brought 2 more documents. This one is a very popular young star right now, extremely famous, but his asking price is also high, 60 million. For a quarter, Su Yutong glanced at the young star's information. He debuted through a talent show and reached his peak immediately, but currently he had no notable works, just high popularity. The other one is an older star. He debuted 10 years ago and became famous 7 years ago. Although his popularity isn't as high now, he is stable and releases excellent works every year. His popularity is still decent, and he has a good character, always supporting charitable causes. Lu Ruoxin mainly favored the latter. He was an old friend. They had known each other since the beginning of their careers, and when he called, the other party agreed without hesitation, just wanting to check the product quality first. Su Chen, which one do you think is suitable? Su Yutong asked Su Chen beside her. Su Chen looked at the 2 candidates, one male and one female. The male looked somewhat feminine, and although he was a man using cosmetics, Su Chen found it awkward. I think her. Su Chen decisively chose the other person who looked somewhat familiar. At least she was a woman and quite good-looking. Su Yutong nodded. She also thought Lumi was suitable. Alright, let's go with Lumi. Please have the station manager get in touch, Su Chen said, and as a worker, she naturally had no objections, directly selecting the candidate. Lu Ruoxin looked at Su Chen in a bit of a daze. Wasn't he the secretary? Why was President Su listening to him? Lu station manager? Su Yutong called out again when she saw Lu Ruoxin's lack of response. Oh, I'll notify her right away. Lu Ruoxin quickly came to her senses and stood up to say, Lumi just finished recording a variety show in the neighboring city and will be here shortly. Can we have someone bring the products over first? Lu Ruoxin quickly made the arrangements. Okay, I'll have someone deliver them right away. Su Yutong nodded. Then let's head to the study and wait while having some tea, Lu Ruoxin suggested with a smile. The 3 of them then went to Lu Ruoxin's study, drinking tea while waiting for Lu Ni to arrive. During their conversation, Lumi was surprised to discover that Su Yutong seemed to rely heavily on Su Chen, often asking for his opinion on important matters, which made her question Su Chen's identity. President Su, may I ask who this is? Lu Ruoxin finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and inquired about Su Chen's identity. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is our largest shareholder at Tongya Daily Chemicals, Su Chen. Su Yutong introduced him to Lu Ruoxin as if she had just realized it. Lu Ruoxin's heart stirred. So he is the real boss behind Tongya. She had heard that after the last incident, a mysterious person had bought all the shares of Tongya Daily Chemicals and injected a large amount of capital which brought the company back to life. Otherwise, it would have declared bankruptcy by now. So it's President Su. I didn't recognize the mountain earlier. Please forgive me. Lu Ruoxin immediately put on a smiling face and extended her hand to Su Chen. Someone like him who could sit in the station manager's position naturally had good judgment. Changing expressions was a low-level skill that he could easily manage. Hello. Su Chen forced a smile and shook hands with Lu Ruoxin. He wasn't very interested in socializing, but he couldn't respond coldly to someone so enthusiastic. After a while, Lumi finally arrived. Lumi was a mature and intelligent, beautiful older sister, exuding a strong presence. Lumi, this is Su Yutong, the president of Tongya Daily Chemicals, and Su Chen, the chairman. Lu Ruoxin explained to both parties. Lumi nodded and greeted them. President Su. If it's convenient, let's take a look at the products now, Lumi said, coming over on Lu Ruoxin's behalf, but her main concern was the product quality. If the products were subpar, she absolutely wouldn't endorse them, as that would clearly waste her reputation. Sure, follow me. Su Yutong nodded, appreciating this straightforward approach that saved time. Su Yutong's secretary quickly brought in the new products along with various qualification certificates. This is our company's new product, a liquid mask primarily aimed at scar removal and beauty effects. Here are our various testing certificates, all meeting national standards. Would you like to try it? Su Yutong smiled as she introduced the product to Lumi. Lumi first glanced at the certificates, then looked at the product. It was a delicate box containing a grayish-brown paste that didn't look very appealing. You say this has scar removal effects? Lumi asked curiously. Yes, our initial production focused on scar removal, and the whitening effect was just an added benefit later, Su Yutong explained. How effective is it? Lumi wasn't particularly interested in whitening but was very curious about scar removal. The effect is excellent. You can see noticeable results after the first use, and continuous use for 1 to 2 months can achieve complete scar removal. Even for severe scars, it just requires a bit more time. Su Yutong was very confident in her company's product. Lu Mi frowned immediately upon hearing Su Yutong's words. She disliked such exaggerated promotional tactics. She just wanted to be pragmatic. If the results differ from what you said, I won't choose to cooperate with you, Lumi said expressionlessly. Understood, you can try it first, Su Yutong said, not caring about Lumi's attitude change. Looking at her expectantly, Lumi casually unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt. Su Chen almost turned his head in shock. This was too open. There were 2 men here. However, Su Chen was clearly overthinking it. Lumi had only unbuttoned the top 2 buttons. As an actress, this was nothing for her. She wasn't revealing anything inappropriate. Above Lumi's chest, there was a scar about an inch long. It was from when she first started acting. Back then, she was a third-rate actress and fell off a horse during a writing scene, hitting her chest on a small tile, leaving this scar. Over the years, she had tried many methods to remove the scar, but even surgery couldn't completely eliminate it, and she had used countless scar removal products, so when she heard Su Yutong bragging about her product, she felt disdain. Apply the cream on the scar and leave it for 20 minutes before peeling it off. The first use will show noticeable results. Su Yutong explained how to use the new product to Lumi. Lumi didn't pay much attention and directly applied the cream to the scar on her chest. The first sensation after applying the cream was a cool, comfortable feeling, followed by a slight itch. Itching is normal, don't move. Su Yutong seemed to know how Lumi felt and reminded her. Lumi frowned and immediately stopped her hand from reaching to scratch. 20 minutes later. Is the time up? Lumi asked. She couldn't wait to see if it was as miraculous as Su Yutong said. Although she was skeptical, there was still some anticipation in her heart. Yes, it's ready, Su Yutong nodded. The cream had now formed a light gray film over the scar, and Lumi gently peeled it off. Lumi stared at the scar in the mirror, momentarily stunned. The scar had indeed faded a bit. The effect will be more noticeable the first time you use it. With your type of scar, using it for 20 days at most will completely remove it, Su Yutong said with a smile. How amazing! Lumi exclaimed. She had used scar removal products before, but none had such significant results. If you're satisfied, shall we sign the endorsement contract? Su Yutong seized the opportunity, seeing Lumi wavering and immediately bringing up the endorsement. Sure, just talk to my agent about the price. Lumi nodded in agreement to the endorsement. Next came the contract signing. Su Chen didn't interfere, just watched Su Yutong busy herself, and after signing the contract, they had dinner together that evening. During dinner, Su Yutong couldn't refuse Lumi's enthusiastic offer and drank a bit, becoming slightly tipsy. Su Chen shook his head, having to drive her home. Luckily, he hadn't drunk any alcohol, otherwise, there would be no one to drive. Don't move around, I'll take you home, Su Chen said as he helped Su Yutong out of the car at her doorstep. I don't want to go home. Su Yutong mumbled, leaning drowsily against Su Chen's shoulder. If you don't go home, where will you go? Sleep on the street? Su Chen said, speechless. To your house. Su Yutong's words stunned Su Chen. After looking at Su Yutong seriously for a moment, he realized she was too drunk to lift her head and reeked of alcohol. Most importantly, Su Chen didn't want to take advantage of her. Forget it, you smell of alcohol, hurry up and go home. Su Chen said, directly supporting Su Yutong and ringing the doorbell at the Su family home. Hey, how did you end up like this? Come in, come in. The one who opened the door was Zhang Yue. Seeing Su Yutong in such a state, she quickly urged Su Chen to help her inside. Auntie, please. Take care of Yutong, I'll be leaving now, Su Chen said as he planned to take his leave after bringing Su Yutong home. Alright, it's late, you should head back too, Zhang Yue said, knowing that Su Chen lived nearby and didn't insist on him staying. After Su Chen left, Su Yutong opened her eyes from the bed, looking quite unhappy. Didn't you drink too much? Zhang Yue asked in confusion upon seeing Su Yutong wake up. Humph, big bad guy, coward, blockhead. Su Yutong pounded on her pillow in frustration. Just as Su Chen reached his front door, he suddenly sneezed. Is it getting cold? Su Chen instinctively tightened his clothes. Once home, Su Chen entered the game. Since he couldn't improve his strength outside for the time being, he decided to push the storyline in the game. After several days of relentless quests, Su Chen finally accumulated a contribution value of 100,000 points. Upon reaching this milestone, Su Chen received a title. Elite Disciple, all attributes plus 10. It was time to advance the main storyline. He needed to sign up for the martial arts conference. Su Chen first sought out the head of the third house. Master, I would like to register for the martial arts conference, Su Chen said to the head of the third house. The Baiyu Villa has rules. You can't leave the mountain without a contribution value of at least 100,000. Do you have enough? The head of the third house asked without turning around. There were many disciples in Baiyu Villa and not everyone could earn his attention. I have enough contribution value. If you don't believe me, master, feel free to check. Su Chen immediately offered his identity token. Only then did the head of the third house look up at Su Chen. Su Chen? The head was taken aback upon seeing Su Chen. Su Chen was also surprised. The head of the third house actually recognized him? It wasn't that the head knew him personally, but rather that not many people in Baiyu Villa didn't know Su Chen by now. After all, he was the disciple rumored to have had an affair with the saintess, and there were indeed few who were unaware of his name. You want to participate in the martial arts conference? The head asked with a frown. Yes, Su Chen nodded. After confirming, the head said nothing more and picked up Su Chen's identity token to verify his contribution value. The fact that his contribution value was sufficient surprised the head again. It was astonishing that Su Chen had managed to accumulate 100,000 points in just a few days. Since joining, some disciples might not even reach that amount in a year. Do you understand what it means to participate in the martial arts conference? The head felt it necessary to explain the consequences of joining the conference to Su Chen. I understand, master. After participating in the martial arts conference, regardless of my ranking, I will no longer be a disciple of Baiyu Villa, Su Chen replied, fully aware of this part of the storyline. The Tianlong dynasty was in turmoil, with constant border skirmishes, making it a time when talents were urgently needed. Such martial arts conferences typically recruited many capable individuals to join the military. Baiyu Villa had managed to stand firm until now precisely because it maintained a neutral stance and occasionally trained talents for the court. However, once these individuals left Baiyu Villa, they would no longer be associated with it, regardless of any troubles they might cause. This was why one needed to accumulate a contribution value of 100,000 to register for the martial arts conference, because once they left, they would have no ties to Baiyu Villa. Baiyu Villa teaches you skills, and you must repay the villa with sufficient contribution value before you can leave. Since you are already aware, then go ahead. The fourth floor of the scripture pavilion. Choose 3 martial arts techniques. The head returned Su Chen's identity token and gave him a new one, which was a one-time use token allowing Su Chen to take out 3 martial arts techniques from the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion. What Su Chen was waiting for was this. Although staying at the Baiyu Villa could teach him many martial arts techniques, who knows how long it would take to learn advanced techniques? If he pushed the storyline, he could directly receive 3 skills, which is why Su Chen was so eager to advance the plot. Thank you, master. Su Chen took the token and retreated, heading straight for the scripture pavilion. The 4th floor. That was a place only accessible to those at level 50. In the game Wolin Zhanba, although skills don't have levels, there are restrictions on acquiring them. For example, before level 20, one can only access the 1st floor of the scripture pavilion, and before level 30, only the 2nd floor, which limits low-level players from learning high-level skills. The 3 skills given as part of the main storyline are fixed in the game, but it seems like he can choose here? That's quite impressive. Among the skills available at level 50, there are several overpowered ones. He wondered if he could find them. Su Chen felt a bit excited. It seems that the game becoming real has its advantages. Su Chen arrived at the scripture pavilion and handed the token to the senior brother downstairs. After receiving the token, the senior brother looked at Su Chen deeply. Fourth floor, choose wisely and come find me. He naturally knew what this token represented. Perhaps he wouldn't see this junior brother in the villa again. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Su Chen noticed that there were significantly fewer techniques available and they appeared more refined, as if specially processed. He quickly selected 3 skill books. Golden Bell Shield type. Defensive releases a shield equivalent to the user's defense, capable of withstanding one attack that exceeds the shield's capacity. Any excess damage will not harm the user. This skill is essentially a life-saving technique. No matter how high the opponent's attack power is, it can at most shatter the shield but cannot kill Su Chen in one hit. Endless Flow type. Strong attack passive increases damage by 50% and each consecutive hit increases damage by an additional 5%. This passive strong attack skill is more suitable for speed-type warriors. It's somewhat inappropriate for a strength-type warrior like Su Chen. However, there were no better skills available, so he chose this one to fill the gap. Compared to the other skills, this one suited Su Chen a bit more. Last minute preparation *** type. Strong attack buff skill. After use, it increases weapon damage by 100% for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. This skill is a powerful buff skill, directly doubling weapon damage, which is quite impressive, especially since it hasn't been upgraded yet. It will be even more powerful after leveling up. Su Chen took these 3 skill books downstairs. When the senior brother saw the 3 skills Su Chen had chosen, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. These 3 are among the most powerful in the spell category. Su Chen truly has an eye for talent. I wish you success, the senior brother said as he handed Su Chen the copies of the 3 skills. Su Chen smiled. He would not be gone forever, and there would be opportunities to meet again. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Su Chen immediately learned the 3 skills. Su Chen? Where have you been these past few days? Xiao Yan suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen, running over with a curious expression. Xiao Yan's arrival was timely, saving him the trouble of seeking him out to say goodbye. I'm leaving, Su Chen said calmly to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was taken aback. His expression immediately turned serious. When did this happen? Don't be discouraged. Terminal illnesses can sometimes be cured. You could ask the Villa Master. He might be able to save you, Xiao Yan said sincerely, patting Su Chen's shoulder, tears even welling up in his eyes. Su Chen. To hell with you. I said I'm leaving Baiwei Villa. Su Chen pointed at Xiao Yan and cursed. What kind of person is this? His thought process seems a bit off. Ha, is that so? Xiao Yan sighed in disappointment. If you're leaving, then just go. Who are you going to rob this time? Xiao Yan thought Su Chen was just leaving Baiwei Villa to deal with bandits and hadn't considered it any other way. I want to participate in the martial arts conference, Su Chen suddenly said. Xiao Yan was taken aback. This time he understood Su Chen's meaning. Are you out of your mind? Participating in the martial arts conference? Xiao Yan looked at Su Chen seriously. Joining the martial arts conference was no joke. I'm serious. Wait for my good news, Su Chen said, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder with a smile. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and followed Su Chen's pace. I'm going with you. Su Chen looked at Xiao Yan with a strange expression. You want to participate in the martial arts conference too? Are you crazy? I'm not participating in anything. I'm going to collect your corpse, Xiao Yan said with a laugh. So that if you die, there will be someone to collect your body. It's really tragic to have your corpse left in the wilderness. At least we should give you a proper grave, Xiao Yan joked. All right. Make sure to get me a nice tombstone then, with the greatest handsome guy in the world, Su Chen's grave engraved on it. Ha, I'll get you a wooden plaque instead of a tombstone. If you want a stone tablet, you need to pay. Give me a few million and I'll definitely get you the best tombstone in the world. Get lost. When you die, I'll burn a few maidens for you, so you won't be a virgin down there. You're the virgin. The two of them bantered as they walked towards Tianlong City. Tianlong City, the capital of the Tianlong dynasty. It was several times larger than Tianshin City, and its level of prosperity was incomparable to Tianshin City. Around here, there were no bandits, not even a one-eyed fly. It's really lively for my first time in Tianlong City, Xiao Yan exclaimed as he looked at the bustling streets. Su Chen, however, was not very interested. This level of prosperity didn't even match a large shopping mall event. Following the environment in his memory, Su Chen arrived at the registration site for the martial arts conference. Contrary to expectations, it was not crowded. Instead, it appeared quite desolate, with no one at the registration window, and even the staff were lying down sleeping. Master? I'm here to register, Su Chen called out as he approached. The other party groggily opened their eyes, slightly furrowing their brows, seemingly displeased at being disturbed from their rest. Name, age, write it yourself. The person was too lazy to write, directly pushing the paper and pen to Su Chen, letting him write it himself. Su Chen didn't mind picking up the brush to write down his information. When does this martial arts conference start? Su Chen asked after filling out the information. A week later, the other person replied and continued to lie down to sleep. Ding. Task completed. Gain 10,000 experience points. Martial Essence Stone *1. New task. Martial Arts Conference Preliminary. Participate in the Martial Arts Conference Preliminary and successfully advance. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Su Chen had already reached level 27 while doing his sect tasks and completing the main quests. Experience allowed him to level up again, successfully reaching level 28, and he also received a Martial Essence Stone. Su Chen could choose to upgrade a skill. It had to be the last-minute sharpening of the spear. Only the last-minute sharpening of the spear directly increased damage. Although the continuous flow could also enhance damage, it required coordination with attack speed, so the last-minute sharpening was better. Su Chen immediately upgraded the skill level of the last-minute sharpening of the spear. Last-minute sharpening of the spear plus type strong attack. Buff skill, after use, increases weapon damage by 200%, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown 40 seconds. Damage increased by 100%, not bad. Are you serious? Xiao Yan was somewhat incredulous when he saw that Su Chen really registered for the martial arts conference. Participating in the martial arts conference was a matter of life and death. No contestant ever left the stage intact, and even the few who won wouldn't have a good outcome either. Dragged to the battlefield or recruited by officials to become guards. They might gain fame and fortune, but freedom would be lost. Yeah, want to join me? Su Chen nodded and asked. Xiao Yan immediately shook his head. He didn't want to die so soon. Su Chen naturally knew the consequences of participating in the martial arts conference, but without attending, he wouldn't qualify for the martial arts championship, which was the true essence of the final game. Those who participated in the championship were all renowned figures in the martial world, sect leaders, rising stars, and heroes of the Green Forest, people whose names could be called out in the Jianghu. The main quest requiring him to attend the martial arts conference was essentially to enhance his reputation. Only with fame could he enter the championship. As for how to refuse those high-ranking officials after winning the championship, Su Chen already had an excuse ready. Waking up from the game, Su Chen returned to reality and had to consider how to make money again. Without money, he couldn't even afford attribute pills. The corner of Su Chen's mouth lifted as he thought of Lin Yao. It was time to pay a visit to the capital. That day, Su Chen boarded a plane to the capital. Upon landing, he headed straight to Lin Yao's car dealership. Looking at the dealership, which was even larger than the new city, the words War Chariot stood out prominently. Su Chen didn't rush inside. Instead, he strolled around the area, quietly setting up a formation. Su Chen didn't have much, but he had plenty of gems, making the formation a piece of cake. This time, Su Chen walked into the store. His arrival immediately caught the attention of a sales assistant, and a cute young girl quickly approached him. Hello, sir, are you here to look at cars? Su Chen nodded slightly. If he didn't pretend to be a customer, he probably wouldn't even get to see Lin Yao. What kind of model are you interested in, sir? I can recommend some for you. The young girl asked with a smile, clearly eager to assist. Do you have any limited edition models? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. Yes. The young girl exclaimed excitedly. Buying a limited edition model was not something an average person could afford. If she closed this deal, her commission would be enough for several months' salary. For business, we have the extended version and the bulletproof off-road model. Which one do you prefer? The young girl patiently explained to Su Chen. What about that one? Su Chen pointed to an extended Lincoln that looked like it wasn't for sale. Oh, that one has a transaction price of 4 million, the young girl said, her excitement growing as she assessed Su Chen's demeanor, convinced that this order was a sure thing. Oh, Su Chen merely responded with a soft "oh" and moved on to look at other cars. What about this one? Su Chen pointed to another vehicle. This one is 380,000, the young girl continued to answer. Su Chen nodded again and wandered off to another area. The young girl was a bit confused. So, you just came to ask questions? Su Chen continued to inquire about several cars, and the young girl numbly provided information. She realized that he was just here to mess around. However, trained by the system, she wouldn't make any offensive gestures towards a customer. What about this one? Su Chen pointed to another car. This one is not for sale, it's our boss's car. Su Chen finally found his target. I want this one. Have your boss come over. Price is not an issue, Su Chen told the young girl. The young girl seemed a bit taken aback. Go call your boss. If you can make the decision, sign the order now, Su Chen repeated. Oh, okay, please wait a moment. I'll notify the boss right away, the young girl quickly responded, leading Su Chen to the lounge and serving him with the finest tea. While waiting for Lin Yao to arrive, Su Chen sipped his tea in the lounge. Methods don't fear being old, as long as they are effective. Directly approaching their boss, the sales assistants would definitely ignore him, but finding something they couldn't decide on would surely require Lin Yao's approval. In the office, when Lin Yao learned that someone was interested in her car, she frowned slightly. What's going on? Is my car that appealing? Is there someone wanting it everywhere? What does he look like? Lin Yao asked cautiously, fearing that Su Chen had come looking for her. A young man, quite handsome, with a beard. A beard? It shouldn't be Su Chen. Lin Yao felt relieved and followed the sales assistant downstairs to the lounge. Sir, our boss has arrived, the young girl said to Su Chen as she entered the lounge. Soon after, Lin Yao walked in and saw Su Chen in the lounge. Hello, my beard looks good, right? Su Chen said with a smile, touching the fake beard on his face. Lin Yao was taken aback, her nerves tensed, watching Su Chen warily. He had specifically worn a fake beard to see her. Don't be nervous. Let's talk. Su Chen had no intention of clashing with Lin Yao. Seeing that Su Chen didn't make a move, Lin Yao relaxed a bit. You can go now, Lin Yao said to the sales assistant. The young salesgirl nodded and stepped back when she saw that Su Chen seemed to know their boss. What do you want? Lin Yao absolutely did not believe that Su Chen had come to chat. He was definitely up to no good. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to discuss a business deal with you. What kind of business? Lin Yao remained on guard against Su Chen. Su Chen didn't mind standing up from the sofa and walking to the door to lock it. You tricked me once and almost got me killed. How do you plan to settle that? Su Chen's expression changed, looking at Lin Yao with indifference, his aura rising, a strong killing intent enveloping Lin Yao. Lin Yao suddenly felt as if she were on the edge of a precipice, struggling to breathe, as if she were surrounded by a sea of corpses and blood. She had killed so many people but had never felt such intense killing intent. How did Su Chen manage it? What do you want? Lin Yao realized that Su Chen's strength had increased again, and this time she didn't even have the thought of resisting. You should at least give me some compensation, right? He said this while smiling and moving closer to Lin Yao. Lin Yao, feeling a bit scared, leaned back. Su Chen wasn't going to do something to her, was he? Come on. Anyway, you're quite handsome, just think of it as being gored by a pig. Lin Yao closed her eyes, striking a heroic pose with her arms spread wide, lying back on the sofa. Su Chen? This makes it hard for me to act. Hey, what are you thinking? You almost got me killed, I deserve some mental damages, right? Su Chen said with a dark expression. Ha? Lin Yao opened her eyes, looking confused. Wasn't he going to sleep with her? Lin Yao sat up, feeling a bit disappointed. Mental damages? How much do you want? As long as Su Chen wasn't going to kill her, spending some money to buy her life seemed reasonable. 300 million. Su Chen held up 3 fingers at Lin Yao. What? Why don't you go rob a bank? Lin Yao looked at him in disbelief, as if she were looking at an alien. What do you think I'm doing right now? Do you have a choice? Su Chen thought to himself, am I not robbing you? Isn't it obvious enough? Lin Yao was stunned. Indeed, she had no choice now. If she didn't pay, Su Chen might just kill her. I don't have that much. Lin Yao compromised, but she really didn't have that much money right now. I knew you wouldn't have the money. I had already considered that. Su Chen was not disappointed. Instead, he was quite happy. He immediately pulled out a large pile of gems from his pocket. Yellow crystal, black crystal, pink crystal, amethyst, 2 of each. If you take these and sell them abroad for me, we can settle our grievances. Su Chen had already planned this. He couldn't extort much money from Lin Yao, and he didn't want to sell the gems himself for fear of attracting trouble. Having Lin Yao represent him to sell these gems abroad was the best choice. Lin Yao's eyes lit up when she saw the gems on the table. If these gems were turned into money, it would be enough for her to live a lifetime. A thought of absconding with the money suddenly arose in Lin Yao's mind. Anyway, she was planning to flee far away, and Su Chen might not be able to find her. Okay, I'll help you. Lin Yao immediately agreed to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. How could he not notice the little schemes in Lin Yao's heart? Eat this, Su Chen said as he took out a pill and handed it to Lin Yao. What is this? Lin Yao hesitated, looking at the pill in Su Chen's hand. Soul-severing pill. Without an antidote within a month, you'll bleed from all 7 orifices, your limbs will fester, and you'll die a violent death, Su Chen explained to Lin Yao. Bleed from all 7 orifices? Fester? Lin Yao gulped nervously at Su Chen's words. Take it, help me. Sell these things, and I'll give you the antidote when you come back, Su Chen urged Lin Yao. Trembling, Lin Yao reached out her hand, hesitating to touch the pill in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen grew impatient and suddenly pinned Lin Yao down, pried her mouth open, and despite her resistance, stuffed the pill into her mouth, covering her mouth tightly until she swallowed it before releasing her. Bastard! Tui! Ugh! Lin Yao desperately clawed at her throat, trying to spit the pill out. If you dare to spit it out, I'll kill you right now, Su Chen warned Lin Yao coldly. Lin Yao immediately stopped her gagging. Do you feel a warm current flowing from your stomach to your limbs? Su Chen sat on the sofa, chuckling as he looked at Lin Yao. Lin Yao felt it. Indeed, as Su Chen said, a warm current surged from her stomach to her limbs. The toxin has already spread throughout your body. It's too late to try to vomit it out now, Su Chen said with a light laugh. Lin Yao glared at Su Chen with frost in her eyes, wishing she could tear him apart. Don't look at me like that. You almost got me killed. The fact that I haven't killed you is already showing mercy. Now I'm giving you a chance to live. You should be grateful, Su Chen said with a cold smile. Hurry up and help me out. The sooner, the better. If too much time passes, even with the antidote, the prolonged presence of the toxin in your body won't be good for you. Su Chen waved his hand and pushed open the door, intending to leave. As soon as he opened the door, several people, Lin Yao's employees, suddenly rushed in. Upon seeing the scene in the lounge, they immediately wore knowing expressions. The scene in the lounge indeed looked very suggestive. Lin Yao's clothes were disheveled, her hair a mess, saliva from her throat clearing still lingering on her lips, and her eyes glistening with tears. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like Lin Yao had been bullied. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, sidestepping the group and leaving the lounge. Boss? A few employees glanced at Lin Yao with concern. Get lost. Lin Yao was on the verge of exploding, her mood extremely foul. Anyone who came at this moment would only make things worse. After leaving the car dealership, Su Chen tore off the fake beard on his face, retrieved the gems around the dealership, and found that the backup plan he had prepared was unnecessary. Just as Su Chen stepped out of the auto city, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. Tingyin? The figure was Dongfang Tingyin, and Su Chen didn't expect to encounter her here. Just as he was about to greet her, a black van suddenly drove up and stopped in front of Dongfang Tingyin. The door swung open, and before she could react, a cloud of unknown powder was thrown directly at her face. Dongfang Tingyin was stunned and fainted before she could respond. Su Chen was taken aback and immediately chased after the van. However, Dongfang Tingyin had already been bundled into the van, which sped away. Su Chen anxiously looked around, and at that moment, a taxi happened to pass by, which he quickly hailed. Driver, follow that van. Su Chen urgently pointed at the black van ahead. The taxi driver glanced at Su Chen through the rearview mirror and said in a deep voice, hold on tight. The driver shifted into fourth gear, pressing both the accelerator and brake at the same time, causing the taxi's wheels to spin wildly, burning rubber. Su Chen was startled. This driver was impressive. He quickly grabbed the handrail to avoid being thrown out. When the wheels reached top speed, the driver simply released the brake. Bang! They crashed directly into the guardrail. Su Chen, the driver, was quite embarrassed. He intended to show off, but it didn't go as planned. Master, how about I take over? Su Chen said, speechless. Although the taxi hit the guardrail, the speed wasn't high, and the damage wasn't severe, it could still drive. It's fine, that was just a mistake. I was a professional race car driver when I was young, and I won several championships, the driver insisted, unwilling to back down. Su Chen looked at the driver skeptically. Are you sure you were a champion? Not just a spectator? This time, the driver was more honest and didn't try any flashy maneuvers. He started normally and only began to accelerate once they were on the road. The taxi gradually closed the distance to the black van. When they encountered a turn, the driver didn't slow down but instead drifted around the corner. This drift nearly threw Su Chen out of his seat. Master, slow down. Su Chen hadn't buckled his seatbelt yet and felt a bit unsafe. Don't worry, little brother, I'll keep it tight. The driver didn't heed Su Chen's words. Su Chen was filled with trepidation, trying to hold onto the armrest to avoid being thrown out. Big brother, we have a tail behind us. The taxi following them was quickly noticed by the kidnappers. It was strange that the taxi was so close without being detected. Ram him off the road. The kidnapper leader was fierce, ready to crash the other car at the slightest provocation. Although they were nearing the suburbs, there were still cameras around. Without hesitation, the kidnapper driver obeyed the leader's command, slowing down the van. Once the taxi caught up, he suddenly jerked the steering wheel and slammed into the taxi. The taxi driver hurriedly slammed on the brakes to avoid being overturned. Oh my! Are you trying to mess with me? The driver was furious. This kid in front was playing dirty, so he decided to play back. The driver found an opportunity behind the van, slammed on the gas, and overtook it. Little by, it's my turn now. The driver sneered, maneuvering to the front of the van and slamming on the brakes. Bang! The van couldn't dodge in time and crashed directly into the taxi. The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly to prevent losing control. If the van hadn't been of poor quality, the airbags would have likely deployed. Damn! Where did this madman come from? The kidnapper leader was stunned. He hadn't seen anyone around Dongfang Tingyin when they were kidnapping, so who was this person? What do we do? The kidnapper nervously asked the leader. They were just hired to kidnap someone who knew they would encounter such a situation. Push through. There's a turn up ahead. Hurry and get the person out of here, the kidnapper leader said in a deep voice. He realized this job was not going to be easy. No wonder the price was so high. Hearing the leader's command, the kidnapper driver immediately pressed the gas, focusing on the taxi ahead. As they approached an intersection, he braked and turned sharply onto a side road. Still trying to run? You think you can escape? The driver executed a drift turn and entered the side road to continue the chase. However, on the rugged side road, the taxi's performance was not as good as the van's. The van was practically an off-road vehicle, making it tough for the people inside. Damn! If it weren't for the narrow road, I would have overtaken it long ago, the driver said, frustrated. Su Chen had long since gone numb. He couldn't tell if the Driver had a grudge against the other party, otherwise, why would he be chasing so desperately? The distance between the van and the taxi gradually widened, and eventually the van drove into a factory and disappeared from sight. I actually lost. Damn. The driver angrily pounded the steering wheel, brooding over not catching the van. Su Chen didn't dare to say a word behind him. This driver was truly impressive. We're here. Please, 35,000, the driver said to Su Chen. Su Chen, I suspect you're extorting me, but I have no evidence. The driver seemed to see through Su Chen's thoughts. The front bumper needs to be replaced, the body needs a new paint job, the engine probably has issues too, and the chassis has been scraped more than once. 35,000 is quite reasonable. The driver explained how the price came to be. Su Chen didn't argue with the driver. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with those people. Su Chen promptly transferred 35,000 yuan to him. Nice doing business. Come find me again for jobs like this, the driver said with a smile. Su Chen waved goodbye to the driver. In silence, looking at the factory in front of him, Su Chen immediately climbed over the wall and went inside. Inside the factory, a black van was parked in front of a workshop. The workshop wasn't abandoned, it was very clean inside, just empty, not even a security guard in sight. Su Chen walked up to the workshop and quickly used his extraordinary hearing to catch the voices of people inside. Useless. Who told you to bring them here directly? If it weren't for the holiday today, I'd be in jail. Do you know that? A man's voice reached Su Chen's ears, sounding very angry. We had no choice. You didn't explain things clearly beforehand, and we were followed. The leader of the kidnappers was also furious because the other party hadn't clarified the target situation, and they almost got caught today. You were followed? The man's voice suddenly turned cold. We've shaken them off, the kidnapper leader said, his tone lightening a bit. Now, hurry up and get out of here with your people. Don't leave them here with me. The man's tone was filled with helplessness, completely at a loss with these fools. Before the kidnappers could leave, Su Chen had already walked in. Gentlemen, don't rush to leave. Su Chen directly blocked the few kidnappers at the door. The man was taken aback. When he saw Su Chen noticed that the other party was also surprised. This man looked familiar. He was the middle-aged man who wanted to swap seats with him on the plane. So it was you who kidnapped Tingyin. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, looking at the other party with cold eyes. I was planning to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to me. The man relaxed a lot upon realizing it was Su Chen. He had intended to capture Su Chen as well, but who knew Su Chen would come right to him? Capture him, and the reward will be doubled, the middle-aged man said to the kidnappers. The kidnappers' eyes lit up immediately. With the reward doubled, they wouldn't have to work for a while and could go back to gambling. The kidnappers quickly pulled out a few steel pipes from the workshop and approached Su Chen with ill intentions. I advise you not to do anything rash, Su Chen said calmly, glancing at the few of them. Ha! Do you think I'm scared of you? The kidnapper leader sneered. In the kidnapper's eyes, Su Chen was just a scrawny kid, probably never even killed a chicken, and he dared to threaten him? Go! With a command from the kidnapper leader, several kidnappers rushed towards Su Chen, swinging the steel pipes at him. Su Chen easily dodged the first attack by sidestepping, then raised his hand and struck the attacker's chest, sending him flying as if hit by a car. Then, he reached out and grabbed another person's descending steel pipe, yanking it away with force. With both hands gripping the steel pipe, he twisted it hard, and it immediately turned into a twisted shape. This move instantly frightened the kidnappers. They looked at Su Chen in terror, not daring to take a step forward. The middle-aged man was also startled by Su Chen's display of power. Is this even human? Can a person possess such strength? The leader of the kidnappers felt a twinge of fear. The power Su Chen exhibited was completely beyond what a normal person could comprehend. Go! What are you waiting for? The middle-aged man shouted at the kidnappers. If they couldn't subdue Su Chen, his fate would undoubtedly be no better than that of the kidnapper, who had just been thrown out. The leader of the kidnappers gritted his teeth and pulled out a handgun from behind him. Don't move. If you take another step, I'll shoot. The leader aimed the gun at Su Chen, warning him. Su Chen stopped in his tracks. The middle-aged man felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected that the group he casually found online would be so capable, and armed too. Now it was secure, even if Su Chen was a bit stronger. Today, even a martial arts master would have to suffer defeat in the Northwest. Kid, get down and don't move. Aren't you tough? How tough can you be against a gun? The middle-aged man immediately became smug, taunting Su Chen. Do you think you can hit me? Su Chen asked the leader of the kidnappers with interest. Of course. At this distance, even a cat could hit you. The leader thought Su Chen was questioning his marksmanship. Then let's see. I'll count to 3, and you shoot. Otherwise, you won't get another chance, Su Chen said with a smile. The leader of the kidnappers was taken aback. 3, Su Chen called out the first number. Seeing that Su Chen was serious, the leader swallowed hard, feeling a bit nervous. 2, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, fixating on the leader's hands. The leader became even more anxious, his fingers trembling. On the trigger. 1. As soon as the word left his mouth, Su Chen vanished. The leader was startled, and his finger involuntarily pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet passing through the spot where Su Chen had been, hitting the wall of the factory. Meanwhile, Su Chen instantly appeared in front of the leader, one hand gripping the leader's hands that held the gun. Sorry, you missed your chance, Su Chen said softly to the leader, who was now within arm's reach, and suddenly exerted force, crushing the leader's wrist. Ah! In an instant, the leader let out a piercing scream. The other kidnappers, terrified, immediately dropped their steel pipes and obediently squatted on the ground. Seeing that these people had some sense, Su Chen abandoned the idea of making them suffer together. The middle-aged man had long been scared to the point of sitting on the ground. If Su Chen had only displayed his monstrous strength, he might have accepted it. Perhaps there were people with innate divine power, but dodging bullets? Is that something an ordinary person can do? I'm sorry, hero, great immortal. Sir, I didn't recognize the mountain. Spare me this once, I won't dare again. Faced with such extraordinary power, the middle-aged man could no longer hold on and immediately prostrated himself on the ground, begging Su Chen for mercy. What's the punishment for kidnapping and extortion in our country? Su Chen asked the middle-aged man softly. 10 years or more in prison, or life imprisonment. For lighter cases, 5 to 10 years, the middle-aged man replied without hesitation, quite familiar with it. Wow, you know your stuff, Su Chen said, somewhat surprised. He had just asked casually, not expecting this guy to actually know. I looked it up before, the middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. Alright, call the police and turn yourself in, Su Chen said, not making it difficult for him. Let the law deal with him. The middle-aged man hesitated, reluctant to make that call. How about this, let's not trouble the police. I guarantee you won't die in pain, Su Chen said coldly, looking down at the middle-aged man on the ground. The middle-aged man felt a chill run through him. He didn't doubt for a second that Su Chen would dare to do it. I'll call. The middle-aged man thought to himself, even if he went in and managed to get out early, if he were really beaten to death by Su Chen, that would be too much of a loss. Seeing the middle-aged man dialing the police, Su Chen no longer paid him any mind and walked over to wake up Dongfang Tingyin. Where is this place? Dongfang Tingyin was still a bit dazed. After all, she had been unconscious since being kidnapped and knew nothing. You were kidnapped, remember? Su Chen said. Kidnapped? Dongfang Tingyin vaguely recalled some scenes from when she was drugged. Su Chen, how did you end up here? Dongfang Tingyin asked Su Chen in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be back in Xinjiang at the place of inheritance? I came to Beijing to take care of some matters and happened to see you being abducted. How could I not come to save you? Su Chen explained to Dongfang Tingyin. I see. Dongfang Tingyin stood up and rubbed her temples. She didn't know what kind of drug the kidnappers used, but the aftereffects were strong. Even now, her head was still a bit dizzy. Soon, the police arrived. After understanding the situation, they were particularly attentive, as Dongfang Tingyin was from the Dongfang family. After giving a simple statement, they let the two leave. As for the kidnappers and the middle-aged man, they would probably spend the rest of their lives in prison. The Dongfang family would not let them off easily. Are you going back? By now, it was completely dark outside, and Dongfang Tingyin asked Su Chen. Of course I'm going back. Where else would I stay? At your house? Su Chen replied without thinking. At this late hour, are there still flights? Come home with me, Dongfang Tingyin said. Nonchalantly. They had already slept on the same bed. What was there to be afraid of? Su Chen glanced at Dongfang Tingyin with lowered brows. Go to her house? He would probably have to sleep with her again. He might as well sleep on the street. Forget it, I'll just go back. It won't take long. Su Chen still refused, not for any other reason but because he didn't want to face the choice between beasts and something worse again. Alright then, I'll head back. I'll return to Xinjiang in a few days. I've asked Lu Chun to help manage things at the company for now. Dongfang Tingyin didn't press the issue and waved goodbye to Su Chen as she went home. Su Chen took out the gossip talisman and waved it, returning home. He entered the game. Su Chen was now level 28 and wondered if he could level up to 30 before the preliminary selection. He bought a set of double experience potions and headed out to the wild to grind monsters alone. With not many quests left, he could only rely on killing monsters to level up. There weren't many wild areas around Tianlong City, so Su Chen had to teleport again, this time to the vicinity of Tianshin City, arriving at Ghost Cry Valley. The cold wind howled, and the valley echoed with a sound similar to ghostly wails, which is how Ghost Cry Valley got its name. This place was essentially a mass grave, not only overrun by wild beasts but also haunted by real ghosts. The game, Martial Arts Competition, is set in a chaotic world of martial arts, but there are also ghosts, albeit weakened, and can be harmed by weapons, with combat power comparable to martial artists. Su Chen entered Ghost Cry Valley and quickly encountered a wild wolf gnawing on a corpse. Carrion Wolf level, 20 health, 5000/5000. The creatures in Ghost Cry Valley ranged from level 20 to 30, just right for Su Chen to level up. The Carrion Wolf sensed someone approaching, immediately dropping its food and baring its teeth at Su Chen. Su Chen drew his sword and charged forward to attack. Su Chen's damage output had already reached over 2,000. With just 2 strikes, he took down the opponent without even using skills. The Qinghong sword's damage was 585, with each piece of attribute equipment adding 60 damage, totaling 240. The strength attribute added 378 damage. The total damage added up to 1203 points, with the weapon adding an extra 30% fire attribute damage, which was 360 points of fire damage, and the jade pendant further enhancing the attribute damage by 30%. The total fire attribute damage was 468 points. Combined, that was 1,671 points. The continuous passive effect increased the damage by 50%, totaling 835 points. With a single strike, Su Chen would deal at least 1671 plus 835 damage, equating to 2,506 points of damage, meaning he only needed 2 strikes to kill his opponent. At this rate, leveling up was quite fast, mainly because killing monsters was quick, which in turn boosted the experience gain. I wonder if there are any groups of monsters. After Su Chen's strength increased, he began to feel inflated, thinking that killing them one by one was too slow and wanting to find some monsters in groups. However, groups of monsters were not so easy to come by, so Su Chen could only move forward, leaving it to chance. He didn't know if it was his luck, but not long after, he encountered a pack of wolves with a dozen scavenger wolves gathered together. Upon noticing Su Chen, the pack immediately stopped eating, cautiously watching him, crouching low, ready to pounce at any moment. Thunderous might. Without a word, Su Chen unleashed a skill. A wave of sword energy mixed with thunder surged into the pack, instantly hitting 3 or 4 scavenger wolves. The thunderous might, with its thunder attribute damage, received a 30% attribute damage bonus, and with just 1 strike, it killed 4 scavenger wolves in an instant. The scavenger wolves were startled, the standoff was broken, and they charged at Su Chen with low growls. Grinding the axe before the battle, Su Chen immediately used a buff skill. It increased his weapon damage by 200%. This directly boosted Su Chen's damage by over 1,000. He charged into the pack of wolves as if it were an uninhabited realm. None of the scavenger wolves in front of him could withstand more than 2 strikes, with some even dying from a single hit to a vital spot. The dozen scavenger wolves were dispatched in less than a minute. Su Chen wiped the blood off his blade and continued deeper into the Ghost Cry Valley. He fought his way to the depths of the Ghost Cry Valley and finally encountered the first ghost. Wraith. Level 25 health 10,000/10,000. A semi-transparent humanoid creature drifted aimlessly. 10,000 health was an easy target for Su Chen at this point. The Wraith noticed Su Chen's presence, let out a shriek, and floated towards him. Su Chen directly used the Thunderous Might skill to attack. Ghost-type creatures have physical damage reduction, but attribute damage can counter them, providing a damage bonus. Su Chen's strike should have dealt over 4,000 damage, but a damage value of over 7,000 floated above the Wraith's head. This damage nearly doubled. Su Chen then moved closer and struck the Wraith again, this time dealing 2 types of damage, 1 fiery fire attribute damage and 1 physical damage. The physical damage was only 1,200 points, while the fire attribute damage reached a staggering 1,300. Overall, the total damage remained unchanged, still around 2,005. The Wraith's health plummeted. With just a light touch from Su Chen, the Wraith would be completely finished off. Who dares to run wild in my territory? A rough voice startled Su Chen, and before he could react, the Wraith scratched him, causing him to lose several hundred health points. Su Chen quickly swung his sword to eliminate the Wraith. After dealing with the Wraith, Su Chen looked in the direction of the voice. Brother Chang? Su Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing a familiar figure. Little Brother Su. The other party was equally surprised. The owner of the rough voice was Chang Yaoing, whom Su Chen had met on the official road. Why are you here, Brother Chang? Su Chen asked in astonishment. When he first met Chang Yaoing on the official road, he was quite surprised, and now encountering him again in the Ghost Cry Valley was unexpected, especially since Chang Yaoing hadn't appeared in the storyline at this point. Sigh, don't mention it. I was a bandit on the official road, and within 2 days, I was wanted. I had no choice but to come to this godforsaken place to hide. Chang Yaoing sighed. Su Chen immediately understood. Robbing on the official road was indeed like pulling fur from a tiger's mouth. At the same time, Su Chen finally understood why there was no sign of Cheng Yaojin in the early stages of the game. It turned out he had hidden here after being wanted. No more talking, let's go, we brothers should have a good drink. Cheng Yaojin enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Su Chen and led into his hideout, which couldn't really be called a hideout, it was more like a cave. Cheng Yaojin's place was just a cave, simply furnished with some basic living facilities, nothing much, but there was plenty of food and drink. Come on, with my status, I can't enter Tianshin City, and it's a pity I can't drink with my brothers. Since we've met here by chance, we must drink until we're drunk. Cheng Yaojin warmly and boldly invited Su Chen to drink. There was no way around it. Cheng Yaojin had been hiding from the officials for many days and hadn't been out at all, nearly driving him crazy. Finally encountering an acquaintance, he certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip by. They had to drink well. Su Chen couldn't refuse either, and the two of them went back and forth, downing several jars of liquor in no time. Come on, keep drinking. Chen Yaojin, a bit tipsy, hugged a jar of wine and mumbled to the air. Su Chen had also drunk a bit too much, but he was slightly better off than Chen Yaojin. He could still keep his wits about him. Brother Chang, I'll take my leave now, I can't sleep here, Su Chen said, cupping his hands in front of the drunken Chen Yaojin. If he fell asleep, he would return to reality, and if Chen Yaojin noticed something was off, it would be bad. Su Chen left to coordinate with Chen Yaojin, then used the Bagua order to return to Tianlong City and found an inn to rest. After returning to reality from the game, Su Chen instantly felt clear-headed, completely free of the dizziness that comes from being drunk. It was already close to noon. Su Chen and Chen Yaojin had been drinking until midnight, and in reality, it was already around 11 or 12 o'clock. Su Chen picked up his phone and saw a bunch of missed calls, all from his mom. He quickly called her back to avoid worrying her. Mom, did you call for something? Su Chen asked once the call connected. What? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? You ungrateful wretch. Lu Jia, on the other end of the line, said angrily. Whenever you call, I'm always ready to answer right away, Su Chen quickly flattered, otherwise he would probably get another lecture. Then why didn't you answer my calls? Where have you been? Su Chen still couldn't avoid getting scolded. Come back home sometime, go propose to Lu Shu, it's time to settle your marriage with Qingqing. Lu Jia brought up the engagement again. Mom, are you serious? Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Serious? Look at how old you are. Kids your age in the village are already in elementary school and you don't even have a girlfriend. If I don't worry about you, you'll be single for life. Lu Jia scolded Su Chen over the phone. Su Chen was left speechless. Mom, actually, I have a girlfriend, so you don't need to worry. I'll bring her home to meet you in a while. Su Chen had no choice but to use the excuse of having a girlfriend to defuse the situation. Alright, if you bring her back now, I'll believe you. Don't think I don't know the tricks of young people these days. You'll find someone to pretend to be your girlfriend to fool your parents, and then you'll go your separate ways. Your mom isn't that easy to deceive, Lu Jia said with a cold laugh. Su Chen felt embarrassed. What had his mom been up to all these years? Is it today? Fine. I'll head home right away. Su Chen gritted his teeth. To thwart his mom's plans to matchmake him with Lu Qing, he was determined. Good, I'll be waiting at home. I won't go to the shop today. If you dare to deceive me, just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Jie was also standing her ground against Su Chen. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen immediately felt a wave of regret. Why the rush? Where are you going to find someone? Dongfang Tingyin is definitely a good choice. He has already helped Dongfang Tingyin once, so asking him for help again should be fine. But right now, Dongfang Tingyin is still in the capital and hasn't returned, so distant. Water can't quench immediate thirst. Then Su Chen thought of Su Yutong, but he hesitated, lacking the courage to bring it up with her. What if she refused? But he had no other options. Su Chen gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. Fortune favors the bold. As a boss, isn't it okay to ask her for a favor? With a nervous heart, Su Chen dialed Su Yutong's number. The call connected quickly. Hello? What's up? Su Yutong asked as she answered the phone. Usually, when Su Chen called her, it was for something important. He never called just to chat. Thinking of this, Su Yutong felt a twinge of resentment towards Su Chen. What are you doing? Su Chen still didn't have the courage to speak up. The words stuck in his throat. Working, making money for you, why? Su Yutong's tone was filled with a hint of grievance. And Su Chen couldn't quite understand why. Are you busy? Su Yutong sensed something strange about Su Chen today. What exactly do you want? It's nothing, just that it's getting cold. Remember to wear more clothes, cover yourself with a thicker blanket at night, drink more water, and come back to my hometown with me, okay? How's the company doing? Su Chen rambled on, not even knowing what he was saying. Su Yutong fell silent for a moment. Is it just about going back to your hometown? Why are you being so wishy-washy? When? Su Yutong felt a bit pleased inside, but her tone remained flat. Su Chen felt embarrassed. Had he hidden it so well that Su Yutong still noticed? Are you free now? Su Chen asked hopefully. Wait for me at home, Su Yutong said before hanging up the phone. Su Chen stared at the phone screen, lost in thought for a long time. Am I too cowardly? Su Chen muttered to himself, looking at the little white dog by the bed. Though little white stretched and rolled over, biting a metal stick beside it. Su Chen was speechless. What was he even saying to a pet? Before long, Su Yutong arrived in a youthful and stylish casual outfit. She had specifically changed into this outfit since Su Chen's parents were from the countryside. She was afraid that if she dressed too flamboyantly, they wouldn't like it, so she chose this understated attire. It was the first time Su Chen saw Su Yutong dressed like this. Do I look good? Su Yutong twirled in front of Su Chen and asked. Su Chen nodded. Su Yutong immediately broke into a smile. Let's go. Su Chen closed the door and got in the car, ready to head home. What are you holding? Su Chen then noticed that Su Yutong was carrying several packages. Gifts for uncle and auntie, Su Yutong said with a smile. It was her first time meeting Su Chen's parents, and she felt it would be impolite not to bring some gifts. No need to go to such trouble, Su Chen said, not wanting to say much more. After all, Su Yutong wasn't short on money, so if she wanted to bring them, let her. Su Chen drove with Su Yutong, and after an hour on the road, they finally arrived home. Su Chen, are your parents easy to get along with? The closer they got to Su Chen's house, the more nervous Su Yutong felt. If she had known, she wouldn't have agreed to come. She was completely unprepared. They're easy to get along with. My dad has a good temper, Su Chen reassured Su Yutong. His dad's temper was indeed very good, but as for his mom? Just thinking about her made Su Chen shiver. He didn't dare to think further. After all these years, his dad had also suffered a lot. Su Chen suddenly began to understand how hard it had been for his dad. Lu Jie saw her son's car parked outside and immediately walked out of the house. She wanted to see what kind of girlfriend her son had brought home. Wasn't the daughter of the Lu family quite good? Mom, Su Chen called out as he got out of the car, seeing Lu Jie for the first time. Su Yutong nervously got out of the passenger seat, simultaneously opening the back door to take down the gifts. Hello, Auntie, Su Yutong timidly called out as she approached Lu Jie, carrying her things. Lu Jie was momentarily stunned by the stunning beauty her son had brought home. Oh, hello, come in and sit down. Lu Jie immediately put on a smiling face and welcomed Su Yutong into the house. She was much prettier than the daughters of the Lu family, confident and graceful, making a good impression. Su Chen chuckled softly. Among the three, Su Chen felt the most relaxed. Su Yutong was nervous meeting Lu Jie, but Lu Jie was just as nervous meeting Su Yutong. It wasn't just the daughter-in-law who felt the pressure when meeting the mother-in-law. Xiaofan, I'm going to call your dad back. You stay with her for a bit, Lu Jie said, feeling a bit restless facing Su Yutong alone, quickly finding an excuse to leave and fetch her husband for backup. Lao Su, Lu Jie called out as she found Su Fangtian. What's wrong? Su Fangtian, who had finally taken a break from the store to work in the fields, was surprised to see Lu Jie come looking for him so soon. Your son brought his wife back. Stop working, Lu Jie shouted at Su Fangtian. Ha! Su Fangtian was quite taken aback. Not only was he surprised that Su Chen had suddenly returned, but he had also brought back a daughter-in-law? Wasn't he single just a few days ago? Hurry up, stop working, Lu Jie urged Su Fangtian. With a bewildered expression, Su Fangtian followed Lu Jie home. When he saw Su Yutong sitting next to Su Chen, he was clearly stunned. Where did his son find this daughter-in-law? This kid wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one on them, would he? Su Fangtian couldn't believe it. How could Su Chen, of all people, attract such a beautiful girlfriend? What could she possibly see in him? After thinking about Su Chen's merits, he realized he couldn't pinpoint any obvious advantages. After a moment of silence, Su Fangtian found himself at a loss. Dad, Su Chen said as his father returned, taking the hoe from his hand. Hello, uncle. Su Yutong immediately stood up politely to greet Su Fangtian. Hello, sit down, Su Fangtian quickly invited Su Yutong to take a seat. What are you standing there for? Go get her some water, Su Fangtian said discontentedly to Su Chen. Su Chen could only smile wryly and shake his head. His status had dropped again. He used to be the third son at home, but now he had to be the fourth. The two elders completely ignored Su Chen, focusing their attention on Su Yutong, asking her about everything. For an entire afternoon, Su Chen couldn't get a word in. Yutong, how did someone from such a wealthy family end up with Xiaofan? Lu Jie asked, puzzled. They had already learned about Su Yutong's background in their previous conversations. How could such a rich girl possibly be interested in their son? Mom, your son isn't that bad, Su Chen couldn't help but interject. You don't get to speak here. Go on. Lu Jie waved her hand dismissively at Su Chen. People fear comparisons. The more obedient and sensible Su Yutong was, the more they looked down on Su Chen. Su Yutong glanced at Su Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. Su Chen is very good, very outstanding, Su Yutong said. And Su Chen immediately beamed with pride at her compliment. I know him well. He's like a piece of meat that fell from my body. He's so old and still not married. Kids his age in the village are already having their own families, Lu Jie said, looking at Su Chen with dissatisfaction. Su Chen was left speechless. Could we not bring up the marriage topic? Auntie, Su Chen is really outstanding. He runs 2 companies in Xinjiang. I'm the president of one of them. Hasn't Su Chen told you about it? Su Yutong said, puzzled. She thought Su Chen's parents would know a lot about his career, so why did it seem like they had no idea about his business in Xinjiang? Him? 2 companies? The 2 elders expressed their surprise. Although Su Chen mentioned last time that he had partnered with friends to start a company in the city, the 2 of them only considered it a small venture. Now it seems that his son has really made it big. Even if the company is his, it's still a small venture. How can it compare to you? The company president is the one who controls the lifeblood of the entire company. Even Though Su Chen is the boss of 2 companies, it doesn't change his status at home. Lu Jie still considers Su Chen to be worthless. Su Chen was speechless. After dinner at home with Su Yutong, Su Chen prepared to head back. Mom, we're leaving now. Alright, drive safely. The elderly couple didn't seem to want to keep them. After all, Su Chen and Su Yutong weren't married yet, and it wouldn't be good for the girl to stay at their house. Su Chen walked Su Yutong to her doorstep. It's getting late, get some rest. Su Chen advised Su Yutong, then planned to go home. Wait. Su Yutong suddenly called out to Su Chen. Su Chen turned back, looking at Su Yutong with curiosity. Good night. Su Yutong hesitated a bit, feeling shy, but finally managed to say good night. Su Chen smiled. Good night. In a great mood, Su Chen whistled as he walked home. He opened the yard gate, walked in, locked it, and was about to open the front door when his hand suddenly froze. A leaf that had been stuck in the door crack was gone. Someone had opened his door. Su Chen listened carefully to the sounds in the room. It was very quiet, with no noise at all. It looked normal, but this normality was indeed the most abnormal. Even the sound of Xiao Bai's snoring was absent, which was very strange. Either Xiao Bai had encountered a deadly situation, or someone in the room had controlled Xiao Bai. Su Chen held his breath and quietly approached the window to look inside. He couldn't see anything in his line of sight, so he changed positions several times but still found nothing. Even Xiao Bai's figure was missing. Su Chen could confirm that there was definitely someone inside, and they had a strong sense of vigilance, hiding in a blind spot where they couldn't be seen from outside. Su Chen frowned slightly. After confirming that there was no one in the bedroom, he directly used the Bagua talisman to teleport into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Su Chen lightened his footsteps and quietly opened the door a crack to look outside. In the living room, 5 people were staring intently at the front door, while Xiao Bai was tied up like a zongzi, with cloth stuffed in his mouth, making no sound at all. Su Chen recognized all of them. The leader was the assassin jade, and the others were those who followed Long Jianchuan. Su Chen frowned. Why had these people come to his house to ambush him? Why is there no movement? Someone said curiously. They had heard someone come outside just a moment ago, and now, after so long, no one had entered, which felt strange to them. Could it be that we've been discovered? Someone began to doubt whether they had been found out, which was why the people outside hadn't come in. Impossible. The old men gave us techniques to hide our presence. There's no way we could be discovered, Jody said confidently. Su Chen immediately understood why he hadn't noticed anyone inside the house. It turned out there was a technique for hiding one's presence. But why hasn't anyone come in? That person questioned again. Maybe, possibly, he got drunk and fell asleep outside? God boldly speculated. The others looked at him in disbelief. Do you really believe that? An ancient martial artist getting drunk? Although it wasn't impossible, how much would one have to drink? Should we go out and take a look? Someone suggested. No, we can't take Su Chen head on. We aren't his match. Stay calm. If we fail, those old men will surely take our lives when we return. God immediately blocked the other party. Ever since Su Chen obtained the inheritance, his strength had completely surpassed theirs. In a direct confrontation, they were no match for him and could only choose to ambush and launch a sneak attack. God truly had self-awareness, but who was the old man they mentioned? But I still feel a bit uneasy, someone said with concern. You all stay here, I'll go take a look. To be on the safe side, Jody decided to go out and check for herself. With a flash, Jody disappeared from the living room. Su Chen's expression shifted. He sensed that Jody's ability to disappear was not a technique but a supernatural power. Indeed, the outstanding members of the younger generation must possess exceptional qualities. Jody's ability, combined with his assassination skills, could certainly allow him to thrive in the world of assassins. Using her invisibility, Jody approached the window to look outside, but there was nothing in the courtyard. This made Jody furrow her brows. No one was there. Yet she had clearly heard movement outside just moments ago. There was only one possibility: they had been discovered. Taking advantage of her invisibility, Jody scanned the corners of the room. She was startled by what she saw. The door to Su Chen's bedroom was ajar, and a head was peeking out, watching them in the living room. Especially, that head's gaze was now locked onto hers. Jody nearly lost her nerve. After all, she was still invisible. How could Su Chen see her? Su Chen smiled at the spot where Jody was. He couldn't actually see her. He had merely sensed her position, much like Long Jianchuan's heart-eye technique. There were similar skills in the art of traversing. Jody immediately considered retreating. With just the few of them, they were no match for Su Chen if he was prepared. Without any hesitation, Jody jumped out of the window and quickly fled Su Chen's villa while still invisible. Su Chen was taken aback. He could sense Jody's position but had no idea she had discovered him, and without preparation he let her escape. The few people in the living room were still unaware that their leader, Jody, had already fled and were waiting like fools for her to report back on the situation outside. Seeing this, Su Chen decided not to wait any longer. It was time to deal with these small fries. he dashed out like a gust of wind. By the time those people noticed, Su Chen was already close to them. Horizontal slash. Su Chen launched a horizontal strike. This horizontal slash was not an ordinary one, it was a horizontal technique from the art of traversing, directly sealing off the escape routes of several people, making it difficult for them to flee. The four had nowhere to hide and could only draw their weapons to defend themselves. Clang! Clang! One of them didn't manage to defend in time, and Su Chen's blade struck his neck, causing blood to spurt out. He clutched his neck tightly, but he couldn't stop the bleeding. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed. With so much blood on the ground, it would take a lot of effort to clean up. The other three, even though they managed to block Su Chen's strike, were still knocked back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen flicked his knife and the ropes binding Xiaobai were instantly severed. Xiaobai stood up, removed the cloth gagging his mouth, and glared angrily at the remaining three. Roar! Xiaobai let out a furious roar at the three. The three were startled. They had already lost one person after just one encounter. They were no match. A mutual idea of retreat formed among them. They turned and ran directly toward the window. Xiaobai! Su Chen called out to Xiaobai, and the man and beast immediately gave chase. Su Chen's control over the meteor chase had become more adept, allowing him to use it even in such a confined space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the window, blocking the three's escape route. Since you've come, don't leave. Su Chen struck again with his knife, simple and efficient. The man targeted by Su Chen suddenly felt as if he were in a mountain of blades. Su Chen's strike pressing down on him like a great mountain, rendering him unable to move even a fraction. Thud! As Su Chen's knife came down, blood sprayed from the man's chest. His heart was cleaved in two by Su Chen's blade, and he lost his life without any pain. Little Bai followed closely behind, directly slapping one of the men in the face, the immense force tearing half of his face away. After all, bear paws have barbs. The man immediately cried out in agony. Shut up! To spare him further suffering, Su Chen swiftly pierced his chest with a knife. There was only one person left who, upon seeing the two fierce figures, felt his legs go weak and knelt on the ground. Big brother, don't kill me, I had no choice. He immediately pleaded for mercy with a mournful face. Who sent you? Su Chen asked him expressionlessly, bending down slightly. It was He Wuchang, he said, eager to save his life, revealing the information without hesitation. Who is He Wuchang? Su Chen asked in confusion, as he did not know such a person. There's someone called He Wuchang? The man quickly recounted all the encounters since they had emerged from the place of inheritance. Su Chen understood immediately after hearing it. No wonder Xiaolan sensed danger at that time. It came from those old men. Are you saying you were all poisoned? You had to help them catch me? Su Chen learned from him that they were sent to capture him because those old men wanted the inheritance, but for some reasons they could not show themselves and had to send them to catch Su Chen, even teaching them a secret technique for this purpose. Yes, without the antidote we would die a miserable death within a month. Even if you don't kill me, I won't live long, the man said, closing his eyes, filled with regret. If he hadn't coveted the inheritance, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Then you might as well die, Su Chen said without hesitation, ending his life. Regardless of his reasons for coming to capture him, he was Su Chen's enemy, and one cannot show mercy to enemies. Unfortunately, Jiu Di managed to escape. He was quick on his feet. Su Chen looked at the corpses on the ground and sighed, shaking his head. He gathered the bodies and used the Bagua order to transport them to Myanmar, throwing them all into the forest. The journey was long, and even if the bodies were discovered, it had nothing to do with him. However, the bloodstains at home were troublesome. He couldn't ask anyone else to clean up, so he had to handle it himself. After working hard for most of the night, Su Chen finally cleaned up all the bloodstains. It was late, and Su Chen didn't want to log into the game anymore. He simply lay down to sleep. The next day, as the sun rose over the mountains, sunlight shone on Su Chen's face, waking him up. He glanced at his phone. It was already 11 o'clock. Su Chen got up, washed up, and sat on the lounge chair on the balcony, turning off his phone. It was a rare day of leisure, and Su Chen didn't want to be disturbed. Fan Gu. Just as Su Chen was about to close his eyes, a voice interrupted his peace. Su Chen looked discontentedly towards the other villa. His balcony faced the Su family's yard, where Su Bei was waving at him. What is it? Su Chen replied with annoyance. Third uncle is looking for you. Hurry up, Su Bei said seriously to Su Chen. Upon hearing that it was Su Dongxing looking for him, Su Chen immediately lost his temper. He obediently went to the Su family. Xiao Fan. Su Dongxing was reading in the study when Su Chen arrived, and only then did he put down the book in his hand. Uncle, Su Bei said you were looking for me? Su Chen asked in confusion. Well, the journey to the land of inheritance has ended, and I know you have obtained the inheritance. However, acquiring the inheritance does not necessarily mean it's a good thing. Too many people covet the ancient inheritance, and you may face a lot of dangers in the future. I want to ask you, do you want to go to the Su family? With their protection, you would be much safer, Su Dongxing said solemnly to Su Chen. Su Chen was silent for a moment. He had just faced danger yesterday, and what Su Dongxing said was true. I think I should face this crisis on my own. Relying on external protection is not a long-term solution, Su Chen decided after much thought. The key point was that Su Dongxing implied that even the Su family might not be able to guarantee his safety 100%, so it wouldn't make much difference whether he went to the Su family or not. Outside, he could still be freer, he was alone, and with the Bagua order in hand, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Well, I respect your choice, Su Dongxing nodded. He admired Su Chen's independent character but was also worried for him. Not everyone could survive in the hands of those old geezers. These are the enemies you will face in the future. Take a look, Su Chen said as he pulled out a stack of documents from under the desk and handed them to Su Chen. Su Chen took them, opened them, and glanced through. Heiyu Chang age, 61 gender, male realm, peak of Kaiyan realm achievements. In his youth, he brutally killed dozens of talented heirs from noble families, successfully breaking through the encirclement of many ancient martial families, disappearing for decades and reappearing 10 years later to annihilate the families that had besieged him, leaving no survivors wherever he went. From then on, he was known in the martial world as Heiyu Chang, and he has been missing ever since. Old. Poison age, 62 gender, male realm, peak of Kaiyan realm achievements. Once poisoned an entire village's residents during a poison testing incident, despised by the martial world and labeled as evil. He has been hunted for over 30 years, with no results to date. Sword slave. Age, 60 gender, male realm, peak of Kaiyan realm achievements. Originally a personal sword attendant to the young master of the Qingyan sword sect, later became a traitor to the sect by devouring his master with his sword to prove his swordsmanship. This, Su Chen felt, that these old geezers were indeed ruthless. One slaughtered dozens of families, another poisoned an entire village, and the last one, the sword slave, was the least severe, having only killed his own master. It must be said that facing such people, Su Chen really had little confidence. Peak of Kaiyang realm? Su Chen was already in the Yaoguan realm. As long as he had enough attribute pills, entering the Kaiyang realm was just a matter of money. If he had enough money, he could even push himself to the Yuhuang realm, and he wouldn't be without the strength to fight. How is it? Do you have confidence? Su Dongxing asked when he saw Su Chen finish reading. Give me half a month, at most half a month, and I am confident I can kill them all. Su Dongxing was taken aback. He had shown these to Su Chen just to make him retreat and choose to hide in the Su family for a while, but unexpectedly, Su Chen became even more confident after reading them. They are all experts in the Kaiyang realm, are you sure? Su Dongxing frowned and asked. As a fellow Kaiyang realm practitioner, he naturally knew the gap between the Kaiyang realm and the Yaoguang realm. It was a qualitative leap. It's just the Kaiyang realm, there's only one realm difference from the Yaoguan realm, Su Chen said as if he didn't care. Hee, Su Dongxing laughed in disbelief. Just one realm difference? It sounded as simple as drinking water coming from Su Chen's mouth. He had spent 20 years breaking through from the Yaoguang realm to the Kaiyang realm. And what about Su Chen? Not long ago, he was still a martial artist without true energy, an unremarkable one. Suddenly, Su Dongxing was stunned. He realized that Su Chen had only taken about a month to rise from an unremarkable martial artist to the Yaoguang realm. Su Dongxing couldn't help but gasp. Perhaps for Su Chen, breaking through to the Kaiyang realm really was as simple as drinking water. Su Dongxing realized how abnormal Su Chen's talent was this time. No wonder Su Chen's mysterious master would take him as a disciple. Who wouldn't want to take in such a genius? Alright, I'll help you by half a month's time, Su Dongxing said with a serious expression. Just half a month? I'll risk my life to entangle with those old guys for half a month. Then thank you. Su Chen didn't refuse Su Dongxing's kindness. Currently, Su Chen didn't have enough money to buy attribute pills, and Lin Yao probably hadn't sold the gems yet, so it would take some time. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt it was time to ask Lin Yao how the progress was going. Uncle, it's fine, I'll head back for now. Su Chen immediately bid farewell to Su Dongxing. Go back. After leaving the Su family, Su Chen quickly found Lin Yao's WeChat. Su, have the items been sold? After a long while, Lin Yao replied to him. Lin, they've been sold, the money will arrive soon. What about the antidote? Lin Yao was just about to look for Su Chen when she didn't expect Su Chen to find her first. Su Chen also didn't expect Lin Yao to act so quickly. She sold the gems in just 2 days. As expected, members of an international assassin organization like Lin Yao have wide connections. Su, where are you? I'll bring it to you. Su Chen was very anxious, not at all in the mood to waste time. Since the items were sold, he wanted to get the money as soon as possible. Lin, New City, Battle Car Dealership. Lin Yao had even come to New City to quickly get the antidote from Su Chen as soon as the money was in place. Su, alright, I'll be there shortly. Su Chen put down his phone and immediately drove to the dealership. Upon arriving at the dealership, Su Chen was led by a salesperson directly to Lin Yao's office. When Lin Yao saw Su Chen, her face was frosty, wishing she could eat him alive, but she didn't dare show any dissatisfaction before getting the antidote. Where's the money? Su Chen asked Lin Yao. Lin Yao took a black card from the safe behind her. This is a black card from a Swiss bank. It has $700 million in it. Lin Yao pushed the bank card in front of Su Chen. Swiss bank? Su Chen didn't know if foreign banks could recharge into the game, so he decided to test it on the spot. He opened his backpack and found the recharge entry. He directly recharged 1 billion into it. Recharge successful. The recharge was successful. It seemed to be possible. Su Chen calmly put away the bank card. Thank you. I'll come to you again if I need anything in the future, Su Chen said with a smile to Lin Yao, and was about to leave. Lin Yao was taken aback. Did Su Chen want to get something for nothing? What about the antidote? Hey, you're just leaving like that? Su Chen turned back in confusion to look at Lin Yao. What else? Do you want to treat me to a meal? What about the antidote? Lin Yao's temples bulged with veins. Although she was angry, she didn't dare to show it, at least not before getting the antidote. Antidote? Oh, I almost forgot. Su Chen suddenly seemed to remember, slapping his forehead. Actually, that's not poison, the soul severing pill is just a name I temporarily gave it. It's not only not poison, but it's also a spirit pill. Didn't you feel a bit stronger? In fact, what Su Chen gave Lin Yao was an attribute pill. There was no soul-severing pill at all. He only had attribute pills on him at the time and used them to scare Lin Yao. Lin Yao's eyes widened, her round eyes fixed on Su Chen. How is that possible? Lin Yao hadn't slept much these past 2 days, living in fear because of the supposed poison, and had stayed up late to sell Su Chen's gems. Now Su Chen was telling her it was fake? You bastard. Lin Yao grabbed the ashtray on the desk and threw it at Su Chen. Su Chen tilted his head slightly and easily dodged it. Not satisfied with the spirit pill? How about I give you a real poison pill? Su Chen's expression suddenly turned cold, looking at Lin Yao with an unfriendly face. She really was pushing her luck. Lin Yao immediately backed down. Tell God that if he comes to trouble me again next time, he won't be so lucky to escape, Su Chen said coldly to Lin Yao. Lin Yao was taken aback. How do you know God? She hadn't returned to her sect for a long time, and it had been even longer since she had seen God. She didn't know that God and Su Chen had become enemies. Although Lin Yao belonged to the Assassin Alliance, her true sect was the Blood Flame sect, a faction dedicated to training assassins, and both Jodi and Lin Yao were disciples of the Blood Flame sect. It has nothing to do with you, Su Chen said, too lazy to waste words with Lin Yao, and chose to leave directly. Lin Yao watched Su Chen leave. It was time for her to go back. Su Chen had money now, and as soon as he returned, he would buy a large number of attribute pills in the mall, 20 in a set, and a set cost 20 million. He would start with 10 sets. A large amount of money flowed into the game like water, and he used meditation to repeatedly enter the game to bring things out. 10 sets of attribute pills, 200 pills, a whole big basin. Eating these 200 pills would probably mean he wouldn't even need dinner. Su Chen sat cross-legged. He not only needed to consume the attribute pills but also wanted to use the technique of Zonghong to accelerate the transformation, maximizing the efficacy of the pills. Eating pills, cultivating, eating pills, cultivating. This cycle continued for an unknown number of times, and Su Chen didn't even know how long he had been cultivating. At the Su family, Su Dongxing noticed something unusual at Su Chen's home. This kid practicing like this without anyone guarding the door. Isn't he afraid of being ambushed? Su Dongxing helplessly got up and sat on the roof of Su Chen's house. Let him guard the places Su Chen couldn't consider. Not far from the villa, Li Jun, Wu Yun, and Jiodi, along with one other person, arrived at Su Chen's villa. They knew that opposing the current Su Chen was tantamount to seeking death, but they had no choice. Going back meant waiting to die. Rather than confronting those old geezers, it was better to take a gamble with Su Chen. Perhaps there was still a chance to survive. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he was just one person, and against the four of them, they might not be his match. It was worth a try. Is this really a good idea? Li Jun said hesitantly. Sneaking up on Su Chen in the dead of night felt somewhat disgraceful. Don't forget the poison on us. If we don't catch Su Chen, we all die. Jodi coldly reminded Li Jun and Wu Yun fell silent. They had no choice but to capture Su Chen, otherwise they would all die when the poison acted up. With no other options, they had to follow Jodi's plan to take Su Chen away. The four quietly sneaked into Su Chen's home, carefully climbing into the yard. Gentlemen, trespassing is against the law. Why not use the front door? Su Dongxing had already noticed them and only spoke after they entered the yard. Otherwise, they hadn't offended him outside and had no excuse to act. The four were startled. They looked up and saw Su Dongxing on the roof. Senior, who are you? Jodi asked warily, unable to discern Su Dongxing's realm. I am Quanglong. If you're here as guests, you should enter through the front door openly. If you have ulterior motives, you should weigh your own strength, Su Dongxing said, lying on the eaves, looking relaxed. Upon hearing the name Quanglong, Li Jun and the others' expressions stiffened. They had heard of the Quanglong title from the Su family 20 years ago. We apologize for the disturbance. The few immediately chose to retreat. They were simply not on the same level and had no way to confront him. Ha! Su Dongxing chuckled lightly. These little shrimp dared to jump around in front of him. Su Dongxing lay on the roof of Su Chen's house, and no one dared to come here to trouble Su Chen. Until the next day. Quanlong, let your junior Su Chen come out. An old man with a face full of killing intent approached. Whose dog is barking so early in the morning? Su Dongxing stretched lazily, his eyes still half closed. Yi Yongqing immediately blew his beard and glared, clearly furious at being insulted. You, Su, you little bastard, don't think I won't do anything to you. Yi Yongqing pointed a finger at Su Dongxing's nose and scolded. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's the old dog of the Yi family. Su Dongxing pretended to just notice him and said, has your Yi family not changed? This habit of sending the young to deal with the old? Su Dongxing sneered, completely disregarding Yi Yongqing. Su Dongsheng, what did you say? Yi Yongqing was very angry. Who wouldn't be when scolded like this by someone younger? What? Is the old one deaf? If your body can't take it, don't come bouncing around. If something happens to you, I'll have to travel all the way to the capital for a banquet. What a waste of time. Su Dongxing's words were as sharp as ever, making Yi Yongqing's face turn red with anger. Su Dongxing, I'm too lazy to waste my breath with you. I've checked, and Su Chen is not even a member of your Su family. I advise you to hand him over for the sake of your Su family. I won't hold it against you, Yi Yongqing warned Su Dongxing in a deep voice. Oh, who said Su Chen isn't a member of my Su family? He is my son-in-law. Isn't that a member of the Su family? And when have I, Su Dongxing, ever needed anyone to give me face? Enough nonsense. If you're here to reminisce, I'm afraid I don't have time to chat. If you're here to cause trouble, then make your move quickly. Dare to step 1 foot into the courtyard and you'll bear the consequences. Su Dongsheng was also too lazy to talk further, warning him to either act fast or leave, so he wouldn't be disturbed from his rest. Su Dongsheng, it seems you are determined to protect him today. Yi Yongqing actually didn't want to fight with Su Dongsheng. Su Dongxing's reputation had long surpassed that of their older generation. The name of the Su family was built solely on Su Dongxing's strength. After all these years, Su Dongxing had only grown stronger. According to Yi Jinyan, Su Dongsheng had already entered the Kaiyan realm, though he wasn't sure if it was true. He didn't come today solely because of the younger generation of the Yi family. That wouldn't be enough to alarm him. The main reason was that he had received news that the inheritance had been obtained by Su Chen, so he wanted to seize it before Su Chen could grow stronger. Looking at Su Dongsheng on the roof, he pondered. Assuming Su Dongsheng was a Kaiyan realm warrior, but he had been in that realm for over a decade, could a newcomer like Su Dongsheng be his opponent? Definitely not. Yi Yongqing suddenly gained confidence. Su Dongsheng, the humiliation you brought to the Yi family yesterday, I will reclaim it all today. Yi Yongqing stomped his foot and leaped high into the air, flying towards Su Dongsheng. Old bastard. Su Dongsheng knew the other party wouldn't leave so easily. Since the older generation of the Yi family had come, they wouldn't return empty-handed. Yi Yongqing struck out a palm towards Su Dongsheng, who also countered with a palm strike from above. Their palms collided, and the air trembled as if rippling like water. Bang! Yi Yongqing was sent flying out, stumbling and falling to the ground outside the courtyard, while Su Dongsheng only flew back a short distance before flipping and landing steadily in the courtyard. Old bastard, you've crossed the line, Su Dongsheng said coldly to Yi Yongqing outside. Yi Yongqing was shocked. Su Dongsheng's strength was actually above his. Su Dongsheng. Good, very good. Yi Yongqing was now at a loss for what to do. He couldn't vent his anger. If he fought, he might not win against Su Dongsheng, but leaving without a fight felt frustrating, putting him in a dilemma. Brother Yi, how have you been lately? At that moment, a voice interrupted Yi Yongqing's thoughts. Yi Yongqing was taken aback and turned to look, only to see 3 old men accompanied by several young people approaching. Su Dongsheng frowned, because he recognized one of the 3 old men, the sword servant he had met once on Taiping Mountain. And those young men were the 4 from the Li army he had chased away last night. The identities of these 3 old men became clear at once. The old man with the black face was He Wuchang, the one with a face full of bumps was Lao Duwu, and the one carrying the sword sheath was the sword servant, He Gu. As someone from the same era as He Wuchang, Yi Yongqing was naturally familiar with him. Although He Wuchang had not appeared for many years, that iconic black face was still fresh in his memory. And Lao Duwu, the sword servant, each of them was a figure who had once dominated the scene. It was just that these few had disappeared for many years due to various reasons and had not shown up, so he never expected to see them here. Brother Yi, you're being too formal. Just call me He Gu, He Wuchang said with a smile to Yi Yongqing. Yi Yongqing immediately climbed the ladder of flattery. I wonder what brings you and the 2 brothers here? These 3 men were being hunted by various forces for different reasons and dared not show themselves easily. Their appearance here must have a reason. Isn't it for the inheritance? Brother Yi, you came here for the inheritance too, right? He Wuchang immediately pointed out Yi Yongqing's purpose for coming. They were all old fellows who didn't know who. For the sake of inheritance, they truly disregarded everything. What was face worth? Su Dongsheng frowned instantly. He had no confidence against these old fellows if they teamed up. Yi Yangxing also felt a bit wary. Since they had seen through his purpose and their goals were the same, it was very likely they would become rivals. There's no need for Brother Yi to be so cautious, the inheritance can be shared among us. He Wuchang had no intention of fighting Yi Yangxing, instead he was very friendly towards him. Yi Yangxing was taken aback. Shared? Does He Gu know what the inheritance is? Although Yi Yangxing was looking for an excuse to seize the inheritance, he didn't actually know what it was. From He Wuchang's tone, did he know what the inheritance was? Of course I know, it's a very magical technique. He Wuchang slightly tilted his head, revealing a look of reminiscence. When he was young, he had also entered the place of inheritance and had almost obtained it, but during the final mental trial, he lost himself and exposed his true nature. The guardian of the inheritance was unwilling to give it to him, and in a fit of rage, he attempted to attack the guardian. However, at that moment, he realized that the guardian was merely a spirit without a physical form, and any of his attacks were ineffective against it. To obtain the inheritance again, he had planned for decades, only to find that Su Chen had taken it away at the last moment and escaped. Yi Yangxing pondered. The technique could indeed be shared. Alright, let's seize the inheritance together. Yi Yangxing laughed happily. He might not be a match for Su Dongxing alone, but with these three notorious old fellows, Su Dongxing could just wait to die. Su Dongxing frowned secretly. If these four teamed up, he would be finished. However, since Su Chen was in the midst of cultivation, if he didn't stop them, Su Chen would be captured. Once captured, Su Chen would definitely not have a good time, not to mention the suffering from not revealing the technique. Revealing it would only lead to death. Junior, hand over the person, He Wuchang said softly to Su Dongxing, as if he were certain that Su Dongxing wouldn't dare to refuse. Senior sword servant, isn't it inappropriate for so many of you to bully a junior? Su Dongxing had only dealt with the sword servant, so he could only approach him to see if he could persuade him to back down. There's no need to constrain me morally. Who told you to obstruct our plan? Either step aside or die. The sword servant was not swayed by Su Dongxing's words and showed no consideration for his feelings, directly threatening him. Su Dongxing's face suddenly stiffened. It seemed that trying to morally restrain these people was impossible. After all, they were all notorious figures who cared nothing for morality. I spoke too much. If the senior insists on taking Su Chen away, I am willing to experience your strength, Su Dongxing said seriously, looking at the people across from him. What's there to say? Let's take him down together, Yi Yangxing said impatiently. Wait, the sword slave stopped Yi Yangxing. Let me stretch a bit. The sword slave was quite interested in this newly emerged junior and genuinely wanted to take this opportunity to spar with Su Dongxing. The sword slave took the sword box from behind him and placed it in front of him, slapping it hard. The sword box immediately opened like a scroll, revealing 5 various swords inside, with the last one being a heavy sword. In my lifetime, I have sought the famous swords of the world. There are no more than 10 famous swords in existence, and I have 5 in my possession. The Taiji sword, the sword carried by the previous head of Baiyun Temple. The sword slave pointed to the soft sword at the edge, which had a Taiji pattern, introducing it to Su Dongxing. This 3-foot Qingfeng is called the Qingyun sword, the sword carried by the head of the Song family in Nanyun. This slender sword is called the Shuna sword, and this short sword is called the Taiha sword, while this heavy sword is the treasure of the Qingyan sword sect, named the Zhongfeng. The sword slave introduced each sword in his box to Su Dongxing. Su Dongxing was shocked. All these swords were famous treasures. How did the sword slave acquire them? Choose one, and I will use whichever one you pick to compete, the sword slave asked Su Dongxing. The sword slave was very confident in his strength, even allowing Su Dongxing to choose the sword. Su Dongxing pondered. The Zhongfeng could be eliminated right away. The sword slave had defected from the Qingyan sword sect partly for this Zhongfeng. It was definitely one of his main weapons. Su Dongxing was unfamiliar with the others. Let's go with the Taiha sword, he decided. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. A short sword might give him more of an advantage. The sword slave said nothing. With a wave of his hand, the Taiha sword flew out from the sword box and was grasped by the sword slave. Come on, the sword slave said softly, waiting for Su Dongxing to draw his weapon. Su Dongxing had come here to guard Su Chen, so he naturally brought a weapon. With a wave of his hand, a knife appeared in his grasp from the roof. Su Dongxing gently caressed the blade. He hadn't used it in over 20 years. Back then, he fought alongside a partner in the capital, who was nicknamed Mad Blade. Come on. The moment Su Dongxing held the knife, his momentum surged, revealing his strength at the Kaiyang realm. The sword slave also fully unleashed his power, reaching the peak of the Kaiyang realm. The two Zoras collided in the air, stirring up flying sand and stones, and a fierce wind. Ha! Su Dongxing slashed out with the knife, instantly sending a blade aura of over 10 meters down towards the sword slave. The sword slave's expression grew serious as he saw the blade aura above him. He swung the Taiha sword upward to block, and a small, inconspicuous sword aura emitted from the short sword, gently making contact with the blade aura. Boom! A fierce wind erupted around the sword slave, the shockwave from the contact of the sword aura and blade aura causing his clothes to rustle. The sword slave easily blocked such a large blade aura with just a light swing of his sword. With one failed attack, Su Dongxing directly closed in, opting for close combat. The sword slave also chose to defend, lightly parrying Su Dongxing's assault with a single sword stroke. So strong, Li Junhuian and the others watched in shock. The battle between the two completely exceeded their expectations. Was this the power of the Kaiyang realm? The gap between just one realm was so vast. Su Dongxing felt a bit anxious. All his attacks were easily blocked by the opponent, who seemed to not be using his full strength. As a junior, your strength is already quite formidable among your peers, but there is still a gap between us, Jian Nu said while fending off Su Dongxing's attacks, managing to converse with him at the same time. I've seen your strength, let's end it here. Jian Nu's aura suddenly erupted, forcing Su Dongxing to retreat a few steps, his stance becoming somewhat unsteady. Sword 1. Jian Nu slashed, leaving a deep wound on Su Dongxing's chest, exposing bone. Su Dongxing let out a muffled groan, blood surging up, and he tilted his head to spit out a mouthful of blood. Jian Nu's single strike had severely injured him. Thank you for the lesson, Jian Nu said softly to Su Dongxing, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Jian Nu held great admiration for Su Dongxing. Among his peers, Su Dongxing could be considered the best, as no one else at his age had reached such heights. Su Chen had been cultivating for an unknown amount of time, continuously refining and consuming pills, and when he ran out of attribute pills, he would buy more in the game, only stopping when he broke through to the Kaiyang realm. So this is what it feels like to be in the Kaiyang realm. Su Chen immediately understood the difference between the Kaiyang realm and the Yaoguan realm after his breakthrough. The distinction lay not in the quantity of true energy, but in its quality. Upon reaching the Kaiyang realm, the true energy underwent a qualitative change, transforming from a gaseous state to a liquid state, significantly increasing its power. The most important point was that he could now project his true energy outward, allowing him to use more techniques from the Zongheng arts. Boom! A loud noise erupted from Su Chen's courtyard, startling him. What's going on? Are they demolishing my house? Su Chen was quite bewildered. What could possibly make such a loud noise? Filled with confusion, he rolled out of bed and walked towards the door. Upon opening the door, he saw a group of people outside and Su Dongxing lying on the ground, gravely injured. Uncle Su! Su Chen exclaimed, rushing over to check on Su Dongxing's condition. He saw a deep sword wound on Su Dongxing's chest, blood gushing out, and Su Dongxing's face was pale, blood pooling in his mouth. You broke through? Su Dongxing asked with a slight smile upon seeing Su Chen. As Su Chen took out healing pills and hemostatic medicine, he nodded. Do you have confidence in defeating them? Su Dongxing was more concerned about whether Su Chen's strength could handle the people before them than about his own injuries. Su Chen had once claimed he could defeat them in half a month, but now less than 2 days had passed, and it was uncertain whether Su Chen had the confidence. Uncle, don't speak. Let me treat your wounds first. Su Chen poured the hemostatic medicine generously onto Su Dongxing's injury and fed him a high-quality healing pill. You still haven't answered whether you can beat them. If you don't have confidence, hurry and leave, Su Dongxing insisted, focused solely on whether Su Chen's current strength could cope with the situation. If not, escaping was the priority. No problem, you can rest assured. Not a single one of them will survive, Su Chen assured Su Dongxing. Su Dongxing nodded, feeling relieved. As for why he trusted Su Chen, it was simply because Su Chen had brought him too many surprises. The miraculous pills, the performance in the place of inheritance, each time exceeded Su Dongxing's expectations, and he believed this time Su Chen would also surpass his predictions. You are Su Chen? He Wuchang asked expressionlessly, looking at Su Chen. Who did this? Su Chen did not answer him but instead looked at everyone with a blank expression and asked softly. Except for a few old fellows, Li Jun and Wu Yin felt a chill run down their spines at Su Chen's gaze. I was sparring with him, injuries are inevitable, Jian Nu spoke up. Is that so? I, too, would like to spar with you, senior. Blades and swords have no eyes, you should be careful, Su Chen declared, targeting Jian Nu and charging at him fiercely. The 100-forged knife in his hand emitted a dazzling purple light, entwined with the essence of Zongheng. Horizontal style, cleave the mountains and sever the seas. Su Chen swung his blade down towards the sword servant, a streak of purple blade energy, slicing down from above the servant's head. It seemed to mirror Su Dongxing's technique. The sword servant, however, did not take Su Chen's move seriously, raising the Taiha sword in his hand and lightly releasing a sword energy. The sword energy collided with the blade energy, producing a muffled sound. The sword energy dissipated instantly, while the blade energy remained unaffected. The sword servant was taken aback and quickly raised the Taiha sword to defend. The blade energy struck the body of the Taiha sword, and the sword servant felt as if a mountain had pressed down on him, the heavy blade energy causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. With a loud crash, the sword servant fell to his knees, and the blade energy dissipated as a result. Blood flowed from both of the sword servant's hands, and the Taiha sword broke into 2 pieces, one in each of his hands. How is this possible? The sword servant could hardly believe it. The Taiha sword, renowned for its hardness, had actually shattered. You harmed my uncle, I will cripple your hands. Do you have any objections? Su Chen said indifferently to the sword servant. Impossible, impossible. The sword servant could not accept this outcome. How could a junior possibly surpass him in strength? How could a Yaoguang realm fighter defeat a Kaiyang realm fighter? They were not even on the same level. You are just. The sword servant suddenly froze, realizing Su Chen's true strength. Kaiyang realm. This young man was actually a Kaiyang realm martial artist, a genius even stronger than the young master of the Long family. The sword servant finally understood that Long Jianchuan's death was not in vain. Even if you have entered the Kaiyang realm, you cannot be my opponent. I have been in the Kaiyang realm for over 20 years. Sword control technique. The sword servant was unwilling to accept defeat, admitting that he lost to a junior was more unbearable than death. With his injured hands, he executed a move, and 4 treasured swords floated up from the sword box. Behind him, He Wuchang's indifferent expression shifted slightly. This old fellow, after so many years, had hidden such a trump card, even acquiring the Qingyan sword sect's personal technique. Sword control technique. Yi Yongqing exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, he recognized the origin of the technique the sword servant was using. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent, his gaze towards the sword servant as cold as that of a corpse. The 4 treasured swords shot towards Su Chen under the sword servant's control. Uncle, lend me the knife for a moment, Su Chen said to Su Dongxing behind him. Take it. Su Dongxing threw the mad knife directly to Su Chen. Armed with dual knives, Su Chen immediately charged at the sword servant. Horizontal style, one-word flash slash. Su Chen crossed the dual knives in front of him, true energy swirling around them, and in the moment of the slash he suddenly accelerated. The blade light flashed, and Su Chen appeared behind the sword servant as if teleporting, the blade light slicing through the sword servant's body in a straight line. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 treasured swords were directly severed by Su Chen and fell to the ground. Impossible. The sword servant muttered to himself, still unwilling to believe he had lost. Put. The sword servant's arms were severed at the forearms, a torrent of blood gushing out, and a massive wound appeared on his chest, penetrating to the bone. The sword servant immediately collapsed to the ground, a legendary figure thus fallen. He Wuchang frowned. Su Chen's strength exceeded his expectations, easily slaying the sword servant. He was only surprised by Su Chen's power and showed no concern for the sword servant's death. Brother Yi, help me capture this boy. He Wuchang no longer underestimated Su Chen and joined forces with Yi Yongqing to take him down. Alright. Yi Yongqing did not refuse. The 3-seasoned Kai Yang realm expert should be able to handle a newly advanced Kai Yang realm fighter. Su Chen, if you are not confident, leave. When you are stronger, you can seek revenge. Su Dongxing knew that with Su Chen's current strength, this old fellow would not be able to catch up to him if he wanted to leave. No need, none of you can leave today, Su Chen said coldly, looking at He Wuchang and the others across from him. Today, he would take this opportunity to capture them all at once, saving himself trouble in the future. Kid, I wonder if you can withstand my poison, the old poisoner cackled, licking his lips as he gazed at Su Chen. Stop the nonsense, go, He Wuchang called out, charging directly at Su Chen. Dark energy swirled around him. This was He Wuchang's special true energy, highly corrosive. Once contaminated by this energy, it would quickly invade the opponent's body and erode their true energy. Su Chen could tell that this He Wuchang was quite tricky, so he drew his twin blades and engaged in battle. Kid, let me see if you have any resistance to poison, he. The old poisoner sneered as he approached, waving his hand to envelop both fighters in a cloud of poisonous powder, not sparing even He Wuchang. As the poison dust touched him, Su Chen immediately felt his blood surge, his true energy stagnate, and his body grow heavy. He Wuchang was not faring any better. Old poisoner, can't you find a chance to poison him again? He Wuchang said, utterly speechless at the old poisoner. Old He, my poison has no effect on you, so what are you afraid of? The old poisoner was completely unconcerned. He couldn't poison He Wuchang to death, but if he could, that would be even better. Su Chen quickly stepped back a few paces to create distance, pulling out several pills from his pocket and swallowing them. He wasn't sure if the antidote pills from the game would work against the old poisoner's poison. After taking the pills, Su Chen's complexion improved immediately and his true energy began to circulate normally again. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. The old poisoner's expression turned serious. Stop messing around, the 3 of us can easily take him down, He Wuchang said, not surprised by this outcome. If the old poisoner's poison could render Su Chen helpless, they wouldn't need to take him so seriously. The 3 immediately charged at Su Chen again. Seeing the 3 approaching, Su Chen furrowed his brow deeply. After a brief encounter, he realized that defeating them together would not be easy. A yang-boosting pill appeared in Su Chen's hand and he swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill entered his stomach, Su Chen's momentum surged, pushing him from the Kaiyang realm straight to the peak of the Kaiyang realm. Alliance of the three, known as yin and yang, the technique of rising energy. Su Chen had not finished with the yang boosting pill. The technique of rising energy recorded a method to temporarily enhance strength by stimulating several acupoints with true energy, achieving a significant boost to his physique. Its enhancement was even more powerful than Long Jianchuan's aeration technique, and Li Jun's blood-burning technique was incomparable. Su Chen's momentum climbed again, pushing him to the Yuhong realm, and he quickly broke through this limitation, gaining the aura of the Yuhong realm. The courtyard was instantly filled with flying sand and stones. Su Chen could hardly control his momentum, and a massive amount of power leaked out, creating a fierce wind around him. As He Wuchang and the others approached Su Chen, they suddenly felt a sense of crisis, the source of which was Su Chen. Su Chen wasted no time, looking coldly at the three, horizontal style, dividing the world into three. Su Chen held his twin blades, one above and one below, parallel in front of him, using the key technique of the horizontal style. Su Chen's figure flickered and vanished in the blink of an eye. He Wuchang was the first to react, choosing to defend himself immediately, knowing he wouldn't have time to dodge. Two horizontal blades of light slashed toward the three, primarily targeting the old poisoner and Yi Yongxing, as these two had slightly lower strength, and Su Chen aimed to eliminate them first. He Wuchang was the first to react. The two blades of light left deep, bone-visible cuts on his arm, but they were not fatal. Old Poison and Yi Yongxing were not so lucky. The two, who were specially cared for by Su Chen, were directly struck in the vital points by the blade light, clutching their necks in disbelief. He Wuchang showed no hesitation and turned to run. When else would he run if not now? Su Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. He was no match for him. Want to run? Did you ask me? Su Chen immediately spotted He Wuchang trying to escape. How could he let him leave so easily? With a swift movement, he used Meteor Chase. The power of Meteor Chase in the Yuhang realm is not the same as in the Yaoguang realm. Su Chen, like a streak of light, quickly caught up to He Wuchang. Young friend, we have no grievances or grudges. Why must you go to such extremes? I no longer want the inheritance. In the future, I owe you a favor. Seeing Su Chen closing in, He Wuchang felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly spoke up. You brought people to harm my uncle, destroyed my courtyard, and now you want to leave after offending me? Su Chen was naturally not swayed by He Wuchang's words. Today, no one could stop him from killing him. You've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. Black Abyss Demon Realm. Realizing he couldn't escape, He Wuchang turned around and chose to confront Su Chen head-on. Instantly, he was enveloped in black mist, which clung to him like sludge. What the hell, did you fall into a cesspit? Su Chen took a step back in disgust upon seeing He Wuchang's transformation. Stop talking nonsense. Come and die. He Wuchang extended his arm, covered in sludge, reaching out towards Su Chen. Vertical style, split mountain, and sever sea. Su Chen swung his blade down directly at He Wuchang, the massive blade aura completely enveloping him. A 40-meter-long blade. I'll let you run 39 meters first. Ah! He Wuchang let out a reluctant scream under the blade aura, and he was directly cleaved in half by Su Chen. The overwhelming force of the vertical style was already tyrannical, and now, with the enhancement of pills and secret techniques, Su Chen was equivalent to a Yuhang realm expert, making it expected that he could easily kill the Kaiyang realm He Wuchang. When Su Chen returned to the courtyard and looked at the devastation, he felt somewhat helpless. Just a few days ago, he had cleaned the bloodstains in the room, and now the courtyard was a mess again, giving him a headache. Su Dongxing noticed Su Chen's melancholy. Don't worry, someone will take care of it, he said, patting Su Chen's shoulder. Are you okay? Su Chen immediately felt relieved. Su Dongxing's words meant he had a way to resolve it. All good now, your medicine is quite miraculous. Su Dongxing nodded. He then looked at the three trembling individuals in the courtyard. Li Jun, Wu Yun, and Jiu Di were still there, having not left. The other one had been accidentally killed by the residual force of their battle just moments ago, leaving only the three of them alive. Are you not leaving? Do you want to stay for dinner? Su Dongxing said coldly to the three. Su Chen had initially wanted to kill them all, but seeing that Su Dongxing had no intention of killing them, he refrained from acting. Senior, please save us. We are also forced into this. Those old bastards poisoned us, and without an antidote, we will die a terrible death in a month. Jiu Di shamelessly knelt down before Su Dongxing and Su Chen, begging for mercy. We may not be able to save you from old poison's poison, you should seek your own fortune. Su Dongxing had no intention of saving them, or rather, he couldn't save them. Old poison's poison was known throughout the world, and those who could cure it were few and far between. Su Chen, you have a way, right? Jiu Di had witnessed Su Chen healing Su Dongxing, and believed he must have a miraculous herb to save them. This was their only hope. If Su Chen was unwilling to help, who else in the world could save them? Those who could cure old poison's poison were basically out of their reach. But there was no one like that in their sect, so they could either wait for death or pin their hopes on Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't without a solution. There were so many detoxifying pills in the game, and the highest grade detoxifying pill was said to be able to cure all poisons in the world. The poison of the old toxic creature was certainly not comparable to those in the game, so curing his poison would be quite simple. Why should I save you? Even if Su Chen had a way, he wouldn't save them. It wouldn't benefit him at all. Not killing them was already quite generous. Hearing Su Chen's words, jade and the others were not discouraged. Instead, they were very excited. Su Chen's lack of denial meant he had a way to save them. Su Chen, as long as you can save me, I'll do anything you ask. I don't want to die, jade said, tears welling up in her eyes as she hugged Su Chen's leg. Me too. Me too. Li Jun and Wu Yun also expressed that they shared jade's thoughts. Get off. Su Chen disdainfully pulled jade away from his leg. Su Chen, do you really have a way to save them? Su Dongsheng indeed pondered for a moment and pulled Su Chen aside to ask in a low voice. It's worth a try. I'm quite confident. Su Chen nodded and replied. Then save them. Su Dongsheng urged Su Chen to choose to save them. Why? Su Chen asked, puzzled. The three of them are of average strength, but their sect is not ordinary. They are all the pride of their respective sections. If you save them, it would be equivalent to making their sect owe you a favor. You might not need this favor now, but it could be useful in the future. Su Dongsheng explained to Su Chen why he wanted him to do this. Su Chen immediately understood. Su Dongsheng intended for him to start building his own power base now. I understand. Su Chen had studied the art of manipulation. With just one sentence from Su Dongsheng, he grasped his intention and slowly began to construct his own plan in his mind. Returning to the three, Su Chen was now ready to save them. I can save you, but I need your loyalty. I won't control you with poison like the old toxic creature. I just need you to do your best to assist me at critical moments, Su Chen said slowly to the three. The three were instantly delighted. Brother, please accept my bow. Jade immediately knelt before Su Chen, bowing her head to show her loyalty. This Jade really had no bottom line. She knelt down just like that? Su Chen certainly wouldn't naively think that Jade would truly be loyal to him just because she knelt, but that was fine. He didn't plan to make them completely devoted. As long as he was alive, Jade wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Li Jun and Wu Yun were still a bit hesitant. Kneeling like Jade made them uncomfortable. A man doesn't want to kneel easily before others. However, under the threat of death, the two still knelt before Su Chen. Brother, please accept my bow. Su Chen had suddenly transformed into the big brother of the three. Get up, we're all on the same side. It will take some time to prepare the antidote for you. Come find me tomorrow to try the first batch of medicine. Su Chen finally told the three to get up. Thank you, big brother. Big brother is mighty. Jade immediately showered him with flattery. Su Chen rolled his eyes, but being flattered did feel quite nice. After sending the three away, Su Chen finally took Su Dongsheng back home. Fortunately, it was nighttime, although there was a lot of commotion. It was a villa area with few people around, so no one noticed. Not long after, a group of people arrived at Su Chen's home. Hello, we are from the Super Management Bureau. We received a report from the Su family that you were attacked by a wanted criminal. We are here to investigate. The leader was a short-haired beauty, her black uniform accentuating her heroic demeanor. Super Management Bureau. Su Chen looked puzzled. Su Dongsheng only told him that someone would come to handle the situation, but didn't specify who it would be. What is this Super Crime Management Bureau? The Super Ability Crime Management Bureau, abbreviated as Super Bureau. I've already seen the situation in your yard. Did you kill all those people? The short-haired beauty explained to Su Chen. She had already seen the situation in the yard when she came in. Well, but not all of them were killed by me. That young man was accidentally killed by you both. Also, should we introduce ourselves before the questioning? Su Chen nodded and said, my name is Tang Xin. I've got a general understanding of the situation. We will handle the bodies, and the reward will be transferred to your account once the investigation is clear. Tang Xin was decisive in her actions. After clarifying Su Chen's situation, she didn't even ask for his personal information and hastily had the bodies taken away. Goodness, is this how the National Department of the Ancient Martial Arts world operates? It's too hasty. However, their efficiency is indeed high. Although Su Chen was somewhat worried about their careless approach, the efficiency was undeniable. In less than 20 minutes, the bodies in his home were cleaned up. The matters in reality finally came to a close, and with the crisis temporarily resolved, Su Chen had time to develop in the game. Su Chen re-entered the game. This time, in addition to bringing detoxification pills for the three of them, he also wanted to take the opportunity to level up. The martial arts conference was only a few days away, and Su Chen needed to prepare well. First, he went to the pharmacy to see if there were any suitable detoxification pills. Shopkeeper, how much is your best detoxification pill? Su Chen asked the shopkeeper inside the pharmacy. What kind of detoxification pill do you specifically need? We have a complete range of pills here, the shopkeeper inquired. Well, some of my friends have been poisoned by something else and they will die within a month if not treated. I wonder if you have any detoxification pills that can save them? Su Chen explained the situation of Jade and the others. Oh, Do you know what poison they were affected by? The shopkeeper asked curiously. Su Chen shook his head. I don't know, it's called 5 poison pill. Su Chen only learned the name of the poison from Jode and the others and didn't know if it was true. The shopkeeper gently shook his head, knowing that just knowing a name was not useful. One needed to understand the essence of the poison. Do you know the symptoms after the poison takes effect? The shopkeeper continued to ask. Yes, if the antidote is not taken within a month, it will burn the 5 organs, cause bleeding from the 7 orifices, and ultimately lead to death by turning into a thick liquid. Su Chen relayed the information he had learned from Jode and the others. The shopkeeper nodded, already having a general understanding of the pharmacology of this poison. Please wait a moment. Soon, the shopkeeper found a medicine jar on the counter behind him. This is the Ningxiang pill, made from a combination of 16 rare medicinal materials. It is very effective against the myriad toxins remaining in the body. You can take it to let your friends try it. If it doesn't work, you can bring them here so I can see their symptoms. How much is it? Su Chen asked the shopkeeper as he took the Ningxiang pill. 30,000 coins, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Su Chen's expression suddenly stiffened. Shopkeeper, are you looking at my pocket? Su Chen only had 30,000 coins left. Earning money here wasn't easy. Tasks and monster kills didn't pay much, and he mainly relied on selling materials dropped by monsters. He had previously robbed some from a bandit den, but most of it had already been spent on buying equipment for Xiao Bai to improve his qualifications. Now, he only had 30,000 coins left, and it felt like he was back to square one. Su Chen could only helplessly hand over all the money he had on him to the pharmacy shopkeeper. 30,000 coins for just this jar of medicine? Su Chen helplessly put the pill into his backpack. He then used the Bagua order to teleport to Ghost Cry Valley and began his monster grinding endeavor again. Now, these monsters of the same level can't get close to him. After learning the art of maneuvering, Su Chen's combat awareness has clearly improved, and it shows in the game. Little brother. A familiar voice reached Su Chen. It was Cheng Yaoyin again. Big brother, I can't drink anymore, I have important things to do. Su Chen immediately waved his hand. Being with Cheng Yaoyin would definitely mean drinking again, and he didn't want to waste any more time. Oh, come on. Last time you left without saying goodbye. It's my fault for not treating you well. Today, I must treat my brother properly. Cheng Yaoyin didn't care about that. Despite Su Chen's strong resistance, he threw his arm around Su Chen's neck and forcibly dragged him into the cave. Come on, drink. Su Chen, speechless, was once again pulled by Cheng Yaoyin to drink. He wondered if it was time to find another place to level up. At this rate, he wouldn't have time to kill monsters and level up. He was drinking a lot instead. Brother, you have no idea how unlucky I am. Cheng Yaoyin began to complain to Su Chen after drinking too much. I started practicing martial arts at 7, forced by my dad to learn our family's martial arts. When I was 13, I got separated from my family due to the war. To fill my stomach, I had to turn to banditry, but a few years later, the war ended and the bandit camp was wiped out by the government. I was left all alone wandering the world, wanting to return to my old ways, but I couldn't bring myself to rob the poor. Not only did I fail to get any money, but I also got wanted. Now, I can only hide in this godforsaken place. How is my life so miserable? Cheng Yaoyin seemed to have found an outlet as he recounted his hardships to Su Chen. Brother Cheng, things will get better, don't lose heart. Su Chen could only softly comfort Cheng Yaoyin. Brother, what do you think about us going up the mountain together to form a gang? We won't rob the poor, only the unkind rich. How about that? Cheng Yaoyin suddenly proposed this wild idea. Su Chen was taken aback. Isn't this the plot for the future? Why is Cheng Yaoyin bringing it up now? Could it be that knowing Cheng Yaoyin too early has caused the plot to advance? Su Chen boldly speculated. He felt it was very possible that his presence had led Cheng Yaoyin to realize his predicament earlier and stirred up the ambition in his heart. Su Chen was pondering how to respond to Cheng Yaoyin. Should he agree to him and advance the plot or refuse him? But if he refused, would this part of the plot never appear? Su Chen fell into a dilemma. Su brother, are you going to say something? What do you think? Although Cheng Yaoyin was drunk, he was quite invested in this matter. Seeing Su Chen's lack of response, he urged him. Brother Cheng, although I really want to agree with you, I've already signed up for the martial arts tournament, so I can't join you in this grand endeavor for now. But there will definitely be opportunities in the future. After I win the championship in the tournament, I'll come back and help you build your empire. After thinking it over, Su Chen could only politely refuse Cheng Yaoyin and leave himself a way out to find him later. Build an empire? Cheng Yaoyin just wanted Su Chen to join him in banditry. But hearing Su Chen say build an empire stirred something inexplicable in his heart. Alright, it's just the martial arts tournament. Big brother will help you win the championship. Cheng Yaoyin believed Su Chen's words. After the tournament, they would build an empire together. Su Chen looked at the excited Cheng Yaoyin and felt he had misunderstood something. Big brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but there's still a long way to go before the martial arts tournament, Su Chen said with a smile. As long as he could calm Chong Yao In down, it would be fine. He didn't want to be dragged up the mountain to become a bandit, especially against the Tianlong dynasty. With his current strength, he wouldn't even know how he would die. Brother, let's keep drinking. Chang Yaoyin was very happy. Meeting Su Chen was the greatest fortune of his life. Brother, how about we swear an oath of brotherhood and become sworn brothers? Chang Yaoyin suddenly became interested and insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Su Chen. As emotions ran deep, Su Chen found it hard to refuse. Alright, Su Chen had no choice but to agree. Chang Yaoyin immediately fetched a few bowls. Come. Chang Yaoyin took a dagger from his waist and made a cut on his hand, letting 2 drops of blood fall into the 2 bowls in front of them, then handed the dagger to Su Chen. Su Chen took it with some guilt. There shouldn't be any infection in the game, right? It should be fine, right? In the game, there's only health points, so there shouldn't be any risk of infection. With that thought, Su Chen felt relieved. He wasn't afraid of pain, just worried about not being able to treat an infection, like tetanus, which would definitely be untreatable in a place like this. Su Chen made a cut on his own hand with the dagger and let his blood drip into the 2 bowls. The 2 of them then raised their bowls of blood wine. I, Chang Yaoyin. I, Su Chen. Become brothers with Su Chen. Become brothers with Chang Yaoyin. Heaven and earth bear witness. We do not seek to be born on the same day, but we seek to die on the same day. Su Chen followed along, repeating after Chang Yaoyin, saying whatever he said. Fortunately, Su Chen knew that Chang Yaoyin wouldn't die until the end of the plot, so even if the experiment was effective, it wouldn't matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Brother. Chang Yaoyin immediately changed his address to Su Chen as brother. Big brother. Su Chen also called Chang Yaoyin big brother. Brother, if you have any trouble in the future, just come to me. I will definitely do my best to help you. Chang Yaoyin patted his chest and assured Su Chen. Then thank you, big brother. Right now, the most important thing for me is to improve my strength because the martial arts conference is about to start and I want to participate. Su Chen had to make it clear in advance so that Chang Yaoyin wouldn't disturb him while he was leveling up. Rest assured, my dear brother, you just focus on your training. Here are a few martial essence stones I've saved up. Take them and use them. Chang Yaoyin took out a few martial essence stones from his pocket and handed them to Su Chen. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect such a windfall. Thank you, big brother. Su Chen couldn't refuse. These were exactly what he urgently needed. I won't disturb you any longer. Go train, Chang Yaoyin said, and upon learning that Su Chen was focusing on improving his strength, he didn't continue to drag Su Chen into drinking, letting him go directly. Game title, Blood Brothers. All attributes plus 30 damage increased by 50% when in a team after Su Chen and Chang Yaoyin completed their brotherhood ceremony. He received this title. It's worth mentioning that in this game, title attributes can stack. As long as you have obtained a title, its effects will always be active, but the number of titles is limited. Without Chang Yaoyin's interruptions, Su Chen could finally train in peace. It seemed that Ghost Cry Valley also had a wild boss. He needed to kill it. Su Chen remembered that there was a wild boss in the Ghost Cry Valley map. A wild boss refers to a boss-level creature that is not in a dungeon. Bosses can drop excellent equipment, so Su Chen couldn't miss out. While killing monsters and leveling up, Su Chen made his way to the boss's location. Soon, Su Chen found the boss, the King of the Underworld. King of the Underworld, boss, level, 30 health, 50,000/50,000 with 50,000 health points. Su Chen would need to hit it at least 20 times. It wasn't too difficult. The King of the Underworld was a much larger ghost, nearly 4 meters tall, about the height of 2 people, with a stout build, wielding a wolf-tooth club condensed from ghostly power, and a face full of flab, looking fierce and menacing. This guy looked terrifying, but moved slowly, making it quite easy to fight. Time to sharpen the sword before the battle. Su Chen immediately used a buff skill to increase his damage, charging towards the King of the Underworld with his sword raised. As Su Chen approached, he startled the King of the Underworld, who immediately reacted with an angry gesture, stomping his feet 3 times on the spot. However, Su Chen did not rush in right away. The King of the Underworld's 3 stomps were an opening skill that would cause stun damage to nearby players. While the damage wasn't high, the stun effect would last for 3 seconds, which could be deadly. In the past, when he was grinding through the game, he had died numerous times against this guy. Each time, he would get stunned at the start, then beaten down by the boss without even a chance to fight back. After the King of the Underworld finished his opening skill, Su Chen charged in horizontal style. Utilizing the combat techniques from the vertical and horizontal arts, he ducked low to evade the King of the Underworld's bear hug and struck his sword into the King's waist, instantly dealing several thousand points of damage. Vertical style. Before the King of the Underworld could turn around, Su Chen swiftly countered with a thrust to his rear. The King of the Underworld let out a soul-piercing scream. Su Chen felt a tightness in his rear. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Su Chen said. Somewhat sheepishly, he hadn't intended to attack such an awkward spot, but the King of the Underworld was just so tall. The King of the Underworld seemed enraged by Su Chen, lifting a foot to kick at him. Vertical style. Su Chen immediately dodged to the side, spinning 360 degrees in the air, leaving a wound on the king of the underworld's ankle with his sword. The king stumbled, the pain in his ankle making him unsteady. As the game drew closer to reality, these bosses began to exhibit emotions like pain and anger, which was good for Su Chen. Unlike in the game where bosses felt no pain, at least this could interrupt some of their actions. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen steadied himself and struck again. The king of the underworld's health had already dropped below 80%. With the boost from his last-minute preparations, Su Chen could deal over 3,000 damage with a single strike, and he wouldn't need more than 20 strikes to take down the king of the underworld. Moreover, with Su Chen's relentless attacks, the continuous combo count was rising and the damage was accumulating. Hitting him would only make it hurt more. When the king of the underworld's health dropped to 20%, he went berserk. Roar! The king of the underworld's roar made Su Chen's ears ring, leaving him somewhat dazed. He had completely forgotten about this move. In his daze, the king of the underworld leaped in front of Su Chen, smashing him with a spiked club. -703. A red damage number appeared above Su Chen's head, and his health instantly dropped by half. Without damage reduction, that hit could have easily killed him. Regaining his senses, Su Chen quickly stepped back to avoid the king of the underworld's next attack while using his skill against him. Thunderous Strike. This was currently Su Chen's highest damage skill, as it was an attribute damage skill that took 30% of his equipment's attribute damage. The continuous combo count had already accumulated to over 10, and the last-minute preparations were still in effect. -12,355. -3,706. Two different numbers appeared above the king of the underworld's head, and Su Chen's damage had accumulated to over 10,000, with the fire damage alone exceeding 3,000 points, instantly depleting the king of the underworld's health. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. After killing the king of the underworld, Su Chen successfully leveled up from level 28 to level 29. With a flash of blue light, the boss dropped loot, and it was a double yellow egg. Two pieces of equipment appeared beneath the boss. Moonlight Command, unidentified, level 30 twin. Blade Frost Sword, unidentified, level 31 weapon, 1 accessory, both unidentified top-tier blue gear. Su Chen was thrilled. It seems that character is something to be accumulated. After such a long time without specifically hunting boss, today he opens the door and gets 2 top-tier items. I wonder what they will be like once identified. Su Chen tidied up the other materials on the ground, first teleporting to Tianshin City to sell them. He had no money on him, not even enough to buy identification scrolls, so selling the materials was unavoidable. After selling all the materials he had, he barely managed to gather enough money for 2 identification scrolls. Coming out of the general store, Su Chen bought 2 identification scrolls and immediately identified the 2 pieces of equipment. Moonlight Command level 30. Intelligence plus 40, strength plus 40, ice attribute damage increased by 50%, ice attribute resistance increased by 35%. 4 attributes considered top-tier equipment, though the attributes are not well matched. It adds both intelligence and strength, which is somewhat conflicting. Dual Blade Frost Sword level 30 damage, 150 to 200 strength plus 40 constitution plus 40 speed plus 40 attack converted to ice attribute damage every 10 points of intelligence increases ice attribute damage by 1%. 5 attributes. Su Chen was almost about to exclaim when he saw the attributes of the dual blade frost sword. This is just too exceptional, especially the conversion of attack to ice attribute damage. This is not just a change in damage type. Ice attribute attacks can slow down enemies, which is very useful in battle, especially when paired with Moonlight Command. It's simply a perfect match. This item is definitely worth keeping. Currently, he can't equip it, but he aims to reach level 30 before the martial arts conference to equip them, which would give him a better chance. After all, the enemies at the martial arts conference are all level 30. After logging out of the game, Su Chen had just finished washing up when he saw from the balcony that Jade and the others were anxiously pacing back and forth outside the door. Su Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. These 3 were really anxious. Stop standing there, come in, Su Chen called out to the 3 outside. Upon seeing Su Chen, the 3 immediately brightened up and hurriedly pushed the door open to enter. Big brother, is the antidote ready? Jode asked Su Chen with a flattering expression. Here, one for each of you, give it a try, Su Chen said. He didn't know if this detoxification pill would work, but he figured they could try it. First, if it didn't work, he could always go back into the game to find another one. If all else fails, he could just give them a blood pool to extend their lives. The 3 hurriedly picked up the 3 pills on the table. However, they looked at each other, and none of them dared to take it first. He. The 3 exchanged awkward smiles. This pill belonged to Su Chen, and no one knew if it was really an antidote. What if it was still poison? So they all thought that perhaps one of them should eat it first to test it, and then they could decide what to do based on the outcome. But since all 3 were thinking the same thing, it became quite awkward. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died 800 times already, Su Chen said dismissively. Big brother, that's not what I meant, Jody quickly explained. Fearing Su Chen would misunderstand. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with them. If they wanted to eat it, they could, and if not, that was fine. 2. Jody gritted his teeth. It couldn't get any worse than it was now, so she decided to go for it. With a closed eye, Jody directly swallowed the pill. As the pill entered her stomach, the powerful medicinal effect immediately spread, driving out the toxins from her body. Jody's face alternated between black and white, as if dark energy was swirling around her. Li Jun and Wu Yun watched Jody nervously. Their fate depended on her outcome. About a quarter of an hour later, Put. Jody opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of black blood, completely expelling the toxins from her body. How is it? Li Jun and Wu Yun, seeing this, were already about 70 to 80% convinced, but still nervously asked Jody. All the toxins have been expelled. Jody said excitedly. Thank you, big brother. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I will never chase a chicken. Jody immediately declared her loyalty to Su Chen once again. This time, some of it was from the heart. Li Jun and Wu Yun exchanged a glance and hurriedly swallowed the elixir. Anyone with a toxin threatening their life would not remain calm. The sooner they expelled the poison, the sooner they could feel at ease this morning. Another quarter of an hour passed. Put. The two of them spat out a mouthful of black blood. The poison within them forced out. Big brother, from now on, you are my real big brother. Li Jun exclaimed with joy. The grace of rebirth is hard to repay in this life. If you need anything from me, just speak up, Wu Yun said, cupping his hands towards Su Chen. I have a use for you right now, Su Chen said expressionlessly. The three of them were taken aback, immediately becoming serious. Su Chen's strength was far superior to theirs. He had the power to kill those old geezers, so the task he assigned them was likely quite difficult, right? Please speak, big brother, we will do our utmost, Wu Yun said to Su Chen. Wu Yun's words were well chosen, implying that they would try their best but might not go all out. If their lives were threatened, they would definitely prioritize their own safety. Su Chen understood the implication in Wu Yun's words but didn't mind. Wipe the floor for me. You just made it clean and now you've stained it with blood, Su Chen said coldly. The three of them suddenly felt awkward. Who would care about the floor being dirty in such a hurry? They hadn't noticed, and had all spat blood on the floor. The three of them begrudgingly began to clean the floor as Su Chen instructed. Big brother, you need to be careful of the Long family. They won't let it go easily after Long Jianchuan's death, Wu Yun said while mopping the floor. Long family? Is there really a Long family? Su Chen's eyes narrowed, asking with great interest. He had previously speculated whether the Long family truly existed, as he learned from Wu Shualan that only one person from the Long family appeared in each era. They had never truly shown themselves to the world. Only someone with the surname Long would appear each time. Yes, I've seen them. Wu Yun nodded seriously. Oh, where did you see them? Su Chen asked, very intrigued. The first time I met Long Jianchuan, he was still in the Enlightenment realm. We encountered each other on a mountain. At that time, Long Jianchuan was not alone. There was an old man accompanying him. After meeting me, that old man left. If I remember correctly, Long Jianchuan called that old man grandfather. Wu Yun slowly recounted the scene of meeting Long Jianchuan. Is there really a Long family? Su Chen began to doubt his own thoughts. If the Long family truly existed, it was too mysterious. Releasing only one person per era, and each member being a genius among geniuses, was quite terrifying. It seemed he needed to prepare. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. I want to establish an organization. Are you interested in joining? Su Chen wanted to create his own force. Although the three of them had their own sects were one thing and organizations were another, the two did not conflict. Just like Jody and Lin Yao, they both came from the Blood Flame sect but were members of the Assassin Alliance. That was the difference between a sect and an organization. There were also wizard alliances, which were composed of people from various sections. Of course, I want to join. Jody didn't hesitate at all. Su Chen had saved their lives, so joining his organization was a no-brainer. What should we call our organization? Jody asked with a smile. I haven't thought of a name yet. Can you help me come up with one? Su Chen took the opportunity to ask the three of them. How about God of Death? Jody said excitedly. Such opportunities to name an organization were rare. Screw you, you idiot, Su Chen replied speechlessly. This guy had become addicted to being an assassin and turned into a middle schooler, hadn't he? You two think of one, Jody said, feeling she couldn't rely on him anymore. It was better to count on Wu Yun and Li Jun, who seemed more reliable. How about calling it Dao Heart? Wu Yun thought for a moment and said, Dao your grandpa, next. How about Military Soul? Military your grandpa. Su Chen's face darkened. These three really had names that fit their personas. So what should we call it? We can't just name it like those other organizations and call it an alliance, right? Jody muttered softly. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of a name. How about calling it Martial Alliance? Martial Alliance, a union for all martial artists, an organization that any martial artist could join. Regardless of whether they were satisfied or not, no one dared to say that Su Chen's name choice was bad, and Martial Alliance sounded pretty good. So, what exactly is our organization going to do? Wu Yun raised the most crucial question. What was the purpose of their organization? But Su Chen had already thought it through. For no reason other than to serve ancient martial artists, Su Chen said with a smile. The three looked at Su Chen in confusion. Su Chen shared all his thoughts with them. He wanted to establish an organization that provided services for ancient martial artists in a model similar to issuing tasks in a game. Of course, this would require a lot of resources in the early stages, but once it was up and running, there would be no need for further investment. This made the three feel enlightened. This model was similar to the Assassin Alliance, where tasks were accepted for rewards. However, what Su Chen was talking about was much more advanced. Su Chen meant that the tasks of the Martial Alliance would range from pursuing ancient martial wanted criminals to collecting materials, focusing solely on tasks related to martial artists, with rewards calculated in points and items to be exchanged for points. This way, even those martial artists with lower strength could accumulate points by completing simple tasks to exchange for desired treasures. This would create a new model in the ancient martial world, but establishing such an organization requires many professionals in the initial phase, and a significant amount of resources must be invested. Treasures are essential. Without them, it would be impossible to attract martial artists to take on tasks in the Martial Alliance, and the Alliance wouldn't be able to operate. Wu Yun pondered. I have candidates for the talent aspect. Su Chen had already thought of someone for this role. Dongfang Tingyin graduated from a business school and is a business elite. This kind of organization should not be a problem for her. Su Chen immediately called Dongfang Tingyin. Hello? How did you know I arrived in the new city? Dongfang Tingyin had just gotten off the plane when Su Chen's call came in. She thought Su Chen knew she was in the new city. Why don't you come to my place? Su Chen said somewhat awkwardly. He had no idea Dongfang Tingyin had arrived today. It was just a coincidence, but he couldn't say that. What's up? Is there something going on? Dongfang Tingyin immediately sensed that Su Chen had something to discuss and cut to the chase. I want to establish an ancient martial force and need your help, Su Chen straightforwardly said over the phone. What kind of force? Dongfang Tingyin rolled her eyes. Su Chen was really something. The company had just stabilized, and now he wanted to stir things up in the ancient martial world. Su Chen briefly explained his idea to Dongfang Tingyin. Her eyes lit up. Wait for me at home. Dongfang Tingyin told Su Chen, hung up the phone, and quickly hailed a taxi to rush to Su Chen's house. Soon, Dongfang Tingyin arrived at Su Chen's home. Who are these? Dongfang Tingyin asked in confusion upon seeing three strangers at Su Chen's house. These are my brothers, they are all on our side. Su Chen briefly introduced them to Dongfang Tingyin. You mentioned a model that I've thought about. It's simple if you say so, and it's difficult if you say so. It all depends on what kind of treasures you can present to attract them. Dongfang Tingyian's words were very direct. To get the Martial Alliance up and running in a short time, it needed sufficiently attractive treasures to serve as a facade. As long as they could catch the eye of the martial artist and make them want to take action to obtain it, they would join the Martial Alliance and complete the tasks issued by it. If there was nothing to attract them, why would they come to this unknown organization? Su Chen thought for a moment. Actually, this was simple. Did Su Chen have many treasures? In fact, he had plenty. Try this. Su Chen immediately took off the peacock feather from his neck and handed it to Dongfang Tingyin. Dongfang Tingyin took the peacock feather from Su Chen with confusion and instantly felt a rich power of fire spirit emanating from it. Moreover, she had a strange feeling, as if she could control the flames. Give it a try, Su Chen said with a smile to Dongfang Tingyin. His words confirmed to Dongfang Tingyin that she wasn't mistaken. With a thought, a ball of scorching flame appeared in her hand. How is it? Su Chen asked Dongfang Tingyin with a smile. This thing actually allows me to control fire. Dongfang Tingyin exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Di and Li Jun were also taken aback by Dongfang Tingyian's words, and then they reacted, looking at the peacock feather in her hand with greedy expressions. So Su Chen's fire ability was because of this thing. No wonder he could possess so many abilities. It turned out to be due to external objects. How about it? Is this kind of treasure attractive? Su Chen asked Dongfang Tingyin. It is. But one is not enough. Dongfang Tingyin nodded and replied. A treasure that grants people abilities is naturally attractive, but having only one is too little. The allure is still insufficient. No problem, I can provide more of the same kind, as well as pills that aid in cultivation, healing elixirs, and temporary strength-enhancing pills with no side effects, etc. Su Chen confidently told Dongfang Tingyin. He could obtain these things in the game as long as he had money. That's enough. Dongfang Tingyin hurriedly interrupted. Su Chen. These items were already sufficient. Although she didn't know where Su Chen got these things, she knew that outsiders must not find out, otherwise, Su Chen would attract deadly trouble. By the way, wait a moment, Su Chen told Dongfang Tingyin to wait, then returned. to his bedroom to fetch the previous set of bronze equipment. Try this set of equipment, its defense is astonishing and can also enhance personal strength, Su Chen explained to the group. I'll give it a try. God volunteered. With the help of the two, God put on the bronze equipment. Not only did God not feel any burden, but he could also clearly sense that his strength and speed had significantly increased. So amazing! God exclaimed. It was his first time wearing such magical armor. I can provide more of these things, but remember, do not expose my information, especially regarding the origin of this item, you three. Su Chen warned God and the others. As for what to say to outsiders, you can make up whatever you want, Su Chen said nonchalantly. Alright, provide me with those things you mentioned, and I am confident that I can establish a force that will satisfy you in a short time. Confronting assured Su Chen with full confidence. But remember, you can't touch the money from the company. I needed to buy a venue and such, Confronting made it clear to Su Chen beforehand. Establishing a force is very costly, and although Hongfan jewelry makes money quickly, Su Chen could no longer take money from there. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Su Chen said, having decided to hand it over to Confronting and not intending to interfere further. Confronting was very excited now. As a member of an ancient martial arts family, she was not unwilling to deal with the martial arts world. She simply enjoyed the process of controlling everything and gradually growing a company. Creating a new martial artist force was far more challenging than managing a secular company. For the next period, Su Chen focused all his efforts on grinding for equipment, mainly low-level gear, because as long as it had special attributes, it would become a top-tier treasure in reality, regardless of its level. Meanwhile, Confronting was also fully engaged in establishing the infrastructure for the martial alliance. God and the others were sent by Su Chen to assist Confronting. Su Chen spent 2 days leveling up while grinding for equipment. He gathered a pile of gear, selling off white or poor blue items directly, using the money earned to buy elixirs, and ultimately ended up with only 4 or 5 decent pieces of equipment, along with a good stock of elixirs. It must be said that selling equipment was indeed faster than selling materials for making money. After selling the useless gear, Su Chen used the money to buy the necessary elixirs and still had quite a bit left. Then there were the attribute elixirs, which Su Chen always kept on hand, buying them by the hundred. When Su Chen handed these items over to Confronting, she was stunned. Aren't you afraid I'll abscond with the funds? After she learned the purpose of everything, her shock was beyond words. If you want more, just say so, I still have plenty. It's not worth running away for just this, Su Chen replied with a smile. This was just the beginning. He was a man determined to change the entire martial arts world. Well, today, Confronting finally understood what it meant to be Versailles. What others considered treasures were nothing in Su Chen's eyes. These elixirs can accelerate the cultivation process. Keep 20 for yourself and distribute the other 30 to God and the others. The remaining 50 will be kept for rewards in the martial alliance. Su Chen had already allocated the 100 attribute elixirs, with Confronting taking the bulk, God and the others getting the smaller share, and the rest set aside for the martial alliance as rewards. Alright, within a week at most, I'll get the martial alliance up and running, Confronting said confidently. Her confidence was not unfounded. The most important thing for such an open force was its visibility. Only by making a name for themselves would others come to check them out. Right now, the hardest part for the martial alliance was gaining recognition, but this was precisely the simplest part. Just look at who they were. Wu Yun, a disciple of Baiyun Temple which had unparalleled influence in Taoism. Li Jun, a member of the Jiuli clan, also a top force in the south. Jodi, a disciple of the Blood Flame sect and an assassin in the Assassin Alliance, was quite well known in the dark arts. Confronting, the only daughter of one of the 4 ancient artifact families in the capital. Su Chen, temporarily considered a member of the Su family. With these forces promoting the existence of the martial alliance in the martial world, how could it not attract the attention of other martial artists? I believe in you, Su Chen said, patting Confronting on the shoulder. Confronting rolled her eyes at Su Chen in exasperation. Today was the day of the preliminary selection for the martial arts conference, and Su Chen entered the game early. Are you really going to compete? Xia Yan was also there today, specifically to help Su Chen collect his body in case he died. Of course, I'm going to win the championship. Su Chen smiled at Xia Yan. You can forget about that. If you win the championship, I'll do a handstand and take a dump. Xiao Yan didn't believe Su Chen could win the championship at all. That's a high difficulty move. I'm looking forward to seeing you do a handstand and take a dump, Su Chen said with great interest. Ha, just get through the preliminaries first. Xiao Yan was too lazy to argue with Su Chen about this. He was still worried for him. The competition at the martial arts conference is just too fierce. Very few can leave the stage unscathed. Forget about leaving intact. There are hardly any who come down even injured. Most are killed outright, leaving no survivors. Each one is a ruthless fighter. I won't waste any more time with you. I'm going. Su Chen said to Xiao Yan as he looked at the sea of people at the preliminary selection site. Heroes from all walks of life have come to participate in the martial arts conference. Although the rules of the conference are brutal, it represents an opportunity for the powerless and influential people of the martial world, a chance to rise from obscurity to prominence. As Su Chen entered the preliminary selection site, the venue was enormous, packed with contestants. The area was a vast enclosed square with a high platform at the eastern end where dignitaries would later sit, but for now, it was completely empty. No one cared about the preliminary selection, and no one was there to watch. Now announcing the rules for the Martial Arts Conference preliminary selection, a person walked in to introduce the rules. The preliminary selection lasts for 1 hour. Anyone still standing here after 1 hour will be considered the winner of the preliminary selection. Remember, those standing here now may become your enemies in the future. After the person finished speaking, he left, leaving everyone looking at each other in confusion. The preliminary selection begins. A voice came down from the high platform. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we wait until the time is up, we can advance without having to kill each other. Someone shouted, thinking they had found a loophole in the rules. But not many echoed his sentiment. Ah! A sudden scream erupted from somewhere. One contestant took advantage of another's moment of inattention and stabbed him through the heart. It's going to come to blows sooner or later, if you don't have the heart to fight to the death. Don't come to the martial arts conference. If you're afraid of dying, just step down and admit defeat. The contestant who killed the other coldly surveyed the crowd around him. Su Chen strongly agreed with this viewpoint. Everyone present was an opponent, and there was no possibility of cooperation. The more people who advanced, the worse it would be for him. It would be best to eliminate everyone in the first preliminary selection, saving time. The surrounding contestants began to stir. The words of that contestant made them tense up, wary of those around them. Ah! Another scream echoed from an unknown direction, and another person fell to the ground. Su Chen sighed and shook his head. Sensing someone quietly approaching from behind, Su Chen turned and struck with his sword. The contestant who was about to ambush him clutched his neck, but it did nothing to stop the blood from gushing out. The preliminary selection site instantly spiraled out of control, with battles erupting everywhere, and almost every second someone was dying. Su Chen dodged an attack aimed at him and casually dealt with the contestant who was eager to challenge him, then turned to face the one who had tried to ambush him. The contestant who attempted to sneak up on Su Chen immediately realized he was not an easy target. Misunderstanding, wrong person. He recognized Su Chen was formidable and wanted to distance himself immediately to find someone else. Once you're here, don't think about leaving. Su Chen's good temper? How could he let him go so easily? With a thunderous strike, a wave of sword energy struck the opponent's back, nearly cleaving him in two, but such a severe injury still meant he was finished. Su Chen turned and coldly glanced at the contestants around him who harbored ill intentions. Those who met Su Chen's gaze quickly averted their eyes. They were only looking to take advantage of the chaos to ambush and kill a few weaker contestants. Naturally, they dared not provoke a master like Su Chen. Su Chen casually dealt with a few contestants who had ulterior motives, and the remaining ones, realizing Su Chen was not to be trifled with, dared not cause trouble. Time passed second by second, and the number of contestants in the arena continued to dwindle, with tragedies occurring everywhere. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. The rules of the martial arts conference were indeed this cruel. No, don't kill me. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. A contestant was defeated, a hand severed at the root, blood spilling everywhere, pleading in terror to another contestant. It's too late, you should have left earlier. The opponent mercilessly struck him down with a single blow. In the martial arts tournament, there is no concept of surrender. The only chance to concede is to leave the arena, but clearly, he had lost the ability to escape. Such tragedies were happening everywhere, completely unremarkable. Anyone participating in the martial arts tournament must be prepared to face death. To achieve success, countless bones must be broken. The successful always climb over the corpses of the defeated. Soon, an hour passed, and the entire selection scene resembled a hell on earth, blood flowing and limbs flying. In a selection event with thousands of participants, only a little over 100 remained standing in the arena. A person in uniform walked in to check on the survivors. Those who were still barely alive were directly dispatched by the uniformed individual with a single stroke. Congratulations on passing the selection. The martial arts tournament officially begins tomorrow, and there are generous rewards for the victors. And Eunuch stepped onto the stage, looking at the little over 100 survivors, smiling as he covered his mouth. Ding! Task completed. Gain 10,000 experience points. Martial Essence Stone +1, new task, preliminary round of the martial arts tournament, achieve victory in the preliminary round, ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Several notifications rang in Su Chen's ears. He had completed the selection task and successfully leveled up to level 30. With the martial essence stones in his hand, plus the one given to him by Chang Yaoyin, he now had 5. Su Chen was definitely going to use them. The later stages of the martial arts tournament would be increasingly dangerous, and enhancing his strength was essential for greater assurance. Su Chen directly upgraded his skill sharpening the blade before battle to ++. Sharpening the blade before battle ++ type strong attack buff skill increases weapon damage by 300% for 30 seconds, cooldown 40 seconds. Weapon damage increases by another 100%. The remaining 3 martial essence stones could still upgrade 1 level, but the benefits were not high, so Su Chen decided to hold off on upgrading sharpening the blade before battle for now. He contemplated whether to enhance flowing river or thunderous might by 1 level, or both. After some thought, he ultimately chose to upgrade both by 1 level as it was the most cost-effective option. Thunderous Might plus type, strong attack, thunder attribute attack, slashes forward with a sword aura, blade light, dealing 300% damage, and inflicting paralysis. Golden Bell Shield plus type, defensive, releases a shield equivalent to 150% defense, capable of withstanding one attack that exceeds the shield. Excess damage will not harm the user. Flowing River plus type, strong attack, passive, increases damage by 80%, each consecutive hit increases damage by 8%. Su Chen also upgraded the Golden Bell Shield. Although he didn't use it much, it was a life-saving skill. He took a look at his skills overall and found that breaking through the 1,000 armies was currently the weakest, but as an initial skill it was already quite good. Su Chen's preparations could also be adjusted, but he didn't have enough equipment to create a full set, so he could only make pink gear. It was time to enhance the Twin Blade Frost Sword in the Moonfall order. These two were already top-tier equipment. As long as the attributes obtained from the refinement were decent, they would definitely be among the best. First, he refined them into pink gear, then enhanced them. After completing the process, Su Chen looked at the new attributes and found them quite satisfactory. Moonfall order, pink, plus 8 level, 30 intelligence plus 40, plus 110, strength plus 40, plus 110, ice attribute damage increased by 50%, ice attribute resistance increased by 35%, wisdom. This equipment doubles the increase in intelligence. Dual blade frost sword, pink, plus 8 level, 30 damage, 150 to 200, plus 1250, strength plus 40, plus 110, constitution plus 40, plus 110, speed plus 40, plus 110, attack converted to ice attribute damage. Increases ice attribute damage by 1% for every 10 points of intelligence. Attribute damage increased by 35%. 1 doubling of intelligence and 1 increase in attribute damage both align perfectly with Su Chen's current equipment. After Su Chen equipped these two items, his overall strength more than doubled, mainly because his attack turned into ice attribute damage, and with the high increase in attribute damage from his gear, his damage naturally soared. Su Chen's current panel damage is 2000, converted to ice damage. Just the effect of the month Luo Ling increased his ice attribute damage by 50%, and Su Chen's intelligence now reached 583 points, which means a 58% increase in ice attribute damage. Additionally, 2 pieces of equipment increased attribute damage, one by 30% and the other by 35%, totaling a 65% increase. Overall, the enhancement is nearly 180%. Su Chen did a quick calculation, and his normal attack surprisingly reached over 5,000. He could take down a low-level monster with just 2 strikes. Incredible. Indeed, top-tier equipment provides a significant boost. 1 piece of equipment is worth an entire set. This made Su Chen restless. He had to get a set of top-tier equipment, regardless of the attributes, just focusing on attribute strength. Su Chen now knew what kind of stats he needed. With the current setup, he just needed to enhance attribute damage, and as long as that increased, his damage would skyrocket. "You're still alive?" Xiao Yan said with some disappointment, upon seeing Su Chen come out unscathed. "You want me dead?" Su Chen replied, speechless. "Not at all, just surprised to see you unharmed," Xiao Yan said with a smile. In fact, he was quite happy that Su Chen returned alive. However, this was just the beginning. Who knew how long Su Chen could last? Maybe next time he wouldn't be so lucky. "I have a long life. Even if you die, I won't," Su Chen said unhappily. "Can't this guy say something auspicious?" Right, congratulations on your victory. "Come on, let me treat you to a meal." Xiao Yan put his arm around Su Chen's shoulder and headed towards the tavern. "Do you have money?" Su Chen looked at Xiao Yan suspiciously. "Did you forget we wiped out a bandit den?" Xiao Yan winked at Su Chen. Su Chen then remembered he had completely forgotten that Xiao Yan still had half of the bandits' loot. He could only blame himself for spending too quickly, otherwise he would be a small fortune. "Let's go. I want to eat the best." Su Chen quickened his pace towards the tavern. Su Chen had tasted the delicacies in the game. Even a small noodle shop could make such delicious food, so a big tavern must be even better. He had to try it. "Why are you in such a hurry, like a starving ghost?" Xiao Yan looked at Su Chen speechlessly. "This one, and this one, and this one, I don't want these, just bring me the rest." Su Chen pointed at the menu on the wall and said to the waiter. The waiter was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen someone order like this. He had seen extravagant orders, but never this extravagant. 2 people ordering dozens of dishes? Xiao Yan had a black line. on his face. Don't listen to him, just bring your master's best dishes, and 2 jars of good wine. Xiaoyan directly vetoed Su Chen's ordering style. Alright, please wait a moment, esteemed guests. Xiaoyan finally started ordering seriously, and the waiter called out and ran to the kitchen. Stingy, Su Chen pouted at Xiaoyan. Come on, do you think you can finish that much? Xiaoyan said, speechless. Su Chen could definitely finish it, but in the game, it didn't matter whether he ate or not, so it was all good as long as he got a good meal. Are you taking me to the flower house tonight? Xiaoyan winked at Su Chen. Xiaoyan thought this way, and Su Chen didn't know how many days he had left to live. Perhaps he would die on stage tomorrow. Looking at Su Chen, it was clear he was a novice, and it would be a shame not to indulge a little before dying. Maybe after experiencing the wonders of it, Su Chen wouldn't even want to go to the martial arts conference anymore? Flower Tower? Su Chen was a bit dazed. There was indeed such a place in the game, a land of romance, but players couldn't enter while playing, they could only see the scene outside the door. Players had tried many methods to get in, all ending in failure. Eventually, a master managed to enter through code, but inside was just the map boundary, with nothing there. The programmers hadn't even created a map inside. If one could truly enter and experience it, the game would probably be over. But unexpectedly, in this game world, they could catch a glimpse of the Flower Tower's charm. This was the obsession of all players of martial arts conquest. Alright, Su Chen immediately agreed. This surprised Xiaoyan. He thought Su Chen would be more reserved. The two ate and drank, continuing until a long while later. Come on, bro, I'll take you to explore the Flower Tower. As dusk approached, Xiaoyan, slightly tipsy, wrapped an arm around Su Chen and headed towards the Flower Tower. Su Chen was also a bit tipsy, but not as much as Xiaoyan. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, and soon arrived at the Flower Tower. It was a 3-story building. Entering through the main door led to a sky bridge, surrounded by 3 floors of corridors, with the sky visible in the center. Crossing the sky bridge, there were 2 staircases leading up, spiraling to the 2nd and 3rd floors. The Flower Tower was brightly lit, and the colorful decorations dazzled the eyes, with scantily clad girls in the 2nd floor corridor sweetly calling out to passers-by. Oh dear young master, come in and play. A series of intoxicating voices continuously floated down from the 2nd floor. Su Chen instantly sobered up. It was too stimulating. How is it? Gaining some experience? Xiaoyan leered, raising an eyebrow at Su Chen. Definitely gaining experience. This was far more shocking than what he had seen in the game. This sea of white skin would surely get the game banned if it appeared in the graphics. Young master, come in and play. The two had only lingered outside for a moment when 2 girls outside pulled them inside, and Su Chen half-heartedly followed. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid, and with Xiaoyan around, Su Chen couldn't back down for the sake of his pride. Xiaoyan skillfully wrapped his arm around a girl. Oh, Xiao young master, what a rare guest. At that moment, the madam spotted Xiaoyan and came over with a beaming smile. Find a girl for my brother here, preferably a courtesan. Xiaoyan pointed at Su Chen and said. Xiaoyan was quite generous, actually, wanting to find a courtesan for Su Chen. Alright, meow meow, come down and entertain, the madam said, her eyes nearly squinting with joy, as she called upstairs. Soon, a young girl peeked out from the 2nd floor, looking only about 16 or 17, with a graceful figure and stunning beauty, dressed in sheer fabric that barely covered her key areas. Meow meow just arrived not long ago, a newly appointed courtesan. I can see this young master seems to be here for the first time. Meow meow is just right for him, the madam said with a light laugh. She could tell at a glance that Su Chen was a first-timer at the Flower Tower. His shy demeanor was impossible to hide. Meow. Meow giggled as she walked down from the 2nd floor. Young master, you must treat me well. Meow meow boldly wrapped her arms around Su Chen's arm, whispering sweetly in his ear with a voice that sent shivers down his spine. Su Chen jolted, nearly losing control. Of course, Su Chen hurriedly nodded. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Xiaoyan shook his head and chuckled. Get us a table with good wine and dishes, let's keep drinking, Xiaoyan instructed the madam. People who came here weren't just looking for girls. Drinking, having fun, and composing poetry were the main entertainment activities. Young master, let's sit over here. In a while, there will be a lantern riddle event downstairs, and we can see it from here, Meow Meow suggested to Su Chen and Xiaoyan, recommending a spot in the 2nd floor corridor, where they could get a full view of the 1st floor. Alright, this will do, Xiaoyan decisively said, settling on the spot. He was intrigued by the idea of watching the lantern riddles. Su Chen didn't say much either. The two continued to leisurely sip their drinks, enjoying the company of the beautiful women around them. Before long, the lantern riddles began. One by one, colorful lanterns were brought up, each adorned with a riddle. If anyone is interested, feel free to try answering the riddles. These are all posed by the courtesans of our flower house, and you might just win their favor, the matron announced from the bridge. The literati present immediately became interested. 10 courtesans, 10 riddles. I wonder which one was posed by Meow Meow. Su Chen glanced at the riddles below and asked Meow Meow, Young master, why don't you guess? If you get it right, I have a reward for you, Meow Meow teased Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the riddle on the lantern below. For sides are mountains, all connected. The sun sets in the west, the moon hangs in the east. A family of 11. A little girl, body broken, heart unbroken. Went halfway, got the other half, split into 2 halves, yet has no lower half. One side is red, the other is green. One fears the wind, the other fears the rain. 4 directions unite and rush forward. One bite devours the cow's tail. Empty-handed joy. This was a riddle that didn't seem difficult at first glance. Su Chen pondered for a moment and he already had an answer in mind. Little girl? Su Chen tried to guess. Young master, how did you guess that? Meow Meow looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen smiled. He was indeed correct. Because the answer to this riddle is the character, Meow, which means little girl or young girl. Combined, it forms the character, Su Chen explained. Young master is so clever. Meow Meow was somewhat astonished that Su Chen could find the answer among 10 riddles just by glancing at them. This only showed that Su Chen had managed to answer all 10 riddles and found the character that matched her identity. In reality, Su Chen had simply become more agile in his thinking after learning the art of riddles. These things could be solved with a little contemplation. At that moment, a figure caught Su Chen's attention. It was a petite silhouette, standing downstairs, deep in thought in front of a lantern. Su Chen suddenly felt that this figure looked somewhat familiar. Xiao Yan, take a look at that person downstairs. Do you recognize her? Su Chen asked curiously. He wondered if she might be a disciple of the Baiwe mountain manor. Xiao Yan followed Su Chen's gaze and shook his head gently. No impression. Su Chen found it strange. Could he have been mistaken? The person was still looking down, so he couldn't see her face. Do you know her? If you do, invite her up to sit with us, Xiao Yan said to Su Chen. He then turned and shouted down to the petite figure, hey, come up and sit. Xiao Yan, in his bluntness, shouted directly, drawing the attention of everyone, including the petite figure. As soon as Su Chen saw her face, his expression froze. Xiao Yan also felt that her face looked somewhat familiar. Then, a realization hit him, and he suddenly sobered up. Wasn't that the saintess of Baiwe mountain manor? Xiao Yan looked at Su Chen as if seeking his own salvation. Su Chen! Long Dai exploded with rage upon seeing Su Chen. What are you doing in a place like this? Long Dai was furious to see Su Chen here. She never expected him to be the kind of person who frequented such places. This. Su Chen looked to Xiao Yan for help, seeking assistance. Xiao Yan gave Su Chen a helpless look. Then, he directly took the girl and left, completely without any intention of saving Su Chen. Su Chen, you come down here. Long Dai wished she could go up and beat Su Chen right now. Su Chen hurriedly pushed Meow Meow aside. I have something to do, goodbye. Su Chen shouted to Long Dai and ran outside. He absolutely couldn't let her catch him. Don't ask Su Chen why he was afraid of her. After all, she was the female lead. According to the plot, at this point, Long Dai had already developed feelings for him, and being caught would definitely affect the future storyline. Su Chen ran to the end of the corridor and jumped down from the upper floor, landing outside the main gate. Su Chen, don't run! Long Dai chased after him relentlessly. It would be foolish not to run. Su Chen picked up his pace and started sprinting. The equipment increased his running speed by 50%, and he was incredibly fast, soon leaving Long Dai far behind. Su Chen, don't let me catch you! Long Dai shouted angrily in the direction Su Chen had disappeared. After shaking off Long Dai, Su Chen didn't have the courage to go back. He directly found an inn, opened a room, and went to sleep, returning to reality. At this time, it was already noon in reality, and the sun was high in the sky. With nothing much to do, Su Chen went to the Martial Alliance. The base of the Martial Alliance had already been chosen. Dongfang Tingyin had boldly purchased a building. As for where she got the money, she took out all the funds available from Hongfan Jewelry, minus Jiang Hongwei's share, and she also invested a large sum of her own money. Additionally, Zhou Di, Li Jun, and Wu Yun all contributed funds, and they had spent nearly 10 billion by now. When Su Bei learned about this, he insisted on investing as well. Money was no longer an issue, they just needed the news to spread, and the Martial Alliance would rise powerfully. This building had a total of 36 floors and 2,800 square meters, and it was currently undergoing intense renovations. Su Chen arrived on the first floor, where the renovations were almost complete. Upon entering, there was a spacious lobby with a reception desk and a resting area. On both sides of the lobby were windows that provided various convenient services for martial artists. Walking straight in led to the elevator, which could take one to the second floor. On the second floor, Dongfang Tingyin planned to set up a redemption area where items could be exchanged for points. There would also be a warehouse and a series of other facilities above, which would take time to perfect. What are you doing here? Dongfang Tingyin, who was busy, suddenly saw Su Chen and asked with a puzzled expression. Wasn't he doing a great job as the hands-off manager? What was he doing here today? Just came to take a look, not welcome? This is my force? Su Chen said with a strange expression. The force hadn't even been established yet, and Dongfang Tingyin was already plotting a rebellion. What a rebellious spirit. Do you have any other purpose for coming here besides causing trouble? Dongfang Tingyin tilted her head and smiled as she asked. Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a moment and felt she had a point. But you're just in time. There are some people you need to deal with. Dongfang Tingyin suddenly said seriously. What people? Su Chen asked curiously. The force hadn't even been built yet, and people were already coming? From the Super Management Bureau, Dongfang Tingyin said, then led Su Chen to the reception room. This is the boss you are looking for. In the reception room sat a few people, familiar faces to Su Chen. It was Tang Xin and others, who had previously come to Su Chen's house to handle the bodies of martial artists. It's you? Tang Xin recognized Su Chen and was surprised to see him. Officer, is there something you need? Su Chen smiled and nodded at her. Is the boss here you? Is this martial alliance something you want to create? Tang Xin asked with a frown. Su Chen nodded. There was nothing to hide. Establishing a martial artist force in the country required approval from the Super Management Bureau. When Dongfang Tingyin submitted the materials, the director of the Super Management Bureau immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Because of this model, the Supervision Bureau is also planning to establish one, but within the system, changing things is somewhat troublesome, and due to funding limitations, it has not been implemented. Now Su Chen has created a similar one, and it seems that the funding is sufficient and the investment is huge. If Su Chen succeeds, what will the Supervision Bureau do? Since that's the case, I'll speak frankly, Tang Xin said, seeing that the main person had arrived without beating around the bush. The model of your martial alliance is somewhat similar to the new plan our Supervision Bureau is proposing. I hope you can halt the construction. This organizational model will not be approved. Su Chen frowned. He was just about to establish such an organization, and now the Supervision Bureau's plan collided with his? Why do I find this so hard to believe? I'm sorry, but I must establish this organization. If there are any inappropriate aspects, we can discuss them slowly. Su Chen would never give up just because of the other party's words. There's no room for discussion. Either stop now, and you can still minimize your losses, or your force will definitely not be approved. Tang Xian's attitude was very firm. Just one sentence. No. Su Chen frowned. This was a bit troublesome. Do you know who you're opposing? Is this your idea or your director's? Before Su Chen could speak, Dongfang Tingyin questioned Tang Xian with a hostile tone. I'm just acting on orders to inform you of this news. If you continue with this attitude, I have the right to suspect that you are threatening me. Tang Xian stared directly at Dongfang Tingyin, their gazes clashing in the air, and Su Chen seemed to see the sparks flying between them. The two were instantly at odds, and several people from the Supervision Bureau stood up, watching Dongfang Tingyin warily. I want to know, even if your Supervision Bureau implements such a model, do you have the capability to do it well? Su Chen interrupted the standoff between the two and asked Tang Xian. Of course, if the Supervision Bureau can't do it well, do you think you can do better than us? Tang Xian was very confident. The Supervision Bureau had the backing of the state, and who could be more confident than them? Then let me ask you, what items do you plan to list for exchange in this points system? Su Chen asked with a light smile. Of course, you are the treasures of the Supervision Bureau. The elixirs we have accumulated over the years will flow in continuously once the model is opened, so we won't have to worry about not having items for martial artists to exchange, Tang Xian said softly. I don't want to know how you will operate later, I just want to know what your best items are. Can you ensure they will attract wandering martial artists? Su Chen asked with a skeptical attitude. Of course, we have 4th grade alchemists and we have a high success rate in refining 3rd grade rejuvenation pills. I believe the 3rd grade rejuvenation pills can attract a large number of martial artists. Tang Xian directly revealed the Supervision Bureau's foundation to make Su Chen give up hope. Rejuvenation pills? Su Chen looked at Dongfang Tingyin in confusion. His understanding of the ancient martial world was still somewhat limited and he did not know about this elixir. A holy medicine for healing, very precious, Dongfang Tingyin explained in Su Chen's ear. But compared to your elixirs, it's far inferior. To give Su Chen a more intuitive understanding, Dongfang Tingyin directly compared it to Su Chen's elixirs. Su Chen immediately understood. Since you are so confident, why not do it together? Let's see who can attract more martial artists. Isn't it more justifiable to defeat us openly rather than withholding our approval? Su Chen looked at Tang Xian silently. Tang Xian lowered her head in thought. Su Chen's words made a lot of sense. This method of withholding their approval was indeed not very honorable. As long as you attract more martial artists than us within a week, I will give you this building. Su Chen saw Tang Xian beginning to hesitate and continued to add pressure. Tang Xian's expression shifted. The main reason they had not implemented this plan for so long was not due to a lack of funds. Su Chen was actually willing to give them this building? This was worth hundreds of millions. I need to consult with the director, Tang Xian said. Even though she was tempted, it wasn't her decision to make, and she ultimately had to consult the director. Tang Xin stepped aside and dialed the director's number. The call connected quickly and Tang Xin reported the situation. The director on the other end fell silent for a moment, contemplating the pros and cons. Even if they wanted to implement the plan, it would require a significant financial investment, and the Supervision Bureau was currently in dire need of funds. It had to be said that this was an opportunity. If they could really acquire a building, they would save a substantial amount of money. And it would be a building they had already renovated, allowing the Supervision Bureau to move in and use it directly. You can agree to him for a week and have him sign a contract, the director suggested, just in case, asking Tang Xin to have Su Chen sign a contract to prevent any future disputes. Understood. Tang Xin nodded in response and then hung up the phone. Su Chen was speechless. Did she think he could see her nodding from across the line? Our director has agreed. In 1 week, whoever attracts more martial artists will get the building, Tang Xin said seriously as she walked over to Su Chen. Su Chen didn't mind that the other party had unilaterally treated the building as a wager, nor did he ask what the other side would give him if they lost. It was a sure win anyway, and the main thing was to establish the organization. Alright, it's a deal. Su Chen nodded. A deal isn't necessarily a deal. Let's sign a contract, Tang Xin interrupted. Su Chen smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. Soon, Dongfang Tingyin had someone prepare the contract. Su Chen signed his name, and Tang Xin signed on behalf of the Supervision Bureau. It starts in 3 days for a week. I'll come find you again in 10 days. Tang Xin said, taking the contract and returning in high spirits. Not only had she completed her task perfectly today, but she also got a building for free. The director would definitely praise her when she got back. The more Tang Xin thought about it, the happier she became. And before she knew it, she was bouncing as she walked. Su Chen smiled as he patted the contract in his hand. Done. The difficulties are resolved. The rest is up to you, Su Chen said, handing the contract to Dongfang Tingyin. I guarantee there won't be any problems, Jody. And the others should start promoting it now, Dongfang Tingyin said with a smile. At Dongfang Tingyian's signal, everyone began to get to work. Su Bei returned to the Su family, and the first thing he did upon returning was to throw a grand banquet, inviting all the ancient martial artists from Jincheng. Su Bei's trip to the place of inheritance had greatly enhanced the Su family's reputation. So many talented disciples from various sects had fallen in the place of inheritance, and only a few had emerged unscathed. Among them was Su Bei, which elevated his status among the younger generation of the Su family to new heights. His standing in Jincheng also improved significantly. After hearing that Su Bei was hosting a banquet for the ancient martial artists, everyone came to pay their respects and congratulate him on his triumphant return. Everyone, I invited you all here for a meal, but there's actually something else I want to tell you, Su Bei said, standing up as the food and drinks were nearly finished. There is a new martial artist organization in the new city, specifically serving martial artists, with many treasures and abundant resources. As long as you register and complete the tasks issued by the organization, you can earn points, which can be exchanged for any items. This is what I obtained from that organization, Su Bei said, pulling out a sword. Lightning coiled around the sword, dazzling the eyes of everyone present. The only person not shaken was the one who knew Su Bei had no special abilities. What was going on with the lightning on that sword? You heard it right. The thunder light is a feature of this sword. Using it allows you to slightly control some lightning power. Such treasures are abundant within that organization, and as long as you have enough points, you can exchange for them. You don't even need to join the organization. Simply completing the tasks issued by them will earn you the corresponding points. For everyone present, it's a good opportunity that won't restrict your freedom. It's similar to a guild. The reason these free agents are free agents is entirely because they don't want their freedom limited by any power. This organization is called the Martial Alliance. If you're interested, you can check it out in the new city. Su Bei's words left a deep impression on everyone. Regardless of how many people believed Su Bei, the name Martial Alliance had already made its mark in their minds. The same thing happened in various other sections. In the capital city, the Dongfang family, Dongfang Shu had just finished a banquet with the scattered cultivators of the capital. As the head of the Dongfang family, his influence was far greater than Su Bei's. The entire hotel was packed. In addition to the scattered cultivators, several major families also sent representatives. Although they didn't know why Dongfang Shu was holding a banquet, they all came out of respect. After Dongfang Shu emphasized the existence of the Martial Alliance, everyone was even more astonished. What kind of organization could make the head of the Dongfang family personally promote them? Who could have such face? In the territory of the southern Jiuli clan, Li Jun summoned most of the scattered cultivators from the south to gather at the clan's territory. A new martial organization has emerged in the new city called the Martial Alliance. I wonder if you all have heard of it? Li Jun asked the scattered cultivators present. We don't know much about the northern powers. Please enlighten us, young clan leader, one scattered cultivator said frankly. Then I'll be straightforward. This organization is actually a partnership between me and another mysterious person. It contains countless treasures, miraculous elixirs, and an abundance of resources as well as weapons beyond your understanding. The Martial Alliance has just risen, and it's a crucial time for them to recruit. Obtaining these things isn't difficult, you just need to complete a few simple tasks for the organization to exchange for them. I'm telling you this because you are all from the Jolie clan, don't miss this opportunity. At Baiyun Temple, Wu Yun quietly gathered his junior brothers and sisters while a few masters were asleep. Senior brother, did you call us for something? One of the younger disciples asked curiously. Junior brother, this time I met many powerful people and a magical organization. You can obtain precious cultivation resources without needing to join. Do you want to check it out? Wu Yun whispered to his junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, are you taking us down the mountain? The eyes of the younger disciples lit up with excitement as they looked at Wu Yun. Shoo! Wu Yun urged them to be quiet lest they wake the masters. We'll sneak down the mountain, don't let the masters find out. Wu Yun lowered his voice and said to them. The junior brothers and sisters nodded eagerly, not making a sound. Wu Yun carefully led them down the mountain. He had no other choice. Everyone else had connections with scattered cultivators, but Baiyun Temple was completely isolated from the world. Everyone knew there was a Baiyun Temple with a few old monsters inside, but no one knew where it was or how many people were in it. Therefore, to complete Dongfang Tingjian's task, he could only bring his junior brothers and sisters down the mountain, hoping the masters wouldn't wake up before they arrived. At the Blood Flame Sect, Jiu Di returned to the Blood Flame Sect and happened to run into Lin Yao. Junior sister Lin Yao, Jiu Di called out to Lin Yao with surprise. He hadn't seen Lin Yao for a long time. Hadn't she been away from the sect for almost half a year? Senior brother? Lin Yao looked at Jiu Di in confusion, suddenly recalling what Su Chen had said to her. Help me tell Jiu Di if he comes to trouble me again. Next time, he won't be so lucky to escape, Lin Yao thought, looking at Jiu Di with a strange expression. At the same time, Jiu Di recalled what Su Chen had said earlier. If you run into Lin Yao, tell her I miss her a lot. Jiu Di's face stiffened. Su Chen asked me to tell you that he misses you. Su Chen asked me to inform you that next time you won't be so lucky to run away. The two spoke almost in unison. Then they both froze. The atmosphere became quite awkward. How do you know Su Chen? Jiu Di asked Lin Yao casually. That bastard, I wish I could kill him. Mentioning Su Chen made Lin Yao grit her teeth in anger, her expression one of wanting to devour him. And how do you know him? Lin Yao was curious about how Jiu Di got involved with Su Chen. I went to the place of inheritance to compete for the legacy and I met Su Chen there, Jiu Di replied honestly. Lin Yao nodded. That was indeed very possible. Although she hadn't gone to compete for a spot in the place of inheritance, she knew about it. I won't talk to you anymore. I need to tell Master and have him help me take revenge. Lin Yao was too lazy to waste words. With Jiu Di and waved her hand to leave. Wait, revenge? Jiu Di was taken aback and hurriedly called out to Lin Yao. Isn't Su Chen your boyfriend? Jiu Di asked in confusion. He's not my boyfriend, you idiot. Lin Yao exploded when Jiu Di mentioned Su Chen again, cursing loudly. Jiu Di was stunned, then overjoyed. That's good, that's good. Are you crazy? Lin Yao said speechlessly, then turned to leave. Hey, junior sister, wait for me. Jiu Di couldn't let Lin Yao summon Master. Although Master might not necessarily be a match for Su Chen, it would disrupt the peace, especially since he was currently with Su Chen. Junior sister, don't disturb Master, he's in seclusion. Jiu Di quickly grabbed Lin Yao, preventing her from going to find Master, or it would be troublesome. No way, I can't swallow this anger. I must make Su Chen pay the price. Lin Yao refused to listen to reason and insisted on finding Master to teach Su Chen a lesson. How about this, senior brother will help you. Vent your anger. Jiu Di stepped up to stop her junior sister. You? Lin Yao looked at Jiu Di skeptically, doubting whether Jiu Di was a match for Su Chen. Don't worry, senior brother will definitely avenge you, Jiu Di said confidently, patting her chest. Why do I find that so hard to believe? Lin Yao still held a skeptical attitude. Rest assured, when has senior brother ever lied to you? Fine, I'll trust you for now. How are you going to help me take revenge? Lin Yao chose to temporarily believe Jiu Di. Before that, you need to help senior brother with something, Jiu Di said with a smile. What do you need help with? Lin Yao asked curiously. I set up a martial artist organization with a friend called the Martial Alliance. It's a guild-style organization that serves martial artists where you complete tasks to earn points and those points can be exchanged for treasures. You help me promote it in the Assassin Alliance, Jiu Di explained to Lin Yao. An organization? You actually created one yourself? Are you kidding? Lin Yao couldn't believe that Jiu Di could establish an organization. It would require a lot of money. I'm just helping out, I'm not the real founder. Just help me promote it, Jiu Di clarified. If it's not you, then who is it? Tell me, and I'll help you, Lin Yao said with a mischievous smile. Jiu Di naturally couldn't reveal Su Chen's name. It wasn't that she was particularly loyal to Su Chen, but because Lin Yao would absolutely refuse to help promote it if she knew it was Su Chen's organization. He's very mysterious. I can't disclose his information. Jody had no choice but to lie to Lin Yao, finding an excuse to brush it off. Alright, I'll help you. This once, Lin Yao said helplessly. For the sake of revenge, she would assist Jody just this once. Then, Lin Yao posted a message on the dark web of the Assassin Alliance. Posting on the dark web required permissions, although Jody was also a member of the Assassin Alliance. He did not have this permission, but Lin Yao did. That evening, Su Chen entered the game again. Today was the first martial arts tournament after the promotion, and it was a very brutal competition. The same venue, but the bloodstains on the ground had been cleaned up. At this moment, there were still about 100 contestants left, and compared to yesterday, the entire venue felt empty. The rules today were the same as yesterday. It was still a free-for-all, but this time the elimination was based on quantity, and it would only end when 50 contestants remained. Let the games begin, the eunuch on stage announced sharply. This time, not only was there this eunuch, but several dignitaries were also seated in the audience. Those who could win today would already catch their eye, and if luck was on their side, they might not even have to participate in the next round, as someone would directly recruit them. The crowd immediately became alert, watching the people around them cautiously. Today's contestants were far more formidable than yesterday's. Anyone who survived had crawled out from a pile of corpses, and without some strength, they couldn't stand here. With over 100 people, each one had to kill at least one opponent. Su Chen looked at a man closest to him, who was also watching him. The man had a braid and wielded a large ring knife, his phoenix eyes radiating murderous intent as he stared at Su Chen. Su Chen knew this man had locked onto him as a target, so he wouldn't hold back. With the dual-edged frostblade in hand, Su Chen was ready to attack. The dual-edged frostblade was different from an ordinary longsword. It looked like two swords fused together, with a wider blade and two tips. Most of the people in the arena were at a standstill, no one daring to make the first move for fear of becoming the target. Although Su Chen and the braided man were in a standoff, neither made a move, both waiting. The dignitaries on stage grew displeased at this sight. Are you going to fight or not? If not, don't waste my time, one of the young masters said boredly. The eunuch immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Young Master Su, I'll make them move right away, the eunuch said nervously, bowing to young Master Su. He then turned around, his expression turning cold. Grabbing a bow and arrow nearby, he pulled it back to a full moon, casually aimed at someone, and released. The arrow shot forth like lightning. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the man's forehead, killing him instantly. The crowd was startled, frightened by the sudden arrow. If you don't make a move, I'll choose the 50 people for you, the eunuch said coldly to the crowd below. The people in the arena understood they could no longer wait. If they did, they might be the next to die. Ha! Some people roared and charged towards their targets. The whip-wielding man also let out a roar and rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen raised his weapon to meet him, and their blades clashed, both facing off in a test of strength. The dual-edged frostblade in Su Chen's hand emitted a chill, and the braided man's large ring knife was covered in a layer of ice crystals. The braided man was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Su Chen, suddenly exerting force to create distance between them. He looked at the sword in Su Chen's hand with shock. His own hand was already covered in frost. If he waited any longer, his hand might freeze to the hilt. Su Chen wouldn't give him a chance to rest and continued to pursue him with his sword. Horizontal style, one word cut. Su Chen took a stance and charged at the braided man. Seeing this, the braided man gritted his teeth and swung his knife at Su Chen. Su Chen sidestepped the attack from the braided man, and at the same time, his body had already moved to the side of the braided man. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, sliding past the braided man and stopping behind him, while the braided man remained frozen in a slashing stance. Su Chen stood calmly, sheathing the two-edged Chung Shuang sword. The braided man fell to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from his neck, half of it cleaved open by Su Chen's strike. In just one move, Su Chen had taken him down. He used a technique from the art of maneuvering, although he couldn't unleash its full power without true energy. Due to his high attribute values, Su Chen was able to exert about 70 to 80% of its potential, making it almost as effective as a skill when used well. Young Master Su's eyes lit up. This person is interesting, he said with a light laugh. Young Master Su, do you intend to recruit him? The eunuch asked with a smile. Young Master Su raised his hand to interrupt the eunuch. No, I want to see how far he can go. Young Master Su did not wish to recruit Su Chen, but he wanted to see just how strong Su Chen truly was. So far, Su Chen's strength had not been fully displayed. Young Master Su stood up and walked to the front of the viewing platform. Whoever can kill him, I will directly recruit him as my personal guard. Young Master Su pointed at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen was taken aback. What does that mean? The crowd immediately looked at Su Chen with gleaming eyes. Rather than fighting each other nervously, ganging up on one person was far too easy. You bastard! Su Chen cursed under his breath. This isn't how the script was written. Everyone charged towards Su Chen. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. There was no way he could fight this. Whoever can kill him, I will give him a creation pill. Young Master Su continued to raise the stakes from behind. A creation pill? Damn! A direct upgrade creation pill, and this guy is giving it away? How can I play like this? Su Chen wished he could tear that guy on the platform in half, but he knew he couldn't take him on right now, so he had to endure. Stop! Don't run! A group of contestants pursued him relentlessly. No one wanted to miss this opportunity, not just for the creation pill but also for the position of personal guard. This meant they could escape their commoner status, giving their descendants a head start. That was the greatest temptation for them. Stop chasing. If you keep chasing, I won't hold back. Su Chen shouted behind him. Stop struggling, let me kill you, and I will come to pay my respects to you every year. I'll pay my respects to your grandpa. Why don't you go die? Su Chen shouted back rudely, not even knowing who he was cursing at. He just knew that cursing would suffice, and naturally, someone would take it personally. You're asking for it. Stop. Running like this was not a solution. There were too many of them, and he would eventually tire out. You're forcing me into this. Watch me turn back. Su Chen suddenly jumped up and turned around, slashing his sword behind him. Thunderous strike. A sword aura mixed with cold air and lightning slashed towards the crowd behind him. The few people closest to Su Chen were instantly hit by the sword aura with no chance to dodge, crashing directly into it. Ah! Several screams came from behind, but Su Chen had no time to look back. He slashed out and immediately turned to continue running. Once they surrounded him, he would be in danger. My leg! My hand! My head! A single sword aura had instantly rendered several people incapable of fighting. The injured and fallen contestants were quickly dealt with by those who followed behind. They now had a common goal, but that didn't mean they were teammates. On the contrary, they were still opponents, naturally seizing the opportunity to take each other down. Su Chen's mind raced. It seemed he wasn't without a chance to defeat them. He just needed a trigger, and they would start fighting among themselves. Time to sharpen the sword before the battle. Su Chen suddenly stopped, using a buff skill before turning and charging towards the crowd behind him. The people behind Su Chen were momentarily stunned. Caught off guard by his sudden turn, Su Chen dashed into the crowd, engaging in battle with the few people at the front. Golden Bell Shield. Su Chen activated the Golden Bell Shield, adding a protective barrier for himself. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary confusion, he swiftly dispatched two contestants with two quick strikes. At this moment, the crowd reacted and immediately launched an attack on Su Chen. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest by a sword. Su Chen exerted force with his feet, and with a whoosh, he was sent flying backward, landing on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It seems I'm destined to die here today. Come on, take my head and exchange it for glory and wealth, Su Chen said dramatically, putting on an air of noble sacrifice. The crowd felt a surge of excitement. Su Chen's current state clearly indicated he was severely injured, making it a perfect opportunity to take him down. But I only have one head. I wonder who among you will be lucky, Su Chen murmured softly. A few contestants at the back were taken aback by Su Chen's words, their expressions turning murderous as they looked at the figure in front of them. Put. One person at the front was just about to reach Su Chen when suddenly his body jolted, and he looked down in disbelief at his chest, where a blade had pierced through. The person behind him glinted with cold light. There was only one opportunity, and that head had to be his. He wasn't foolish. Having ambushed and killed someone, he knew he could also be ambushed, so he immediately turned around, warily watching the people behind him. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that if they didn't kill until the end, they wouldn't get this opportunity. Su Chen, lying on the ground, quietly raised his eyes to take a peek, and it was just as he had anticipated. In the face of easily obtainable benefits, former allies could quickly turn into enemies. This is human nature. These people quickly became embroiled in a fierce battle over Su Chen's head, the conflict more intense than at the beginning, with blood spraying and limbs flying. On the stage, young Master Su burst into laughter, clapping his legs in delight. Good, good. Now this is exciting. The blood-splattered battle scene was exhilarating. These young masters had come here seeking thrills, and this was thrilling enough. Soon, the fierce battle reached its climax, with fewer than 10 people able to stand steadily. Including those who had no interest in Su Chen, there were still over 50 people left in the arena, half of them already dead. Su Chen knew it was time to stop pretending to be dead. Hey, brothers, come take my head? Su Chen said, with a smile to the few who had emerged victorious in the struggle for his head. His slightly mocking words stunned these people, who quickly realized they had been tricked. You're looking for death. One of them, infuriated, drew his sword and charged at Su Chen, sharpening the blade. At the last moment, breaking through the ranks. Clang! The opponent's weapon shattered with a crisp sound, falling to the ground along with his head. Su Chen's displayed strength immediately intimidated the remaining contestants who had been eyeing him. They had already exhausted a lot of stamina in battle, and engaging with Su Chen now would definitely put them at a disadvantage. Kill them. It seems the numbers will be just right. What do you say? At this moment, those who had not pursued Su Chen approached, surrounding the few who had been chasing him with unfriendly expressions. They were all smart people. They had refrained from attacking at first to observe and assess the situation. Now was the perfect time for them to strike. Those who had exhausted a lot of stamina were the easiest to bully. What else is there to say? Just kill them and be done with it. I still want to go back and drink. Dozens of people quickly surrounded the fewer than 10 remaining, and the outcome was naturally predictable. As for Su Chen, no one paid him any mind. Su Chen's strength was evident. He was not easy to deal with, and like them, he hadn't exhausted much energy, lying on the ground as if he were resting even better than they were. Of course, one shouldn't pick a hard persimmon to squeeze. Soon, those people were beaten to death in a group assault, and Su Chen counted, leaving him with 50 people. The preliminary selection is over. The rematch starts the day after tomorrow. You can all disperse now, the eunuch announced from the stage. Su Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, estimating that there wouldn't be so many people tomorrow. Some might be recruited as bodyguards by the nobles. Due to their performance today, Su Chen was no exception. Before he could leave the venue, a bodyguard came running to find him. Our young master wants to invite you to be his personal bodyguard. The other party spoke arrogantly, as if it were a notification rather than a question. Sorry, I'm not interested, Su Chen replied. Of course, he couldn't become someone else's bodyguard. You better think it over. If you offend our young master, you won't be able to survive in Tianlong City, the bodyguard threatened Su Chen. Do you think I'm easily scared? Su Chen scoffed at this. Although he knew those young masters and ladies had immense power, it wouldn't reach him. After the martial arts tournament, he would enter the next chapter of his life, and then they would have even less control over him. Very well, I will report this to our young master as it is, the bodyguard said coldly. Su Chen shook his head. You'd better add some embellishments, otherwise, I might feel bad about hitting you. What do you mean? The bodyguard was still puzzled by Su Chen's words, but the next moment he understood what Su Chen meant. Without hesitation, Su Chen started to beat him up. A level 25 rookie dared to jump around in front of him. The bodyguard kept screaming, drawing the attention of those around them. After finishing, Su Chen clapped his hands and quickly left. If his master showed up, it would be troublesome. Su Chen! A crisp voice reached Su Chen's ears. He froze. Could it be that she really came? Long Dai? Su Chen turned around to see it was Long Dai. Long Dai. Su Chen was startled and turned to run. Still trying to escape, Long Dai took a few steps to block his path. Tell me, who took you to that kind of place? Long Dai angrily questioned Su Chen. I drank too much and was dragged there by Xiao Yan. Su Chen immediately sold out Xiao Yan. A Xiao Yan, who was currently in a flower house cuddling with a girl, suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Xiao Yan mumbled in confusion. What's wrong, young master Xiao? The girl in his arms looked up at him, puzzled. It's nothing, nothing. Let's continue sleeping, Xiao Yan said, pulling the blanket over himself. 10,000 words omitted here. How could you go to that kind of place? Long Dai was very disappointed in Su Chen, not expecting him to be this kind of person. Didn't you go there too? Su Chen suddenly remembered that Long Dai had also gone to the flower house. I was there for the sake of elegance, doing literary things. How can it be the same as you? I was also there for the sake of elegance, doing literary things. How is it different? Su Chen's eyes lit up, instantly finding an excuse. You're just making excuses, Long Dai said angrily. Alright, how about I take you to eat something delicious? Su Chen hurriedly changed the subject, knowing that if they continued, it would eventually blow up. You can't buy me off. Long Dai turned her head away, angry. Yesterday, Xiao Yan and I went to eat a restaurant's signature dish. It was so fragrant. The crispy duck was so crunchy. Su Chen reminisced. Long Dai immediately swallowed her saliva. Which restaurant? Long Dai could no longer hold back and actively asked Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. With his understanding of Long Dai from the game, could he not handle her? Come on, I'll take you, Su Chen said, leading the greedy Long Dai back to the restaurant where Xiao Yan and the others had eaten yesterday. Su Chen silenced Long Dai's cravings with a meal. Why did you leave the villa? After they had eaten their fill, Long Dai asked Su Chen, puzzled. To participate in the martial arts conference. The villa has rules. If you want to join the conference, you must sever ties with the villa, Su Chen revealed directly, not hiding anything. Don't mention my connection to Baiwei Villa outside. It will cause trouble for the villa, Su Chen advised Long Dai. The martial arts conference is so dangerous. Why do you want to go? Long Dai felt a twinge of resentment over Su Chen's sudden departure, as he hadn't even told her. I have my own plans. Don't ask. Just finish your meal and go back. You're a saintess. It's not good for you to be out all the time, Su Chen said sincerely to Long Dai. He simply didn't want her to disturb him. Who are you to care? I can go wherever I want. Long Dai retorted indignantly. Why don't you just fly up to the sky? Su Chen replied, speechless. Can you not talk like that? I'm a girl. Long Dai, unable to argue back, said angrily. I didn't notice, Su Chen replied. You. Long Dai was so upset that she lost her appetite. I'm not eating anymore. Eat if you want, I don't care, Su Chen said, having already eaten well. You. Humph. Long Dai was so angry that she didn't want to talk to Su Chen anymore. I'm going back to sleep, bye. Su Chen waved at Long Dai. It was only after Su Chen had walked far away that Long Dai realized something was off. Su Chen, you haven't paid the bill yet. Hearing Long Dai's voice, Su Chen immediately quickened his pace to leave. He had no money. What was he waiting for? You bastard. Long Dai was furious, her anger boiling over as she watched Su Chen run away. Was this guy even a man? Su Chen returned to reality. The progress of the martial alliance was going smoothly and the promotion was effective. Many martial artists had already come to the new city out of curiosity. Wu Yun suddenly called. Su Chen answered, puzzled. Boss, my junior brothers and sisters have arrived and want to find a job in the martial alliance. Can you arrange something? Wu Yun asked cautiously. Sure, they're all our people, just have them look for Confronting, Su Chen replied as there was nothing more to discuss. Great. With Su Chen's assurance, Wu Yun felt completely at ease. Behind him, a group of chattering young boys and girls looked at the big city's buildings with wonder. Meanwhile, Li Jun also brought his clan members to the new city. In no time, the influx of people in the new city increased significantly. With many unfamiliar outsiders, all tall and strong, one might think it was a team-building event from a gym. In the lobby of the Martial Alliance, please line up in an orderly manner to register as martial artists and receive tasks. For item exchanges, please go to the second floor. The announcement in the lobby kept repeating. Since it was the first day of operation, it was a bit chaotic. There were many people, and the staff, working for the first time, were overwhelmed. What are you lining up for? Get lost. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Where there are conflicts, disputes are inevitable, especially in a newly developed organization like the Martial Alliance. A burly man with a face full of flesh shouted at a martial artist standing at one of the windows. The man dared not speak out, he was just a minor martial artist. At the hidden origin stage, hardly worth mentioning in such a place, lacking the courage to resist, and could only silently endure the humiliation. Sir, please do not cause trouble here. Can you line up in an orderly manner? The security of the Martial Alliance approached the burly man and politely advised him. I'm a martial artist at the Yaoguang stage. Where do I not receive preferential treatment? I have to line up. In your little organization? Bring your leader here. The burly man showed no regard for the face of the Martial Alliance, and he was equally dismissive towards the security. Sir, please don't make things difficult for us, the security personnel said politely, primarily trying to mediate. I'll make things difficult for you. What are you going to do about it? The burly man shoved the security guard, speaking without any courtesy. Report, there's someone causing a scene downstairs. It's a Yaoguang realm martial artist. The security personnel took a deep breath and spoke into the intercom. The monitoring room immediately received the report from security. Hold on, we'll send someone down right away. The monitoring room then reported the situation to Confronting. It was the first day of business and the main creative team was taking it seriously, with Su Chen, Zhou Di, Li Jun, and Su Bei all present. Yaoguang realm, who's going down to handle this? Su Chen looked at everyone and asked. Wu Yun and Li Jun exchanged glances. Let's go, they both said. They were both at the peak of the Yaoguang realm, sending one person could lead to unexpected issues, but two would be much safer. Alright, let me know if there are any problems, Su Chen nodded, agreeing that it was suitable for the two of them to go. The two arrived on the first floor, where the burly man had already started pushing and shoving the security personnel, and it looked like things were about to escalate. You think you're so tough? Reporting to work, but where's your backup? The burly man said indignantly. He shoved the security guard hard, knocking him to the ground. Due to time constraints, the current security personnel were just ordinary people with a bit of strength, merely mediocre martial artists, and naturally, they were no match for him. Sir, if you have any complaints about our martial alliance, you can voice them. There's no need to make things difficult for our staff. Li Jun and Wu Yun approached him and said, Who are you? The burly man asked disdainfully, looking at Li Jun and Wu Yun. I'm one of the heads of the martial alliance. May I ask what your complaint is? Li Jun replied coldly, maintaining his composure. In front of so many people, they couldn't just resort to violence, they had to focus on resolving the issue. Your people have no manners at all, making me wait in line. You really need to teach them a lesson. They should have some awareness when doing their jobs, or they'll suffer. If I weren't in a good mood today, he wouldn't be standing here so peacefully, the burly man scoffed. This is the rule of our martial alliance. No matter who it is, everyone must wait in line, Li Jun said expressionlessly. Oh, what if I refuse to wait in line? What are you going to do about it? The burly man sneered at Li Jun. He didn't believe that a newly established small organization could have any real foundation. After all, he was a Yaoguang realm martial artist. The people around had already noticed the situation and, seeing the tension between the two sides, became interested. Some registered martial artists temporarily stopped to watch the show. Then please leave, or I can help you leave, Li Jun said coldly, no longer polite. I'd like to see how you plan to help, the burly man replied with a cold laugh, his Yaoguang realm aura suddenly radiating out, causing gasps from the crowd. Wow, he's really a Yaoguang realm martial artist. A Yaoguang realm martial artist actually came to such a small organization? Seeing this, Li Jun also stopped holding back. Everyone, please step aside to avoid any accidental injuries, Wu Yun said, cupping his hands towards the crowd. The crowd quickly parted, creating an open space. Wu Yun, open the door, prepare to take out the trash. Li Jun said to Wu Yun, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the burly man. Blood burning technique. Li Jun used the blood burning technique without reservation, enhancing his own strength. He needed to uphold the martial alliance's reputation, and his methods had to be strong, showcasing the foundation of the martial alliance. The burly man felt a blur before his eyes, and suddenly Li Jun was right in front of him. Startled, the burly man immediately realized that his opponent was not easy to deal with. But it was too late. Li Jun's attack had already landed on him. Li Jun delivered a whip kick to the burly man, sending him flying towards the door. Put! The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood in midair before landing at the entrance. Seeing this, Wu Yun, who was waiting at the door, directly kicked the burly man lying on the ground, sending him out like a broken sack. Wipe up the blood on the ground and come to the office to collect your bonus after work, Wu Yun said to the security guard. Employees who dared to stand up for the dignity of the martial alliance should never be treated stingily. Rewards must be timely, or who would be willing to work for the martial alliance in the future? Yes. The security guard immediately felt delighted. The rewards given to employees by the martial alliance were not just monetary, they were cultivation resources. Everyone, I apologize for the scare. As a gesture of goodwill, all rewards for registering as martial artists today will be 10 points. I hope everyone understands, Li Jun said, seizing the opportunity to address the crowd as per Dongfang Tingjian's suggestion. The crowd instantly felt a surge of joy. They had previously learned about the exchange area of the martial alliance, and although they hadn't seen many of the items, if the effects were real, they would be absolute treasures. 10 points were enough for them to exchange for a pill that aids in cultivation. I want to register. I was here first. I was in front. Just now. Clearly, I was in front. The crowd clamored to register as martial artists of the martial alliance, nearly starting a quarrel. Over the line. Points are for everyone, there's no need to fight. I hope everyone can queue rationally and not make it difficult for us, Li Jun timely reminded. The crowd recalled the tragic fate of the Yaoguang realm martial artist from earlier and immediately quieted down, obediently lining up. Well done. Dongfang Tingyin sincerely praised the two. Just average, we can't lose face for the martial alliance, Li Jun said with a shy smile. Very good. Our martial alliance is in need of personnel right now. This kind of trouble won't be the last. Until the martial alliance gets on track and recruits experts, you will be responsible for security work here. And Su Chen, you will also need to step up. With experts beyond their capabilities, Dongfang Tingyin instructed everyone. Goodness, even the boss Su Chen couldn't escape the fate of being conscripted by Dongfang Tingyin. However, Su Chen also knew that Dongfang Tingyin was right. There would indeed be many troubles to handle at this time. What about Wu Yun's junior brothers and sisters? Su Chen suddenly remembered the junior brothers and sisters Wu Yun had mentioned. Before, he hadn't seen them. They're maintaining order on the second floor. After all, the second floor is the exchange area, which is more prone to trouble than the first floor hall, Dongfang Tingyin explained to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. The situation on all floors could be monitored through the surveillance, and currently, there weren't many people on the second floor, nor had any accidents occurred. God, weren't you promoting the Assassin Alliance? Why haven't I seen anyone come? Su Chen asked curiously. Members of the Assassin Alliance are spread all over the world. You can't tell just by looking outside if someone is from the Assassin Alliance. As for those foreigners, even if they wanted to come, they wouldn't be able to reach the new city anytime soon, God explained. Su Chen nodded slightly. God made a valid point. Boss, are those few people from the Assassin Alliance? Li Jun suddenly pointed at the screen showing the surveillance footage. On the screen, several foreign faces appeared, currently in the first floor hall. Hello, the leading foreigner approached the front desk to greet them. Hello, how can I assist you? The staff treated the foreign guests without any distinction. I would like to know where your exchange area is, the foreigner asked in broken Chinese. The exchange area is on the second floor. If this is your first time here, you can register as a warrior first, or you can take a look at our exchange items on the second floor before making any plans, the receptionist explained with a smile. Thank you, the foreigner politely thanked the receptionist and then headed straight for the elevator. Soon, they took the elevator to the second floor. The second floor was different from the first. It had a simpler layout, displaying a series of showcases, each containing interactive samples, with prices and effects labeled below. The foreigners approached each showcase, examining the items and their descriptions, a smile appearing on their faces. The intel was indeed correct. There are many treasures in this organization. William was pleased. They were a group of international thieves specializing in stealing warrior resources. Although there were no warriors abroad, there were superhuman power systems, like ability users and vampires who also needed cultivation resources. They had seen information about the Martial Alliance on the dark web of the Assassin League, and later obtained details about the Martial Alliance through domestic informants. It was a newly established small organization, but the main attraction was the treasures within the Martial Alliance, those magical items that could grant abilities to ordinary people. Would sell like hotcakes abroad. Just think about it, something that could give an ordinary person superpowers would be incredibly appealing to the wealthy, who would likely go bankrupt just to acquire it. Therefore, even though security in China was strict, they were willing to take the risk and snatch the items before this organization could grow. Looking at the items in the showcases, they were indeed just as described in the intel. Let's get to work, William said to his subordinates. One of the foreigners immediately reached out and opened a dimensional pocket. In midair, pouring out a large number of weapons. There were heavy firearms and their commonly used weapons. Firearms were still useful against warriors. Before reaching the enlightenment stage, firearms could injure warriors. The disciples of Wu Yun, responsible for security on the second floor, immediately sensed something was wrong upon seeing this. What are you doing? Wu Yun's disciple shouted at William and the others. One of the foreigners picked up a grenade launcher and fired directly. Boom! A grenade the size of an egg was shot towards the group. Wu Yun's disciple was startled and quickly formed a chi shield in front of him with a hand gesture. Boom! The grenade hit them, and Wu Yun's disciples were instantly sent flying. Humph! Overestimating yourselves, William said, putting on a pair of gloves and pressing his hands against the specially made bulletproof glass. His hands began to vibrate, the frequency getting closer to that of the bulletproof glass. Crash! The bulletproof glass suddenly shattered, exposing the elixirs inside. A smile appeared on William's face as he walked towards the next showcase. His subordinates directly sabotaged the elevator and left 2 people guarding the stairway. The others gathered all the doors on the second floor, together as hostages. Although Wu Yun's disciples had blocked the grenade with their chi shield, the strong impact still knocked them unconscious. Upstairs, Wu Yun couldn't sit still when the enemy brought out the grenade launcher. Without a word, he ran towards the elevator, but it was already broken, so he could only take the stairs down. This was the 24th floor, and it was quite a distance to the second floor. Chen frowned as well. There were many items on the second floor that could grant abilities, and although the abilities weren't particularly strong, if gathered on one person, they could be quite terrifying. Chen rushed over immediately. He absolutely couldn't let these foreigners get their hands on these items. Take the walkie-talkie, you two go help. Dongfang Tingyin said to Jiudi and Li Jun. Chen and Wu Yun were in such a hurry that they didn't have time to grab a walkie-talkie, and in case anything happened, she could notify them immediately. Li Jun and Jiudi nodded, grabbed the walkie-talkies, and rushed out. At this moment, William had already opened the second display case, which contained the peacock feather previously used by Chen, capable of granting fire-based abilities. Holding the peacock feather in his hand, William could immediately feel the rich energy of fire, a sensation of controlling flames blossoming in his heart. Boom! With a thought, a ball of fire appeared in his hand. Incredible! William exclaimed in delight. This trip was not in vain, this thing was indeed real. They had been skeptical about the items mentioned in the intel before coming, but now it was clear. The marvelous power of the East. William joyfully walked towards the next display case. At this moment, Wu Yun had reached the staircase, only to encounter the 2 foreign guards stationed there. Shat! Without a word, the 2 foreigners opened fire on Wu Yun. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom! The heavy machine guns and grenade launchers made Wu Yun dare not confront them head-on, and he immediately rolled down the stairs to evade their fire. The 2 foreigners chased after him without hesitation. As Wu Yun ran upward, he quickly cut his finger to draw blood, using it to swiftly inscribe several runes on the wall and handrail. Blood explosion rune, explode. Wu Yun formed a hand seal, igniting the runes as the 2 foreigners passed nearby. Boom! The runes exploded right next to the 2 foreigners, the force equivalent to a hand grenade. Both were instantly severely injured. One was killed outright, while the other, enhanced by physical abilities, was still alive but badly hurt. Wu Yun immediately charged forward, aiming to finish off the other man. The man, dazed, grabbed the machine gun and began spraying bullets upstairs. Wu Yun's figure flickered as he seized the handrail, leaping down from it to evade the high spray of bullets, landing directly below the platform where the man stood. Hearing the commotion, the man turned his gun towards the bottom of the stairs. Meanwhile, Wu Yun drew his sword from his waist, his right hand swinging it out fiercely, the sword unsheathing and spinning as it flew towards the man. Rat! 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 The machine gun only fired 3 shots before Wu Yun's sword plunged directly into the man's neck. Wu Yun walked over, pulled out the sword, and headed towards the second floor. The commotion on Wu Yun's side was naturally heard by those on the second floor. William frowned. Go check what's going on, William instructed his subordinates. Yes. His subordinate nodded and the two cautiously approached the staircase. Before they could reach the staircase, they ran into Wu Yun, followed closely by Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen had also caught up, joining Wu Yun. Stop! The two foreigners immediately signaled the two to halt. They had already seen the situation here through the surveillance, so how could they expect them to stop? Instantly, the two charged towards each other. This area was not like the staircase corridor. The space was narrow, restricting their movements. In such an open area, the opponents' ranged weapons posed little threat to them. Even someone in the Insight realm could dodge, let alone one in the Yaoguang realm and another in the Kaiyang realm. In the blink of an eye, they reached the front of their opponents. Wu Yun dispatched one with a single strike, while Su Chen, without even a weapon, shattered the opponent's heart pulse with a punch, leaving the other with no chance to fire. William was completely unaware of the situation on this side, eagerly anticipating the opening of the third display case, which contained a long knife with a crimson blade that William found particularly appealing. Regardless of the knife's abilities, he had no intention of selling it. He planned to keep it for his collection, as it was simply a work of art. At this moment, on the second floor, besides William, there were 5 other people. These 5 were not just armed. 2 wielded great swords, 1 was unarmed, and the other 2 used handguns, heavy pistols. Su Chen and Wu Yun were unsure of their opponent's abilities. Rushing in recklessly could lead to trouble, especially since there were hostages in front of them, including Wu Yun's junior disciples. Boss, at that moment, Li Jun and Jiodi rushed over. Su Chen's eyes lit up. With Jiodi around, they had much more confidence. Jiodi, go. Rescue Wu Yun's junior brothers and sisters. You two get ready. Once Jiodi brings them out, we'll act together. Su Chen laid out a plan for the 3. The 3 nodded. Although Wu Yun was very worried about the safety of his junior brothers and sisters, he knew that rushing in recklessly could very likely put them in danger. Jiodi nodded and immediately used her abilities to disappear from the spot. After becoming invisible, Jiodi headed towards the hostages. As she passed by a foreigner, he suddenly turned around and almost bumped into her, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and dodged. The man was taken aback, looking curiously at the empty ground. Did you hear any sound? He asked his companion, puzzled. What sound? It seems like there were footsteps, and just now someone passed by me? He frowned as he spoke. You must be mistaken, there's no one here. Another foreigner laughed. Maybe it's because we haven't had a mission in a while, and you're a bit on edge. Relax, even though we're in Huaxia now, the boss has made preparations, and we can return safely. Am I mistaken? The man began to doubt his own feelings. Perhaps he really was too tense. After all, it was his first mission in Huaxia. Jiodi breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost been discovered. Jiodi arrived at the hostage's location and gently woke Wu Yun's junior brothers and sisters. She didn't reveal herself to speak. Talking now would expose her. As a martial artist, she believed these young men and women knew how to face the current situation. Wu Yun's junior brothers and sisters slowly woke up, looking around in confusion. Seeing that the situation was about right, Jiodi quietly used her walkie-talkie to signal Su Chen and the others. It's all set here. After receiving Jiodi's signal, Su Chen immediately called Wu Yun and Li Jun go. Without a second thought, the 3 of them charged out. The sudden appearance of Su Chen and the others startled the foreigners, 2 of whom immediately aimed their guns at the 3. Energy gathered at the barrels of their guns, and a bullet charged towards the 3. While they were distracted by Su Chen, Jiodi suddenly sprang into action. Attack! Jiodi shouted. She was speaking to Wu Yun's junior brothers and sisters, as well as the martial artists present. It was the perfect moment for them to counterattack. Jiodi was the first to rush behind one of the gunmen, her dagger slicing through his carotid artery. She then dashed towards the next person. Another person, sensing the commotion beside him, quickly turned his gun to aim at Jiodi. Jiodi was startled, her figure flickering as she vanished. Bang! The opponent fired a shot into the air. After dodging 2 energy bullets, Li Jun and Wu Yun faced off against 2 others wielding large swords. As their blades clashed, Wu Yun and Li Jun felt a heavy pressure. The opponent's strength was equivalent to a full-force strike from a martial artist at the enlightenment stage. Another unarmed person had set his sights on Su Chen, similarly unarmed. This foreigner looked at Su Chen as if he had found a kindred spirit. Su Chen was speechless. What was wrong with this guy, staring at him like that? Yo, good one. The foreigner gave Su Chen a thumbs up. What's wrong with you? Su Chen immediately charged at him to attack. Come on, the foreigner shouted, and his body suddenly began to undergo a transformation. He grew taller, his hair became more abundant, his features started to change, his mouth protruded more, and sharp claws sprouted from his limbs. In no time, he transformed into a gray-furred werewolf. Werewolf! This was the first time Su Chen had seen a werewolf, and even more so, the first time he had witnessed a werewolf transform. Faced with a legendary creature, Su Chen did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned all his strength and unleashed his phantom abilities. The werewolf charged at Su Chen, leaping high and swinging a claw at him, as if to wrestle with him. Phantom! Su Chen punched down on the werewolf's sharp claw. He felt his fist sink into something soft, lacking the hard impact he had anticipated. Was this guy a silver-tipped wax bullet? All show and no substance? Just as Su Chen was pondering this, the second wave of his phantom attack struck the werewolf, causing its entire arm to explode. Oh whoa! The werewolf let out a mournful howl. In its eyes, there was not only pain but also shock. It truly did not expect Su Chen to be this strong. Su Chen was also a bit surprised. Where was the wrestling? I used all my strength. How come your arm is gone? The werewolf immediately turned to flee. It not only wanted to escape from this Eastern man but also to leave this place. This person was too strong. Even the boss might not be his match. Su Chen could not let him have his way. Horizontal style, no blade, flying. Slash. Su Chen used his palm as a knife, unleashing a blade of energy. Caught completely off guard, the werewolf was struck in the back by the energy blade, staggering and falling flat on its face. Su Chen quickly ran up to deliver a finishing blow. Meanwhile, the battle between Li Jun and Wu Yun was also going well. Another foreigner with a gun was being held back by Jiu D, unable to see where she was and remained vigilant of his surroundings. William frowned slightly at this situation. He glanced down at the display case in front of him, which was about to be opened. William kept his composure, ignoring them and focusing entirely on the display case. Crack. Crash. Hard work pays off. The bulletproof glass cover was finally shattered. William immediately took out the knife inside. The moment he gripped the hilt, he felt his control over the fire element become even more adept. This was a knife that could enhance his fire control abilities. William was pleasantly surprised. He then coldly looked towards Su Chen and the others. It's time to deal with you pests. William charged at Su Chen with the knife. He could tell that Su Chen was the most troublesome here. Even the werewolf Kate was no match for Su Chen, so he had to take matters into his own hands. William swung his knife from a distance towards Su Chen, a flame shooting from the blade, aimed directly at him. Just as Su Chen was about to finish off the werewolf, he suddenly sensed a crisis approaching, rolling backward to narrowly evade William's attack. Seeing the peacock feather on William and the knife in his hand, Su Chen immediately understood what new ability he had gained. This stuff had all come from Su Chen. Was there anyone who understood it better than him? Your strength is impressive. Why stay in this small organization? Join me, and I'll ensure you live in luxury. At that moment, William actually wanted to recruit Su Chen because of his strength. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a bit amused. Digging under the boss's feet, what was he thinking? At this time, the werewolf had also gotten back up. He had lost an arm and suffered serious knife wounds on his back. Seeing William and Su Chen facing off, his mind raced. With the boss and him attacking together, they might not be unable to take down this person. As long as they killed him, the rest would be no problem. Wouldn't everything here be theirs to take? With this thought, the werewolf steeled his heart, activating his werewolf bloodline to quickly heal his wounds, and soon his bleeding stopped temporarily. William, attack! The werewolf called out to William from behind Su Chen. William also sensed that Su Chen had no intention of siding with him. It was impossible to win him over now. Seeing Kate get up, it was just right for the two of them to join forces to take down this person. Immediately, William swung a flaming sword and charged at Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head slightly. He didn't have a weapon either, which made things complicated. Forget it, let's take care of one first. Su Chen randomly chose a lucky spectator between the two and sent him to heaven. The werewolf was already severely injured, so he was the best target to deal with first. Su Chen turned and rushed towards the werewolf. The werewolf was startled. This wasn't how the script went. Why was he the only one being attacked? William was closer to you, hey. Su Chen didn't care what the other party was thinking. His true energy wrapped around his hands, forming a blade with his palm. Transversal technique, no blade, cross slash. Su Chen instantly vanished, and two beams of light, one horizontal and one vertical, pierced through the werewolf's body. Cough. The werewolf immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, a deep cross-shaped gash appearing on his chest. This time he was truly at his limit. Having already used his werewolf bloodline to heal once, he couldn't recover from such severe injuries again. Su Chen withdrew his true energy and quietly watched as the werewolf fell to the ground. William closely followed behind Su Chen, but he didn't expect Su Chen to act so quickly. He didn't have time to intervene and just watched as Su Chen killed the werewolf. You're next, Su Chen said indifferently, looking at William. This guy had his belongings, could control flames, and with that sword, the firepower was not small. Su Chen just happened to have an opportunity to bring out items from the game today, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was the very sword he had eliminated, the Qinghong sword. A level 20 weapon. Qinghong sword, an incredibly sharp sword, would burn wounds and had a tearing effect. The Qinghong sword had both burning and tearing effects. Although it wasn't directly controlled by Su Chen, it was still very powerful. Moreover, Su Chen only needed to use a weapon. It didn't matter if it had any attributes or not. William was taken aback when he saw a long sword suddenly appear in Su Chen's hand. Spatial ability? This situation could only be achieved with spatial powers, just like the ability of his subordinate who could open dimensional rifts. Wrong guess, no reward, Su Chen said apologetically to William. No matter what your ability is, you will die today, William said coldly to Su Chen. He had to avenge his fallen brothers. Vibrating blade. The knife in William's hand suddenly vibrated at a high frequency, like a toy plugged into electricity, vibrating faster and faster until it was almost indistinguishable, appearing as if it hadn't moved at all. But that was an optical illusion. The vibration speed exceeded the human eye's reaction, making it look like it was still. Su Chen immediately became serious. This guy had some skills, and if used well, this ability was indeed a divine technique. Die. William charged in front of Su Chen and slashed down at him. Su Chen wasn't sure how powerful the opponent's vibrating ability was and didn't dare to take it head-on, so he dodged away. William's blade struck the ground, cutting into it as if it were tofu. Su Chen was taken aback. It seemed his decision was correct. The opponent's ability was indeed tricky. Then he wouldn't engage in close combat. Vertical style, split mountain, and break sea. Su Chen immediately unleashed a massive sword formed from sword energy, slashing down from above towards William. William was startled and hurriedly raised his knife to block. With a loud bang, dust filled the hall, and William was lost in the cloud of dust. The two foreigners fighting with Li Jun were startled by the commotion and looked on in terror at the situation in the hall. Li Jun and Wu Yun had long been aware of Su Chen's strength and were not surprised at all. Seizing the moment while the opponent was distracted, Li Jun slashed at the opponent's chest. Wu Yun also took the opportunity to stab through the opponent's shoulder. Su Chen frowned. He could sense that William inside was not dead, he was still alive. A figure engulfed in flames burst out from the smoke and dust, instantly reaching Su Chen's side. Die. William, his body ablaze, fully unleashed his newly acquired abilities, combining them with his tremor power, and struck at Su Chen with all his might. Su Chen glanced at William indifferently and raised his Qinghong sword to block. Clang! The blade of Su Chen's Qinghong sword collided with the flaming knife in William's hand, producing a crisp sound. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. A tiny notch had actually been carved into the blade of the Qinghong sword. It should be noted that the Qinghong sword was a level 20 weapon, while the knife in the opponent's hand was only a level 10 weapon, and it hadn't even been enhanced. Yet, the opponent had managed to amplify the weapon's power to such an extent through his own abilities. Illusion. Su Chen exerted a slight force, deflecting the knife in William's hand, and then, in the face of William's incredulous gaze, swiftly struck, leaving a sword wound on William's chest. Su Chen's speed completely exceeded William's expectations. The searing and tearing sensation in his chest made him feel as if he were on the brink of death. How can you be so strong? William couldn't believe that someone so young as Su Chen could possess such strength. He must have already reached the level of an S-class ability user, right? I don't even want to ask why you came here to steal from me. Just die, Su Chen said, too lazy to inquire who had sent them. After all, when he handed them over to the Super Management Bureau, they would tell him the origins of these people. Wait. William immediately realized the situation was dire and turned to flee. Su Chen pierced William's heart with a sword from behind. Wait for what? For a cooldown? Su Chen asked William, with a puzzled expression after piercing his heart. Meanwhile, the battle between Li Jun and Wu Yun was also coming to an end. Their opponent, having been injured, was no longer a match for them and soon fell to their hands, leaving only jade still locked in a standoff with the enemy. At this moment, the foreigner with the gun was already in disarray. The continuous deaths of his teammates left him extremely unsettled, especially after Su Chen had killed William, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Jade seized the opportunity, instantly appearing behind the opponent, her dagger already pressed against his neck, and with a gentle slice, she severed his carotid artery. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, and he was already breathing more out than in. The crisis on the second floor was completely resolved. Boss, it's done. Notify the Super Management Bureau, Jade reported to Dongfang Tingyin via the intercom. Got it. Dongfang Tingyian's voice came through the intercom. She had fully witnessed the battle scene through the surveillance and was very surprised by Su Chen's strength. Although she had heard from Jade and the others about how powerful Su Chen was, seeing it in person made her realize that the three had not exaggerated. How long had it been since her last match with him? He had become this strong already. After notifying the Super Management Bureau, their personnel arrived quickly. Does your Super Management Bureau have no one else? Why is it always you guys? Su Chen looked at Tang Xin and the others with a speechless expression. It was them again, not a single extra person or one less. Do you think I want to come? You're the only one causing trouble in the entire new city. Who else has issues every day like you? Tang Xin retorted indignantly. However, Su Chen was not wrong. Their Super Management Bureau indeed had few people. Mainly because there weren't many martial artists in New City, so they didn't need that many. But recently, Su Chen's matters had indeed been one after another. What's going on this time? Tang Xin asked, exasperated. Well, a group of foreigners came here to steal things, and I was forced to take action. They have all been dealt with. Su Chen pointed to the corpses in the hall on the second floor. At this time, the Martial Alliance on the first floor was still operating normally, while the second floor had been closed off to the public. Tang Xin walked over to take a look at the corpses and then pulled out her phone to check something. This is a group of international habitual offenders, specializing in robbing martial artists' resources. They are very famous internationally, and this is their first crime in the country. I didn't expect them to fall into your hands. Tang Xin quickly found out information about these people. They were international fugitives, part of a superhuman power crime organization. So, is there a reward? Su Chen asked with concern. The Super Management Bureau has no bounty. Information on them, you can ask the international organization. Tang Xin rolled her eyes at Su Chen. It's surprising that someone so wealthy is concerned about a little reward. If there isn't one, then forget it. You can take the bodies. I still need to hurry and fix things here. Su Chen waved his hand. Since there was no reward, he wouldn't insist. Tang Xin waved her hand. And the members of the Super Management Bureau behind her immediately took out body bags to collect the corpses. You said it would start in 3 days, yet you opened early? Tang Xin looked at Su Chen coldly. It's just a trial operation. More facilities aren't open to the public yet. There's nothing wrong with a trial operation, right? Besides, I heard from others that your Super Management Bureau started registering martial artists yesterday. Is that true? Confronting chose to start operations this early for a reason. Since the Super Management Bureau broke the rules first, did they still need to follow them? Tang Xin fell silent because Su Chen was speaking the truth. I won't hold it against you. Let's consider it starting now. And we'll see the results in a week, Su Chen said generously. Humph. Tang Xin felt guilty and said nothing more, tacitly agreeing. As she left, she glanced at the few people in the lobby on the first floor and chuckled softly. The newly established organization really isn't doing well. It's a bit unrealistic to attract a large number of martial artists in such a short time. Observing the situation on Su Chen's side, Tang Xin felt confident and just waited for the right time to move into this building. In a good mood, Tang Xin returned to the Super Management Bureau with her team. Isn't your plan to have Li Jun and the others temporarily take people to the third floor for business a bit underhanded? Confronting said to Su Chen with a smile. Underhanded? I think it's fine. Su Chen laughed as well. This approach was naturally to feign weakness, allowing Tang Xin to see that they posed no threat, thus lowering her guard. In the game world, Su Chen once again killed a Phantom King with a single strike. A blue light flashed and Su Chen finally got another drop. During his free time, Su Chen went to the Ghost Cry Valley to kill bosses in farm equipment. His current gear consisted of a level 30 accessory and weapon, while the rest were level 20, so he needed to quickly update his equipment. Su Chen had farmed several times already but hadn't found suitable gear. Either it was trash or the attributes weren't good enough. What he needed was equipment that enhanced attribute damage. Su Chen picked up the newly dropped equipment and immediately used an identification scroll. 8 treasures exquisite helmet, blue, level 30 defense, 80 speed plus 40 strength plus 40 intelligence plus 40 attribute. Damage plus 35%. Another piece of gear with 4 attributes, and it even had damage enhancement, perfectly meeting Su Chen's requirements. He decisively accepted it and planned to enhance it later. After farming a few more bosses, he still didn't find any suitable equipment. He either took them to the Martial Alliance to sell or sold them on the spot for money. Soon, a day passed and Su Chen returned to Tianlong City to participate in the semi-finals of the Martial Arts Conference. 50 people advanced, but only 40 showed up this time. The other 10 were probably recruited by those high-ranking officials, so there was no need to risk their lives to participate in the conference. Among the remaining people, some were overlooked by the officials, while others were there for the championship. Not bad, there are still 40 people left, just the right number, the official on stage said, looking at the contestants below with a sharp voice. The semi-finals are different from the previous 2 matches. Today's competition is not as brutal, so you can rest assured. The format today is one-on-one matches. Everyone come here to draw numbers. Number 1 will face number 2, number 3 will face number 4, and so on. The elder clapped his hands, and someone brought over a wooden box with a round opening for arms to reach in, containing pre-prepared number tags. The crowd quietly lined up to collect their numbers. No one wasted words here. The rules of the martial arts tournament are cruel. Every contestant understands that they do not know how long they will survive, and they might die today, so the atmosphere is heavy, and no one wants to chat. Su Chen walked over and took a number tag from inside, which read 18. That meant his opponent was number 17. Su Chen scanned the area and soon spotted the person holding the number 17 tag, a woman. She had a cold expression, her long hair braided and pinned up, and a scar running from the corner of her eye to her cheek. The woman noticed Su Chen's gaze and looked over at him, her eyes cold and lifeless, as if she had just walked out of a pile of corpses. Su Chen's expression shifted. This person looked a bit difficult to deal with. Everyone has received their numbers. According to the numbers, please enter your respective areas, the elder said again to the contestants below. The entire venue was divided into 20 areas, each numbered, and Su Chen was supposed to be in the 9th area. When Su Chen reached the 9th area, the woman stood opposite him. All contestants are in position, a subordinate reported to the elder. Alright, let's begin. The elder immediately announced the start of the match. Su Chen, please enlighten me. Su Chen introduced himself with a cupped fist gesture. The opponent said nothing, merely slightly bowed in acknowledgement. Su Chen frowned. The rules of the martial world dictate that both sides should introduce themselves formally in a proper match. Her behavior was akin to looking down on her opponent. Let's get started, Su Chen said bluntly, his expression unchanged. After a brief acknowledgement, the woman charged at Su Chen without further ado, brandishing a spear. Yes, her weapon was a long spear. The woman thrust the spear towards Su Chen's face, and he tilted his head to dodge easily, but the next moment the spear in her hand flicked, darting towards Su Chen's neck like a nimble viper. Su Chen was startled. He realized this woman was not simple. What seemed like a straightforward move concealed a deadly attack. Golden Bell. Shield. Su Chen could only use his skill to defend, having no time to evade. The woman's spear struck an invisible shield around Su Chen, shattering it instantly, but it also blocked her attack. Su Chen's defense was not high at the moment, and he could only withstand limited damage, especially since this woman dealt considerable damage, grinding the axe before the battle. Seizing the opportunity as she approached, Su Chen immediately counterattacked. He swung his sword horizontally towards her chest. The woman skillfully pulled back her spear, positioning it in front of her to block Su Chen's attack. However, a layer of frost spread from Su Chen's sword to her spear shaft. The woman suddenly exerted force, deflecting Su Chen's sword and creating distance between them. Her gaze towards Su Chen became serious, her expression stern as she stared at him. Su Chen chuckled lightly. This woman's strength was indeed impressive, but she was too arrogant. Thunderous might. The distance the opponent created could not stop Su Chen's attack, and a wave of sword energy flew towards her. The woman hurriedly stepped back, using the tip of her spear to meet the incoming sword energy, forcefully thrusting it upward in an instant. Whoosh! The sword energy was unexpectedly redirected by the tip of her spear, flying over her head and grazing her scalp. Su Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could block another's skill like this. It was simply too fantastical. After blocking Su Chen's strike, the woman lunged forward again, aiming her gun directly at Su Chen's face. The tip of the gun hadn't reached him yet, but the cold glint of the barrel preceded it. With the power to break through 1,000 armies, Su Chen immediately used his skill to counter, enhancing his attack power, but changed his attack method from a sweeping strike to a direct thrust. The tips of the gun and sword collided, sparks flying between them. Bang! With a loud crash, Su Chen and the woman each took 3 steps back, neither gaining the upper hand. The woman felt a sense of having met her match against Su Chen, her gaze filled with fighting spirit, a pure feeling of having found a worthy opponent, unrelated to the competition. Su Chen, however, felt a bit of a headache. Encountering such a strong opponent in the semi-finals made him wonder how he would handle the finals. The two charged at each other again, battling fiercely, sword against gun, evenly matched. But as time passed, Su Chen gradually gained the upper hand, standing in a dominant position. Su Chen's passive skill, Endless Flow, was now in effect. The longer the fight dragged on, the more advantageous it became for him. As the number of consecutive hits from Endless Flow increased, so did the damage. Bang! Su Chen slashed down with his sword, and this time the woman surprisingly failed to block his long sword, nearly losing her grip on the spear. Abba! The woman let out an angry cry. Su Chen was taken aback. A mute? He frowned and looked closely at her, suddenly realizing that there was no tongue in her mouth as she breathed heavily. No wonder she hadn't introduced herself at the beginning. It turned out she couldn't speak, and Su Chen had misunderstood her. You can't beat me, just admit defeat, Su Chen said, having fought her for a reasonable amount of time, not wanting to take her life on the field. Abba Abba! The mute shouted angrily, as if Su Chen's words were an insult to her. She immediately charged at Su Chen again with her spear. Su Chen frowned slightly. Since she had no intention of admitting defeat, he would not hold back either, sharpening his weapon in the heat of battle. Thunderous might! As the woman approached, Su Chen immediately used his skill again. This time, the distance was very close. The sword energy mixed with lightning and cold air slashed toward the woman who was within arm's reach. She had no place to hide, and it was impossible for her to block the sword energy with the tip of her spear. The woman reacted as quickly as she could, raising her spear in front of her to block Su Chen's sword energy. Boom! The woman was immediately blasted away, her spear breaking into 2 halves, blood gushing from her chest, a foot-long wound appearing on her torso. The woman's chest heaved slightly. She still had a breath left and even tried to struggle to stand and fight. Su Chen frowned slightly. If you don't want to die, don't move, Su Chen said coldly to the woman. Her hand went limp and she fell to the ground. Though she was unwilling, she had reached her limit. He could kill her with ease. The woman closed her eyes in resignation, appearing as if she was ready to be slaughtered, signaling Su Chen that he could kill her. Qi Ling recalled her own experiences on the battlefield, galloping on horseback, charging into battle. If it weren't for avenging her father, she would probably still be bravely fighting on the battlefield. Remembering this, a tear fell from the corner of Qi Ling's eye. Her father's revenge was unavenged. Qi Ling was unfilial. After a long while, Qi Ling felt no sword piercing her body. Suddenly opening her eyes, she saw a bottle of healing medicine and bandages beside her. The opponent had already left the venue, and the referee had announced his victory. He, surprisingly, did not kill her. The martial arts tournament was brutal, primarily for the rewards after winning. Being ruthless was to prevent future revenge from opponents by killing them outright. He actually didn't kill her? Su Chen simply admired this woman, feeling compassion, deeming it unnecessary to go to extremes. They had no grudges against each other, and anyway, he had already won. Finished with the match? Xiao Yan was surprisingly waiting outside for Su Chen today. Have you finally gotten off that woman's belly? Su Chen looked at Xiao Yan with a strange expression. Ever since their last visit to the flower house, he hadn't seen Xiao Yan for about 2 days and thought he might have died in there. What are you talking about? I was just comforting a fallen girl. Don't say such harsh things, Xiao Yan retorted. Tisk. Su Chen immediately waved his hand in disdain, too lazy to deal with Xiao Yan. Hey, by the way, didn't the saintess kill you? Xiao Yan asked curiously, glancing at Su Chen with a comical expression. What do you mean, killed or not? Do you think I'm the kind of person who fears women? I say one thing, and she wouldn't dare say two. Who would dare hit me? Su Chen scoffed. In front of Xiao Yan, this seasoned player, he absolutely couldn't lose face. He had to bluff his way through. Xiao Yan looked at Su Chen with a gloating expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Xiao Yan pointed his chin behind Su Chen, a look of amusement on his face. Su Chen turned around in confusion, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Long Dai. He didn't know when Long Dai had already stood behind him. When did she get behind me? Su Chen asked Xiao Yan in a small voice, feeling guilty. She came as soon as we started chatting, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Su Chen wished he could strangle Xiao Yan. This guy had set him up again. Su Chen, you say one, and I wouldn't dare say two? Long Dai looked at Su Chen with a dark expression. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have died countless times already. No, you heard wrong, Su Chen hurriedly defended himself, but this defense was utterly useless. Long Dai charged forward and gave Su Chen a good beating. As the female lead, her strength was unquestionable, and her growth rate was definitely not slower than Su Chen's. Right now, Su Chen was no match for Long Dai. Ah, have mercy! Su Chen cried out in agony, drawing the attention of passers-by. Xiao Yan felt pain just watching Su Chen. Sister-in-law, be gentle, don't break him, Xiao Yan said, feeling a bit guilty as he looked at Su Chen. And you, who told you to take Su Chen to that kind of place? Long Dai suddenly turned her furious gaze on Xiao Yan. Ah ha! Xiao Yan was taken aback, looking completely bewildered. Long Dai immediately got off Su Chen and punched Xiao Yan in the eye. Ah! Xiao Yan let out a scream. This was ridiculous. He had brought trouble upon himself. 15 minutes later, the two of them, bruised and battered, appeared in the tavern. Long Dai looked at Su Chen and Xiao Yan coldly. Order! Long Dai shouted angrily, nearly startling the teapot out of the waiter's hands. Okay, the waiter said, somewhat frightened. Not you, sorry, Long Dai said apologetically to the startled waiter. You two, order. Then she turned back to the two with a fierce expression. None of these two were good people, especially Su Chen, who actually tried to skip out on the bill. It made her spend half of her travel money. She had to make them pay for this meal today. Su Chen looked at Xiao Yan guiltily. He had no money left, having spent it all on pills and such to bring into reality, so he could only turn to Xiao Yan for help. Xiao Yan also felt a bit guilty. He had already spent all his money in the flower house, otherwise, he wouldn't have come out today. Waiter, bring us 2 pots of tea first, he said. If they couldn't afford a meal, they could at least afford some tea. Sure. The waiter didn't think there was anything wrong with them only ordering 2 pots of tea. He just wanted to leave quickly. This woman was too terrifying. How could there be such a fierce woman in the world? Wait. Long Dai immediately called the waiter back. Are you two planning to treat me to tea? No way. Long Dai was immediately unwilling. How could her mental suffering be settled with just a pot of tea? Today, you two have to treat me to this meal, even if you have to wash dishes here. Long Dai snorted coldly and then began to order. The waiter trembled as he took notes on the side. Alright, that's it, Long Dai said to the waiter. She ordered a large table full of delicious dishes, not seeking the best but the most expensive. Su Chen and Xiao Yan exchanged a glance, their faces filled with bitterness. It was over. They were really going to have to wash dishes here today. Soon, the food was served, and Long Dai's appetite surged as she began to devour it. Su Chen and Xiao Yan, however, had little appetite. Just the thought of having to wash dishes later made it hard for them to eat. Eat up, or you won't have the strength to wash dishes later, Xiao Yan said softly from the side. Su Chen glanced at Xiao Yan. You're right. Then the two of them also began to eat voraciously. What a coincidence. To see you here, a voice suddenly reached Su Chen's ears. With a chicken leg in his mouth, Su Chen looked up in confusion at the speaker. His expression changed instantly. Young Master Su? The newcomer was none other than the culprit who had led all the contestants to hunt down Su Chen last time. Young Master Su, it seems you've won again. Are you interested in coming to work for me? Young Master Su waved the folding fan in his hand and asked Su Chen. Sorry, I need to wait until the martial arts conference is over to make a decision. Su Chen decisively rejected him. Even if the other party hadn't incited all the contestants to hunt him down, Su Chen still wouldn't agree. His goal was the championship, not just to be a simple guard. What a pity. Young Master Su shook his head inside as if he felt regret for Su Chen's choice. This young lady looks unfamiliar. May I ask which family she belongs to? Young Master Su suddenly noticed Long Dai, who was eating with abandon, and asked with interest. What did you say? Long Dai, with her mouth full, asked somewhat indistinctly. Su Taiwei is my father. I am Su Fengnian, Su Fengnian said with a smile to Long Dai. Su Chen and Xiao Yan frowned immediately. If this Su Fengnian was looking for trouble with them, that would be one thing, but if he dared to have designs on Long Dai, it didn't matter who his father was. I don't know you, don't interrupt my meal, Long Dai said, swallowing her food and staring blankly at Su Fengnian. Interesting. Su Fengnian not only didn't feel embarrassed but found the three of them quite amusing. Someone, teach them a lesson. However, the face of the Taiwei's residents could not be disrespected. Su Fengnian lightly waved his hand, instructing the guards behind him to teach the three a lesson. The guards rushed forward, and the surrounding diners quickly dodged, some even leaving without settling their bills, not wanting to get into trouble. The guard wielded a water fire stick and swung it towards Su Chen and the others. The three of them pushed off the ground, sliding their chairs out of the way. The water fire stick smashed onto the table, shattering the delicious dishes and scattering them all over the floor. TSK, what a waste of a table full of good food. Su Fengnian shook his head as he looked at the food scattered everywhere, lamenting the loss. He then found a chair to sit on and comfortably watched the show. Su Chen and the others remained vigilant, watching the guard. This guard was quite formidable. Being a personal guard to the young master of the Taiwei's residence was no small feat. He was at least in the top 10 of the martial arts conference, if not more. Are you crazy? You owe me for my food. Long Dai was immediately displeased. She hadn't even finished eating when this guy smashed it all to pieces. This was absolutely intolerable. Long Dai extended her delicate hand, and it seemed as if a stream of air swirled around her fingers, with transparent, flowing gas leaping at her fingertips. Rao Ji Ro! Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise. Su Chen's heart stirred. Rao Ji Ro, the treasure of Bayou Mountain Villa, was the personal technique of the villa's master, and no one could learn it except for the direct disciples. Long Dai, as the saintess, was being groomed to be the next master of the villa, and this Rao Ji Ro was also passed down to her by the master. Last time, Long Dai hadn't used this move. Could it be that she had just learned it recently? The airflow around Long Dai's fingers flowed continuously, and she charged directly at the guard, striking him with a palm. The airflow on Long Dai's hand instantly wrapped around the guard like silk threads, binding him tightly. With a slight movement of her fingers, the guard cried out in pain. Su Fengnian did not expect Long Dai to resolve his guard so quickly, but he felt no fear. Instead, he was even more intrigued by her. Good. Today is truly an eye-opener for me. I'll cover your expenses today. As the son of the Grand Commandant's residence, there were indeed few who dared to touch him in Tianlong City, so no matter what happened in Tianlong City, he would not feel afraid. As long as he was within the borders of Tianlong City, he was safe. Who needs you to treat us? Let's go. Long Dai was not interested in Su Fengnian's goodwill. With a cold snort, she took the two and left. Ha! Su Fengnian did not stop them. He merely watched the three retreating figures with a light laugh, then turned to the guard who was tied up like a dumpling, his expression instantly turning cold. Throw him out to feed the dogs, Su Fengnian said coldly. To the air. Soon after, 3 or 4 people emerged from somewhere, lifted the guard from the ground, and dragged him outside, followed by a scream. Su Chen and the others walked until they reached the southern district before stopping. Alright, he shouldn't chase after us, Long Dai said, knowing that Su Fengnian was not someone to be trifled with, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. We didn't even get to eat properly. What a letdown, Xiao Yan said, smacking his lips. It seems like we might have dined and dashed, Su Chen hesitated to say. The three were taken aback and suddenly felt refreshed. The frustration of being interrupted during their meal vanished, leaving them in high spirits. Nothing feels better than getting something for nothing. Let's go, I'll take you around Tianlong City, Xiao Yan said to the two. You guys go ahead, I have something to do. A familiar figure passed by at the street corner, and Su Chen directly declined Xiao Yan's invitation to wander around, then walked towards the corner and disappeared after a turn. Hey, what could you possibly have to do in the middle of the day? Xiao Yan said, speechless. Long Dai also had no interest in wandering around and left directly. Why are you leaving too? Xiao Yan asked. It's boring to wander around with you. Long Dai waved her hand and vanished from the street. Su Chen was not trying to disregard Xiao Yan. He had just seen a familiar figure. The woman he had faced on the field staggered past him. Without saying a word, Su Chen followed her. After all, her injuries were caused by him, and he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Su Chen followed Qi Ling all the way to the slums in the southern district, where he saw her enter a thatched hut. Qi Ling's Injuries were severe, relying solely on the little healing medicine left by Su Chen was not enough for her to recover, and she had no money or power to buy more. Lying on the wooden bed, Xiling could only hope to endure with that little healing medicine. She hadn't avenged herself yet and couldn't just die like this. Creak. The wooden door of the thatched house made a sound of being overburdened, and suddenly, the door was pushed open. Xiling was startled and immediately sat up alertly. The sudden movement even aggravated her chest wound, causing blood to seep out from the bandage. The one who opened the door was Su Chen. Abba? Xiling did not relax her guard. Instead, she became even more tense. Had he followed her here for another purpose? Did he leave her the healing medicine just because he didn't want her to die so soon? Su Chen frowned as he looked at the environment in the room, dirty, messy, and poor. It was hard to imagine a girl living in such a place. Your wound has opened, be careful with your movements, Su Chen reminded her upon seeing the blood seeping from Qiling's chest. Xiling, however, was unconcerned and watched Su Chen warily. What exactly is your purpose in following me? Xiling asked Su Chen using sign language. Suddenly, Su Chen saw a line of subtitles appear above Qiling's head. The game even had its own translation system, which was quite nice. Following? No, Su Chen shook his head, knowing the other party had misunderstood. I just happened to see you earlier and casually came over to check on your injury. After all, it was caused by me, Su Chen explained. I'm fine, Xiling signed to Su Chen, strong and composed. Cough. Just as she finished speaking, Xiling suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sudden movement had aggravated her wound, causing her internal injuries to flare up. Su Chen shook his head and took out another bottle of healing medicine from his backpack, one that was better than the one he had previously left for. Xiling, use this for now. Don't die on me, Su Chen said, placing the healing medicine in front of her. Xiling looked deeply at Su Chen. After realizing there was no ulterior motive in his eyes, she gratefully accepted the healing medicine. What's your situation? Even in this state, you're still participating in the martial arts conference? Su Chen asked, puzzled. People in the martial world generally had a tough life, but it couldn't be as bad as hers, could it? Living in a place like this was worse than being a bandit in the mountains. Xiling seemed to sense that Su Chen meant no harm and signed to him, recounting her story. Xiling was born into a military family, with 3 generations serving in the army. Her brothers were both in the military, and her father was a general commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. Xiling had always admired military life and dreamed of joining the army. However, a year ago, her family suffered a calamity. Her father was framed by a high-ranking official, accused of embezzling military funds, and was sentenced to extermination. Her brothers in the military were all implicated, and only she survived with the help of a steward. After many twists and turns, she disguised herself as a man and fought in the army for a year, experiencing military life. Later, when her true identity was discovered, she was suspected of being a spy and endured inhumane torture, losing her tongue in the process, thus losing her right to speak. Eventually, she escaped from the army and returned to Tianlong City, wanting to avenge her family before she died. However, getting close to the high-ranking official's residence was too difficult, and the martial arts conference was an opportunity. Performing well there could lead to being recruited as a guard by the official's residence, so she decided to participate in the conference, where she later encountered and was defeated by Su Chen. After hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel that Qiling's fate was truly tragic. What will you do if someone finds you here? Su Chen asked. Xiling was not only a criminal but also a fugitive. If discovered, she would have no way out. It's fine, I'm a worthless life. No one will care, not even myself. Xiling smiled and shared her inner struggles with Su Chen, feeling much lighter, as if the burden on her shoulders had lessened significantly. Life isn't meant to be lived for certain people. Even for yourself, you must keep living. Otherwise, how can you repay those who risked their lives to save you? Even if you want revenge, you must first survive to have a chance, don't you think? Su Chen said lightly to Xiling. Su Chen didn't want to preach, that was useless. To inspire someone to hope for life, one only needed to remind them of what mattered most to them. Xiling was taken aback, staring blankly at Su Chen. Thank you, Xiling gently signed a gesture to Su Chen. You're welcome. Take good care of yourself, leave the healing medicine to me, and don't run around, Su Chen said with a smile to Xiling. Pulling someone back from the edge of a cliff made Su Chen very happy. Su Chen had killed the king of the underworld once again, and after 2 days of effort, he had acquired 2 more pieces of desirable equipment. 2 Qiling long robe level, 30 defense, 80 constitution plus 40 strength plus 40 defense increased by 40% ice attribute damage plus 35% cloud. Treading boots level, 30 defense, 80 speed plus 40 strength plus 40 attribute damage plus 30% running speed increases with movement time, up to a maximum of 200%. Now Su Chen's equipment is taking shape. Aside from one accessory that is still level 20, everything else has been upgraded to level 30. Su Chen immediately re-enchanted and reinforced these pieces of equipment. The 8 treasures Linglong helmet gained an additional pink attribute of plus 35% defense. The 2 Qi Linglong robe gained an additional plus 10% intelligence attribute. The cloud treading boots gained an intelligence attribute. Although These aren't the attributes Su Chen needs the most, they are still decent and not entirely useless. After reinforcing these pieces of equipment to +8, Su Chen's various attributes reached a new height. Su Chen level, 32 health, 2214/2214 mana, 378 strength, 1054 speed, 519 constitution, 369 intelligence, 830 defense, 1143. The total increase in attribute damage from all of Su Chen's equipment has nearly reached 300%. With a single strike, he can easily deal 5 to 6,000 ice attribute damage, and with skills, it easily exceeds 10,000. He is a bit fragile, with somewhat low health. But his defense is not low, and with the Golden Bell Shield skill, he basically won't be one-shot killed. Today is the semi-finals. Su Chen has done all this to better participate in the semi-finals and to feel more confident. Today is different from the previous 2 days. There are 2 matches today to determine the top 5. Everyone has arrived today, not a single person is missing. At this point, those who remain are basically here for the championship. Even if there are invitations from nobles, they won't waver in their goals. They are just one step away, and everyone wants to give it a try. Very good, I enjoy watching you all fight tooth and nail for such trivial gains, the official said with a light laugh after seeing everyone gathered. These lowly commoners fighting desperately to escape their status is quite amusing. The rules are the same as yesterday. Opponents will be determined by the proximity of their number plates. The winners will stay for the next match, and the final 5 will participate in the finals, the official quietly explained to the crowd. Let's get started, I can't wait any longer. The stands today are particularly crowded, with everyone dressed extravagantly. Their skin fair and delicate, clearly the sons of wealthy families. Yes, young Master Su, the one who couldn't wait was Su Fengyan. Since his last encounter with Su Chen and the others, he has taken a keen interest in them. He doesn't know the whereabouts of the other 2, but he is familiar with Su Chen's movements, so he came to watch the martial arts tournament again. Everyone, take your positions, prepare to start the match. The official signaled his subordinates to announce the start of the competition. Young Master Su, allow this old servant to hold the umbrella for you, the official said, flattering as he took the umbrella from the maid behind Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan didn't mind, he was quite interested in watching Su Chen in the arena. Get me the information on this person, Su Fengyan instructed the official. The official glanced in the direction Su Fengyan pointed and immediately scolded his subordinates. Young Master Su has spoken, hurry up and get it done. Yes. The official subordinate immediately bowed and retreated to fetch Su Chen's information. Soon, Su Chen's registration information was in Su Fengyan's hands. Su Chen, is this all the information? What are your people doing? Su Fengyan asked the official with an angry expression, looking at the list that only contained irrelevant details like age and gender. Please spare me, young master. Su. The official was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt down. This isn't the little one's fault. In previous years, the martial arts tournament was open to commoners, so we didn't pay much attention to their information. Basically, just a name and some simple details would suffice. If young Master Su wants to know something, I'll have someone look into it right away. The eunuch didn't dare to offend Su Fengyan. After all, he was the son of the Grand Commandant. Although he worked in the palace, he was just a lowly eunuch, not even a steward, and could only act a bit arrogant among these commoners. Compared to true nobles, he was nothing. No need, it's a hassle. Su Fengyan casually tossed aside Su Chen's information. Su Chen, let's see if you can win the championship, Su Fengyan muttered to himself, repeating Su Chen's name. In the arena, Su Chen was unaware that he had caught Su Fengyan's attention. At that moment, he was facing an opponent dressed as a Taoist priest. The Taoist in this game world was no ordinary character. You could compare them to mages in other online games. Here, the Taoists focused on exorcising spirits. Although they were weak in close combat, their various spells could still deal significant damage, mainly due to their unpredictable tactics. This was Su Chen's first encounter with a Taoist, so he felt a bit wary. He still didn't know just how powerful the Taoists in this world could be. I am the humble Taoist Qian Zhongjuan, please enlighten me. Qian Zhongjuan introduced himself with a bow. I am Su Chen. Su Chen returned the gesture. Forgive me. Qian Zhongjuan warned Su Chen, then swiftly drew his wooden sword across his palm, sticking a yellow talisman onto it. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning. Swift wind sword. Qian Zhongjuan released the wooden sword, which shot towards Su Chen at high speed. Su Chen quickly leaned back to dodge the incoming wooden sword. He wouldn't underestimate the wooden sword. In the hands of a skilled fighter, even a stick could easily kill. Su Chen straightened up again, ready for battle. Qian Zhongjuan pointed his fingers like a sword and pulled back, causing the wooden sword behind Su Chen to suddenly curve and return. Seeing Qian Zhongjuan's gesture, Su Chen immediately realized the danger. Golden Bell Shield. Su Chen activated the Golden Bell Shield for defense, and an invisible protective barrier enveloped him in an instant. Bang! The wooden sword struck behind Su Chen, causing him to stumble forward a step. The shield around him shattered with a sound. The wooden sword returned to Qian Zhongjuan's hand, and he was momentarily stunned to see Su Chen unharmed. He had clearly hit Su Chen. Why was there no damage? Thunderous might. Su Chen didn't give Qian Zhongjuan time to think and immediately unleashed a sword aura towards him. The sword aura, infused with thunder and frost, surged towards Qian Zhongjuan with terrifying force. Qian Zhongjuan took it seriously and dared not take it head-on. Illusion. Qian Zhongjuan changed his hand gestures and swiftly moved to the right, dodging the sword aura. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he was somewhat tricky, possessing a displacement skill. But that skill probably couldn't be used continuously, right? If the opponent could keep using such a displacement skill, there would be no point in continuing the match. It would be impossible to win. Mages usually fear close combat. Taoists are probably the same. Su Chen muttered to himself. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly closed the distance. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Qian Zhongjuan immediately retreated, clearly unwilling to engage in close combat. Su Chen chuckled. The arena was only so big, and he wanted to see where Qian Zhongjuan could run. Soon, Qian Zhongjuan was cornered at the edge of the arena. Once he stepped out of bounds, he would be considered to have forfeited. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning. Storm of wind and rain, go. Qian Zhongjuan cast spells while retreating, and before Su Chen could catch up, his hand gestures had already been completed. Wind bullets gathered around Qian Zhongjuan, shooting towards Su Chen like a torrential storm. The wind bullets weren't very powerful, but their density made them impossible for Su Chen to dodge. He could only try to retreat and dodge, but even so, he was hit by several wind projectiles, losing several hundred points of health. Su Chen frowned. As a fragile character, encountering a mage seemed unfavorable for him if he couldn't get close to the opponent. Seeing that such attacks were effective against Su Chen, Chen Zhongjuan immediately continued to use the same skill. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, fire, rain. A yellow talisman flew into the sky and ignited above Su Chen's head, with flames raining down on him like a shower. Damn! Su Chen cursed under his breath and ran away. The fire rain grazed his body, hitting him a few more times. At this rate, Su Chen would eventually be worn down by Qian Zhongjuan. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, thunder vine. Another yellow talisman flew up and burned, a bolt of lightning spreading towards Su Chen like a vine. Faced with the continuous attacks, Su Chen could only choose to flee, with no opportunity to counterattack. This time, Su Chen managed to dodge. His speed increased with each sprint, nearly doubling compared to before. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, electric net. Qian Zhongjuan used another talisman, and strands of electricity formed a large net descending upon Su Chen. Su Chen quickened his pace, trying to avoid further injury. This time, due to his increased speed, he easily dodged, and the electric net didn't touch a single piece of his clothing. Seeing that his attacks had no effect on Su Chen, Qian Zhongjuan furrowed his brow slightly. Thunder technique. 2-9 Thunder punishment. Qian Zhongjuan immediately unleashed his signature skill, the thunder technique. A small thundercloud gathered above Su Chen's head, flickering with lightning. Su Chen was startled. The opponent could actually summon a thunder tribulation? Boom! A deafening thunderclap sounded, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down towards Su Chen. Su Chen quickened his pace, and the lightning struck empty, blasting a small pit into the stone floor. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This thunder tribulation could be avoided as long as he was fast enough. One bolt after another came down, a total of 18 bolts, all dodged by Su Chen as he kept running, causing him no harm. So fast. Qian Zhongjuan began to be surprised by Su Chen's speed. His speed had more than doubled compared to the beginning. Seizing the moment his speed reached its peak, Su Chen rushed towards Qian Zhongjuan. Qian Zhongjuan frowned. Wind, fire, whirl. Qian Zhongjuan threw out a talisman, stabbing forward with his wooden sword, directly piercing the talisman, and a fire dragon whirl swept towards Su Chen. Su Chen swiftly dodged. At this point, Su Chen's speed had reached a new height. Qian Zhongjuan's attacks took a bit longer to cast, allowing Su Chen to prepare in advance and easily evade. After dodging the fire dragon whirl, Su Chen instantly charged in front of Qian Zhongjuan, thrusting his sword at him. This time, however, Qian Zhongjuan did not retreat. Instead, he met Su Chen's attack with a sword of his own. Clang! The two swords clashed, and Su Chen immediately felt a force push back from the swords, causing him to retreat nearly 10 steps. Meanwhile, Qian Zhongjuan only stepped back 3 steps. In a close combat exchange, Su Chen actually lost to the Taoist Qian Zhongjuan. Although he hadn't used any skills, his raw damage was still around 5,000 to 6,000, yet Qian Zhongjuan seemed completely unscathed. Was this guy a melee mage? Su Chen looked at Qian Zhongjuan with surprise. Qian Zhongjuan's right hand trembled slightly, and he held a talisman in his left hand behind his back. Su Chen was astonished. Qian Zhongjuan was even more surprised. He had used a giant spirit talisman and yet caused no damage to Su Chen? If the thunder technique was his most powerful attack, then the giant spirit talisman was his strongest support skill, but it had done nothing to Su Chen, which was enough to astonish him. Grinding the axe before the battle, Su Chen immediately increased his damage and charged forward again. Qian Zhongjuan frowned, somewhat distressed, and used another giant spirit talisman. He only had 3 giant spirit talismans in total, and he had already used 2 of them. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, swift wind sword. In addition to the Giant Spirit Talisman. He also used wind magic to enhance his speed. Su Chen clashed swords with Qian Zhongjuan once more, and this time, neither of them gained the upper hand. Qian Zhongjuan was even more shocked. This Su Chen was incredibly strong. Despite using the Giant Spirit Talisman and the Swift Wind Sword, he had not managed to move him an inch. Break the thousands of armies. Su Chen roared, unleashing another strike with his skill. This time, Qian Zhongjuan could no longer withstand it. The force of Su Chen's sword struck his arm, leaving it numb, especially as his wooden sword began to show cracks. It was important to note that this was no ordinary wooden sword, but one made of golden cedar, harder than steel forged 1,000 times, and yet it had cracked under the opponent's blow. He himself was forced to half-kneel on the ground by Su Chen's strike. Wait! Qian Zhongjuan quickly called for a stop, fearing that Su Chen's next move would be to kill him right there. Su Chen's sword halted at Qian Zhongjuan's neck. I admit defeat. Without any hesitation, Qian Zhongjuan immediately conceded. The brutal rules of the martial arts tournament dictated that if one wanted to survive, they had to act quickly, otherwise the next move could be lethal, and sometimes even those who had already conceded could still be killed. Qian Zhongjuan could only hope that Su Chen was not the type to commit murder. Su Chen was certainly not a killer. He glanced at the sidelines, signaling for Qian Zhongjuan to leave the arena himself. Victory or defeat could not simply be declared by saying I concede. Either one side had to be incapable of resistance, or one side had to step out of the arena. Those were the only two ways to determine the outcome. Qian Zhongjuan immediately got up and exited the arena to avoid Su Chen changing his mind. Su Chen sheathed his sword and sat down to rest, as he still had another match to prepare for, needing to restore his condition. However, Su Chen didn't really need to rest. As long as he exited the combat state, he could quickly recover to full condition thanks to the effects of the blood pool and the magic pool. Soon, the other 9 participants also determined their winners and losers. Aside from Su Chen, none were unscathed. At the very least, everyone had sustained minor injuries, with some even losing an arm. Su Chen, you truly surprised me. Su Fengnian laughed upon seeing Su Chen win the match without a scratch, just as he had expected. This Su Chen was indeed strong. Are you interested in placing a bet? I'll be the banker, 100,000 taels, and I bet on Su Chen to win, Su Fengnian asked the young masters present with a smile. Since young master Su has spoken, I'll wager 3,000 taels, I bet, on that long-haired one to win. These young scions became interested in betting and drinking as soon as Su Fengnian brought it up, immediately drawing many to agree and place substantial bets on their favored contestants. Su Chen rested to the side, curious about the commotion on the platform, and walked over to hear what they were saying. I bet 10,000 taels on that woman to win, young master Su. Can you cover the payout? At this point, the total stakes had reached several 100,000 taels, which most ordinary people couldn't afford to lose. Su Fengnian smiled slightly. Feel free to bet. If I can't cover it, I can just go find my father. Su Fengnian was completely unafraid of losing. Even if he lost, he could afford it. A few 100,000 taels was nothing. The Grand Commandant's residence could easily part with a few items worth that much. Su Chen's heart stirred. Were they opening a betting pool? He curiously moved closer, wanting to investigate. Stop. As soon as Su Chen approached the platform, he was blocked by the guards below. Contestants cannot approach the platform. Get back. The guards scolded Su Chen without any courtesy, their eyes filled with disdain. Indeed, in their eyes, someone like Su Chen would always be a commoner. Without winning the championship, he could never rise up, and his status was inherently lower than theirs, which naturally led to their contempt. The commotion below caught the attention of the young masters on the platform. Oh, Su Chen? Su Fengnian's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Su Chen. What are you doing? Su Fengnian asked in confusion. Are you opening a betting pool? Su Chen was somewhat curious. Where did this garbage come from? Is this your place? One of the young masters sneered at Su Chen. Su Chen squinted and glanced at him, memorizing his appearance. Su Fengnian raised his hand to interrupt. What do you want? Su Fengnian knew that Su Chen definitely wouldn't come here for no reason. There must be something going on. Can I participate? Su Chen asked. Su Chen was mainly short on money. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to make a profit, otherwise, how would the martial alliance operate in reality? Su Fengnian was taken aback by Su Chen's words. How much money do you have? Su Fengnian scoffed. Su Chen took a look. He currently had 200,000 coins in his backpack, which converted to about 2,000 taels of silver, and that was after saving from killing bosses recently. 2,000 taels, Su Chen said. Alright, but you can only bet on yourself. Su Fengnian agreed to Su Chen's wager. 2,000 taels wasn't a small amount. Su Chen had no intention of betting on anyone else, so he immediately took out 2,000 taels and handed them to Su Fengnian, betting on himself. Su Fengnian shook the money bag in his hand. 2,000 taels weighed about 320 pounds, and in Su Fengnian's hands, it felt like nothing at all. Good, I wish you a victorious start, Su Fengnian said with a smile. Su Chen returned to the arena, and it was almost time for the second match to begin. The rules were the same, with opponents paired from low to high, based on their numbers. This time, Su Chen's opponent was a long-haired man with a dark face, notably missing a pinky on his right hand. This man was also one of the few contestants from the first match who had only sustained minor injuries. "I am Su Chen, please give me your guidance," Su Chen said, cupping his hands in greeting. "Humph." The opponent coldly snorted and immediately charged at Su Chen, swinging a knife that whistled through the air. "Rude," Su Chen muttered under his breath. This guy wasn't mute like Qiling, he could talk, and Su Chen had just heard him speak, which was clearly an act of contempt towards his opponent. "Watch my gale blade," the dark-faced man shouted, wildly slashing at Su Chen with his large knife. The blade light was dense, chopping at Su Chen like it was filling dumplings. Clang, clang, clang. Su Chen used his sword to block, producing a series of tight sounds as the knife struck his sword multiple times. Su Chen took a step back. "Watch my great Luo divine sword." Su Chen suddenly raised his sword high, striking with an imposing momentum towards the dark-faced man. The dark-faced man was startled and dared not take it head-on. After all, Su Chen was the only one who had not sustained any injuries in the first match. His strength was certainly not to be underestimated, and such a serious strike was definitely not ordinary. The dark-faced man flipped to evade, hurriedly creating distance from Su Chen. Su Chen then sheathed his sword and took the opportunity to pursue. What great Luo divine sword! He didn't know it at all, he was just fooling around. The dark-faced man was momentarily stunned to see Su Chen calmly sheathing his sword. "You tricked me?" The dark-faced man realized he had been deceived. "What trick? Don't talk nonsense, my normal attack is called Great Luo Divine Sword, is that not okay?" Su Chen refused to admit it. Who could prove otherwise? Could he not name his normal attack? "Humph. Playing tricks," the dark-faced man coldly snorted, thinking that if playing tricks could win, he wouldn't be the one standing here. "Flying Radiance Demon Sword." Su Chen shouted again, drawing his sword and gathering strength for a thrust, the blade gleaming coldly with an even greater momentum than before. The dark-faced man frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment before cautiously choosing to defend. "Blood Shield." The dark-faced man immediately used a defensive technique, conjuring a shield of condensed blood energy in front of him. However, when Su Chen's sword struck the blood shield, although it felt heavy, it was merely Su Chen's ordinary strike, not worth the dark-faced man using a technique to block. After realizing he had been deceived again, the dark-faced man was furious. "Are you done yet?" Su Chen looked innocent. "What's wrong? Can't I talk anymore?" Su Chen said, feeling speechless. "All right, so you think you're the only one who can lie. Raging Storm, Black Tiger Heart Extraction, Monkey Stealing Peaches." The man with the dark face kept shouting wildly while attacking Su Chen. Su Chen didn't back down. "No trace in the snow. White crane spreads its wings. Faint to the east, strike to the west. I'm your father." Su Chen shouted whatever came to mind. Wasn't it just to disturb the opponent's mindset? Su Chen was good at this. "Hey, you can shout, but why are you personally attacking me?" The dark-faced man was immediately displeased. He clearly heard Su Chen insult him just now. "Don't talk nonsense. When did I insult you? I'll sue you for defamation." Su Chen definitely wouldn't admit it. "Still, saying you didn't insult me, you just admitted it yourself." The dark-faced man's expression darkened further. "Watch my final move, Thunderous Might." Su Chen didn't argue with the dark-faced man and directly added a real attack in the midst of his assault. "Humph, you think you can fool me?" The dark-faced man realized that the more momentum Su Chen had, the more he was just putting on an act. He wouldn't reveal his real moves at all. "Go die." The dark-faced man planned to meet Su Chen head-on, launching his signature technique with full confidence. Seeing that Su Chen showed no intention of dodging, he felt a surge of joy, believing he was certain to win this time. "Humph. No match for me," the dark-faced man said coldly, standing firm. In his mind, Su Chen was already a dead man, and no one could withstand this move if they didn't dodge. Whoosh! Su Chen unleashed a sword aura, mixed with thunder and frost, directly cutting through the dark-faced man's attack. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, completely enveloping both of them. The dark-faced man frowned slightly. Due to the dust, he couldn't see if Su Chen had been killed by him. Although he was confident in his strength, he couldn't feel at ease without seeing the opponent's corpse. In the dust, Su Chen closed his eyes. With the sensing technique in his skill set, and under the enhancement of true energy and reality, Su Chen could fully sense every blade of grass and tree within a 30-meter radius, but in the game, it was indeed greatly reduced, though he could still exert about 70 to 80% of his ability. "Found you." Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, having located the dark-faced man's position, sharpening the spear at the last moment, breaking through the army. Vertical style, cleave mountains and sever seas. Su Chen leaped into the air, aiming to strike down at the dark-faced man in the dust. By the time the dark-faced man noticed Su Chen's figure, it was already too late. They were too close to dodge. And since he had just used the blood shield, he couldn't use it again in a short time. He could only use the knife in his hand to block, holding it horizontally above his head. Boom! Su Chen's sword struck down, creating a huge sound. "Ah!" A scream of agony rang out. The dark-faced man looked at his right shoulder in pain. His large knife had been broken in two, and his right hand was cleanly severed from the shoulder by Su Chen's sword, blood gushing out uncontrollably. If you run to the pharmacy now, you might still save your life, Su Chen said softly to the dark-faced man. The dark-faced man was also tough. To save his life, he immediately picked up his severed arm from the ground and ran wildly toward the pharmacy, completely ignoring the pain in his body. Match 3, contestant 17. Wins. Su Chen was the first to finish, and as the first winner, he walked up to the stands. Money. Su Chen extended his hand to Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan didn't mind Su Chen's rudeness and waved to the maid behind him, who promptly brought the money over. Compared to the money, Su Fengyan was more interested in Su Chen's strength. Are you going to play again next time? I'll open the betting. Su Fengyan asked Su Chen with great interest. Su Chen had nothing to refuse. The finals were next, and he had 2 more chances to make money. If he doubled his earnings each time, he could make over 10,000 taels, enough to last him for quite a while. Alright, I'll wait for you. Su Fengyan smiled immediately upon seeing Su Chen nod. There was nothing to linger on in this match, so Su Chen left directly, deciding to take this time to hunt the Underworld King for gear. He found that the drop rate from the Underworld King was indeed high. He had already obtained no less than 10 unidentified blue items from it. After another 2 days, Su Chen finally farmed the last suitable accessory. In Luo Stone, pink, plus 8 level, 30 constitution plus 40, plus 110, strength plus 40, plus 110, intelligence plus 40, plus 110, attribute damage plus 40% pink attribute, dark arrow. When attacking, there is a high chance to shoot arrows from behind the enemy, striking their back. Su Chen had completed the refinement and enhancement. Overall, it was decent. The increase wasn't particularly significant, but it did raise his attribute damage to over 300%. However, the dark arrow attribute was quite interesting and might play an unexpected role. As the finals began, Su Chen went straight to the stands to find Su Fengyan. Bet on me to win. Su Chen handed over all the money he had saved recently to Su Fengyan, totaling 5,000 taels, which included the previous 4,000 plus the money from selling gear after killing bosses. Su Fengyan shook the money pouch in his hand. Don't you have any silver notes? Carrying so much silver around must be heavy, right? Su Fengyan couldn't help but tease Su Chen, who would carry so much cash around. Just consider it training, Su Chen replied, unsure how to explain. So that's how it is, Su Fengyan nodded, thinking to himself, no wonder Su Chen is so strong. He's training all the time, everywhere. I say, Su, why are you so invested in this Su Chen? A young master asked Su Fengyan, looking curiously at Su Chen's departing figure. Don't you find it interesting? Watching an ant climb up continuously, only to casually push it into the abyss, doesn't that sound fun? Su Fengyan's smile grew increasingly wild. Just thinking about it was amusing. Su Chen was unaware that Su Fengyan had ill intentions towards him and stood on the field waiting for the match to begin. Since there were 5 people, one had to be exempt. The official took a number from the dark box. Number 49 is exempt. Number 49 calmly walked aside to wait, while the remaining 4 were divided into 2 matches. This time, his opponent was a one-eyed dragon dressed ruggedly like a bandit, clearly a forest dweller. Kid, you can still admit defeat now, otherwise, it would be a shame to die so young, the one-eyed dragon warned Su Chen with a cold smile. Su Chen looked at him speechlessly. You're so young, you probably don't even know what cruelty is. I'm not trying to scare you. I've killed more people than you've eaten salt. The one-eyed dragon continued to threaten Su Chen fiercely when he saw that Su Chen didn't react. I have a heavy mouth, are you sure? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. One-eyed dragon. I'm saying I've killed many, and you're saying you have a heavy mouth? I can kill without blinking. I've lost count of how many like you I've killed. The one-eyed dragon continued to threaten Su Chen. Is your eye dry? One-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon was somewhat speechless. I said I can kill without blinking, and I asked if my eyes are dry? He realized that the person opposite him was a bit mentally unstable and decided not to talk much. It was better to just start fighting. Come die. The one-eyed dragon immediately launched an attack on Su Chen. He raised his big knife and charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen didn't want to waste time. Compared to the troublesome Chen Zhongjuan, this one-eyed dragon was far too weak. Time to sharpen the knife. Thunderous might. Su Chen came up and immediately used all his strength. As the one-eyed dragon approached, he unleashed his sharp sword energy. The one-eyed dragon's large blade clashed with the sword energy, which effortlessly severed the large blade in his hand, slicing through his body and cutting the one-eyed dragon in half. With Su Chen's damage significantly boosted to nearly 50,000. He broke through the one-eyed dragon's defenses, and the damage from the breach doubled, reaching the 100,000 mark, instantly killing the one-eyed dragon. Against someone without defensive skills, Su Chen could now easily eliminate them. The one-eyed dragon didn't even have a chance to fight back before being killed by Su Chen. Su Chen was the fastest among the 4 to end the battle, drawing everyone's attention, including that of the player who had a bye. Since there were 5 people, one would have a bye in the first 2 matches. Su, the person you have your eye on is quite strong. He probably exceeds the normal level of the martial arts conference. Don't let the ant get bitten by the ant instead, said the young master who had previously conversed with Su Fengyan, this time with a tone of schadenfreude. Su Fingyan showed no reaction. Don't worry, he won't stir up any trouble. Su Fingyan appeared very confident. If he wins the championship, he won't be a commoner anymore. Can you still control him then? The young master chuckled. He won't win, Su Fingyan said with certainty. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he couldn't possibly defeat the last champion, right? Su Fingyan had already planned that Su Chen would not win the championship. Su Fingyan subtly nodded to the player with a bye, who acknowledged the gesture. Su Chen approached the stands. I won, bet. All the money on me to win again, Su Chen said to Su Fingyan, wanting to maximize his earnings, betting on himself to win the remaining match. No problem, Su Fingyan agreed with a smile, wanting Su Chen to take the bait step by step, ultimately ending up with nothing, finding it amusing to watch someone rise to the peak only to fall into the abyss. After the other group finished their match, only 3 people remained, and one would still have a bye, decided by drawing lots as before. The official placed the 3 tokens into a dark box, shook it, and reached in to draw a token. Su Fingyan subtly signaled to the official, who nodded discreetly. Number 49, the official announced, drawing the token, and it was again number 49. Number 49 walked to the side without any reaction and sat down. Su Chen frowned, feeling that something was off. 2 consecutive buys, was that really so lucky? The other player didn't think much of it. With so few people, consecutive buys weren't impossible, but such continuous battles were unfair to the competitors. I propose we increase the rest time. Our battles have been too rushed, and he hasn't participated in any, which is unfair to us. He immediately raised an objection. After this match, you will be allowed to rest for an hour, the official replied without arguing, stating that they could rest for an hour after the match. With the official's statement, he had no further objections. Come on, I am Chen Feng. Chen Feng said to Su Chen. Su Chen replied with a cupped fist gesture. Since the other party was so polite, Su Chen saw no need to be overly friendly. Be careful, Chen Feng warned Su Chen as he prepared to launch an attack. Su Chen immediately took a defensive stance. A player who could win the first final match without a scratch was certainly not ordinary. 9 Yang Illusion Array. In an instant, Chen Feng split into 9 figures, each one appearing as real as a person, even casting shadows as the 9 Chen Fengs surrounded Su Chen with swords drawn. Su Chen frowned. If these 9 clones are all real, then Chen Feng's strength has at least increased 9-fold, which is quite troublesome. The first Chen Feng rushed in front of Su Chen and thrust a sword at him. Su Chen dodged to the side and then countered with a sword thrust into his abdomen. The blade pierced into Chen Feng's body without any obstruction, lacking the expected sensation of flesh as if it had struck air. This Chen Feng dissipated in an instant. Seeing this, Su Chen was not discouraged by the empty strike. Instead, he felt a bit relieved. It seemed that these clones were all illusions, without physical form, which was good news for him. 2 more Chen Fengs charged at him, and Su Chen couldn't tell if they were clones or not, so he prepared himself, treating all Chen Fengs as real. Su Chen dodged to the left to evade one Chen Feng's attack, then dodged to the right to avoid another, and then swung his sword at the Chen Feng in front of him, breaking through the ranks. Ding! Su Chen's sword clashed with Chen Feng's sword, producing a sound of metal striking metal. This Chen Feng was actually real. Not bad, Chen Feng said, stepping back 2 paces to create some distance from Su Chen, while the illusory clones dissipated at that moment. Thank you for the compliment, Su Chen replied with a smile. This Chen Feng was quite interesting. Be careful, Su Chen warned, taking the initiative to attack with a sword aimed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his sword to block. He easily deflected Su Chen's attack. Such attacks are useless against me, Chen Feng said to Su Chen. Ordinary attacks could not possibly inflict any damage on him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air came from behind Chen Feng. Put! A short arrow shot from behind and struck Chen Feng. Humph! Chen Feng grunted, quickly retreating and frowning at the arrow lodged in his shoulder. Who ambushed me? Chen Feng glared around, asking sharply. However, the onlookers exchanged glances and no one had attacked Chen Feng. They all had no idea where the arrow had come from. Su Chen was taken aback. This is triggering the hidden arrow attribute? Indeed, it was a hidden arrow. How could one defend against that? Chen Feng glared at his surroundings. Although he knew the rules of the martial arts tournament were cruel, this was too underhanded. It was the finals. How could they resort to such dirty tricks? Su Chen, did you bribe someone to have them attack me from the outside? Chen Feng pointed his finger at Su Chen. Since it was a match between the 2 of them, if someone was attacking him, it must be related to Su Chen. You're overthinking it, Su Chen said helplessly. He couldn't explain. Humph. Let's see what other tricks you have. Chen Feng was now on guard. Even if someone was ambushing him from outside, he believed he could dodge it. He wanted to see who was behind it. Then he resumed fighting with Su Chen. The 2 exchanged blows, and soon, Chen Feng felt another sound of something slicing through the air behind him. Chen Feng was completely enraged. How long would this go on? This time, he chose not to turn around to block. He knew he wouldn't have time given the speed of the arrow, so he directly dodged to the side, hoping to evade it. Put! The arrow struck solidly into Chen Feng's left shoulder. His evasion had completely failed. Who the hell is it? Show yourself! Chen Feng shouted angrily at the people in the stands. Is this ever going to end? Don't you know that things come in threes? The crowd on stage exchanged glances. They all saw the arrows behind Chen Feng, but they couldn't tell where they had come from, as if they had suddenly appeared behind him. Su Fengnian looked around at the young masters nearby. He knew they couldn't have done it because they were too disdainful. But aside from them, there was no one else, so the problem must lie with Chen Feng's opponent, Su Chen. Chen Feng really couldn't find the person who had ambushed him and could only continue fighting Su Chen. Brother, why don't you just admit defeat? Su Chen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. The two of them couldn't determine a winner for the time being, and the longer it dragged on, the more suffering Chen Feng would endure. It would be better to concede now and spare himself some pain. Impossible. I am a man destined to become the champion. Chen Feng could never give up just because he faced a little difficulty. He had to fight Su Chen to the end. Su Chen, feeling helpless, could only continue battling. Chen Feng. Puff. Another arrow struck Chen Feng's back, and this time he couldn't even be bothered to resist. Keep going. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and persisted in fighting Su Chen. Su Chen even felt a bit sorry for Chen Feng, but he couldn't turn off the equipment's attributes. He was helpless. Puff. Puff. This time, two hidden arrow attributes triggered in succession, and Chen Feng felt the arrows in his back, feeling somewhat distressed, completely at a loss against the ambusher. As time passed, Chen Feng's back was filled with arrows, making him look like a reincarnated porcupine. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to collapse, Chen Feng said, pale-faced, waving his hand at Su Chen. He truly couldn't hold on any longer, although the damage from the arrows wasn't high. Having so many arrows stuck in him could bleed him to death. Are you conceding then? Su Chen confirmed. Chen Feng looked at Su Chen oddly, although he didn't want to admit defeat. Yes. Chen Feng weakly nodded. Alright, you can go treat your wounds, Su Chen said, somewhat sheepishly pointing at the arrows in Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng walked off the field helplessly to find a doctor to treat his injuries. Naturally, Su Chen was declared the victor. But it wasn't over yet. Another opponent awaited him. While Su Chen was resting, he didn't even have to look for Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian found him first. Here's the money you won. Are you still playing? Su Fengnian handed Su Chen 20,000 taels in silver notes and asked. Of course, I'm still betting on myself, Su Chen replied without a second thought. This was the final match. He couldn't miss this opportunity to make money. Su Fengnian smiled and put the silver notes away again. In the next match, he would let Su Chen know what it meant to fall into the abyss. A sly smile crept onto Su Fengnian's lips. As he walked over to the player who had a buy, Su Fengnian exchanged a glance with him and made a killing gesture with his hand on his neck. The man nodded slightly. Su Chen was completely unaware of this until an hour later when he returned to the arena, standing opposite his next opponent. Su Chen's opponent looked indifferent, staring coldly at him. Let me introduce myself, last year's Wuling Conference champion, Chen Feng. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Why would last year's champion participate in this year's Wuling Conference? The rewards for the Wuling Conference were only a few martial essence stones, and the main prize was a title. Winning the championship would grant a baron title, allowing one to escape the status of a commoner and become a noble. Chen Feng, having already won a championship, was already a baron and had no need to take risks by participating in the Wuling Conference, especially not for a few martial essence stones. Su Chen found it hard to understand. Su Chen briefly introduced himself. I know, someone wants me to kill you, Chen Feng said flatly. Su Chen was taken aback. Who wants to kill me? Su Chen frowned and asked. This time, Chen Feng did not answer Su Chen directly. I won't go easy on you. Whether you can survive depends on yourself, Chen Feng said to Su Chen. Although he was now a baron, he still felt a gap compared to true nobles. He couldn't refuse Su Fengnian's orders, but as someone from a similar commoner background, he sympathized with Su Chen and hoped he could survive. However, he couldn't show mercy, otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. So he could only hope that Su Chen had the ability to survive under his hands. I'm going to start my attack now. Be careful, Chen Feng said before suddenly disappearing, reappearing in front of Su Chen in the blink of an eye. The sword in his hand thrust straight at Su Chen's heart. Su Chen was startled and hurriedly defended himself. Chen Feng's sword struck Su Chen's blade, sending him flying. What immense power! Su Chen looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. I've long since broken through to a new realm. I'm not on the same level as you. Being able to block my sword is a good start, Chen Feng explained to Su Chen calmly. Breakthrough to a new realm? Could it be that he surpassed level 40? Only this explanation could account for why Chen Feng had such great power. Level 40, a full 10 levels higher than him, and with Chen Feng's status, he was at least a boss-level character. This was indeed difficult to handle. For the next move, I will use my technique, Chen Feng reminded Su Chen once more. Su Chen immediately braced himself. Gung Jin sword technique, no shadow. Chen Feng's aura surged, and the sword energy swirled around his long sword, emitting sharp Gung Jin energy. For the first time, Su Chen felt as if he were fighting someone in reality, as if Chen Feng also had true energy backing him. The Gung Jin sword energy instantly surged towards Su Chen, leaving him nowhere to hide. The coverage of the Gung Jin sword energy was too wide. Golden Bell Shield. Su Chen could only use the Golden Bell Shield to defend. Boom! With a loud bang, dust and smoke erupted around Su Chen, and the sharp Gung Jin sword energy left countless sword marks around him. Su Fengnian smiled slightly. Although both were champions of the martial arts tournament, Chen Fong was the champion from the previous session. Over such a long time, his strength had surpassed many of his peers, and Su Chen was no match for him. Chen Fong felt a bit regretful that Su Chen did not manage to block his attack. If he had, it would have been easier for him to hold back. After all, he had already shown his true strength. If he couldn't take down Su Chen with this, he would have a reason for losing. Su, is this person you value really just this much? A young master said to Su Fengnian from the stands. This is the result I wanted. I wonder if his two friends are nearby, Su Fengnian said happily. Watching Su Chen die, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, akin to the pleasure of watching an ant climb to the highest point before pushing it down. Su, did this person offend you? Why are you so invested in him? The young master asked in confusion. No, I just find it very entertaining. And this person is quite interesting, as are his friends. Su Fengnian simply thought it was fun to do this, regardless of any past grievances. Even if Su Chen didn't know him, he would still act this way. Chen Fong looked at the dust in the center of the arena and suddenly felt a stir in his heart. He sensed movement within the dust, sharpening the spear at the last moment. Thunderous might. Vertical style, splitting mountains and severing seas. A figure burst out from the dust, a giant sword formed of sword energy slashing down towards Chen Fong's head. Chen Fong was startled and didn't have time to dodge the sudden attack. He could only raise his long sword to block the sword energy above him. With a loud crash, the sword energy, carrying thunder and coldness, struck solidly on Chen Fong's head. Chen Fong was suddenly overwhelmed by the immense pressure above him, kneeling on the ground, and the long sword in his hand snapped in two with a crack. Put! Chen Fong instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Fengnian's expression changed on the stands. He truly did not expect such a sudden turn of events. Chen Fong clutched his chest, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth, and just as he stood up, he collapsed again due to his injuries. Su Chen was panting. He had just forced himself to use the thunderous strike skill with the technique of Zongheng, which had placed a heavy burden on his body. Although his health points had not decreased, Su Chen always felt a sense of weakness. Come on, bring it on. Su Chen raised his sword, pointing it at the fallen Chen Fong, and said sternly. Seeing this, Chen Fong furrowed his brow, struggling to get up, but his injuries caused him to collapse once more. I lost. Chen Fong reluctantly chose to concede. Su Fengnian on the stage immediately turned pale and said to the servant beside him, go check Chen Fong's injuries. If he's faking it, kill him. Su Fengnian did not believe that Chen Fong would lose to Su Chen. Yes. The subordinate replied and went to check Chen Fong's injuries. Chen Fong lay on the ground, looking at the somewhat breathless Su Chen, subtly revealing a hint of a smile. I can only help you this far. Su Chen glanced at Chen Fong with some gratitude. He could tell that Chen Fong had held back, and although his final strike could inflict damage on Chen Fong, it definitely shouldn't be this severe. That blood was forced out by Chen Fong himself. Soon, Su Fengnian's people arrived on the stage to check Chen Fong's injuries. Reporting to the young master, there's no problem, Chen Fong's injuries were real. He had indeed suffered serious internal injuries. Please have the commoners below come up to receive the decree. After Su Chen won the championship of the martial arts tournament, the eunuch approached him with a royal edict. Su Chen immediately walked up and knelt halfway on the ground. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed to confer the title of baron upon the champion of the martial arts tournament, along with 5 pieces of martial essence stones as encouragement. Thus it is commanded. The edict was short, specifically issued for the champion of the martial arts tournament, but the rewards were very enticing. Besides the baron title that could advance the plot, there were also 5 pieces of martial essence stones, which Su Chen desired the most. Thank you, your majesty. Su Chen accepted the edict, and the eunuch then had someone bring up a plate with 5 pieces of martial essence stones on it. Young Master Su, please accept this. The eunuch's attitude towards Su Chen had suddenly changed. After all, Su Chen was now a noble, and even the lowest-ranking baron was not someone he could easily offend. Thank you, eunuch. Su Chen expressed his gratitude, and after putting away the martial essence stones, he walked to the stands to find Su Fengnian. Now he was qualified to come up to this stand, as he was also a noble. Su Gongzi, give me the money. Su Chen extended his hand towards Su Fengnian, demanding the wager. The stakes had doubled, and now Su Fengnian owed him 40,000 taels of silver. What money? Su Fengnian raised an eyebrow, suddenly finding new amusement, intending to deny the debt. Su Chen's expression changed. Su Gongzi, don't make it difficult for me. Oh, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Do you dare to rob me? Su Fengnian was completely unafraid of Su Chen. Did Su Chen really dare to touch him? He was the son of the Grand Commandant, and a mere baron could not afford to offend the Grand Commandant. Don't force me to take action. Su Chen's expression turned cold as he warned Su Fengnian. I'll force you. What can you do? Su Fengnian was entirely unconcerned by Su Chen's threat. He did not believe Su Chen would dare to act, and his subordinates were not mere decorations. Su Chen frowned. He immediately used 3 pieces of martial essence stones to max out the skill, sharpening the spear before battle. Sharpening the spear before battle. Max type, strong attack buff skill, increases weapon damage by 500% for 30 seconds, cooldown 40 seconds. The weapon damage increased from 300% to 500%, a significant enhancement. Sharpening the spear before battle. Su Chen immediately drew his sword and slashed towards Su Fengnian's head. He had not dared to offend him before the martial arts tournament. Now that it was over, did he still not dare to act? A figure suddenly rushed up and stood in front of Su Fengnian. Su Chen swung his sword, severing half of the opponent's shoulder, and the opponent was instantly killed, but at the same time he blocked the sword for Su Fengnian. You actually dare to touch me? Su Fengnian pointed at Su Chen in terror, showing no concern for the death of his subordinate. Who told you to owe me money? I would dare to cut down even the king of heaven, Su Chen said coldly. The young masters around them didn't come to help, they were all eager to see the other party suffer, enjoying the spectacle. I can pay you back. Don't kill me. Although Su Fengnian had some strength, he was still far behind Su Chen. After all, as a noble young master, he never focused on martial arts, spending most of his time playing around. Su Fengnian trembled as he pulled out a stack of silver notes. Su Chen didn't care how much it was and directly snatched it away, as it certainly looked to be no less than 40,000 taels. Hey! Su Fengnian looked at the silver notes taken by Su Chen with some pain. This is all there is, the rest counts as interest. Su Chen didn't care whether Su Fengnian agreed or not and stuffed the silver notes into his pocket. Su Fengnian didn't dare to say anything. With his subordinate killed by Su Chen, he had no one left to deal with him except for a few powerless maids. Goodbye. After getting the money, Su Chen left without a word. Damn, you really won. Outside, Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise as he saw Su Chen walk out unscathed. Xiaoyan and Long Dai had come here specifically to wait for Su Chen, worried about his safety. I told you I was going to win the championship. You still didn't believe me, Su Chen said with a smile as he put his arm around Xiaoyan's shoulder and patted him. By the way, does the bet still count? Su Chen suddenly remembered something. What bet? Xiaoyan asked, puzzled. He didn't recall having any bet with Su Chen. The upside-down shit. Xiaoyan's face darkened. Su Chen still remembered something he had said casually. Ew, are you guys disgusting? Long Dai looked at Xiaoyan with disdain. Upside-down shit, just thinking about it was nauseating. Let's not talk about that, come on, let's go buy a house, Su Chen said grandly. He had just taken a closer look at the silver notes he had taken from Su Fengnian, and there were actually 150,000 taels. That was enough for him to splurge. First, he definitely needed to buy a place to live. Sleeping in an every day wasn't a solution. Now that he had money, it was time to get a fixed residence. Buy a house? Did you strike it rich? Xiaoyan looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even afford a meal, and now he had money to buy a house? He wouldn't have been pretending to be poor in front of me, would he? Stop talking nonsense. You know Tianlong City well, take me to see if there are any suitable houses. It doesn't have to be too good, just a few rooms will do. Su Chen just wanted a fixed place to sleep, making it more convenient to enter and exit the game, nothing too luxurious. Okay, leave it to me, Xiaoyan promised earnestly to Su Chen. Under Xiaoyan's lead, the three of them arrived at an alley. Look, this house isn't big, but it's enough for you alone. And the location is good, Xiaoyan pointed to the nearby buildings. Su Chen nodded. Indeed, as Xiaoyan said, this place was located in the southern part of Tianlong City, and the location was quite nice. Su Chen looked at several courtyards available for rent and finally found a suitable one. This courtyard was located a bit deeper in the alley, not large, with 3 guest rooms, 1 master bedroom, and a living room, study, and kitchen all complete, plus a small pond and pavilion in the backyard. Su Chen was very satisfied with this courtyard. How much? Su Chen asked the owner. I was originally going to sell it for 100,000 taels, but I'm in a hurry to get cash, so I'll take a flat price of 80,000 taels. The owner gritted his teeth and slashed the price from the original 100,000 taels to 80,000 taels. Su Chen didn't expect it to be so expensive, 80,000 taels. He didn't even have that much in gambling funds. If he hadn't robbed Su Fengnian's banknote, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. That's enough, this price is quite cheap compared to this courtyard, Xiaoyan whispered in Su Chen's ear. After looking at so many houses, Su Chen actually had a rough idea in his mind, and this price was indeed relatively cheap. Alright, Su Chen didn't hesitate, taking out 80,000 taels in banknotes and handing them to the owner. Once the owner confirmed there were no issues, he handed the land deed to Su Chen, and this courtyard was now officially Su Chen's. Wait here for me, I'll bring a friend for you to meet, Su Chen thought of Qi Ling. It wouldn't do for her to live alone in that kind of place, especially since she was injured. Now that he had a place, he wanted to bring her over. It was much better here than where she was. This place was already located in the southern part of the city, not too far from Qi Ling's side, and Su Chen quickly arrived. Outside Qi Ling's room was a mess, with many disordered footprints on the ground. Su Chen frowned, immediately realizing something was wrong. He quickened his pace and entered the thatched cottage. Inside the cottage, Shi Ling was propped up against a long spear, supporting her body, while a dozen corpses lay on the ground. Shi Ling was panting heavily, and when she saw it was Su Chen, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Su Chen asked. Shi Ling, puzzled. Shi Ling responded to Su Chen using sign language. I was discovered. It's not safe here, you should leave quickly. Shi Ling didn't want to involve Su Chen and urged him to leave. Come with me, Su Chen said, pulling Shi Ling away without giving her a chance to refuse. He had come to take Shi Ling away, and encountering this situation did not conflict with his purpose. Shi Ling shook off Su Chen's hand. You go, I don't want to drag you down. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Shi Ling planned to face it alone. Since she had already been discovered, she intended to take revenge directly, without waiting. Su Chen turned to look at Shi Ling. I don't oppose your desire for revenge, but if you go to your death, it won't mean anything. If you die, it's over for you. But who will take revenge for your family? Su Chen said solemnly. Shi Ling fell silent. She knew that going for revenge now was a certain death, but she had no choice. Sooner or later, she would die, and it was better to die on the path to her goal. I'm taking you to a place now. It's much safer there. Once your injuries are healed, then you can think about revenge, Su Chen continued when he saw Shi Ling not speaking. Shi Ling remained silent. She felt she owed Su Chen too much and didn't want to trouble him further. If she dragged Su Chen into this, she would feel even guiltier. Su Chen firmly took Shi Ling's hand again, and this time she did not resist, allowing him to pull her forward. Shi Ling's current appearance was quite eye-catching, so Su Chen simply put her long spear into his backpack and took out a long robe to drape over her, concealing her appearance. Su Chen hurried back to the courtyard with Shi Ling. Xiaoyan and Long Dai were quite surprised to see Shi Ling brought back by Su Chen, especially Long Dai, who looked somewhat displeased seeing Su Chen holding Shi Ling's hand. This is Shi Ling, whom I met at the martial arts conference. They are Xiaoyan and Long Dai, my friends. Su Chen introduced the three to each other. Shi Ling extended her hand and greeted the two with sign language. Xiaoyan and Long Dai looked at Su Chen in confusion. She says she's very happy to meet you, Su Chen explained, as Xiaoyan and Long Dai didn't understand sign language and lacked the systematic translation that Su Chen had. When Long Dai discovered that Shi Ling couldn't speak, her displeasure vanished immediately. She will be staying here for a while, please take care of her, Su Chen said to Xiaoyan and Long Dai. Don't worry, Sister Shi Ling, right? Come on, I'll take you to the guest room. Long Dai took the initiative to lead Shi Ling to check the room environment. Su Chen looked at these three friends he had met in the game gathering together and smiled. You all live here, too? Su Chen turned to Xiaoyan and asked, of course, staying at an inn costs money. It would be foolish not to stay somewhere free. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and then went to choose a room, not wanting to miss out on the good ones. Su Chen's main quest had already been completed. The preliminary selection, semifinals, and finals of the martial arts tournament had earned her 4 martial essence stones. Currently, after winning the championship and using 3, she had 6 left. For now, Su Chen had no plans to use them, and a new main quest had already appeared. Main quest: turn the tides and disrupt the situation in Tianlong City, inciting open and covert conflicts among the major noble families. Phase 1: assassinate the son of the Grand Marshal without revealing your identity. Reward: 50,000 experience points, 100 reputation points. The reputation system had emerged, preparing for the martial arts competition. Only those who met the reputation requirements could participate, just like there were thresholds for entering the martial arts tournament. After settling Shi Ling, Su Chen returned to reality in the evening. Today was the day she had promised to meet with the Super Administration Bureau. Su Chen drove to the Martial Alliance building. How's it going? Have they arrived? She asked after seeing Dongfang Tingyin. Not yet. Are you nervous? Dongfang Tingyin asked with a smile. Nervous my ass, there's no way we can lose, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. During this time, the registered martial artists in the Martial Alliance had surpassed 100,000, a number that had long exceeded the total number of martial artists in the new city, most of whom came from other regions drawn by reputation. They're here, the security reported through the intercom. Through the surveillance, Su Chen saw Tang Xian walking in with a group of people in the lobby. Let's go get our credentials, Su Chen said as she and Dongfang Tingyin headed to the reception area, where the Super Administration Bureau personnel had already been brought. Sorry to keep you waiting, Su Chen greeted Tang Xian politely. Just arrived. This is our director, Gu Ji, Tang Xian introduced Su Chen and Dongfang Tingyin. Director Gu, hello, Su Chen said, shaking hands with Gu Ji. Hello, you must be Xiao Su. You have quite the ideas, colliding with our Super Administration Bureau like this. Quite impressive, Gu Ji said, looking at Su Chen with admiration. You're too kind, Director Gu. Shouldn't we get down to business? Here is all the information on the martial artists we've registered in the past few days. Feel free to check it at any time, Su Chen said, signaling her secretary to bring over a thick stack of documents, surprising Gu Ji. Boss Su, you really are meticulous. This stack of documents is impressive. Unlike us, who only recorded simple information about the martial artists, we still have much to learn from you, Gu Ji said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. Xiao Tang, bring our documents up, Gushi instructed Tang Xin. Tang Xin placed the documents on the table from the hands of the people behind her. Our super administration bureau hasn't performed well lately. We've only recorded information on over 10,000 martial artists. The basic information is all here, and you can verify its authenticity at any time, Gu Ji confidently told Su Chen. There weren't many martial artists in the new city, so collecting information on over 10,000 in a short time was quite an achievement. I wonder how many martial artists your alliance has registered? Gu Ji asked Su Chen with a smile. He looked up at the decorations of the martial alliance, which were indeed impressive, and soon they would become the base for their super administration bureau, making him happy just thinking about it. Feeling so pleased, Gu Ji couldn't help but take a sip of tea from his thermos. Not too many, just around 100,000, Su Chen said with a light laugh. Gu Ji couldn't hold back upon hearing Su Chen's words, and the tea he had just sipped sprayed out. Gu Ji's subordinates wiped their faces in disbelief. Director, you really sprayed it everywhere. Are you sure you're not joking? How could Gu Ji possibly believe Su Chen? How many martial artists are there in the new city? The Martial Alliance has a registered count of 100,000? Where did all those come from? Do I look like I'm joking? Su Chen said with a serious expression. The data is all here. If Gu Ju doesn't believe it, he can conduct a random check at any time. I'm not in a hurry. Su Chen calmly looked at Gu Ji. Of course, Gu Ji was unwilling to believe it. He immediately opened the registration data of the Martial Alliance to check its authenticity. After flipping through it for a while, it seemed there were no issues. Xiao Tang, randomly select a few contacts to verify the authenticity. The method of verification was quite simple, just call the contacts listed to confirm with the individuals involved. The members of the Super Management Bureau immediately began to extract some data and started making calls for verification. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He sat on the sofa, sipping tea, and waiting for them. After a long while, even if Gu Ji didn't want to believe it, he had to accept that it was true. There wasn't a single error in the information, it was all real. But how could this be possible? How could so many people register as martial artists in the Martial Alliance in such a short time? Even the long-established Super Management Bureau didn't have that kind of appeal. Why could the Martial Alliance? Impossible. How did you find so many martial artists? Betting means accepting the outcome. Our documents can be approved now, right? Su Chen didn't elaborate further and brought up the matter of the wager. Gu Ji suddenly felt awkward. He had been full of confidence on the way here and had never considered that they would lose, nor had he brought Su Chen's documents with him. I'll have someone send the documents over after I return, but I'm very curious, how did you attract so many martial artists? Gu Ji was not someone who couldn't accept defeat, but he was genuinely curious about how Su Chen had managed it. Follow me. Su Chen had no intention of hiding anything anymore. Since he had already won, the procedures for the Martial Alliance were definitely secure. Su Chen led them to the second floor. Tang Xin had been here before, but at that time, she had seen a scene that Su Chen and the others had processed, having removed the descriptions of the items. Now, these display cases had detailed introductions. What attracts them are these items, Su Chen said, pointing to the things in the display cases in the second floor hall. Gu Ji walked in amazement to these display cases, his mouth slightly agape as he looked at the information about these items. Were such miraculous items really real? Items that could grant supernatural abilities, equipment that enhanced strength, and miraculous elixirs. These legendary items could actually be exchanged for points here at any time. I lost. This time, Gu Ji truly accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. These items were not something he could replicate. Even if the Super Management Bureau operated in the same way, they could never compare to the Martial Alliance. With the Super Management Bureau giving the green light, the Martial Alliance faced no obstacles in terms of procedures. All related paperwork was quickly completed, and the Martial Alliance officially opened to the public. The 3-story training area was also completed, and they would gradually improve all the facilities of the Martial Alliance. Now the Martial Alliance can achieve a balance between income and expenditure. Your items will only be placed in the top-tier exchange area, while lower-tier items can be procured. Moreover, Wu Yun and the Master from Baiyun Temple have visited. I've already discussed cooperation with them. They will provide elixirs, and we will give them a bit of profit while also taking care of the disciples from Baiyun Temple. As they train in the secular world, Dongfang Tingyin introduced the recent developments of the Martial Alliance to Su Chen. I must say, Dongfang Tingyian's actions were indeed swift. In just half a month, she had already set the Martial Alliance on the right track. As for security, there's no need to worry. Zhou Di has recruited quite a few capable martial artists from the Assassin Alliance to temporarily serve as security personnel for the Martial Alliance. I've also investigated each person's background, and they are all clean. Dongfang Tingyian's considerations were very comprehensive. Ever since the last encounter with robbers, she had focused on security and quickly recruited some capable martial artists. Well, you handle it. Since I've entrusted the Martial Alliance to you, I have great faith in you, so go ahead, Su Chen said, patting Dongfang Tingyian's shoulder. Confronting looked speechlessly at Su Chen's hand on her shoulder. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, Su Chen's phone rang. It was Su Bei calling. Hello? Su Chen, it's bad. Yutong has been captured. Su Bei's words struck Su Chen like a bolt from the blue. What? They claim they will exchange you for Yutong. Or else they will kill her, Su Bei said anxiously. Su Chen slowly calmed down. He couldn't afford to panic at this moment. Where's Uncle Su? Su Chen asked, knowing that if Su Dongxing were around, he wouldn't let anyone take Su Yutong away. Third uncle is unconscious. Those people are very strong. Third uncle is no match for them. Su Chen's heart sank. If even Su Dongxing couldn't handle them, they must be at least at the Kaiyang level. Did they say where they are? Since they were after him, they would definitely inform him of a location. East Suburbs, old power plant, Su Bei told Su Chen. The old power plant, a power station from over a decade ago in the new city, was now abandoned. The east suburbs were almost deserted, and the power plant was in a state of disrepair. I got it. Su Chen quickly hung up the phone. What happened? Confronting could tell something was wrong just by looking at Su Chen's expression and frowned as she asked. It's nothing. Keep an eye on the Martial Alliance. I need to step out for a bit, Su Chen said without elaborating. There was no point in telling Confronting the enemy's strength was at least at the Kaiyang level, and the only one who could help was Su Dongxing, but he was still unconscious. Su Chen took out all the level 20 equipment from the game and put it on. He had never been this vigilant before. He didn't change the 7-colored ring and kept the original illusory spirit ring, as the illusory spirit ability was very useful in reality, so there was no need to switch. This set of equipment provided Su Chen with very few abilities. Aside from the evil repelling jade and the Yenling boots, the rest were enhancements to overall attributes, defense, and increased damage dealt. The evil repelling jade allowed Su Chen to control all attribute abilities more adeptly, while the Yenling boots granted him the ability to run faster, doubling his speed. This time, Su Chen was armed to the teeth. No matter who had captured Yutong, he would make them pay a heavy price. Su Chen drove at full speed to the old power plant in the east suburbs, and after getting out of the car, he kicked open the power plant's main door. Boom! The long-neglected iron door collapsed with a single kick from Su Chen. The old power plant had been overgrown with weeds due to years of neglect, with some reaching over a meter high, even taller than a person. Su Chen immediately spotted two people standing on the roof of the factory directly opposite the main door, with Yutong tied up and lying beside them. Yutong! Su Chen was about to rush forward. Stop! A middle-aged man suddenly descended from above, blocking Su Chen's path. Who are you? The man looked coldly at Su Chen. You don't recognize me? Su Chen was puzzled. Weren't they the ones who specifically called for him? How could they not know him? You are Su Chen? The man furrowed his brow, realizing. That's right, it's your grandpa. Let my friend go, Su Chen said bluntly. The man sized up Su Chen, dressed in peculiar attire, wearing game equipment. A hot-headed young man. Long Jianchuan actually lost to someone like this? Did you kill Long Jianchuan? The man needed to confirm the truth before taking action. Su Chen was slightly taken aback, watching the man warily. Are you from the Long family? Su Chen immediately thought of their identity. Their connection to Long Jianchuan was definitely related to the Long family. You're clever enough. If you kill my dragon family, be prepared to die yourself. Go ahead and take your own life. The opponent stood with his hands behind his back, speaking to Su Chen with an arrogant demeanor. I'd rather die than do that, Su Chen retorted, speechless. Is this how you talk when you've never been hit? You're so disrespectful, seeking death. The opponent snorted coldly and raised his hand, unleashing a pure wave of true energy towards Su Chen. Due to the close distance, Su Chen didn't have time to defend and was directly struck by the opponent's true energy. Ugh! Su Chen grunted, stepping back a pace, but he didn't suffer any substantial damage. His gear had such high defense, mostly enhancing his protection, making him like a meat shield. It was hard for anyone to break through his defenses. The opponent was clearly taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to withstand his attack. Now it's my turn. Su Chen drew two weapons from his waist, a sword and a dagger. The sword was the Qinghong sword, and the dagger was a decent weapon he had obtained recently while farming a boss, named Cold Moon. Like the dual-edged Qinghuang sword, it was an ice attribute damage weapon, and in reality, it granted him the ability to manipulate ice, provided he used it. Su Chen had brought it out specifically for the techniques in the Zhongheng art. Only with these two weapons could he utilize the Zhongheng essential techniques. Zhongheng essential techniques: horizontal strike, vertical slash. Su Chen charged at his opponent with the sword and dagger in hand. Seeing this, the opponent quickly retreated. Su Chen's ability to block his attack proved that he was not weak, so he wouldn't underestimate him and would treat him seriously. Su Chen spun around, unleashing a horizontal sword energy. The opponent hurriedly defended, and as he blocked the sword energy, Su Chen leaped into the air, spinning like a top, and slashed down vertically with the dagger. The speed boost from the Yenling boots allowed Su Chen to execute this technique. His rapid attacks left the opponent flustered, and Su Chen's strikes were heavy. Even the previous sword energy had left his hands tingling. Clang! Su Chen's dagger still didn't hit the opponent, blocked by a long sword that seemed to come from nowhere. However, while he managed to block it, the immense force caused the opponent's hands to split, blood flowing from his hand onto the sword hilt. No wonder Jinchuan fell to you, you really are strong. The opponent finally acknowledged Su Chen's strength, realizing that being pushed to this extent was rare among the younger generation. I'll make sure you understand your death. Remember, you died at my hands, Longhua. Longhua snorted coldly, his aura suddenly surging, instantly reaching the late stage of the Kaiyang realm, and a flurry of sword strikes rained down on Su Chen. Su Chen was startled. Although he could temporarily boost his strength without side effects, he glanced at the two people on the factory roof. His opponent was not the only one he had to deal with, and he needed to conserve strength for those two above. Zong Hung, chaotic dance. Su Chen forcibly used a technique that was beyond his current capabilities. His hands moved like phantoms, wielding the sword and dagger, blocking all the opponent's attacks that came like raindrops. How is this possible? Longhua couldn't believe his eyes. Su Chen had managed to block his full force strike with just the early stage of the Kaiyang realm. How could anyone do that? Blocking this attack was no easy feat for Su Chen either. His hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly dropping the weapons, forcing himself to use techniques beyond his capacity. Placed a tremendous burden on his body. If it weren't for the blood pool granting him rapid recovery, he would have likely dropped his weapons by now. The two people on the factory roof frowned slightly as they watched the two below entangled for so long. Second brother, go down and see why the third brother hasn't finished yet, Long Ying said to his second brother, Long Xiong. Yes, big brother. Long Xiong nodded, leaping directly off the rooftop and heading towards the place where the two were fighting. Su Chen saw another person descending from the opposite side and immediately realized he didn't have much time left. He needed to deal with the guy in front of him quickly, or it would be even more troublesome when the opponent's reinforcements arrived. Su Chen promptly took out a young enhancing pill from his pocket and swallowed it while the opponent was not attacking. Su Chen's momentum instantly surged, rising from the early stage of the Kaiyang realm to the mid-stage. Cross-slash of the art of dominance. After swallowing the pill, Su Chen wasted no time and unleashed his most powerful move, the cross-slash. Longhua sensed Su Chen's rising momentum and knew this move was formidable, so he prepared himself seriously. However, this move was not something an ordinary person could defend against. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen vanished from Longhua's sight and reappeared behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two beams of light, one horizontal and one vertical, suddenly exploded on Longhua's body. Put! Longhua instantly spat out blood, suffering a severe injury. Such a powerful move. Longhua struggled to kneel on the ground, murmuring to himself. He could feel that Su Chen's attack was not a simple technique, it contained subtle spatial power that he simply couldn't defend against. Any resistance he attempted was futile. Third brother. Long Xiong rushed over and saw Longhua severely injured and kneeling on the ground, immediately exclaiming in shock, I will kill you. Longhua's injury made Long Xiong angrier than the death of Long Jianchuan. Long Jianchuan was just a junior in the family, his death didn't matter much to him, but Longhua was his brother. The three brothers had lost their parents at a young age and had supported each other until now. Their bond was more than just blood. Now that Su Chen had injured his brother, how could he not be furious? At that moment, Su Chen had just used the cross slash and was not in good condition to fight the opponent head-on. Su Chen immediately turned and ran, diving into the grass. With the speed boost from the meteor chase in the Yenling boots, Su Chen's speed reached a new height and he quickly distanced himself from Long Xiong. Stop! Long Xiong chased closely behind Su Chen. Meanwhile, Long Ying on the rooftop of the factory frowned. Su Chen and Long Xiong had disappeared into the grass and he had lost sight of them. This made him uneasy. Not being able to see the battle left him feeling anxious, especially since it seemed that the situation of his third brother was not good either. Long Ying hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Su Yutong, who was tightly bound, and realized that she wouldn't be able to escape in such a state. Stay put. Long Ying coldly snorted at Su Yutong on the ground, leaping down from the factory to check on his brother's injuries. Once Su Yutong saw that everyone had left, she struggled to pull out a business card from her back pocket, using it to frantically cut at the ropes on her hands. Fortunately, the card was made of metal. Although it was difficult to cut the ropes, with enough time, she would definitely be able to do it. Su Chen was sprinting rapidly through the grass and his physical condition was quickly recovering due to the effects of the blood pool. Suddenly, Su Chen turned around. Dominance, double blade, sky slash. Two streams of sword energy shot towards Long Xiong behind him. Long Xiong was running and was caught off guard by Su Chen's sudden attack. In a hurry, he leaned back and the two streams of sword energy flew past his nose. As Long Xiong straightened up again, Su Chen had already followed the sword energy and reached his side. Vertical style key technique, power split. The vertical style key technique of the art of dominance is to break through all methods with strength, crushing the opponent to inflict maximum damage. A sword and a blade came crashing down towards Long Xiong's head. If an ordinary person could exert only 80% of their strength, Su Chen was now exerting 120%. Suddenly, a knife appeared in Long Xiong's hand and he raised it to block above his head. Bang! Long Xiong felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, his legs unable to support him any longer, and he fell to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood like a spray. Su Chen's subordinates moved without pause, their blades turning to directly slash at the opponent's artery. Long Xiong gritted his teeth against his injuries and raised his knife to block. Clang! He narrowly managed to deflect Su Chen's strike once more. Big brother! Long Xiong was on the verge of collapse. It was at this moment he realized that Su Chen was not someone he could handle alone, and he hurriedly called for his big brother to come help. Su Chen frowned. He absolutely could not let them regroup. Zongheng Rising Qi Technique. Su Chen no longer hesitated and immediately used the secret technique to enhance his strength, swallowing another vitality pill. Su Chen's realm skyrocketed in an instant, from the late stage of the Kaiyan realm to the peak of the Kaiyan realm, and then to the Yuhong realm. Su Chen's realm instantly surpassed the peak of the Kaiyan realm, touching the edge of the Yuhong realm. With the dual enhancement of the Zongheng Rising Qi Technique and the vitality pill, Su Chen's strength reached a new height. Feeling the change in Su Chen's aura, Long Xiong's face turned pale with shock. Yuhong realm. Long Xiong couldn't believe it. This young man actually possessed the strength of the Yuhong realm. Their Long family didn't even have such a young Yuhong realm warrior. How could this be possible? Long Xiong couldn't believe his eyes. Die! Su Chen did not hesitate and struck down with his knife. Long Xiong still wanted to resist, raising his knife to block Su Chen's attack. Clang! With a crisp sound, the knife in Long Xiong's hand broke in response, and Su Chen's blade effortlessly cleaved through Long Xiong's body, splitting him in two. Second brother. At that moment, Long Ying had just arrived on the scene and saw Su Chen kill Long Xiong with a single strike. Bastard! You're seeking death. Long Ying's heart burned with rage as he exerted all his strength to slash at Su Chen. Su Chen crossed his sword to block in front of him. Long Ying's strike landed in front of Su Chen, causing him to slide back a considerable distance. Long Ying's strength was at the peak of the Kaiyan realm, and he was only slightly weaker than Su Chen now. This strike indeed inflicted significant damage on Su Chen. Blood seeped from Su Chen's hands as the blow had shattered them. Seeing that his full force attack had failed to take down Su Chen, Long Ying frowned slightly, beginning to reassess Su Chen's strength. With his second brother dead and his third brother severely injured, relying solely on himself, he realized he had no confidence in being able to defeat Su Chen. Long Ying shifted his gaze to the roof of the factory. If he couldn't kill Su Chen, then he would first kill his friend to vent his anger. Let him taste the bitterness of losing loved ones. Long Ying made up his mind to kill Su Yutong first. Su Chen immediately sensed something was wrong when he saw Long Ying's gaze. But Long Ying had already begun to act, sprinting swiftly toward the factory. Stop! Su Chen hurriedly chased after him, determined not to let him reach the roof. Horizontal style, sky slash. To stop Long Ying, Su Chen unleashed a wave of sword energy. However, Long Ying was too fast, and Su Chen couldn't reach him from behind. Long Ying easily dodged with a swift movement. Su Chen grew increasingly anxious and used the meteor pressing moon technique to quickly pursue Long Ying. Su Chen's speed suddenly increased, and Long Ying, sensing something, turned to see Su Chen had accelerated, frowning slightly. However, he also had a technique to increase his speed, and he immediately used it to maintain distance from Su Chen. Long Ying reached the front of the factory and suddenly jumped, using the window to propel himself onto the roof. Su Chen was taken aback and exerted all his strength to follow, leaping onto the roof right behind him. On the roof, Long Ying was stunned. There was no sign of Su Yutong. All that remained on the ground was a bundle of severed ropes. The person had long since escaped. Ah! Long Ying shouted in fury. Unable to defeat Su Chen, he had wanted to kill Su Chen's friend to vent his anger, but the person had already run away. Brothers, I'm sorry. Su Yutong was currently hiding on a drainage ditch at the edge of the factory, her hands tightly gripping the eaves, dangling outside. She didn't dare to make a sound, fearing discovery by the other party. When Su Chen arrived on the rooftop and found that Su Yutong was not there, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen! I swear I won't rest until I avenge this. Long Ying shouted angrily at Su Chen, then jumped off the rooftop and disappeared into the grass. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but chose not to pursue him, allowing him to escape. Yutong! Su Chen called out to the surroundings from the rooftop. I'm here. Su Yutong's voice came from the edge of the factory. Su Chen hurried over, finding Su Yutong lying on the edge of the eaves, nearly unable to hold on any longer. He quickly grabbed her wrist. Come up! Su Chen pulled Su Yutong up. Are you okay? Su Chen asked with concern. Su Yutong shook her head. I'm sorry, I got you into trouble, Su Chen said apologetically to Su Yutong. The Long family was after him, but it had dragged Su Yutong into this, which made him feel guilty. It's fine, I had asked you to teach me martial arts before. If you had taught me, I wouldn't have been so easily captured. Su Yutong didn't blame Su Chen for her abduction, but she felt a bit dissatisfied that he hadn't taught her martial arts earlier. Su Chen was moved. Su Yutong made a valid point. It was too late for her to learn martial arts now, but he could get her some gaming equipment to carry with her, so she would have some means of self-defense. Su Chen nodded, realizing he needed to take this matter seriously. With his parents at home, if Su Chen had more enemies, they would also be in danger, so he had to ensure their safety. Su Chen planned to send Xiaobai back to his hometown to protect his parents. Long Sheng's body was still there, but Long Hua was already missing. It seemed Longing had taken him away before leaving. What is this? Su Chen noticed an ancient ring on Long Sheng's finger and, curious, he pulled the ring off. He looked around but couldn't discern its significance, so he decided to keep it for now. Let's go back, Su Chen said as he took Su Yutong directly back to the Su family. Su Dongsheng was still unconscious and they didn't know the situation, so they would check on him. First, the two entered the Su family home, pushing the door open. Su Bei was anxiously waiting in the living room. How is Uncle Su? Su Chen asked Su Bei upon seeing him. You're back. Su Bei felt relieved when he saw Su Chen and Su Yutong return safely. Third uncle is still unconscious. Third aunt is taking care of him inside, Su Bei informed Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and walked into the bedroom. Su Dongsheng was lying on the bed, his head wrapped in gauze, while Zhang Yue looked on with a worried expression. Auntie, how is Uncle Su? Su Chen asked as he entered. Seeing her daughter return safely, Zhang Yue felt a lot more at ease. The doctor has seen him, he has a mild concussion, and we don't know when he will wake up, Zhang Yue replied. Su Chen took out a healing pill from his pocket. Auntie, this is a healing pill, please give it to Uncle, he said. After Zhang Yue fed the pill to Su Dongsheng, he still did not wake up. A concussion couldn't be cured with just one healing pill, he needed rest. Yutong, you should rest well, I'll step out for a bit, Su Chen said, not lingering at the Su family home for long before taking his leave. Back at the Martial Alliance, Su Chen found Dongfang Tingyin. Post a mission on the Martial Alliance to secretly protect my family in Yutong with a high point value, and the strength requirement should be above the Kaiyang realm, Su Chen instructed Dongfang Tingyin. Dongfang Tingyin frowned. The Kaiyang realm was a level of strength capable of establishing sex. Would anyone take on such a task? With such high requirements, no one will take it, right? Dongfang Tingyin expressed her concern. Let's put these things in the exchange area, they can triple the cultivation speed. I think they should attract those old fellows, but don't set the price too low, Su Chen said, taking out the triple experience potions. He had never paid much attention to these items, but later thought that anything that could enhance experience gain in the game would essentially speed up cultivation in reality, right? So, he tried a few, and as he guessed, they indeed accelerated cultivation speed, and not just a little, exactly 3 times. Dongfang Tingyin was somewhat accustomed to Su Chen's ability to produce miraculous items and was not particularly surprised. This should be quite appealing, but if it's those old fellows, what they need isn't just speed but something that can help them break through. If we have such items, they would definitely come out, Dongfang Tingyin suggested. Su Chen was taken aback. We have that, Su Chen said, puzzled, looking at Dongfang Tingyin. Where? I remember everything clearly. Do we have such a thing? Dongfang Tingyin also became curious. He remembered all the items Su Chen had provided and was sure there was nothing with that effect. It's the attribute pills. Attribute pills can ignore bottlenecks and enhance true energy. If you take one while at a bottleneck, it can have a breakthrough effect, Su Chen explained to Dongfang Tingyin. Dongfang Tingyin was stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier? This was on a completely different level from what Su Chen had mentioned before. Previously, Su Chen had only said it could help martial artists cultivate, and he had even had people try it out. The effect wasn't particularly obvious, so he hadn't paid it much mind. If it could lead to a breakthrough, that would be a huge loss. Dongfang Tingyin hurriedly instructed the person in charge on the second floor via intercom. Take all attribute pills off the shelves and pause the exchange. Wait for me to get there. After giving the order, Dongfang Tingyin rushed to the second floor exchange area. Upon arriving on the second floor, Dongfang Tingyin immediately checked how many attribute pills were left. Since the effect of the attribute pills wasn't particularly significant, only a large quantity could yield noticeable results, so not many had been exchanged, only 5 had been taken. Rename all attribute pills to breakthrough pills, and note the effect can ignore bottlenecks to enhance true energy, has breakthrough efficacy. Raise the price tenfold, 100,000 points each. Dongfang Tingyin instructed the staff. The staff immediately acted upon Dongfang Tingyin's orders, quickly changing all the information of the attribute pills to breakthrough pills, and the price shot up tenfold. Once Dongfang Tingyin finished his tasks, Su Chen asked him, now they should be able to come out, right? Dongfang Tingyin gently shook his head. Su Chen was puzzled. Hadn't they just said that having items for breakthroughs would attract them? Why not now? It's still not possible to invite them in a short time. Su Chen had misunderstood. Dongfang Tingyin meant it wasn't possible. In the short term, we still need to spread the news about the breakthrough pills to their ears. Su Chen looked at Dongfang Tingyin in confusion. Dongfang Tingyin smiled confidently. Soon, news spread through the martial world that the recently popular Martial Alliance in New City was going to hold an auction where many items that could only be exchanged for points in the Martial Alliance could be bought with money at the auction, which piqued the interest of many martial artists. I heard this auction is part of the Martial Alliance's external promotion, featuring many items that are usually hard To buy, a few martial artists in a certain city were discussing the recent news about the Martial Alliance's auction. Not just that. Do you know there's a breakthrough pill in the Martial Alliance's exchange area? The exchange price reaches up to 100,000 points. I heard that it will appear in this auction, but I don't know whose hands it will end up in. This is the breakthrough pill. Something that can elevate the top strength of a faction to a new level. Who knows? Anyway, I can't afford it. I don't know where the Martial Alliance got so many treasures, and they aren't afraid of being robbed. You might not know this, but when the Martial Alliance was just starting out, someone tried to rob them, and it was a well-known international crime gang that specialized in stealing extraordinary items. But the result was clear: they were completely wiped out. Moreover, the Martial Alliance has connections with the Supervision Bureau. People have seen agents from the Bureau coming in and out of the Martial Alliance headquarters more than once. So, does that mean the people behind the Martial Alliance have ties to the authorities? No wonder they rose so quickly. They automatically found a very reasonable explanation for the rise of the Martial Alliance. The news that the breakthrough pill would appear at the Martial Alliance auction quickly spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and soon it was known by the high-ranking members of various sections. Those old-timers who had been in closed-door training for years could no longer sit still. Woozoon, isn't this Martial Alliance run by that so-called boss you know? Why didn't you inform me about the breakthrough pill? At Baiyun Temple, the temple master angrily confronted Wuyun. I didn't know. When I came back, there wasn't any breakthrough pill, so it must have just been acquired by the boss, Wuyun said innocently. No matter what, tell your boss to save one for me. I'm going over right now. Fong Yunzi couldn't wait any longer. He was heading to the new city. Old man, don't think you can have it all to yourself. Several elders from Baiyun Temple, who had somehow come out of seclusion, gathered together. What do you mean by having it all to myself? Why are you old geezers out here? Fong Yunzi said, somewhat speechless at the sight of them. I heard someone mention the breakthrough pill. What is this? Breakthrough pill? The sharp-eared Fong Tongzi asked Fong Yunzi. Ah, it's nothing. You must have misheard about the breakthrough pill, Fong Yunzi said vaguely. Who knows how many breakthrough pills there are? If there is only one, it definitely can't be given to these old geezers. Shi Wuyun, you explain, what's going on with this breakthrough pill? If Fong Yunzi wouldn't say, they could only ask Wuyun. Wuyun, not daring to contradict his masters, had no choice but to reveal everything about the breakthrough pill. Good for you, Fong Yunzi. You thought about keeping such a good thing to yourself. Don't you have any semblance of a temple master? The others immediately began to criticize Fong Yunzi, with a few hot-headed ones even cursing directly. Alright, I was just trying to gather some information. The boss of the Martial Alliance is Wuyun's master, and if there are extras, you won't miss out. Baiyun Temple still needs you to guard it, so instead of blaming me, why not let Wuyun ask his master for a few breakthrough pills? Seeing this, Fong Yunzi quickly changed the subject, shifting everyone's focus onto Wuyun. Wuyun, is what your master said true? Fong Tongzi turned to Wuyun and asked. Wuyun nodded. Suddenly, the eyes of the others lit up. Hurry and call your master, tell him to send a few breakthrough pills over. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Wuyun, Fong Yunzi quickly took the opportunity to slip away. Wuyun helplessly called Su Chen. Upon learning Wuyun's purpose, Su Chen's expression changed. Wuyun's masters were quite formidable, all at the peak of the Kaiyang realm, and they were well-known figures in the martial world during their youth. Why not take this opportunity to have them help protect family and friends? I have the breakthrough pills, but I need your masters to do me a favor. If they agree, I can give them the breakthrough pills in advance. Su Chen agreed to Wuyun's master's request, but with conditions. Fong Tongzi and the others were right next to Wuyun, and upon hearing Su Chen's words, they were not surprised. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Speak up. As long as we can do it, we will definitely go through fire and water. Fong Tongzi immediately boasted, saying that as long as they could break through their current realm, it would be worth it even for 10 tasks, considering they had been stuck in the Kaiyang realm for decades. I've gotten myself into trouble with a difficult enemy, and I need you to help protect my family and friends, Su Chen requested of the group. No problem. Fong Tongzi readily agreed. This was nothing compared to breaking through the Kaiyang realm. Alright, come to New City. I'll be waiting for you at the Martial Alliance, Su Chen said with a smile. This would solve the issue of his family's safety. Wuyun hung up the phone, and his several masters rushed to New City overnight. Wuyun, the Baiyun Temple is in your hands, they instructed him before leaving. Wuyun. His masters were really unreliable, leaving a junior behind in the temple. Fong Yunzi was the first to arrive in New City, followed closely by Fong Tongzi and the others. What are you doing here? Fong Yunzi was surprised to see them at the entrance of the Martial Alliance. Just because you can come, we can't? Fong Tongzi said disdainfully, not giving Fong Yunzi any leeway. What about Baiyun Temple now that you're out? Leave it to Wuyun, don't worry, Fong Tongzi assured Fong Yunzi with a reassuring look. Fong Yunzi was speechless. How could he be at ease? Leave it to Wuyun? He would probably turn everything upside down. Fong Tongzi ignored Fong Yunzi and walked straight into the Martial Alliance hall. There are quite a few people, huh? Fong Tonzi's first reaction upon entering was that there were many people. The martial alliance's reputation had risen again due to this auction, attracting many martial artists who had previously looked down on it. I'm looking for your boss, Su Chen. Where is he? Fong Tonzi asked at the front desk. May I ask who you are? The receptionist politely inquired. I am Fong Tonzi from Baiyun Temple. Oh, so you are a senior from Baiyun Temple. Please come this way. The receptionist said, having been informed by Su Chen about Fong Tonzi and the others, and immediately led them to find Su Chen. Wait for me, Fong Yunzi, seeing how respectfully Fong Tonzi and the others were treated, quickly followed. May I ask who you are? The receptionist curiously asked Fong Yunzi. I am Fong Yunzi from Baiyun Temple. Fong Yunzi introduced himself in the same manner as Fong Tonzi. The receptionist looked at Fong Tonzi in confusion, wondering why they didn't recognize each other since they were both from Baiyun Temple. We don't know him. How dare he impersonate us from Baiyun Temple? Out of respect for the martial alliance, we won't argue with you. I see him sneaking around. We can't let him in. Fong Tonzi immediately pretended not to know Fong Yunzi and specifically instructed the receptionist not to let him in. All right, understood. Please wait a moment while I consult with my supervisor, the receptionist said, not sending Fong Yunzi away but asking him to wait there while she clarified the situation. You guys? Fong Yunzi glared angrily at Fong Tonzi and the others. These guys were clearly taking the opportunity to retaliate. If it weren't for the cooperation between Baiyun Temple and the Martial Alliance, he would have exploded by now. Hurry up, Fong Yunzi urged the receptionist. Okay, she replied, then led Fong Tonzi and the others to Su Chen's office. Boss, people from Baiyun Temple have arrived, the receptionist said to Su Chen, who was sitting in the office. Su Chen nodded. Boss, there's also someone claiming to be Fong Yunzi from Baiyun Temple waiting below, the receptionist reported about Fong Yunzi. Su Chen knew Fong Yunzi. He had seen him before during the cooperation with Baiyun Temple regarding the elixirs. You all. Su Chen looked at Fong Tonzi and the others in confusion. Why? Did your family split into two groups to come here? After explaining the misunderstanding, the front desk went down to bring Fong Yunzi up. Have all the adults from the temple come? Su Chen said to the 8 people in front of him. Including Bai Yunzi, there were a total of 8 people. And Baiyun Temple traditionally only had 8 people in each generation. Let's not talk about anything else. Can your breakthrough pill really help us break through? Fong Tonzi was very direct, not wanting to beat around the bush with Su Chen, getting straight to the point. Not necessarily. Su Chen gently shook his head. My pill can only help you ignore the bottleneck and increase the true energy in your body. Whether you can breakthrough still depends on how close you are to the breakthrough. If you're just a step away, then it can help you break through. Su Chen explained. Changing the subject, Su Chen continued before the others could feel disappointed. However, as long as you agree to protect my friends and family for a while, I can provide enough breakthrough pills to help you succeed. Even if it means stacking them up, I can help you reach the Jade Balance Realm, Su Chen said confidently. It's just a breakthrough, right? If 1 attribute pill doesn't work, then 2. If 2 don't work, then 4. It's just a matter of a few million, and with the current earning speed of the Martial Alliance, that's just a matter of minutes. The 8 people present were immediately excited. The Jade Balance Realm. They had pursued this realm for decades, and Su Chen actually said he could stack them up to reach it. Is that possible? Are your breakthrough pills really that miraculous? The 8 began to doubt, wondering if Su Chen was deceiving them. Su Chen had anticipated this. As long as you agree, I'll give you the pills first, and you'll know once you try them. Su Chen's promise was very appealing to them. Alright, I agree. It's just protecting a few people, right? Fong Tonzi was quite straightforward. With Su Chen saying this, what was there to doubt? Good, here are 8 breakthrough pills. You can try their effects here first. I wish you all success in your breakthroughs. Su Chen immediately took out 8 attribute pills and handed them to the group. The 8 received Su Chen's pills and immediately followed him to a separate training room where they began to attempt their breakthroughs. As time passed, they soon came out one after another, their faces showing disappointment but also excitement. They were disappointed that they hadn't succeeded in breaking through, but excited that Su Chen hadn't lied. With just 1 or 2 more breakthrough pills, they would definitely succeed. In the end, only Fong Yunzi and Fong Tonzi had not come out. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth, and Su Chen was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura of the Jade Balance Realm. Someone had broken through. Ha ha ha! Fong Tonzi couldn't help but laugh out loud in the room. The bottleneck that had troubled him for many years had finally been broken today. Boom! Another strong aura erupted, and Fong Yunzi in the next room had also succeeded in breaking through. Old man, you're quick on your feet, catching up to me. Fong Tonzi thought he would surpass Fong Yunzi this time, but unexpectedly, Fong Yunzi had also broken through. Just lucky, Fong Yunzi humbly said, unable to suppress the smile on his face. After decades, how could he not be delighted to break through again? Young friend, I will remember your kindness today. It's just protecting a person, right? Who do you want me to protect? Fang Tongzi immediately cupped his hands in thanks to Su Chen. Senior, you're too polite. It's actually just protecting my parents and a friend of mine, but you can't let them know your identities. They are not martial artists, so you need to hide beside them and only reveal yourselves when they are in danger. Su Chen told them about his parents and Su Yutong. No problem, this is simple. I'll pretend to be a tourist and rent a house in your village. It would be nice to play chess and cards near your home. Fang Tongzi had already planned how to hide his identity. Approaching Su Chen's parents as an old man would definitely go unnoticed. Alright, I appreciate it, seniors. Su Chen bowed in gratitude to the few of them. Stop calling us seniors. Wuyun can call you boss, and if you don't mind, you can call us uncles. Fang Tongzi was quite willing to climb the hierarchy. Su Chen's strength was only slightly inferior to theirs, and they really weren't qualified to consider him their master. However, it wouldn't be unreasonable if they calculated by age. Thank you, uncle. Su Chen didn't hold back and immediately called them uncle. Sigh. If Wuyun had half your talent, we wouldn't have to work so hard. This brat only knows how to play all day and has fallen behind in his cultivation. Fang Yunzi looked at Su Chen, who was the same age as Wuyun, observing his strength and achievements, and felt that Wuyun was useless. He indeed forgot that when he took Wuyun in, he had praised him as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. People fear comparisons. The more you compare, the more you feel inadequate. Akiyu. Far away at Baiyun Temple, Wuyun suddenly sneezed. Is it autumn already? I should wear more clothes. Back home, Su Chen took out the ring he had obtained from Long Xiong during the day and studied it in his hand. He always felt that this item was unusual. During the battle with the three, the weapons that suddenly appeared in their hands reminded Su Chen of storage equipment from novels, so when he saw this ring, he immediately brought it back. The ring looked ancient and heavy, and he couldn't tell what material it was made of. It seemed like stone but wasn't iron. In novels and films, such treasures usually required blood to recognize their master before they could be used. Could this be the same? Su Chen pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto it, and the blood instantly disappeared upon contact with the ring. It really works. Su Chen was taken aback, then filled with joy. Open. Su Chen excitedly commanded the ring. Ring. Su Chen. Su Chen stared blankly at the unresponsive ring for a moment. Damn. What a false alarm. The ring still showed no reaction. So how did his blood disappear? Su Chen thought for a long time and put the ring on his finger. Following his guess, he brought the ring close to the cup on the table, and with a thought, the cup vanished instantly. Just as I thought. Su Chen secretly rejoiced. His blood hadn't been absorbed by the ring, it had been stored in the ring's space. To use the ring to store items, he needed to press it against the item. But how? To take it out? Su Chen was troubled again. Being able to store but not retrieve was like having a pet Qilin without the ability to use it. Could it be that I need to use mental probing? Su Chen speculated. His mental strength was quite high. After all, the attribute pill had a comprehensive enhancement effect, including mental strength. Moreover, there were probing techniques in the art of traversing, similar to the perception abilities of the mind's eye achieved through this technique. Su Chen closed his eyes and tried to probe the ring with his mental strength. With a whoosh, Su Chen felt as if he had entered a new world. It was a 3x3x3 cubic space filled with various items in disarray. Su Chen's keen eyes spotted a drop of blood among these items. It was his blood. It really is a space ring. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in excitement. With a thought, his mental strength enveloped an item in the space ring, and a cup suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the water cup he had just stored. Su Chen was thrilled. He had always been troubled by the inability to put real-world items into his backpack, which prevented him from carrying many things. When going into a fight, he still had to hang weapons at his waist, which was very inconvenient. Now it's good. With this space ring, this worry is perfectly resolved. Su Chen took out all the useless items from the storage ring and discarded them, leaving some martial artist training resources to be delivered to Dongfang Tingyin tomorrow, to be used as exchange items for the martial alliance. Then Su Chen stuffed all the things he frequently used into the storage ring. The Qinghong sword and the Lingyue blade, as well as young enhancing pills, attribute pills, some healing pills, qi recovery pills, and various tools. Su Chen immediately felt light and unburdened. Usually, he carried these items in small quantities, which was quite inconvenient. Now, with these items gone, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. In a great mood, Su Chen lay down and entered the game. Su Chen woke up in the game's bedroom, and as he pushed open the door, he saw Xiao Yan, Long Dai, and Qi Ling practicing in the yard. The locals in the game are very diligent in their martial arts training, rising early every day to practice, unlike Su Chen, who gained his strength through leveling up, while they truly put in hard work. Good morning, Su Chen greeted the three. Morning, they nodded at Su Chen and continued their practice. Xiao Yan and Long Dai were about done. They were both disciples of the Baihui Villa with the same foundation. Only Qi Ling was practicing with a long spear, the spear whooshing as she swung it. I say, Su Chen, I've never seen you practice. How did you get your strength? Xiao Yan asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead, looking at Su Chen with curiosity. Talent, you wouldn't understand, Su Chen replied with a smug smile. Faced with Su Chen's arrogance, Xiao Yan couldn't be bothered to respond. Su Chen does have good talent, but that doesn't mean you can be lazy. Laziness leads to regression. The martial way is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. Long Dai, who was the first to recognize Su Chen, understood how extraordinary Su Chen's progress was. From an ordinary villager in a small town to the champion of the martial arts conference, Long Dai had witnessed Su Chen's remarkable advancement. I know, you don't need to worry. I've been training all along, Su Chen said helplessly. My way of training is through killing. As long as I kill enough, I can grow quickly, Su Chen explained. You follow the path of killing? Long Dai exclaimed in surprise. There are many paths to the pinnacle of martial arts, the path of slaughter, the path of invincibility, the path of true heart, and so on. The path of slaughter is considered one of the more difficult ones, requiring constant killing to grow, but who can survive to the end in endless slaughter? Upon hearing Long Dai say that Su Chen followed the path of killing, Xi Ling looked at Su Chen seriously, as she also walked the path of slaughter, which she realized during her battles. That can be understood, Su Chen didn't elaborate, it was fine for them to interpret it this way. Xi Ling then put down her long spear and walked over, using sign language to communicate with Su Chen. The path of slaughter is a road with no turning back. You can still turn back now, Xi Ling advised Su Chen. The only drawback of the path of slaughter is that it is too dangerous. Fighting on the battlefield every day, one never knows when they might fall to the enemy's blade. It's too late, I've long stepped onto this path. Su Chen didn't explain further, he merely used the path of slaughter to disguise his way of leveling up. By the way, Xi Ling, there's something I need to tell you, Su Chen said to Xi Ling, then gestured for Long Dai and Xiao Yan to step aside. Long Dai pouted. What is there to hide from us? Although dissatisfied, he obediently left, giving Su Chen and Xi Ling some personal space. After the two left, Su Chen brought Xi Ling into the room. Xi Ling, your enemy is the Grand Commandant's mansion, right? Su Chen asked Xi Ling. Xi Ling nodded, not hiding anything from Su Chen. Su Chen pondered for a moment. His task happened to be the son of the Grand Marshal, and their enemies were coincidentally the same at this time. I need to kill the Grand Marshal's son, and I need your help, Su Chen said to Xi Ling. He then outlined his plan. After listening, Xi Ling looked at Su Chen. No, that's too dangerous for you. Let's switch places, Xi Ling said to Su Chen. No need, my identity won't raise any suspicions, but you are actually in more danger than I am. Su Chen rejected Xi Ling's suggestion. In fact, Su Chen could directly use Xi Ling with her hatred for the Grand Marshal's residence. As long as Su Chen put in a little effort, Xi Ling would willingly help him kill the Grand Marshal's son. However, Su Chen couldn't bear to exploit Xi Ling and had to come up with another plan. Following the plan, Su Chen went to the vicinity of the Grand Marshal's residence to start investigating information about the Grand Marshal's son. To his surprise, he discovered that Su Fengnian was indeed the Grand Marshal's son. However, this made it even more convenient for Su Chen to implement his plan. Su Chen quietly followed Su Fengnian's carriage all the way to the tavern. Su Fengnian walked into the tavern with an unhappy demeanor. Ever since he had his silver note snatched by Su Chen last time, he had been feeling down for a long time, but he hadn't been able to find any news about Su Chen, making it impossible for him to seek revenge. A few days ago, he had received news about the remnants of the Qi family and thought about capturing them to gain favor in front of his father, but unexpectedly, the group he sent out was completely wiped out. Now, having startled the snake in the grass, even the remnants of the Qi family had gone missing, leaving him in a very bad mood these past few days. Su bro, you finally came. We've been waiting for you for days. Come, take a seat. A few young masters who were friendly with Su Fengnian hurriedly welcomed him. Su Fengnian silently took a seat at the head of the table. Su bro, what's got you looking so glum? Those young masters could tell that Su Fengnian was in a bad mood and asked curiously. None of your business, Su Fengnian snorted coldly, his bad mood reflected in his attitude towards them. Everyone present felt awkward. Although Su Fengnian's tone was harsh, no one dared to get angry, each one flattering Su Fengnian and toasting him. At that moment, Su Chen walked straight up. Young Master Su, what a coincidence. Su Chen feigned surprise upon seeing Su Fengnian, acting as if he was astonished. Su Chen. Su Fengnian glared at Su Chen, wishing he could execute him on the spot. However, he had rushed out today and hadn't brought any skilled fighters. Those few guards might not be a match for Su Chen. Young Master Su, there's no need to be so angry. That day was my fault, and I apologize to you here. Let me drink first. As a sign of respect, Su Chen said without hesitation, pouring himself a glass of wine and sincerely apologizing to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian was puzzled about what Su Chen was up to and frowned at him. If young Master Su is still not satisfied, I'll drink another cup. Seeing that Su Fengnian still looked angry, Su Chen poured another glass and downed it. What can I do to make you feel better? Just say it, and I will definitely do it. Su Chen said to Su Fengnian, noticing he still hadn't calmed down. Su Fengnian frowned slightly. Why was Su Chen acting so unusually today? You like to drink? Fine, then drink a whole jar, and I'll pretend nothing happened, Su Fengnian said with a cold smile. Su Chen turned to look at the jar of wine Su Fengnian mentioned. It must have weighed at least 10 jin. Alright, it's a deal. Su Chen agreed without hesitation, directly picking up the jar and tilting it back to drink. Su Chen had to thank his older brother, Chang Yaoyin, for this. If it weren't for him dragging Su Chen to drink every day, Su Chen might not have known his own drinking capacity. Although he was on par with Chang Yaoyin, he was still crushing compared to the average person. This 10 jin jar was nothing to him. After all, he and Chang Yaoyin usually drank from 25 jin jars. Gulp! Gulp! A jar of wine was quickly down by Su Chen, his belly only slightly bulging and his face a bit flushed. Su Chen held the jar upside down, not a single drop of wine spilling out. What a drinker! The young rascals were immediately impressed by Su Chen's capacity, clapping and cheering. Su Fengnian was also taken aback for a moment. Did you come here just to apologize today? Su Fengnian asked with a frown. Yes, I thought about it at home. Offending young master Su, I surely won't have it easy in Tianlong City. I hope young master Su can be magnanimous and not hold it against me, Su Chen said. Sincerely. Su Fengnian chuckled lightly. He knew that no one dared to offend the Taiwei mansion. Perhaps Su Chen had realized his identity upon returning home, which is why he came to apologize. Since I said that after drinking, we'll consider it as if nothing happened then. Let's just drop this matter, Su Fengnian said. He wasn't interested in money. What he wanted was face. Su Chen's public apology in front of so many people had already given him enough face, so this matter was settled. Thank you, young master Su, Su Chen said with a look of surprise. Young master Su, to show my apology, let me treat you to today's expenses? Su Chen suggested as he climbed up the bamboo pole, proposing to cover the meal. Su Fengnian nodded proudly, agreeing to Su Chen's proposal. I'll go have the kitchen add a few more dishes. Su Chen ran to the kitchen with a look of excitement to have them add a few more dishes. Come, brother, come over and have a drink. The young rascals invited Su Chen to join them when he returned. They were eager to befriend someone like Su Chen, the champion of the martial arts tournament, especially after reconciling with Su Fengnian. Now that Su Chen also held the title of baron, he was part of the nobility. Although his status was not as high as theirs, having a capable friend like Su Chen would be beneficial in the future. Who knows, a young and talented martial artist like Su Chen might become a contender in the martial arts world in a few years, and then it would be their turn to curry favor with him. Su Chen did not refuse and sat down to drink with them. After they had drunk to the point of staggering, each was sent back home by their respective servants. Su Chen smiled slightly. The first step of his plan was a success. The next day, Su Chen continued to invite Su Fengnian to eat, drink, and have fun. The third day was the same. The fourth day. The fifth day. Su Chen spent every day with Su Fengnian, who was beginning to treat Su Chen like a brother. They were just short of swearing brotherhood. He hadn't realized before how much Su Chen suited his taste. They shared common interests, and Su Chen could really drink. Whenever Su Fengnian didn't want to drink, Su Chen could always tell and would shield him from drinking more. Where could he find such a brother? Su Chen, tomorrow I've invited a few friends to go play outside the city. Come along, Su Fengnian invited Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, the opportunity has come. Sure, I'll definitely be there tomorrow, Su Chen said calmly, nodding with a smile. The next day, Su Fengnian and his group, accompanied by several guards, left the city. They arrived by the river, set up tents, and began fishing and roasting meat. Young Master Su, this place is desolate and you are all precious bodies. Be careful of any dangers, Su Chen said with some concern. Don't worry, there are no bandits near Tianlong City. What danger could there be? Su Fengnian replied nonchalantly. There were hardly any fierce beasts near Tianlong City. They had long been cleared out, so there was no way there could be any danger. Su Chen secretly sneered. So arrogant, you deserve to die here today. The young rascals played by the river while the guards stood at a distance, keeping watch. To avoid disturbing their fun, Su Fengnian didn't even let the guards get close, only allowing them to keep a distant watch. Except for Su Chen, no one knew that hidden in the water was a crisis. They only guarded against dangers on the shore, never considering that there could be danger in the water. Young Master Su, should we go into the water and try to catch some fish? Su Chen suggested, asking. Su Fengnian, catch fish? Su Fengnian immediately became interested. These young nobles, who grew up in privilege, had never experienced catching fish in the river during their childhood, so they were quite yearning for such activities. Rest assured, young Master Su, I'm an expert at catching fish, and I will ensure you return with a full catch, Su Chen assured Su Fengnian. Alright, let's go down and take a look. Su Fengnian couldn't resist the temptation and decided to try the fun of catching fish. Entering the water, Su Fengnian held a spear and quietly watched the surface. Suddenly, he spotted a fish appear before him and raised the spear to stab down. However, when he looked at the spear, it was empty. Not a single fish was caught. Young Master Su, the fish in the water are not at the same position. As you see them, you need to adjust your position based on the angle of refraction to catch them, Su Chen explained. What refraction? So many details? Su Fengnian frowned. Young Master Su, give me the spear, and I'll demonstrate for you, Su Chen requested the spear from Su Fengnian. Without much thought, Su Fengnian handed it over. Su Chen smiled slightly, aimed at a fish in the distance, and let the spear fly from his hand with a swoosh, piercing accurately into the fish's body. Did it really get it? Su Fengnian asked in confusion, as the distance was a bit far and he couldn't see clearly whether Su Chen had actually caught the fish. It definitely got it. If you don't believe me, young Master Su, go take a look, Su Chen said to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian skeptically walked towards the spear's position, where the water was deeper, reaching up to his waist. However, to confirm whether Su Chen had indeed caught a fish, he still walked over. What Su Fengnian didn't know was that a figure was quietly approaching him from beneath the water. Splash! Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water, holding a long spear, aiming directly at Su Fengnian. Watch out! Su Chen shouted, lunging towards Su Fengnian. At that moment, the others realized Su Fengnian was under attack and the guards hurried over. The spear was aimed straight at Su Fengnian's heart, and he had no time to dodge the sudden attack, watching helplessly as the spear came towards him. Watch out! Su Chen dashed forward, directly blocking in front of Su Fengnian under the astonished gazes of everyone. The spear plunged directly into Su Chen's chest, piercing through his body and shielding Su Fengnian from the blow. Su Fengnian was also taken aback by Su Chen's loyalty, risking his life to block the attack for him. Su Chen and the attacker, who was Qi Ling, both frowned slightly. The spear had gotten stuck. Indeed, it was Qi Ling who had attacked Su Fengnian. Su Chen furrowed his brow, grasped the spear shaft, and forcefully pushed it into his body, causing the spear to pass through him. Ugh! Su Chen let out a muffled groan, unable to suppress the pain of being pierced in the chest. Behind Su Chen, Su Fengnian, who was shocked and relieved to escape death, suddenly trembled, looking down in disbelief at his chest, where the spear tip had already pierced his heart. He saw Su Chen's actions and realized that Su Chen intended to kill him. You are so insidious. Su Fengnian managed to utter these words with his last strength. With his heart pierced, he was beyond saving. Go! Su Chen said softly to Qi Ling, turning his back to everyone. Qi Ling glanced at the severely injured Su Chen, closed her eyes, and suddenly pulled out the spear, jumping into the water and swimming to the opposite bank to escape the scene. Su Chen immediately collapsed into the water, the surface quickly turning red with blood. Quick, save young Master Su! The young nobles were all extremely anxious. If anything happened to Su Fengnian, none of them could escape the consequences. They worked together to pull both Su Chen and Su Fengnian ashore. Su Fengnian's heart had already stopped beating and there was no way to save him. While Su Chen was still breathing, he hadn't injured his heart, just lost consciousness. They were all struck as if by lightning. Su Fengnian was dead. When Su Chen woke up again, he found himself in a bed. He looked down at the wounds on his chest, which had mostly healed thanks to the blood pool. As long as Su Chen was out of combat, he could recover quickly. This was also why Su Chen had risked using this plan. As long as he didn't die, he could recover swiftly, without life-threatening danger. The plan Su Chen had told Qi Ling that day was just like this. He would approach Su Fengnian openly, letting others see that he had a good relationship with Su Fengnian so that no one would suspect him of being involved in Su Fengnian's death. Then, he would lead Su Fengnian to a place with many witnesses where an ambush could be set up. Qi Ling would be responsible for assassinating Su Fengnian, while Su Chen would block the knife for Su Fengnian at that moment, deepening his relationship with him. This was crucial. Su Chen repeatedly emphasized that Qi Ling should use all her strength to pierce his body, killing Su Fengnian with a long spear. But Qi Ling seemed to hesitate at that time and didn't use her full strength, causing the spear to get stuck in Su Chen's body, which was why Su Chen had to take the risk of stabbing his own chest to kill Su Fengnian. Would anyone suspect a person who blocked a knife for the deceased? Before long, a middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man had a cold expression, his face filled with anger. Lord Tai Wei. Su Chen had seen him before. He had come to the Tai Wei mansion a few times while incapacitating Su Fengnian and had crossed paths with him. He was the current Tai Wei, Su Mu, Su Fengnian's father. After seeing him, Su Chen forced himself to get out of bed to bow. No need for excessive courtesy. You were close with Nyener and even blocked a shot for him. From now on, the Tai Wei mansion is like your own home. Just instruct the servants if you need anything. Su Mu raised his hand to stop Su Chen, allowing him to lie down at ease. Thank you, Lord Tai Wei. Su Chen nodded in gratitude. How is Su Xiao? Su Chen asked Su Mu with a tense expression. In truth, Su Chen was genuinely anxious, not pretending. He wanted to know if Su Fengnian was really dead. If he wasn't, he had to find a way to kill Su Fengnian quickly, or else he would be exposed when he woke up. Alas! Su Mu sighed. Nyener is gone, Su Mu said to Su Chen with a pained heart. Su Chen felt a surge of joy inside, but on the surface he appeared shocked. How is that possible? I blocked the attack for him, Su Chen said, in disbelief. The attack from the other side penetrated your body and struck Nyenner's heart. By the time he was brought back, he was already dead, Sumu said with a grim face. I was just about to ask you, did you see what the assassin who killed Nyenner looked like? Sumu shifted the conversation to Su Chen. The situation was urgent and I didn't get a clear look at the other person's appearance. I only know they used a long spear and had a black cloth covering their face, so I couldn't see their features. Su Chen shook his head and said. Sumu looked somewhat disappointed, but he hadn't expected to find any clues from Su Chen. He had already asked everyone who went on the outing, and their answers were similar to Su Chen's. You should rest well. If you need anything, just instruct the servants, Sumu said to Su Chen. Thank you, Lord Taiwei. Ding. The first phase of the upheaval is complete, gaining 50,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. Ding. The second phase of the upheaval, Third Prince, meet the Third Prince. Reward, experience 100,000, reputation 200 points. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. After Sumu left, Su Chen's task showed is completed, and he leveled up as a result. Su Chen looked at the task and smiled wryly, shaking his head. From the beginning of the first phase, these main quests had become completely uncontrollable. The original version didn't have any Taiwei's son or Third Prince. Su Chen still had to pretend to be injured and rest here for a while. Back in reality, today was the day of the Martial Alliance auction. Su Chen hurried to the Martial Alliance building. The auction venue was set on the 8th floor, which had been decorated into an auction hall with semicircular seating arranged around a platform. Wow, so many people? Su Chen exclaimed upon seeing the crowd backstage. It was no exaggeration to say that the venue was packed, with even some juniors standing while only their elders were seated. I didn't expect so many people to come. There aren't enough seats. But luckily, the number of bidding cards is limited, so it's fine for those without seats to stand, and so far, no one is causing trouble. Dongfang Tingyin said. Su Chen was puzzled. Why was there no trouble? The Martial Alliance couldn't have that much power yet to keep so many people sitting quietly. Their elders won't allow it. For the breakthrough pill, all the closed-door seniors have come out. Anyone who dares to disrupt their chance to get the breakthrough pill would probably be torn apart on the spot, Dongfang Tingyin explained to Su Chen. Su Chen immediately understood. Then we should still be cautious. Has Senior Fang Yunzi been called back? Just in case, Su Chen had previously told Dongfang Tingyin to call Fang Yunzi to guard when the auction started. Now that Fang Yunzi had just broken through to the Jade Balance realm, with him around, no one would dare to cause a scene. He has been notified and is already here. Dongfang Tingyin pointed to a corner. Next to the auction stage, an old man in a security uniform was sitting on a plastic chair. You actually made him wear a security uniform? Su Chen looked at Dongfang Tingyin in disbelief. Who would think of having a Jade Balance realm expert as a security guard? Who made him wear a security uniform? That's his own clothes. Dongfang Tingyin rolled her eyes at Su Chen. How could she do something so foolish? That was the outfit Fang Yunzi wore when he arrived. Oh, I see. Su Chen walked up to Fang Yunzi, puzzled. Uncle Master, what's with this outfit? Su Chen looked at Fang Yunzi, wondering what he was doing in a security uniform. Su Chen, I'm here to protect your parents. I rented a place near your hometown for the night and am staying there with a few old buddies. During the day, while your parents are in town running the shop, I found a security job over there. I just didn't have time to change clothes. Fang Yunzi was quite down to earth, even finding a job in his spare time. You really have some ideas, huh? Su Chen couldn't say much. The person who hired Fang Yunzi as a security guard had good judgment, hiring a Jade Balance realm expert for the job. You sit here for now. I'll go get busy, Su Chen instructed Fang Yunzi before returning backstage. The auction was about to start, and Su Chen stayed backstage to keep an eye on things. With so many items, he didn't want any schemers to make off with them. The auction soon officially began, with the auctioneer hosting the process on stage. Welcome everyone to our Martial Alliance's first auction. This auction features a variety of items, many of which are treasures not found in the outside world. I believe you have all heard some rumors, so I won't say much more. Now, please take a look at the first item for bidding, the Imperial Sword. This sword is not only a rare treasure but also has special effects that can enhance the user's destructive power by up to 30%. The starting bid is 8 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 1 million. Please place your bids. The auctioneer didn't waste any words, simply giving a brief introduction before bringing out the first item. The first item was a long sword, gleaming coldly, clearly extraordinary. Those old-timers were here for the breakthrough pill and had little interest in the Imperial Sword, but the juniors they brought were different. They needed a powerful weapon to enhance their strength. 9 million. A young man was the first to raise his hand to bid. 10 million. This price wasn't high, and soon someone started to raise the bid. 12 million. 13 million. 15 million. The price kept climbing, showing no signs of stopping. The game production was bound to be a masterpiece, and weapons like those from the Martial Alliance had already circulated more than one. They naturally knew how powerful these weapons were, and they couldn't miss this hard-earned opportunity. 20 million. A voice suddenly rang out, directly raising the price from 15 million to 20 million. For a moment, the venue fell silent. The sudden spike in price made them hesitate. Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. Competing with me in wealth? Humph. If it were a contest of strength, the Yi family might not compare to these sects, but when it came to financial power, the Yi family had never feared anyone. 25 million. A cold voice interrupted Yi Xingchen's thoughts. Yi Xingchen looked towards the source of the voice, or a female disciple from a sect expressionlessly lowered her hand that she had just raised. Yi Xingchen was taken aback. What a beautiful woman. 30 million. Yi Xingchen knew he couldn't fall behind at this moment. He had to show her what it meant to be wealthy. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen raised the bid again. Hu Xuelan frowned slightly. Sister, we don't have that much money, her companion Xiaolan whispered. To Hu Xuelan. Hu Xuelan naturally knew this, and because they lacked funds, she had to give up. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer struck down, and this weapon was sold for 30 million. A level 20. Ordinary blue item selling for 30 million was already impressive, not to mention 30 attribute pills. The second item, flesh regeneration pill, a high-level healing pill that can treat any external injury. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it can bring the dead back to life. The auctioneer continued with the next item. Of course, this introduction was somewhat exaggerated. How could they entice buyers without stirring their desire to purchase? Those old-timers who had just exited their seclusion were not interested in these items. What they cared about were the breakthrough pills. As time passed, the highly anticipated breakthrough pills finally made their appearance. Next is the last item of today, also the highlight item. I believe everyone has been eagerly waiting for it, the breakthrough pill you've long anticipated. The auctioneer's words immediately caused a stir. Most people here had come for the breakthrough pills. In this auction, our boss generously put up 3 breakthrough pills, which are among the few remaining in the Martial Alliance. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to exchange for them with points in the Martial Alliance's exchange area. Opportunities like this are rare. This will be your easiest chance to obtain a breakthrough pill. What are you waiting for? Let's start the bidding. The auctioneer passionately delivered these prepared lines. Starting bid is 100 million, with each bid not less than 10 million. Let the bidding begin. The venue fell silent for a moment. All the old-timers were stunned, mainly because the financial power was in the hands of the younger generation, and they momentarily didn't realize how much 100 million was. 150 million, an old man was the first to raise his paddle. 170 million. Another old man quickly followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. 180 million. 190 million. 200 million. The price soared without any signs of stopping. 240 million. An old man raised his paddle again, unwilling to back down. The middle-aged man beside him immediately knelt down. Ancestor, we don't have that much money. Are you planning to sell off your descendants? Get the hell out of here. I've relied on my reputation for so many years. What's wrong with spending a little of your money? The old man was instantly furious, showing a willingness to kill the middle-aged man at the slightest disagreement. The middle-aged man immediately shrank his head, not daring to argue with the ancestor. 250 million. The price of 240 million was quickly suppressed. 300 million. A very high voice rang out, instantly silencing everyone present. Grandpa, is it worth spending 300 million on a pill? Yi Xingchen asked the old man beside him, puzzled. As long as its effects are real, it's worth it. Yi Nantian replied softly. Yi Xingchen didn't understand, so he could only nod in agreement. Yi Nantian's bid shocked many people, and in an instant the venue fell silent. This price made many hesitate. 310 million. Not far from Yi Nantian, a voice rang out again, directly surpassing Yi Nantian's bid. Yi Nantian frowned and turned to look. Old son, do you have that much money? Yi Nantian asked mockingly upon seeing the bidder. Ha! Whether I have money or not is none of your business. If you have money, then raise your bid. Sun Wuxing replied with a light laugh. 320 million. Yi Nantian said nothing and directly raised the bid by 10 million again. 330 million, Sun Wuxing said calmly. Yi Nantian frowned. It was clear that Sun Wuxing was determined to oppose him. 350 million. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth and raised the bid to 350 million. This price was already very high. There were no more than 10 people who could afford it. 360 million. Sun Wuxing smiled slightly, provocatively looking at Yi Nantian as he raised it by another 10 million. Yi Nantian was instantly furious. Old son, do you really have that much money? Yi Nantian couldn't hold back. How could a sect elder like Sun Wuxing have so much money? What do you care? My descendants are all CEOs of listed companies. This amount of money is nothing to me, Sun Wuxing said with a mocking expression. Yi Nantian was left speechless. After years of seclusion, he truly didn't know what Sun Wuxing's descendants had become. If you can't afford the price, then stop talking, you pauper, Sun Wuxing taunted Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian was so enraged that he was fuming. 37 million. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth and shouted this price. Yi Xingchen felt heartbroken. On the side, this was all the money they had brought today. 38 million. Sun Wuxing's calm voice instantly drove Yi Nantian to despair. Grandpa, we don't have that much money left, Yi Xingchen reminded Yi Nantian softly. I know. Yi Nantian yelled at Yi Xingchen. He was actually being outbid by an old rival, which made him feel very unwilling. 39 million. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth and raised his hand to bid again. Yi Xingchen hesitated. Under his grandfather's threatening gaze, he remained silent. 400 million. The price Yi Nantian called out through gritted teeth was suppressed again. This time, it was not Sun Wuxing bidding, but another person. Earlier, when the two were bidding, no one interrupted, wanting to see where their limits were. Now, it was clear that Yi Nantian had reached his limit, and those remaining with the means were not polite in calling out their bids. Yi Nantian frowned slightly. If he raised the bid again, he really wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. Yi Nantian thought for a long time. A small organization, even if I don't give them money, what can they do to me? If I get angry, I can just wipe them out. Yi Nantian had just emerged from seclusion and was unaware of the Martial Alliance's previous achievements, thinking it was just a newly risen small organization, not worth fearing in his eyes. 450 million. Yi Nantian directly added 50 million again. Anyway, he had already decided to default, so why not just call out a price? 460 million. Sun Wuxing immediately looked at Yi Nantian with a serious expression and raised it by another 10 million. He had thought Yi Nantian was not to be feared, but he didn't expect the Yi family to have such deep foundations now, able to generously put out over 400 million. 480 million. Yi Nantian glanced at Sun Wuxing with disdain and directly raised the price by 20 million. Sun Wuxing was immediately taken aback, staring at Yi Nantian. Why was this old guy suddenly so generous? After thinking for a long time, Sun Wuxing raised his bidding paddle again. 490 million. This was his final bid. Regardless of whether others followed, he would not bid again. Strength was indeed important. But the money of his descendants did not come easily. Going over 500 million was not worth the risk, and he couldn't let the hard-earned money of his descendants go to waste. 500 million. Yi Nantian showed no hesitation. No matter what, he wanted to secure the Breaking Realm pill first. Yi Xingchen, standing aside, felt resentful but dared not speak up. Once this price was announced, others immediately lost heart. It was already a very high price that most people couldn't afford. Moreover, there were still 2 more pills, and they wanted to save money for the next 2 Breaking Realm pills, so no one raised their bid again. Ha! Yi Nantian chuckled lightly, disdainfully surveying the room. He strolled onto the stage, intending to claim the Breaking Realm pill. Senior, please proceed to the back for the transaction. Under the guidance of the staff, Yi Nantian was not allowed to go on stage and was directly taken to the backstage for the transaction. The auction continued in an orderly manner as Yi Nantian was brought backstage for the Breaking Realm pill transaction. The final price is 500 million. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer? The staff packed the Breaking Realm pill into an exquisite box and asked Yi Nantian. I'm neither paying by card nor transferring money. Just hand it over. Yi Nantian had no intention of paying. Upon seeing the Breaking Realm pill, a greedy glint sparkled in his eyes as he reached out to snatch it. The staff did not expect someone to snatch items at the auction, and for a moment they were stunned, allowing Yi Nantian to seize the box. Su Chen was backstage, witnessing the entire scene. Friend, I advise you to pay up obediently, Su Chen gently reminded. Ha! Yi Nantian sneered. I won't pay, what can you do about it? Yi Nantian's shameless demeanor made others want to give him a good beating. As he spoke, he exuded the aura of a peak Kayan realm cultivator, relying on his strength to plan on defaulting. Sigh, Su Chen sighed softly. Master Uncle, I trouble you, Su Chen said to Fang Yunzi, who was sitting beside the auction stage. It's a small matter, Fang Yunzi replied nonchalantly. He had just broken through a few days ago and was taking this opportunity to stretch his muscles. Fang Yunzi? Yi Nantian actually recognized Fang Yunzi. Old man of the Yi family, at your age, how can you still engage in such disgraceful behavior? Don't you feel embarrassed? Fang Yunzi mocked. This has nothing to do with you, you'd best not meddle. Yi Nantian warned Fang Yunzi. He was not afraid of Fang Yunzi. Both were peak Kayan realm cultivators, and it was uncertain who was stronger or weaker. Sigh, your Yi family's reckless. Nature is truly traditional, utterly reckless. Fang Yunzi stopped wasting words with Yi Nantian, stepping forward and striking Yi Nantian with a palm, instantly revealing his strength at the Yuhong realm. Yi Nantian's pupils constricted in disbelief. He couldn't believe Fang Yunzi had already broken through to the Yuhong realm. Boom! Yi Nantian's figure was sent flying from the backstage, crashing beside the auction stage. Fang Yunzi, dressed in security attire, walked out from backstage holding the box containing the Breaking Realm pill. This sudden turn of events interrupted the auction, and the auctioneer looked puzzled at the situation over there. I apologize for the interruption, everyone. This person made a false bid, unable to produce the money while offering a price beyond his means, and even attempted to forcibly seize auction items. This person, along with his family, has been blacklisted by our martial alliance. Guards, expel everyone from the Yi family. Oriental listening followed closely behind Fong Yunzi and addressed everyone present. This was a perfect opportunity to showcase the strength of the martial alliance, letting them know that the martial alliance is not to be trifled with to prevent frequent disturbances caused by others. The crowd immediately erupted in astonishment. The peak of the Kaiyang realm, Yinantian, was actually knocked unconscious. People began to reassess the martial alliance as an organization. The ability to produce so many treasures and rise to prominence in such a short time was no coincidence. The strength of the martial alliance should not be underestimated. Grandpa! Yi Xingchen exclaimed as he rushed to Yi Nanshan's side, feeling somewhat at a loss upon seeing his grandfather unconscious. Young master of the Yi family, please. Soon, security personnel approached, appearing polite but actually quite insistent in asking Yi Xingchen to leave. Yi Xingchen looked at the security personnel, then resentfully glanced at Dongfang Tingyin and the others from the martial alliance. Feeling angry but unable to voice it, he left in a dejected manner. With his grandfather, a peak Kaiyang realm expert, defeated, what else could he do? I apologize for the earlier interruption. This breaking realm pill will be auctioned again. Please make rational bids and do not exceed your financial capabilities. Dongfang Tingyin took this opportunity to warn everyone present against making reckless bids. After this incident, the atmosphere indeed became much quieter, and the bids stabilized without any chaotic offers. The first two breaking realm pills were sold for 480 million and 470 million respectively. The competition for the last breaking realm pill was even fiercer, with prices continuously rising, surpassing the previous two pills. Some people had already noticed the price trend during the bidding for the first two pills, and those who were short on funds had sent their younger family members to gather more money, which had just arrived, causing the price to soar. 500 million. The price surged to 500 million again. 510 million. A man in a black robe raised his hand and said. The crowd turned to look. This price was already a new high. The first to bid 500 million was Yi Nantian, who had no money to offer, and now someone had bid 510 million. 520 million. An elder gritted his teeth and called out a new price. This was the last of the Su family's capital. If someone continued to raise the bid, he wouldn't be able to go any higher. This time, the man in the black robe did not bid, merely glancing at the elder. 520 million. Once. 525 million twice. Is there any higher bid? 520 million three times. Sold. With the auctioneer's hammer falling, the auction came to an end. This auction brought Su Chen nearly 2 billion. Su Chen could hardly believe it. He was now completely free of financial worries, and it was time to push for a surge in strength. Outside the martial alliance, the man in the black robe quietly stared at the entrance of the martial alliance, as if waiting for something. Soon, the Su family's ancestor, who had completed the transaction, walked out of the martial alliance. He declined the martial alliance's kind invitation to cultivate within, wanting to maximize the effect of the breaking realm pill and combine it with rare materials to break into the Yuhong realm. After seeing the Su family ancestor come out, the man in the black robe quietly followed him. The Su family ancestor initially planned to take a flight back to the capital directly, but there were no flights arriving in the capital that night, so he had to wait until the next morning. Thus, under the arrangement of the Su family's younger generation, he checked into a hotel. The man in the black robe followed him inside and arrived at the Su family ancestor's room. Ding dong. Who? The voice of the Su family ancestor came from inside the room. The man in the black robe did not respond, merely waiting silently. The Su family ancestor, puzzled, got up and walked to the door to see what was happening. Upon opening the door, he saw the man in the black robe. The Su family ancestor had seen the man in the black robe at the auction. After all, they had competed for a breaking realm pill and had paid special attention to each other. The Su family ancestor immediately realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. A knife suddenly appeared in the hands of the black-robed man, which plunged directly into the heart of the Su family ancestor. The Su family ancestor's body trembled as he looked at the black-robed man in shock. Who exactly are you? The Su family ancestor felt a sense of unwillingness. He didn't even know who was killing him. You shouldn't have tried to snatch the breakthrough pill from me. My surname is Long, the black-robed man said softly. The Su family ancestor's eyes widened. In realization, he knew who the black-robed man was. Long family. After uttering these two words, the light in the Su family ancestor's eyes faded instantly. Longing retrieved the breakthrough pill from the Su family ancestor's body. Once he broke through to the Yuhong realm, he would make Su Chen pay in blood for his debts. Recently, Su Chen had been somewhat neglectful of his cultivation in reality. After returning from the martial alliance, he had taken some attribute pills and practiced for a short while before entering the game. At this moment, Su Chen was still in the Grand Commander's residence, in the recovery phase, and Sumu wouldn't allow him to leave just yet. "Young Master Su, the master requests your presence," a maid responsible for attending to Su Chen said as she approached his door. "Alright," Su Chen replied, getting out of bed to tidy himself up before following the maid to the reception hall. The Grand Commander's residence was quiet at this time. Everyone was dressed in plain clothes, adorned with white silk, as they were preparing for Su Fengnian's funeral. Sumu sat in the main seat, and other members of the Su family were also present. "Su Chen, you were close with Nyener. Before he died, you even took a blade for him. I can see the bond between you two," Sumu said solemnly, looking at Su Chen. "I wonder if you would be willing to become my adopted son. From now on, you will be a member of the Su family." Sumu unexpectedly proposed to adopt Su Chen as his son, catching Su Chen off guard. "This, I, as a nephew, would naturally be willing, but is this the right time?" Su Chen immediately agreed, pretending to hesitate as if it were not quite appropriate at the moment. "No matter, as long as you agree, from now on you will be my adopted son. After Nyener's funeral, I will publicly announce your identity." Sumu waved his hand, indicating that Su Chen need not worry. He only had Su Fengnian as a son, and now that Su Fengnian was dead, the Su family had no heirs. He needed someone of the same age as the third prince to maintain the royal family's next generation's connections, lest the Su family decline when the new emperor ascended. He had no choice but to resort to this strategy. "Thank you, adoptive father." Su Chen immediately climbed the ladder, calling him adoptive father. "Master, the third prince has arrived," a servant suddenly reported. "Quickly, invite him in." Sumu immediately stood to welcome him. Su Chen's heart stirred. He could meet the third prince so soon? It seemed this task wouldn't be difficult at all to complete. The task, Su Chen followed along. "Your Highness, the third prince, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." A young man dressed in brocade and jade entered through the main door. "There's no need for such formalities, Su Taiwei. I heard that Fengnian was ambushed, and as a friend of Fengnian, I came to pay my respects," the third prince, Xiao Jihong, said, raising his hand to stop Sumu from bowing. "I pay my respects to the third prince." Su Chen took the opportunity to clasp his hands in greeting. The task required him to get to know the third prince, and he couldn't miss this chance. And who might this be? Xiao Jihong looked at Su Chen in confusion, unaware that the Su family had such a figure. "Oh, this is my adopted son Su Chen, who was very close with Nyener before Nyener had an accident. He even took a blade for him." Sumu introduced Su Chen to the third prince. "Oh, I see. Truly a person of loyalty and righteousness." The third prince looked at Su Chen with appreciation. "Your Highness, you flatter me." Ding! Second stage task completed. Gained 100,000 experience points, 200 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. The third phase of Turning the Tide, Incite Conflict Among the Princes. Reward, 300,000 experience points, 500 reputation points. A few of them exchanged simple pleasantries, and then the third prince entered the morning hall to see Su Fengnian for the last time. "Uncle, do you know who poisoned Fengnian?" After meeting Su Fengnian, the third prince frowned and asked Sumu. Sumu gently shook his head. "I don't know, but I have my suspicions. The only ones capable of using marksmanship to such an extraordinary level are the Qi family. It must be a remnant of the Qi family from back then, seeking revenge for my denunciation of them." Although Sumu had no concrete clues, he already had a suspicion in his heart that it was likely a survivor of the Qi family seeking vengeance. The Qi family? They embezzled military funds back then, and my father ordered their entire clan to be executed. How could anyone still be alive? This is simply treason, the third prince said angrily. Su Chen felt a stir in his heart. It seemed this third prince was also kept in the dark and did not know that the Qi family had been framed. "I have found out who the remnant of the Qi family is. It is the youngest daughter of the Qi family, Qi Ling, who disguised herself as a man and served in the army for many years. She is currently wanted by the military for violating military law, and her whereabouts are unknown." Sumu had clearly put in a lot of effort these past few days and had found some information about Qi Ling. "I see. I will have someone search the city immediately. I will ensure she has no way to escape." The third prince nodded silently, intending to help Sumu search for this person. "Old minister. Thanks the third prince." Sumu said this to get the third prince to assist in the search, as the Su family had too few people, and the soldiers did not heed his orders. Having the third prince intervene would make things much easier. Su Chen frowned. If the soldiers traced it back to him, it would be troublesome. "Foster father, I haven't returned home for 2 days, and I still have 2 friends at home. To avoid worrying them, I should go back." Su Chen also took the opportunity to bid farewell to Sumu, wanting to settle Qi Ling before the third prince. I will have the steward take you back." Sumu did not keep Su Chen and instructed the steward to take him home. Su Chen rode in the carriage driven by the steward, and under Su Chen's guidance, they arrived at the courtyard where Su Chen's home was located. "This is fine, you can stop here." The road inside is narrow, and the carriage can't go in. Su Chen got out of the carriage outside the alley. No, sir has instructed that I must take the young master home. The steward insisted on taking Su Chen home. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the implication. They were going to investigate his background. Thank you for your trouble. Su Chen could not refuse and softly thanked the steward. Young master need not be so polite. You flatter me. The steward felt flattered and did not dare accept Su Chen's gratitude. In the Tianlong dynasty, the hierarchy between master and servant was strict. Su Chen was now Su Mu's adopted son, making him the steward's master, and as a servant he could not accept thanks from his master. Su Chen did not mind and walked straight into the alley, arriving at the entrance of his courtyard. Here we are, this is my home. Su Chen stood at the door and said to the steward, young master's residence is indeed quite stylish, the steward said with a forced smile upon seeing the courtyard before him. Would you like to come in for a bit? Su Chen invited the steward. No, I still have to return to handle the young master's funeral affairs, so I won't disturb you, Su Chen. The steward, having learned Su Chen's address, planned to take his leave so he could report back to his master. After watching the steward leave, Su Chen pushed open the door and walked inside. Where have you been these past 2 days? We haven't seen you. Long Dai was the first to notice Su Chen's return and asked curiously. Since only Qi Ling knew about Su Chen's plans, no one else was aware of what he had been doing, and it was troublesome for Qi Ling to communicate with Xiao Yan and Long Dai. So they did not know Su Chen's whereabouts. Where's Qi Ling? Su Chen did not explain but immediately went to find Qi Ling in the backyard. Long Dai pointed towards the back. Su Chen hurried to the backyard. At that moment, Qi Ling was practicing her spear technique. Her Qi family spear style was efficient and powerful, and the iron spear danced in her hands with a fierce wind as if an enemy were right in front of her, fighting for her life. Qi Ling, Su Chen gently called out to her. Qi Ling's body trembled, and upon seeing Su Chen, she rushed over and hugged him. Su Chen's body stiffened, feeling a bit at a loss. Qi Ling couldn't say a word, only silently holding on to Su Chen. Long Dai, who had followed Su Chen, pouted at the scene, clearly displeased with him. Ahem. Long Dai cleared her throat twice, reminding the two that she was still there. Su Chen immediately felt very awkward and hurriedly pushed Qi Ling away. You're in a very dangerous situation right now. Don't go out for a while. If someone comes to search, you must hide well, Su Chen said seriously to Qi Ling. This concerned the safety of both of them, no, the safety of all four of them. If Qi Ling were discovered, Long Dai and Xiao Yan would also be implicated. Qi Ling nodded. As long as Su Chen was alive, she would listen to whatever he said. What happened? Long Dai asked. From behind, looking confused. Su Chen paused for a moment. As a friend living under the same roof, he felt there was no need to hide anything from Long Dai. He explained Qi Ling's identity and confessed their previous plan. Why don't you go back to Baiyue Villa? It's too dangerous here, Su Chen suggested. Baiyue Villa was detached from worldly affairs, and it was still very safe there. Even the war wouldn't reach Baiyue Villa. What are you talking about? Do you see me as someone who takes advantage of others and avoids danger? Long Dai blared at Su Chen, somewhat angry. That's not what I meant, Su Chen hurriedly explained. He just wanted Long Dai to be safe. The plot had already deviated from what he knew, and he didn't know how things would develop from here, so he might not be able to protect Long Dai. I don't need your protection, my strength is greater than yours. Humph. Long Dai scoffed disdainfully. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Long Dai was speaking the truth. Her current strength did surpass his. That afternoon, a large number of officials and soldiers began searching house by house in Tianlong City under the pretext of capturing rebels. Su Chen and the others were located near the center of the southern district, and so far, they had not been searched. Su Chen frowned. He still needed to visit the Grand Commander's residence to meet with the third prince to advance the plot. Upon arriving at the Grand Commander's residence, it was still desolate. Su Fingyan's funeral had not yet concluded. Young Master Su, you have arrived, the steward said, bowing and nodding upon seeing Su Chen. Is the third prince still here? Su Chen asked the steward. The third prince has already left. Su Chen felt a bit disappointed. He had rushed over, only to find nothing. However, before leaving, the third prince asked me to tell you to meet him at Huaxing Tower in 3 days. The steward's next words brightened Su Chen's eyes. Of course, the system wouldn't issue him an unsolvable task. Got it, thank you, Su Chen nodded. Since he had received the information he wanted, there was no need to stay at the Grand Commander's residence any longer. After returning to reality that night, Su Chen practiced for a day and then returned to the game to start hunting monsters and leveling up. He spent 3 consecutive days like this until 3 days later, when Su Chen went to Huaxing Tower for the appointment. Sorry to keep your Highness the third prince waiting. At this time, the third prince was already waiting for Su Chen at Huaxing Tower. Su Chen had arrived relatively early, but he didn't expect the third prince to be there even earlier. Please, have a seat. Xiao Jihong didn't mind Su Chen's tardiness. He was just surprised that Su Chen had come so early. Su Chen nodded and sat down opposite Xiao Jihong, unsure of what the third prince wanted to discuss with him. I wonder what His Highness the Third Prince wants with me? Su Chen asked, puzzled. You are friends with Brother Fengyan, but I have not seen you before. I don't know how you two became acquainted? After returning, Xiao Jihong felt something was off. He had never heard of the Su Chen before, nor had he seen him around Su Fengyan. Suddenly, he appeared, and then Su Fengyan died, which inevitably raised his suspicions. I met Su Xiao at the martial arts conference. At that time, we had a bit of a disagreement over some trivial matters. Later, I personally sought him out to apologize, and after that, we became friends. I didn't expect that just a few days after getting to know him, before we could deepen our friendship, he would be taken from us. Sigh. Su Chen slowly recounted how he met Su Fengyan, and as he spoke, he sighed deeply, as if lamenting that he had met Su Fengyan too late. Xiao Jihong stared intently at Su Chen but could not discern any issues from his expression. Alas! Indeed, Fengyan has left us just like that. It's such a pity. Xiao Jihong sighed as well. The reason I asked you here is not only because of Su Fengyan. You are the champion of the martial arts conference, right? I heard you even defeated the previous champion? Xiao Jihong asked Su Chen. In fact, Xiao Jihong had already investigated all of Su Chen's information in Tianlong City. This question was merely to give Su Chen some face. It was just luck. Chen Feng is also very strong, Su Chen humbly replied. Chen Feng hadn't even used his full strength. If he had, Su Chen might not have been his match. No need to be modest. To become the champion of the martial arts conference, you must have fought your way through. Your strength is genuine. Do you have a residence now? Xiao Jihong continued to ask. I bought a small courtyard with my own money. It's enough for me to live in without any burdens. Su Chen did not hide the matter of the courtyard. With the third prince's status, it would be simple for him to investigate. If you need it, I can grant you a residence. Just say the word. The third prince seemed to take good care of Su Chen, even offering him a residence. Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but a larger courtyard feels too empty for just me. That small courtyard is quite nice, Su Chen politely declined. Xiao Jihong nodded. Your Highness, the second prince has arrived. Downstairs, Xiao Jihong's guard suddenly whispered in his ear. Su Chen, with astonishing hearing, clearly caught their words. The third prince nodded and stood up to greet him directly. I greet my royal brother, Xiao Jihong said, cupping his hands in salute as he saw Xiao Zhiyi coming up the stairs. What a coincidence! Third brother is here for a meal too? Xiao Zhiyi said with a surprised expression. However, his gaze occasionally flickered towards Su Chen. He was not here by coincidence. He had learned that Xiao Jihong was meeting a mysterious person at Huaxing Tower, so he came to see who it was. Since Su Chen was not well known, Xiao Zhiyi treated him as the mysterious person. Growing up in the royal family, Xiao Jihong understood the second prince's intentions and did not mind just inviting a friend for a meal. Let me introduce you. This is Su Chen, the adopted son of Su Taiwei, and this is my royal brother. Xiao Jihong not only did not mind but also introduced the two. Su Chen greets His Highness the second prince. Su Chen cupped his hands in salute to Xiao Zhiyi. Xiao Zhiyi smiled slightly, revealing nothing of his intentions. No need for formalities. Third brother's friend is quite interesting. Xiao Zhiyi merely smiled and did not engage in much conversation with Su Chen. Third brother, enjoy your meal. I won't keep you company. Upon seeing who Xiao Jihong was entertaining, Xiao Zhiyi decided not to stay any longer and turned to take his leave. This action made it clear to everyone that the second prince had come specifically to see what the third prince was up to. The third prince, Xiao Jihong, furrowed his brow tightly. Since the disappearance of the crown prince, the first prince and the second prince have been eyeing the crown prince's position, each unwilling to yield to the other, and their open and covert struggles have been going on for a long time. Now, even seeing someone from the other side is a matter of investigation. This is simply too much. Your Highness, the second prince must have come here on purpose, right? Su Chen's task is to stir up conflict between the princes, and at this moment he cannot forget to fan the flames. Xiao Jihong snorted coldly. Even outsiders could see how constrained this prince was. Your Highness is competing with the third prince for the crown prince's position, isn't he? Su Chen lowered his voice and asked Xiao Jihong. Xiao Jihong's expression changed, and he immediately looked at Su Chen with displeasure. Instigating royal relations is a serious crime. Speak carelessly again, and I'll cut out your tongue. Su Chen immediately fell silent. However, he didn't believe that Xiao Jihong would act against him for such a trivial matter. Not to mention that he is now Su Mu's adopted son. The relationship between the third prince and the Grand Commandant's residence also makes it impossible to easily move against the people of the Grand Commandant's residence. Xiao Jihong was merely warning Su Chen not to speak recklessly. Even if he guessed it, he should keep it to himself. Let's go. The funeral for Feng Yan hasn't been completed yet. Xiao Jihong waved his hand to dismiss Su Chen. Su Chen was not yet valuable enough for Xiao Jihong to recruit. He had not yet shown his worth. Su Chen could only take his leave. It seems that to incite conflict between the princes, he still needs To find opportunities slowly, just a word of provocation is not enough. Back in reality, he continued to cultivate, hoping to quickly elevate his strength to the mid-stage of the Kaiyang realm. After just a few days of unlimited consumption of attribute pills, he was almost there. Su Chen's hometown. After consuming the breaking boundary pill, Longing actually managed to break through the final bottleneck. With that faint true energy, stepping into the Yuhong realm, Longing was overjoyed. He wanted to take revenge for his brother. He wanted Su Chen to experience the pain of losing a loved one. Longing looked at the two busy people in Su Chen's home, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame you for having such a good son, Longing muttered to himself. With a movement, he was about to take action against Su Chen's parents. He wanted to kill them in front of Su Chen, making him feel what it was like to suffer heart-wrenching pain. Friend, care for a game of chess? Just as Longing took a step forward, a voice interrupted his actions. Longing turned around and saw an old man in a security uniform sitting under a big willow tree with a chessboard in front of him. Due to the darkness, he couldn't see the old man's appearance clearly. Humph. Longing snorted coldly, not paying attention to this old man. He was just an ordinary security guard. Don't go, you came all this way, how about a game? The old man suddenly stood up and walked over, grabbing Longing's arm to prevent him from leaving. Longing was about to get angry when he suddenly felt startled. Just now, the old man was over 10 meters away. How could he move so fast? In the blink of an eye, he was right next to him. Longing turned back in confusion, and when he saw the old man's face, he was taken aback. It's you! Fong Yunzi stroked his beard. You know me? Fong Yunzi asked in confusion. He had seen this person acting sneakily, and noticing his martial artist's gait, he immediately became alert. Now, seeing that the other party actually recognized him, he was surprised. Longing certainly recognized Fong Yunzi at the martial alliance auction. Fong Yunzi had knocked Yi Nantian unconscious from backstage to the front, and he remembered it clearly. Don't meddle in other people's business, this has nothing to do with you, Longing warned Fong Yunzi. After breaking through to the Yuhong realm, Longing was brimming with confidence. He didn't believe that besides those hidden families, there were any Yuhong realm experts in this world. As long as the hidden families didn't emerge, he was invincible in the world. Oh, which couple are you planning to harm? Fong Yunzi glanced at Su Chen's house and asked. Longing was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the other party was also here to cause trouble? For Su Chen? Do we have the same goal? Longing asked, puzzled. Fong Yunzi immediately understood whether Longing was an enemy or a friend. The goal is the same, but the purpose is different, Fong Yunzi said softly. You dare to touch those I protect? Isn't that slapping my face? Fong Yunzi suddenly exerted force, and Longing felt as if his arm was caught in an iron clamp, his bones nearly crushed. Get away! Longing suddenly exerted his strength, revealing his power at the Yuhong realm. Fong Yunzi, caught off guard, was unexpectedly shaken off by Longing. Yuhong realm. Fong Yunzi was quite surprised. There were very few martial artists who had broken through to the Yuhang realm in this world. No, it should be said that there were practically none. It was only after Su Chen's breakthrough pill appeared that he was able to break through. Others wanting to do so would also need the breakthrough pill. This meant that the person before him had broken through after purchasing the breakthrough pill at the auction, which made sense in terms of timing. This kid shouldn't have exposed the breakthrough pill. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Fong Yunzi complained. Old buddies, come out and stretch your muscles. Fong Yunzi realized that it was impossible for him to take down Longing alone in a short time. Both were newly entered into the Yuhong realm, and their strengths were certainly comparable. He couldn't delay. If he took too long, Su Chen's parents would easily discover them. I saw them long ago. I thought you could handle it yourself. The elders of Baiyun Temple emerged from the shadows, all of them Yuhong realm experts. In the past few days, they had all successfully entered the Yuhong realm thanks to the breakthrough pills provided in unlimited quantities by Su Chen. Longying's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Longing couldn't believe that so many Yuhong realm experts had appeared. Even the Long family had at most this many Yuhong realm experts. How could Su Chen have invited so many Yuhong realm experts to protect his family? What was his identity? Take him down. With Fong Yunzi's command, 6 Yuhong realm experts immediately surrounded Longing. Longing was startled and didn't hesitate to leap into the air and turn to flee. Want to run? Trapping immortal formation. Fong Yunzi formed hand seals, and a semicircular shield enveloped Longing, completely trapping him inside. Longing punched the trapping immortal formation, which emitted a muffled sound, causing ripples on the barrier, but the barrier remained undamaged. Don't waste your effort. The trapping immortal formation set up by 3 Yuhang realm experts means that even if you are at the peak of the Yuhang realm, you won't be able to get out. Fong Yunzi snorted. Cold sweat broke out on Longing's forehead. Was he really going to fall here today? He had just entered the Yuhang realm. Longing felt unwilling. Old Fong? What are you doing? Su Fengtian walked out of his house and looked at the group of old men gathered under the big willow tree, puzzled. What were these old men doing at his doorstep? In the middle of the night? Fang Yunzi and the others quickly withdrew their hands. They remembered that Su Chen had told them not to let their parents find out. Once Fang Yunzi and the others withdrew their hands, the trapping immortal formation immediately became ineffective, and Long Ying's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity to escape. Fang Yunzi felt somewhat helpless. If they didn't care about being discovered, they could have captured him alive. However, considering Su Chen's words, they could only let him go for now. What was that? Su Fangtian asked, looking at a shadow that suddenly disappeared, puzzled. A wild cat, I suppose. Fang Yunzi laughed. A wild cat? Su Fangtian looked confused. How could there be such a large wild cat? What are you all doing, old Fang? Since Fang Yunzi and the others often played chess at Su Chen's doorstep, Su Fangtian had become familiar with Fang Yunzi over time, often calling him Old Fang. Nothing, we were playing chess. Fang Yunzi quickly thought of the chessboard under the big willow tree. Want to play a game? Fang Yunzi invited Su Fangtian. What time is it? Still playing chess? You're all of such an age, you should rest early, Su Fangtian said. Helplessly. These old boys could easily be called old children, spending their days doing things he couldn't understand. Alright, I'll head home now, Fang Yunzi said with a smile. Once Su Fangtian left, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it would be a simple task, just protecting an ordinary person, but not being discovered is way too difficult, Fang Yunzi said with a bitter smile. In the distance, Long Ying, who had narrowly escaped death, felt unwilling. He couldn't give up easily, he had to avenge his brother. If I can't kill your parents, can't I kill your girlfriend? Long Ying recalled the last time he kidnapped Su Yutong. There was only one Kaiyang realm martial artist then, and he wasn't even a match for him. Killing Su Chen's girlfriend should be much easier than killing his parents. Moreover, judging from Su Chen's reaction last time, this woman seemed quite important to him. Today, he would make him feel what it's like to have his heart torn apart. Long Ying arrived again outside Su Yutong's villa. This wasn't his first time here. Today, he would kill her without hesitation, leaving Su Chen no chance to rescue her, making him regret it. Ha ha ha. With that thought, Long Ying was about to break into the Su family villa. Hey, breaking into a private residence is a serious crime. A voice interrupted Long Ying's actions once again. Long Ying's face instantly filled with anger. Why was there always someone stopping him wherever he went? I want to see who it is this time. Long Ying turned around and saw an unfamiliar old man. Fortunately, he didn't recognize him. He wasn't from the Martial Alliance. Who are you? Don't meddle in other people's business, Long Ying said, wanting to confirm the other's identity just in case. Me? I'm just an ordinary old man, taking a stroll nearby. What do you want? Fang Tongzi recalled Su Chen asking him to pretend to be an ordinary person to protect them near the Su family, and spoke up. Long Ying relaxed upon hearing this. None of your business, go take your stroll. Long Ying scolded Fang Tongzi rudely. Fang Tongzi fell silent. Are all the young people so arrogant now? I see you're not that young either. Don't you know to respect your elders and care for the young? Fang Tongzi said discontentedly. What bad luck, why am I being disturbed everywhere? I'll send you down first, don't blame me afterward, just blame yourself for not being observant. Long Ying, feeling helpless, planned to deal with this troublesome old man first. He was really annoying. Long Ying's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Fang Tongzi, striking towards his temple with a palm. An ordinary person, he could easily take his life with a light blow. Fang Tongzi seemed to leisurely raise his right hand just in time to block Long Ying's palm. Long Ying was taken aback. Young man, we have no grievances or grudges. Is it too much to come at me for my life right away? Fang Tongzi looked at Long Ying with a blank expression. Long Ying was shocked. What was going on? Why was there another Yuhang realm expert? Where did Su Chen find so many Yuhang realm martial artists? Long Ying suddenly had the thought of fleeing. With 6 Yuhang realm experts hiding around Su Chen's parents, who knew if there were any hidden experts here? Long Ying didn't dare to gamble. If he got surrounded again, he wouldn't have the same luck as before. After realizing this, Long Ying instantly distanced himself from Fang Tongzi and turned to run. Hey! Long Ying's sudden movement caught Fang Tongzi off guard. A Yuhang realm expert hadn't even engaged yet and was running away. This was something Fang Tongzi never expected. Fang Tongzi watched Long Ying run off in the distance without pursuing him. His task was to protect Su Yutong, and who knew if this was a ploy to lure him away. Leaving the vicinity of the Su family, Long Ying was still unwilling to return in such a dejected manner. He was now at the Yuhang realm. If he couldn't take revenge now, he might as well give up on it for the rest of his life. He remembered that last time, Su Chen was only at the Kaiyang realm and had barely reached the Yuhang realm by using a secret technique. If he could prevent Su Chen from using that technique, he could kill him. Long Ying steeled his heart and went directly to find Su Chen, but before making a move, he needed to carefully check if there were any Yuhang realm experts around to protect him. Moreover, the Su family and the Su Yutong family were very close, so he couldn't make too much noise. He had to resolve the fight quickly, or else that old man over there would come running. Long Ying circled around Su Chen's house and found no suspicious figures, which immediately put his mind at ease. Su Chen, this time next year will be your death anniversary. Long Ying immediately leaped into the villa, quietly sneaking inside. He cautiously made his way toward the bedroom, slowly pushing the bedroom door open a crack. Long Ying saw Su Chen sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes tightly shut. Long Ying smiled slightly. At this moment, Su Chen was in deep meditation. Truly a blessing for me. Long Ying pushed the door open, took out a knife, and was about to strike down on Su Chen's head. Suddenly, a fluffy round face appeared in front of Long Ying, nearly causing him to jump in fright. What the hell? Long Ying was genuinely startled. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a big white bear. Xiao Bai tilted his head, looking at Long Ying with a human-like expression of confusion. He didn't understand what this person was trying to do. His master said to deal with bad people. Was this person a bad guy? In Xiao Bai's mind, anyone who harmed him or his master was a bad person, while those who gave him tasty food were good people, and his master was a good person. Long Ying, holding the knife, felt his body stiffen. He couldn't understand why Su Chen would keep a big white bear in his bedroom. Was he out of his mind? Xiao Bai looked at the big knife in Long Ying's hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. This person was here to bring me food. He was a good person. Xiao Bai bit down on the big knife, directly taking a large chunk out of the hard blade, and with both hands, he snatched the knife away from Long Ying. Long Ying was dumbfounded and shocked. What kind of monster was this? My precious knife. Long Ying felt a pang of heartache. This knife was something he had obtained from his family at great cost, and now it was being eaten by this big white bear? Long Ying was furious but dared not speak out, fearing that the noise would wake Su Chen. Long Ying took out another weapon from his storage ring. It was just a weapon, and, compared to his brother's revenge, it was nothing. If he could use a weapon to divert this big white bear's attention, that would be good enough. Long Ying raised the weapon again, ready to strike Su Chen down. Just as he was about to swing down, he suddenly felt empty-handed, not knowing when his weapon had been snatched away by the big white bear. Xiao Bai had just finished eating when he saw the other party take out another weapon, which excited him once more. He was truly a good person, knowing I wasn't full and specially bringing out another one for me. Xiao Bai swiftly snatched the weapon from Long Ying's hand and began to gnaw on it, occasionally making smacking sounds. Xiao Bai, be quiet. Su Chen, who was in meditation, heard the noise and slowly woke up. Long Ying was startled. Without a weapon, he had no time to think and directly threw a punch at Su Chen's head. Su Chen frowned slightly. He suddenly felt a surge of killing intent approaching him, and a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Xiao Bai, who was still munching, also sensed the killing intent. Animals' instincts are often sharper than humans. He immediately looked in the direction of the killing intent and saw the person he thought was a good guy about to harm his master. Roar! Xiao Bai let out an angry roar and charged forward, using his body to shield Su Chen. Bang! Long Ying's punch landed on Xiao Bai, producing a loud sound as if it had struck a steel plate, causing his wrist to ache. As Su Chen just woke up from his meditation, he was knocked down by the massive body of Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was severely injured, a trace of fresh blood seeping from his mouth. Although Xiao Bai's defense was very strong, his strength was limited. He was only at the early stage of the Kaiyang realm, capable of withstanding attacks from the peak of the Kaiyang realm, but a full force strike from the Yuhong realm still managed to injure him. Xiao Bai. Su Chen was startled, and at that moment, Long Ying charged at him again. Su Chen had no time to check on Xiao Bai's condition and immediately got up to respond. Rising Qi Technique. Su Chen directly used the Rising Qi Technique to enhance his strength. He instantly elevated from the mid-Kaiyang realm to the peak, coming very close to the Yuhong realm, just a hair's breadth away from being on par with it. Long Ying's fist struck Su Chen, sending him flying. There was still a gap between the peak of the Kaiyang realm and the Yuhong realm, and he couldn't withstand the opponent's full force. Su Chen immediately felt a surge of blood and nearly couldn't hold back from spitting blood. Without hesitation, he took out a yang boosting pill and swallowed it. Long Ying wanted to stop Su Chen. He knew Su Chen had means to enhance his strength. He leaped into the air, aiming to punch Su Chen to interrupt his actions. But Su Chen had already swallowed the pill, and his aura surged instantly, crossing the barrier of the Kaiyang realm and directly reaching the Yuhong realm. Die for me! Su Chen was furious. The opponent had ambushed him while he was cultivating and had even injured Xiao Bai. This was absolutely unforgivable. Horizontal technique. 3 parts of the world. The Qinghong sword and the Ling Yue blade appeared in his hands, and immediately 2 sword energies slashed forward. Long Ying seemed to be locked on, unable to dodge, and was directly hit by the sword energy. Long Ying's arms were severed at the roots. Ah! Long Ying took 2 steps back, staring in disbelief at his arms, letting out a terrified scream. They were both in the Yuhong realm. Why was Su Chen so strong? Long Ying couldn't believe it was real. Su Chen looked coldly at Long Ying. His strength had already risen to the mid-Kaiyang realm in these few days, and after using the Rising Qi technique along with the Yang boosting pill, he was even more powerful. Definitely not something the newly entered Yuhong realm Long Ying could compare to. Moreover, Su Chen had not held back at all, directly using the horizontal technique. This result was within his expectations. I have no grudges or enmity with you, yet you keep causing me trouble, threatening me with those around me. Long Jianchuan did this, and so do you. Is your Long family filled with such petty bullies who prey on the weak? Su Chen was very angry, as long as the Long family remained, there would be another Long Jianchuan, another Long Ying. He had already developed the idea of completely eradicating the Long family. You, who exactly are you? Long Ying now doubted Su Chen's identity. It couldn't be as simple as it appeared on the surface. With so many Yu Hong realm experts under him, and possessing the strength to kill Yu Hang realm experts in seconds, he absolutely did not believe Su Chen was an ordinary person. Su Chen had no obligation to answer him. Tell me, where is the Long family located? Su Chen slowly approached Long Ying step by step, coldly asking. I don't know. Long Ying glared at Su Chen, showing no intention of betraying the Long family. Su Chen guessed that Long Ying wouldn't easily tell him. Slowly raising the knife in his hand, he struck down on one of Long Ying's legs amidst Long Ying's terrified expression. Now, Long Ying had only one leg left. You have one more chance to keep one leg, Su Chen said indifferently to Long Ying. Ah! Long Ying let out another painful scream. The pain and the massive loss of blood made Long Ying's face pale. I won't say anything. Just kill me. Long Ying knew he couldn't escape today. Anyway, he was going to die, and he would never betray his family. Ha! Su Chen let out a cold laugh and then chopped off his other leg. This time, Long Ying did not make a sound, gritting his teeth to endure the pain, glaring at Su Chen. Tough guy, Su Chen praised him. He then took out some medicine from his storage ring, sprinkling the powder on Long Ying's wounds. Long Ying, having lost his limbs, was unable to resist. What are you doing? A rare look of terror appeared on Long Ying's face. He did not know what Su Chen was sprinkling on him. Good stuff, healing medicine. This is very precious. It's a miracle drug for external injuries, stops bleeding in 10 seconds, forms a scab in a minute, Su Chen explained to Long Ying. Take it. Ignoring Long Ying's changing expression, Su Chen took out a pill and held it to Long Ying's mouth. Long Ying tightly closed his mouth, determined not to listen to Su Chen. Su Chen anticipated that Long Ying would not cooperate, so he forcefully pried open his mouth and shoved the pill inside, using a stick to push it down his throat. If you don't want to suffer, just tell me the location of the Long family, and I'll make it quick for you, Su Chen said after Long Ying swallowed the pill. Impossible. Long Ying would not yield. He could still endure this pain. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. I'm a good person and don't want to do cruel things. You're forcing me, Su Chen said, coldly, looking at Long Ying, who felt a tightening in his chest and an inexplicable sense of fear. Xiaobai. Su Chen went to check on Xiaobai's condition. Xiaobai's injuries were not severe. After taking a few healing pills, he was mostly fine. Xiaobai trotted over, wiggling his big white butt and squatting beside Su Chen. You've been following me for so long, and I haven't found you a female bear. That's my oversight, and I apologize for the inconvenience, Su Chen said, patting Xiaobai's head with a guilty expression. Xiaobai tilted his head in confusion, not understanding what his master meant. I can't find a female bear for you in the short term. Just use this for now as a toy. When I have time, I'll go abroad and get you a female bear, Su Chen said, pointing at Long Ying. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Long Ying's face turned pale with terror. This pervert. He actually wants the bear to play with me? Are you even human? Xiaobai followed Su Chen's finger to look at the limbless Long Ying, grinning innocently. He didn't understand his master's meaning, but it seemed related to the person on the ground. Long Ying saw the human-like smile on Xiaobai's face and felt a tightening in his chest. This bear was also a pervert. Truly, like master, like pet. Long Ying gritted his teeth. Given his current situation, he definitely wouldn't last long. At most, he would just suffer a bit. After all, he was going to die anyway. Long Ying decided to grit his teeth and hold on. He could only last a few more hours, just like being gored by a pig. Su Chen could tell what Long Ying was thinking just by looking at his expression. By the way, the pill I gave you is called the flesh regeneration pill, reputed to bring the dead back to life. Aside from not being able to regenerate your severed limbs, it can restore your body to a healthy state. If you want to die, it won't be that easy, Su Chen said with a cold smile to Long Ying. Long Ying's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Su Chen. You, how cruel you are. Long Ying gritted his teeth and glared at Su Chen. Thank you for the compliment. I won't disturb your sweet time any longer. I'll come back when it gets light, Su Chen said, preparing to leave the bedroom, casually grabbing the doorknob to close the door. Don't go. I'll talk. Long Ying looked at the big white bear and then at Su Chen, who was about to close the door, and he couldn't hold back any longer, calling out to Su Chen. If he became a bear's plaything, he might as well die. I'm not in a hurry, you two can play first, Su Chen said with a light laugh, pretending to close the door. No, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Long Ying quickly called out to Su Chen, his emotions running high, fearing that Su Chen would really leave. Sigh. I have no choice but to trouble you for a few days, Su Chen sighed and said apologetically to Xiaobai. Xiaobai looked puzzled, wondering what was going on. Tell me, where is the Long family located? Su Chen coldly turned to Long Ying and asked. After I tell you, you have to give me a quick end, Long Ying said after A brief silence. Sure, Su Chen nodded decisively in agreement. Longing then revealed the location of the Long family to Su Chen. As per our agreement. Go ahead and kill me. Longing closed his eyes as if relieved. Su Chen did not go back on his word and swiftly ended Longing's life. He then used the Bagua order to transport his body to the mountains of Myanmar, disposing of it in the wilderness. Su Chen glanced at the blood-stained bedroom and shook his head. Let's change rooms, this place can't be lived in anymore. Su Chen called Dongfang Tingyin. What are you doing so late? Dongfang Tingyin answered. The phone, her tone lazy. Can you send someone to my house tomorrow to clean up the blood? I was attacked, Su Chen told Dongfang Tingyin. Are you okay? Hearing that Su Chen had been attacked, Dongfang Tingyin immediately lost her drowsiness and asked with concern. I'm fine, the person has been dealt with. But the crime scene is a bit hard to look at. Can you help me clean it up tomorrow? Su Chen replied. Such matters definitely couldn't be handled by ordinary people. The sight of all that blood would scare them to death. Got it, but you could have called tomorrow instead. You're interrupting my sleep, Dongfang Tingyin grumbled before hanging up. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. After changing rooms, Su Chen lay down to sleep and continued leveling up in the game. After several days of grinding, Su Chen's level increased to 36, but now he wanted to acquire some skills. He was lacking in skills. Not in the game, but in reality. He wanted to obtain some passive skills to bring into reality to enhance his strength. He couldn't return to the Baiyue villa. He was no longer a disciple there and couldn't learn skills through them. Other sects also offered skills, but it wasn't something Su Chen could manage. In a short time, there was a place to learn skills in Tianlong City, the Tianlong dynasty's royal book pavilion. This place housed the true classics and rare techniques collected by the Tianlong dynasty. However, it was only open to prestigious families, and someone like Su Chen, a baron, didn't qualify to enter. The only way for Su Chen to get in was through the third prince. It might not be possible to achieve his goal in this time frame, but didn't he have two disciples from Baiyue Villa at home? He could start with them. Xia Yan and Su Chen entered the sect together, and while they might not have great skills, Long Dai was a saintess, and the skills she possessed were all unique. Su Chen immediately sought out Long Dai. I have something I want to ask you for help with, Su Chen said, feeling a bit shy as he looked at Long Dai. What is it? Long Dai looked at Su Chen with some confusion. She had never seen him so bashful before. Was he about to make some outrageous request? Well, could you teach me some techniques? I want to learn some powerful techniques for self-defense, Su Chen said earnestly. Long Dai was momentarily speechless. Do you even need self-defense? Long Dai looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen's strength could be said to be quite notable in the martial world. As long as those senior experts didn't intervene, Su Chen was considered very formidable among the younger generation. Did he really need self-defense with such strength? What kind of talk is that? There are always stronger people out there, there's always someone better. I'm just being cautious. What if I encounter someone stronger? Having a powerful technique could save my life, Su Chen said somewhat exaggeratedly. Long Dai thought for a moment. Alright, then I'll teach you the soft as a finger technique, is that okay? Although the technique of rounding the finger softly is a secret not passed down by the Baiyue Villa, as long as Su Chen doesn't say anything, no one will know. The disciples of Baiyue Villa rarely come down the mountain, and since Su Chen was once a disciple himself, it wouldn't hurt to pass it on to him. Of course, Su Chen exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such an unexpected gain. But could you copy the technique for me? Su Chen made another excessive request. It was one thing to pass it on to him, but he also wanted Long Dai to make a copy. What do you want it for? Long Dai immediately looked at Su Chen with suspicion. Teaching Su Chen was fine, but making a copy? Was he planning to give it to someone else? That absolutely wouldn't do. I just don't have the time to learn from you. See, I'm out early and back late every day. If you copy it for me, I can take my time to study it when I have the chance, and I'll return it to you once I'm done, Su Chen explained. Return it? That was definitely impossible. Su Chen would surely take it into reality. As for how to explain it later, who cares? Fine, you really know how to get me into trouble. Long Dai believed Su Chen's words. She also realized that if Su Chen really wanted to pass rounding the finger softly on, once he learned it, she could also memorize it herself. It was the same nature, and she trusted Su Chen's character. After a day of effort, Long Dai had copied down rounding the finger softly. Su Chen looked at the clean cover. After all, it was Long Dai's handwriting, so there was no need to write the name on it. He wondered if it would have any effect when taken out. Goodbye. Su Chen bid farewell to Long Dai and immediately returned to his room to sleep, bringing the item into reality. Back in reality, Su Chen took out the handwritten technique. In Su Chen's eyes, this coverless technique was as follows: unnamed technique, handwritten. After learning it, the control over true chi is enhanced to a fine thread, allowing the true chi to be wrapped around the hand or weapon for attacks, causing more cutting damage, and it can also be used like a rope. It really works. Su Chen was thrilled. Rounding the Finger Softly could be considered a semi-passive skill, capable of active attacks and altering the user's attack effects, which was its remarkable strength. In reality, it had undergone slight changes, transforming into an enhancement of true chi control, but it was still impressive. Su Chen immediately slapped the book, and the technique instantly transformed into a burst of light points that merged into Su Chen's body. Su Chen's memory now contained a deeper understanding of rounding the finger softly. He closed his eyes and consumed some time, quickly mastering the technique. He raised his hand, and a thread of true chi, as fine as a hair, flowed continuously around his fingers. Su Chen suddenly flicked his wrist, and the fine thread struck the wall before him like a long whip, leaving a thin cutting mark on the wall. When Su Chen moved to the other side of the wall, he was astonished to find that he had actually penetrated it. To think that Su Chen hadn't used much strength or true chi, yet the power was so great. He had truly struck gold. This was far more powerful than what was displayed in the game. Ding-dling. Su Chen's phone rang. It was Dongfang Tingyin calling. "I'm at your doorstep." Open the door. Dongfang Tingyin had actually come in person. Coming, Su Chen hung up and went downstairs to open the door for Dongfang Tingyin. Outside the door, besides Dongfang Tingyin, there were two men dressed in black uniforms, clearly from the same department. Who are these? Su Chen looked at the two men curiously, then turned to Dongfang Tingyin with a puzzled expression. "You're quite the capable manager. Can't you tell these are our Wu Alliance employees?" Dongfang Tingyin said to Su Chen. Speechless. "Ha?" Su Chen took a closer look at the two men. He really had no impression of them. What are they wearing? Is that a uniform? Su Chen had seen many Wu Alliance staff, but none were dressed like this. This is a new department just established by the Martial Alliance, the Foreign Affairs Department, officially known as the Department of External Affairs. It only handles internal matters of the Martial Alliance, such as dealing with individuals and organizations that are detrimental to the alliance, Dongfang Tingyin explained, knowing that Su Chen was certainly unaware of the current situation of the Martial Alliance. Don't underestimate them, they are all Yaoguang realm martial artists. Although they may not play a significant role in major matters, they can generally handle ordinary situations, Dongfang Tingyin continued. Oh? Su Chen looked surprised at the two young men outside, who appeared to be only in their 20s or 30s, yet possessed such strength. Don't think that the Yaoguang realm is weak. Geniuses like Su Bei and Jiuli are merely in the Yaoguang realm as well. To enter the Yaoguang realm around the age of 30 is already a mark of martial talent, while many remain trapped in the Dong Ming realm for their entire lives. Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and help me clean up upstairs. Su Chen quickly ushered the group inside, feeling uneasy at the thought of the blood all over the floor above. As the three entered the main hall, a white figure suddenly jumped down from upstairs, landing right in front of them. It was a large white bear. Dongfang Tingyin was startled, and the other two members of the Foreign Affairs Department were also taken aback, even drawing their weapons, watching the sudden appearance of the large white bear with caution. "Xiao Bai!" Su Chen quickly shouted, realizing that if he had been a moment slower, Xiao Bai might have snatched the weapons from the two. Xiao Bai let out a silly grunt and crawled over to Su Chen's side. "Sorry for scaring you," Su Chen said apologetically. Dongfang Tingyin had never seen Xiao Bai before, so she didn't recognize him, and Su Chen had forgotten to hide Xiao Bai. However, it didn't matter. Su Chen was now capable of ensuring Xiao Bai's safety. You have a bear at home?" Dongfang Tingyin looked at Su Chen with a strange expression, increasingly unable to understand him. He had a bear at home, and it was a polar bear. "Yes, Xiao Bai is very well behaved. You don't need to be afraid." Su Chen thought they were scared of Xiao Bai and comforted them. "I can see that, but how do you keep a polar bear alive at home?" Dongfang Tingyin asked, looking at Xiao Bai, who was obediently staying by Su Chen's side. She was still very curious about how Su Chen managed to keep a polar bear at home. Did he put it in the fridge? Or did he build a special ice house? What polar bear? Xiao Bai is a giant panda, just a bit albino. Look at his claws, they're black, right? Su Chen corrected her. Giant panda? Dongfang Tingyian's expression was even more shocked than before, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. This was even more unbelievable than having a polar bear, raising a giant panda? Wasn't he afraid of being invited for tea? Dongfang Tingyin took a closer look at Xiao Bai and indeed saw that he was a giant panda. "You are amazing." Dongfang Tingyin could only give Su Chen a thumbs up, admiring his courage. Xiao Bai, with a simple and honest demeanor, showed a hint of a human-like smile, looking quite adorable. Dongfang Tingyin was instantly amused by Xiao Bai's appearance. He seems quite understanding." "Of course, Xiao Bai is smart," Su Chen said, and upon hearing Su Chen praise him, Xiao Bai immediately rubbed against Su Chen's pant leg. "You two should go upstairs and clean up the traces in the room." Dongfang Tingyin reminded them of their task, instructing the two members of the Foreign Affairs Department to tidy up Su Chen's bedroom. The staff of the Foreign Affairs Department not only had decent strength but also possessed professional skills that had been systematically trained. Cleaning up a battlefield and handling a crime scene was second nature to them, and they worked efficiently, finishing the task in no time. Looking at the refreshed bedroom, Su Chen could hardly tell that a life had been lost there before. Indeed, a professional team, Su Chen said admiringly to Dongfang Tingyin. At New City Airport, Lin Yao had just disembarked from the plane. This Jody, she promised to help me take revenge, yet I haven't seen her for so long. What a jerk. Jody walked along, muttering her dissatisfaction under her breath. Ever since she helped Jody promote the news of the Martial Alliance on the Assassin Alliance's dark web last time, she hadn't seen Jody for a long time. If you won't help me, I'll do it myself. Master, that bastard who bullied me is in this city. You must help me take revenge. Lin Yao suddenly hugged a tall, beautiful woman beside her, shaking the woman's arm and acting cute. Alright, I will definitely take revenge for you. Once I find him, I will make him suffer. To relieve my dear disciple's hatred, the beautiful woman gently stroked Lin Yao's hair, speaking indulgently. You're the best, master. Lin Yao jumped up happily. The beautiful woman shook her head helplessly, laughing. Lin Yao and Jiu were two disciples she had adopted from the orphanage, having stayed by her side since childhood, never having suffered any grievances. She had imparted all her skills to them without reservation, but she never expected Lin Yao would be bullied outside. It was simply unforgivable. As the beautiful woman thought of this, a layer of frost covered her stunning face, and a murderous aura was released from her, but it was quickly reined in. Ah Cho, a passerby nearby, suddenly sneezed. So cold, why is it suddenly so cold? He felt a chill enveloping him, making him shiver involuntarily. It wasn't until Lin Yao and the others walked far away that he felt a bit better. How strange, the man murmured in confusion. Su Chen, who was cultivating at home, had no idea that Lin Yao had brought her master to seek revenge on him. At this moment, Su Chen had just finished his cultivation, solidifying his mid-stage Kaiyang realm strength. In a few days, he would be able to break through to the peak of the Kaiyang realm. Now, Su Chen needed to consume at least 100 attribute pills for each cultivation session. Without them, the effect was negligible. Each session cost him over 1 million, so he could only take his time fully utilizing the medicinal power of the attribute pills to save some money. After finishing his cultivation, Su Chen prepared a little something to eat in the kitchen, too lazy to go out. His cooking skills were limited, so he simply fried a few slices of luncheon meat and boiled a couple of eggs, preparing to make do with a meal. As Su Chen carefully peeled the eggshell, just as he was about to put the peeled egg into his mouth, a furious shout came from outside. Su Chen was startled, his hand shook, and the egg fell to the ground. Damn it! Su Chen was instantly furious. That was the egg I just peeled. Who is it? Why are you shouting so loudly? Su Chen asked unhappily as he got up to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Yao and a tall, stunning woman standing outside. Lin Yao? Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yao to find him. Humph. Su Chen, you're dead today. Lin Yao glared at Su Chen, recalling the scene where he had bullied and threatened her. Master, it's him. Lin Yao pointed at Su Chen and said to the beautiful woman. Ha, master? Su Chen looked at the beautiful woman with a puzzled expression. This is Lin Yao and Jiodi's master? So young? No wonder Su Chen was surprised. The beautiful woman looked at most 30 years old, and was as beautiful as a fairy. Her pair of phoenix eyes seemed capable of captivating souls, and just a glance felt like one's soul would be taken away. Beauty could make one directly ignore the other's age. Is it you who bullied my dear disciple? The beautiful woman's face was like cold frost, her phoenix eyes coldly staring at Su Chen, the murderous aura unabashedly enveloping him. Su Chen felt the murderous intent and frowned immediately. Such a strong murderous aura. Su Chen had killed countless bandits and monsters in the game world, but he had never encountered such a strong murderous aura. How many people had this person killed? I think there might be a misunderstanding here. Lin Yao set me up before, and I taught her a lesson. That's not unreasonable, right? Su Chen explained, unfazed. No problem, but if you bully my disciple, isn't it reasonable for me to teach you a lesson? Su Chen, the other party, turned out to be a reasonable person, and I must say, what they said made quite a bit of sense. Enough with the nonsense, what do you want? Su Chen was too lazy to engage in pointless banter and wanted them to get straight to the point. Naturally, I want to avenge my disciple. The beautiful woman snorted coldly, a chill radiating from her, frost forming on the ground and spreading towards Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting her to act so quickly. He hurriedly stepped back to avoid contact with the frost. Su Chen could tell that this frost was different from supernatural abilities, and the woman's true energy had a cold attribute. Her cultivation method was of the yin cold type, so her true energy also carried that cold attribute, much like Su Chen's own Zonghong true energy, which was a special kind of true energy. The beautiful woman raised her hands, cold air swirling around them, her hands as translucent as jade, as if carved from cold jade. The cold air wrapped around her hands surged towards Su Chen. Su Chen took a few steps back, avoiding the initial wave of cold air, and similarly wrapped his hands in Zonghong true energy to counter the approaching beautiful woman. The two pairs of palms collided, Zonghong true energy clashing with her yin cold true energy, resulting in an explosion in the air. Both retreated a few steps from the impact of the explosion. Kaiyang realm. The beautiful woman was momentarily surprised by Su Chen's strength. To be able to hold his ground against her for even one round, he must at least possess the strength of the Kaiyang realm. Auntie, don't you think it's polite to give a heads up before you start attacking? You know, it seems quite rude of you, Su Chen said nonchalantly, provoking her. Upon hearing Auntie, the beautiful woman's face darkened, her already frosty expression becoming even more sinister, seeking death. At this moment, the beautiful woman no longer cared about Su Chen's strength. She was determined to teach this reckless brat a lesson today. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, her expression twisted as she lunged at Su Chen like a madwoman. Su Chen was startled. This person looked beautiful, but when she attacked, she acted like a lunatic? No blade, cutting slash. Su Chen's palm turned into a blade, mimicking a drawing motion. And as the beautiful woman approached, he executed a cutting slash out of thin air. The beautiful woman's jade-like hands directly grasped the blade. Energy Su Chen had slashed out, and shockingly, she crushed the sharp blade energy with her bare hands. Such hard hands. Su Chen looked at the beautiful woman's hands in astonishment. Her husband must have it tough, and he silently mourned for him for 2 seconds. After shattering the blade energy, the beautiful woman immediately charged at Su Chen again. Su Chen hurriedly raised his right hand to defend, but the beautiful woman seized his wrist. Su Chen felt as if he were caught in an iron grip. Her hands were incredibly hard and exceptionally cold. With one of Su Chen's hands under her control, the beautiful woman swung her free right hand towards his neck. If this strike landed, Su Chen would definitely suffer serious injury. Su Chen retreated, but the beautiful woman closely followed, her palm just an inch away from his neck. Behind Su Chen was a wall, and soon he would have nowhere left to retreat. Xiao Bai! Su Chen shouted upstairs. Xiao Bai, who had already heard the commotion and arrived at the railing, immediately jumped down upon hearing Su Chen's call, charging directly at the beautiful woman. The massive shadow loomed over the beautiful woman, and faced with the impending threat, she had no choice but to retreat. Abandoning her pursuit of Su Chen, Xiao Bai landed heavily in front of Su Chen, glaring fiercely at the beautiful woman. Xiao Bai, step back, Su Chen instructed. He had only wanted Xiao Bai to come down to escape the previous dangerous situation and didn't need him to fight. Xiao Bai's strength wasn't sufficient. Yet, reluctantly, Xiao Bai retreated behind Su Chen. The beautiful woman looked at Su Chen in confusion, then at Xiao Bai. This guy actually raised an albino giant panda? The beautiful woman immediately recognized that Xiao Bai was a white giant panda, unlike others who mistook it for a polar bear. Su Chen was ready to counterattack, his true energy transforming into threads that wrapped around his hands, flowing between his fingers. Su Chen used the technique of Rao Jiro just to test its power. The opponent, being at the peak of the Kaiyang realm, should not be directly killed by it. Su Chen charged forward, swinging his hands, and the threads of true energy struck the beautiful woman like a whip. The beautiful woman was startled. She could sense the threat of Su Chen's move, a feeling that could not be mistaken, one she only experienced when facing a life-threatening situation. Gathering her true energy, the beautiful woman concentrated a large amount of it in her hands and raised them to block Su Chen's attack. The threads of true energy struck her hands, which were as translucent and hard as cold jade, leaving a deep wound. The beautiful woman was immediately alarmed. Her cold jade hands had been cultivated for over 40 years, soaked in medicinal solutions since childhood according to ancient texts, and it took decades to reach a state of perfection, as hard as ice and as soft as if without bones, comparable to divine weapons. How could they be breached by Su Chen today? Auntie, if you want revenge, you need to understand the situation first. Being unreasonable won't do, Su Chen said as he swung the threads of true energy towards the beautiful woman again, this time using a softer force. The beautiful woman was shocked and dared not resist directly. If her cold jade hands could be breached, her body would be even more vulnerable. However, the threads were too fast and she had no time to dodge, so she could only use her cold jade hands to defend. After making contact with the beautiful woman, the threads of true energy did not harm her but instead wrapped around her, tightening suddenly and binding her securely. The beautiful woman gasped and fell to the ground, writhing like a worm, occasionally letting out soft whimpers. Coupled with her figure and appearance, it was enough to make one's blood race. Ahem! Su Chen awkwardly cleared his throat twice. If you keep squirming, I won't be polite, he threatened the beautiful woman. If this continued, Su Chen feared he might lose control and do something bad. Humph! Let me go! The beautiful woman, realizing she could not break free from the threads, coldly said to Su Chen, "Let you go? No, I can't let you go yet. What if you try to attack again?" Su Chen shook his head. Considering that she was Master Jiodi's disciple, he could overlook it, but he definitely couldn't just let her go. "Master!" Lin Yao exclaimed as she rushed over. How could someone as powerful as her master not be a match for Su Chen? What kind of strength did Su Chen possess? Lin Yao was shocked and worried about her master. It was all her fault. If she hadn't asked her master to seek revenge on Su Chen, her master wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Hey, Lin Yao, we're old friends, right? You set me up once, I set you up once, we're even now. Why are you still sending someone to seek revenge on me? Isn't that a bit unethical? Su Chen said to Lin Yao, speechless. What do you want? Lin Yao asked, looking guilty. What do I want? You barged into my home without a word to cause trouble and then ask me what I want? What do you all want? Su Chen said, displeased. His home was practically becoming a public restroom where anyone could come in. Then we'll leave now. You quickly let my master go, Lin Yao hurriedly said, following Su Chen's words. Want to come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public restroom? Su Chen became even angrier. Yao, don't waste your breath with him. I advise you to let me go quickly, otherwise, my blood flame sect will definitely not let you off. The beautiful woman coldly threatened Su Chen. Ha! You dare to threaten me? Do you believe I'll first violate you and then kill you right now? Su Chen said with a cold smile. The beautiful woman's face turned crimson with anger. Just now, she was calling her aunt, and now he actually wants to do something inappropriate to her. What a little rascal. Don't touch my master. Lin Yao hurriedly spoke up to stop Su Chen. What do you want? I'll do whatever you say, just let my master go, Lin Yao said softly, tears in her eyes, regretting coming to Su Chen for revenge. Su Chen looked speechless. How did he end up looking like the villain here? Clearly, it was you all who came to trouble me. Don't make that face. For the sake of your junior sister Jade, I'll let you go. After all, Jade is a shareholder of the Martial Alliance. I can't just kill my partner's master and junior sister, can I? Su Chen said helplessly. Partner? Lin Yao was taken aback. You and Jade established the Martial Alliance together? Lin Yao asked Su Chen in a daze. Yeah, Jade and the others put in so much effort. I couldn't let them help for free, so I gave each of them some shares. Jade is quite a senior figure in the Martial Alliance, Su Chen explained to Lin Yao without thinking much. Jade? After hearing Su Chen's explanation, Lin Yao gritted her teeth as she repeated Jade's name. Just wait until I get back, I'll deal with him. Although I can let you go, it's not without conditions. Let your master help me guard the door. If any outsiders come in, just kick them out for me so I don't have to deal with people like you again, Su Chen said flatly. Impossible. Without Lin Yao saying anything, the beautiful woman was the first to refuse. Let her guard the door? Dream on. How could the dignified leader of the Blood Flame sect stand at the door for Su Chen? Su Chen must be out of his mind to think that. Then I won't be polite. Although you're a bit older, your skin is delicate and your figure is outstanding. It doesn't show, so I guess you can make do, Su Chen said with a mischievous smile, looking at the beautiful woman lecherously. The beautiful woman was taken aback. She had forgotten that this little rascal had such thoughts. Su Chen, can you let my master go? At worst, I'll help you guard the door and you can do whatever you want. I won't resist. Lin Yao said to Su Chen as if resigned to her fate. She couldn't bear to see her master humiliated by Su Chen. Hey, don't act all heroic, your strength is too low. I'm afraid you might get killed. Su Chen directly dismissed Lin Yao's strength, noting that she was quite a bit weaker than her senior brother Jade, let alone her master. As long as you agree, I can offer you some favorable conditions, like helping you enter the Jade Balance realm. Su Chen ignored Lin Yao and dropped a heavy bombshell on the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was taken aback. The Jade Balance realm was incredibly tempting for those of them who had been stuck at the peak of the opening sun realm for decades. Impossible. Breaking through to the Jade Balance realm is not as simple as you say. Don't try to fool me. The beautiful woman didn't believe that Su Chen had the ability to help her break through to the Jade Balance realm. It was something she hadn't achieved in decades. How could a kid do it with just a word? No way. The beautiful woman thought Su Chen was trying to trick her into submission with this method. Haven't you heard of the Breaking Realm pill? Su Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. The news about the Breaking Realm pill should have spread long ago. How could the other party be completely unaware? What Breaking Realm pill? The beautiful woman looked confused. She had just come out of seclusion not long ago and was completely unaware of the current happenings in the martial world, let alone the recently risen Martial Alliance and the Breaking Realm pill. Su Chen realized that the other party probably hadn't inquired about martial arts matters for a long time, which was why she didn't know. The Breaking Realm pill is a pill that can help peak martial artists break through their realms. It's a hot-selling product in the Martial Alliance right now, and it can help you overcome your bottleneck and enter the Jade Balance realm, Su Chen explained. After hearing Su Chen's explanation, the beautiful woman's heart stirred. If this were true, it would be very tempting for her. However, the beautiful woman definitely did not believe Su Chen's words. His single statement was simply not credible. Seeing her silence, Su Chen continued, you don't have to refuse right now. Everything I said is true. I can let you go, and after you leave, you can inquire for yourself. Then you can decide whether to come back here to help me guard the door. Su Chen was very confident in the allure of the Breaking Realm pill. Even if he let her go now, he believed she would return. As he spoke, Su Chen released the thread of true energy and let the beautiful woman go. The beautiful woman was taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to let her go so decisively. Please, Su Chen gestured towards the door. I welcome your return, he said with a smile. The beautiful woman snorted coldly and turned to leave. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, as if many people had surrounded the villa all at once. The beautiful woman was startled and looked at Su Chen in confusion. She thought Su Chen had changed his mind and secretly called for help. Su Chen frowned as well, shaking his head at the beautiful woman, indicating that he also did not know what was happening. Bang! The villa's front door was kicked open, and a Western man in a tactical vest walked in. Outside the villa, numerous fully armed personnel surrounded the area. Who is Su Chen? The moment he entered, he sought out Su Chen, his intentions clear. Su Chen frowned immediately. Where did this foreigner come from? Had he offended any foreigners recently? Su Chen thought for a moment, but no, he hadn't. Who are you? Su Chen asked, frowning. The man did not answer but instead took out a photo and compared it with Su Chen. That's right, it's you. After confirming the target, the leading Western man put the photo back in his pocket. Go, capture him. Without further ado, he ordered his men to seize Su Chen. Armed personnel outside immediately surged in, each holding a strangely shaped firearm with a very thick, square barrel. Once these people entered, they surrounded Su Chen and the others. Su Chen immediately became alert, although he was not afraid of firearms with his current strength. The odd-looking guns in their hands made him uneasy. Before Su Chen could make a move, they opened fire. From the square barrels, more than a dozen round balls shot out like buckshot, releasing electric currents that intertwined to form an electric net, enveloping them. Su Chen was startled and quickly took out the Bagua token, waving it to teleport back to the bedroom. However, Lin Yao and her master in the courtyard were not so lucky. They were directly ensnared by the electric net, the currents continuously shocking their bodies, rendering them incapable of fighting back. The leading Western man was momentarily stunned, staring at the suddenly vanished Su Chen in confusion. Teleportation, he speculated, puzzled. He knew Su Chen possessed many magical items that could grant extraordinary abilities, but space-type teleportation was an extremely rare skill. Did Su Chen actually have such a treasure among his items? Su Chen's escape not only did not disappoint the Western man but instead excited him even more. Teleportation. If he could obtain such an ability, no one would be able to catch him. However, now he had to search for Su Chen's whereabouts again. But now that he had captured Su Chen's friends, he was not afraid that Su Chen would not comply. Take them away, the Western man instructed his subordinates, glancing at the two under the electric net. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who had teleported to the bedroom, immediately went to the window to observe the situation outside. When he heard that they were going to take Lin Yao and her master away, Su Chen knew he couldn't wait any longer. Although these two were quite annoying, they were still Jodi's master and junior sister. If they were lost in his place, he would have a hard time explaining, and he was counting on Lin Yao's master to help him guard the door in the future. He couldn't let them be captured. I hope these people aren't too strong, but it looks like they're all armed, so they shouldn't be that formidable. Just as they were about to take Lin Yao and her disciple away, Su Chen leaped down from the second-floor window, already drawing his weapons. In midair, a knife in one hand and a sword in the other, attacking the foreigners below. Vertical and horizontal slash. Vertical cut. Su Chen unleashed a sword energy towards one person, landing right in front of another, cleaving down directly and taking him out. Su Chen's sudden appearance immediately disrupted their movements, and they all quickly turned their guns towards him. Su Chen released strands of true energy, flicking them to the side, accurately hitting the electric spheres beneath him. Some of the spheres were destroyed, and the electric current vanished instantly. With a few spheres missing, the electric net could no longer connect, and it dissipated. Lin Yao and her disciple were rescued. The leader of the opposing group was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. It turned out Su Chen hadn't teleported away. Open fire. He immediately ordered his subordinates to shoot. It didn't matter to the others. They had to capture Su Chen and couldn't let this opportunity slip away. His subordinates, receiving the command, immediately pulled the triggers, and the bullets shot out, weaving into an electric net that enveloped Su Chen and the others. Horizontal style, 2-character flash slash. Su Chen's knife and sword moved up and down, and in a flash, he disappeared from his original spot. Two beams of light from his blades sliced through the air, shattering the spheres mid-flight, causing the electric net to vanish. At this moment, the beautiful woman stood up from the ground, her face filled with anger as she looked at the Westerners. These bastards actually used electricity on me, almost making me wet my pants. Unforgivable. With a cold expression, the beautiful woman, surrounded by a chilling aura, charged into the crowd. One Westerner, seeing the beautiful woman suddenly appear before him, immediately wanted to use his special ability, but it was too late. The beautiful woman raised her hand and struck, her icy true energy invading his body, sending him flying as if hit by a truck, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall and creating a dent in it. Without even considering whether he was dead or alive, the invasion of icy true energy into his body, combined with the lack of any true energy to resist, basically announced his death sentence. Meanwhile, Su Chen's movements were even faster, wielding a knife in one hand and a sword in the other, charging into the crowd as if it were an uninhabited realm, taking down one opponent after another. In the small courtyard, bodies flew and blood flowed. In just a short time, Su Chen and Lin Yao's master had dealt with these Westerners, leaving only the last leader. The Westerner hadn't expected Su Chen and his companions to be so strong. The people he brought were all elite members of the organization, yet they were no match for Su Chen. However, he wasn't worried, the dead were merely cannon fodder. The organization had plenty more, and as long as they obtained Su Chen's items, they could produce many more elites like these. I didn't expect you to be this strong, I underestimated you, the Westerner said, looking at Su Chen calmly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Harry Walker, but you can call me Harry. Harry Walker introduced himself to Su Chen very gentlemanly. Su Chen frowned as he looked at him. This guy, seeing their strength, still didn't run away. Was he powerful or just clueless? Who are you? Su Chen asked, puzzled. He was certain he had no past grievances with this Westerner. Why had they come to find him so purposefully? Harry Walker smiled slightly and slowly replied, Su Chen, leader of the Martial Alliance, providing various miraculous items to the Martial Alliance, allowing it to rise rapidly in a short time and grow into a somewhat well-known superpower organization. Harry didn't answer Su Chen's question but instead spoke about Su Chen's background. Su Chen was taken aback. How did he know all this? Su Chen believed that his fame was not significant. He rarely appeared in the Martial Alliance, and aside from a few friends and internal members, hardly anyone outside knew this information. How do you know all this? Su Chen asked curiously. It's too easy for the Assassin Alliance to investigate someone, Harry Walker shrugged and replied. Lin Yao, who was behind him, suddenly showed a look of shock. You are Jack the Ripper Walker, Lin Yao exclaimed. She had felt that the name Harry Walker sounded somewhat familiar but couldn't recall where she had heard it until he mentioned the Assassin Alliance. She remembered that among the top 10 super assassins in the Assassin Alliance, the 8th-ranked super assassin, nicknamed Jack the Ripper Walker, was indeed named Harry Walker. Oh, it's surprising that someone here recognizes me. It seems I have a bit of fame in Huaxia, Harry Walker said, somewhat unexpectedly. Isn't the Assassin Alliance just a killer platform? Why do you have your own people? Su Chen asked in confusion. No organization can be entirely composed of outsiders. For example, your Martial Alliance, doesn't it have its own martial members? Harry Walker countered. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately thought of Dongfang Tinjian's Foreign Affairs Department. He had to admit that what the other party said made a lot of sense. So why are you here to cause me trouble? Su Chen asked, voicing his biggest doubt. The Assassin Alliance had no grievances with him. It made no sense for them to trouble him. Could it be that the Martial Alliance was rising too quickly, provoking jealousy from other organizations? That shouldn't be the case, right? There's a saying in Huaxia, a common man has no guilt, but possessing a treasure brings guilt. You should understand this principle, right? Who told you to possess treasures you shouldn't have? Harry Walker explained with a smile. Although he didn't say it outright, Su Chen understood that what attracted these foreigners' attention were the items that could grant special abilities. If people in the country wanted to rob him, they would definitely find the boundary-breaking pills more appealing than those items. Only these short-sighted Westerners would be interested in the equipment that Su Chen had eliminated. Now it's just you. Are you confident you can handle both of us? Su Chen looked at Harry Walker with curiosity. At this point, the other party wasn't afraid to run. How much confidence did he have? Su Chen, he's very strong. He's the 8th-ranked assassin in the Assassin Alliance, Lin Yao reminded Su Chen from the side. 8th-ranked? Su Chen immediately became interested. He hadn't fully enjoyed his previous fight with Lin Yao's master, unable to use his full strength, and the small fry were too weak. He hadn't even warmed up before it ended. He was curious to see what this Harry Walker was like. Jack the Ripper Walker, let's see how you rip, Su Chen said with interest, but he didn't underestimate him. Being 8th-ranked definitely meant he had some skills. Assassins like Lin Yao and God could only rank at the bottom of the Assassin Alliance, so being 8th proved he was much stronger than them. An assassin? The beautiful woman looked down on Harry Walker even more. Although both of her disciples were assassins, and her cultivation method focused on assassination, she had never been an assassin herself and looked down on the profession. She always fought her enemies head on. Since you want to see, I'll let you see, Harry Walker said as if chatting with Su Chen, in a calm tone. Then, Harry Walker underwent an astonishing transformation. Blades began to grow from his body. A blade about 1.5 feet long sprouted from the gap between his middle and ring fingers, and there was also a blade over 1/2 foot long on his elbow. Blades at least 1/2 foot long sprouted from every body part that could be used for attack: shoulders, knees, and feet, turning him into a human weapon in an instant. Damn! Are you opening your own chest? Su Chen exclaimed as he saw a 1-foot-long blade appear on Harry Walker's chest. Harry Walker's face darkened instantly, looking for death. Harry Walker hated it when others pointed fingers at him in this state because he knew he didn't look good. With a cold snort, Harry Walker charged towards Masterin and the others. Not only did he have the ability to turn himself into a humanoid weapon, but he was also a master of physical techniques. It was precisely because of his exquisite skills that he could maintain his position as the 8th on the assassin leaderboard. Su Chen looked at Harry Walker, who was rushing towards him like the wind, with a puzzled expression. Is this speed? What courage does he have to stay? Harry Walker quickly reached Su Chen, swinging the blades in his hands to strike. Su Chen raised his weapon to block the attack, but in the next moment Harry Walker kicked towards the top of Su Chen's head at an awkward angle. His foot was equipped with a blade, and if it hit Su Chen he would surely die, no doubt about it. Su Chen immediately understood where Harry Walker's confidence came from. It was relying on his body full of weapons and his not-so-weak close combat skills, which allowed him to fully exert his abilities. Close combat was indeed a bit tricky. However, who would fight you in close quarters? Su Chen immediately dodged back, creating distance between them. Sky Slash. Su Chen directly attacked with sword energy. Long-range consumption was the best way to deal with an opponent who only had close combat capabilities, but Harry Walker didn't seem anxious at all. He sidestepped the sword energy, turned around, and with a flick of his hands, the blades flew out towards Su Chen. What the hell? It can shoot, too. Su Chen was startled. He hadn't expected that the blades on Harry Walker could be shot out. Clang! Clang! Su Chen deflected the flying blades with his weapon. Harry Walker spread his arms, and the blades made a turn, returning to his hands. It turned out he could not only grow blades from his body but also shoot them out and briefly control their flight in the air. Su Chen thought that with just this level of strength, it was impossible for him to be so confident. It turned out he had more tricks up his sleeve. With this, the opponent had both close and long-range capabilities, making him quite a tricky enemy. At that moment, a dagger suddenly appeared above Harry Walker's head, as if space had warped, and a pair of jade hands appeared above him. It was as if Harry Walker had eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly raised his hand and easily blocked the dagger with his blade. I've seen this assassination technique before, Harry Walker said to the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared behind him. I remember there was a guy in the Assassin Alliance whose assassination technique was similar to yours, both looking for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow. You are his master? Harry Walker speculated. He guessed correctly. The person he was referring to was God. So you've seen it. Does that mean I should give you an award? The beautiful woman didn't indulge him at all, immediately retorting with a single sentence that left Harry Walker speechless. If we're going to fight, just fight, why waste words? The beautiful woman thought indignantly. Rising chi technique. Su Chen didn't want to get entangled with Harry Walker any longer, so he immediately enhanced his strength, his aura instantly climbing to a level very close to the jade balance realm. Harry Walker seemed to sense Su Chen's change and looked at him with a serious expression. What kind of trick is this? Harry Walker knew that the techniques of Huaxia martial artists were ever-changing and always had unexpected elements, but Su Chen's strength had increased so much in an instant that even he felt a sense of crisis. How could this be possible? He was an S-class ability user and a master of physical techniques, with a comprehensive strength of at least S+. How could Su Chen make him feel a sense of crisis? The means to kill you. Su Chen didn't waste words. A vitality-enhancing pill entered his stomach, and Su Chen's strength had completely entered the jade balance realm. Not only was Harry Walker surprised, but even Lin Yao's master couldn't believe that Su Chen had such strength. That aura, it was the jade balance realm. The jade balance realm that she hadn't broken through for decades. Su Chen put away his weapon and charged at Harry Walker with bare hands. Harry Walker faced Su Chen with a serious expression, ready to fight with all his might. Illusion spirit, soft as a finger. Su Chen instantly reached Harry Walker's side and threw a punch at him, with fine strands of true energy wrapping around his fist and a shadow following closely behind Su Chen's punch. Harry Walker, with a grave expression, used his dual blades to defend. The blades were manifestations of his supernatural ability, not only sharp but also indestructible. He was confident he could withstand Su Chen's unarmed strike. Harry Walker turned his hands, surprisingly facing Su Chen with the blade edges. He wanted Su Chen to suffer the consequences, to experience the pain of being hurt by his own attack. Boom! Su Chen's punch struck the blade, and contrary to Harry Walker's expectations, Su Chen's fist was not cut open by the blade. Instead, the strands on his fist left deep gashes on the blade. Boom! Before Harry Walker could be astonished, another loud bang echoed, as if Su Chen had struck his blade again. This time, he finally couldn't hold on and was sent flying backward. Bang! Harry Walker crashed hard against the wall behind him, which immediately collapsed, and he fell through the wall onto the road outside. Cough! Harry Walker propped himself up and immediately coughed out a mouthful of old blood. Just as he wanted to cover his mouth with both hands, he looked at his hands in shock. His hands were now a bloody mess, almost unrecognizable as hands. Most importantly, his blades were broken. The two blades in his hands had snapped at the second finger joint, and he had no idea where the broken pieces had flown off to. A figure rushed out from the collapsed wall. It was Su Chen. Su Chen flicked his hands, and the strands of true energy instantly bound the severely injured Harry Walker tightly like ropes. The fine strands, as thin as hair, cut into Harry Walker's skin, embedding themselves in his flesh. If it weren't for the blades still blocking him in various places, he would have likely turned into a pile of minced meat by now. Don't kill me. Harry Walker suddenly felt a surge of fear. He sensed the threat to his life. Give me a reason not to kill you, Su Chen said coldly, controlling the strands of true energy. Harry Walker couldn't think of any reason that would convince Su Chen not to kill him. I can help you. Suddenly, he thought of his greatest asset, his own loyalty as an S+ level supernatural being should be worth a life, right? It seems you have no reason for me not to kill you. Goodbye. Su Chen remained unmoved. He didn't trust the other party. He tightened his grip suddenly, and the strands immediately constricted. No! Amid Harry Walker's unwilling screams, the true energy strands swiftly cut him apart, leaving a pile of minced meat. Just a subordinate at the peak of the Kaiyang realm, Su Chen could find others from different organizations. He didn't trust them. At that moment, Lin Yao and her master also walked out from the courtyard. Is it resolved? Su Chen nodded, then took out his phone, preparing to call Confronting to handle the bodies here. Beep, huh? No signal? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Upon closer inspection, his phone actually displayed no signal, and the call couldn't go through. What a lousy phone. How can there be no signal in a villa area? Su Chen said with an unhappy expression. He definitely needed to complain to the telecom company when he had the time. What a piece of junk. Wait. Su Chen suddenly realized something was off. He had lived here for so long without ever experiencing a lack of signal. Why was there suddenly no signal today? Especially at this moment. Can I borrow someone's phone? Su Chen asked Lin Yao and the others to confirm his suspicion. Use mine, Lin Yao's master said, taking out a phone and handing it to Su Chen. Su Chen gladly accepted it, but after opening it, there was still no signal. What's wrong? Lin Yao's master asked Su Chen curiously. No signal. I feel something's off. Lin Yao, does your phone have a signal? Su Chen returned the phone and turned to Lin Yao. No, Lin Yao shook her head. Su Chen frowned, recalling the Su family nearby, and thought about checking on them. Just as Su Chen lifted his foot, he suddenly pulled it back. Su Chen looked coldly at Lin Yao and her master. I remember your master just came out of seclusion, right? Where did the phone come from? Su Chen asked Lin Yao with a cold gaze. The two of them were momentarily taken aback. I bought it for my master. Is there a problem with that? Lin Yao replied defensively. No problem. Then tell me, where did we first meet? Su Chen asked Lin Yao again with a blank expression. This time, Lin Yao couldn't answer. When did you realize it? Lin Yao, he asked expressionlessly. I felt something was strange when I couldn't get through on the phone. Now I'm trapped in a formation, right? Su Chen looked around, speaking without turning his head. Good vigilance. So what if you guessed it? But can you get out? Lin Yao said with a sneer. You have 10 minutes left. After 10 minutes, the formation will be fully completed and we can truly enter. At that time, it will be your death. Lin Yao pretended to check her wrist and said to Su Chen, 10 minutes, huh? That's quite enough time, Su Chen said casually upon hearing there were still 10 minutes. Bragging, Lin Yao didn't believe Su Chen could find the formation's core and leave in 10 minutes. Su Chen ignored her and raised his hand, punching Lin Yao and causing her to explode. Lin Yao turned into a burst of white light and vanished. As expected, it's an illusion formation. It seems Su Chen's guess was correct. He was trapped in an illusion formation, and from what the other party said, in another 10 minutes, this illusion formation would turn into a killing formation, allowing the one who set it up to enter and control the environment within it will. Quite tricky, Su Chen sighed. If it weren't for the research on formations in the art of traversing, he might not have discovered the problem. The first priority now was to find the formation's core. Only by finding the core could he find a way to break the formation. Su Chen was quite familiar with the environment near his home, so finding the core shouldn't be difficult. After searching around, he couldn't find the core but did explore the range of the formation first. The range was only the distance of Su Chen's villa courtyard in a section of the road outside, with a total size of about 30 meters in diameter. Whenever Su Chen exceeded this range, he would always find himself appearing on the other side, the entire formation being an infinitely looping space. No matter which way Su Chen walked, he couldn't get out, only looping infinitely within this range. This was not just an illusion formation, it was also a trapping formation, indicating that the one who set it up had some skill. After understanding the range of the formation, Su Chen quickly found the core. Under the streetlight at his front gate, there was an inconspicuous stone, not small, about the size of a basketball. Su Chen could confirm that there was nothing here before. Su Chen immediately used the key technique to break formations from the art of traversing, and suddenly the world in Su Chen's eyes changed, with threads of energy extending from the stone outward. These were the energy threads connecting to the formation's core, and the ends of these threads connected to the items supplying energy to the core. Just like when Su Chen used gems to set up formations, formations also required energy, and the gems nurtured by the heavens contained the energy needed for the formation. Su Chen followed the thread to find the gem that provided energy for the formation, and he immediately took these gems down. Just as Su Chen was halfway through, the formation could no longer sustain itself and failed. Suddenly, everything became clear to Su Chen, and Lin Yao and her master stood beside him, looking bewildered. What happened? Lin Yao asked, her face filled with confusion as she looked at the suddenly appearing Su Chen. Lin Yao's master frowned slightly as she began to understand what had just occurred. They had been trapped in a continuously looping space, unable to escape no matter how they moved. Then, Su Chen had suddenly appeared. Were we trapped in a formation just now? Lin Yao's master asked Su Chen for confirmation. Su Chen nodded, indicating that she was correct. Wait. Su Chen suddenly noticed something on Lin Yao's master as he was still using the technique to dispel formations, allowing him to see things that ordinary people could not. Lin Yao's master was taken aback but still followed Su Chen's instructions and did not move recklessly. Su Chen reached behind her ear, a gesture that made the elderly aunt who had been single for decades blush slightly. Su Chen caught a black, wriggling worm behind her ear. If Su Chen had discovered it a moment later, the worm would have likely crawled into her ear. The moment Lin Yao's master saw the worm, she was startled. Witchcraft worm. Do you recognize it? Su Chen looked at Lin Yao's master in surprise. Lin Yao's master's expression darkened immediately. This is a trick used by a group of little people. It seemed that Lin Yao's master recalled something that made her furious, her face clouded with anger. Then, Lin Yao's master recounted a story, a true story that had happened. About 30 years ago, it wasn't as peaceful as it is now. At that time, martial artists from China and shamans from East Asia engaged in a martial arts and witchcraft war. The rules were to stop at the point of injury, trying not to kill anyone. At first, we, the Chinese, indeed had the upper hand, but those bastards. During a break, they actually resorted to underhanded tactics. They put witchcraft worms in our food, leading to the deaths of most of our predecessors, which directly resulted in our disastrous defeat in the subsequent war. All the predecessors from our Yuhong realm sacrificed themselves in this battle, which caused our status in the extraordinary circles to plummet for a time. Even to this day, we can only be considered of medium status in the extraordinary circles abroad. Lin Yao's master slowly revealed the secrets of that year. Later, a war broke out in East Asia, resulting in heavy casualties among the shamans as well. Subsequently, the Chinese martial artists collectively established a rule: shamans are not allowed to step into China, or they will be hunted down. After that, the shamans did not believe this rumor, but the tragedies of the following years made them understand what it meant to unite against a common enemy. In the years that followed, whenever shamans entered China and were discovered, any martial artist who received the news would rush over immediately, regardless of their level, to hunt down these shamans. Within just 6 months, shamans were no longer seen in China. To this day, it is rare to see shamans in China. Even if they come, they do not dare to reveal their identities and can only complete their business discreetly before leaving in a hurry. Lin Yao's master recounted a true event that had happened over a decade ago. Su Chen was somewhat shocked. He had not expected the domestic martial artists to be so united. Clap, clap, clap. Well said. It seems you were also a witness to the martial arts and witchcraft war back then. A voice came from behind Su Chen. A man cloaked in a black robe walked out from the trees by the roadside, clapping his hands. Lin Yao's master's expression darkened further. It's you bastards. Do you dare to enter China? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by our Chinese martial artists? Lin Yao's master immediately recognized that these people were shamans. No, we just came to take care of something and didn't intend for you to find out, but since you have, we can only silence you, the other party said in a flat tone. Their face was obscured by a robe, making it impossible to see their expression or appearance. Did you set up this illusion array? Su Chen asked. Yes, I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. It's a bit beyond my expectations, the other party replied with a light laugh. Why? Su Chen frowned and asked. He felt like he must have picked a bad day. What was going on with all this trouble? First, Lin Yao and her master came looking for trouble, then the Assassin Alliance sent people to capture him, and now a group of wizards had shown up? Damn! Do you remember when you killed a member of the Wizard Alliance? The other party actually answered Su Chen. Even though Su Chen had only asked why in 3 words, the other party understood his meaning perfectly. Wu Wei. Su Chen and Lin Yao both froze, instantly recalling that incident. At that time, Su Chen had been tricked by Lin Yao and taken to a basement, where the helper Li Biddy had brought was Wu Wei. He was from the Wizard Alliance, and later Su Chen had killed him using his equipment. It seems you still remember, the other party said, seeing Su Chen's reaction and knowing they had hit the mark. Wei was my junior brother. I could feel it when he died. He was in so much pain, as if he were in a sea of fire. Feeling extremely hot, the other party said, even seeming to empathize, as if they were feeling discomfort themselves, uncontrollably twisting their body. So, today, I want you to feel that pain too. The other party seemed to go mad, their aura suddenly rising, and strange, grotesque poisonous insects began to crawl out from their robe. Step back. Lin Yao's master immediately stood in front of Su Chen, urging them to retreat. Su Chen looked at Lin Yao's master. Oddly, "You're quite brave, let's see what you can do." Su Chen didn't compete with her and obediently stepped back. Lin Yao's master extended her cold jade-like hands, bending down to press them against the ground, instantly freezing the surface, with ice spreading towards the insects. The insects that touched the icy surface instantly turned into ice sculptures, but the other party showed no sign of worry as more insects crawled out from their robe, stepping over the corpses of their kind and continuing to advance towards them. Lin Yao's master frowned slightly, continuously releasing cold air from her hands, intending to increase the power of the ice to block the approaching insects. At that moment, the other party's subordinates spread out to form a surrounding circle, drawing unknown patterns on the ground. "Are you going to play with formations again?" Su Chen glanced and immediately understood what they were planning. He couldn't let them complete it. With so many people working together to set up a formation, its lethality would definitely be great. Su Chen charged towards one of them, wanting to interrupt their actions. The person saw Su Chen approaching and immediately stopped their movements, pulling out a small human head from their bosom. It was a child's head, only the size of a fist, already in a mummified state. The person directed the hollow-eyed head at Su Chen, and as soon as their gazes met, Su Chen felt as if his head was under attack, a splitting headache overwhelming him. He couldn't hold on and immediately bent down, clutching his head. After a moment, he began to feel a bit better. "It's actually a mental attack." Su Chen realized that the other party had used a special method to severely damage his spirit. If it weren't for his strong mental power, this attack could have turned an ordinary person into a fool. "Don't look into the eyes of the head." That was the only solution Su Chen could think of. He charged towards the other party again, and the moment they pulled out the head, Su Chen immediately turned his head away, refusing to look at the head-shaped artifact in their hand. However, it seemed as if everyone around had long anticipated that Su Chen would act this way. They temporarily paused their movements, each pulling out a similar head to aim at Su Chen. No matter where Su Chen looked, there was always someone pointing ahead at him. "Damn it!" Su Chen cursed under his breath and simply closed his eyes. "If I don't open my eyes, let's see what you can do." Seeing Su Chen close his eyes, they ignored him. What threat could a person without sight pose? But what they didn't know was that Su Chen possessed a sensing ability akin to a sixth sense, allowing him to distinguish the surrounding objects even without sight. Without any hesitation, Su Chen charged directly at the person he had previously targeted. The other party, seeing that Su Chen could accurately find him, suddenly appeared. Flustered, unsure whether to retract the head in his hand or throw it first, and in his confusion, he simply hurled it at Su Chen. Su Chen felt something round and heavy coming at him, and without a second thought, he kicked it away, then instantly rushed forward and killed the opponent with a single strike. Lin Yao's master watched as the insects crawled over the corpses of their kind. Even though she increased her output of true energy, it was of no use. The insects multiplied, and while the ones in front were frozen, the ones behind climbed over the bodies of their fallen comrades. "Stop resisting, it's useless. My witchcraft is beyond your ability to withstand. Give up," the voice of the black-robed wizard whispered in her ear like a demon. Not a chance. She would never concede to the wizard. "I'm curious, how do you know so much about events from decades ago? Who are you? Were you there back then?" the black-robed wizard asked her casually. "I will never forget how you killed my master," Lin Yao's master said darkly, filled with rage. "Master?" The black-robed wizard fell silent for a moment, as if pondering the events of the past. "I remember now, you were the little girl by that old man's side." The black-robed wizard recalled someone who could match him from back then. "He's not an old man. His name is Mu Lishuan," Lin Yao's master shouted, increasing her output of true energy once more, causing the ice around her to surge violently, sending an even colder chill towards the witchcraft insects. The black-robed wizard's insects were instantly decimated by more than half. However, the black-robed wizard showed no signs of emotional fluctuation, maintaining a calm demeanor. "So, what's your name? Remember this, I am Mu Lishuan's daughter, Mu Yuanying." Seizing the opportunity while the black-robed wizard's insects were weakened, Mu Yuanying sprang up and charged at him. The black-robed wizard slowly retreated, and the insects beneath him quickly gathered to block his path. As soon as Mu Yuanying touched these insects, she would be devoured by the swarm. "It's useless, you can't get close to me unless someone willingly becomes nourishment for the witchcraft insects, then you might have a chance to break through their defenses," the black-robed wizard said nonchalantly, appearing completely unconcerned that Mu Yuanying could attack him. At that moment, something round and heavy flew in from the distance, landing directly in the midst of the insect swarm, smashing a hole in the defensive line they had formed. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small head. Suddenly, the witchcraft insects surged towards the head like flies drawn to feces, completely disregarding the black-robed wizard's control. "Damn it! A spirit child! You bunch of useless fools!" The black-robed wizard cursed loudly upon seeing the small head. How could these useless idiots have thrown a spirit child here? The witchcraft insects, as soul-eating creatures, were most attracted to vengeful spirits. The heavier the resentment, the stronger their attraction. The spirit child was a magical artifact created through extremely cruel means, filled with heavy resentment, making it highly appealing to the witchcraft insects. Mu Yuanying was instantly overjoyed. This was a great opportunity. Mu Yuanying immediately stepped out, treading on the swarm of witchcraft insects. A chill surged from beneath her feet, and the insects instantly turned into ice sculptures. Mu Yuanying leaped onto the frozen insects and struck towards the black-robed wizard. The face hidden beneath the black robe of the wizard slightly frowned. The black-robed figure gently raised a hand, and a witchcraft insect that had been stationary beside him suddenly flew up, colliding at high speed with Mu Yuanying's chin. In an instant, Mu Yuanying was sent flying back as if she had received an uppercut. Did you not know that every witchcraft master has a life-bound insect? The black-robed wizard mocked. Mu Yuanying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. In this brief moment, the infant spirit had been completely devoured by the witchcraft insects, blocking her path once again. Mu Yuanying frowned slightly. This was quite troublesome. Su Chen, Mu Yuanying couldn't help but seek Su Chen's assistance. She had noticed during the previous battle that Su Chen's overall strength was greater than hers. Su Chen, having just killed another wizard, looked at Mu Yuanying with a puzzled expression. Lin Yao, standing nearby, had already become numb. Su Chen was so strong that none of these people could last even a round against him, all falling with a single strike. The key was that Su Chen still had his eyes closed. Can you help? Mu Yuanying asked Su Chen. No problem, just hold on a little longer, and I'll clean up these small fries. Su Chen nodded slightly. The remaining wizards looked at Su Chen with trembling fear, thoughts of escape creeping into their minds. When a person faces an enemy with no chance of winning, the best course of action is to run, regardless of whether they can escape or not. However, how could Su Chen allow them to do as they wished? He flicked his hands, and threads of true energy instantly ensnared all the remaining wizards. Did I let you go? Die. Without a second thought, Su Chen tightened the threads in his hands, and the remaining wizards were instantly severed at the waist. At this moment, the witchcraft insects had crossed the icy barrier, surrounding Mu Yuanying and were rapidly closing in on her. Mu Yuanying hurriedly retreated, having no time to unleash her cold energy to fend off the insects. Without the maintenance of the cold energy, those previously frozen witchcraft insects quickly broke free from their icy prison and joined the swarm, rushing towards Mu Yuanying even faster. Hey, carrying so many bugs with you, aren't you disgusting? Su Chen approached and, seeing the dense mass of insects on the ground, felt a shiver run down his spine. It was a nightmare for those with a fear of clusters. Stop the nonsense and come help. Mu Yuanying, feeling her scalp tingle at the sight of the crawling insects, urged Su Chen to hurry. Coming. Don't forget to come to my house to help me guard the door after this is over. Su Chen took the opportunity to say to Mu Yuanying. Got it, hurry up. At this point, the witchcraft insects had already reached her feet, and Su Chen still appeared unconcerned, which made Mu Yuanying anxious. Su Chen immediately charged forward, slashing at the swarm of witchcraft insects with his sword and knife. Two opposing forces, heat and cold, were unleashed on the ground, instantly incinerating some insects while freezing others to death. However, Su Chen's ice and fire range was limited. It was effective against single enemies but less so for group attacks compared to Mu Yuanying. Retreat. Su Chen urged Mu Yuanying to fall back quickly. Can you hold on a little longer? Su Chen asked, as he retreated to Mu Yuanying's side. What are you planning? Mu Yuanying asked, puzzled. To catch the thief, first catch the king. To deal with these nasty bugs, we need to take out their master. Su Chen's plan was to directly kill the black-robed wizard, thus eliminating the threat of the witchcraft insects. I'll do my best, Mu Yuanying replied, unsure how long she could hold out, but she would try her best to resist. Then I'm off, Su Chen called out and charged directly towards the black-robed wizard. Su Chen used the Chi Ascension technique to enhance his strength, taking a vitality pill, and his power instantly surged to the jade balance realm. He leaped up, jumping 3 to 4 meters high and several meters away, swiftly crossing over the swarm of insects to stand before the black-robed wizard. Overestimating yourself. The black-robed wizard scoffed at Su Chen, and his innate witchcraft insects immediately lunged at him. Seeing the insects flying towards him like lightning, Su Chen immediately swung his blade at them. With a clang, it felt as if he had struck an iron ball, slippery and incredibly hard. The insect collided with Su Chen's chest, feeling like a bullet had hit him, causing a sharp pain in his chest. Damn it! Su Chen staggered back a step, grimacing as he clutched his chest. Damn, that hurts! He gasped, realizing how fast and powerful this beetle was. This is a bit tricky, Su Chen muttered to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Seeing that Su Chen only rubbed his chest and seemed fine, the black-robed wizard commanded the witchcraft insects to attack again. As the insects charged at him once more, Su Chen frowned slightly. He pondered how to deal with this incredibly fast beetle, as its speed and small size made it quite difficult for him to handle. The beetle charged directly at Su Chen's heart, clearly intent on taking his life. Su Chen crossed his sword and knife in front of his chest, accurately blocking the beetle's impact, producing a pleasant, metallic ringing sound. The beetle was knocked back, spinning around before turning to charge at Su Chen again. Su Chen thought to himself, his brow furrowing, when Suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. He had an idea. No matter how fast you fly, in the end, you're still just an insect. The best tools for dealing with insects are professional ones. True chi threads surged from Su Chen's hands, intertwining and forming a dense insect-catching net. Let's see how I catch you. Su Chen wielded the net towards the beetle, not bothering to dodge the incoming attack, allowing it to crash into him once more. The beetle instantly collided with the net in front of Su Chen, hitting him through the net, but he showed no reaction, controlling the net to ensnare it. Let's see how you escape now, Su Chen said with a fierce expression, reveling in his revenge. Damn, that really hurts. He then grimaced in pain, recalling the earlier impact on his chest. The beetle, trapped by Su Chen's true chi threads, could not escape and flailed wildly within the net. Su Chen clenched his fist slightly and the net instantly tightened, leaving even less space for the beetle. As the true chi threads constricted, the beetle was bound within them, unable to open its wings, and fell to the ground, unable to move. Die! Su Chen's expression turned cold as he tightened the true chi threads, the legendary feeling of constriction manifesting on the beetle, and then with a pop it exploded, yellow liquid splattering everywhere. Oomph! The black-robed wizard let out a muffled groan, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The innate witchcraft insect was connected to the wizard's life force. Although its death wouldn't take the wizard with it, it would still severely injure him. You old man who can't show your face, what other tricks do you have? Su Chen taunted, looking at the black-robed wizard who likely had no more powerful means left. Very well, Su Chen, we shall meet again another day. Remember my name. I am you. The black-robed wizard spread his arms, and like a deflated balloon, he suddenly collapsed, leaving only a black robe behind, from which a multitude of insects crawled out. After the black-robed wizard vanished, the witchcraft insects also became motionless, lying on the ground as if dead, legs up. He ran away? Su Chen frowned slightly. He approached the black robe, which now contained only a human skin, with countless strange insects wriggling within it. A substitute? Su Chen suspected that this might not be the opponent's true form, but merely a special puppet technique. What should we do? With the threat of the witchcraft insects gone, Mu Yuanying was also out of danger, pointing at the pile of insect corpses on the ground and asking Su Chen, burn them, what else could be done? Of course, they had to be dealt with. Su Chen then notified Dongfang Tingyin, asking him to come handle the situation here. Today, Su Chen's house was quite lively, with corpses scattered everywhere and countless insects. Soon, Dongfang Tingyin arrived at Su Chen's house with a construction team. That day, the entrance to Su Chen's home became a construction site, completely off limits, surrounded tightly so that no one could see what was happening inside. Can I stay at the Martial Alliance for a few days? Su Chen asked Dongfang Tingyin somewhat helplessly. After everything that had happened at home, he felt a bit reluctant to stay there, wondering if the feng shui was bad. The Martial Alliance doesn't have a room for you, find somewhere else to stay. Dongfang Tingyin understood Su Chen's implication but had no intention of helping him solve the problem. Then, I'll go stay at Yutong's house for a few days. Su Chen suddenly remembered the Su family next door and thought he could stay there for a while until the renovations were completed. Can you help take care of Xiaobai for a few days? Su Chen asked Dongfang Tingyin. Since Su Yutong was around, Su Chen couldn't take Xiaobai with him, and could only seek help from Dongfang Tingyin, who had already met Xiaobai. Sure, Dongfang Tingyin agreed readily. With Xiaobai being so cute, how could she refuse? Alright, then have someone come over to bring his food, a bigger vehicle, Su Chen instructed Dongfang Tingyin. How much food can a panda eat? Dongfang Tingyin didn't pay much attention, but when she saw the pile of rare metals that were Xiaobai's food, her mouth dropped open in shock. He eats these things? Are you sure? Dongfang Tingyin looked at the pile of rare metals in Su Chen's yard, a bit incredulous, thinking Su Chen was joking. But then she glanced at Xiaobai, who was drooling over the rare metals, and felt it didn't seem like a joke. Aha, Su Chen nodded affirmatively. He knew that most people wouldn't believe him if he said Xiaobai's food was metal, so he simply had Xiaobai demonstrate. Under Dongfang Tingyian's astonished gaze, Xiaobai burrowed into the pile of metals and began crunching on the metal plates. This made Dongfang Tingyin have to believe it. Ancient people called you the iron-eating beast. I didn't understand it before, but it turns out you really can eat iron? Dongfang Tingyin said, speechless. After resolving Xiaobai's situation, Su Chen contacted Su Yutong. Hey, Yutong, can I stay at your house for a few days? Su Chen asked somewhat shyly. Su Yutong's eyes lit up on the other end. Could it be that this blockhead has finally come to his senses? Why? Why do you want to stay at my house? Su Yutong asked, still maintaining a reserved demeanor. My house is being renovated, so I can't stay there right now, and I have nowhere else to go. I thought maybe I could stay at your place for a few days since our houses are close, making it convenient to check on the construction progress, Su Chen explained, finding an excuse. I'll go ask my dad. Su Yutong didn't agree directly but said that before hurriedly hanging up the phone. Su Chen was left speechless. Great, it seemed like he was homeless. It was nearly evening when Su Yutong called back. My dad agreed, you can come over. Su Chen was just getting ready to pack his things to stay at home for a few days. Alright, I'm on my way. Su Chen excitedly packed his things and rushed to Su Yutong's house. Su Yutong shot him a glance when she saw him, all neatly packed. Su Chen, come here for a moment. Su Dongxing called Su Chen into the study with a grim expression. I have no objections to your relationship with Yutong, but isn't it a bit too early for you two to be living together now? Su Dongxing frowned and said to Su Chen. Ha? Su Chen looked confused. I understand your thoughts, you're young, which is understandable, but you haven't even gotten married yet. When Yutong's mother and I were married, we shared a room. If you really can't wait, then find a time to take us to meet your parents. Pick a good day for the wedding. As for the marriage certificate, you can decide when to get it. Su Dongxing patiently advised Su Chen. He knew that young people today are quite open and don't particularly care about these matters, but his daughter Su Dongxing's daughter was different. Uncle, did you misunderstand something? What did Yutong tell you? Su Chen asked with a strange expression. What else could she say? She told me you were coming to stay at our house. She's my daughter, what can I say? But you're a man, you need to take responsibility, do you understand? Su Dongxing's attitude towards Su Chen was somewhat displeased. Su Chen realized he had misunderstood. Su Yutong hadn't clarified things, leading to Su Dongxing's misinterpretation. Uncle, you misunderstood. It's just that something happened at my home and we're renovating, so I came here to stay for a few days. Yutong might not have explained it clearly to you. Su Chen hurriedly explained, otherwise, who knows where this misunderstanding would lead. Ha? Now it was Su Dongxing's turn to be confused. Is that so? Su Dongxing thought carefully. His daughter really hadn't said that Su Chen was coming to live with her. It seemed he had indeed made a mistake. Ahem, Su Dongxing coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Actually, what I said earlier wasn't without reason. If you want to marry Yutong, it's time for us to meet your parents. Su Dongxing changed the subject. Su Chen nodded helplessly. However, upon reflection, he realized he hadn't formally expressed his feelings to Yutong. They had silently come this far. I'll prepare a guest room for you later, go eat first. This misunderstanding ultimately ended with a meal. That night, Su Chen entered the game world as usual. As soon as Su Chen walked out of his room, he encountered patrolling soldiers. The soldiers had been searching for Qiling for the past few days, patrolling every day, causing nearby residents to be on edge. Su Chen signaled to Long Dai and then personally went to greet the soldiers. Gentlemen, what's going on that requires your esteemed presence? Su Chen approached with a smile. Someone reported that you are harboring a wanted criminal. Is this true? The leading soldier coldly snorted at Su Chen. Su Chen calmly replied, Sir, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly harbor a wanted criminal? I just bought this house, and if you don't believe me, you can ask the Taiwei. Su Chen was not fooled by their trick. He knew they were just trying to intimidate him, and some less resolute individuals would reveal their true colors under such pressure. To resolve the current trouble quickly, Su Chen directly invoked the name of the Taiwei. Taiwei? Who are you? Upon hearing the title, the soldiers immediately became serious. For low-ranking soldiers like them, the worst thing was to offend someone from above. A single word from a superior could cost them their lives. I am Su Chen, the adopted son of the Taiwei. Su Chen said calmly. The soldiers were taken aback. They knew that the Taiwei had recently adopted a son, but because his biological son had just passed away, they hadn't had the chance to announce it publicly. So it's young Master Su. I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. I hope young Master Su can forgive me. The soldiers immediately knelt down to apologize to Su Chen. They were already tasked with searching for the murderer of Su Fengyan and were well aware of the Taiwei's affairs, knowing that there was someone named Su Chen. It's fine, we're all on the same side, I understand. Why don't you go ahead and search? Su Chen stepped aside, indicating for them to continue their search. No need, no need. How could young Master Su possibly be hiding? The murderer? We won't disturb young Master Su any longer. The leading soldier hurriedly waved his hand. If Su Chen were to hold a grudge and report them to the Grand Commander, their lives would be in danger. Then I won't see you off, Su Chen said to them. The implication was clearly to send them away, and they couldn't possibly miss it. We'll leave right away. We won't disturb young Master Su. The soldiers promptly took their leave. Su Chen's expression instantly turned cold. This is already the second wave. If we don't find Qiling today, we won't have peace. Long Dai spoke up from behind Su Chen. I know, try to keep Qiling from going out, or find a chance to send her out of Tianlong City. Su Chen understood that this couldn't go on. He could send the soldiers away once or twice, but over time it would inevitably raise suspicions. The best solution was to send Qiling away. Now the whole city is on alert. Everyone leaving the city has to be searched. It's a bit difficult to send her out, isn't it? Although Long Dai didn't inquire about these matters, she knew that Tianlong City was now under full alert, making it hard to leave. I'll think of a way, Su Chen sighed. What has Xiao Yan been up to lately? Su Chen asked Long Dai. He hadn't seen Xiao Yan for a long time and was a bit curious about what he was doing. How would I know? Maybe he's gone to the brothel again. Long Dai shot Su Chen a glance. Su Chen felt helpless. There were no mobile phones in this world, making it difficult to contact Xiao Yan. By the way, can you teach me rounding the finger softly? There are some parts one don't quite understand. Su Chen had thought about whether he could also get a top-tier skill for free in the game. Although he had already used the skill book in reality, he still had Long Dai, a renowned teacher. What aspects don't you understand? Long Dai didn't refuse and asked Su Chen what he found confusing so she could explain. I don't understand any of it, Long Dai. Long Dai was speechless, all her hard work in transcribing the technique seemed wasted. Follow me, I'll teach you step by step, Long Dai said with a look of exasperation as she led Su Chen to the backyard and began to teach him how to use rounding the fingers softly. After a day, Su Chen finally received a system notification. Ding! You have learned the skill rounding the fingers softly. Rounding the fingers softly, passive, type, strong attack, additional 50% cutting damage, additional multiple attacks, 2. This means that now Su Chen's single attack would deal double damage and also add 50% cutting damage. Su Chen's strength increased again, and he still had many martial essence stones left to enhance his skill level. Currently, Su Chen's attributes were as follows. Su Chen level, 36 health, 3222/3222 mana, 418 attack speed, 261.5% strength, 252 plus 910 speed, 77 plus 460 constitution, 77 plus 460 intelligence, 77 plus 760 plus 82 defense, 1365 base damage, 3565 attribute damage, 11051. Cutting damage, 1782 skills. Breaking the army max, deals 180% damage. Thunderous Might Plus, deals 300% attribute damage. Continuous Flow Plus, passive, increases damage by 80%, adds 8% damage for each consecutive hit. Golden Bell Shield Plus, provides a shield with 150% defense. Last Minute Preparation Max, increases weapon damage by 500% after use. Rounding the fingers softly, adds 50% cutting damage. Double attack, equipment, Dual Blade Frost Sword plus 8, 8 Treasure Exquisite Helmet plus 8, Dual Chi, Exquisite Robe plus 8, Cloud Treading Boots plus 8, Moonfall Order plus 8, Smoke Luo Stone plus 8. Equipment enhancement. Total attributes, strength plus 900, speed plus 450, constitution plus 450, intelligence plus 750, ice damage, attribute damage increase 310%, defense increase 75%, ice resistance 35%, intelligence increase 10%, maximum movement speed increase 200%, dark arrow. Title, Elite Disciple, all attributes plus 10, Brotherhood, team damage plus 50%. The above is a simple summary of the protagonist's attributes. Just a light tease, at night, the personal guard of the third prince unexpectedly found Su Chen. His Highness the third prince requests your presence at Huaxing Tower. After finding Su Chen, the guard said this and stood there coldly, staring at Su Chen as if he would die from the stare if Su Chen didn't go. Su Chen dodged left and right, but the guard's gaze remained fixed on him. Damn it, Su Chen muttered in frustration and followed him to Huaxing Tower. Although he didn't know what the third prince wanted with him, he couldn't refuse to go. Upon arriving at Huaxing Tower, Su Chen saw the third prince sitting alone in the room. Your Highness the third prince, Su Chen greeted him. No need to be polite, come and sit. The third prince, Xiao Jihong, said with a smile. Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. Why was the third prince being so courteous to him today? Did your Highness call for me for something? Su Chen asked proactively. The saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason, and this made Su Chen feel somewhat uneasy. There are some matters, you all can leave first, Xiao Jihong instructed his subordinates in the room. The guards and maids respectfully withdrew. Su Chen looked at him with confusion. This action from Xiao Jihong made him even more anxious. Don't be nervous, the third prince, Xiao Jihong, noticed Su Chen's discomfort and said with a smile. Just speak your mind. Su Chen couldn't stand the roundabout way of speaking and decided it was better to be direct. Alright, then I'll be straightforward. Xiao Jihong's expression suddenly became serious. I want you to kill the second prince. Su Chen was taken aback by his words. Damn, they really were at odds, but Su Chen was putting himself on the line. Why me? Su Chen asked coldly. Because you are the champion of the martial arts conference, you have the strength and status to get close to him easily, just like you did with me, Xiao Jihong explained with a smile. Chen Feng was the champion last time, his strength is even greater than mine. Why not ask him? Su Chen asked in confusion. Chen Feng won't do, his status isn't enough to get close to the second prince. Xiao Jihong gently shook his head. Su Chen was stunned and instantly thought of his other identity, the adopted son of the current Grand Commandant, Su Mu. Does Su Mu know about your plan? Su Chen asked coldly. Xiao Jihong fell silent, but Su Chen already had the answer in his heart. Damn. No wonder this old guy wanted to adopt him as a son before his own son had even passed away. It turned out he had long been scheming, forcing him to be a death warrior for the third prince. What will happen if I refuse? Su Chen knew he probably had no choice, but he still wanted to ask. Your friends will die, and you won't escape, Xiao Jihong honestly told Su Chen, not hiding anything from him. There was no need to. And, as long as the plan is executed properly, you might not have a dead end. As long as you can come back alive from now on, whatever I, Jihong, have to eat, you will have a share. The weight of Xiao Jihong's words was not to be underestimated. If he successfully assassinated the second prince and returned alive, then aside from the crown prince, the third prince would be the next in line for the throne, and Su Chen's status would rise accordingly. But Su Chen's thoughts were not on the court. I understand. When do we start? Su Chen had no choice but to agree for now and wait for an opportunity. Don't rush, just stay by my side for now. When the opportunity arises, express your feelings to the second prince and wait until he invites you himself. That way, it won't raise his suspicions, Xiao Jihong said with a smile. He just wanted to inform Su Chen about this matter today. As for when to deal with the second prince, that would depend on the opportunity. Let's eat. These are the signature dishes of Huaxing Tower. Xiao Jihong warmly invited Su Chen. Su Chen ate dinner with Xiao Jihong in a somewhat sullen mood. Afterward, he returned to his courtyard escorted by the personal guard of the third prince. Su Chen felt a bit down. Ever since the plot slipped out of his control, he had no idea how to proceed, and now with this new dilemma he was truly feeling frustrated. What's wrong? You look gloomy, Long Dai asked with concern upon seeing Su Chen's expression. Seeing Long Dai felt like finding a pillar of support for Su Chen. Long Dai was the female protagonist of this game, the destined child. Her thoughts could surely influence the development of the plot. If you encounter a dilemma where someone wants you to kill another person, but after killing that person, you will fall into an irreversible abyss and your loved ones will suffer as well, while disobeying that person's orders will lead to the same result, what would you choose? Su Chen asked Long Dai. Then I would kill them all, leaving not a single one alive, Long Dai replied without a moment's hesitation. Su Chen was taken aback. It was as if a new perspective had opened up. Yes, since the plot was no longer under his control, why should he care about the plot at all? He could act freely. What if he killed the prince? As long as no one knew, it would be fine. Su Chen suddenly felt enlightened, the gloom in his heart dissipating in an instant. Long Dai, you truly are my lucky star, Su Chen exclaimed excitedly as he hugged Long Dai. Long Dai stiffened. Although she had been close to Su Chen, even watching the sunset together, they had never embraced so intimately before. Her face turned red in an instant. Long Dai, what's wrong? Su Chen pushed Long Dai away and, seeing her flushed face, asked in confusion. It's nothing. Long Dai quickly turned her head away, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. Su Chen felt a bit bewildered. In the second prince's residence. Your Highness, today the third prince summoned Su Chen and they had a meal at Huaxing Tower. During the meal, no one was allowed to approach them, and afterward, the third prince's personal guard escorted Su Chen home, reported one of the second prince's subordinates after observing the third prince's movements. That Su Chen again? What makes him so special that my third brother pays him such attention? The second prince, Xiao Zhiyi, became curious about Su Chen. Go, investigate Su Chen's background, Xiao Zhiyi instructed his subordinate. Yes, the subordinate replied and took his leave. Xiao Zhiyi walked to the window, opened it, and gazed at the stars in the sky as if pondering something. Third brother, what exactly are you up to? I find myself unable to understand you, Xiao Zhiyi reflected, having a newfound awareness of his previously overlooked third brother. When the crown prince was around, Xiao Jihong had never shown his ambitions, always playing the good guy between him and the crown prince. Now that the crown prince was missing, Xiao Jihong's wolfish ambitions had been exposed. Xiao Zhiyi realized he had underestimated Xiao Jihong before. Elder brother, I wonder if you are alive or dead now. I hope that in the end, when we determine the victor, you won't just return, Xiao Zhiyi murmured to the night sky. Su Chen returned from the game, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a round, big eye staring at him. What the heck? Su Chen was startled and instinctively recoiled. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Su Yutong. Su Yutong was pouting angrily at that moment. Am I that scary? Su Yutong asked Su Chen with dissatisfaction. How could that be? You're the cutest, there's no one in the world cuter than you. Su Chen immediately realized that his earlier actions had made Su Yutong a bit angry, so he quickly backtracked with a desperate plea for survival. Not sincere at all, hurry up and get up to eat. Su Yutong had come to call Su Chen for breakfast, but seeing that he was still asleep, she took the opportunity to admire his stunning looks for a moment. Okay, wait for me to change my clothes, Su Chen nodded and said. Upon hearing the words change clothes, Su Yutong immediately cast a mischievous glance at the blanket covering Su Chen, her eyes filled with a rogue's intent. What are you doing? Aren't you going to step out while I change? Su Chen instantly pulled the blanket tighter. Looking nervous. How had he not noticed before that Su Yutong was so lewd? Stingy, Su Yutong was just joking. She didn't actually want to see Su Chen's body. Who would be interested in that? Seeing Su Yutong close the door, Su Chen finally got up to change his clothes. There's always someone craving my body, Su Chen muttered quietly while changing. After breakfast, Su Yutong said to Su Chen, will you accompany me to go shopping? Su Yutong looked at Su Chen with some anticipation. It had been a long time since they had spent time alone together because Su Chen had been quite busy lately, with too many things happening both in the game and in reality. However, today he had nothing much to do. Sure, where to? Su Chen nodded and asked. There's a street fair next door, let's go have some fun there. The two tidied up a bit and headed to the street Su Yutong mentioned. This was a newly opened road, and for some reason, they had set up this fair, selling all sorts of things, including ring toss and balloon popping games. There was also a free bread slice eating challenge. Finish a slice in 50 seconds to win 100 yuan, 30 seconds for 200 yuan, and 20 seconds for 500 yuan. It seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult because you couldn't drink water during the challenge, and without saliva, that dry bread was nearly impossible to swallow. Boss, I want to challenge the bread slice eating. A little boy came over, wanting to take on the challenge. The moment the boss saw the boy, his face darkened, his expression as if he had eaten something unpleasant. You come here at least 3 times a day. Do you think this is a free buffet? The boss said to the little boy, speechless. But it says free challenge here. I'm just following your rules, the boy replied, looking as if it were only natural. Fine, go ahead and eat. The boss had no choice but to let the boy participate. Although he knew the boy was just there to mooch, he couldn't say anything. Come on, it's time to eat bread. The little boy suddenly shouted, and out of nowhere, a group of kids rushed over. The boss was stunned. What kind of operation was this? How did they all come together to mooch food? The kids grabbed the bread and ran off in a flash, and in an instant, the entire pack of bread slices was gone. Damn. The boss was speechless. Where did these kids come from? He was running a charity stall, not charging any money, and he didn't expect to encounter such a group of children. It's okay, boss, you don't need the money anyway, just consider it charity. Su Chen almost laughed out loud at the sight, feeling sorry for the boss for 3 seconds. That's true, with no bread left, I can close up early. The boss instantly felt relieved after Su Chen said that, after all, he wasn't relying on this for income. After tidying up, the boss drove off in his Ferrari. Su Chen watched the departing boss, somewhat puzzled by his thoughts, setting up a stall while driving a sports car and not charging anything. Su Chen didn't understand the life of the wealthy. Speaking of which, he was also a wealthy person now. Su Chen, I want to play ring toss.